Chapter 1. Level 3 Cosmic Civilization. Alert! Zombies have breached our national defenses. Citizens are urged to seek shelter underground immediately. Alert! Countries around the world are falling one by one. December 31st, 2065 marks the end of humanity. In Donghai City, within a dimly lit bedroom, a man suddenly jolted awake from a harrowing nightmare. The source of his terror remained a mystery, reflected in his eyes filled with dread. How am I still alive? His name was Li Chun, an orphan and a squad leader in the post-apocalyptic world of Yinxia. Is it June 30th, 2065? In the next instant, Li Chun dashed toward the mirror, gazing at his own reflection in astonishment. He was not only reborn, but had also returned to 1 week prior to the apocalypse. Li Chun vividly recalled the day doomsday struck, when a global network collapsed in an instant. The ocean surged with waves reaching dozens of meters high, and the city was riddled with bottomless fissures as the permafrost of the polar regions melted. Prehistoric viruses spread through oceanic currents, infecting all living beings, which ultimately devolved into mindless zombies. The established order of modern human civilization had crumbled. In the future, countless large underground shelters became humanity's last refuge. Even if technological civilization were to recover, the evolution of the zombie virus occurred at an alarming rate. Initially, the zombies were merely primitive, yet only Li Chun knew the true instigator of this cataclysm was an extraterrestrial civilization. They had once failed, but now they returned with a vengeance. As the zombie virus continued to evolve, an increasing number of advanced zombie species emerged. There were the towering marauders, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, capable of shattering tanks with a single blow of the aberrants, whose mouths emitted sonic waves, and the colossal zombies emerging from the depths of the ocean. The shelters, constructed by humanity, fell victim to the onslaught of these advanced zombies, leading to extinction. In the midst of his sorrowful memories, Li Chun was suddenly interrupted by a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated Noah's civilization. Countdown to Earth's cataclysm, 7 days. The abrupt announcement made Li Chun furrow his brow in instinctive concern. Tentatively, he inquired, Noah's civilization? Affirmative, host. Noah's civilization is classified as a level 3 cosmic civilization. Upon hearing this, Li Chun fell silent. What level does Earth belong to? 0.5 level. The chilling mechanical response sent a shiver down his spine. He never anticipated that such a brilliant modern civilization could barely reach the threshold of a level 1 civilization. In Li Chun's memories, even in the moment of death, he could not comprehend why extraterrestrial civilizations would invade Earth, threatening billions of human lives. Yet, recalling the extermination of a human race in his previous life, Li Chun instinctively clenched his fists, hatred flickering in his eyes, almost palpable. I must prevent all of this from happening. After accepting the grim reality, Li Chun took a deep breath. If I wish to alter the future, what assistance can you offer me? A star-rated sanctuary, 100,000 energy cores. And, just as Li Chun was quietly listening, the mechanical voice experienced a glitch. In an instant, a piercing electric sound forced Li Chun to cover his ears tightly. Yet, even so, the excruciating pain remained unabated. Apologies, the chip has sustained damage, resulting in a loss of 30 of the data. As the voice resumed, the harsh electric noise finally ceased. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's intuition began to stir. The so-called Noah's civilization must have been a race that once existed on Earth. With the rapid advancement of technology, they had acquired the ability to escape Earth. In their departure, they left behind relics, encapsulating the entirety of their civilization's technology. However, time had taken its toll. Once a level 3 civilization, it had now suffered disrepair. Although it was somewhat regrettable, it had nonetheless bestowed upon Li Chun a significant innate advantage. Only 7 days remain until the apocalypse descends? Li Chun mused to himself. In my recollection, the high-ranking officials of various nations had learned of the impending doom 6 months prior. It was to ensure that, when the end arrived, they could promptly reconstruct the order of human civilization. Yet, regrettably, they failed. Shaking his head, Li Chun moved towards the balcony. At that moment, the sun set in the west, and pedestrians flowed endlessly. Everything visible to the naked eye was a display of splendor. If that is the case, then my current priority is paramount. It should be self-preservation, for only by safeguarding myself can I save more humanity. Retracting his gaze, he declared, Noah, I wish to establish a star-rated sanctuary. As his voice fell, Li Chen's expression shifted. In an instant, the 3D hologram of the entire city materialized before him. Mountains and rivers, roads and traffic, even the remnants of underground sanctuaries from decades past were all distinctly marked in special colors. The host may select the location for the star-rated sanctuary. Nodding in response, Li Chen ultimately chose a site near the river. He understood that when the apocalypse first arrived, low-level zombies could not traverse water. Here shall suffice. Once Li Chen confirmed the location, an invisible data code erupted instantaneously. The global network experienced a 1-second freeze. Various high-level defense systems collapsed within that brief moment. Subsequently, the Earth trembled, only to return to normal soon after. Yet within the 3D projection, a colossal steel behemoth emerged from beneath the ground. This was Li Chen's first star-rated sanctuary. Noah, please provide an overview of the sanctuary status. Affirmative, the automatic inspection program has been initiated. The main structure's integrity stands at 80. Energy reserves are at 30. The purification system has suffered 49 damage. Resource reserves are at 0. Ammunition and weaponry are also at 0. Upon hearing Noah's report, Li Chen could not help but furrow his brow once more. Possessing memories of combat from his past life, he understood that this so-called star-rated sanctuary, while seemingly advanced beyond Earth civilization, was fraught with challenges. Yet now it has become but an empty shell. Even if it can withstand the impact of nuclear weapons, what difference does it make in the face of apocalypse? Resources are the paramount element upon which humanity depends for survival. The threat posed by zombies is self-evident. However, equally significant is the peril that arises when the laws binding humanity utterly collapse. The dangers stemming from the human heart can surpass those of the zombie virus. At any moment, Li Chen shook his head and addressed Noah. The darkness within humanity is the most unfathomable abyss of desire in the natural world. Noah, assist me in procuring funds. I require a substantial amount of supplies. Chapter 2. Invasion of the Global Network, Frenzied Procurement in an Instant. As Li Chen's words echoed in the air, the voice of Noah resonated in his mind. If the host merely requires funds, I can effortlessly mobilize resources from the world's major banks, utilizing various legitimate methods to transfer them into the host's bank account. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even though he had already formed a preliminary estimate of the formidable power of a level 3 cosmic civilization, he now realized he had significantly underestimated Noah's capabilities. The internet technology that this world took pride in must, in Noah's eyes, be riddled with vulnerabilities. How long would it take? This was the crux of Li Chen's concern. With only 7 days remaining until the impending apocalypse, he had to procure essential supplies for humanity's survival within this limited time frame. A staggering sum of 10 billion had already arrived. Before Li Chen could fully comprehend the magnitude of this influx, his phone, resting on the table, was suddenly inundated with a barrage of bank transfer notifications. Your industrial and commercial savings account, ending in 0876, has received an interbank transfer of 4,000,000. Your industrial and commercial savings account, ending in 0876, has received an interbank transfer of 6,340,000. That night, Li Chen hailed a taxi, heading straight for the location of the star-rated shelter. As the city lights illuminated the night, the vibrant scenery suggested that the metropolis remained submerged in a hedonistic atmosphere. Young men and women frolicked in the streets, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. 40 minutes later, upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Li Chen alighted from the vehicle. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of the shelter. Noah, is the shelter not located here? Host, it is 50 meters to your east. Following Noah's guidance, Li Chen was astonished to witness the thin veil of mist that had previously enveloped the night dissipating at a visible pace. Mere seconds later, a colossal steel behemoth emerged before him. Bathed in the faint moonlight, the shelter's exterior, crafted from a unique material, emitted a soft luminescence. As Li Chen approached, the long-sealed entrance began to creak open, seemingly welcoming him. In the next moment, the dim interior burst to life with lights that flickered on, illuminating Li Chen's path with warm white radiance. Star-rated shelter, welcome back, host, a mechanical voice resonated. On a screen, a multitude of garbled characters coalesced into a recognizable human face, gazing intently at Li Chen. He understood that this was the manifestation of Noah's digital essence. At this juncture, Li Chen finally grasped the internal configuration of this steel giant. Despite having prepared himself mentally for the visit, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. I cannot help but marvel at the advanced civilization of Noah. The apex of the refuge is constructed from an 8-meter thick, high-strength bulletproof glass. Not far ahead, an unfathomable abyss looms, encircled by an intricate array of countless elevators. It is no exaggeration to assert that within this stellar sanctuary, everything visible to the naked eye is forged from a special steel, capable of withstanding earthquakes, and impervious to even the pinnacle of contemporary human weaponry, nuclear bombs. With each step he takes, data from Noah materializes on new screens, leaving Li Chen astounded. Despite the refuge having lain dormant for countless years, it still harbors an abundance of oxygen. Noah, please provide an introduction to this place. Yes, host, replies the mechanized voice of Noah, resonating throughout the entire sanctuary. The 13th level serves as a military training ground. The 46th level is designated as a weapons production base, which has unfortunately suffered damage. The 720th level accommodates human habitation, divided into single rooms, double rooms, and dormitory-style quarters. The 2130th level functions as a research center, partitioned into specialized areas for biology, virology, and genetic modification. The 3134th level houses the central processor and the android base, while the 3537th level serves as the command center of this stellar refuge. With each of Noah's statements, a 3D projection of the respective level appears on the screen, facilitating Li Chen's understanding. The entire sanctuary has the capacity to sustain up to 200,000 lives simultaneously. As Noah concludes this briefing, Li Chen nods vigorously. With the existence of this cross-civilizational refuge, he feels an overwhelming confidence to alter the trajectory of the impending apocalypse. Soon, Li Chen arrives at the floor housing the central processor. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of massive processors, he cannot help but appreciate the grandeur of technology. Noah, please devise a plan. I need to restore this refuge in the shortest possible time. Li Chen understands that the current state of the refuge cannot unleash its true potential without repairs. As expected, Noah, the crystallization of a level 3 civilization, wastes no more than a few seconds before formulating a perfect plan based on Li Chen's present circumstances. Host, you possess a total reserve of 100,000 energy cores. First, it is imperative to repair the android base to cultivate loyal warriors skilled in combat, medical assistance, and maintenance. Second, it is crucial to procure a substantial quantity of supplies to replenish the storage area, ensuring self-sufficiency prior to the base's restoration. Third, I recommend repairing the weapons manufacturing facility, thereby securing a means of self-defense when the apocalypse descends. Subsequently, Noah calculates the energy cores required for these repairs. Li Chen initially believed the number would be modest, but the lengthy figure that materializes fills him with a sense of dread. A total of 98. 382 energy cores are required, with an anticipated restoration of the shelter to 68 of its original state. Host, shall we commence the repairs? In Li Chen's past life memories, he is well aware of the nature of the energy cores. These are the degenerated hearts of zombies, serving as a novel vector for the virus. However, in his previous existence, despite the relentless efforts of the world's foremost scientists, their endeavors ultimately met with failure. With the utterance of Li Chen's command to repair, the initial stock of 100,000 energy cores was instantly reduced to a mere 618. In that moment, the entire shelter embarked on its restoration. Li Chen swiftly directed Noah to utilize its capacity to control the internet, placing orders with large material enterprises across the nation. It would not be long before the essential resources for human survival would fill the reserve area to the brim. After accomplishing all these tasks, Li Chen lifted his head and said, Noah, take me to the artificial being base. In the wake of the apocalypse, the legal order that sustains humanity will collapse with a resounding crash. In times of chaos, only through personal strength can one secure a place in this world. Chapter 3. The arrival of doom under Noah's control. The elevator in which Li Chen resided continued its descent. Moments later, as the doors slid open, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before his eyes, a testament to the former glory of the Noah civilization. Devices resembling space escape pods stood tall on this floor, illuminated by brilliant blue circular lights. Commence, Li Chen commanded. According to Noah's recommendations, nearly 1/5 of the energy cores previously consumed had been allocated to this level. A total of 200 synthetic warriors were to be cultivated here, comprising 120 combat soldiers, 30 maintenance technicians, 40 medical synthetics, and 10 administrative units. Upon receiving Li Chen's directive, the cultivation chambers before him sprang to life. In the nearby vast tanks of nurturing fluid, human embryos were extracted one by one. The synthetic beings exhibited absolute obedience to Li Chen, alleviating any concerns regarding potential rebellion. It was undeniable that in the face of the apocalypse, the threats emerging from the darkness within humanity far surpassed those posed by zombies at times. Li Chen, an orphan, subsequently settled within the sanctuary. The cultivation of synthetic beings required a span of 7 days, coinciding precisely with the onset of the apocalypse. The waiting period was invariably tedious, and the magnificence of the Noah civilization could not be comprehended by Li Qin in just a few days. Furthermore, it was crucial to remember an essential premise. The loss of 30% of Noah's data was not something that could be restored in the short term. As days slipped by, numerous orders placed through Noah began to arrive in succession. Hundreds of tons of rice, oil, vegetables, and an array of canned goods with extended shelf lives were delivered. Li Qin bore no burden of management once he signed the receipt. The remaining task was handled by Noah's machinery, which sorted and stored the supplies. With each passing day, the star-level sanctuary repaired itself incrementally. Unbeknownst to him, 7 days had swiftly elapsed. At this moment, on the lowest level of the star-level sanctuary, Li Qin sat in the command room. Behind him, 200 synthetic beings stood in perfect formation. Although these synthetics varied greatly in skin color, gender, and height, they shared one commonality: their eyes. Ablaze with unwavering loyalty to Li Qin. At his command, they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves, for their genes were inscribed with the directive of loyalty. Before him, a massive projection was divided into hundreds of densely packed screens. Utilizing the network, it monitored not only the movements within the city but also the detailed dynamics of each level of the sanctuary. Host. The seeds of various crops have now completed soilless cultivation. The initial harvest of crops can be achieved within a week. The cultivation chamber for artificial beings has reached a completion rate of 95. High-ranking officials from around the world have issued the latest notices for refuge. Thousands of shelters have been constructed in advance, predominantly located in open areas. Each utterance of Noah's words dims Li Qin's gaze further. He had contemplated notifying the global leadership about the severity of the zombie virus, yet ultimately refrained from taking action. Li Qin understood that the abnormalities concerning the Earth's core had been detected by global authorities over a year ago, who were secretly preparing various countermeasures without disclosing this information to humanity, fearing the unpredictable chaos it might incite. With a sigh, Li Qin lamented the inevitability of facing the impending apocalypse. Despite his reluctance, what alternative existed? In light of recent technological advancements and the melting of permafrost in the polar regions, an increasing number of prehistoric biological remains had been unearthed. Within these remains, uncontrollable ancient viruses were discovered, yet humanity's insatiable greed compelled them to seek mastery over such forces. Only 60 seconds remained in the countdown to the end. As anticipated, with Noah's proclamation, Li Qin slowly closed his eyes. What was destined to arrive had finally come. In a previous life, the zombie virus had eradicated humanity from this planet within a mere 6 months, marking the extinction of the human race. The countdown displayed on the screen continued to diminish. When the final moment arrived, a colossal surge of energy erupted from the depths of the Earth, simultaneously triggering earthquakes across the globe. Once mighty skyscrapers were reduced to ashes in an instant, entombing countless souls beneath the rubble. Cities began to tremble violently as humanity screamed in terror. The ground fissured into countless deep crevices, seemingly bottomless. In the distance, the sea surged ferociously, while howling winds clashed with dark, ominous clouds. Vying for the last vestiges of light, the roaring waves, towering dozens of meters high, effortlessly shattered a 100,000-ton vessel. Flash floods erupted, the earth cracked, and tsunamis surged forth. Nations around the world plunged into turmoil, grappling with water shortages, power outages, and collapsing communication networks. The technological advancements painstakingly developed by modern civilization over centuries were ruthlessly dismantled in an instant. Amidst the preemptive arrangements made by city officials, increasing numbers of citizens were placed in open parks, stadiums, and air raid shelters, while supplies prepared a year prior were mobilized. Yet, only Li Qin recognized the grim truth: the apocalypse had commenced. The more populated areas became, the greater the peril, for the zombie virus, transported through oceanic air currents, would engulf the globe in just a few days. Individuals with weakened constitutions shall be the first to succumb to infection, leaving humanity no time to react. It will not be long before they devolve into bloodthirsty, soulless zombies. At this moment, Li Qin slowly opened his eyes. Within his pitch-black pupils, countless screens were reflected, each depicting the demise of innumerable souls. Host, a sudden voice echoed, Noah's voice. Zombie virus detected. Simultaneously, all virus research facilities worldwide have been compromised. Within the borders of the United States, the first zero patient has emerged. In a mere minute, 16 citizens have already been infected. Noah's words caused Li Qin's brow to furrow deeply. He understood that it would not be long before these infected zombies would propagate their terrifying contagion to a larger populace. Li Qin took a deep breath. Let us assess the situation in Donghai City, which boasts a permanent population of 12 million. Please devise a plan. I need to rescue a portion of the research personnel before the zombie virus reaches Donghai City. Chapter 4. Preserving the flame of humanity. No one understands the brutal reality of the apocalypse better than Li Chun. Outside, there are landslides and tsunamis, while hordes of zombies lay siege. Within, order has disintegrated and civilization has collapsed. Ordinary people lack even the most basic survival skills. Li Chun is not a deity. He cannot save everyone in Donghai City. He can only choose to preserve a portion of the scientific personnel, not solely to research the zombie virus, but also to safeguard the legacy of human civilization. The establishment of a knowledge system requires the accumulation of several eras. Once a rupture occurs, it is nearly impossible to recover. Noah projected a map of Donghai City, highlighting several moving red dots at the airport. The first infected individual had emerged at Donghai International Airport, spreading at a rate of 10 people per minute. It was anticipated that within an hour, the infected would reach the city center. The recommendation was for the host to immediately assemble 20 combat soldiers and head to the research institute, utilizing a modified bus. As Noah's voice faded, a route through the city appeared on the giant screen. Donghai International Airport is quite remote, located 30 kilometers from the city center, primarily serving international flights. It was evident that the infected had come from other countries, bringing the virus to Donghai City. The map indicated that the infected at the airport were still moving. They would not necessarily turn into zombies immediately. Those in good health might remain latent for a period, but not exceeding 24 hours. Li Chun's expression turned grave. He ordered the modified bus to be deployed and instructed the combat personnel to gather at the entrance. With that, he seized an electromagnetic cannon and strode outside. Approximately 30 minutes later, Li Chun and his 20 combat soldiers arrived at the entrance of the Donghai City Research Institute. However, help, Mom, what are you doing? Why are you biting me? Is there anyone to save me? I have money. Help, I haven't even experienced love yet. I don't want to die. At this moment, the once thriving civilization of humanity had been utterly obliterated. The streets echoed with cries of despair. Vehicles collided, blocking the thoroughfares, while people fled in all directions. At a glance, this scene bore an uncanny resemblance to those depicted in films. Familiar faces, once beloved, had transformed into grotesque entities, lunging at the nearest individuals with frenzied bites. Even the police, tasked with maintaining order, were swept away by the chaos. A few good Samaritans attempted to intervene, only to be trampled by the panicking crowd. Bang! Gunfire erupted. At Li Chun's command, the bioengineered soldiers' weapons blazed with fire. Round after round of bullets pierced through the chaos, striking the zombies directly. Li Chun's dark eyes burned with the fire of fury. Utilizing the cover of gunfire, he turned and entered the research institute. According to Noah's projections, the infected should have taken at least an hour to reach the city. However, a wealthy individual had contracted the virus and flown home via helicopter, thereby hastening the city's downfall by half an hour. Silence reigned inside the research institute, starkly contrasting the turmoil outside. The corridor lay vacant, devoid of any presence save for the empty chairs and tables. 20 combatants encircled Li Chun, advancing step by step towards the core laboratory. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Teacher, what about those people outside?" "Shh, quiet," came another voice. Li Chun halted, the sounds emanating from the storage room. He approached and gently knocked on the wooden door. 20 guns were immediately aimed at the entrance. After a brief silence, a crisp female voice inquired, "Who is it?" "I'm here to rescue," Li Chun replied slowly. Moments later, the door to the storage room creaked open, revealing a young woman clad in a white lab coat, her face alight with surprise. Behind her stood a man of around 50, slumped in a chair, bandaged and evidently injured. "Teacher, we are saved," the woman exclaimed, pulling the door wide open. "I am Ning Jing, an intern at the institute, and this is my teacher, Dr. Yang. He is injured and urgently needs treatment." "What's the situation outside? Are you from the military?" A barrage of questions ensued, as Ning Jing clearly mistook Li Chun and his group for a national rescue unit. Li Chun furrowed his brow as he examined Dr. Yang's arm. "How did this happen?" he inquired. "The zombie virus can be transmitted through saliva and blood. If Dr. Yang has been bitten, he was crushed by a shelf while entering the storage room. We must leave quickly. The institute is no longer safe," Ning Jing explained hurriedly. She had witnessed her usually gentle senior suddenly transform into a grotesque figure, tearing into other colleagues. Li Chun nodded and gestured for all combatants to lower their weapons. Assuming a defensive formation, "Are there any other survivors in the institute?" he asked. "There should be. The laboratory has a quarantine area, which is well secured. Others may be hiding there," Dr. Yang interjected, breaking his silence. Without further ado, Li Chun safeguarded Dr. Yang and Ning Jing as they proceeded towards the quarantine zone. As they delved deeper, they encountered numerous zombies. Some feasted on corpses while others staggered towards Li Chun's group, only to collapse under the fire of their firearms. Ningjing gazed at the once familiar faces, her expression laden with sorrow, yet she uttered not a word. Using Dr. Yang's card, Li Chen swiped open the access door to the quarantine area. 6 researchers clad in white lab coats rose to their feet. Teacher, Dr. Yang, thank goodness you're safe. They were overcome with emotion upon seeing Professor Yang. All right, remain calm. This young man here saved me. Dr. Yang gently gestured towards Li Chen, redirecting all attention towards him. Let us save any further discussion for later. The situation outside has escalated, and it will become even more perilous once darkness falls, Li Chen stated coolly. Where are you taking us? A man with a flat top rose, his expression filled with skepticism. Ningjing, having had little experience in such a tranquil society, mistook the armed presence of Li Chen's men for that of the military. However, the flat-topped man was quick to discern from the attire of the synthetic beings that they were not military personnel. The place was populated by a group of researchers, seemingly incapable of defending themselves. Should Li Chen harbor any ill intentions, he promptly pulled Ningjing behind him, speaking with conviction. Teacher, junior sister, we shall remain here. We will go nowhere. I believe the chaos outside is but temporary. The state will not abandon us. This fellow has an unclear background. What if he intends to harm us? Li Chen could not suppress a chuckle. Dr. Yang's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? If Li Chen truly meant us harm, he would have acted long ago downstairs. Moreover, as a senior academician, Dr. Yang possessed greater knowledge. It was likely that chaos reigned within the military. To await rescue could take an eternity. The flat-topped man glared, visibly unconvinced. Teacher, Chapter 5, Hell on Earth at this very moment. Under the stern gaze of Dr. Yang, the voice of the buzz-cut man gradually diminished. He glared at Li Chen with indignation, who merely responded with a faint smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the Noah Shelter, an unofficial organization devoted to the rescue of talent. You have 2 choices. First, remain here and await military rescue. Second, accompany me. Li Chen would not coerce anyone, though he refrained from disclosing the truth that even the military was overwhelmed at present. There was no food within the laboratory. To stay put was tantamount to awaiting death. Dr. Yang adjusted his glasses and turned to the others, declaring, I am willing to accompany you. So am I, responded Ningjing immediately. The remaining individuals, however, hesitated. It was evident that Li Chen's shelter was a civilian initiative. The state had already prepared for the apocalypse, establishing shelters in various municipalities. Those within the research institute had all secured spots in these shelters. Many preferred to wait for official rescue. Time was of the essence, and I would not insist on those unwilling to leave. Li Chen nodded, indicating for Dr. Yang and the others to follow closely behind. As they approached the exit of the isolation chamber, someone could no longer contain themselves. Teacher, I wish to accompany you. Me too. When the door to the isolation chamber swung open, even the buzzcut man joined the ranks. Some were motivated by fear of death, while others sought to protect Dr. Yang. The group was encircled by the artificial soldiers for protection as they proceeded towards the laboratory. The commotion startled the zombies, who staggered towards the group like drunken fools. Within a mere 20 minutes of infection, these creatures had lost all semblance of humanity. Their faces were grotesquely swollen, lips stained with crimson liquid, and as they moved, unidentified chunks of flesh dropped from their claws. Many researchers were paralyzed with fear, frozen in place. Among them, a female researcher trembled, her legs numb, falling to the back of the line. The pursuing zombie seized the opportunity and lunged at her. With a terrified scream from the female researcher, gunfire erupted. Bang! The zombie collapsed, its purplish claws still clutching a piece of the researcher's clothing. It had been a narrow escape. The researcher, pale and shaken, hurriedly rejoined the group. Under the protection of the artificial soldiers, they cleared away the remaining zombies inside. The group finally reached the laboratory, where Dr. Yang and the others immediately began to copy the research data, securing all materials for transport. A bus awaited at the entrance of the research institute. After several researchers boarded, the bus roared back to life, heading straight for the next destination. Noah had already pinpointed the locations of all scientific personnel in Donghai City, sending the information to Li Chen's phone, besides those in the research institute. A few scattered researchers on leave were dispersed across various districts of Donghai City. At this moment, the entire city had succumbed to chaos, with the military and police forces reduced to a mere fraction of their former strength. No absolute authority has emerged to establish order. The common populace lacks the courage to resist, falling victim to the relentless onslaught of zombies. The scene on the streets resembles a hellish nightmare. The air is filled with the ceaseless sounds of screams and cries for help. A pregnant woman, her belly protruding, is seen frantically running down the street, only to be bitten on the ankle by a zombie, causing her to collapse instantly. Help! Save me! She cries, cradling her belly. desperately kicking at the zombie's head. Countless passers-by ignore her plight, some even trampling her in their haste. Moments later, her cries grow fainter. Those aboard a nearby bus retreat a step, their faces etched with pity. The researchers from the laboratories, who had sensed something amiss at the onset of the viral outbreak, had hidden away, never witnessing the true brutality of this apocalypse. They now realize how naive their previous thoughts were, as the streets have descended into chaos. The military is already overwhelmed, unable to send aid. It is over. Humanity is finished. Faced with such apocalyptic imagery, a profound silence envelopes everyone. Amidst the chaotic streets, a modified bus speeds by, its front adorned with menacing iron hooks that shatter obstacles in its path, while wing panels push aside debris. Weapons are mounted at every window, the ominous barrels spitting fire. Each bullet strikes down zombies attempting to climb aboard. The artificial soldiers inside display a cold demeanor, having been programmed with combat knowledge while still in their incubation pods. Each one is a sharpshooter of unparalleled skill. Before the zombies can even approach, they are met with a hail of gunfire. The sheer power of this group astounds those within the vehicle. Who exactly are you? Dr. Yang inquires, his expression a mixture of intrigue and concern as he fixates on Li Chen's eyes. It is evident that this team is exceptionally well-equipped, their prowess rivaling that of special forces. How could a civilian rescue organization possess such strength? Moreover, the virus had only just erupted a mere 10 minutes prior. Li Chen's ability to mobilize a rescue team so swiftly suggests he was already aware of the situation. How could a civilian organization know what even the major powers of the world did not? Could it be that Li Chen is backed by a formidable force? Li Chen smiles slightly. Why concern yourself with such matters? Just know that our rescue organization means you no harm. The rest will become clear once we reach the safe haven. Clearly unwilling to delve deeper, Li Chen's reticence leads Dr. Yang, though curious, to remain silent. His mind is not foolish. His life now rests in Li Chen's hands. With such a formidable group of armed personnel, the force behind Li Chen must be immensely powerful. And as danger looms, it is Li Chen who descends from the skies with his team. Out of gratitude for their salvation, they ought to comply. Just as the thoughts of those on the bus swirl chaotically, suddenly, in front of the bus, a throng of approximately 30 humans emerged, their expressions filled with terror. They spread their arms wide, blocking the path of the vehicle. Let us on. Please, open the door. They cried out in desperate, hoarse voices, viewing the bus as their sole lifeline. However, with a thunderous roar, the bus did not slow down. Instead, the driver, a mechanical being, pressed the accelerator, deftly maneuvering around the 30 individuals and continuing onward. What is happening? Why won't you save them? A burly man yelled, chasing after the bus in a fit of rage. The others followed suit, sprinting after the vehicle, unleashing a torrent of the most venomous curses of their lives. Are you insane? Stop the bus. You damn bastards. How can you stand idly by while lives are at stake? You will all rot in hell, in the face of this vitriol. The mechanical beings aboard the bus remained unfazed, gradually increasing the distance until even the harshest of their curses faded into silence. At that moment, a crew-cut individual approached Li Chen, his voice laced with fury. Stop the bus. Don't you see there are so many people? Chapter 6. Do you think this is just a game? Li Chen cast a fleeting glance at the crew-cut man, his expression devoid of warmth. Enough, he exclaimed. Weren't you here to rescue people? Now you stand by, watching so many perish? His voice brimmed with incredulity. Are you not human? We share the same race. How can you bear witness to their demise at the hands of the undead? The crew-cut man was visibly enraged. It was evident that Li Chen was the leader of this group. Without his command, the bus would never halt. The crew-cut man stepped forward, attempting to rein in Li Chen and compel the bus to stop. Alas, Li Chen was swifter, sidestepping his advance. If you continue this ruckus, I'll toss you out as well. Li Chen's tone was frigid, as if dozens of air conditioners had been activated in the sweltering June heat, leaving one shivering. There was no room for negotiation. Behind the bus trailed a horde of zombies, now augmented by the 30 humans they had attracted. In an instant, a wave of the undead surged forth. Within moments, those 30 souls were engulfed, their limbs torn asunder, the air thick with the stench of blood. Two burly men pursued the bus, managing to keep pace for the moment, yet their pallid faces betrayed their imminent exhaustion. It wouldn't be long before they too were overtaken by the relentless horde. The remaining researchers, witnessing the carnage behind them, spoke up in unison. Shouldn't we stop? They urged. They are human too. Indeed. Another chimed in. You came to save lives. What harm is there in pausing? Li Chen's gaze swept over the faces of the scientists within the bus, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Are you certain you wish for me to stop? His finger pointed towards the rear, where a massive throng of zombies surged. Were it not for the artificial being's suppressive firepower, these creatures would have long since breached the bus, indulging in a feast of flesh. Yet, you cannot simply stand idly by while they perish. They are our kin. The crew-cut man, devoid of the courage to face the zombies, stiffly argued with Li Qin. I only save those of merit. What use is it to rescue a horde of useless individuals? They cannot carry a burden, till the land, nor have they absorbed knowledge beyond trivialities. Regrettably, my resources for rescue are limited. I can only salvage those of value to ensure the survival of our nation, indeed, humanity itself. As for these inept fools, they are beyond saving and unworthy of my efforts. Li Qin's voice was icy, as indifferent as deciding what to have for lunch. The crew-cut man was momentarily cowed by Li Qin's imposing presence, struggling to find his words. But if you could just stop the bus for a moment. Perhaps we could take them to safety? He implored. You needn't bring them all to your sanctuary. Li Qin, now visibly amused, pointed at the relentless zombies behind them, challenging. Are you certain we can afford to stop? These zombies are swift. What if they catch up? Do you think this is a mere game? Our ammunition is not infinite. The crew-cut man was left speechless, his countenance still dark, clearly dissatisfied with Li Qin's refusal to assist. As they passed a corner, Ningjing suddenly grew anxious. Gripping Li Qin's garment, she stammered. That is a kindergarten. Could you possibly stop? The remainder of her words remained unspoken. Before them, the kindergarten was besieged by numerous zombies. Two young women, resembling teachers, braced against the door, fending off the relentless onslaught of the undead. The children huddled in a corner, their tender faces stained with tears, yet they remained silent, fearful of making a sound. Seeing this, the bald man scoffed. How could someone like him? Stop. Before he could finish, Li Qin's command rang out. The bus halted at the entrance of the kindergarten. Android soldiers, armed and ready, provided cover fire for their comrades. They forged a path right at the threshold of the kindergarten. Are you the rescue team? The two exhausted young teachers, relying solely on their willpower, collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Li Qin and his team. Indeed, I am here to save you. Quickly, bring the children onto the bus, Li Qin affirmed, nodding before assisting in opening the kindergarten's large door. The zombies, previously trailing the bus, soon closed in. 20 androids formed a perimeter around the vehicle, relentlessly shooting down the zombies to ensure the safety of those inside. The two teachers, witnessing this, mustered their strength and urged the children to board the bus swiftly. The kindergarten housed 2 teachers, 1 principal, and 30 children. When the virus outbreak occurred, the principal had fled early, while 16 children were picked up by their parents. The remaining 14 children were likely abandoned, as their parents were probably unable to protect themselves, or worse, had succumbed. Once all the children were safely aboard the bus, Li Qin waved his hand. The android soldiers immediately ceased fire and returned to the vehicle. With a roar, the android driver slammed on the gas, swiftly distancing the bus from the horde of zombies. Weren't you the one who said saving the useless is a waste of resources? The bald man exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qin cast him a glance and solemnly replied, Children are the hope for the future, not useless. They possess boundless potential. The researchers, who had previously harbored discontent at Li Qin's reluctance to save others, now found their eyes glistening with emotion. Had it been before the apocalypse, they might have approached him. But after witnessing the horrors along the way, they chose silence. Even the bald man wore a contemplative expression. The journey ahead proved far smoother. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies' mobility was severely limited, and a true horde had yet to form. The bus moved through the throngs of zombies as if it were a harvester, leaving fallen bodies in its wake. With Noah's time tracking, Li Qin quickly retrieved the remaining researchers. In addition to the researchers, Li Qin also rescued others along the way, including children, teachers, and skilled workers such as electricians and plumbers. Originally, the bus had 60 seats, but now it is completely packed. In fact, on many seats, 2 individuals must squeeze in to make room. Each person who boards the vehicle initially feels a sense of relief, only to be ensnared by profound sorrow. Those lacking any skills were unable to board. No matter how fervently they waved their arms, shouted for help, or uttered curses, Li Qin remained indifferent. When someone on the bus voiced a concern, they received but a single response from Li Qin. You may disembark and relinquish your spot to him. Instantly, the passengers gained a new insight into Li Qin's cold-heartedness. Noah, report the battle losses, Li Qin stated matter-of-factly. A total of 20 soldiers were dispatched on this mission, with no casualties reported. The expenditure of firearms and ammunition stands at 67%, sufficient to ensure our return to the rescue station. All 18 surviving researchers from Donghai City have been rescued. The rescue mission is complete. Simultaneously, Noah projected a map of Donghai City, revealing that the once verdant landscape was now saturated with red dots. Each red dot signified a living human transformed into a zombie. Chapter 7. Just like a sci-fi movie, what is the situation in the shelter? Li Qin rubbed his forehead. The cultivation chamber had birthed 120 artificial warrior beings. Li Qin had only brought 20 out. The remaining 90 had been divided into 3 small teams and dispatched to the surrounding counties of Donghai City to carry out rescue missions. The last 10 were assigned to guard the rescue station, preventing any attacks. The shelter had encountered the first wave of zombies, temporarily stalling their advance. The host was warned to exercise caution on the way back and prepare for battle. Noah projected the external surveillance of the shelter. There were 6 screens, all filled with a horde of zombies. Some were wandering over, while most were individuals fleeing for their lives, attempting to call for help. Unfortunately, they were bitten mid-escape and joined the ranks of the undead. 10 artificial warriors stood at the entrance of the shelter, using their firepower to halt the advance of the zombies. Yet, it was futile. There were simply too many. With only 10 warriors, they could hardly cope. To avoid collateral damage near the shelter, they refrained from utilizing highly lethal weapons. Li Chen immediately issued an order for the teams that had completed their missions to return to the shelter as quickly as possible. The shelter was Li Chen's stronghold, and the sight of zombies surrounding its entrance was highly displeasing. Indeed, 2 teams had already completed their rescue tasks, while another was currently executing a rescue operation, expected to conclude in 5 minutes. The 3 teams had collectively rescued 682 children, 20 kindergarten teachers, 310 skilled personnel, and 2 researchers. Listening to Noah's report, Li Chen nodded slightly. The research institute was located in the city center, which made the operations of Li Chen's team somewhat slow. Meanwhile, the other 3 teams operated in sparsely populated areas, allowing for rapid back-and-forth transport. Is this artificial intelligence? Dr. Yang's astonished voice broke the tension. Certainly. Noah was not the same weak AI developed before the apocalypse. It was an upgraded version of strong AI. Once back at the shelter, one could witness even more advanced technological marvels. Li Chen smiled faintly. Dr. Yang and Ning Jing exchanged glances, each reflecting doubt in the other's eyes. How could this be possible? Theoretically, strong AI could even possess consciousness. It could handle complex situations. Dr. Yang was somewhat skeptical of Li Chen's words. But Li Chen paid it little mind. Noah was a product of a third-tier civilization, but revealing this now would likely garner disbelief from Dr. Yang. In this apocalyptic world, Li Chen held absolute confidence that Dr. Yang and the others would come to serve his purposes. Even if Noah were exposed, it would not matter. The bus gradually departed from the city. The passengers, having endured a harrowing journey, were physically drained, with most succumbing to sleep. Upon Li Chen's arrival at the shelter, the other 3 teams also arrived simultaneously. One by one, the modified buses rolled in, and the artificial warriors disembarked in an orderly fashion. Their weapons aimed at the entrance of the rescue station. The zombies, alerted by the noise, began to approach, drawn by the scent. A roar pierced the heavens, awakening those who had dozed off on the bus. Startled, they all leaned out to gaze outside, drenched in cold sweat. What was happening? Why were there so many zombies? A voice cried out in alarm. Yet, the only response came from the relentless gunfire of the soldiers. Form a tighter formation. Annihilate them all. Following Li Chen's command, the artificial warriors gradually tightened their encirclement. With each volley of gunfire, zombies gathered at the entrance of the shelter fell in waves. Quick! One slipped through over there. Report. Only 2 rounds of ammunition remain. Take this, you explosive egg. Boom. The soldiers' exhilarated shouts mingled with the sounds of explosions. Grenade after grenade detonated, sending numerous zombies crashing to the ground. The blast waves ignited the surrounding undead. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was nearing its conclusion. With only a few stragglers remaining, posing no threat. Regroup, Li Chen commanded. The bus rolled over the fallen zombies, whistling as it crossed the steel bridge, arriving at the outer perimeter of the shelter. Goodness, did you see that? Are they special forces? Incredible! I've lived in Donghai City for so many years and have never seen this shelter before. Is it just surrounded by barbed wire? The survivors inside the bus pressed against the windows, gazing outside. Some were astonished by the soldiers' formidable prowess, while others wore expressions of concern. Initially, Li Chen had placed the shelter underground. The surface now only bore a generator and some equipment, looking nothing like a habitation. Open the door, Li Chen said calmly. Noah promptly executed the order. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the ground shimmered with light. The surrounding mist gradually dispersed, and then the ground split open, revealing a circular platform. The surface beneath the convoy began to descend slowly. The soldiers, weapons drawn, dispatched the scattered zombies around them. In no time, the circular platform reached the 7th level of the human habitation area. This is the underground shelter, someone exclaimed in excitement. To the onlookers, it felt as if they were watching a magical film. A collective sigh of relief escaped the survivors. They were finally safe. A glance around revealed chambers constructed of metal throughout the living area. The corridors were adorned with a few decorative touches reminiscent of a sci-fi movie's space pod. The thick metal walls instilled an undeniable sense of security. The survivors couldn't help but focus their gazes on Li Chun as the head of the shelter. How had he forged such a colossal edifice? However, Li Chun offered no explanation, instead issuing commands to Noah. The combat team will rest for 5 minutes and eliminate all zombies at the entrance. Logistics personnel, assemble and prepare to clear the zombie corpses and extract the crystal cores. Understood. Noah promptly relayed Li Chun's orders. Upon entering, the zombies at the entrance had been largely eradicated. The combat team took a brief respite before swiftly clearing the vicinity of the shelter. The logistics personnel efficiently stepped in. One group began transporting the corpses of the undead, while another commenced the extraction of crystal cores. In no time, all tasks were accomplished, and they returned to the sanctuary. Li Chun cast his gaze towards the management-type android. Unit 1, leading the logistics team, commenced the registration of survivors and the establishment of data files. Yes, responded Unit 1 with utmost respect. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. Welcome to the Star-class shelter. Those who do not wish to join us may leave immediately. For those wishing to join, please queue here for registration. Under the guidance of Unit 1, 9 logistics personnel began directing the survivors to disembark for registration. Thousands of individuals were organized into 8 lines. The logistics staff wielded scanners to first verify the physical condition of each individual. Chapter 8. Securing employment. Those exhibiting potential scratches and bite marks were all directed to a separate area to await further procedures. Subsequently, identity verification commenced. Prior to the apocalypse, Noah had already infiltrated the residential information system of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, the androids merely needed to glide a scanner gently across each individual's face, and the person's information would automatically materialize on a holographic display, including name, address, occupation, and more. What skills do you possess? The same question was posed patiently to each individual. I can repair cars, stammered a dark-skinned man, visibly anxious, his rough hands unconsciously scratching his head. Next came the response, accompanied by a slight nod, signaling the man to step aside and wait. With Noah's assistance, the registration proceeded swiftly. Soon, only one line remained of the 8. Beep, beep, beep. Just as a logistics personnel member raised the scanner to scan the face of a bald man, the scanner emitted a shrill alarm. Chen Jigang, 36 years old, male, residing in Daliu Village. Imprisoned for murder, sentence unserved, currently at large. Repeat, Chen Jigang. The cold electronic voice echoed thrice. In an instant, the android soldiers surrounded the bald man, their dark gun barrels aimed at his head. I'm not. It must be a system error. I'm just an ordinary teacher. The bald man, terrified, shrank back, continuously retreating. The cold muzzle pressed against his back, prompting him to hastily pivot. Li Chun, sensing the commotion, approached. Noah cannot err, he declared, and at his words, the crowd stirred restlessly. This man appears refined. How could he be a fugitive? It must be a mistake. I witnessed him being rescued from a kindergarten. Most remained silent. Yet a small faction chose to believe the bald man. Hearing someone speak up for him, the bald man exclaimed in relief, Yes, I'm truly a kindergarten teacher. It must be a misunderstanding. Observing the bald man's trembling demeanor, he hardly resembled a fugitive. However, Li Chun merely smirked coldly. Noah, a product of a level 3 civilization, would never commit such a primitive error. He promptly issued the order, Combat team, take aim, execute the fugitive on the spot, not permitting anyone a chance to speak. With a series of gunshots, a bloodied hole appeared in the bald man's forehead. His eyes widened as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Gasp! All surviving witnesses involuntarily inhaled sharply. They were utterly stunned by Li Chun's ruthless authority. In that moment, they comprehended the chilling depths of his cold-bloodedness. Had this occurred before the apocalypse, Li Chun's failure to interrogate and his immediate execution of the bald man would have invited public scorn. But this was the apocalypse. Everyone. This bald man is not our kindergarten teacher, a young woman stepped forth, attempting to clarify. She and the bald man were rescued from the same kindergarten. But how did he end up in your kindergarten? Someone inquired. The female teacher explained, after the outbreak of the virus, he suddenly rushed in, claiming he needed a place to hide. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's expression darkened. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the survivors present still harbored a sense of goodwill. Thus they did not entertain any sinister thoughts. Yet, having experienced the darkest times of his previous life, Li Chun was acutely aware of the bald man's intentions. With the onset of the apocalypse, the first challenge would be the scarcity of resources. The bald man's intrusion into the kindergarten likely signified a nefarious plan involving the children within. However, Li Chun refrained from voicing these thoughts. With the teacher's explanation, the others gradually came to a realization. Indeed, the bald man was a fugitive. Nonetheless, they continued to hold Li Chun in high regard. Following the incident with the bald man, the remaining registration process proceeded smoothly, No one dared to cause further disturbances. Once everyone's information was compiled, they began to venture deeper inside, passing through a long corridor. They were met with an abyss that seemed to stretch infinitely before them, dotted with a multitude of elevators. Many survivors gasped in astonishment. It felt as though they had stepped into a dream since entering the shelter. The kinds of marvels only seen in science fiction films were now vividly presented before their eyes. Such an iron behemoth could not have been constructed by ordinary means. When had the shelter been built? A structure of such magnitude could not have been erected without attracting attention. As a local of Donghai City, I had never heard of this place. Countless survivors were awestruck by the shelter. Simultaneously, a wave of security washed over them. The shelter lay deep underground, constructed entirely from heavy metals, rendering it impervious to zombies. Furthermore, Li Chun had a cadre of well-trained combat personnel at his disposal. It appeared overwhelmingly safe. While the crowd marveled, the administrator began to provide an overview. We are currently on the 7th level of the shelter. The 720 levels are designated for human habitation, comprising single rooms, double rooms, and shared accommodations. Access to other levels is restricted to unauthorized personnel. Upon hearing this introduction, the crowd exchanged glances. A bold individual ventured to ask, "What are the conditions for residing in a single room?" The administrator did not respond immediately, but instead gestured for everyone to continue the tour. Each residential level not only featured bedrooms, but also 2 major functional areas, a dining hall and a recreation room. And here we are at the dining hall of the 7th level, he concluded. Upon hearing this, the survivors were taken aback by the dining hall's extraordinarily futuristic design. A shelter, by definition, was meant to provide refuge from disaster. Having food and shelter was already a blessing. Yet, this star-rated shelter surpassed everyone's wildest expectations. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, this place not only fulfilled the basic requirements for safety and survival but transcended them. It can even satisfy the spiritual and recreational needs of humanity. Goodness, am I in paradise? I feel as though I am dreaming, to be certain. I shall pinch my thigh. Ouch, why are you pinching my thigh? At this moment, the survivors gazed at the facilities within the shelter, their excitement palpable. The administrator observed the crowd and, after a brief cough, began to speak slowly. Now, let us discuss the rules. The resources within the shelter are limited. Thus, everything must be exchanged for points. Upon hearing this, an instantaneous silence enveloped the room. Even the majority of the facilities in the entertainment area could be accessed through points. The daily food supply is categorized into 3 tiers: simple meals, exquisite meals, and lavish meals. The most economical simple meal merely satisfies hunger and can be exchanged for 100 points. The exquisite meal requires 1,000 points, while the lavish meal demands 5,000 points. Chapter 9. Earning points. The accommodations are categorized into single rooms, double rooms, and dormitories. Dormitories yield a daily reward of 100 points. Double rooms grant 1,000 points, while single rooms provide 5,000 points per day. Upon hearing that meals and lodging necessitate the exchange of points, the previously exuberant survivors were suddenly thrown into disarray. Why must points be required? How does one acquire these points? Is it permissible to use cash? If not, what about Huabei? Some quick-witted individuals began contemplating ways to earn points. The administrator calmly observed the crowd. Points are the sole currency available within the star-rated shelter. Paper currency from the outside world cannot be exchanged for points. Upon hearing this, those who had a modest fortune before the apocalypse expressed their dissatisfaction. They had envisioned utilizing their bank savings to procure points and continue living a life of privilege within the shelter. Why is this not allowed? I have plenty of money. This is grossly unfair, I protest. In response to these grievances, the administrator did not indulge their complaints. He extended his hand and stated, "You have all witnessed the current state of the outside world upon your return. All money has turned to worthless paper. For those who remain unsatisfied, consider this your final opportunity to leave. Should there be further disturbances, the consequences will be dire." This was the directive issued by Li Qin. While he aimed to preserve the spark of humanity, he would not entertain the inclusion of refuse. Upon hearing these words, the previously agitated crowd fell silent, as if struck dumb. The outside world had indeed transformed into a haven for monsters. Venturing out now equates to courting death. Doctor. Young adjusted his glasses and inquired with a smile, "How, then, can one earn points?" The administrator proceeded to elucidate. Points can only be acquired through participation in work. There are a total of 5 categories of labor. The first is service-related work, primarily involving basic physical tasks such as those in the cafeteria or cleaning, which rewards 500 points daily. The second category involves agricultural production, yielding 700 points per day. The third category encompasses technical professions, such as teachers, doctors, repair workers, and carpenters, which earn 1,000 points daily. The fourth category pertains to research personnel, whose earnings fluctuate based on research outcomes, with a minimum of 3,500 points per day. Lastly, those capable may join our combat team, venturing outside to slay zombies, collect crystal cores, or fulfill missions. This category does not have a fixed salary. These 5 types of work are what NOAA has identified as necessary at present. In summary, the shelter does not support idleness. One must work to obtain points and secure sustenance. The survivors exchanged glances, each contemplating their own thoughts. Service-related work, yielding only 500 points a day, would leave little after the bare minimum meals, leaving merely 200 points. Furthermore, residing in the most economical dormitory would result in a mere 100 points left for expenses. It was evidently insufficient. Those lacking specialized skills began to weigh their options regarding which jobs they might undertake. The smart wristbands issued during registration served as their sole identification. Access to all areas requires the use of a wristband for passage. Should one lose their wristband, they will be regarded as unidentified individuals by the combat unit and will be executed on the spot. Likewise, the points accrued from work are stored within the wristband, allowing for automatic deductions during mealtimes with a simple swipe. You may now click on the wristband to explore its functionalities. After the management's introduction, they stood quietly to one side, having conveyed all necessary information. In this post-apocalyptic world, where order has disintegrated, the course of action requires no further elucidation. During the registration process, many initially believed the wristband to be merely a rubber band. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a smart wristband. Upon hearing this, the crowd tentatively touched their wristbands, revealing a holographic screen before each individual, akin to a tablet. The screen presented 3 options: personal information and point balance, a task hall, and a communication board. This wristband resembled an advanced version of a smartphone or tablet. The crowd, having never encountered such a spectacle, was left in awe. Legendary holographic technology. They tentatively opened the task hall, where the top-listed tasks were those officially released by the shelter. The first task was the exchange of crystal cores. Survivors could also post tasks, such as repairing furniture, which were entirely permissible. Considering everyone had just entered the shelter, each received an allocation of 1,000 points. Education for minors within the shelter is free. To ensure children receive a quality educational environment, an additional subsidy of 500 points is provided daily for minors. Everyone is urged to select their work swiftly and proceed to validate their registration. The management concluded, standing by with other logistical staff, awaiting further action. Dr. Yang examined the features of the smart wristband, marveling at the authenticity of such advanced technology. Teacher, we should register for work promptly. Researchers earn 500 points daily. Ningjing urged anxiously. Dr. Yang nodded and stepped forward. Hello, I would like to register for research work. With that, he swiped his smart wristband on the nearby machine. Observing the information, he remarked, Yang Zhong, Senior Academician of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. Due to your extensive experience and numerous research achievements, congratulations on becoming an A-level researcher with a daily point allowance of 600. Should you produce further research results, this amount will increase. Dr. Yang was indeed a distinguished figure who had fallen to a research institute in Donghai City due to the machinations of petty individuals. With the conditions provided by the shelter, he could now focus solely on his research, with promising prospects for advancement in the future. Ning Jing, upon hearing her teacher's information, widened her eyes in delight and rushed forward to register. Ning Jing, research intern. Congratulations on becoming a D-level researcher, with a daily point allowance of 500. As the announcement concluded, Ning Jing's personal information interface began to transform. Compared to Dr. Yang, she had yet to graduate with her master's degree and was merely an intern, having always followed Dr. Yang as an assistant. Thus, her earned points were modest. Ningjing was acutely aware of this fact as she cheerfully returned to Dr. Yang's side. Most individuals chose their occupations based on their pre-apocalyptic careers, regardless of their point totals. As long as they secured employment, they would have food to eat and a bed to sleep in. If they aspired to earn more in the future, they could also undertake tasks from the mission hall. After registering for work, the next step was selecting their accommodation. The majority lacked specialized skills, primarily engaging in service roles or technical positions, resulting in most residing in shared quarters. Dr. Yang and his fellow researchers, however, opted to share a double room. Unfortunately, single rooms were prohibitively expensive. Initially, everyone imagined that shared accommodations would resemble the sparse inns of the pre-apocalyptic era, envisioning a large communal sleeping area with numerous inhabitants. Chapter 10, Private Sanctuary. Upon entering, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The dormitories were primarily designed for 8 occupants, with a few accommodating 6. Much like the school dorms of yore, they featured bunk beds, desks beneath, and a modest wardrobe for storage. The arrangement appeared orderly and spacious, dispelling any notions of overcrowding. "Oh, how frightening. I thought it would be a large communal sleeping area," someone exclaimed. "Isn't this reminiscent of our school days? What is the fuss? Given the apocalypse, our expectations should be tempered." The group surveyed their new quarters, their spirits lifted. The living conditions were not unsatisfactory. Who knows? There might be other opportunities to earn points and vie for a double room, or even a single one. Life brimmed with promise. As the group registered their accommodations, Li Chen had already returned to the monitoring room. Through the screens, he observed the happenings within the sanctuary. "Noah, please provide a report on the registration status." "Certainly, host. Currently, 688 individuals have completed their registration, including 30 researchers and 300 combat team members. The remainder are engaged in service or technical roles." Li Chun surveyed the data, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that after today's harrowing events, fear of the zombies would deter many. Yet, remarkably, 300 individuals were still willing to join the combat ranks. For Li Chen, while the existence of nurturing chambers could cultivate artificial warrior beings, these required energy cores. Thus, supplementing personnel directly from the survivors was the most fitting solution. Just as Li Chen was about to organize the next steps, his phone unexpectedly rang. "The vast expanse of the horizon is my love." He glanced down to see it was his pre-apocalypse phone, and the caller was none other than his class monitor, Yang Wei. "Li Chen, where are you now?" As soon as the call connected, Yang Wei's voice rang out, unceremonious as ever. "I'm at the sanctuary," Li Chen replied coolly. "Haha. I heard there's a virus outbreak in Donghai City. I was traveling with my dad and returned to hear the news. What is the situation there?" Yang Wei pressed on. Yang Wei, a scion of wealth with a family in real estate, had always flaunted his affluence before the apocalypse, commanding a certain respect, even from teachers who dared not provoke him. Li Chen furrowed his brow, opting for silence. Not receiving a response, Yang Wei continued. "My father established a private sanctuary in Donghai some time ago. I notified everyone in the group. You could seek refuge here. You're the only one who hasn't," he replied. Since his rebirth, Li Chen's mind had been consumed with thoughts of stockpiling supplies and saving lives, leaving no room to check his phone. Hearing Yang Wei's words, he opened the class group chat, only to discover a message from yesterday. "Shortly after the virus outbreak commenced, there's a private sanctuary next to my house. If you wish to come, hurry over." Below this message, numerous classmates had showered him with praise. "As expected of my bro Wei. Is this the power of money? I'm in awe. Report to Wei Gu. The class flower has already brought us to the shelter, awaiting Wei Ji's return to command. Yes, most of the class is here. What about Li Chun and the others? Why are they silent? Are they dead? Never mind, that fool is always provoking Wei Ji's ire. Does he even have the audacity to enter Wei Ji's sanctuary? Indeed. Last time Li Chen even attempted to vie for a woman with Wei Gu, utterly delusional. Oh, please, let us not speak ill of Li Chen. We are all classmates. The outside world is perilous. Can anyone reach him? Let us find a place to hide." In the past, Li Chen had some grievances with Yang Wei. At that time, Yang Wei had taken a liking to the school belle, but she was unimpressed by Yang Wei's mannerisms and paid him no heed, instead showing concern for Li Chen. Consequently, Yang Wei harbored resentment towards Li Chen and constantly antagonized him. Many classmates, eager to curry favor with Yang Wei, began to curse Li Chen to death. "Do you think the school belle has anywhere to hide now? Outside, there are only monstrous creatures that devour the living. Huh, what does it matter to us? That wretched girl was ungrateful. Had she not spurned Wei Gu, she would now be comfortably residing with him." Those who speak such callous words had already ingratiated themselves with Yang Wei before the outbreak, securing their places in his shelter and enjoying a life of ease. They have never encountered a zombie, so they speak without a hint of burden. Enough. Isn't it normal for classmates to have some friction? Why must you wish ill upon others? My parents have perished in this catastrophe. You should be praying for the survival of everyone you know. I, too, am hiding at home, terrified to venture outside. How can you be so venomous? Some classmates who had not entered the shelter saw this information and came out to dissuade. Li Chun browsed through the messages, his expression darkening. "Li Chun, why have you fallen silent? Lost your voice? I kindly invited you to my shelter. Don't be ungrateful." After Yang Wei dropped this remark, he ended the call. He is not a benevolent person. This call served two purposes: to test whether Li Chun was still alive and to lure him into his shelter. Now that the world has descended into chaos, Yang Wei, bound by legal constraints before the apocalypse, could not act against Li Chen. But now, if he could just bring Li Chen to his territory, he would have free rein to do as he wished. To dare compete with Yang Wei for a woman is tantamount to courting death. Yang Wei does not genuinely care for the school belle. His private life is chaotic, entangled with various women of allure at school. The class flower is merely a tool for Yang Wei's pleasure. His hatred for Li Chun stems purely from his accustomed tyranny, which allows no one to defy him. Li Chun gazed at the terminated call, the corners of his lips curling slightly. A private shelter. He set his phone aside and turned his gaze back to Noah. What is the current state of infections worldwide? Noah promptly projected a world map. The verdant areas indicated regions untouched by infection, with only the small patch of Iceland remaining unscathed. In stark contrast, all developing nations had turned a dark crimson, signifying the gravest levels of contagion. The developed countries, meanwhile, were marked by a lighter shade of red. However, these colors were steadily deepening. Natural disasters and man-made calamities. Even if certain nations impose immediate lockdowns to temporarily halt the spread of the virus, it is evident that such measures would prove futile. The virus does not merely transmit through saliva or blood. It may also contaminate water sources. It could even disperse through air currents. Even if an entire city's populace is confined, there remains the peril that a local water supply could become tainted. Should a zombie outbreak occur, it would undoubtedly lead to a massacre of the city. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance. Chapter 11. A breakfast, a pale gray sun, weary and dim, hangs in the sky, heralding the dawn of a new day. The streets of Donghai City lie desolate and disordered, strewn with abandoned vehicles haphazardly collided. Scattered on the ground are remnants of food, paper, and other debris, all left behind by those who fled in haste. The sky is shrouded in a dreary haze. Those who have survived cower like mice in the corners, cold and hungry, too frightened to move, for the streets are overrun with the undead. Occasionally, the chilling sounds of zombies' growls, shuffles, and the gruesome tearing of flesh can be heard, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, the survivors at the interstellar refuge have awakened after a restful night and are now freshening up. "I would like a simple meal, please," a young man exclaims cheerfully. In his past life, he returned home to raise pigs after graduating from university, earning the scorn of others for his perceived lack of ambition. However, within this refuge, he has discovered his worth. With his expertise in animal husbandry and his ability to treat livestock ailments, he has achieved an A-grade rating, earning 1,200 points daily, 500 points more than his peers engaged in agriculture. The newly appointed cafeteria lady, clad in a white uniform, happily hands him a plate. This morning's simple fare consists of steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, congee, and tea eggs. For those desiring more refined or luxurious meals, reservations are required. The gourmet options include noodles, dumplings, and cakes, while no one has yet ordered a lavish meal. For the residents, the offerings of simple meals are already delightfully abundant. It's simply mouth-watering. Even the simple meals are so plentiful, I can hardly wait for lunch, he exclaims, grateful to be part of the interstellar refuge. He reflects on the previous day's circumstances, realizing that outside, one might not even afford a warm meal. He quickly joins the queue, aware that work awaits him shortly. On the first day, everyone opted for simple meals, as points are hard-earned and might serve other purposes. Indulging solely in food and drink feels excessively wasteful. With a quick swipe of his smart wristband on the nearby machine, he collects a meal tray. The dishes on the table are self-serve, allowing one to take as much as their plate can hold, eat to their heart's content. However, a notice hangs nearby. Warning against waste. Exceeding 50 grams of leftover food incurs a fine of 100 points. Warm congee fills his belly, complemented by the steaming tea egg. Happiness radiates from everyone's faces. Teacher, who would have thought that amidst the apocalypse, we could still enjoy such meals? Ningxing remarks, taking a satisfied sip of soy milk. Indeed, young man, eat well. The situation outside remains uncertain, and we do not know how long this calamity will endure. Every morsel you consume is a boon, Doctor. Yang replies, savoring his egg noodles, the warmth in his stomach prompting him to share more words. Rest assured, teacher, I will work diligently. Once we achieve results, we can enjoy an even better life in the refuge, Ningxing assures earnestly. Very well, I am counting on you. Dr. Yang responds with a hearty smile. Perhaps influenced by his past experiences of betrayal, Dr. Yang was exceedingly content with the environment of the shelter. Here, there were no office politics. Everyone simply focused on their respective duties with peace of mind. To be candid, even if the virus were truly contained, Dr. Yang would wish to linger in the sanctuary for eternity, impervious to any attempts to drive him away. As he sipped his soy milk in tranquility, he idly tapped his smart wristband. Suddenly, teacher, this smart wristband appears to have internet and calling capabilities. He observed messages popping up in the contact list, reminiscent of WeChat, and it could even access web forums. What? Dr. Yang instantly sat up straight. The others in the cafeteria, hearing the commotion, promptly activated their smart wristbands as well. Before the apocalypse, everyone had been glued to their devices, unable to endure a minute without checking their phones. Even in the absence of notifications, they would frequently pick them up to scroll through short videos. However, following the various calamities, the signal towers above ground had been destroyed, rendering phone calls impossible. Some cables were also damaged, preventing internet access, which turned their smartphones into mere bricks. Now, it was splendid. The interstellar shelter not only had internet connectivity, but appeared to have extensive coverage. "Dear, quickly call our son. He is studying at university in the neighboring province. I wonder if the virus has spread there. Wonderful, I can finally call my parents. Ha ha ha, I must share this breakfast. Let those who can't eat envy me. You're too cheeky. Add me." Many opted to contact their families first, while some, free of worries, began browsing online information to see how things were in other regions. Some even took photos of their breakfast and posted them on the pre-apocalypse social media platform Weibo. Hee, the first meal post-apocalypse. Burp, I'm so stuffed. Initially expecting no replies, they were soon greeted with a flood of comments, given Weibo's vast user base. Those from areas where the light had not yet been extinguished looked at the post with envy. "Where are you? How can there still be fried dough sticks to eat? You must be lying. This was definitely taken pre-apocalypse. You're just trying to deceive us. Enough already, brothers. I haven't slept for a day and a night. I'm both exhausted and famished. Who has enoki mushrooms to spare?" The individual who posted on Weibo, upon noticing the skepticism, became indignant. He quickly recorded a video to substantiate his claims. "I'm at the interstellar shelter in Donghai City. It's incredibly safe here, and there is plenty of food. As long as you work, you can exchange for survival supplies. Brothers, if you have the chance, come here." With the release of the video, a storm erupted online. After the apocalypse, some had sought refuge in schools and gymnasiums, officially designated shelters. However, when the virus erupted, such densely populated places were the first to suffer. Those who managed to escape and access the internet were primarily individuals hiding away in some corner, eking out a meager existence. Upon discovering the remarkably favorable conditions of the star-rated shelter, many individuals were stirred by the prospect. After all, remaining in their current location spelled certain demise. It seemed more prudent to take a chance and venture to Donghai City to assess the situation. In the communal dining area, some people were seen dialing their family members directly. "Daughter, how are things on your end? All is well here in the shelter at Donghai City. Please see if there is a chance for you to escape." However, those able to connect were few and far between, as the majority encountered incessant busy signals. Whether due to a lack of signal or the grim reality of death, the odds were not in their favor. Amidst the flurry of activity, the reputation of the star-rated shelter spread far and wide. Those still fleeing outside began to inundate various media forums with inquiries regarding the criteria for joining the refuge. At that moment, Noah brought up the forum of the star-rated shelter. Survivors within the shelter and those outside alike flocked to the platform. Chapter 12. The evolution of zombies. The prominently pinned and bolded posts within the forum delineate the application criteria. Firstly, minors, military personnel, and veterans are given priority for admission. Secondly, individuals possessing special skills are favored. Thirdly, women under the age of 28 who have not borne children, are in good health, and possess pleasing appearances may apply. Note, adult males are permitted to bring 2 family members into the shelter, while women do not have such provisions. Upon reviewing these stipulations, an uproar ensued. Why is it that men are allowed to bring 2 family members, while women cannot bring anyone? Is this not an overt display of gender discrimination? What nonsense are these conditions? The person who formulated them must be a contemptible fool. It is evident that women must be childless and attractive, clearly indicating that they are merely intended to serve as breeding vessels within this shelter. What a disgraceful refuge. I would rather perish outside, succumbing to hunger, cold, or being devoured by zombies than enter this place. For those without exceptional talents, is there no room for leniency? I have worked in a state-owned enterprise and truly possess no noteworthy skills. Brothers, alas, my application was denied, and I feel disheartened. As for you above, what is there to lament? Although your application was unsuccessful, you can still slay zombies and exchange crystal cores for supplies at the star-rated shelters. Damn. I have merely undergone 2 abortions, and since no children were born, why was my application denied? Who among us has not loved a scoundrel in their youth? Those who meet the criteria have already begun filling out their applications and pressing submit. Meanwhile, those who do not qualify vent their frustrations through vitriol. This is their only means of releasing their anger and fear. Beyond the application criteria, the forum also features sections for reuniting with family and survival strategies. Noah compiled a Doomsday Survival Guide, which has been pinned at the top of the survival section. This guide includes the weaknesses of zombies, the function of crystal cores, and informative content regarding the identification of water sources and wild flora and fauna. Individuals situated far from Donghai City have begun to meticulously peruse the survival guide. Zombies are a viral phenomenon, transmitted through blood and saliva. The time from infection to manifestation does not exceed 24 hours. Primary zombies are averse to water. It is advisable to seek refuge in areas with water sources. During the day, zombies are hindered by sunlight, moving relatively slowly. At night, their sense of smell and hearing is acute, thus one should refrain from venturing outside. The energy source of zombies resides in the crystal core within their heads. To eliminate a zombie, one must strike at the head directly. This survival guide has illuminated many. Some keen observers immediately inquired, primary zombies? Does this imply that the current zombies are merely at the initial stage, with potentially intermediate and advanced forms to follow? Is it possible for zombies to evolve? If we cannot even contend with primary zombies, what fate awaits humanity if they can indeed evolve? To be fair, this guide is indeed invaluable. Had we known sooner, my comrades would not have had to sacrifice their lives. Yet, I remain curious about who the authoritative figure behind the star-rated shelter is. Not only does it possess formidable defenses, but it also boasts an abundance of resources and is capable of producing such a guide. It appears almost divine. Curiosity serves its purpose, does it not? Have you not seen the photographs shared by those within the shelter? Heavy metals abound. The architects of these sanctuaries must have been either affluent or esteemed before the world met its end, although the majority do not meet the criteria for shelter admission. The existence of this survival guide, coupled with the possibility of exchanging zombie cores for provisions, has kindled hope among the masses. As for the cacophony of nonsensical remarks in the forum, it was swiftly curtailed by Noah, who imposed silence upon the offenders, while fervent discussions ensued in Donghai City. Within a villa district, the underground sanctuary, which is more akin to a cellar, spans approximately 200 square meters, excavated to considerable depth. Yang Wei finds himself among 20 or so classmates, seated in a circle, consuming compressed biscuits. The flavor of these biscuits is tolerable, however. Yang Wei's shelter has only stockpiled a modest supply of fruit, vegetables, and rice for convenience, with the bulk being these biscuits. Water, alas, is sorely lacking. The only 2 bottles of mineral water lie in the center, the sole lifeline that will vanish upon consumption. After munching on the biscuits, a parched sensation grips their throats. Yet none dare voice their need for water. Everyone understands that those 2 precious bottles are a matter of survival. Alas, it feels as though flames have scorched their throats. The class beauty struggles to swallow her portion of biscuits, subtly expressing her discontent. Given her rapport with Yang Wei, she assumes he would readily offer her a sip of the mineral water, only to be taken aback by his indifference. Enough. Who among us isn't parched? Yang Wei retorts, displaying no sentimentality. To curry favor with him, others join in condemnation. Brother Wei is gracious to shelter us. You should be grateful instead of being picky. In this apocalyptic scenario, we must make do. Were it not for Brother Wei's nod, you might be in the belly of some zombie by now. Indeed. Those still outside lack even a morsel to eat, scrambling to evade the undead, unlike their current relaxed state. Count your blessings. They chime in unison, rendering the class beauty mute. At that moment, someone recalls Li Chun. One wonders how that fellow fares now. Alas, just yesterday, Brother Wei kindly reached out to him, only to be met with indifference. Brother Wei was willing to let bygones be bygones, offering him refuge, yet he chose his own demise. Li Chun is likely being devoured by zombies now. Who told him to defy Brother Wei? He brought this upon himself. Regardless of past sentiments toward Li Chun, all present instinctively mock him to gain Yang Wei's approval. Before the world fell apart, Yang Wei was a scion of wealth, his family thriving in real estate. It is precisely this affluence that enabled Yang Wei's family to excavate a cellar and establish a sanctuary. Everyone is acutely aware that, had it not been for their shared history, Yang Wei would never have permitted them to seek refuge here. Though constructed of concrete, this sanctuary appears relatively secure. Furthermore, Yang Wei's family has employed guards to ensure their safety in the vicinity. It instilled a sense of security among the crowd. Amidst the discussions, the campus beauty remained silent, her head bowed. She had been rescued by Yang Wei's bodyguard the previous day. Initially, she intended to seek refuge at the official shelter. However, after enduring numerous hardships to arrive, she discovered that the official refuge had fallen, overrun by zombies, with no survivors in sight. Reluctantly, she followed Yang Wei's bodyguard to this location. Upon hearing the mention of Li Qin, a flicker of concern crossed her face. Perhaps I should send Li Qin another message. She murmured softly. The signals are all down now. Even if you send a message, Li Qin won't receive it. Another voiced. While our esteemed Wei Gu is magnanimous, I still believe it would be unwise to summon Li Chun, countered another classmate. Chapter 13. Jealousy transforms one's countenance. Yang Wei listened to the words of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All right, let us not speak of Arua any longer. We are all classmates after all. If we could truly reach Li Qin, it would only be right for him to seek refuge here. He then turned to Arua, Having consumed so many compressed biscuits, you must be thirsty. Have a sip of water to soothe your throat. As he spoke, he extended a bottle of mineral water towards the school bell. The surrounding classmates eyed the bottle, unable to suppress the dryness in their lips. Yet, none dared to voice their dissent. During their school days, nearly all the girls had fallen under Yang Wei's charm, with the sole exception of the school belle, who remained indifferent to him. Even the dimmest observer could see that Yang Wei was attempting to curry favor with her through these gestures. Brother Wei is undoubtedly the most heartfelt of them all. In such times, he selflessly offers precious water to Xiao Ruo. If it were me, I would have gladly accepted. Xiao Ruo glanced at the mineral water. Slowly shaking her head, she retrieved her phone. I shall send a message to Li Chun. No sooner had the words left her lips than her gaze became fixated on the screen, as if it had bewitched her. The phone, which should have displayed no signal whatsoever, now showed full bars in the upper right corner. Furthermore, a symbol indicating internet connectivity appeared. There's internet, Xiao Ruo exclaimed excitedly. The other classmates scoffed, clearly unconvinced. You must be hallucinating. We checked this morning, and there was absolutely no signal. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Wei himself said the signal tower was destroyed. It's impossible to have internet. Xiao Ruo composed a text message to Li Chun, then opened the social media app, displaying it for her classmates to see. Goodness, what is happening? There really is internet. I must check it out. The group, accustomed to a life of luxury, now found themselves confined to a dark, desolate cellar, subsisting on compressed biscuits with no water to drink. They could barely endure this, but the absence of internet signal, depriving them of their source of entertainment, was truly unbearable. Upon hearing of the newfound connectivity, some opened the social media app with glee, while others navigated various forums to seek information about the outside world. Come quickly and look. This seems to be a forum for a shelter in Donghai City. Well, look at the breakfast they're having. Are you sure this wasn't tea taken before the apocalypse? I'm salivating. Where is the shelter in Donghai City? I want to join. Once the first individual discovered the forum for the star-rated shelter, the rest eagerly followed suit. The forum was predominantly filled with posts from residents of interstellar shelters. Some showcased their breakfasts, while others displayed their rooms. Were it not for the omnipresent steel walls, one might easily believe they were glimpsing life before the apocalypse. Those present found it difficult to articulate their feelings: envy, jealousy, longing. These emotions compelled them to scroll through post after post on the forum, unable to stop. Within the hearts of all, a singular desire prevails: to join the interstellar sanctuary. After sending a message, Xiao Ruo found herself waiting anxiously for Li Qin's response, which never came. Consequently, she opened the forum section dedicated to seeking lost relatives. Just as she was about to post, a thread caught her eye. The author, a resident of the sanctuary, had mistakenly posted in the wrong section. Intrigued, Xiao Ruo clicked on it and was astonished to see Li Qin's figure prominently displayed. Li Qin? He is in the stellar sanctuary, she murmured to herself. Nearby, classmates engrossed in scrolling through posts erupted into laughter. Are you seeing things? Li Qin has long perished outside. Xiao Ruo shook her head vigorously, raising her phone for others to see. I truly saw Li Qin. The post contained a dozen photographs, predominantly depicting Li Chun leading a charge against zombies just the day before, along with several images of him observing during the residence registration. It was evident that Li Chun consistently stood at the forefront, a leader among these individuals. The classmates, now dumbfounded, flocked to the thread to scrutinize it. Could it be that Li Chun is the head of the stellar sanctuary? How could that be? This sanctuary appears to possess substantial value. Where would Li Chun acquire the means to construct such a place? Judging from these images, even if he is not the head, he must at least hold a position of influence. Am I the only one who thinks this is a fabrication? In this apocalyptic world, who would be so idle as to create fake images for amusement? A heavy silence fell over the group as they exchanged glances. From the multitude of posts, they discerned that the location of the interstellar sanctuary lay within Donghai City. The mere presence of Li Chun in the photographs suggested that he had indeed joined the stellar sanctuary. Even if Li Chun were merely an ordinary resident, it was enough to incite feelings of envy in those present. Why that useless Li Chun, who lacked social grace, had provoked Wei Ji's ire. Meanwhile, they remained in the cellar, gnawing on dry, tasteless ration bars. Why should Li Chun be allowed to revel in the comforts of the interstellar sanctuary, enjoying steaming bowls of soup and noodles? Jealousy twisted their expressions. One could not help but mutter bitterly, how unfair. As classmates, we endure hardship here while Li Chun indulges himself. Indeed, if he had reached the stellar sanctuary, he ought to have informed them. Now it seemed this fellow was off to relish his good fortune. Even those who had previously harbored no ill will towards Li Chun began to voice their discontent. At that moment, someone stumbled upon the application criteria for the stellar sanctuary and eagerly clicked to learn more. Minors can be prioritized for admission. Splendid. I still have 3 months until I turn 18. Ha ha ha. I shall give it a try. Pa, how ungrateful you are. Wega kindly took you in. And now you wish to abandon him? Indeed, a pack of ingrates. Among the students, some who had started school early were just a few months shy of 18 and were eager to submit their applications. As for those who do not meet the criteria, they flock around Yang Wei. It is truly disgraceful to witness such actions from these ingrates. However, one must acknowledge the natural inclination of individuals to aspire for greater heights. Just as water flows downwards, the star-rated sanctuary appears to offer excellent conditions, and it is understandable that everyone wishes to go there. Yang Wei felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, almost ready to burst forth. Yet, in order to maintain his facade, he was compelled to wear a hypocritical smile and offer words of consolation. Upon hearing Yang Wei's remarks, those who applied felt even more justified in their pursuits. The application form required not only basic information but also the upload of an identification photo. Everything was subject to Noah's review, thus rendering the process swift and straightforward. Almost immediately after submitting the application, results would appear within mere minutes. What? They claim I do not meet the criteria and my application has been denied? How infuriating. I am merely a few months shy of turning 18. How can it be rejected? The star-rated sanctuary may sound appealing, but there must surely be some underhanded dealings at play. Chapter 14. Calculating age by lunar years to the astonishment of all present. Not a single individual succeeded in their application. The sole reason provided by Noah for the rejection was a failure to meet the criteria. Just moments ago, they had been filled with confidence, believing they were on the verge of liberation from their suffering, only to be left utterly bewildered. What exactly was happening? Was the star-rated shelter still accepting residents? One classmate could not contain their frustration and posted a query in the forum. Immediately, a well-meaning resident responded, clarifying that the shelter's age requirements were based on lunar years. Although they still had a few months to reach their actual age, they were technically considered adults this year. Hence, their applications were naturally denied. Upon receiving this explanation, the classmates were left in a state of shock. What an absurd regulation! Yang Wei, observing the scene, flickered with a glint of concern in his eyes. He rose and declared, I have a matter to attend to. Since everyone's applications have been unsuccessful, it would be best for you all to remain here for now. With that, Yang Wei ascended the narrow staircase. Above the cellar lay the Yang family's villa, guarded by numerous bodyguards clad in black. Yang Wei made his way to the second floor of the villa, where he found a middle-aged man in a deep purple suit standing by the window. The table was still adorned with remnants of a meal just consumed. This was Yang Wei's father, Yang Qingyi. As a prominent figure in real estate, Yang Qingyi would not settle for merely preparing compressed biscuits. There were also plenty of fresh vegetables, albeit in limited quantities. In his view, the refugees dependent on the Yang family had no right to partake in such provisions. The good food was reserved for their own kin. Yang Wei had only shared a meal of compressed biscuits with that group to cultivate his own image. Father, take a look at this, Yang Wei said as he handed over his phone. The screen prominently displayed the forum of the star-rated shelter. Initially, Yang Qingyi appeared indifferent. But after scrolling through several posts, his expression grew grave. Father, which faction does this shelter belong to? Yang Wei inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. The conditions of the star-rated shelter seemed exceptional, constructed entirely from heavy metals. The photos shared by the residents illustrated a spacious environment, where even ordinary inhabitants could enjoy hot meals, indicating an abundance of resources within the shelter. When had such a grand refuge been constructed in Donghai City? Yang Qingyi tapped his fingers against the table, his brow tightly knitted. Away, gather a team. We must investigate this matter further. Following the revelation of the impending apocalypse, Yang Qingyi had made numerous preparations. His ambition was not merely to find a place to seek refuge. He aspired to reach the pinnacle of his industry before the end. Everything had been aligned with his plans, yet the emergence of the star-rated shelter instilled a sense of urgency within him. Father, must we really go? Yang Wei's face was etched with worry. The monsters roamed freely outside, and he had no desire to venture out and face peril. Moreover, Li Qin was affiliated with the star-rated shelter and was likely a figure of authority there. He could not bear the thought of a former classmate, whom he once looked down upon, now thriving and living better than himself. Yang Qingyi cast a fleeting glance at Yang Wei and remarked calmly, Isn't there an apocalypse guide available on the forum? During the day, the zombies move sluggishly. As long as we exercise caution and avoid being surrounded, we should be safe. This vast shelter is right next to us. If I don't take a look, I won't be able to sleep soundly at night. However, Yang Wei interjected, But Dad, a classmate of mine is managing the star-rated shelter. At this revelation, Yang Qingyi smiled and patted Yang Wei on the shoulder. That makes it even better. Our resources here are scarce. Given our connection, we might be able to procure some supplies. He added, Away, do not forget what I taught you. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. Yang Wei's expression darkened as he nodded, his fists clenched. The thought of borrowing supplies from Li Qin was humiliating. Yet, he dared not oppose his father. Moreover, he yearned to witness the situation for himself. Perhaps Li Qin was not truly a manager at all. In less than 10 minutes, the bodyguards assembled downstairs. Besides the father and son duo of Yang Zhongyi, there were 10 bodyguards and 2 classmates eager to see the commotion. These 10 bodyguards were all robust individuals, having been loyal to Yang Zhongyi since before the apocalypse, and were considered trusted confidants. They were fully equipped with rifles and grenades. The off-road vehicles emerged from the garage, and the group climbed aboard, heading toward the location posted on the forum. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, some standing vacantly by the roadside. Upon hearing the noise, they lumbered forward with reckless abandon, charging toward the off-road vehicle. However, during the day, the lower-tier zombies moved slowly and could not catch up to the modified vehicle. Even if a fortunate zombie managed to clamber onto the vehicle, it would be dispatched with a shot to the head by Yang's bodyguards. Stop. Let us disembark and inspect whether these zombies possess crystal cores, commanded Yang Qingyi coldly, observing the decapitated zombies. The vehicles screeched to a halt, and several bodyguards dismounted, using Swiss Army knives to pry open the heads of the fallen zombies. In no time, a transparent crystal, stained with blood, lay in their palms. The interior of the crystal appeared not to be solid, as a viscous substance swirled within. Despite the outer layer being bloodied, it was easy to shake off. A slight flick rendered the crystal pristine. Sir, this must be what you referred to as the crystal core. Each zombie possesses one, concealed in the back of its skull. Though the colors seemed to vary, the leading bodyguard respectfully presented the cleaned crystal core. Is this truly the case? Yang Qingyi's pupils constricted as he examined the zombies on the ground, unearthing a total of 6 crystal cores before him. Most of them were transparent, with a few containing faint red hues. As Yang Qingyi scrutinized the crystal cores, his mind raced. The announcement from the star-rated shelter merely stated that crystal cores could be exchanged for supplies and weapons, yet it did not disclose their true purpose. It is evident that the significance of the crystal cores is immense. Otherwise, the elite shelters would not be exchanging the most precious resources of the apocalypse for them. At this moment, Yang Qingyi is overwhelmed by a profound sense of urgency. He remains oblivious to the actual utility of the crystal cores. Yet the elite shelters have already commenced extensive procurement. Moreover, the survival guide for the apocalypse circulating on the forum indicates that the leaders of the elite shelters possess a comprehensive understanding of this catastrophe. Contemplating this, Yang Qingyi cannot help but cast a glance at Yang Wei. Since the elite shelter has connections to Wei's classmates, there may be a possibility to obtain the methods for utilizing the crystal cores through this relationship. This would indeed be a momentous occasion. Dad, why are you looking at me? Yang Wei, catching Yang Qingyi's gaze, feels an unsettling chill. It's nothing. Everyone, proceed at full speed to the elite shelter immediately. Do not engage with the zombies on the way unless absolutely necessary. With Yang Qingyi's command, the 2 off-road vehicles roar back to life and speed away once more. Chapter 15. Show of strength at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Qingyi and his son arrived at the outskirts of the star-rated refuge. Before their eyes lay a vast expanse enclosed by towering electric fences. Within this perimeter were several solar panels, generators, and various facilities, yet no structures were visible. Surrounding the electric fence flowed a river, reminiscent of an ancient moat. At this moment, the periphery of the star-rated refuge was bustling with vehicles, forming layers both inside and outside. Some had not received approval and were attempting to take a chance, while others, having perused apocalyptic survival guides, came armed with the spoils of hunting zombies, hoping to exchange them for goods. A greater number were individuals from various factions, eager to glean information about the situation. Thus, the star-rated refuge appeared remarkably lively. The previous day, Li Qin had issued orders for the artificial warriors to clear the surrounding area, ensuring safety near the refuge. Yang Qingyi commanded his men to park the vehicle to the side as he surveyed the open space, deep in thought. It seemed that the star-rated refuge was likely constructed underground. However, 2 months prior to the apocalypse, Yang Qingyi's company had aimed to develop this area and had sent personnel with equipment for exploration, aiming to avoid unearthing hidden mineral deposits during construction. At that time, the detectors had indicated that the ground was entirely composed of soil. From the photographs shared by residents on the forum, it was evident that the scale of the star-rated refuge was immense. What manner of individuals could erect such a colossal fortress of steel in such a brief span of 2 months? Before Yang Qingyi could ponder this further, his gaze fell upon several familiar faces. He approached them with a smile. Old Qin, you are here too? How long have you been here? And what do you know about the star-rated refuge? Old Qin and his companions were prominent figures who had closely collaborated with the Yang family prior to the apocalypse. Dealing in construction materials and furniture, each a wealthy mogul in their own right. The materials used for the young family's refuge had been procured from Old Shen's enterprise. There was no need for veiled conversation. Old Shun and the others were undoubtedly here to gather intelligence on the refuge. Haha, I arrived just 10 minutes earlier than you. What do I know? Old Shun chuckled, adopting a light-hearted tone. However, General Liu arrived this morning and should be more informed. Let us not withhold any intelligence. Sharing will lead to mutual benefit. Old Shin scratched his balding head, grinning as he spoke. General Liu, having been called out, remained unperturbed and began recounting his observations. This star-rated refuge is no ordinary establishment. When I arrived this morning, I witnessed their personnel undertaking missions. Those warriors were clad in armor, armed with guns and artillery, and their equipment was exceptionally sophisticated. Upon hearing this, Old Shin remarked, surely, this must be constructed by the authorities. The Dragon Nation prohibits firearms. These tycoons have gone to great lengths to acquire weapons for self-defense, and as for RPGs, that is beyond imagination. General Liu slowly shook his head. No, look over there. His gaze fell upon a striking figure standing nearby, a stunning beauty, around 1.70 meters tall, exuding an icy demeanor. Why has Secretary Chang also arrived? Yang Xingyi's pupils constricted. This enigmatic beauty is not to be underestimated. Before the apocalypse, she was a formidable figure in the province, possessing a rather impressive lineage. Alas, with the advent of the end times, all of that has turned to naught. If the elite shelter is indeed an official establishment, Secretary Chang must certainly be one of the key personnel. Yet, here she is, waiting outside. While everyone exchanged intelligence, suddenly, the ground in the center of the electric grid split open. A platform emerged, bearing 7 off-road vehicles, which ascended slowly. With a roar, the vehicles, like wild beasts, surged forth from the grid. This was the combat unit of the elite shelter. Li Chun organized the newly arrived 30 residents, blending them with the android warriors to form 10 teams, leaving one behind in the shelter for precautionary measures. The rest were dispatched to hunt zombies. Naturally, if any requests for return were approved, the combat team would also retrieve them along the way. The current team had just completed an escort mission and was now set to continue their hunt for zombies. This marked the 3rd batch for today. It seems the elite shelter has made quite the haul. It appears they have already housed nearly 1,000 individuals. Just how many can the elite shelter accommodate? It is likely that the elite shelter will soon dominate Donghai City. Just look at their personnel, strong and capable. The elite shelter continues to accept new residents. One wonders how much supplies they have stockpiled. Old Chun, Liu, and the others watched the scene before them, their eyes green with envy. Who does not harbor dreams of supremacy? They were once influential tycoons before the apocalypse. Constructing their own shelters was not solely for self-preservation, but also for ulterior motives. Unfortunately, their ambitions exceed their means. They lack the expansive territory that the elite shelter possesses to accommodate such numbers. Additionally, they do not possess sufficient resources. As they watched the elite shelter's combat team repeatedly deliver people inside, a sense of discomfort washed over old Liu and his companions. After the combat unit departed, a man in uniform stepped off the platform. He was an administrative android. He glanced down at his smart wristband. Those who had passed their applications were to come here and queue for registration before entering the shelter. The platform was occupied by a solitary figure. Logically, those with ill intentions could have easily rushed through the open electric gate, taken control, and directly entered the elite shelter. Yet, in reality, no one dared to act rashly. Time and again, they observed the elite shelter's combat teams embarking on missions, instilling a profound sense of fear within them. Even if they managed to take control, they were clueless on how to lower the platform. Even if, by some stroke of luck, they did know, given the elite shelter's formidable display, they would merely become fodder upon entry. All they could see were the applicants who had been approved, each one brimming with joy. Some carry large bundles, while others hold their family members' hands, patiently forming a line to await registration. Mom and Dad, do not be afraid. I have been accepted. The star-rated refuge has informed me that I may bring 2 relatives inside. Let us enter together and enjoy a better life. Alas, my dear. The star-rated refuge stipulates that women must proceed alone. I apologize, but I cannot bear the thought of lingering outside in fear. Hurry, everyone, move swiftly. I am famished. I haven't eaten all day. Soon, a lengthy queue formed within the electric grid. The faces of those present appeared haggard, having endured a night of trepidation. They were both hungry and exhausted. Otherwise, they would not have risked coming here upon receiving notification of their application approval. With calm efficiency, each individual in the line was registered using a scanner. Those already processed stood quietly behind Noah, awaiting their turn. Chapter 16. No need for fear at this very moment. Their faces were unmistakably alight with excitement. Behind them loomed the vast underground sanctuary, soon to become their future abode. a life of ample sustenance and warmth. Once the most ordinary existence before the apocalypse had now transformed into a luxury. But now, their application for the star-rated shelter had been approved. They need not live in trepidation. Each individual waiting behind the chief administrator bore a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Among the gathered crowd, aside from those whose applications had been successfully accepted, there were many others whose submissions had been rejected. They had followed the addresses left on the forum, seeking a stroke of luck. At this moment, those who did not meet the criteria for the star-rated shelter had congregated outside the electrified fence, their gaze fixed intently on the fortunate few. Some wore expressions of envy, while others contorted their faces in anguish. Why were they allowed entry? I can cut hair. Why am I not considered a skilled worker? This star-rated shelter must be hiding something sinister. I'm only 29. Why can't I get in? Bah. It seems the shelter is merely seeking free laborers. I must infiltrate and expose its true nature, with the first individual taking the lead. Those whose applications had been denied began to stir restlessly, their voices rising in a cacophony of insults. Some even pressed against the fence, desperate to rush inside. The fence, designed to receive survivors, was currently unpowered. Amid the throng's agitation, it appeared on the verge of collapse. Stop this at once. What are you doing? The chief administrator barked, furrowing his brow in stern admonition. Yet, the irrational crowd paid no heed, pushing forward with greater fervor. Some picked up stones, decaying leaves, and hurled them toward the interior. A few survivors standing behind Noah were inadvertently struck by the flying debris, blood instantly streaming from their foreheads. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the platform slowly began to ascend. Suddenly, with a swish, Li Chen emerged, flanked by 20 armed personnel, crouched beside him, their weapons trained on the tumult outside. What is happening here? Li Chen's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze sweeping over the rioters. The chilling aura he exuded sent shivers down the spines of all present. Commander, the chief administrator respectfully stepped back. A collective intake of breath echoed from beyond the fence, particularly from Yang Wei, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The two classmates who had come merely to spectate were equally astonished, as if they had seen a ghost. Is that really Li Chen? One of them murmured. No one could fathom that the person they had once looked down upon had now ascended to the role of commander of a shelter. No, this is impossible. Yang Wei's eyes burned with jealousy. He had presumed Li Chen to be just a minor administrator within the star-rated shelter. Yet it now appeared he was the very commander of the entire facility. Yang Wei simply could not come to terms with this reality. Among Yang Wei's group, only Yang Xingyi's eyes lit up. He smiled and patted his son Yang Wei on the shoulder. Good, good. I never expected that the commander of the star-level shelter would be a classmate of Yang Wei. Leveraging this connection will certainly provide us with ample opportunities later. The survivors clinging to the electric fence were initially taken aback by Li Chen's imposing presence as he emerged. They soon erupted into shouts. The commander of the star-level shelter is just a young whippersnapper. No wonder he knows nothing. I'd do a better job as commander. They scoffed at Li Chen's youth, questioning his capabilities as they believed him easy to intimidate due to his youthful appearance. Li Chen coldly regarded the clamorous crowd, a frosty smile curling at the corners of his lips. Activate the electric fence. As his words fell, a crackling sound erupted. No. The individuals on the electric fence were instantly jolted by the current, their screams piercing the air above the star-level shelter. However, many others fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, unable to utter a sound. Those who had maintained their distance, witnessing the chaos, shouted in outrage. They are killing people at the star-level shelter. They don't value human lives at all. The shouters intended to incite the anger of those outside, hoping to surge in amidst the chaos and seize the opportunity for themselves. But who could have predicted that bang? A bullet precisely penetrated the first instigator, leaving a dark hole in his forehead as he collapsed to the ground. Li Chen exhaled softly over the warm barrel of his gun before returning it to the artificial warrior beside him. Any further troublemakers will be dealt with without mercy. His eyes, icy as marbles, cast a chilling glare. To be fair, Li Chen had already shown considerable leniency towards these people. Even without meeting the application criteria for the star-level shelter, had they only mustered a bit of courage to take up arms and hunt zombies, they could have exchanged the crystal cores for supplies at the shelter. After all, the streets were teeming with only low-level zombies at that moment. They were merely frightening in appearance and quite sluggish. Anyone with courage could dispatch them. Yet, regrettably, human greed knows no bounds. They preferred to seek easy gains rather than strive for survival resources through their own efforts. Li Chen was not a saint. He would not indulge this group. With the first person shot, all others contemplating trouble fell silent, understanding that despite his youthful appearance, Li Chen was indeed capable of using his weapon. Very well. Since there are no objections, let us continue with the registration process. Li Chen stated this calmly, preparing to turn away. Just then, a voice, suppressed with anger, called out, "Wait a moment. Is this how you treat unarmed civilians? Who bestowed upon you such authority?" Secretary Chang's face flushed crimson, her eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. Li Chen glanced back, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you know why Xiaoming's grandfather enjoys longevity?" "What?" Secretary Chang was momentarily taken aback. "It is because he never meddles in others' affairs." Li Chen chuckled softly, and it dawned on Secretary Chang that he was insinuating she was being intrusive. Her eyes instantly transformed into twin volcanic craters, surrounded by a fiery hue. "Silence. Do you not recognize who I am? You must have seen me in the news. I hereby command you to cease all acts of violence," Secretary Chang declared with righteous fervor, her narrow, phoenix-like eyes sweeping over the humanoid warriors behind Li Chen. "Very well. As long as they remain peaceful, I shall refrain from action." Li Chen nodded slightly. After all, a semblance of respect must be maintained. Chapter 17. The responsibility of overthrowing the aristocrats. Li Chen initially believed he could return home. However, Secretary Chang, adopting an official tone, continued to speak. "In the face of disaster, resources are scarce everywhere. At this critical juncture, every citizen is obligated to contribute to the reconstruction of our homeland." Li Chen regarded Secretary Chang, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, you are right." Observing his response, Secretary Chang's expression softened considerably. Looking into Li Chen's eyes, she earnestly stated, "Since Mr. Li concurs with my perspective, the survivors in Donghai City are now in dire straits, lacking adequate clothing and food, enduring daily hardship. Our team is also in dire need of ammunition. We hope the star-rated shelters can extend a helping hand." Though Secretary Chang verbally expressed hope, her tone was decidedly firm. Li Chen nodded again. "Yes, of course. It is necessary." However, this was clearly a mere formality. Those gathered outside the electric fence could not help but chuckle. A flicker of irritation crossed Secretary Chang's eyes as she raised her voice. "The star-rated shelters possess an abundance of weapons and supplies, yet fail to fulfill their duty to shelter the civilians. I hereby requisition the star-rated shelters under our jurisdiction, and all resources must be pooled and allocated uniformly. Mr. Li, this is an extraordinary time. Everyone must unconditionally comply with orders." Her words fell, and the crowd erupted in uproar. The residents of the star-rated shelters displayed expressions of indignation. Many were former residents of those shelters, where resources were indeed lacking. Yet, this scarcity was not due to the disaster. Rather, it was caused by certain parasites indulging themselves and hoarding supplies for personal use. Should the star-rated shelters truly be annexed, the consequences would be dire. However, before the apocalypse, they had been inconspicuous individuals, and now, stripped of weapons, they dared not voice their dissent. Those who had not applied through the star-rated shelters began to cheer. Humanity is a peculiar creature. What one cannot possess, one would rather destroy than allow another to enjoy. Ha ha ha. Heaven has eyes. Will the affluent suffer? I relish this. It is everyone's duty to overthrow the aristocrats. Well done, Secretary Chang. If I cannot enter, neither shall they prosper. Such sentiments fostered resentment against the seemingly triumphant inhabitants of the star-rated shelters. At that moment, individuals like Yang Qingyi, who possessed private shelters, displayed expressions of schadenfreude. The adage holds true, a tall tree catches the wind. It appeared that the star-rated shelters' wealth had attracted Secretary Chang's attention. If the star-rated shelters were indeed to be subsumed, it would be a boon for people like Yang Qingyi, eliminating a formidable adversary. Old Lu, do you think Li Chen will obediently surrender the supplies? Yang Qingyi inquired with a grin, grasping the arm of Mr. Lu beside him. Mr. Lu's face revealed disdain as he slowly shook his head. Surrender? Impossible. Does she think this is still the time before the apocalypse? Such tactics will not work. Secretary Chang is still rather young, merely in her 20s. Yet she has ascended to such a high position, which can easily lead to arrogance. The others nodded in agreement with Mr. Lu's remarks. They had all witnessed the formidable strength of the star-rated refuge, replete not only with abundant supplies, but also with an extensive arsenal. As for that direction, best left unspoken. These cunning old foxes could discern much from Li Chen's demeanor. This young man was far from tender-hearted. Mr. Lu deliberately took a step back, cautioning himself to keep a safe distance to avoid any potential collateral damage. After Secretary Chang finished her statement, Li Chen's expression turned icy. It was truly unexpected that the dignified secretary's demeanor resembled that of a bandit. Li Chen offered a cold smile before striding over to the electric fence, scrutinizing Secretary Chang from head to toe. Why the silence? Continue speaking. Such words are music to my ears. As long as I possess no morals, I cannot be coerced. Secretary Chang's face flushed crimson. With her fair hand pointed at Li Chen, she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she finally exclaimed with indignation. Are you truly willing to disregard the lives of a million survivors? I hold the authority now. Do you dare disobey my commands? Like a series of cannon fire. Secretary Chang unleashed her barrage of words, not allowing Li Chen a moment to respond. You would do well to consider your answer carefully. I represent the million survivors, the populace, in requisitioning the star-rated refuge. Should you defy this then? Li Chen began to clap, laughing heartily as he said, what a grand display of rhetoric. Are you not merely attempting to seize the wolf's skin without the wolf? Your words are so righteous that I almost believe them. However, do not forget, this is no longer a time of peace. As Li Chen's words echoed, the artificial warriors promptly positioned themselves beside him, their dark gun barrels aimed at anyone who might make a move. Secretary Chang's complexion shifted dramatically. Those who oppose the people rarely meet a favorable end. With that, she cast a glance at those around her. As tensions escalated, the onlookers were struck with shock and fear, regardless of Secretary Chang's character. It was undeniable that the armed forces behind her were a formidable presence. No one anticipated that Li Chen would indeed dare to confront her. Some standing beside Secretary Chang subtly shifted their positions, aware that in the chaos of gunfire, one could easily become an innocent casualty. Spare me the lofty ideals. Li Chen's dark, deep eyes radiated a wild defiance. None here are fools. The law of the apocalypse is singular. The weak are devoured by the strong. Li Chen's declaration not only altered Secretary Chang's countenance, but also ignited fury among those who had been denied entry. Before the apocalypse, everyone had been well-fed and believed in equality, leading these inept individuals to harbor a delusional sense of entitlement. I am weak, yet I have my reasons. You should all yield to me. How absurd. Who do you think you are? Despite possessing such abundant resources, you fail to assist others and impose conditions instead. The intentions of all are quite evident. Secretary Chang, do not grant this individual any regard. He truly believes himself to be exceptional. The resources of the star-rated refuge should be distributed evenly among all. Why should only a select few indulge in luxury? Stubbornly defiant, Mr. Li. Your good fortune has come to an end. Countless lofty accusations have been cast upon you. The public is outraged. Li Chen disdainfully surveyed the clamorous rabble. He calmly remarked, Am I your father? Do you expect me to coddle such worthless individuals? Each of you possesses hands and feet. With determination, you too could exchange crystal cores for resources. Yet, you prefer to reap the rewards without effort. Individuals of your ilk, fortunate to have received assistance before the apocalypse, would have perished long ago otherwise. Chapter 18. A warning through blood. As Li Chen's voice fell, several android warriors raised their weapons. Then, a gunshot rang out, striking the loudest protester squarely in the forehead, leaving a dark, gaping wound. He collapsed to the ground, denied even the chance to become a zombie. Murder. Someone screamed. This has nothing to do with me. I was the one shouting. If you wish to kill, target Secretary Chang instead. What use is it to slay unarmed civilians? Bullying the weak. Even at this critical juncture, some still clung stubbornly to their bravado. A cold smile crept across Li Chen's lips, radiating an aura of chilling menace. No need to rush. Let us take it one at a time. ISNT Secretary Chang, quite capable? Why the silence now? Witnessing Li Chen commit murder left Secretary Chang visibly shaken, her chest heaving with trepidation. Despite her youth and the accomplishments she had achieved, the post-apocalyptic world had claimed many lives. Holding significant power, she had long been accustomed to a life of grandeur. Reason urged her to submit now and strategize later. Yet her ingrained arrogance made it impossible for her to utter words of concession. Have the courage to aim at me. Do not toy with the lives of ordinary people, she retorted, though her words rang hollow. Immediately, she noticed a cold smirk forming at the corners of Li Chen's mouth, and a sense of dread washed over her. But it was too late. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, striking Secretary Chang's calves, forcing the once untouchable Ice Queen to her knees. Li Chen stood before her, gun aimed at her forehead. Mr. Li, allow me, Yang Qingyi interjected, recognizing the tides of battle had turned. This was an invaluable opportunity. Observing Li Chen's decisive demeanor, it was evident he was no ordinary high school student. If a favorable relationship could be established, the benefits would be immense. Li Chen raised his gaze, first scanning Yang Wei, who instinctively recoiled. Then, his attention settled on Yang Qingyi. In the midst of Yang Qingyi's anxious fidgeting, Li Chen slowly nodded. All right. Bang. Secretary Chang's eyes widened in shock as she collapsed into a pool of blood. Gasps of astonishment erupted from all present, directed at Yang Qingyi. Yang Wei trembled, nearly losing his footing. Until that moment, Yang Qingyi had always worn a mask of civility, exuding gentlemanly demeanor. Yang Wei had never imagined his father harbored such a ruthless side. Others, including General Liu, were equally stunned. No one anticipated Yang Qingyi's audacity. Secretary Chang had intended to consolidate the elite refuge, bringing along a force of over 100. The moment she fell, fury ignited among her entourage. How bold! Charge, brothers! With that command, the 100-strong contingent surged forward, weapons raised against Li Chun. Gunfire erupted. A cacophony of chaos ensued. 20 artificial warrior soldiers, each a remarkable sharpshooter, faced off against Secretary Chang's 100 or so men, demonstrating no signs of inferiority. With each gunfire, a life was claimed. In stark contrast, the opposing side, despite their numerical advantage and abundance of firearms, displayed alarming inaccuracy. Not only did they fail to hit Li Chun and his comrades, but their bullets also meandered aimlessly, occasionally striking a fortunate few. Help! Why are you attacking me? A chorus of anguished cries echoed from the crowd. Puddles of blood spread relentlessly beyond the electric perimeter, painting a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Captain, it seems the inhabitants of the Stargrade Refuge possess some form of sorcery, they finally exclaimed, unable to contain their panic. A marksman had clearly aimed at an artificial warrior, yet inexplicably, just as he pulled the trigger, the target vanished from sight, as if capable of teleportation. Damn it, silence! Charge forward! Secretary Chang must not have died in vain. The leader, his face etched with the ferocity of a bandit, had long since lost his sanity. Yet, Secretary Chang was already deceased, and the remaining 100 men were unlikely to heed the orders of a mere squad leader. Moreover, fear was a common affliction. The warriors from the Stargrade Refuge appeared ghostly, leaving everyone uncertain if they would be the next to fall. As the reality dawned, only about 30 from Secretary Chang's contingent remained, and they continued to retreat. At that moment, everyone comprehended the formidable nature of the Stargrade Refuge. Yang Qingyi wore a smile as he watched wave after wave of bodies collapse. This is the apocalypse, Lu murmured, shaking his head in dismay. Order had disintegrated. The weak were devoured by the strong. This was the true end of days. The remaining 30 could not sustain their resolve for long. Even when fleeing, could mere legs outpace bullets? Soon, they were utterly annihilated. Li Chun observed the blood-soaked ground with a cold gaze, surveying the scene. The Stargrade Refuge was not something to be coveted lightly. This is the outcome, he declared, his words meant for all present factions. Li Chun had anticipated that the vast resources of the Stargrade Refuge would lure the greedy. The arrival of Secretary Chang and his men was timely, an example to deter those with ill intentions. Those who had harbored nefarious thoughts now felt a chill of sweat trickle down their backs. Fortunately, they had refrained from taking action. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to perish instead of Secretary Chang's group. As the battle concluded, the management team, along with the logistics group, expertly tended to the aftermath. They began by collecting the corpses and casting them into the river, where mutated fish eagerly devoured the bodies marked by dark, hollow eyes, leaving only bleached bones to gradually sink beneath the surface. Next, the logistics team sprayed a potion onto the ground, gradually dissipating the strong scent of blood. The stains were effectively eradicated, restoring the scene as if nothing had ever transpired. A shiver coursed through those present once more. Please continue to register through the application. The manager stood with a scanner behind the power grid. Those survivors huddled in the corners slowly emerged, a few at a time. Ah, the youth is formidable, Yang Qingyi remarked, moving beside Li Chun with a hearty laugh. Li Chun offered a slight nod and glanced at Yang Wei, saying, "Thank you for your assistance earlier." Even if Yang Qingyi had not intervened, Li Chun would have taken Secretary Chang's life. However, since Yang Qingyi wished to make a favorable impression, Li Chun would not refuse. The more friends, the more paths to explore. "Oh, not at all, Mr. Li, you flatter me," Yang Qingyi replied with a beaming smile. "My son and Mr. Li are classmates. I truly did not expect such achievements at such a young age." Upon hearing this, the other seasoned individuals hesitated no longer and gathered around, exclaiming, "Great heroes emerge in youth. Mr. Li, your decisive actions mark you as a significant figure. To be the commander of a refuge at such a tender age truly humbles us." They were all cunning old foxes, unabashed in their flattery. Moreover, in the eyes of General Liu and others, the strength demonstrated by the star-rated refuge warranted such praise. Chapter 19. Barter. Yang Wei stood behind Yang Qingyi, flanked by two classmates, their expressions grim. They were once peers with Li Chun, their conversations plentiful, yet now, an unspoken tension filled the air. Each felt dwarfed by Li Chun's newfound stature as the commander of the shelter, a position they once deemed beneath them prior to the apocalypse. This realization ignited a burning discomfort within Yang Wei's heart. "Surely, you all must be weary of waiting. Why not accompany me into the base for a tour?" Li Chun, fully aware of their intentions, extended a casual invitation. Instantly, the eyes of Yang Qingyi and the others brightened. They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Li Chun led the way, with Yang Qingyi's group following closely behind, trailed by 20 artificial soldiers. Though their ominous weapons were aimed toward the ground, All present understood that any untoward movement could result in those guns being leveled at their heads in an instant. As the lift descended slowly, Li Chun guided them to the 7th level, the living quarters. "Commander, you've returned." Residents passing by regarded Li Chun with reverence. He nodded slightly, gesturing to Yang Qingyi and his companions. "This is the living area of the shelter. Let us converse in the dining hall." As they followed in Li Chun's wake, Yang Qingyi and the others could hardly contain their astonishment. The entirety of the shelter was crafted from heavy metal. Yang Qingyi tentatively tapped on a wall, confirming its solidity. No artillery could easily breach it. On their way to the dining hall, they passed a vast shaft filled with an intricate network of elevators, leaving them awestruck. A singular question echoed in their minds. How many levels does this star-level shelter possess? Li Chun observed their reactions with satisfaction, calmly leading them into the cafeteria. This was precisely the effect he desired. Seated in the dining hall, Yang Qingyi and his companions were rendered speechless once more. It was not mealtime, and the selection was limited. "Please bear with us for now," Li Chun chuckled, snapping his fingers. Shortly thereafter, several chefs clad in white uniforms emerged, serving dishes that included fish and meat, though the majority consisted of vegetables. They even presented a bowl of boiled cabbage, a delicacy once reserved for imperial kitchens before the apocalypse. Though Yang Qingyi and his group understood that Li Chun was showcasing his resources, they could not help but be amazed. The intricacy involved in preparing boiled cabbage was immense, requiring a substantial quantity of vegetables to yield such a dish. "Mr. Liu, this is astonishing," he exclaimed. "What is most precious in the aftermath of the apocalypse?" "Food. And among food, vegetables are the rarest of all. After all, while meat can be preserved in freezing temperatures, vegetables cannot. They wilt within a few days. Yet, the human body requires vitamins and dietary fiber from vegetables. Thus, in this new world, vegetables have become a coveted commodity. Only a select few can truly indulge. Now, Li Chun not only treats them to vegetables, but also presents an extravagant dish of boiled cabbage, which requires an abundance of ingredients. "May I boldly inquire, just how much supplies does the star-rated refuge possess?" Yang Qingyi could no longer contain himself. He reflected on his private base, where even the issue of water remained unresolved. While Li Chun here feasted freely on meat and vegetables, Li Chun confidently replied, "Beyond your imagination. Indeed, the star-rated refuge possesses a wealth of resources. However, to acquire them, one must exchange for zombie energy cores. Should anyone entertain ulterior motives, well, Secretary Chong has provided a splendid example." The individuals present swallowed hard. This meal left everyone feeling unsettled. Once satiated, the servers brought forth tea. "You all must have come for more than just a visit, am I right?" Li Chun initiated the conversation. "Ha, Mr. Li is indeed a straightforward person," Yang Qingyi chuckled. "My son mentioned that a high school classmate resides in the star-rated refuge, and he was quite anxious, which is why we made this journey." As he spoke, Yang Qingyi beckoned to Yang Wei. "Away, come here. Didn't you express concern for Li Chun before? Now that you see him, why the silence?" Yang Wei's expression darkened, yet he reluctantly approached Li Chun. At that moment, he felt a tumult of emotions within. Li Chun cast a meaningful glance at Yang Wei but chose not to speak. Both men understood their relationship before the apocalypse all too well. Yang Qingyi, the cunning fox, seemed intent on leveraging this connection to enhance his bargaining power. "I have come to exchange some supplies with the star-rated refuge," General Liu confessed, albeit with a touch of embellishment. Initially, he had not intended to barter for supplies, but rather to assess the situation at the refuge. If the defense here was lacking, direct acquisition would not be out of the question. However, after witnessing Li Chun's formidable prowess, he shifted his approach to one of negotiation. Li Chun nodded. "What do you wish to exchange for?" "The star-rated refuge is abundant in supplies. I seek some medicine. As you know, in this apocalypse, pharmaceuticals have become a rare commodity. A simple fever or minor ailment can spell disaster." After General Liu's statement, others began to voice their desired exchanges. "I would like some weapons, preferably polearms or large machetes." "Indeed, I require those as well. Firearms necessitate ammunition, which is difficult to procure. Cold weapons are more practical. In this apocalyptic world, zombies are our common adversary. And surely Mr. Li would not make things difficult for us, would he?" The old foxes lamented their hardships while bestowing flattery upon Li Chun. Before the apocalypse, they had stored a considerable amount of provisions, so food was not an issue. However, weapons and medicine were matters of life and death. Firearms had been prohibited prior to the end of the world, and what they currently possessed were merely homemade shotguns. While effective for hunting wild boar, they proved inadequate against zombies, lacking both precision and power. Zombies lack the capacity for pain. If one cannot strike a fatal blow to the head, it is akin to mere tickling. The absence of firearms is regrettable, and the availability of cold weapons is scant. After all, Who would dare to amass a stockpile of machetes or the like prior to the apocalypse, risking incarceration? Furthermore, pharmaceuticals are in short supply. They did manage to hoard some before the end, yet these too are under strict regulation, and their stock is limited. Upon hearing the needs of these individuals, Li Chen smiled with satisfaction. Weapons? They are in surplus beyond consumption. Pharmaceuticals, too, are plentiful. Fear not. Li Chen clasped his hands together, assuring them. The resources at the star-rated refuge are abundant. Whatever you desire can be fulfilled. Lu, the manager, suddenly brightened at this revelation. However, there is a catch. One must barter. In these times, currency has become mere scrap paper. To obtain weapons and medicine, one must exchange energy cores, Li Chen continued. Chapter 20. Scrap metal for energy cores. What exactly is an energy core? Mr. Lu furrowed his brow, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed. What purpose does the energy core serve? I have numerous items to exchange. How can I possibly procure so many energy cores? Is it permissible to trade with food instead? I simply do not possess such things as energy cores. A multitude of questions bombarded him. Noticing the commotion, Li Chen smiled subtly. At that moment, the restaurant's grand doors swung open, revealing a staggering mountain of food within. Rice, flour, vegetables, meat, fish, everything one could desire. This was merely the temporary storage area of the 7th floor cafeteria. Li Chen smirked. Do you all think I lack food? Instantly, the attendees were taken aback, their mouths agape. Everyone understood that the items displayed in the kitchen were merely there to avoid the hassle of transportation. They did not constitute a warehouse. The sheer volume of food available on a single floor was astonishing. Now, let us not haggle. First, allow me to show you the goods. And then you may decide, Li Chen proposed, rising to his feet and guiding them to the weapons storage area. The lights flickered to life, illuminating the steel walls adorned with an array of exquisite equipment. Grenades, RPGs, rifles, even electromagnetic cannons. Mr. Lu and the others stood in awe, their mouths wide open. This is more than what a military arsenal likely possesses. The variety was astounding, with many items representing cutting-edge foreign weaponry. Just gazing upon them was a breathtaking experience. Mr. Lu could not help but reach out and touch the weapons, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. How about it, gentlemen? Would you like to acquire some? Right now, weapons come with complimentary ammunition, Li Chen remarked with a grin. Such a simple statement nearly caused the attendees to lose their composure. It was more than mere desire. Their hearts raced in exhilaration. After all, they were currently armed with rudimentary shotguns, and most of their forces wielded nothing more than kitchen knives. Yet, here was Li Chen with a veritable armory. May I, perhaps, try one first? Yang Qingyi inquired. Li Chen nodded slightly, permitting everyone to select their preferred weapon before leading them to the ground-level military training facility. This area was equipped with shooting targets, ear protection, and even wooden dummies for practicing melee combat. Li Chen observed that Yang Qingyi and the others had chosen the latest model rifles, while Mr. Lu had opted for a long spear and a broadsword. Clearly, Mr. Lu held a fondness for cold weapons. Bang, bang. Yang Qingyi and the others immediately began practicing with their firearms. Mr. Lu, on the other hand, wielded his cold weapons against the wooden dummy. With a swift flash of his blade, the dummy was cleaved in two. What a magnificent sword! Mr. Lu gazed adoringly at the blade in his hand, stroking it with reverence. He was no fool. While firearms were impressive, they required ammunition. A few weapons for self-defense would suffice. Prior to the apocalypse, due to gun restrictions, few of Mr. Lu's subordinates were proficient in shooting. Cold weapons were far more practical. Once everyone had enthusiastically tested their chosen weapons, they gathered together. How splendid! With these, slaying zombies will be as effortless as slicing watermelons. Ha ha, Lao Lu. What do you intend to do with a cold weapon? Do you plan to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies? You should try this AK-103 I possess. The latest invention from the Bear Country. Pa, what do you know? My M416 is far superior. Li Chen observed the excitement of those around him and nodded slightly. Before the apocalypse descended, Noah had already deciphered the weapon caches of various nations. Subsequently, he began mass production at the weapon manufacturing base. In a remarkably short span, the warehouses had been filled to capacity, almost overflowing. These weapons now represent the pinnacle of human military power, of little consequence to Li Chen. With continued upgrades, the manufacturing base could produce firearms of a first-tier civilization. At that point, the weapons in their possession would be nothing more than scrap metal, better off sold to others. It would not only yield profit but also clear out inventory. Gentlemen, are you satisfied with these weapons? Li Chen inquired with a smile. Satisfied? More than satisfied. However, the price. The old foxes exchanged glances, keenly observing Li Chen's demeanor. If they could acquire these firearms, the security of their sanctuary would significantly improve. They could even dispatch individuals to scavenge for supplies. Yet, they feared that Li Chun might raise the price. Haha, since Yang Wei is my classmate. I certainly won tea shortchange General Yang. Li Chun replied with a smile. And AK-103 requires merely 50 energy cores, a grenade 1 energy core each. And ammunition 1 energy core per box. As for cold weapons, it's 10 energy cores apiece. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingyi's face flushed with excitement as he patted Yang Wei's shoulder repeatedly. It is known that the current zombies are not particularly formidable. With courage, one could slay them even with a kitchen knife. This price, in Yang Qingyi's eyes, could be described as remarkably low. Observing this, the others felt a tinge of unease. Mr. Li, is this offer exclusive to the Yang family? Li Chun, feigning difficulty, furrowed his brow. He surveyed the room, resolutely declaring, meeting is fate. Everyone present will enjoy the same price as the Yang family. After making this statement, Li Chun deliberately clenched his teeth. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with joy. Both Li Chun's demeanor and the allure of the modern rifles made them feel as though they had struck a tremendous bargain. However, I currently lack the energy cores, Mr. Li. Could we perhaps sign a contract? I shall return immediately to gather the energy cores and come back to exchange. Mr. Lu spoke with a hint of trepidation, fearing that a mere turn of his back would prompt Li Chun to reconsider, raising the price. Li Chun regarded these old foxes, initially shaking his head. Instantly, their hearts sank. Then, he deliberately kept them in suspense, leisurely stating, a contract? In this apocalypse, what binding force does a contract hold? Rest assured, you may take the weapons with you for now, and upon acquiring the energy cores, you may settle the payment gradually. At this proclamation, the entire room erupted with jubilation. Is it truly so? Li Chun calmly remarked, of course, consider this an opportunity to make friends with all of you. In an instant, the old foxes were filled with delight, utterly astonished that Li Chun was willing to extend credit. Mr. Li, you are truly magnanimous. We are in awe of your generosity. Rest assured, upon our return, we shall muster our forces and annihilate the zombies without a trace. Whatever quantity of energy cores you desire will be yours. In the future, should any matters arise at the star-rated refuge, simply inform me. The old foxes declared their intentions on the spot. Naturally, whether they could fulfill these promises remained to be seen. For now, they had gained an advantage and were merely expressing their stance. Very well, everyone, please provide your requests, and I will ensure they are organized for you, Li Chun said with a slight smile. He was no naive youth and was not easily swayed by mere words. I require 200 AK-103 rifles, along with 600 boxes of ammunition. Additionally, I need 120 large sabers and 40 M416 rifles. Chapter 21. I wish to remain here. Although the old foxes were eager for weapons, they were also acutely aware of their limitations. The quantities reported were precisely calculated, never exceeding the boundaries. Once everyone had stated their numbers, they turned to find Li Chun's hands were empty, uncertainly asking, Mr. Li, aren't you going to take note? Li Chun shook his head and inquired, Noah, have you recorded it? Noah's voice rang out. It has been documented. Lu Ning, 120 M416 rifles and 300 rounds of ammunition. Yang Qingyi, 200 AK-103 rifles and 600 rounds of ammunition. Zhao Feilong, 120 machetes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Chun continued. Pass this on to the logistics team and prepare for immediate packing. Understood, Noah promptly replied. Lu, taken aback, finally exclaimed, artificial intelligence. Li Chun nodded, unfazed, and remarked, come on, I recall you were also interested in some medicine, right? Yes. Lu and his companions trailed behind Li Chun, their steps almost buoyant. The star-rated shelter was indeed extravagantly affluent. Not only did they possess abundant supplies, but they also dared to extend credit to them, having already secured weapons. They were now extending the same courtesy for medicines. As Lu gazed at Li Chun's retreating figure, a question surfaced in his mind. Did Li Chun not fear they might renege on their agreement? However, before he could ponder further, Lu answered his own question. Who would dare to renege? The star-rated shelter was not only armed to the teeth, but also staffed with elite combatants. Their combat prowess was so formidable that claiming they could sweep through Donghai City would be an understatement. Moreover, they would soon need to exchange for even more supplies from Li Chun, bullets, medicine, food. They had essentially become reliant on him. Anyone who dared to renege would undoubtedly face a collective backlash. Medicines were stored on different floors. They took the elevator to the storage room, where the lights flickered on. The storage area was divided into 2 levels. The outer section contained readily available medications, from cold remedies to anesthetics. The inner chamber housed a cold storage unit, preserving rare pharmaceuticals. My goodness! Lu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This was not even the entirety of the star-rated shelter's inventory. As Lu and his companions had noted countless identical doors upon their arrival, Each one, when opened, revealed mountains of supplies. Immediately, Lu requested 20 boxes each of cold medicine and fever reducers, along with 50 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs. As for other items, Lu hesitated to ask, remembering that they would need to exchange energy cores for them later. He promptly fell silent. The prices of medicines far exceeded those of firearms. After all, while one could substitute a gun with a kitchen knife, without medicine, one could only await their demise. When the group emerged from the storage area, the logistics team had already packed their requested supplies neatly into boxes, awaiting them on the platform. Once the platform ascended, Yang Qingyi and the others could effortlessly carry the boxes away. Safe travels, my friends. I await your good news. Li Qin smiled knowingly. Immediately, Yang Qingyi and the others patted their chests in assurance once more. Rest assured, once I hunt down the zombies and acquire the supplies, I shall promptly bring them to you. Ha ha. Mr. Li is eagerly anticipating our good news. As everyone prepared to board the vehicle and depart, two classmates trailing behind Yang Wei suddenly spoke up. Li Chun, may I stay here? The speaker was a boy beset with acne, who had previously been Yang Wei's most loyal follower. This statement was uttered only after he mustered considerable courage. As his words settled, another girl gazed at Li Chun with palpable anticipation. They had witnessed the conditions of the star-rated shelter, which not only boasted abundant resources but also formidable defenses. Residing within was akin to stepping into a veritable Eden. Yang Wei's expression shifted dramatically, akin to having swallowed a fly. These two truly were ungrateful wretches. Were it not for his benevolent gesture of shelter, they would likely be festering within some zombie's belly by now. Had they been at his own shelter, Yang Wei would have erupted in fury by this point. However, given that they were in the star-rated shelter, on someone else's turf, he begrudgingly maintained his composure and said to Li Chun, indeed, perhaps we should allow them to stay. After all, we are all classmates and ought to assist one another. Li Chun's gaze flitted over to Yang Wei before landing on the acne-riddled boy, a slight smirk gracing his lips. These two were quite amusing. Did they think they could simply collect scraps and accept anyone? Of course, they could stay, but they would need to submit an application. Only those who met the criteria could remain. If their application were denied, there was little I could do, as I could not show favoritism while managing such a vast shelter. Upon hearing these words, the acne-riddled boy's countenance fell. Naturally, if he could apply successfully, why would he have to lower himself to make such a request? He pondered that, as Li Chen's classmate, perhaps he could leverage this connection to secure an exception. Once inside, wouldn't he be able to strut about with impunity? However, Li Chen's two statements shattered his hopes. The boy's face flushed crimson as he retorted, the conditions of the star-rated shelter are so stringent. How many can actually qualify? Li Chen, smiling, summoned Noah. How many residents does the shelter currently have? Reporting to the commander, there are a total of 54, 106 registered survivors, Noah's mechanical voice replied. Li Chen shrugged at the acne-riddled boy. Did you hear that? At least over 50,000 individuals meet the criteria, though Li Chen did not explicitly state it. His eyes conveyed a clear message. The star-rated shelter does not accept the inept. The acne-riddled boy was nearly driven to madness with frustration. Yet, recalling Li Chen's previous display of ruthless indifference, he managed to restrain himself. Observing this, Yang Wei quickly interjected, it's all right, given the vastness of the star-rated shelter. It is only reasonable to establish some conditions. You should return with me. After all, we have acquired weapons now and possess the means for self-defense. His words provided a graceful exit for the acne-riddled boy and the girl beside him. The two individuals immediately spoke in a sarcastic manner. Indeed, Wei Gu is a man of loyalty, unlike certain others, they chuckled. I knew I had not misjudged him. Were it not for Wei Gu, we would still be out there battling zombies. That was merely a moment of impulse. These words resonated within Yang Wei, causing him to frown in distaste, as if a toad had crawled onto his foot. However, Yang Wei refrained from displaying any emotion and merely stood at the rear of the group with his two classmates. Very well, we shall take our leave now, Yang Qingyi announced, carrying supplies and personnel as he waved goodbye to Li Chun from the platform. Once armed and seated in the off-road vehicle, the girl with acne and another female companion unleashed their grievances. They expressed the thoughts they had previously withheld. Li Chun is truly despicable. Now that he has risen to prominence, he looks down on others. Indeed, witnessing his self-satisfied demeanor, I can't help but wonder, now that it is the apocalypse and he lacks the support of old classmates, what sort of reputation can he possibly cultivate? Chapter 22. Establishing resident big data. Yang Wei sat with two classmates, unable to suppress a flicker of disdain as he listened to their words. Though reluctant to admit it, he perceived that Li Chen had undergone a remarkable transformation. Among adults, alliances are forged solely based on self-interest. Only children cultivate genuine friendships. Given the formidable strength and resources of the star-rated shelter, it was clear that others would seek to curry favor with Li Chen. rendering the presence of these so-called old classmates entirely unnecessary. Meanwhile, Yang Qingyi occupied another vehicle. He spoke blandly to his bodyguard, instructing him to find an opportunity to eliminate Yang Wei's two classmates. Upon exiting, Yang Qingyi noticed the icy demeanor of Li Qin and immediately understood that the two had displeased him. With numerous impending matters requiring reliance on the star-rated shelter, it was evidently unwise to antagonize Commander Li Qin over the fate of two ineffectual individuals. Moreover, these two were akin to ungrateful wolves. Despite Yang Wei's benevolent act of sheltering them, they dared to openly express a desire to join the star-rated shelter in his presence. Should they remain, it would be prudent to anticipate the day they might betray their benefactor. The bodyguard promptly acknowledged the command. The population of Donghai City is vast. Despite enduring various natural disasters and the scourge of viruses, a significant number of survivors remain. Consequently, the population of the star-rated shelter surged exponentially. Noah issued an alert, reporting to the commander that the shelter's capacity had reached a critical threshold. Li Qin rapped his fingers on the table. Since the last display of strength by the star-rated shelter, word had spread, and it had undeniably become a sanctuary in the eyes of countless survivors. Each time a task force ventured out, they returned with a substantial number of people. On one occasion, as many as 20,000 were brought back in a single day. Now, the residential area on the 720th floor was nearing its capacity. Personnel had been meticulously arranged across various positions, ensuring a state of orderly operation. Li Qin inquired about the current population of the shelter. Noah promptly responded, the shelter currently accommodates a total of 226 individuals, with the residential area still able to accept an additional 2,000 residents. Over 100,000 souls. A mere drop in the ocean compared to the pre-apocalyptic population of 12 million in Donghai City. According to Noah's estimates, the current survivor count in Donghai City stood at a minimum of 3 million, with only 1/30th eligible for residence in the star-rated shelter. Outside, many continued to wander aimlessly, living from meal to meal, willing to betray their loved ones for a morsel of food. In stark contrast, life within the star-rated shelter offered work, sustenance, safety, and security. Each day, individuals toiled, returning to warm meals, hot showers, and the comfort of entertainment before sleep, a veritable paradise amidst the apocalypse. Regrettably, the conditions set forth by Li Qin were far from simple. Yet, those fortunate enough to gain residency in the star-rated shelter were met with envious gazes from others. Gazing at the data displayed on the screen, Li Qin instructed, Noah, please draft a development plan for the near future. In the command center, one can clearly observe all data pertaining to the star-rated shelter. Currently, the weapon production facility operates relentlessly, supplying those who arrive from all directions for exchanges. This situation remains relatively balanced. However, the vegetable cultivation center and the breeding grounds are experiencing a surplus in production capacity. The star-rated shelter's productivity is astonishing, with merely over 100,000 mouths to feed, rendering the daily output of vegetables and meat insufficiently consumed. Meanwhile, other shelters hoarded vast quantities of food prior to the apocalypse, resulting in a current lack of demand for food exchanges. Firstly, it is advisable for the commander to establish a cooked food processing plant at the earliest opportunity to undertake deep processing of the surplus food, thus averting waste. Secondly, the commander should compile detailed resident profiles to gain a clearer understanding of individual personalities and characteristics. Noah's voice resonated, and a faint smile graced Li Qin's lips. In truth, the detailed resident profiles Noah referred to are akin to the extensive data amassed before the apocalypse, encompassing an individual's family situation, personality, and preferences. Should these profiles be successfully established, many arrangements within the base would become significantly more convenient. Primarily, this would facilitate the formation of resident combat groups. Li Qin aspired to expand the ranks of artificial warrior soldiers to hundreds of thousands at once, yet his current level was insufficient. At present, the star-rated shelter can accommodate a maximum of 6,000 artificial warriors. Relying solely on these 6,000 individuals to safeguard the entire star-rated shelter poses considerable challenges. Therefore, it is essential to select a portion of the residents to form the combat group, thereby enhancing task completion effectiveness. Typically, combat groups should ideally comprise individuals with a strong sense of responsibility and familial duty. Such traits ensure that during missions, sensitive information remains secure and the risk of betrayal is minimized. The personalities of combat group members are of paramount importance. Some individuals may be impulsive, while others are more composed or timid. By grasping this information, Noah can swiftly devise optimal deployment strategies, placing the calm individuals in leadership roles and assigning the impulsive ones as vanguards. Additionally, various tasks within the star-rated shelter demand meticulous attention. while others merely require physical strength. With the establishment of detailed resident profiles, efficiency could potentially increase tenfold or more. Above all, the priority remains the protection of the shelter's safety. Among the 10,000 residents, it is inevitable that some may belong to external factions. By monitoring their private discourse and sentiments, unstable elements can be effectively eliminated. Contemplating this, Li Chen rose to his feet, delegating the construction of the processing plant to the management team. As for the detailed profiles, he instructed that they commence immediately and report progress to him without delay. Noah promptly replied, affirming the directive. With the workday concluded, he instructed that they await him in the living area for an evening stroll. As he spoke, Li Chen boarded the exclusive elevator and departed the command center. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the star-rated shelter adhered to the pre-apocalyptic schedule of public officials. As the day drew to a close, a handful of individuals concluded their work, ascending in the elevator and emerging from the atrium. They made their way to the residential area on the 720th floor. I am utterly exhausted. I must return and indulge in a warm bath, for I am drenched in sweat. Oh, how melodramatic you are. During the days leading up to the apocalypse, you toiled relentlessly, yet I never heard you complain of fatigue. And now, after merely 8 hours of work, you declare yourself weary? Well, it's not quite the same, is it? I engage in physical labor. Oh, never mind. I shall first grab a bowl of noodles. I'm absolutely famished. It feels as though the end of the world has not truly arrived. Life now appears scarcely different from that of the days before the apocalypse. Thanks to Mr. Li, had he not established the star-rated refuge, I might still be hiding in the shadows outside. Despite a full day of work, smiles adorned the faces of all. Upon reaching the entrance of their quarters, they dispersed. Some retreated to rest, while others, the dedicated food enthusiasts, hurried towards the cafeteria. Chapter 23. Winning hearts. At this moment, Li Chen arrived at the 7th floor residential area, where the management awaited him with a squad of artificial warrior soldiers. Such a display naturally drew the attention of the crowd. Who is this person to command such a formidable force? Haven't you seen the forms? This is Mr. Li, the commander of the star-level sanctuary. Mr. Li appears to be merely 17 or 18 years old, perhaps a high school student. Regardless, even if he is a student, I could still be interested. I would gladly bear children for Mr. Li. I wouldn't mind having sensible sisters to assist me in serving him. The title of commander matters little. What truly captivates me is his youthful charm. Frankly, Mr. Li's appearance eclipses even the youthful idols from before the apocalypse. One wonders who was fortunate enough to be in his presence. As the crowd prepared to dine and rest, they gathered, chattering animatedly. Most had only seen photographs of Li Chen on the forums, and witnessing him in the flesh left them utterly astonished. Li Chen exuded an air of sternness, and when he was not smiling, his gaze sent shivers down their spines. Within the star-level sanctuary, numerous unmarried young women felt their hearts flutter at the sight of him, casting shy and bashful glances his way. "See, Commander, greetings." Mr. Li. As Li Chen approached, everyone, regardless of their prior activities, rose to greet him. They were filled with gratitude for this young man. "Hello, please, take a seat and do not stand on ceremony," Li Chen replied with a slight nod. He then turned his gaze, smiling gently. "You all have been here in the star-level sanctuary for some time now. If you have any insights regarding life or work, please feel free to share. It would facilitate improvements. When I am not present, you may voice your opinions to the management, as this is how we can continue to enhance our sanctuary." Li Chen's words left the crowd astonished. Many waved their hands in protest. "Oh no. The star-level sanctuary is already wonderful. I have no complaints whatsoever. If it weren't for Mr. Li's willingness to take us in, I might have ended up as a meal for a zombie. In the star-level sanctuary, I have found my self-worth. Without Mr. Li, I could have drifted through life aimlessly." The resident spoke sincerely, devoid of flattery. After all, the system of the star-level sanctuary was primarily conceived by Li Chen, with Noah refining the details, rendering it remarkably humane. Here, beyond merely having enough to eat and wear, the workload was even lighter than in the pre-apocalyptic days, with everyone engaged in work they excelled at and enjoyed. Many residents contemplated the possibility of remaining here indefinitely, even after the end of the apocalypse. Since everyone appreciates the star-level sanctuary, any future concerns may be freely communicated to the management team. This sanctuary is certainly not a dictatorship. Residents can apply and demonstrate their talents. In the future, the legacy of Huaxia civilization, and indeed that of human civilization, necessitates collective efforts for its preservation. Li Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, akin to a gentle spring breeze that caressed the hearts of all present. Many who were restless found themselves miraculously tranquil upon hearing his words. "Please inform the kitchen that each person will receive an additional serving of chicken soup today. Also, prepare my dinner," Li Chen said with a hint of nonchalance. The management promptly complied with his request, and a wave of cheers erupted among the crowd. Although the meals at the star-rated shelter were affordable, They still required points for redemption. Many opted for the most basic meals to save points, which did not include soup. Li Chun's immediate decision to provide chicken soup for everyone lifted their spirits immensely. Some discerned that Li Chun was attempting to win their favor. Yet they understood this was merely a strategy and still appreciated it greatly. To further connect with the residents, Li Chun also chose a simple meal for himself, a modest serving of rice, a plate of vegetables, and a dish of braised pork ribs. This act instantly bridged the gap between him and the others, as he displayed no airs of superiority. Regardless of who approached him, Li Chun listened attentively, which soon endeared him to the shelter's inhabitants. Mr. Li, to be candid, our lives here, while better than outside, are still quite challenging. The points we earn are barely sufficient for daily sustenance. If anyone falls ill, it becomes a significant burden, one resident lamented. Indeed, I would relish the chance to experience the comforts of a single room and enjoy better meals. However, the meager earnings only suffice for my family's needs. I cannot afford to spend frivolously. Are there any other avenues to earn points besides work? My wife lacks any particular skills and spends her days confined to our room. The pressure is mounting. As these sentiments were shared, Li Chun began to grasp their concerns. It was true that job opportunities within the shelter were limited. With a population of 110,000, there were only 30,000 positions available in skilled trades. The remaining 80,000 individuals could not all be assigned to service roles. And many had entered the shelter through auxiliary quotas, often lacking any specialized skills. Consequently, they were left to languish in their rooms, a significant waste of potential. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chun responded, "Rest assured, I will address this issue. We will soon establish a processed food factory, and those interested can sign up there directly. The task hall will gradually open, and numerous tasks will be made available. Additionally, a portion of residents will be recruited into combat groups to hunt zombies, allowing them to exchange crystal cores for points." Li Chun's announcement ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd, as they felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. A significant number of individuals within the shelter were responsible for supporting families, whether it be spouses and children or aging parents, with more opportunities to earn points. The pressure on them would substantially diminish. Curiosity lingered regarding the employment requirements for the processed food factory. My wife is exceedingly diligent. I wonder if she is eligible to join the resident combat group? Oh, it sounds quite formidable. I am unsure of my own qualifications for membership. What sort of tasks might be available in the mission hall, if Mr. Li would be so kind as to disclose? In response to these inquiries, Li Chun patiently elucidated. Firstly, regarding the factory, the prepared food factory is currently seeking 3,000 individuals. Subsequently, additional factories for cosmetics, daily necessities, and clothing will be established. Priority will be given to the elderly and women. Upon hearing that the prepared food factory is only recruiting 3,000 people, a sense of disappointment swept over the crowd. Nevertheless, it is reassuring that more factories will be opened in the future. Eventually, everyone will have employment. The most excited among them are the elderly and women. Chapter 24. Establishing the care center. Some individuals brought their parents into the shelter. Most were in their 50s or 60s, not too young, yet not too old either. They were certainly incapable of performing strenuous labor. However, if they could secure positions within the factory, the work would be relatively light and devoid of danger, allowing them to earn additional points. We, too, could contribute. Long live Mr. Li. I shall return to inform my parents of this news shortly. This announcement undoubtedly served as a potent morale booster for the residents. The elderly and women at home would no longer need to risk venturing outside. Simultaneously, the men who joined the resident combat group no longer had to worry about their families. Even if they faced peril outside, their loved ones could continue earning points in the factory within the shelter. Furthermore, Mr. Li provided clarity on the resident combat group. With a slight smile, he elaborated that, unlike the combat group associated with the shelter itself, the resident combat group focused on resource collection. One could perceive it as the second line of defense for a star-rated shelter. The crystal cores obtained from tasks need not be surrendered, they could be exchanged for points. Upon hearing this, some robust men grew excited. The resident combat group, while seemingly perilous, was not particularly dangerous. Moreover, the retention of the crystal cores signified an additional source of income. However, Mr. Li, I have a question. A woman raised her hand. Clad in a training uniform, her physique exuded strength, unmistakably revealing her as a muscular woman. Li Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering a Barbie of such formidable stature in the shelter. It is well known that women naturally possess a higher body fat percentage than men. Attaining such impressive musculature requires an effort several times greater than that of men. Nevertheless, Li Chun did not linger on her appearance but casually inquired, "What is your question?" "My name is Su Ruashi. I previously served in a special forces unit, which should qualify me for the resident combat group. However, my mother is blind. Until now, my father has been her caregiver, but he tragically passed away during the virus outbreak, leaving only my mother and me to escape. If I join the resident combat group and go on missions, could I arrange for someone to assist in caring for my mother? As Tsuruashi finished speaking, the crowd noticed an elderly figure beside her, approximately 60 years old, with graying hair and a blind cane. The elder reached out, gently resting a hand on Tsuruashi's shoulder, and emotionally remarked, "Ruashi, do not worry about me." The elder understood that he had become a burden to his daughter. "Mother, please do not say that. Father entrusted me with the responsibility of caring for you," Tsuruashi replied, clasping the elder's hand and shaking her head. This inquiry piqued the interest of many, who were eager to hear Li Qin's response. Every individual has parents and children, while children could attend school within the shelter. The challenge arose for those elderly individuals who were unable to care for themselves. The men and women ventured outside to work, yet they remained concerned for their families. In this apocalyptic scenario, survivors outside would not grapple with such dilemmas, as the brutal reality of survival rendered the elderly and children virtually incapable of enduring. However, the situation is different in the star-rated shelter. Li Qin does not consider himself a saint, yet he holds a profound recognition for the inherent goodness in humanity. In an apocalyptic environment, those who are willing to strive for survival alongside children and the elderly must possess a fundamentally pure nature. Rest assured, the shelter, in addition to the school established for minors, will also create a care center, employing the most professional caregivers to provide nurturing support. When you embark on missions or training, you need only to contribute a certain number of points to ensure your family receives comprehensive care at the center. Upon your return, you may reunite with them at home. Furthermore, the salaries for the resident combat teams have a guaranteed minimum of 6,000 points per month, with additional bonuses based on the difficulty of the tasks undertaken. After Li Qin's speech, tears streamed down the faces of the elderly present. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, countless individuals have abandoned their aging parents for selfish reasons. Even those with a semblance of conscience, who refuse to forsake their elders, are often coerced into making difficult choices due to external pressures. Now, with the establishment of the care center in the star-rated shelter, the elderly have been afforded a lifeline. Others, too, were deeply moved. Li Qin's initiative reassured them that as long as they diligently work within the shelter, they would be assured of support and care in their old age. This is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will sign up for the resident combat team and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the star-rated shelter, Tsuruashi exclaimed with a bright smile. Li Qin presented 3 initiatives in total, though his explanations were still somewhat vague. Further details would need to be refined later. Following this dinner, the residents of the shelter felt a profound sense of peace. They all recognized the humane nature of the star-rated shelter, which offered a haven for everyone, from 3-year-old children to 80-year-old elders. Most importantly, everyone would have stable work to earn points. Upon returning to the command center, Li Qin tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, "Noah, retrieve Tsuruashi's personal profile and personality palette." Retrieving data. Tsuruashi, female, 29 years old. A local from Donghai City. She enlisted at 17 through high school recruitment and joined the Lone Wolf Special Forces at 18. She has received first-class merit 6 times, second-class merit twice, and third-class merit 11 times. At 28, she retired due to psychological trauma. She is calm, holds herself to high standards, and is exceptionally filial. What does it mean to have 6 first-class merits? Achieving third-class merit requires diligent effort. Second-class merit demands blood and sweat, while first-class merit is earned at the cost of one's life. It can be said that this honor was earned by Tsuruashi through countless encounters with life and death. Li Qin gazed in astonishment at Tsuruashi's photograph, hardly believing that such accomplishments could be attained by a woman. For Li Qin, someone like Tsuruashi epitomized the ideal candidate for the resident combat team, capable and deeply caring. However, the notation regarding her psychological trauma in the file piqued his curiosity. Noah, investigate the cause of Tsuruashi's psychological trauma. At age 28, Li Qin instructed immediately. However, the omnipotent Noah found himself devoid of answers this time. The report to the commander indicated that the only available information pertained to Tsuruashi, who sought psychological counseling after executing a mission in the Red Sea, subsequently retiring without further details. Noah's response left Li Qin astounded once more. Yet, it did not take long for Li Qin to grasp the underlying rationale. Psychological counseling is inherently confidential, and given Tsuruashi's exceptional talents, discretion is paramount. There were no recordings or documented files during her consultations, which naturally eluded Noah's inquiries. As for the nature of her trauma, as long as it did not impede her duties, Li Qin was not one to indulge in gossip. He promptly arranged a significant residence for Su Ruashi and her mother and instructed, additionally, notify the management team to expedite the establishment of a care center, ensuring Su Ruashi's mother is well taken care of. Su Ruashi is to be designated as a key subject for observation. I require daily reports on her meals, conversations, and activities. Understood. Noah responded with a crisp and decisive affirmation. Chapter 25. The three cobblers are no match for Zhuge Liang. The residence for significant talents is specifically reserved. They primarily consist of 2-bedroom apartments and even 4-bedroom units. After all, important talents deserve exceptional treatment, given Su Ruashi's qualifications and temperament. She is worthy of taking on substantial responsibilities. Li Qin intends to cultivate her as the leader of the resident combat team. Upon receiving the orders, the management team acted swiftly, quickly retrieving the files of 90 professionals from the resident registration database to be incorporated into the care center. There are caregivers, dedicated nutritionists, and rehabilitation specialists organized in groups of 3. 2 modes exist: 1, 3, and 3, 1. For those with basic self-care abilities, 1 staff member attends to 3 residents, while those who are completely incapable of self-care are assigned 1 staff member each. Naturally, the costs differ. Not only can the family members of the resident combat team be admitted, but also those working in other positions. After Su Ruashi returned to her room with her mother, a message appeared on her smart wristband. Hello, Miss Su. Congratulations. Your application for the resident combat team has been approved. Please report to the training facility on the 1st floor tomorrow at noon, bringing your smart wristband. Additionally, your resident level has been upgraded to B, and a 2-bedroom apartment has been arranged for you, located in the 16th floor residential area. You may enter using your smart wristband. We hope you can quickly acclimate to your new role. Upon reading this message, Su Ruashi was momentarily stunned. Ordinary residents of the shelter are only aware of 3 types of accommodations: single rooms, double rooms, and multi-person rooms. Su Ruashi had previously observed that all spaces were of similar size. To think there were 2-bedroom apartments available, and that one was directly assigned to her. The image of Li Chun involuntarily surfaced in her mind, and she felt a surge of gratitude. However, her joy was short-lived as a concern crossed her mind. Although the room was larger, her mother was blind. What would happen to her mother during the day while Su Ruashi was in training? Just as Su Ruashi was consumed by worry, a notification popped up. Notice: the care center has been established. Click to view details. Eagerly, Su Ruashi clicked on the notification. Upon seeing the staff allocation, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The care center was almost equipped like a 5-star nursing home before the apocalypse. And even better than that. Now Su Ruashi felt reassured. She promptly gathered her few belongings, taking her mother's hand, and said, "Mom, let's move to a new place." "Ruashi, what is the matter?" The elderly woman's world was shrouded in darkness, leaving her unaware of what was happening, only anxiously grasping her daughter's hand. "I've been selected for the resident combat team. Mr. Lee has arranged a better room for us," Su Ruashi reassured her. Instantly, tears streamed down the elderly woman's cheeks. She gently patted Su Ruashi's hand, advising, "Mr. Lee has been so kind to us. You must work hard and never let him down." "Don't worry, Mom," Su Ruashi smiled. After arranging for Su Ruashi, Li Qin commenced his inspection. During this period, numerous new positions had been established. Li Chun wandered through these newly created areas within the processed food factory, ultimately arriving at the 21st floor of the research center. The star-level shelter's 2,130 floors were dedicated to research, yet presently only the 21st floor was in use. The head of this center was Dr. Yang. Given Dr. Yang's status as a senior academician, his experience, knowledge, and research achievements far surpassed those of his peers. Since rescuing Dr. Yang, Li Qin had already appointed him as the head of the 21st floor research center. Upon Li Qin's arrival, Dr. Yang had just completed a series of experiments and promptly approached with Ningjing. "Commander," Dr. Yang greeted with a slight nod. It is common for researchers to possess relatively low emotional intelligence and not be adept at flattery. Thus, Li Qin paid no mind to it, merely responding with a nod. "How is the research progressing?" Dr. Yang immediately stood upright and spoke eloquently. "Currently, we are engaged in 2 major projects, one concerning the zombie virus, and the other focusing on the energy forms of crystal nuclei. Each major project is subdivided into several smaller ones. There are 18 researchers working on the zombie virus, while 12 are dedicated to the crystal nucleus. Preliminary results have been achieved in the zombie virus project. These 2 directions were proposed by Li Chun when Dr. Yang entered the research center. The number of researchers in the entire shelter is not particularly large, but in high-tech fields, success relies on genius rather than mere numbers. It can be said that 1,000 ordinary individuals laboring day and night cannot surpass the brilliance of a single genius. Nonetheless, this analogy is not entirely accurate. In the realm of research, 3 mediocre craftsmen will never equal a Zhuge Liang. Apart from the height of stacking, they fall short in every other aspect. As a top-tier research talent, Dr. Yang undoubtedly embodies the essence of genius. Most of the personnel in the research institute are Dr. Yang's disciples, all of whom have been meticulously selected to gain his attention. In this regard, Li Chen harbored no doubts about the personnel composition. The current priority is the study of the crystal nucleus. Understanding its energy form is crucial, as the next step involves its application. It is hoped that this area will yield results swiftly. Li Chen nodded slightly, identifying the shortcomings. The research on the zombie virus is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. With past experiences in mind, Li Chen was acutely aware that the zombie virus would likely mutate, and even more terrifying entities could emerge. It is imperative to expedite the research on the application of the crystal nucleus to preserve humanity's strength to the greatest extent possible. Dr. Yang, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement but expressed some difficulty. Understood. However, our understanding of the crystal nucleus is exceedingly limited, and progress is exceedingly slow. The zombie virus can be compared to the characteristics of other viruses, but the crystal nucleus is unprecedented. It feels as though we are at a loss as to where to begin. Li Chen smiled gently, offering a slight acknowledgement to Dr. Yang. Perhaps the energy within the crystal nucleus cannot be transformed using the conventional forms of energy we are familiar with. Imagine how the crystal nucleus delivers and stores energy within the brain of a zombie. It might require a biological perspective to elucidate this. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yang experienced a moment of enlightenment. Without further ado, he set aside his conversation with Li Chen and hurriedly grabbed paper and pen to document his thoughts. I understand, Dr. Yang exclaimed as he tapped his forehead. He promptly called upon Ning Jing and the others to commence the experiment. Li Chen, unfazed, observed Dr. Yang's industrious figure with a hint of satisfaction. Truly, he is a top-tier scientific talent, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. In his previous life, the brief words spoken by Li Chen encapsulated the extensive labor and insights of countless scientists. Li Chen subtly hinted, yet he was taken aback by Dr. Yang's immediate comprehension. With Li Chen's prompt, it is likely that the research findings on the crystal nucleus will emerge ahead of schedule. Chapter 26, Attribute Panel. The following morning at 7 o'clock, the training ground on the first floor was filled to capacity. A throng of individuals, all having successfully passed the assessment for the resident combat group, stood ready to register. The evaluation encompassed physical fitness, combat skills, and firearms proficiency. Only those who met the criteria were granted eligibility. A glance around revealed approximately 10,000 individuals, each face alight with exuberance. Joining the resident combat group held immense significance for them. Almost all the men in the star-rated shelter had submitted applications, yet only this 1,000 remained, a testament to their remarkable capabilities. Additionally, the rewards associated with the resident combat group were substantial, with monthly points reaching up to 6,000, alongside various bonuses and commissions. Who would not be tempted? As Li Chen stepped into the training ground, the lively chatter ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned towards him in reverence. Mr. Li, good morning, greeted the crowd, as familiar faces acknowledged his presence. Li Chen offered a slight nod, directing his gaze towards manager number 5, who was engaged in the registration process. He inquired, how are things progressing? Reporting to the commander, we have currently enrolled 9,806 individuals in the resident combat group, all of whom have achieved a physical fitness rating of D or above. Manager number 5 responded with utmost respect, standing tall, to facilitate distinction. Physical fitness is classified into 4 tiers from A to D, with D representing the level typical of healthy young men. Those in suboptimal health had already been excluded. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Combat skills and experience could be imparted later, but physical fitness was not something that could be compensated for overnight. At present, the artificial human cultivation chamber had successfully produced a maximum of 5,000 artificial warrior soldiers, coupled with the nearly 10,000 members of the resident combat group. The star-rated shelter now boasted a formidable force of 15,000. Excluding the artificial warriors, the remaining 1,000 residents were comprised solely of young men, many of whom were retired soldiers. Today, the star-rated shelter could be regarded as a top-tier fighting force throughout Donghai City. Commander, the registration process is complete. Manager No. 5 saluted respectfully. Li Chen glanced at the list. Unsurprisingly, Su Ruashi had achieved S ratings across the board, with her physical fitness slightly lower at an A. Well, since the registration is finalized, it is time for you all to commence your missions. Everyone, arm yourselves immediately. With Li Chen's commanding proclamation, the 1,000 individuals sprang into action, swiftly donning their combat gear, creating a spectacular scene. The members of the resident combat group were equipped similarly to the artificial warriors, complete with goggles, infrared night vision devices, and the most advanced weaponry available in the interstellar shelter. In less than a minute, the entire resident combat group underwent a remarkable transformation. Once fully attired, they collectively turned their hopeful gazes towards Li Qin, their eyes igniting with a fervent intensity, a blazing beacon of determination. Clad in their gear, every fiber of their being resonated with a singular cry: fight, fight. Li Qin naturally comprehended the thoughts of those around him. With a slight smile, he declared, "We shall embark on a 7-day training regimen. Today marks the first day, so let us hone our skills against the zombies. The objective is for each individual to eliminate 50 zombies. Can we accomplish this?" A resounding chorus erupted from the throats of thousands. Yes, the sound was deafening. Onward. Li Qin nodded toward the artificial warriors, who promptly led the charge, followed closely by the combat team of 10,000 residents. Ding. Congratulations, Commander. On the formation of the Resident Guard, the attribute panel has been unlocked. Please proceed to review it. The attribute panel? Li Qin was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had learned of its existence from Noah. In simple terms, it allowed for personal enhancement and the modification of bound individuals, proving to be exceedingly practical. Without hesitation, Li Qin commanded, "Open the attribute panel." Instantly, a transparent holographic screen materialized before him, visible solely to Li Qin. Star-level shelter system, host, Li Qin, strength 6, agility 7, constitution 10, mentality 10, wisdom 9, evolution energy 42,062, binding 1, none, binding 2, none, gene evolution count 0. As Li Qin scrutinized his panel, a slight frown creased his brow. Prior to any gene evolution, the pinnacle value for an ordinary human was 10, while Li Qin's statistics eclipsed the majority. A sense of dissatisfaction lingered. There was a clear imbalance. His strength and agility were somewhat lacking. Just as he was about to inquire with Noah, a series of notification sounds suddenly rang out. Ding. The combat team has slain one basic zombie, gaining 1 point of evolution energy. Ding. The combat team has slain one basic zombie, gaining 1 point of evolution energy. As the notifications continued to sound, the evolution energy on the panel steadily increased. A subtle smile graced Li Qin's lips. So this is how evolution energy is acquired. Coincidentally, Li Qin possessed a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The sight of those low values in strength and agility troubled him. He promptly clicked to upgrade. Ding. 200 points of evolution energy have been consumed. Strength increased by 1. Ding. 200 points of evolution energy have been consumed. Strength increased by 1. Ding. 200 points of evolution energy have been consumed. Agility increased by 1. In just a moment, Li Qin expended 1,600 points of evolution energy, elevating all his attributes to 10. Just as he was poised to continue upgrading, he suddenly noticed that the required expenditure had changed. Ding. 2,000 points of evolution energy have been consumed. Strength increased by 1. Goodness, that was a tenfold increase. Li Qin immediately inquired, "Noah, how's this value calculated?" Reporting to the commander, before level 10, each attribute increase costs 200 evolution energy.
From levels 10 to 20, each attribute increase costs 2,000 evolution energy. At the 2030 level, each increment in attributes requires 20,000 evolution energy. Noah responded promptly.
Li Qin glanced at the remaining evolution energy, which stood at 38,462, insufficient to elevate all attributes to level 20. He decided to enhance both strength and agility to level 21st. In an instant, Li Qin felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, his limbs brimmed with newfound vigor. His vision sharpened remarkably. He could even discern the trajectories of dust particles suspended in the air. At this moment, only a little over 400 evolution energy remained. The upgrade buttons for strength and agility had dimmed. Li Qin tentatively clicked on them, only to be met with a prompt. Ding. Level has reached its limit. Would you like to proceed with gene evolution? Due to the insufficient evolution energy, he could not confirm the action. Rather than dismissing the attribute panel, Li Qin meticulously examined the detailed explanation. Chapter 27. Level 1 Gene Evolution in the Realm of Ordinary Humanity, where the pinnacle of attributes caps at level 10, one achieves the status of an athletic prodigy. Some elite forces, having undergone grueling training akin to that of Suruwashi, can reach attribute points of 20. This represents the absolute limit attainable by humankind. If Li Qin aspires to further enhance his attributes, he must embark on the first phase of gene evolution. Failing to do so would result in a considerable strain on the physique of an ordinary human, leading to a shortened lifespan. In essence, it is a matter of survival. The first phase of gene evolution brings about a transformative change, akin to the disparity between an ant and a human. Generally speaking, Breakthroughs in genetic locks only occur at the precipice of life and death. It is through incessantly flirting with mortality that one might find the faintest chance to shatter the genetic lock and complete the first phase of gene evolution. However, for Li Qin, there is no need to gamble with his life. Provided that the evolutionary energy is sufficient, a simple click would suffice. After perusing the information, Li Qin prepared to close the panel. Suddenly, he was alerted. Ding. The combat team has slain one low-level zombie, gaining 1 point of evolutionary energy. Ding. The combat team has slain one low-level zombie, gaining 1 point of evolutionary energy. The notification chimes rang incessantly. Were it not for Noah's calculations being robust, the system might have crashed. Li Qin's gaze remained fixed, unblinking, as he observed his evolutionary energy surge from 462 to an astonishing 62,014. Moreover, this figure continued to escalate wildly. Noah, what is happening? Li Qin inquired immediately. Commander, the combat team has encountered a massive horde of zombies and has employed area of effect weaponry to eradicate them, Noah replied, transmitting live combat footage to Li Qin. The cacophony of gunfire was deafening. From a distance, it resembled a harvest of wheat, as zombies fell one after another. The combat team exhibited seamless coordination. As the first group expended their ammunition, they promptly retreated, allowing the second group to take their place and maintain the firepower. Within the brief span of a minute that Li Qin observed, his evolutionary energy soared past 80,000. Without hesitation, Li Qin immediately upgraded all attributes to 20 points. Shortly thereafter, the gene evolution button illuminated. With a gentle click, a searing sensation engulfed him, as if every muscle in his body were being torn asunder. Each cell simultaneously underwent division and reorganization. Li Qin gasped, cold sweat prickling his skin like countless steel needles. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, leaving only the excruciating pain. Just as Li Qin felt he might falter, a sharp crack resonated from the depths of his being. Something within him had been unlocked. The areas that had been damaged during the cellular division began to mend one by one. Moments later, Li Qin's sweat had soaked through his clothing, revealing a pale pink hue, indicative of the blood that had been expelled. Star Refuge System. Host, Li Qin, Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 20, Wisdom 20, Evolution Energy 7,442, Binding 1, Non, Binding 2, Non. Gene Evolution Count 1. Li Qin gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Having completed the first stage of evolution, Li Qin had become one of humanity's foremost combatants. Though the attribute panel only reflected an increase of 10 points, his strength surpassed all expectations. With a single step, he could create a dent in the concrete floor. More significantly, upon reaching level 20, he discovered that his mental power could be projected outward, granting him control over a radius of 5 miles. Though it may seem lengthy, it transpired in a mere instant. At this moment, the members of the resident combat team were just stepping onto the lift platform, awaiting Li Qin to lead them. Unbeknownst to them, in this fleeting moment, Li Qin had undergone a remarkable transformation. Only Su Roashi seemed to sense something amiss as Li Qin attempted to extend his mental power, directing her gaze towards him. Activating the lift platform, they set off. Li Qin effortlessly leapt onto the platform and promptly issued commands. The ground trembled as the earth cracked open, revealing the lift above the surface. 100 camouflage trucks roared out from the electrified enclosure. Seated in the lead vehicle, Li Qin retrieved his walkie-talkie and proclaimed, "This operation is primarily a training exercise. We must adhere strictly to orders. I expect each of you to return unscathed. Do you have confidence?" In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from the sky above the convoy. Yes. With an explosive force, each truck surged forward at a speed of 100 miles per hour. Although the resident combat team included numerous retired soldiers, many were ordinary civilians. Thus, the primary objective of today's training was to help them conquer their fears. After all, having lived in an era of peace, ordinary people had not even dared to kill a chicken. Now, they were to face zombies that bore human forms and faces. Many found themselves unable to act. For this training, Li Qin had meticulously arranged for the combat team the previous day, designating a controlled area to manage the number of zombies and prevent significant casualties. As the 100 trucks halted, dust was kicked up, and all personnel swiftly and orderly disembarked. Forming lines, Li Qin walked at the rear, and by the time he descended, everyone was already assembled. He reiterated, "Today's focus is training. Each of you must adhere to orders. Since joining the combat team, your lives no longer belong to you. Without my command, no one is permitted to perish. Do you understand?" Li Qin's expression was grave, and the collective response echoed, "Yes." The sanctuary has established free schools, providing financial assistance to minors. Families of combatants receive complimentary medical care and support. Go forth without any reservations. Conquer the fears within your heart and annihilate them without mercy. Kill, kill, kill. With Li Qin's command, units of 10 surged forward towards the zombies. A mere glance revealed the psychological fortitude of each individual. The retired soldiers acted with precision and decisiveness. They needed no firearms, as a single dagger sufficed to dispatch a zombie. In contrast, the civilians hesitated, paralyzed by their indecision. What are you waiting for? Have you not found a zombie to your liking? The retired soldier, serving as the team leader, shouted out. This resembles my second aunt. The man, gun in hand, trembled slightly. The familiar visage rendered him unable to act. What nonsense about a second aunt or third aunt? Did you not hear the commander's orders? Eliminate them all. The retired soldier kicked him. The man found himself perilously close to the zombie, nearly face to face. Had he not retreated swiftly, his face would have been torn away. In that moment of life and death, the man finally summoned his courage and fired a shot with great force. Chapter 28. Overcoming fear. A dull thud resonated through the air as the zombie, resembling Ant Air, slowly collapsed to the ground, dark liquid oozing from its forehead. I killed Ant Air. The man appeared on the verge of tears. Yet, the retired soldier remained impassive, swiftly dispatching the lunging zombie with a decisive stroke of his blade before speaking. Once infected by the virus, they can no longer be considered human. They are a horde of bloodthirsty monsters. If you hesitate today, tomorrow these zombies will turn their ravenous attention to your surviving family members. The soldier's words jolted the man into action. Gripping his knife tightly, he steeled himself and plunged into the throng. In this training session, many hearts began to quietly transform. Unbeknownst to them, overhead, countless drones diligently recorded their performance, which would ultimately contribute to their evaluation 7 days hence. Gradually, the group fell into a rhythm, developing an unspoken synergy. With each coordinated strike, they successfully eliminated zombies, deftly cracking open their skulls to extract the energy cores. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. What is that thing? It's moving so fast. Quick, it's heading that way, get out of the way. Damn it, I've been caught. Amidst the orderly formation, chaos broke out. Li Chun rushed over, spotting a green-faced, fanged zombie racing through the crowd, surpassing human limits with its speed. This zombie appeared no different from the others, save for its eyes. Help! Save me! The crowd erupted in screams, witnessing the zombie open its maw, poised to strike. Whoosh! Li Chun sprang into action. To those present, he seemed but a blur. They soon gasped in astonishment as the lightning-fast zombie was sent tumbling through the air in an arc. Li Chun raised his foot. Crack! The zombie's skull was instantly crushed beneath his heel, splattering dark red liquid across the ground. Good heavens, Mr. Li is so formidable. This speed is beyond human capability. Am I seeing things? Did Mr. Li just soar past? Those who witnessed the scene stood in stunned silence. Suruashi involuntarily turned her gaze, her pupils constricting. Having undergone specialized training, she understood better than most what Li Chun's performance signified. He had transcended the limits of ordinary humanity. Not only was his speed remarkable, but the mere act of crushing a zombie's skull with a single kick indicated a terrifying level of strength. No wonder the soldiers under Mr. Li are all so valiant. I now realize how inadequate I am. Indeed, only someone of his caliber is worthy of commanding a star-level shelter. At that moment, the members of the resident combat team felt a mix of awe and fear towards Li Chun, with many gazes gradually igniting with fervor. Continue the fight, Li Chun commanded. The crowd immediately sprang back into action. The two individuals sprawled on the ground fell within Li Chun's line of sight. These two had already been clawed or bitten by zombies, infected with the zombie virus. Within 24 hours, they would lose their sanity and transform into ravenous monsters. Li Chun gazed at them, his expression unperturbed, and declared, "You have 5 minutes to bid farewell to your families." This proclamation was tantamount to sentencing them to death. No, Mr. Li, I do not wish to die. I can survive, please do not kill me. The two trembled in fear, their teeth chattering audibly. Alas, Li Chun was not one to show mercy. He glanced at his smart wristband and initiated the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a single glance from Li Chun, the android warriors drew their guns, aiming at the heads of the two individuals. In an instant, their breaths ceased. Those surrounding this scene, having endured the apocalypse, felt no remorse. To spare the infected was to allow them the chance to harm their families. Mr. Li had previously stated that from the moment one joined the resident combat group, their life no longer belonged to themselves. In the face of battle, one must be prepared for sacrifice. The training continued until dusk. At 6 o'clock in the evening, with the sound of a whistle, the members of the resident combat group had dispatched the last zombie at hand and quickly formed ranks. 20 android warriors stood guard around them. I have witnessed the results of today's training. You all performed commendably. Go home and rest well. Report back punctually tomorrow, Li Chun summarized succinctly. He then stepped into the all-terrain vehicle. The current resident combat group was merely a band of brave, ordinary individuals. Li Chun desired more than that. He sought a powerful, well-trained battalion. Just as the vehicle was about to start, Su Ruashi appeared at the door. "Commander, I have something to report." Li Chun waved dismissively at the android warriors, then alighted from the vehicle, meeting Su Ruashi's gaze directly and inquired, "What is it?" Su Ruashi felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, causing her to involuntarily swallow hard. "Report, Commander. Our resident combat group has not yet undergone systematic training. There is a complete lack of discipline and obedience. I recommend that the commander establish a training regimen for compliance before engaging in actual combat." Having spent considerable time in special forces, Su Ruashi understood the essential training a team required. Take, for instance, those two who were bitten by zombies. Had they been retired soldiers, they would have obeyed Li Chen's command and taken their own lives without begging for mercy. Military orders are absolute. Thus, compliance is of utmost importance. Li Chen regarded Su Ruashi with appreciation and replied calmly, "We have 6 more days of training ahead. You will serve as the temporary leader of the 1st Battalion." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Su Ruashi's face. Initially, she merely intended to offer a reminder to Li Chun. To my surprise, Li Chun placed such immense trust in me, directly appointing me to lead 1,000 individuals in training. Indeed, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Su Ruashi stood with her legs together, raising her hands in salute. She was not one for words. The only way she could repay Li Chen was by training her soldiers to the best of her ability. 100 trucks, in a grand procession, made their way back. The commotion was such that the zombies along the route had no choice but to retreat. In this training session, everyone fulfilled the tasks assigned by Li Chen and reaped abundant rewards. Each individual received dozens of energy cores. However, they did not keep them for themselves. Upon returning to the star-level refuge, they submitted them to the management. This mission was fundamentally about hunting zombies. And since Li Chun did not permit them to take the energy cores for personal use, they dared not claim them. After returning to the training grounds, Li Chun gazed upon the assembled ranks and slowly spoke. "Today, I have witnessed your performance. Based on your comprehensive assessment scores and today's demonstration, I shall now announce the list of warrior officers at each level." Chapter 29. Upgrading the production line. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. The leader of the 1st Brigade, Su Ruashi, the leader of the 2nd Brigade, Feng Liang, and the captain of the 1st Team, Lu Liren. Each individual whose name was called stepped forward, their hearts racing with excitement. They were astonished that Li Chun had taken notice of every single one of them. The 10,000 residents in the combat group had been divided into 2 brigades, each comprising several smaller teams. On this occasion, Li Chun announced dozens of names, all of whom had performed admirably during the day's practical training. This was largely thanks to Noah's powerful analysis, which processed footage captured by drones to compile data, ensuring each person was placed in the most suitable position. After reading the list, Li Chen surveyed the group of individuals who had stepped forward and spoke slowly. "These positions are merely temporary. Once the 7-day training period concludes, I will reassess based on performance." Addressing the 2 brigade leaders and the various team captains, he added, "The soldiers under your command will be your assessment criteria. Is that understood?" "Understood." The group responded robustly. "Very well, that will be all for today. Return and rest. Tomorrow, we will commence the next phase of training. I require resolute soldiers, not cowards." As Li Chen's words echoed, Su Ruashi clenched her teeth and vowed, "Commander, my soldiers are anything but weaklings." In the subsequent 6 days, the resident combat groups trained diligently according to the detailed regimen devised by Noah. Most team leaders were veterans, making the training process seamless. The 10,000 residents in the combat group experienced rapid growth. Concurrently, the factories Li Chun had previously promised began to take shape, including those for daily necessities, confectionery, beverages, and clothing. With raw materials readily available, it was simply a matter of coordination. Noah organized personnel based on the information gathered, and soon, each factory commenced production in an orderly fashion. In Dahai City, while all other factories lay in disarray, the industrial lines of the star-rated shelter were truly remarkable. The products being produced were predominantly entertainment-related. Residents of the shelter eagerly utilized their accumulated points for consumption, reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. "Commander, the preparation progress for 26 production lines has reached 100. A total of 48,055 positions have been created, with 30 occupied by the elderly and 68 by women. However, the products being manufactured cannot be fully consumed within the shelter. Please advise." The management stood tall in the command room, delivering their report. The central control panel displayed a series of tables outlining the production status of the various industrial lines. Who could have imagined that, amidst the apocalypse, There were individuals not merely focused on survival, but also on industrial development. Nonetheless, overproduction certainly posed a significant issue. It was imperative to readjust the products of the production lines, prioritizing internal consumption. Notify the residents of the combat team to embark on a mission with the transport trucks to gather various raw materials, Li Chen commanded. Understood. The administrator promptly replied. Following this, commands from Li Chen were disseminated through the intelligent wristbands. Once the administrator departed, Li Chen spoke again. Noah, what is the current status of the shelter? The number of energy cores stands at 45,022, with energy reserves at 98. Noah projected a bar graph onto the holographic screen. Prior to the apocalypse, Li Chen had already procured solar panels and generators, strategically placed within the power grid, continuously supplying energy to the star-level shelter. Thus, even with over 20 factories operating simultaneously and 100,000 people consuming resources, the energy reserves remained largely intact. However, as Li Chen gazed at the energy core count, a frown creased his brow. The artificial combatants dispatched to hunt zombies had returned with approximately 80,000 energy cores. Coupled with the 30,000 cores delivered by Yang Qingyi and others, the total should have exceeded 100,000. Yet, in the quest to create a full complement of 5,000 artificial warriors, most of the energy cores had been expended, leaving only around 40,000. Noah, I require an upgrade for the combat team's armament. Please formulate a detailed plan, Li Chen instructed. The star-level shelter currently possesses 45,022 energy cores. First, repair the armored vehicle production line and upgrade it to level 2 to ensure the combat team can undertake missions. Second, repair the level 1 aircraft production line to guarantee marching speed. As Noah reported, detailed information appeared on the holographic screen before Li Chen. The level 1 armored vehicle could withstand rifle bullets, while the level 2 armored vehicle could endure heavy weaponry. The aircraft production lines varied accordingly. The level 1 line could produce military helicopters, the level 2 line could manufacture transport aircraft, and the level 3 line could yield basic fighter jets. Nodding slightly at Noah's recommendations, Li Chen replied, commence repairs. Ding. 10,000 energy cores have been used to repair the level 1 armored vehicle production line. Ding. 20,000 energy cores have been used to upgrade to the level 2 armored vehicle production line. Ding. 10,000 energy cores have been used to repair the level 1 aircraft production line. With each notification, the remaining energy cores dwindled to 5,022. Simultaneously, the fourth layer of the weapons production base underwent a transformation. The previously dilapidated production lines shimmered with renewed vitality, becoming as good as new. Fully automated machines continuously fed raw materials into the machinery for high-temperature melting and shaping, while robotic arms meticulously installed components in designated positions. Upon receiving the notification, the administrator promptly rushed to the scene with the maintenance personnel. After adjustments by the repair soldiers, the two fully automated production lines operated smoothly. Before long, the first armored vehicle emerged, a level 2 model forged entirely from heavy metals, exuding an imposing presence at first glance. Soon after, helicopters appeared at the end of the production line. Despite being classified as level 1, the helicopters were entirely clad in military green and could accommodate 6 individuals. Both the armored vehicles and helicopters bore a standard design. Li Chen could select from dozens of styles via the command console. The armored vehicles varied in size and weight according to the requirements, suitable for rapid marches, breakthroughs, or siege warfare. The helicopters were categorized based on their armament and payload capacity. There were armed helicopters capable of executing hunting missions, speed-oriented helicopters designed for rescue operations, and transport helicopters intended for logistical tasks. However, it is important to note that helicopters are not true combat or transport aircraft, although they possess rescue and transport capabilities. These functionalities are not fully developed. Li Chen pondered for a moment before making his selections on the holographic panel. The production line for armored vehicles was divided into light and heavy variants, while the helicopter production focused primarily on transport models. Given that there was only one production line for both the helicopters and armored vehicles, it was unnecessary to manufacture all options. One could simply choose what was needed. Chapter 30. The first collection mission. The light armored vehicle is primarily designed for rapid deployment, swiftly transporting soldiers to the battlefield. In contrast, the heavy armored vehicle is fortified against hordes of the undead and assaults from other armed forces. As for helicopters, the armed variants are tasked with air superiority in combat, while transport helicopters are responsible for the conveyance of supplies. Should the combat unit encounter substantial raw materials or storage facilities in the field, they can promptly dispatch a transport helicopter for retrieval. Simultaneously, other shelters can place orders to bypass combat and facilitate delivery. With these vital pieces of equipment, the armed forces of the star-rated shelters have seen a dramatic enhancement. At this moment, the various shelters in Donghai City are still grappling with food shortages, engaging in makeshift battles with kitchen knives, while the interstellar shelter has already established capabilities for land and air combat. Commence the production line, Li Chen commanded. As the machines roared to life, each component began to operate seamlessly. The mechanical arms appeared to possess a form of self-awareness, coordinating with remarkable precision, achieving a margin of error below 0.001 millimeters. According to Noah's explanation, the production time for a helicopter is approximately 12 days per unit, while an armored vehicle can be completed in just 1 day. After a moment of silent contemplation, Li Chen issued a directive. The production line must not cease. Once the products are ready, priority should be given to arming the artificial warriors, with the remainder allocated for the armed civilian units. Based on Li Chen's assessment, once the civilian combat groups are sufficiently equipped, a second production line could be initiated to manufacture more advanced armored vehicles and helicopters. The obsolete units could then be sold to various shelters. After all, loyalty varies. The artificial warriors are unwaveringly devoted to Li Chen and thus warrant expedited arming, while the civilian combat groups rank slightly lower in priority. As for other shelters, they would only have access to the discarded equipment from the star-rated shelter, thereby preventing a scenario reminiscent of the fable of the farmer and the snake. Understood. The management readily acquiesced. The artificial warriors would voice no dissent regarding Li Chen's decisions. Noah, what is the status of the residents' detailed profiles? Li Chen inquired. Completed at 100, ready for retrieval at any moment, Noah responded. Satisfied with this answer, Li Chen nodded and instructed, relay the message that when the combat groups are on missions, they must carry and install surveillance equipment. Currently, our situational awareness relies on drones. However, they have a significant drawback. They must return to the shelter for recharging every 12 hours, which is rather inconvenient. The surveillance devices equipped with solar panels can be installed and will allow us to monitor various regions of Donghai City continuously. We will know where zombie hordes emerge and where survivors are located, all under Li Chen's control. The combat personnel can also devise routes more swiftly based on the mission type. Indeed, I recommend upgrading the surveillance equipment production line, Noah suggested. The Level 1 surveillance devices produced by the star-rated shelter are akin to the cameras installed in cities before the apocalypse, albeit equipped with solar charging panels. The Level 2 devices, however, are significantly more advanced. The production capabilities extend to various forms, including ants, honey, and birds. Intelligence gathering can be executed, however, prior to the apocalypse. Li Chen had stockpiled a considerable number of solar-powered cameras, rendering such measures unnecessary for the time being. Consequently, the upgrade plans have been temporarily set aside. Once these arrangements were made, Li Chen proceeded to the training ground. The 7-day training period had concluded, and he was eager to witness the fruits of their labor. Form ranks. Fire. As he stepped onto the training field, he observed everyone engrossed in vigorous training. Upon seeing Li Chen's arrival, Su Ruashi promptly called out the command. Form ranks. Salute. Commander, greetings. Over 10,000 individuals stood at attention, collectively shouting in unison. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Standing at the front of the ranks, Su Ruashi stepped forward to report. Yes. Reporting to the commander, the 1st Regiment has completed all training tasks, with every soldier's performance metrics improving by at least double. All personnel have become proficient in the use of various firearms and basic combat techniques, Su Ruashi reported crisply. Excellent. Feng Liang stepped forward to report. Reporting to the commander, the 2nd Regiment has also completed all training tasks. Feng Liang succinctly affirmed, echoing Su Ruashi's sentiments. Li Chen nodded appreciatively. Very good. Today marks the first mission for the civilian combat group. According to the information relayed by the drones, there exists a raw material processing plant in the northern suburbs of Donghai City, which contains a substantial storage of resources. Your objective is to transport all these materials back. As he spoke, he activated the holographic screen, and the drone's real-time surveillance appeared on the display. Nearly a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. The factory lay dormant, and human society had crumbled. The expansive grounds were overgrown with waist-high weeds, and the once imposing walls were now marred by mildew. Within the premises, numerous zombies congregated, standing motionless like trees in a forest. Yet, all present were acutely aware that any proximity to humans would awaken these zombies, prompting them to attack. Gazing at the dense throng of zombies, the entire civilian combat group collectively inhaled sharply. Without any armament, entering such a place would mean certain doom. For this mission, 3 transport helicopters and 5 armored vehicles would be deployed. As this is your first collection mission, do you all have confidence? Yes. They roared in unison, their eyes alight with exhilaration. The star-rated shelter proved its mettle, boasting advanced equipment such as armored vehicles and helicopters. With these assets, their safety was significantly bolstered. Observing their high spirits, Li Chun smiled faintly. The previous outdoor training was merely to help them overcome their internal fears, with the presence of synthetic soldiers ensuring their safety. The number of zombies in the area was meticulously controlled to prevent any danger. However, this time marks the first independent execution of a mission by the resident combat group. No additional assistance will be provided. Li Chun firmly believes that only through real combat can a team continually refine and grow. Now, let us turn our attention to the large screen. This industrial complex comprises 10 factories. Prior to the apocalypse, there were approximately 10,000 workers. After the Cataclysm, the factory gates were sealed, leading to a significant influx of zombies drawn to the survivors within. Therefore, the number of zombies inside the factories exceeds 1,000. Preliminary estimates suggest there are around 200,000. Moreover, the enclosed terrain of the complex, with buildings closely situated, complicates any attempts at evasion. Each of you will confront 20 zombies face to face. Thus, it is imperative to adhere to the orders without exception. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone is eager and ready to embark on their inaugural mission. Very well, let us proceed. Team 1 and Team 2, all will follow Su Ruashi's command. Advancing in units for cover. The energy cores harvested from the zombies during this hunt may be kept for personal use, without the need for submission. As Li Chun's words echoed, a wave of cheers erupted from the team. Chapter 31. What Flies Above. In recent days, within the star-rated refuge, many audacious individuals ventured forth to hunt zombies, acquiring energy cores. It soon became apparent that these energy cores were indeed valuable treasures. Each core could be exchanged for 100 points, enough to redeem a modest meal. Furthermore, the current low-level zombies posed minimal threat, with adequate defensive measures in place. They could be dispatched with ease. Thus, upon hearing that energy cores could be personally retained, the members of the resident combat team were overjoyed, their minds racing with calculations on how many zombies to slay that day. The prospect of killing a few more might even afford them the pleasure of dining on exquisite cuisine with their families that very evening. As the populace indulged in their dreams, a grand expedition had already commenced. This time, Li Chun remained behind, returning to the command center to observe the unfolding situation through the live feed from drones. The majority of the deployed units consisted of modified trucks, with 5 armored vehicles leading the charge. Above them, transport helicopters circled, their pilots seasoned from the days before the Cataclysm, thus Li Chun felt no apprehension. The entire convoy moved with remarkable order and impressive momentum. As they passed by several residential buildings, numerous survivors peered from their shelters, casting envious glances at the resident combat team. Is this the star-rated refuge? They have armored vehicles. How enviable. Look at what flies above, helicopters. My goodness. How did the star-rated refuge procure such assets? Oh, why was my application to the star-rated refuge approved? I too wish to ride in such a formidable armored vehicle to hunt zombies. The survivors huddled together, whispering among themselves, their gazes darting between the sophisticated equipment and the humble kitchen knives they clutched, feelings of envy and resentment swirling within them. Attention! 1 kilometer to the destination. Please. All units, check your equipment. Came the voice of Su Ruashi over the radio. She sat in the leading armored vehicle, her eyes glued to the screen, beads of perspiration forming on her palms. In her past as part of a special forces team, Su Ruashi often operated solo or in small groups, rarely commanding such a large contingent. She understood that her worth in Li Chun's eyes hinged solely on the success of this mission. Desiring a better life for her mother, she acknowledged that she must secure victory at all costs. Following the route mapped out by Noah, the combat team reached their destination with relative ease. Encountering no hordes of zombies along the way, only scattered stragglers, dispatched with a single shot to the head, whether from the trucks or the armored vehicles. Personnel swiftly disembarked to clear the surrounding area of zombies before lining up to await further orders. In the chaos of previous escape, the survivors had locked the factory doors, effectively trapping the zombies inside. As the zombies caught wind of fresh flesh, they roared in anticipation. They pressed against the iron gate, extending their decayed hands and emitting chilling howls. One could only imagine the scene that would unfold upon opening the door, as these zombies would surge forth like a torrential waterfall. Among the resident combat group, someone swallowed hard, betraying a hint of fear. Su Ruashi's gaze swept over them, and she raised her voice. Let me reiterate, our mission today is to eradicate all the zombies within the factory premises and retrieve the raw materials back to the shelter. My subordinates are not cowards. Should anyone dare to falter, I will personally ensure your demise before the commander has a chance to intervene. Do you understand? Faced with Tsuruoshi's penetrating stare, those gripped by fear shuddered and responded in unison. Understood. Excellent. Team 1 will be responsible for opening the door, while the rest will take positions at the entrance, ready to unleash indiscriminate fire. Once inside, Team 1 will lead the way, forming a V-shape as we advance directly to the warehouse area without delay. Team 2 will handle the transportation of the materials to the helicopter, while Team 1 provides cover. Are there any questions? Tsuruoshi outlined the battle plan. None. 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 They chorused. Tsuruoshi nodded and immediately ordered Team 1 to prepare. In the blink of an eye, as the others readied their weapons, Team 1 swiftly pulled open the iron door. Roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The zombies, akin to ravenous wolves, lunged fiercely at the nearest team. However, Team 1 had been meticulously selected and trained by Tsuruoshi. Their movements were remarkably swift. After opening the door, they rolled aside, evading the zombies' onslaught. Then, boom, boom, boom. The sound of gunfire erupted at the factory entrance. Everyone was giving their all. The zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another. In merely 3 to 5 minutes, the zombies that had besieged the factory gate were nearly cleared away. Yet, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a new wave of zombies surged forth from within the factory. These creatures trampled over their fallen kin, howling as they charged out. Another round of firepower was unleashed. The frontline soldiers, running low on ammunition, retreated to replenish, while those behind swiftly took their place. This was a battle devoid of any semblance of balance. Where's the heavy machine gun? Hurry, bring it up. RPG. RPG, move up. The zombies have reached the red line. Prepare the shock explosives. Commands flowed through the wireless headsets one after another. Although Tsuruoshi did not engage in the battle directly, she was drenched in cold sweat from behind the scenes. After a brief moment, the mass of zombies ceased to emerge. The gunfire finally subsided. At the factory entrance, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered. Team 1 forged ahead, with the others falling into formation closely behind. Tsuruoshi, armed and resolute, led the charge. Those behind her followed closely. Along the way, scattered zombies were swiftly dispatched by Tsuruoshi's precise shots. They soon arrived at the entrance of the first factory building. Tsuruoshi, leading by example, pulled open the large door. Roar. A horde of zombies clad in blue work uniforms erupted forth. These individuals were once workers at the factory. After their transformation into zombies, they found themselves trapped within. While they appeared to be numerous and densely packed, it paled in comparison to the scene at the factory entrance. Before long, they were efficiently eradicated by the residents' combat team, with no casualties reported. After 7 days of rigorous training, the combat capabilities of the residents had undergone a remarkable transformation. Following the extermination of the zombies within the factory, the group dispersed. 2 teams took positions at the entrance, remaining vigilant and tasked with eliminating any stray zombies. The remainder of the group proceeded to extract energy cores, while another team operated like an assembly line, systematically transporting bags of raw materials onto transport helicopters. It must be noted that the resources within this factory were indeed abundant. Before the first warehouse was fully cleared, 5 helicopters had already been filled to capacity. Consequently, the helicopters returned to the shelter to deposit the materials, before coming back to load more. Chapter 32. Transporting raw materials. Fortunately, the helicopter's speed is quite commendable. With no need to wait for the ground team, the helicopter can complete a round trip in merely 10 minutes. Additionally, the shelter has already organized personnel to await at the landing platform. As soon as the helicopter descends, the waiting team promptly unloads the materials. Consequently, the first factory saw the transport helicopter make 3 round trips in quick succession. The operation was swift, and they proceeded directly to the second factory. A group of individuals excavating energy cores returned to the team. Tsuruoshi vigilantly surveyed her surroundings and issued another command. In just 2 hours, the resident combat team had successfully transported all the raw materials from the entire factory area back to the shelter, leaving not a trace behind. All energy cores were thoroughly extracted. Reporting to the commander, the collection mission has been successfully completed, and we request to return. Tsuruoshi communicated over the radio. Li Chun, observing the footage relayed by the drones, nodded slightly. Return the same way. Affirmative. The resident combat team will retrace their steps. The grand procession was filled with expressions of joyful harvest on every face. Tsuruoshi truly performed admirably. Li Chun remarked to Noah. Indeed. I suggest that the commander consider binding Tsuruoshi to the attributes panel. Noah responded. Previously, when Li Chun was enhancing attribute points, he had noticed the option to bind 2 individuals. Hearing Noah's suggestion piqued his interest. What is the purpose of binding? Reporting to the commander. The attributes panel can bind any living being, zombies, humans, animals, and so forth. Once bound, a loyalty gene will be implanted in the mind of the bound individual. Much like a synthetic human, they will never betray. Furthermore, the commander can elevate the attributes of the bound individuals according to their needs, Noah explained slowly. A glimmer of delight flashed in Li Qin's eyes. The ability to bind any living being is indeed intriguing. While synthetic humans are loyal and formidable, they have their limitations. Moreover, enhancing their abilities necessitates upgrading the cultivation chamber, which requires an excessive amount of energy cores at this stage, yielding relatively modest returns. However, if he were to bind a specific individual, that person would become Li Qin's right-hand ally. With this thought in mind, Li Qin promptly declared, "Bind Su Ruoxi immediately." Understood. Star-level shelter system. Host, Li Qin, Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Mentality 20, Wisdom 20, Evolution Energy 68,400, Binding 1, Su Ruoxi. Exceptional solo combat capability. Click details for attributes, Binding 2, none, Gene Evolution Attempts. One as the successful binding notification resonated in Li Qin's mind. On the other side, Su Ruoxi seemed to sense something. She felt an unprecedented array of thoughts emerging in her mind. I wonder if the commander is satisfied with my actions this time? I truly hope that upon our return, the commander will recognize my loyalty. A cascade of thoughts involuntarily surfaced in Su Ruoxi's mind. Li Qin, having bound himself to Su Ruoxi, directed his gaze towards the holographic projector, which displayed a multitude of small screens, each relaying footage from surveillance devices. These monitoring instruments had already been preliminarily deployed throughout Donghai City. Li Qin observed that within the resident combat group, a squad was engaged in a fierce battle on their return journey. Enlarging the image, he discerned that this group consisted of women, children, and men, all clad in tattered garments. Yet, contrary to the despair typically etched on the faces of survivors, this assemblage exuded a fierce determination, regardless of age. Who were they? Li Qin's curiosity was piqued. Noah promptly responded, indicating that they were originally residents of the West City shelter, who, for various reasons, had managed to escape. Currently, they lacked a fixed abode and were scavenging for resources. This intelligence had been gathered from drones dispatched daily. Li Qin raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Humans are inherently social creatures, and they tend to congregate wherever they can find refuge. What trials had these men, women, and children endured to flee the West City shelter? He inquired about the current state of the shelters in Donghai City. Recent reports indicated that the star-rated shelters had been developing quietly, and Li Qin was not well acquainted with the external situation. Commander, there are currently 3 dominant shelters in Donghai City: the West City Shelter, the East City Shelter, and the Shangri-La Shelter. Among them, the West City Shelter boasts the most formidable combat capabilities, primarily composed of miners who banded together after the apocalypse, seizing arms from weapon depots. Recently, due to a shortage of food, instances of cannibalism have emerged, Noah replied. Since the signal from the star-rated shelters had been restored, many individuals had begun using pre-apocalypse electronic devices. For Noah, as long as the devices were connected to the internet, there were no secrets beyond his reach. Thus, he was well informed about the various factions within Donghai City. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's thoughts shifted. This group displayed considerable combat prowess. They were unlikely to be among those who would be preyed upon in the West City shelter. It seemed their departure stemmed from a sense of disgrace regarding cannibalism. Li Qin's interest in recruiting them grew. Su Ruoxi, to your southeast, a team is ensnared in a zombie tide. Immediately lead a contingent to provide support. Li Qin commanded through the radio. Understood. Su Ruoxi replied without hesitation, although she was puzzled as to why the usually cold-hearted commander would order them to rescue others. Her loyalty to Li Qin was unwavering, akin to that of a construct. She would execute any command he issued without question. Meanwhile, Li Qin remained fixated on the surveillance footage, noting that this group had been struggling for an extended period, with several members showing signs of fatigue. Shouldn't we just return? How long must this endure? One of them suggested. Enough chatter. If you wish to go back, do so alone. Let us not forget. The folks in West City are cannibals. However, they are not consuming what we do, perhaps. One day when you lose your ability to labor, you will inevitably become a mere two-legged sheep. The drone faithfully transmitted both the visuals and sounds back, confirming Li Qin's suspicions. Meanwhile, the large contingent led by Su Ruoxi was also preparing to arrive. Perhaps the battle had dragged on for too long, as one man from the group accidentally fell prey to a zombie's grasp on his shoulder. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The man barely had time to react before the zombie lunged at him, beginning to tear into him. Blood spilled profusely onto the ground, and the scent incited the frenzy of other zombies, nearly driving them into a state of madness. Do not concern yourselves with me. Hurry and leave. Take good care of Ingzi. His companions rushed forward to rescue him, but the man understood that he had already contracted the virus. Soon, He would become just like the monsters before him, driven solely by his bloodthirsty instincts, rather than succumb to such a fate. The man raised his handgun and aimed it at his own heart. Bang. Chapter 33. The emergence of the second-order zombies. A profound shock enveloped everyone as they beheld the unfolding scene. The man, having shattered his own heart, would not rise as a zombie even in death. Other zombies surged forth, eager to feast upon this delectable offering. The eyes of the onlookers brimmed with tears of rage and sorrow as they valiantly continued their struggle against the undead horde. Be careful. Just as another individual was about to be bitten by a zombie, Tsuruashi and her battalion arrived with great haste. All units, form up immediately. Open fire. Tsuruashi swiftly pulled a woman, nearly bitten, behind her as she issued the command. The sound of gunfire erupted as thousands of soldiers unleashed a torrent of bullets, raining down upon the zombies and decimating them in droves. The confined terrain rendered the use of area of effect weaponry impractical. Yet the sheer volume of gunfire was sufficient to overwhelm the encroaching undead. Who are you? Are you here to rescue us? Cried one survivor, overwhelmed with relief. Thank heavens. I want to have to die. Which shelter do you belong to? How are you so formidable? The weary survivors, having endured relentless combat, now gazed upon the descending warriors with tears of joy streaming down their faces. In the face of despair, the formidable firepower ignited a glimmer of hope for survival. Under the protective cover of the resident combat team, this group took a moment to catch their breath before arming themselves once more with kitchen knives. Ready to rejoin the fray. Use this. Tsuruashi tossed extra firearms to those nearby. The kitchen knives, being too short, posed a significant risk in close-quarters combat. Thank you. The recipients exclaimed, astonished, showering her with gratitude. Tsuruashi, however, maintained her stern demeanor, replying coolly, if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards our commander. Your commander is the sound of gunfire drowned out all inquiries. Under the relentless firepower of the resident combat team, the tide of zombies faltered, and the battle concluded within 10 minutes. The group remained vigilant, forming a protective perimeter while others skillfully approached the fallen zombies, extracting their energy cores. The survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief, observing the actions of the combat team with puzzled expressions. What are you extracting? Tsuruashi succinctly explained, these are energy cores. If you possess energy cores, you can exchange them for supplies at our star-rated shelter. Star-rated shelter. Upon hearing this name, the leading man's pupils constricted. No wonder their combat capability was so formidable. He wiped the blood from his face and extended his hand towards Tsuruashi. Thank you for your assistance. My name is Jiang Tiankai. No need for thanks. It was the commander's order for me to come and rescue you, Tsuruashi replied, not taking his hand. Jiang Tiankai stood momentarily stunned. The commander of the star-rated shelter? Could it be someone he knew from before? Noticing Tsuruashi's reluctance to engage in further conversation, he wisely chose to remain silent. Since he had been saved by someone from the star-rated shelter, he was confident they would not abandon him. He resolved to inquire further once they reached the star-rated shelter with the main force. After all the energy cores of the zombies were extracted, the resident combat team took a brief respite before resuming their journey. 5 armored vehicles led the procession, closely followed by a long line of trucks. Jiang Tiankai's gaze was fixated on the foremost armored vehicle, his expression a mix of astonishment. The armed forces of the star-level shelter had indeed reached such formidable heights. I had previously believed that the Western City shelter, armed with firearms, was invincible. It seems I was still quite naive. The commander of the star-level shelter must be quite extraordinary. Countless thoughts raced through the minds of Jiang Tiankai and his companions. The remainder of their journey was largely devoid of zombies. After a day of intense fighting, the warriors of the resident combat team began to relax, leaning against the trucks for rest. At that moment, the leading armored vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt, causing the subsequent trucks to brake urgently, nearly colliding. What was happening? Tsuruashi's voice crackled through the radio with concern. A soldier's trembling voice responded, There's something blocking the way. The screen on the armored vehicle was shared, and Tsuruashi immediately saw that indeed, there was something obstructing the convoy. It resembled a zombie, yet was not entirely one. While zombies are decayed in body but retain a semblance of humanity, the creature before the armored vehicle had lost all human semblance. Its mouth stretched grotesquely to its ears, and its fingers, instead of being distinct, were fused together by a thin membrane. With its limbs on the ground and its head covered in putrid wounds, it emitted a strange hissing noise. In an instant, it vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was atop a pickup truck, its sharp claws plunging down and piercing through the vehicle. The occupants inside narrowly avoided the creature's talons. What on earth is this? Tsuruashi's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, she transmitted the footage back to the command center, shouldered her weapon, and disembarked. The speed and strength of this creature were overwhelmingly formidable. Remaining inside the vehicle was tantamount to awaiting death. It was better to confront it head-on. Li Qin, witnessing the footage, wore a grave expression. Having been reborn, he immediately recognized the creature as a second-tier zombie. However, before Li Qin could utter a word, the surveillance footage revealed a shocking scene. Approximately 7 or 8 second-tier zombies appeared simultaneously, encircling the resident combat team. They behaved like cats with mice, not rushing to devour their prey, but instead intermittently lunging into the crowd to attack. Due to their incredible speed, most individuals barely had time to react before being snatched away. With a tearing sound, those seized were ripped apart mid-air. Many panicked and huddled inside the trucks, paralyzed with fear. Yet, the truck's defenses were as good as non-existent against second-tier zombies. The sharp claws effortlessly tore through the metal of the truck, revealing the terrified expressions of those within. Drip, drip. The saliva of the second-tier zombie fell upon the heads of the onlookers. A scream pierced the air as the zombies advanced. In mere moments, the entire resident combat group lost dozens of warriors. They devoured their food indiscriminately. The eerie green eyes of the second-tier zombie fixated on Tsuruashi. For zombies, humans with higher attributes are particularly nourishing. As the strongest member of the team, Tsuruashi naturally became their target. Fortunately, Tsuruashi possessed formidable skills. Sensing the rush of air beside her, she rolled aside to evade the attack of the second-tier zombie. She swiftly returned to the armored vehicle. "Cover me with crossfire as I approach," Li Qin commanded through the radio. At that moment, the resident combat group was merely 3 kilometers from the shelter. A helicopter ride would swiftly bring them there. Li Qin set off without delay. Meanwhile, Tsuruashi did not hesitate. She leaped into the armored vehicle and firmly shut the door. Chapter 34. It is all my fault. Tsuruashi possessed an immense allure for the second-tier zombies. Even though she had taken refuge inside an armored vehicle, the 7 or 8 second-tier zombies continued to howl outside, attempting to tear apart the vehicle's defenses with their claws. Unfortunately, this was a level 2 armored vehicle, and the strength of the second-tier zombies was insufficient to breach it. Outside, gunfire erupted. The soldiers, stifling their fear, relentlessly fired around the armored vehicle where Tsuruashi was located. For a moment, the second-tier zombies were trapped in place, dodging left and right. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. It was then that an unforeseen change occurred. The speed of the second-tier zombies became imperceptible to the naked eye. After being suppressed by gunfire for a brief moment, they swiftly broke through the encirclement, choosing a random direction to attack. They were coming. They were coming. Fire now. The cries of despair filled the air. The bullets could not lock onto the zombies, leaving the soldiers to watch helplessly as the creatures broke through their lines and lunged at them, tearing into the soldiers. Tsuruashi clenched her fists, several times attempting to venture outside, but each time was thwarted by Li Qin. What a jest! If Tsuruashi were to perish, where would he find such an exceptional partner again? As the soldiers fought valiantly, Li Qin rushed towards them. The second-tier zombies feasted upon their prey, causing many members of the resident combat group to lose their composure. They had barely undergone any training, and their psychological fortitude was lacking. If it were a straightforward battle, it might have sufficed, but in the face of adversity, all their shortcomings were laid bare. Many soldiers had lost their reason, firing wildly in all directions. The number of soldiers falling victim to the zombies was high, but even more succumbed to friendly fire. The scene descended into chaos. Help! One soldier was lifted high by a zombie, desperately reaching out to his comrades on the ground for assistance. Yet, those present were powerless to aid him. Just as his mind blanked, awaiting death, a thunderous boom echoed. Li Qin descended like a deity, hurling the zombie backward, sending it crashing to the ground several meters away. Maintain formation. With Li Qin's command, the previously disoriented soldiers instantly regained their focus. They snapped back to reality, reassembling to fire once more. Meanwhile, Li Qin darted through the hail of bullets, moving faster than the second-tier zombies. Seizing the moment while the zombies were suppressed, he swiftly turned and pierced one through the chest. The energy core instantly landed in his palm. 1, 2, 3. Li Qin's movements were swift. With each strike, he claimed the life of a second-tier zombie. The remaining zombies, sensing the danger, immediately abandoned their assault on the soldiers and lunged towards Li Qin instead. Seeking death, Li Qin's displeasure radiated unmistakably. With a flick of his wrist, he produced several grenades, then leaped into action, stuffing them into the gaping mouths of the second-tier zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Each grenade detonated, obliterating the heads of the second-tier zombies. However, the energy cores remained nestled within their chests. Despite the loss of his head, he remained capable of movement, having merely forfeited his 5 senses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Qin swiftly unleashed his hands in a flurry of action. Thunderous crashes echoed as the remaining zombies collapsed to the ground, a testament to Li Qin's prowess, leaving a gaping wound in their chests. Once he steadied himself, he promptly issued a command. Execute the injured personnel. Commander, they are our comrades. We cannot do this. The protest resounded, faces etched with despair. Perhaps they were not bitten. Let us take them back and grant them another chance. Many pleaded, their expressions filled with compassion. Bang! With a decisive pull of the trigger, Li Chun ended the suffering of one who was in the throes of transformation. Turning to the onlookers, his gaze was icy. Execute the order immediately. If we do not put them down now, shall we bring them back to feast upon your families? Remember, from the moment you joined the resident combat team, your lives are no longer your own. As Li Qin's words echoed, Su Ruashi emerged from the armored vehicle, the first to fire upon the struggling individual on the ground. The gunfire erupted in a chorus, not aimed at zombies, but at infected comrades. Ergo, rest well. I will take care of your son from now on. The soldiers said, tears brimming as they pulled the triggers. Once the ordeal was concluded, Li Qin surveyed the area to ensure nothing was overlooked before he slowly declared, return immediately. With a roar, the armored vehicle led the convoy, trucks rumbling toward the sanctuary. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Ruashi, still shaken, inquired, Commander, what was that creature? Li Qin toyed with the second-tier zombie energy core in his hand, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. The slow-moving zombies we previously encountered are classified as first tier. What we face today are second tier. Zombies continuously evolve by consuming human flesh, accumulating energy. Second-tier zombies? Su Ruashi gasped in realization. Does that mean there could be third tier, fourth tier, even more advanced zombies? Li Qin nodded solemnly. Su Ruashi felt a sudden chill. For if second-tier zombies proved so formidable, the prospect of third-tier or fourth-tier zombies was unfathomable. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity will evolve. But so too will the zombies. Moreover, due to the presence of energy cores, the rate of zombie evolution far surpasses that of humans. Yet, Li Qin was perplexed. The prerequisite for zombie evolution was substantial consumption of flesh and blood, including the devouring of humans or their kind. How could zombies evolve so rapidly? Merely a month after the outbreak of the virus? The convoy swiftly returned to the sanctuary platform. As the platform descended, Li Qin gathered the surviving members of the resident combat team in the training room. Su Ruashi, report the casualties. Observing the sparse number of soldiers left, Li Qin's expression darkened. Su Ruashi, her palms slick with sweat, stepped forward. Commander, I report that 1,032 soldiers have perished. The majority at the hands of their own comrades, with a minority falling to zombies. Over 1,000 lives lost. It was indeed a grievous blow. Observing the troubled expression on Li Qin's face, Su Ruashi steeled herself and said, I apologize, Commander. It was my strategic oversight that resulted in significant casualties. I am willing to accept the consequences. Li Qin glanced at Su Ruashi and waved his hand dismissively. This is not your fault. The speed and strength of the second-tier zombies surpass ordinary imagination. Without undergoing genetic evolution, it is nearly impossible to track their movements with the naked eye. Conversely, second-tier zombies can effortlessly breach defenses, akin to wolves entering a flock of sheep. Su Ruashi lowered her head in guilt, fully aware that the commander was merely trying to console her. If only she had instilled greater discipline among the members of the resident combat team. Fewer lives would have been lost at the hands of their comrades. This is not the time for blame. Immediately compile the list of the fallen. All sacrificed warriors will receive compensation for their families, and arrangements must be made for their future. Those injured must be sent for treatment at once. Li Qin commanded. Chapter 35. Come to the command room, understood. Su Ruashi responded and proceeded to the command room. Despite the missteps that the residents' combat team had encountered, it was undeniable that they had sacrificed themselves for the sake of the shelter. In this critical moment, it was imperative not to dampen the spirits of the warriors. As Su Ruashi made arrangements, Li Qin summoned Jiang Tiankai and his companions to the command room. Seated in his designated chair, Li Qin looked at Jiang Tiankai and said, Please, take a seat. No need for formality. After a fierce battle, Jiang Tiankai and his comrades appeared somewhat disheveled. They exchanged glances before sitting across from Li Qin. Would you mind introducing yourselves? Li Qin inquired with a calm smile, unfazed. Having witnessed Li Qin's cold-blooded demeanor when a wounded soldier was executed without hesitation, Jiang Tiankai and the others dared not deceive him. They took turns recounting their backgrounds. As Noah had uncovered, they had all emerged from the West City shelter, where food shortages had led to the horrific practice of raising the weaker individuals, women, the elderly, and children, as livestock for sustenance. They referred to these unfortunate souls as two-legged sheep. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Tiankai had been a renowned physician, utterly appalled by the actions of the West City shelter. Gathering like-minded individuals, He had rescued some of the two-legged sheep and fled eastward at a frantic pace. However, they encountered a horde of corpses along the way. Fortunately, Jiang Tiankai and his group were not helpless. They fought back while retreating, managing to hold their ground until Su Ruashi arrived. Li Chen regarded Jiang Tiankai with admiration. His hands clasped. I hold your combat capabilities in high esteem. What are your plans moving forward? Jiang Tiankai and his companions demonstrated commendable strength, boasting a doctor, nurses, and an explosives expert among their ranks. In the West City shelter, those deemed useless had already become two-legged sheep. Naturally, Li Chen sought to incorporate Jiang Tiankai and his team into his ranks, but he wanted Jiang Tiankai to propose it first. In negotiations, the first to reveal their intentions often found themselves at a disadvantage. Li Chen would not allow anyone to take advantage of him. Commander, having departed from the West City shelter, we find ourselves with nowhere to turn. We are uncertain if the star-rated shelter is still accepting new members. We may be able to contribute, Jiang Tiankai articulated. He understood Li Chen's intentions but bore no resentment. Given the conditions of the star-rated shelter, there were plenty of individuals eager to join, and they were merely fortunate to have been rescued by Li Chen. Otherwise, they might not have had this opportunity. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then allow me to extend my congratulations. The star-rated shelter will always welcome talented individuals. With that, he sent a message to the management. Turning to Jiang Tiankai and the others, he assured them, rest assured, the compensation for working at the star-rated shelter is generous. Shortly, someone will come to assist you with your registration. Jiang Tiankai and his companions exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They had initially feared that, given the strength of the star-rated shelter, they would be expected to work without pay. As they awaited the arrival of management, their spirits soared. After registering Jiang Tiankai and others, they were presented with a smart wristband, along with a brief introduction to the various job positions within the star-rated shelter and the system of points exchange. What? An energy core can be exchanged for 100 points? Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tiankai was elated. The star-rated shelter had opened the door to the exchange of energy cores for supplies. Consequently, even the West City shelter was continuously collecting energy cores, albeit at exorbitant prices. One energy core could only be traded for half a pack of biscuits. However, at the star-rated shelter, it could be exchanged for 100 points. Jiang Tiankai still had quite a few energy cores in hand, and immediately exchanged them all. While Jiang Tiankai and the others busily selected jobs and familiarized themselves with the rules of the star-rated shelter, Li Chen, on the other hand, was deep in thought in the command room, staring at the surveillance footage. Typically, it would take 1,000 low-level zombies to evolve into a single second-tier zombie. The evolved zombies seldom gathered together, they usually acted alone. Yet this time, there were a total of 8 second-tier zombies. This indicated that the evolution of the zombies was likely a result of human intervention, leading to such a dense appearance. Noah, scrutinize all surveillance footage from Donghai City to see if there are any other second-tier zombies on the prowl, Li Chen instructed calmly. Understood. 10 seconds later, Noah reported, currently, the surveillance has detected 20 second-tier zombies in Donghai City, each positioned relatively far apart. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle with anger upon hearing this. The entire Donghai City had only 20 zombies, yet 8 of them appeared all at once. It was hard to believe this was not orchestrated. Can we trace where those second-tier zombies emerged from? Li Chen asked coldly. Searching. Apologies, but tracking is not possible, Noah replied. Although Li Chen had ordered surveillance devices to be placed throughout Donghai City, it was impossible to monitor every corner. At most, they could observe 60. It seemed the culprits were hiding within the unmonitored 40. Li Chen lowered his gaze to the 8 energy cores in his hand, which he had obtained from the 8 second-tier zombies. The energy cores from low-level zombies were transparent, while those from second-tier zombies were a pale green, containing a greater amount of energy. Ding. Detected that the commander possesses second-tier energy cores. Would you like to exchange? A prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. Exchange. He commanded. Ding. Congratulations, Commander. Exchange successful. You have received 8,000 low-level energy cores. One second-tier energy core was equivalent to 1,000 low-level energy cores. Li Chen was surprised by this high ratio. If it weren't for the fact that he currently lacked capable personnel to defeat second-tier zombies, he would have organized a team to hunt them down. Wait a minute, why did I forget about Su Ruashi? Li Chen suddenly smacked his forehead and stood up. Ever since binding with Su Ruashi, he had yet to enhance her attributes. In the forthcoming days, the resident combat teams are to be dispatched to hunt down the zombies. Li Chen resolved to upgrade Su Ruashi immediately. He summoned the attribute panel of the Bound Individual. Star-level shelter system. Bound Individual 1. Su Ruashi Strength. 5. Agility. 10. Constitution. 6. Mentality. 6. Wisdom. 7. Li Chen glanced at the remaining evolution energy, which stood at 360. 220. In recent days, both the artificial warriors and the resident combat teams had slain numerous zombies, providing ample resources for Tsuruashi's evolution. Consequently, Lee Chen pressed the Upgrade Attribute button on Tsuruashi's panel. He anticipated the process to mirror his own previous upgrade experience. However, to his surprise, the Upgrade button appeared grayed out. Unable to evolve. Alert. Contact between the commander and the bound individual is required. Lee Chen, at a loss for words, activated his smart wristband and sent a message to Tsuruashi. Come to the command room to find me. Chapter 36. Upgrading Tsuruashi upon reading the message. Tsuruashi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a faint smile of resignation. Indeed, the commander had chosen not to berate her, instead preserving her dignity. Unwilling to let her suffer embarrassment in front of others, Tsuruashi felt that standing at attention would invite punishment. This incident was a direct result of her own negligence, leading to catastrophic casualties. Even if the commander were to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon her, it would be well-deserved. With such thoughts in mind, Tsuruashi entered the command room, her expression heavy with concern, leaving Lee Chen somewhat perplexed. What's wrong? Lee Chen inquired. Tsuruashi closed her eyes, straightened her posture, and summoned her courage to declare, the failure of this operation is entirely my fault. I willingly accept the consequences. Lee Chen, struck between amusement and exasperation, gestured toward a nearby chair and gently suggested, why don't you sit down first? After a moment of internal conflict, Tsuruashi complied, expecting a reprimand from Lee Chen. She was instead taken aback by his subsequent words. According to artificial intelligence analysis, it is highly likely that the second-tier zombies you encountered were artificially created. Lee Chen's statement detonated in Tsuruashi's mind like a grenade. If the analysis held true, the safety of the residents in the star-rated shelter would be at risk. Just a few second-tier zombies had already left the combat team in disarray. The mere thought of a zombie tide of second-tier creatures sent a shiver down Tsuruashi's spine. It would truly become a hell on earth. Noticing her distress, Lee Chen reassured her calmly, there's no need to worry excessively. We have thoroughly surveyed the area surrounding the star-rated shelter. The location where the second-tier zombies were cultivated is relatively far from us. Moreover, based on the behavior of these few second-tier zombies, those responsible are currently incapable of mass production or creating a zombie tide. The most pressing matter now is to enhance your strength. Only then will you be better equipped to lead your team on missions. Lee Chen continued, currently, there are 20 second-tier zombies in Donghai City, and they are relatively dispersed. As long as your personal strength improves, those few second-tier zombies will merely be fodder. Tsuruashi nodded vigorously. Lee Chen then placed his palm on Tsuruashi's shoulder. Ding. Commander has made contact with the bound subject. Do you wish to upgrade? Let us proceed with the upgrade. As Lee Chen's words fell, Tsuruashi felt a wave of warmth envelop her, akin to lying on a sunlit meadow in the afternoon. Moments later, Lee Chen withdrew his hand, and Tsuruashi gazed in astonishment at her palm, feeling an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through her entire being. Now, all Tsuruashi desired was to head to the training ground for a fierce battle. What on earth is happening to me? Tsuruashi asked, bewildered, looking at Lee Chen. You may interpret it as me transferring energy to you, Lee Chen replied succinctly. In an instant, Tsuruashi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Transferring energy? Now, your strength surpasses that of the second-tier zombies. Please proceed. Lee Chen nodded slightly. Indeed. As Tsuruashi departed, Lee Chen accessed the panel of the bound entity. Star-level shelter system, bound entity 1. Tsuruashi, strength 20, agility 20, constitution 20, mentality 20, wisdom 20, gene evolution 0. Lee Chen elevated Tsuruashi's attributes to the maximum of 20 points each. However, he found himself unable to activate gene evolution, as it required the bound entity to grasp it through real combat experience. This left Lee Chen feeling quite helpless. In the ensuing days, Noah discovered a series of resource warehouses. Tsuruashi spearheaded the resident combat team, diligently executing missions. Within a mere 7 days, they completely eradicated all zombies within a 10-mile radius of the star-level shelter. This immediately sent ripples throughout Donghai City. Notably, the helicopters and armored vehicles dispatched during each mission from the star-level shelter imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure merely by their presence. What do you think the star-level shelter truly is? Not only do they possess such abundant resources, but they also have armored vehicles and helicopters at their disposal. This is not something easily acquired with mere money. I dare say the star-level shelter is far more complex than it appears. Just last time, I exchanged for a batch of grenades from the star-level shelter. Do you think the star-level shelter might? Countless rumors began to circulate throughout Donghai City. Some speculated that a mysterious force lay behind the star-level shelter. After all, how could someone as young as Lee Chen obtain such armaments? After 7 days of relentless battles, the resident combat team reaped immense rewards. Firstly, in terms of resources, previously, multiple factories had commenced operations, resulting in a severe shortage of materials. Now, thanks to the resource collection efforts of the combat team, there were sufficient materials to sustain the factories for at least half a year of continuous production. Moreover, through numerous battles, the warriors experienced significant enhancement. The once inadequate resident combat team now rivaled some of the elite forces from before the apocalypse. If any warrior were to fall, the star-level shelter would not only provide substantial compensation to their families, but would also ensure that the elderly and children were accommodated in care centers, receiving free assistance. This inspired the warriors to charge fearlessly into the fray. What weighed most heavily on Li Qin's mind, however, were the second-tier energy cores brought back by Su Ruoxi. A total of 29 cores had been collected. In addition to the 22nd-tier zombies already present in Donghai City, Su Ruoxi had eradicated them. During their tenure, the resident combat team also encountered a small wave of second-tier zombies. Fortunately, the combat team had evolved significantly since then. With Su Ruoxi at the helm, they coordinated their firepower adeptly, resulting in minimal casualties. Li Qin, holding the 29 second-tier energy cores, proceeded to exchange them. Beep. Congratulations, Commander, on a successful exchange. You have received 29,000 basic energy cores. This, combined with the resources acquired by the artificial warrior soldiers during their hunts for zombies and the exchanges made by the shelter's residents, Li Qin currently possesses a total of 180,650 energy cores. Noah, upgrade the production line. Ding. 20,000 energy cores have been utilized to upgrade the Level 2 aircraft production line. Ding. 30,000 energy cores have been utilized to upgrade the Level 3 aircraft production line. Ding. 30,000 energy cores have been utilized to upgrade the Level 3 armored vehicle production line. Ding. 10,000 energy cores have been utilized to repair the Level 1 surveillance equipment production line. Ding. 20,000 energy cores have been utilized to upgrade the Level 2 surveillance equipment production line. Having accumulated a significant number of energy cores, Li Qin indulged in extravagant expenditures. With each command issued by him, the armored vehicle and aircraft production lines were directly elevated to Level 3. Additionally, he took the initiative to repair both the surveillance equipment production line and the firearms production line. Chapter 37. Upgrading the production line at the star-rated shelter. The facility has successfully acquired Level 3 armored vehicles, basic fighter jets, and small surveillance drones. The Level 3 armored vehicles possess enhanced defensive capabilities compared to their predecessors, enabling them to withstand electromagnetic weaponry. The basic fighter jets are equipped with munitions, allowing them to engage in aerial combat. As for the small surveillance drones, their applications are manifold. Currently, the Level 2 monitoring equipment production line is capable of manufacturing biotic robots the size of rabbits. When casually placed on the ground, they seamlessly blend in with other animals, rendering them virtually undetectable. Should upgrades continue, insect surveillance drones and even nanoscale devices may be developed. However, such advancements are not yet necessary. Li Qin allocated the remaining energy cores to the weapon production line. Previously, the line could only manufacture advanced weaponry such as the M416 and AK-103, which are the pinnacle of human technology. Now, the weapon production line is capable of producing electromagnetic cannons, whose power far surpasses that of the M416 by several magnitudes and allows for area of effect strikes. Following Li Qin's command, the maintenance androids promptly inspected the production line and initiated the machinery for mass production. Before long, the first electromagnetic cannon was in Li Qin's hands. Approximately half the size of an M416, its design closely resembles that of a toy water gun. Any living being struck within a 10-meter radius would be utterly vaporized. The new weapons and vehicles were immediately outfitted to the android soldiers. Yes, the manager responded, nodding in acknowledgement. Li Qin then turned his attention to the monitoring equipment production line. The first creation was a surveillance robot resembling a cat. Its two green eyes served as surveillance cameras, while its upright ears functioned as listening devices. At a distance of 2 meters, it was virtually indistinguishable from a real cat, easily deceiving individuals into believing it was merely a common pet. The surveillance robots could take on various forms, yet Li Qin opted to produce only cats and dogs. As these are the most prevalent pets among humans, their presence in a crowd would not arouse suspicion. After inspecting the production line, Li Qin returned to the command room and accessed his attribute panel. Star-rated shelter system. Host, Li Qin, Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Mentality 20, Wisdom 20, Evolution Energy 160,356, Binding 1. Su Ruoxi, Binding 2, none. Gene evolution count. 1 Li Chen promptly allocated all his evolution energy to his mentality. Notification. 160,000 points of evolution energy have been used, increasing mentality to 8. Following his recent encounter with the second-tier zombies, Li Chen discovered the immense value of mentality. While attributes such as strength and speed are essential for warriors in games, mentality and intelligence are crucial for mages. During combat, Li Chen tentatively unleashed his mental power, finding that it could directly penetrate the zombies' brains, allowing him to issue commands momentarily. Currently, Li Chen's mental strength is still insufficient, resulting in a brief control period that remains undetected by outsiders. As his mental attributes enhance at 8 o'clock, Li Chen discovers that his mental reach has deepened. Tentatively, he extends his awareness to other floors and is astonished to witness the residents' combat team members queuing on the platform for disinfection, evidently returning from a completed mission. After a while of utilizing his mental energy for observation, Li Chen feels a throbbing pain in his head and must retract his mental focus. He instructs Noah, summon the members of the residents' combat team for a meeting. Understood. Notification sent. Noah promptly relays the message. In a mere moment, personnel of various ranks from the residents' combat team gather in the command room. The leaders of both regiments, along with the squad leaders, are present. The first phase of the mission has been executed excellently by all, particularly Su Ruashi, who not only fulfilled the resource collection task but also managed the aftermath impeccably. The star-level shelter serves as a collective sanctuary in the apocalypse, a home that requires collaborative effort for enhancement. Next, the outstanding warriors step forward. Li Chen projects the combat footage relayed by the drones onto a colossal holographic screen. The residents' combat team members instantly become animated. Look, which one is me? Haha. I remember this battle. That day I took down over 100 zombies, and my gun nearly melted. The commanders have indeed noticed their commendable efforts. The warriors eagerly claim their moments of glory, their faces beaming with pride. Clearing his throat, Li Chen brings silence to the room. As he calls out one name after another, those who made significant contributions step forward. On the spot, Li Chen rewards each of them with 5,000 points. A token of appreciation for their exemplary performance. He expresses confidence that more rewards await in future missions. Do you have confidence? Yes. The warriors' spirits soar as they contemplate how to utilize their newly acquired points. First on their list is purchasing clothing and shoes. The Star-Level Shelter's garment factory has produced a variety of attractive outfits, each costing only 10 points, cheaper than a meal. Next, they consider buying snacks for their children, as many warriors with families have been longing for them. The newly launched beverage and candy factories at the Star-Level Shelter offer products that surpass the taste of some well-known brands from before the apocalypse. Li Chen observes the joyous scene before him and nods slightly. Although everyone has performed admirably, there remain areas for improvement. Primarily, there are deficiencies in discipline, as many warriors become overly zealous in battle and fail to adhere to commands. Additionally, their proficiency with firearms requires further honing. Thus, for the next 7 days, no missions will be executed. Instead, training will continue. Those who excel will still have the opportunity to earn point rewards. That is all I wish to convey. Is there anything else that requires elaboration? Li Chen remarked, his gaze fixed upon Su Ruashi. After all, it was Su Ruashi who spearheaded the mission to collect the materials, while the captain of the 2nd Regiment merely provided assistance. Reporting to the commander, there are no additional details to be added. Su Ruashi stood upright, affirming her statement. Just as Li Chen was about to dismiss the assembly, an unexpected notification chimed in from the smart wristband. The Research Institute had made a new discovery. Dr. Yang requested an in-person briefing. Li Chen promptly consented, instructing Dr. Yang to proceed directly to the command room. Very well, Su Ruashi, you shall remain. The rest may return to rest. The soldiers, having just received commendations from Li Chen and a substantial influx of points, eagerly made their way back to the residential area upon hearing the dismissal. They were eager to share this delightful news with their families. Chapter 38. Research Progress. Su Ruashi sat beside Li Chen. Before long, Dr. Yang hurried in, his face aglow, his steps light and buoyant. Commander of the report. We have achieved a significant breakthrough in the application of the energy core. Our researchers have discovered that the energy within the core is stored in a mixed state of liquid and gas. It can be extracted in the form of biological waves for utilization. Dr. Yang exclaimed, activating his smart wristband to transmit data to Li Chen, then continued to elaborate. We have made a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the energy core can be absorbed by the human body. To test this, our researchers conducted experiments on themselves. As he spoke, Dr. Yang produced an energy core, placing it directly in his palm. Almost immediately, a peculiar crimson hue appeared on his face. Li Chen distinctly sensed the intense fluctuations emanating from the energy core in Dr. Yang's hand. However, despite Dr. Yang's efforts, the energy did not enter his body. Instead, it vanished into the air after being drawn out. The once crystalline energy core had now turned a dull gray, resembling a glass object that had gathered dust over time. Dr. Young scratched his head, admitting, "We have yet to discover a method for the human body to utilize this energy. Our conjecture is that perhaps our researchers' bodies do not meet the threshold required for absorption." Before the apocalypse, Dr. Young had made notable contributions in both biological and energy research. In one of his published papers, he had posited a similar hypothesis. Currently, less than 10 of human brain cells are utilized, with the majority remaining dormant. Only one of brain cells engage in functional activities at any given time. If this is true for the brain, what of the body? Many fragments of human genes also remain in an inactive state. Dr. Young believed this phenomenon to be the genetic lock. Only by reaching a certain threshold could it be unlocked. Li Qin cast a look of admiration towards Dr. Young, recognizing his genius. He then turned to Su Ruashi, saying, "Take out an energy core and let Dr. Young guide you on how to use it." "Understood," Su Ruashi responded with surprise, recalling that the star-level shelter had begun collecting energy cores long ago. Did this imply that Li Qin had been aware of their properties all along? The thought left her astounded. Holding the energy core, Su Ruashi cautiously followed Dr. Yang's instructions to extract its energy. Before long, she succeeded, however. The energy still did not enter her body but dispersed into the air, leaving her with a gray, hollow energy core in her hand. "Try again," Li Qin said calmly. Su Ruashi's attributes had already reached the necessary level to unlock the first layer of the genetic lock. There was no reason she should be unable to absorb the energy core. "Yes," Su Ruashi inhaled deeply. Once again, a core of energy was held delicately in the palm of her hand. Following the previous method, she focused intently. With a crack, the energy core fissured in Su Ruashi's grasp under Dr. Yang's excited gaze. It promptly disintegrated into a fine powder. The energy contained within it had already been absorbed into Su Ruashi's body. At that moment, she felt a refreshing surge of energy coursing through her. Success. Indeed, indeed. Dr. Yang joyfully circled around Su Ruashi, eager to discern the differences between her and the other researchers. He was determined to continue his investigations, particularly in the realm of energy research, aspiring to create instruments capable of extracting energy from the cores. Li Qin nodded slightly in agreement. Dr. Yang immediately took out his notebook to record the findings. Scratching his head, he gazed at Su Ruashi with fervent eyes and inquired, "Commander, may I borrow someone for a while?" "Of course," Li Qin replied with a nod. Dr. Yang, having received permission, was as delighted as a child who had just tasted candy. However, after a brief moment, he activated his smart wristband and continued. "We have also made progress in our research on the zombie virus. Our scientists have discovered that the zombie virus is capable of evolving under the microscope. Even in the absence of a host, individual viral particles can become independent entities. As long as they are provided with energy substances, they will continue to upgrade. If deprived of energy, the zombie virus will resort to cannibalism, achieving evolution. The speed of this evolution is approximately a 10-fold increase every 30 days. As Dr. Yang reported this research finding, his expression turned grave. Su Ruashi gasped in shock. Although she had already learned from Li Qin that the zombies could evolve, she had not anticipated such rapid progression. At this rate, it was believable that within a week or two, the entire Donghai city would fall into the realm of second-tier zombies. And that was not all. If left unchecked, soon there would emerge third-tier, fourth-tier. Did humanity still have a chance for survival? Su Ruashi murmured to herself, her heart heavy with despair. She had already experienced the capabilities of second-tier zombies, which could effortlessly tear apart a truck. If they continued to evolve, could the defenses of the shelter truly withstand them? Noticing Su Ruashi's expression, Li Qin remarked calmly, "There is no need to panic. While zombies may evolve, so too can humanity. The outcome of this struggle remains uncertain." Perhaps influenced by Li Qin's demeanor, Su Ruashi gradually began to regain her composure. Dr. Yang adjusted his glasses, his countenance somber. "Our research has also revealed that the zombie virus can infect animals." "Animals?" Su Ruashi could not help but interject. "Enough with the suspense, Dr. Yang. Please clarify what you mean." "The initial outbreak of the zombie virus, which we refer to as the first-tier virus, spreads through blood and saliva, affecting only primates. Humans and monkeys serve as hosts. However, after undergoing evolution, it has begun to mutate and can now cross-target cellular infections. Soon, creatures that soar through the skies, roam upon the earth, and swim in the waters will inevitably join the ranks of the undead." The words of Dr. Yang resonate with profound shock. Although the zombie virus is terrifying, humanity has gradually begun to stabilize after the establishment of safe havens. As long as the walls are sufficiently thick, they can withstand the majority of the undead. However, If even animals can succumb to infection, it renders our defenses futile. Previously, a mere mosquito bite elicited only mild irritation, but in the future, it may lead to infection. At present, the animals known to be susceptible to contagion are predominantly carnivorous or omnivorous. No cases of infection in herbivorous animals have been identified thus far. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Yang continued, we currently hypothesize that it may be due to the secretion of certain special substances within carnivorous animals, which facilitate the breakdown and absorption of meat. In contrast, herbivorous animals do not possess this capability. If we pursue this line of inquiry, we may soon discover a remedy for the virus. Chapter 39. Evolution. Dr. Yang's conclusions were met with a nod of agreement from Li Chun. The undead were indeed in a constant state of evolution. Yesterday, they infected primates. Tomorrow, they might target carnivorous creatures. Who knows what the day after might bring? It is entirely possible that even mosquitoes could become undead. While they may not necessarily feast upon human flesh, they could still transmit the infection. The threat is insurmountable. Moreover, creatures like rats, being omnivorous and diminutive, pose a significant risk to humanity. Therefore, it is imperative to expedite the development of a vaccine. Though it may not grant immunity to all, it could provide a lifeline in the event of infection. How long do you estimate it will take to develop the vaccine? Li Chun inquired directly. I cannot say for certain. It could be 10 days, a month, or perhaps even longer. Dr. Yang responded with caution. This reticence was understandable, as the lack of knowledge regarding the undead was one aspect, but the more pressing issue was the scarcity of personnel. After all, the foundation of vaccine development lies in identifying an antibody. However, in a vast sea of humanity, how difficult is it to locate an individual with the necessary antibody? Without it, the only option is to test one substance after another, resulting in immense time costs and unpredictable resource depletion. Li Chun furrowed his brow. I will instruct the combat team to collaborate with the research institute. Additionally, we shall disseminate the findings regarding the undead on the forum as a warning. Given the rapid evolution of the undead, it was likely that the sluggish first-tier zombies would soon undergo drastic changes. Li Chun was no idealist, but having experienced a previous life, he understood that humanity's fate was intertwined. The star-rated refuge could not merely accommodate a mere 100,000 souls. The survival of a greater number was essential to continually replenish the population of the star-rated sanctuary. Dr. Yang nodded solemnly. That very day, a post titled Shocking, "The Undead Can Evolve," quickly ascended to the top of the star-rated refuge forum. It contained Dr. Yang's research conclusions alongside several video segments showcasing Su Ruashi and others encountering second-tier zombies during their collection missions, all meticulously captured in slow motion to elucidate the destructive capabilities and speed of the second-tier undead. The star-rated refuge forum had become a haven for survivors, laden with survival guides and fresh updates regarding the sanctuary. It was a place they frequented daily, feeling restless if they did not check it multiple times. Even in the absence of new information, perusing the daily lives of the residents provided a bittersweet comfort. Before long, the post garnered countless views and comments. Wait, the undead can evolve? Is that for real? And at such a rapid pace? I can barely fend off the most ordinary zombies outside. And now there's an even stronger variant? This is utterly overwhelming. Is the information from the star-rated refuge reliable, or is it merely a smokescreen? Why can't I bring myself to believe it? Hey, if you doubt it, why not venture outside a bit more instead of hiding at home and typing away? My residence is situated in close proximity to the factory area depicted in the video, where I witnessed an intense battle between the elite Shelter-S defenders and the second-tier zombies. Is there still a future for humanity, as the undead grow increasingly formidable? Beneath the post, an avalanche of comments emerged. Survivors trembled in fear, engulfed by despair regarding what lay ahead. Initially, the survival guide provided by the elite shelter offered them a glimmer of hope for enduring the apocalypse. However, the emergence of second-tier zombies cast a pall over their prospects. Do not be hasty. Peruse the other videos within the post. Aside from the initial one, wherein the elite shelter struggled significantly, the remaining footage evidently showcased methods to combat the threat. Indeed, humanity stands at the pinnacle of the food chain. How could it be easily vanquished? Observant individuals promptly sought to reassure others. Yet, such optimistic sentiments were inevitably met with skepticism. Have you not noticed the formidable equipment and capabilities of the elite shelter's warriors? If even they find it challenging to contend with these monsters, what chance do ordinary people have? Simultaneously, various shelters in Donghai City erupted in discussion due to this post. Is the information about the elite shelter genuine? Should second-tier zombies truly emerge, our Shelter-S combat capability would be insufficient. Perhaps we should consult Mr. Lee? I recently exchanged for a crate of weapons, but if the news proves true, that stock may fall woefully short. Yes, let us inquire with Mr. Lee. What if this is merely a false alarm? Many shelter leaders, driven by a sense of hope, reached out to Li Chun. The affluent share a common trait, a profound fear of death. They are indifferent to the plight of others, preoccupied only with their own survival. Thus, they secretly wish for the forum's information to be false. However, upon consulting Li Chun, they were met with disappointment. The news was indeed accurate. Consequently, they placed immediate orders for additional weapons. Li Chun's phone rang incessantly, prompting him to delegate the responsibility to his management team. Meanwhile, the West City shelter could no longer remain idle. Compared to other shelters, their food supply was severely lacking, and their armed forces were nearly non-existent. Despite possessing a measure of strength, what good was it? The West City shelter was initially formed by a group of miners, yet order had since collapsed. Many violent criminals had escaped from prison and joined the West City shelter. These individuals were characterized by a penchant for laziness, preferring to exploit the elderly and children to battle zombies rather than hunting for energy cores themselves. Consequently, they had sunk to cannibalism. Currently, the leader of the West City shelter is a man notorious for committing a series of murders prior to the apocalypse, known as Scarface. Have you all seen the news on the forum? Zombies can evolve. Scarface exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he addressed the shelter's management. Damn this apocalyptic world. What kind of power is behind the elite shelter? Even in these dire times, they have resources to pursue research? I firmly believe that the claims made by the star-rated sanctuary hold a kernel of truth. It is imperative that we devise a strategy now. Several of the managers were once incarcerated alongside Scarface. There is a palpable ferocity etched upon their faces. Scarface raised his hand and slowly inquired, "How many energy cores have we procured thus far? The pressing matter at hand is to amass provisions, for even if the zombies evolve, we shall have a sanctuary in which to hide." Suddenly, the managers resembled ducks with their necks grasped tightly. A profound silence enveloped the room. One individual, summoning his courage, spoke up. "We have 50 energy cores remaining." With a resounding bang, Scarface slammed his fist upon the table, his gaze fierce. What have you all been doing? Were you not instructed to send those two-legged sheep out to hunt zombies? How can we be left with so few energy cores?" The man, his face a mask of despair, replied, "But our sanctuary is devoid of food. The energy cores must be exchanged not only for weapons but also for sustenance. And the demand far exceeds the supply." Chapter 40. Food. Scarface let out a heavy snort through his nostrils, yet his wrath remained unkindled. The West City shelter was indeed facing a severe food shortage. Otherwise, the grotesque practice of consuming two-legged sheep would not have arisen. Even someone of Scarface's stature had to resort to such measures. One can only imagine the plight of the ordinary residents within the shelter. 50 energy cores could barely procure a thread. Damn it, are we expected to starve to death? Scarface muttered irritably. Just after seizing control of the West City shelter from the miners, Scarface had felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing he was at the pinnacle of his life, even sensing an impending apocalypse. However, as time passed, he realized that managing a shelter was no simple feat with so many mouths to feed. It was inevitable that even his few brothers who followed him would require sustenance. Now, Scarface was even entertaining thoughts of abandoning this place. At that moment, a manager spoke up. "Actually, during my reconnaissance at the star-rated shelter, I encountered its commander, a mere youth with a tender visage and fragile constitution. Since we lack energy cores for trade, why not revert to our former ways and simply rob them?" Everyone present had, prior to the apocalypse, held lives in their hands. Their moral thresholds were considerably lower than those of ordinary folk. With the onset of the apocalypse, their mindset had become even more primal, survival of the fittest, where only the strongest were entitled to live. Thus, this proposition garnered unanimous agreement. Indeed, let us just rob them. We'll feign a request to exchange supplies, then infiltrate the star-rated shelter, seizing the commander while he is distracted. What a splendid plan. I've observed those wretches on the forums of the star-rated shelter. They seem to be living quite comfortably. It's high time we indulged ourselves. The group buzzed with excitement, having devised a commendable scheme. Scarface, not one to shy away from villainy, promptly concurred. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Lao Lu, swiftly contact the commander of the star-rated shelter and inform him that we wish to exchange supplies. Prepare a box, fill the bottom with glass, and place 50 energy cores atop it." Without hesitation, they set to work. Some busied themselves with contacting the star-rated shelter, while others arranged the box. At first glance, the energy cores bore little distinction from glass orbs pressed beneath. Who would know the difference when the time came to reveal them? Surely the star-rated shelter would not discern the truth. Before long, Scarface and his entourage of dozens made their appearance at the star-rated shelter. "West City shelter? A pleasure to finally meet you," greeted Li Chun with a faint smile. Jiang Tiankai and his companions had escaped from the West City shelter. So upon learning of their impending arrival, Li Chun instructed Jiang Tiankai and the others to remain hidden for the time being. Wherever, the scar-faced man chuckled politely, Mr. Lee, we are here today primarily to discuss a substantial transaction with you. With that, he gestured for the others to bring forth a box. Before them lay a waist-high iron chest. The scar-faced man proudly opened it, revealing a bounty of energy cores, the top layer so dazzling it nearly blinded the onlookers. He believed that such a trove of energy cores would surely entice Li Qin. However, Li Qin scoffed. Is that all? In Donghai City, numerous shelters had come to exchange weapons and supplies with star-rated shelters. Li Qin had encountered more energy cores than the amount of rice the scar-faced man and his associates had ever consumed. To claim such a modest offering as a significant deal was laughable. Moreover, Li Qin discerned something amiss. Beneath the sparkling layer, the bottom of the box reflected light suspiciously, likely concealing glass or some similar material. Yet, he chose not to expose their ruse, curious to see what the West City shelter intended to achieve. Were they attempting to deceive him with glass spheres to procure supplies, or was there something else at play? Ah, I know, Mr. Lee is knowledgeable and may not find these energy cores appealing, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and our West City shelter genuinely wishes to exchange for supplies. The scar-faced man's expression darkened momentarily, yet he maintained a facade of congeniality. Once inside the star-rated shelter, they had yet to locate the storeroom. Once they did, they would swiftly seize control of Li Qin. Very well, then what do you wish to exchange for? Shall I show you? Li Qin contemplated leaving, but ultimately decided to remain. All right, we require weapons and food. Thank you, Mr. Li. The scar-faced man rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. The others exchanged knowing glances, surprised by the smooth progress of their scheme. Li Qin pretended not to notice their furtive looks as he led them to the storage area, explaining, let us first show you our food supplies. We have a variety of vegetables and poultry, all preserved fresh and safe from spoilage. As he opened a warehouse door, a blast of cold air greeted them, causing everyone to shiver. However, upon seeing the mountains of meat stacked within, their eyes glimmered with avarice. Is there so much? One stammered. The scar-faced man nudged him disapprovingly, smiling. The depth of the star-rated shelter is truly impressive. Mr. Lee, would you mind showing us your fast food options? Items like instant noodles and bread would suffice. Certainly, follow me, Li Qin readily agreed. A cold smile flickered across the scar-faced man's face. Once they entered the warehouse area, Li Qin found himself unaccompanied, presenting an opportune moment for action. However, upon witnessing the abundance of meat, the scar-faced man reconsidered, opting to gauge the warehouse further before making a move, lest he become flustered in the chaos of their plan. As the scar-faced man indulged in his dreams of grandeur, the warehouse of instant food has arrived. As the doors swung open, the sight within was one of overwhelming abundance. The onlookers from the West City refuge could not suppress their salivation. This was indeed far too much. Well, are you satisfied? Li Qin inquired with a cheerful smile. Absolutely, beyond satisfaction, replied Scarface, his eyes almost glued to the bounty before him. Is there anything else you require? Li Qin continued to ask. Scarface leaned in with a grin. I need your cooperation. In an instant, a knife was pressed against Li Qin's throat. Scarface whistled. Brother, it seems that your interstellar refuge has an excess of supplies, which would be a waste to keep. Wouldn't it be better for us to take them back and distribute them to the starving survivors? What do you think? Li Qin remained unmoved, responding coolly, Oh, will you truly share with the survivors? I have heard that the West City refuge is known for raising two-legged sheep. What is that experience like? Chapter 41. The cost of failed theft. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, Scarface's expression shifted dramatically. However, as he glanced around the storage area, he noted that aside from Li Qin, there were merely a few dozen individuals from the West City shelter present. Scarface sneered. It seems Mr. Lee is quite knowledgeable. Unfortunately, you shall never have the chance to voice your thoughts again. As his words echoed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Scarface's eyes, and he swiftly slashed the knife in his hand. Yet, in an instant, Li Qin moved like lightning, one hand grasping the blade while the other seized Scarface by the throat. Scarface, filled with terror, realized that Li Qin had caught the blade barehanded, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. Who are you? Yet, this question would forever remain unanswered. With a slight twist of his palm, Li Qin applied pressure, causing Scarface's eyes to widen as he succumbed to asphyxiation. The others from the West City shelter were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, their eyes widening in disbelief. Some, trembling with fear, took a few steps back. It's not our fault. We were forced. Yes, it was Scarface who coerced us into this. Please, don't come any closer. As a few witnesses to Li Qin's inhuman speed wailed and begged for mercy, some attempted to flee. Yet, just as they took a step, Li Qin appeared before them like a specter. With a single kick, the unfortunate soul would never again see the dawn of a new day. Is this how you intend to rob others? Li Qin chuckled coldly, twirling the dagger in his hand as he advanced toward the remaining individuals. Some turned to escape, while others resorted to vitriolic insults. What do you think you are? It's a privilege for you that I even consider your supplies. This brat thinks he can act with impunity. Do you know who is behind the West City shelter? Just wait. You'll be surprised at how you meet your end. However, Li Qin remained utterly unfazed by their threats. One by one, he dealt with them, then calmly wiped the blood from his palms, sending a message to the management team to handle the aftermath. When the management arrived with the androids, they proceeded with methodical efficiency to clean up the scene. Before long, the ground was cleared, leaving only a faint scent of blood lingering in the air as if nothing had transpired. During this time, the post on the forum about the evolution of zombies had attracted numerous interested parties to the star-rated shelters. Some sought to procure supplies, while others, much like the West City shelter, believed they could brazenly seize what did not belong to them. Li Qin dealt with these intruders with decisive efficiency. I do not seek to rob you, yet you dare to come to me? He ensured that the bodies were desiccated and hung in the small grove outside the star-rated shelter, visible to all who came to barter for supplies. Now, the various shelters in Donghai City are well aware that a star-rated shelter is not to be trifled with. In the early morning, Li Qin had a simple breakfast before leisurely making his way to the weapons production base. The production lines were bustling with activity. Mechanical arms assembling various components with the thunderous roar of machinery, continuously spewing forth an array of weapons. On an open space, dozens of Level 3 armored vehicles equipped with heavy weaponry were displayed. Behind the armored vehicles stood a row of fighter jets, followed by helicopters. If someone were to capture this scene and post it on the forum, it would surely drive many into a frenzy. This was no mere shelter. It resembled a fortified military base of a nation. Li Qin surveyed the fighter jets, nodding in satisfaction. Addressing the manager beside him, he inquired, "How is the combat group equipped?" "Commander, the combat group is now fully equipped with fighter jets and Level 3 armored vehicles," the manager reported earnestly. The surplus of 10 armored vehicles will be allocated to the resident combat groups. However, fighter jets have not yet been assigned to them due to a shortage of pilots. Unlike the artificial warriors, who were programmed with piloting skills during their incubation, most residents are ordinary individuals with no flying experience. Currently, a few retired soldiers are training them, and it will take some time before they can take to the skies. How many shelters have placed orders for supplies recently? Li Qin continued his inquiries. The manager flipped through his notebook. There are 6 shelters in Donghai City that have placed orders, along with 13 from neighboring cities. Deliveries are being carried out by transport aircraft. A total of 640 energy cores have been procured, with 70 allocated for weapons, 26 for food, and 4 for clothing. Additionally, scattered survivors have ordered food and weapons, totaling 506 energy cores, all through online transactions. Li Qin smiled slightly. Everything was proceeding as anticipated. There are still many survivors in Donghai City who have not aligned themselves with the major shelters but have chosen to survive independently. A month has passed since the apocalypse, and the resources left on the streets have long been swept clean, leaving behind empty storefronts. Thus, these survivors have no choice but to exchange with the star-rated shelter for food. Li Qin specifically instructed Noah to announce a marketplace feature on the forum, where delivery would be available for orders exceeding 1,000 energy cores. Within the confines of Donghai City, transport helicopters could reach destinations swiftly. Many individual survivors opted for group purchases. For Li Qin, the food in the star-rated shelter was more than sufficient, keeping it would only occupy space. The opportunity to exchange it for energy cores was indeed a remarkable boon. The weapons exchanged were also those deemed surplus by the star-rated shelter, and the speed of the weapons manufacturing base had significantly increased. Ultimately, the production lines are entirely governed by machines, which require neither rest nor sustenance. They operate solely on electricity. Presently, even the resident combat teams are fully equipped with electromagnetic cannons. Items like the M416 hold no appeal for Li Qin. Despite possessing over 1 million energy cores, he does not intend to further upgrade the production line, as it suffices for the time being. Instead, it is imperative to enhance the capabilities of the artificial warrior units. With the emergence of second-tier zombies outside, it will not be long before the streets teem with them. The combat prowess of the artificial warriors is proving inadequate, and it is likely that each mission will result in significant casualties. Unlike the resident combat teams, the artificial warriors are imbued with unwavering loyalty from the moment of their creation, ensuring they will never betray Li Qin. They stand as the final bastion of defense for the Star-class refuge. Therefore, the enhancement of the artificial warrior strength is of utmost urgency. Noah, upgrade the gestation chamber and enhance the existing artificial warriors, Li Qin stated calmly. Understood. Chapter 42, The Evolution of Humanity, Beat. 160,000 energy cores have been consumed. Upgrading the incubation chamber to level 1. Beat. 500 5,000 energy cores have been consumed, elevating 5,000 artificial warriors to level 1. As notifications continued to emerge, a profound transformation occurred within the incubation chamber. The once nearly transparent liquid was now replaced by a milky substance. The artificial beings produced possessed combat abilities comparable to those of elite humans. Yet now, the liquid had turned opaque, signifying that these newly cultivated warrior constructs were nearing the pinnacle of level 1 genetic evolution. Detected that the incubation chamber has been upgraded. Capacity for artificial warriors has increased. Shall we commence the cultivation of level 1 artificial warriors? The system prompted once more. Without hesitation, Li Chun affirmed the decision. Beep. 500,000 energy cores have been used to cultivate 5,000 artificial warriors. To cultivate a single level 1 artificial warrior required the expenditure of 100 energy cores. The cost would escalate for level 2 and level 3, eventually reaching thousands. Following this endeavor, the vast majority of energy cores were nearly depleted. At that moment, the artificial warriors who had completed their tasks returned in small squads, each taking turns to enter the incubation chamber for upgrades. The first squad lay within, and shortly thereafter, a torrent of milky liquid surged forth from the chamber, inundating the warriors with various energetic substances. Approximately 15 minutes elapsed before the warriors absorbed all the liquid-esque contents, which then reverted to transparency and was gradually expelled through the drainage outlet. With a soft hiss, the transparent cover of the incubation chamber opened. The artificial warrior slowly opened his eyes, expressionless as he emerged, and wiped away the remnants of the liquid. Immediately, another warrior took his place inside the chamber. Li Chun observed the upgraded warrior closely. The aura radiating from him was vastly different. Previously, they could be likened to elite scouts, sharp weapons of war. Now, having undergone their transformation, they resembled humanoid behemoths. Their muscles appeared less pronounced, yet in the stillness and motion, one could sense an energy far surpassing their former capabilities, tenfold, perhaps. Let us head to the training ground and test it out, Li Chun stated calmly. Yes. The two made their way to the training arena, clearing a substantial area. A crowd of residents from the combat units gathered curiously around, observing the scene. Whispers filled the air. What is the commander doing on the stage? That individual seems to be from the Star-class Shelter's combat unit. Is the commander intending to spar with him? All right, everyone, let us maintain silence and watch attentively. Amidst the murmurs, the artificial warrior remained still, for their genetic directives included a vital clause. They must not harm Li Chun. Strike at me, Li Chun commanded with authority. Yes. Only then did the artificial warrior unleash a powerful punch towards Li Chun, who effortlessly caught it. Have you not eaten? Use your full strength. Li Chun shouted in anger once more, prompting the android warriors to unleash their full might. Each punch struck with palpable force, creating a gust of wind that reverberated through the arena. After a few exchanges, the steel platform beneath them cracked open. Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. The upgraded android warriors exhibited remarkable strength. Yet, it was still insufficient. Again, he bellowed. The android warriors gathered their strength and unleashed a barrage of punches, resulting in a series of explosive sounds that shook the entire arena. After numerous exchanges, Li Chun landed a powerful blow on the shoulder of an android warrior. Producing a thunderous thud, the warrior collapsed, gasping for breath, rendered immobile. Only then did Li Chun cease his assault. While the upgraded android warriors were indeed formidable, they still paled in comparison to Li Chun, who had undergone a single genetic evolution. This was the limit of the android warrior's capabilities. Well, so the battle group of the Stargrade Shelter is this formidable? No wonder the commander keeps insisting that our training results are insufficient. Has anyone noticed that the combatants seem to have grown stronger than before? It does seem that way. I recall the commander mentioning that humanity is capable of evolution. Could it be? The residents of the battle group gazed at the arena with fervent eyes. Within the Stargrade Shelter, as long as they worked diligently, Li Chun would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. Thus, the warriors of the resident battle group held firm belief that if a method of evolution truly existed, as long as they put forth their best effort, Li Chun would not withhold his knowledge. After assessing the results of the android warriors' upgrades, Li Chun glanced at his own panel. Only over 30,000 energy cores remained, insufficient for any substantial use. Upon inspecting his attributes, he found a considerable amount of evolution energy still available. Stargrade Shelter System. Host, Li Chun, Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Mentality 28, Wisdom 20, Evolution Energy 842,001, Binding 1, Su Ruashi, Binding 2. None, Genetic Evolution Count, 1 with a swift flick of his fingers. Li Chun began to fervently click on the attribute upgrades. Ding. 20,000 points of evolution energy have been used. Mentality 1. Ding. 20. 000 points of evolution energy have been used. Mentality 1. Ding. 20,000 points of evolution energy have been used. Strength 1. After a flurry of activity, all attributes reached the maximum of 30 points. However, to continue upgrading, a second genetic evolution would be necessary. Li Chen halted his actions. Pondering aloud, Noah, I recall that during the first genetic evolution, no evolution energy was required. What is the reason for this? Li Chen was perplexed. After filling the attribute points the first time, he could evolve directly. Why then did the second genetic evolution require energy? And a staggering 200,000 at that. Report to the commander. The difficulty of the second genetic evolution is greater, thus necessitating a higher expenditure of evolution energy, Noah explained slowly. The first layer of the genetic lock is the most easily surmountable for humanity. One merely needs to unleash a powerful obsession amidst death to unlock it. Its purpose is to restore humanity's innate combat instincts, resulting in an instantaneous hundredfold increase in offensive capability. Essentially, it merely mobilizes the existing genes to optimize the cells within the body. However, the second layer of the genetic lock involves direct recombination, altering the very essence of one's genes. Following a second genetic evolution, one can harness extraordinary powers. This power may manifest as a physical transformation, endowing one with traits akin to certain animals, or it may result in a mental alteration, allowing control over sentient beings through mental waves. The inherent differences between the two necessitate varying degrees of evolutionary energy. Li Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In any case, the synthetic warriors have already undergone an upgrade, enabling them to hunt zombies with greater swiftness. Once the resident combat teams complete their second training, they too will be dispatched to eliminate zombies. The evolutionary energy will be readily accessible. Chapter 43. The large agricultural market. Most importantly, time is of the essence. The second-tier zombies are on the verge of becoming a horde. The combat team earns 1 point of evolution energy for each first-tier zombie they eliminate, while a second-tier zombie yields a staggering 100 points. Once the horde of second-tier zombies forms, the rewards will be substantial. Indeed, while other survivors are struggling to stay alive and worrying about their existence for tomorrow, and as various shelters are preparing for imminent threats. Armed to the teeth and trembling with fear, Li Chen has already begun to view the second-tier zombies as a veritable treasure trove. Commander, there is an anomaly outside the shelter. Just as Li Chen was preparing to assess the training outcomes of the resident combat team, his smart wristband received a message. He immediately rushed to the command center. What is the matter? He inquired. Commander, there are numerous refugees appearing outside our shelter, the manager reported respectfully, displaying the surveillance feed from the shelter's periphery. Before them lay a bustling scene across the river, where a small grove was teeming with activity and dotted with tents. What is going on? Li Chen frowned. Due to our warriors frequently executing missions and clearing the nearby zombies, some homeless survivors secretly gathered on the opposite bank 2 days ago. They brought along certain pre-apocalypse supplies, prompting many of our residents to occasionally venture out to trade for goods, the manager explained slowly. Initially, when sporadic survivors began to appear, the manager had attempted to drive them away, but to no avail. After all, the vicinity of a star-rated shelter is exceedingly secure, and their proximity allows them to avoid unnecessary trips after acquiring energy cores. The allure is simply too great. Commander, should we resort to forceful expulsion? The manager inquired. Only by shedding blood will they dare to stay away from the periphery of the star-rated shelter. Li Chen shook his head. It seems they have formed a small market. However, it poses no negative impact on the star-rated shelter. Let them be. There is no need for expulsion, but we must remain vigilant to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Li Chen advised. Li Chen saw no reason to interfere with these outsiders conducting business at the entrance of the star-rated shelter. However, should they harm the residents or bring about adverse consequences for the shelter, he would show no mercy. Understood. The manager responded promptly. Very well. I shall go outside and take a look, Li Chen declared as he stood up. He was indeed curious. The star-rated shelter seemingly had everything one could need. Why would they venture to a small market outside for trading? Perhaps he could optimize the factory operations. The air was tinged with a gray haze, as if obscured by a digital mosaic, yet it did little to dampen the lively atmosphere across the river from the star-rated shelter. Upon stepping outside, Li Chen realized his previous description was somewhat understated. This was far more than a mere small market. It resembled a large-scale agricultural marketplace from before the apocalypse. A series of small tents dotted the open ground, each adorned with a cloth spread before them, showcasing an array of dazzling merchandise. Authentic gold and silver jewelry on sale. An energy core for an entire box, proclaimed one vendor. Universal water purifiers, renowned brands you could trust. An essential guide for survival in the wild. Passers-by paused to glance, enticed by the offerings of stylish shoes, bags, and clothing from brands like Grandma Emma's. Wholesale prices, 1 energy core for a bag. The shouts of vendors echoed continuously, predominantly peddling recreational goods. Those essential items like vehicles, weapons, and food were too precious to trade away, as individuals were already struggling to meet their own needs. The currency of exchange was solely the energy core. Although the exact use of energy cores remained a mystery, they had become a means to acquire various supplies at the star-rated shelters, establishing themselves as a form of hard currency. Leechin observed closely, noting that most consumers were residents of the star-rated shelters, as only they enjoyed the comfort of abundance and the luxury of spare energy cores for purchases. How much for the happiness cup? One inquired. The seller of the cup sprang to his feet, raising a finger to indicate the price. What? 1 energy core? That's exorbitant. The inquirer frowned, shook his head, and walked away. 1 energy core could procure numerous bullets. After all, there were alternatives to the happiness cup. Seeing potential customers slip away, the vendor hurried after them, shouting, "How about 10 happiness cups for just 1 energy core? Why would I need so many?" The person retorted, rolling their eyes before departing. The vendor returned dejectedly to his spot, glancing enviously at the stalls around him. At that moment, a group of individuals caught everyone's attention, led by none other than Dr. Yang, flanked by Ning Jing and several researchers. To be candid, aside from Ning Jing's striking beauty, the rest of the group appeared rather unremarkable. What stood out was their immaculate attire, devoid of even a single patch, and their rosy, well-nourished faces that bore no signs of hunger. They were undoubtedly residents of the star-rated shelter, a sight that clearly indicated they had not suffered hardship. What treasures were they carrying? Could it be energy cores? Let us follow them. They might be a golden opportunity. Behind this group trailed 2 shifty-looking men. The market, unregulated by the star-rated shelter's authority, was rife with disorder, often falling prey to the phenomenon of black eating black. Interestingly, the level of poverty was uniform among the crowd. Even in such illicit dealings, substantial resources were seldom acquired. However, those with sharper minds quickly turned their gaze towards the residents of the star-rated shelter. Though the wanderers possessed little, the shelter's denizens had plenty, each laden with energy cores. They were indeed the prime targets. As Dr. Yang, accompanied by other researchers, settled down after carrying various bags to an open space, they unfolded their backpacks, revealing an assortment of provisions and firearms. Among the items were instant noodles, biscuits, and rustic shotguns, all gathered prior to the apocalypse. However, since their arrival at the luxurious shelter, the researchers had enjoyed exceptional privileges, indulging in delectable meals daily, rendering instant noodles and biscuits unworthy of their attention. Upon hearing of a nearby market, they contemplated exchanging their supplies for energy cores. 2 scruffy men, witnessing this, were instantly captivated. To the residents of the upscale shelter, instant noodles were mere refuse, yet for these wandering survivors, they represented a culinary delight. The 2 exchanged glances, recognizing the opportunity. A plump target, Li Si exclaimed eagerly. Zhang-san, you approach first to inquire about the price. Once you ascertain the location, follow my lead and act swiftly. Chapter 44. I advise you to mind your own business. Apart from Zhang-san and Li Si, there were others who also cast covetous glances, all eager for a big score. At this moment, Dr. Yang and his companions remained blissfully unaware that they had unwittingly become the targets of avarice. Having resided in the star-rated refuge for an extended period, they found little allure in instant noodles or crude hunting rifles, fearing instead that they might not fetch a satisfactory price. Hey, brother, are you actually selling all this? Zhang-san approached with a jovial demeanor, inquiring. Ningjing nodded, her expression brightening with unexpected fortune. Barely had she displayed her wares when business came knocking. 1 energy core for 3 buckets of instant noodles, and 10 energy cores for a hunting rifle. No haggling, Ningjing proclaimed. Oh, how much do you have in total? My group is rather large. Zhang-san's eyes darted shrewdly, constantly surveying the positions of Dr. Yang and the others, seeking the opportune moment to strike. You want how much? I have it all. Ningjing, oblivious to Zhang-san's ulterior motives, responded enthusiastically. As a researcher, she was well protected and retained a hint of naivety. Observing the man before her, whose attire was tattered, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She mused that if he truly needed a substantial amount, she could exchange more from the refuge and sell it to him at a lower price, consider it an act of charity. Zhang-san, upon hearing of the plentiful supplies, was immediately invigorated. His breath quickened, and without further pretense, he swiftly overpowered Ningjing, pressing a dagger against her waist. Hand everything over. Ningjing was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, rendered speechless in fear. Dr. Yang, noticing the disturbance, gathered the other researchers and approached with a grave expression. What are you doing? With a dismissive sneer, Zhang-san retorted, Isn't it obvious what I intend? Why should I feast alone when I see that you lack neither clothing nor food, rather than let it go to waste? It would be better for my friends to fill their bellies. It was clear that this was not Zhang San's first foray into such unscrupulous acts. He executed them without a shred of guilt. I advise you to let her go. We are all residents of the star-rated refuge. If you do anything rash, the refuge will not spare you, Dr. Yang admonished. However, Zhang San merely laughed heartily. He had once applied to join the star-rated refuge but was rejected due to his lack of skills and poor physical condition. Since that day, a simmering resentment had festered within him whenever he encountered the refuge's residents. Why should there be a hierarchy among humans? Seeing the anxious expressions of Dr. Yang and the others filled him with a malicious delight. If you wish for me to release her, then surrender the food. And those crude hunting rifles, bring them all to me, Zhang San bellowed. Dr. Yang cast a worried glance at Ning Jing before reluctantly nodding. Placing all the assorted goods before Zhang San, Dr. Yang, having never had children of his own, regarded the students at Ningjing as his own offspring, nurturing them with great care. He could not bear the thought of Ningjing being harmed over a trivial matter of sustenance. Observing the scene, Li Si hurriedly gathered all the bags, laden with supplies. Come on, let us hasten our departure, he said anxiously, casting wary glances towards the direction of the star-rated refuge, fearing an abrupt emergence of its defenders. Wait, the items have been handed over. Release the individuals, Dr. Yang called out emphatically. In Li Si's backpack were not only instant noodles and biscuits, but also several crude shotguns. Devoid of arms, the researchers stood no chance against Zhang San and Li Si. Huh? Release her? Such a beautiful woman is a rare sight, Zhang San grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, inducing a wave of nausea in Ningjing, akin to swallowing a fly. Why you? Dr. Yang was nearly overcome with rage. A few researchers rushed forward, desperate to rescue Ningjing. Yet, with firearms in the hands of Zhang San and his companion, what could these defenseless scholars do? In the ensuing chaos, Zhang San pulled the trigger, and the crude shotgun's bullet pierced Professor Yang's shoulder. Fortunately, the weapon's power was somewhat lacking, sparing the professor from immediate mortal danger. You dare to harm my teacher? I shall fight you. The researchers surged forward, intent on using their bodies to shield against the gunfire. Just as Zhang San's eyes reddened, ready to fire again, a cold voice interrupted, release them. Before Zhang San could react, Ningjing was swiftly rescued by Li Chen. I advise you to mind your own business, Zhang San retorted icily, wiping his mouth. The sight of Li Chen instilled a sense of calm among Dr. Yang and the others, while Ningjing clutched Li Chen's arm, weeping uncontrollably. Moments ago, she had believed her life was on the brink, fearing not only death, but also the defilement by Zhang San. Thankfully, Li Chen had arrived just in time. At that moment, Li Chen's expression was as dark as the stormy sea. He lifted his head and said flatly, take action. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers emerged from behind Zhang San and Li Si, their weapons aimed squarely at the heads of the two miscreants. Before either could plead for mercy, a series of gunshots rang out, leaving them bloodied and sprawled on the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Who was this person, so formidable? They murmured, recognizing him as part of the star-rated refuge and evidently of high rank. Indeed, Zhang San and Li Si have long preyed on the inhabitants of the star-rated refuge. Now they face their reckoning. It is true that those who walk along the riverbank seldom escape without getting wet. The crowd quieted, concerned that the soldiers might mistake them for allies of Zhang San. Many who had previously been victimized by Zhang San and Li Si applauded, while others who had contemplated underhanded dealings fell silent, watching intently. The residents of the star-rated refuge were not to be trifled with. Arrange personnel to patrol this area. Anyone who dares to harm the residents of the star-rated shelter shall face dire consequences. Li Chen glanced at the lifeless bodies of Zhang San and Li Si, gesturing for them to be removed. Immediately, someone stepped forward to attend to the task, responding affirmatively, understood. At that moment, the crowd finally recognized Li Chen as the commander of the star-rated shelter. My goodness, the commander himself is out on patrol. How fortunate the residents of the star-rated shelter must feel. So, this is the commander of the star-rated shelter. He seems so young. No wonder he commands such authority. Alas, how wonderful it would be if I were the commander of the star-rated shelter. You? Perhaps it's best to return to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. Among the market-goers, there were also residents of the star-rated shelter. Upon seeing Li Chen, they eagerly approached to greet him. When they learned that there would be patrols in the market from now on, gratitude illuminated their faces. In response to their warm welcome, Li Chen merely waved his hand before turning his attention to Dr. Yang. Chapter 45. Can we lower the price? Dr. Yang, if you encounter any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to share them with me, Li Chen stated earnestly. The current batch of researchers was of utmost importance, and he wished for them not to struggle for their livelihood. A look of embarrassment washed over Dr. Yang's face as he glanced back at the others. Commander, it is not as you imagine. Everyone has been cooped up in the laboratory for far too long. We simply wish to step outside and breathe some fresh air, to have a bit of leisure. Li Chen nodded in understanding. It was clear now. The benefits provided to the researchers at the star-rated refuge were indeed of the highest caliber, no worries regarding food and shelter, and their accommodations were relatively superior. However, Dr. Yang's words sparked an idea in Li Chen's mind. Prolonged confinement in the laboratory would undoubtedly lead to feelings of suffocation. The resident combat teams might also be suffering from psychological trauma. Currently, the therapeutic team at the star-rated refuge consisted solely of therapeutic androids. While their technical expertise was commendable, they lacked the ability to empathize with humans. Hence, if psychological therapy were to be incorporated into the therapeutic team, it would necessitate the recruitment of professionals from among the residents. Fortunately, the star-rated refuge was abundant in resources, including specialized talent. Li Chen promptly summoned Noah. Please retrieve the resident profiles of individuals with a doctorate in psychology or higher and transfer them to the medical team. Understood. Noah swiftly provided a list of 50 candidates, all holding doctoral degrees. Those with qualifications below that threshold did not pique Li Chen's interest. Prioritize those with experience. Arrange for just 10 individuals, he instructed, barely glancing at the list. With Noah's extensive data capabilities, he was confident that the most suitable selections would be made. Upon hearing that there would soon be psychologists available, Ningjing inquired with curiosity, will all residents of the star-rated refuge have access to therapy? How will the fees be structured? It was well known that prior to the apocalypse, psychological consultations were quite costly. If the fees for such services were exorbitant, few would be inclined to seek help. Li Chen smiled slightly. For the resident combat teams and the research institute, all sessions will be free of charge. For other residents, each consultation will cost 200 points. Within the star-rated refuge, the combat teams and the research institute were Li Chen's top priorities, and he naturally aimed to provide them with the best possible benefits. As for the remaining residents, he had no intention of profiting from psychological consultations. Instead, he planned to allocate all fees collected to the therapists themselves. Really? That's wonderful, Ningjing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. She had noticed that the progress of recent projects had been somewhat sluggish, and the pressure on the researchers had been immense. If this continued, it could drive them to madness. After all, the notion of the mad scientist had not arisen without reason. The availability of free psychological counseling should bring about significant improvement. The nearby scattered survivors, upon hearing Li Chen's words, found their eyes reddening with envy. The benefits enjoyed by the residents of the star-rated refuge were indeed exceptional. It was unfortunate that they did not meet the criteria. Now is the apocalypse, and human hearts are ever-changing. Do not stray too far, Li Chen cautioned. Li Chen rose to his feet and cautioned Dr. Yang and his companions. Even at the entrance of a star-rated refuge, robberies could occur. Venturing elsewhere would be even more perilous. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, order had disintegrated, and human life had become as insignificant as grass. Establishments that raised two-legged sheep, like the West City Refuge, were certainly not anomalies. Dr. Yang nodded solemnly, promptly gathering his belongings and departing with the others. In the ensuing days, the upgraded artificial warriors unleashed a frenzy of carnage. For 24 hours a day, they engaged in combat for nearly 15 hours, with the remaining time spent shuttling to and from the refuge to replenish ammunition. Meals were consumed en route, and sleep was stolen in transit. The once formidable second-tier zombies now fell to the artificial warriors with the ease of slicing through watermelons. Li Chen beamed with delight as he observed the ever-increasing evolution energy and energy course. Report to the commander. Individuals from the West City Refuge have arrived. A message came through. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. The last encounter with Scarface and his crew had ended poorly, their corpses left hanging in a grove, now desiccated. Had the West City Refuge not received word? Did they still dare to approach? After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen summoned Jiang Tiankai, instructing him to accompany him to meet the representatives from the West City Refuge. You must be the commander of the star-rated refuge. Oh, how promising you are at such a young age. Upon meeting, the representatives from the West City Refuge eagerly grasped Li Chen's hand, exuding enthusiasm. The wrinkled visage of one man resembled that of an ancient eunuch. Let us get straight to the point. It has only been a short while since you visited our West City Refuge, Li Chen replied, withdrawing his hand with an indifferent demeanor. Ha ha ha, it is all a misunderstanding. Scarface is but a cancer to our West City Refuge. Cheng Jianya, am not like him. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Jiang. We share a long-standing friendship. Cheng Jianya cast a glance at Jiang Tiankai, desperately trying to strengthen his ties. Noticing Li Chen's gaze upon him, Jiang Tiankai nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Cheng Jianya differed from Scarface. It seemed that after Scarface's demise, Cheng Jianya had successfully reclaimed control over the West City Refuge. However, Jiang Tiankai held no fondness for Cheng Jianya. He recalled how Scarface and his men had ravaged the West City Refuge, and Cheng Jianya had remained silent throughout the ordeal. Many had placed their hopes in him, only to meet a fate akin to that of two-legged sheep. Observing Jiang Tiankai's expression, Li Chen understood immediately. Your assertion is flawed. Scarface was undeniably from your West City Refuge, and his actions cannot be dismissed with a mere sentence. Cheng Jianya's countenance clouded with difficulty. He exchanged glances with those beside him and gritted his teeth. Yes, Mr. Li is correct. Our visit from the West City Refuge is primarily to apologize for Scarface's actions and to offer some compensation. Additionally, we wish to exchange for some supplies. After finishing his statement, Cheng Jianya signaled for the boxes to be brought forward. Within these crates lies an abundance of authentic energy cores. Upon learning of Scarface's predicament, Cheng Jianya swiftly reconnected with his former associates and rapidly re-established his influence. After seizing control of the West City Sanctuary, he began dispatching Scarface's subordinates to hunt down zombies. This not only served to eliminate rivals, but also took advantage of the formidable combat prowess of Scarface's men. After considerable effort, a substantial cache of energy cores was amassed. Cheng Jianya, in a state of urgency, approached to exchange them for food and weapons. However, he was met with an unexpected tirade from Li Chen. As he opened the crate, Cheng Jianya, filled with anguish, implored, Mr. Li, this box of energy cores, half is intended as compensation for you, and the other half is to exchange for weapons and food. Our West City Sanctuary is truly in dire straits, considering the many mouths we have to feed. Could you possibly offer a discount? This statement bore the weight of truth. Cheng Jianya and his companions were not gluttonous nowadays. Even they could only afford a single packet of biscuits per day. The elderly, infirm, and vulnerable were reduced to gnawing on tree bark and rummaging through trash bins, a sight too harrowing to behold. Chapter 46. Transferred to the medical team. If it were anyone else who heard Cheng Jianya's lamentations, they might have felt a twinge of compassion. However, Li Chen is no saint. In these apocalyptic times, his act of offering food and weapons to provide others with a chance of survival is already a commendable gesture. After all, the true function of the energy cores remains shrouded in mystery, and even in their endeavors to hunt zombies, they are oblivious to the necessity of extracting them. Mr. Cheng, I must admit, your imposition leaves me somewhat embarrassed, Li Chen remarked with a faint smile. Very well. How many weapons and provisions do you require? Cheng Jianya had already formulated his request prior to arriving. I need 50 AK-103s and 50 M416s, 30 grenades, and 300 boxes of ammunition. Additionally, I require a truckload of instant food, along with 200 pounds of rice and 50 pounds of meat. Upon relaying his demands, Cheng Jianya eagerly inquired, how many energy cores in total will this necessitate? With a slight smile, Li Chen replied, each AK-103 requires 100 energy cores, grenades are 2 cores apiece, and ammunition is 2 cores per box. As for food, instant noodles will cost 10 energy cores per box, rice and meat are somewhat pricier. If Yang Qingyi and his companions were present, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Good heavens, the prices have doubled. Cheng Jianya's expression faltered upon hearing the costs. With only 1,000 energy cores at his disposal, and considering that the West City shelter lacks any firearms, the number of zombies they could realistically hunt is limited. Moreover, half of that 1,000 must be allocated to Li Chen as a form of atonement. This leaves a mere 500 cores, which would scarcely suffice to purchase 5 AK-103s. It is woefully inadequate. Observing Cheng Jianya's dismay, Li Chen offered a knowing smile. Mr. Cheng, there is no need for you to fret over the energy cores. Should you find yourself short, you may take the weapons now and settle the energy cores at a later date. This tactic had previously been employed with Yang Qingyi, but the first time it was used with those cunning old foxes was merely to establish a reputation, allowing more individuals to realize that the star-rated shelter could exchange for resources. This time, by granting Cheng Jianya credit, Li Chen aimed to ensnare the West City shelter, ensuring that they would work for him. After all, the presence of numerous miners there indicates a robust physical constitution and ample strength, making them well-suited for zombie hunting. Once the West City shelter owes a debt of energy cores, it is likely they will continue to accrue more. Much like the corporate drones of the pre-apocalyptic world who toiled diligently only to find themselves with no savings, but rather deeply in debt to the banks. The individuals from the West City shelter, evidently unaware of this underlying strategy, gleamed with excitement at the prospect of credit. Cheng Jianya's eyes sparkled with hope. With weapons in hand, there was no doubt that the multitude of men from the West City shelter would soon acquire the necessary energy cores. Without delay, Cheng Jianya placed his order and guaranteed the return of the energy cores within 10 days. With a cheerful farewell, he and his companions departed. Li Chen stretched leisurely, reflecting that although Chang Jianya may not see eye to eye with the Scar-faced group, he is hardly a paragon of virtue himself. Are we really going to extend credit to him? Jiang Tiankai expressed his concerns. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously begun to see himself as part of the Stellar Refuge. Observing others exploit the resources of their own community, he naturally felt a twinge of unease. Do not fret, even if they wish to act dishonorably. They must first seek the consent of our combat unit, Li Chen replied with a cold smile. Currently, the Interstellar Refuge boasted not only armored vehicles but also fighter jets. Should the West City Refuge dare to engage in any mischief, they could expect to be met with overwhelming firepower. At this, Jiang Tiankai nodded slightly. By the way, I recall you mentioning that you were a doctor? Li Chen inquired suddenly. Jiang Tiankai nodded modestly. Before the apocalypse, I had a modest reputation. However, since arriving at the Stellar Refuge, I have realized that the medical team comprises individuals of exceptional skill. At my level, I can only assist. Little did Jiang Tiankai know that apart from him, all other members of the medical team were medical-type androids, with cutting-edge technology directly integrated into their DNA. Have you ever studied psychology? Li Chen pondered aloud. Jiang Tiankai shook his head. His specialty lay in cardiology, which had little to do with psychology. However, my wife is a psychologist, having practiced for nearly 10 years, he volunteered. Before the apocalypse, the couple worked at the same hospital, and their bond was profound. Regrettably, the Stellar Refuge had not previously offered positions in psychological counseling, forcing Jiang Tiankai to send his wife to work in the factory instead. Excellent. The medical team is preparing to establish a psychological counseling department. Let your wife take the lead, Li Chen decisively stated. Jiang Tiansai's mouth fell slightly agape. Unable to believe his ears. He had already received notice about the formation of the psychological counseling department, but most selected candidates held doctoral degrees. Although his wife was experienced, her education was limited to an undergraduate degree. He had been lamenting this fact. Really? Commander, I will notify my wife immediately. Jiang Tiankai exclaimed with excitement. When one reaches a certain stage in life, the pursuit transcends mere survival. They yearn to shine in their area of expertise. Li Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, it is true. However, once your wife becomes the head, she will be surrounded by subordinates with doctoral degrees. Do you think she will feel pressured? Certainly, there will be pressure. But such an opportunity is rare. I promise not to disappoint the commander's trust. Jiang Tiankai affirmed, nodding vigorously, and promptly sent a message to his wife. At that moment, Jiang Tiansai's wife, Yuan Xingxing, was diligently working in the factory. Suddenly, she received a notification and glanced at her smart wristband. Dear, the commander said you are to be the head of the psychological counseling department. Upon reading this message, Yuan Xingxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Just then, the voice of the production team leader, a young and attractive girl, came from behind her. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Thus, she received considerable favoritism from numerous men within the shelter, which only served to amplify the production team leader's arrogance. She spent her days looking down upon the other female workers. No, it's nothing. Yuan Xingxing promptly deactivated her smart bracelet, her heart still racing. There was no news yet, only Jiang Tian's words to rely upon. Yuan Xingxing feared that if the matter turned out to be false, she would be left in a humiliating position. The production team leader snorted dismissively and forcefully activated Yuan Xingxing's smart bracelet, her demeanor unyielding. I shall see what you occupy yourself with during working hours. What? You have been transferred to the medical team? The production team leader's tone shifted, her voice rising. Instantly, she captured the attention of several female workers. It is well known that the benefits of the medical team starkly contrast with those of the factory. Everyone was aware that Yuan Xingxing had a husband in the medical team, which fueled their envy and resentment. If Yuan Xingxing were also to be transferred to the medical team, it would shatter their composure. It's not confirmed yet. My husband might just be speaking nonsense. Yuan Xingxing admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 47, Psychological Counseling Department. Upon closer inspection, the production team leader realized that the message indeed originated from Jiang Tiankai, rather than a notification from the star-rated shelter. He promptly remarked, I advise you to abandon such fanciful notions. The star-rated shelter is teeming with talent. How could someone with merely an undergraduate degree gain entry? Just focus on completing today's tasks. People often exhibit such behavior when they find themselves lacking. They cannot bear to see others thrive. The production team leader thought to himself, considering that Yuan Xingxing was older and not particularly attractive. What right did she have to expect good fortune? Unbeknownst to the production team leader, Yuan Xingxing was oblivious to his inner musings. She merely nodded and continued her work. Suddenly, the smart wristband buzzed with another message. This time, the production team leader did not bother to ask questions. He directly opened Yuan Xingxing's message list. Astonished, he stood there with his mouth agape. Yuan Xingxing, curious, glanced at her own notifications. Dear Yuan Xingxing, greetings. Congratulations on your transfer to the medical group as the head of the psychological counseling department, with a daily point allocation of 3,500. Please complete the necessary formalities and report to the medical center promptly. Instantly, a radiant excitement illuminated Yuan Xingxing's face. As if the blood coursing through her veins surged with fervor, Jiang Tiankai spoke the truth. The commander had indeed permitted her entry into the medical group. As the production team leader read the notification, a wave of bitterness washed over him. He longed to sneer at her, but found himself lacking any grounds to do so. Despite his pleasant appearance, he was merely a leftover woman, unable to find a suitable partner, constantly disparaging this man for being subpar and that man for being impoverished. Which was why he remained single. Now that he was in the star-rated shelter, the production team leader's sights were set on Li Qin. He believed only a man like Li Chun was worthy of her. Regrettably, during Li Qin's inspections of the factory, he had passed by her several times without so much as a glance. And now, he had appointed Yuan Xingxing as the head. Jealousy gnawed at the production team leader's heart like a relentless swarm of ants. The thought that he was inferior to Yuan Xingxing was utterly intolerable. I must return to work, Yuan Xingxing said after reviewing the notifications several times, delightfully shutting off her smart wristband. Only then did she notice the production team leader still lingering beside her, prompting her to remind him, the formalities can wait until tomorrow. We still have work to complete today. Snapped back to reality, the production team leader shot Yuan Xingxing a glare before turning on his heel and departing. Alas, women. Yuan Xingxing sighed, shaking her head. As a seasoned psychological counselor, she had long seen through the production team leader's petty thoughts. However, opting to avoid unnecessary conflict, she chose not to confront him. Fortunately, she could now return to her former profession. Yuan Xingxing approached her tasks with a buoyant spirit. Later that evening, after finishing work, Jiang Tiankai and Yuan Xingxing reunited at the cafeteria, eager to order 2 exquisite meals. Jiang Tiankai beamed with satisfaction. The cafeteria manager, curious, inquired, Dr. Jiang, is there a celebration today? Ah, my wife has been appointed as the head of the psychological counseling department. Jiang Tiankai could not contain his excitement. The cafeteria manager cast a look of envy while preparing Jiang Tiansai's meal. You two must be quite remarkable. Together, you could earn 7,000 points a day, right? 7,000 points. For many ordinary residents of the star-rated shelters, this constituted a substantial income, essentially achieving financial freedom. Jiang Tiankai wished to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Yuan Xingxing tugging at his sleeve. Well, it's still manageable. After all, we have elderly family members and children, and expenses can be considerable, Yuan Xingxing said with a smile. All right, your meals are ready, totaling 2,000 points. The cafeteria manager cheerfully announced as she placed the dishes on the table. Jiang Tiankai scanned his smart wristband over the machine and then took his meal to a nearby seat. Tiankai, tell me, what is the story behind this appointment? Yuan Xingxing eagerly asked upon sitting down. After all, Jiang Tiankai was the one who had first conveyed the news. Yuan Xingxing speculated that he must know something. I'm not quite sure. Today, someone from the West City shelter came, and the commander asked me if I was a psychologist. Jiang Tiankai confessed, equally puzzled. And then you recommended me? Yuan Xingxing's heart raced. During the previous recruitment for psychological counselors, she had held high hopes but was unable to compete with others. Now, she had directly ascended to the position of department head. Don't worry unnecessarily. Since the commander has chosen you for this role, it is undoubtedly an acknowledgement of your capabilities. Jiang Tiankai reassured her. Indeed, Li Qin's words had proven accurate. Even before Yuan Xingxing officially assumed her role, the pressure was already mounting. All right, I understand. Let's enjoy our meal first. This is a gourmet dish, Yuan Xingxing said. The couple typically favored frugality and seldom indulged in fine dining. This was their first experience with such a delicacy, and they intended to savor it thoroughly. Meanwhile, Li Qin sat in the command room. A glass of red wine and a plate of steak before him. Several managerial androids stood nearby, preparing the presentation. The red wine was from a renowned vineyard, vintage 1982, while the steak was Kobe beef, possessing an extraordinary marbled texture that melted in the mouth like butter. For Li Qin, this meal was merely a commonplace affair. If the survivors rummaging through trash and gnawing on grass outside were to discover this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Li Qin took a gentle sip of the red wine, and a manager promptly approached with a white napkin. Wiping his mouth, Li Qin inquired, is everything arranged for the psychological therapy department? The new head will assume their position tomorrow. Please take note. The manager nodded. Notifications have been sent out, but he recalled the incident at the snack factory and felt somewhat apprehensive. It seemed inappropriate to bring up the new head's difficulties with the commander over such trivial matters. Li Qin sliced into the steak, raising an eyebrow. The manager then spoke up. Today, Minister Yuan was put in a difficult position. According to the surveillance from the shelter, it seems that Minister Yuan was rather displeased afterward. Elaborate, Li Chen replied coolly. The manager brought up the surveillance footage for Li Chen to review. Upon witnessing the production team leader tormenting Yuan Zhengxing, Li Chen pressed pause and pointed. Who assigned this woman? Reporting to the commander. The production leaders in each factory are typically elected by the workers themselves, the manager replied candidly. Li Chen furrowed his brow. It was evident that the woman possessed questionable character. Before the apocalypse, such a woman was referred to as a mediocre woman. Li Chen would not permit the star-level shelter to be controlled by individuals of her ilk. He asserted, from now on, all management, regardless of scale, will be directly appointed by your management team. Chapter 48. Issuing a zombie tide alert. Wherever there are people, there exists a complex web of relationships. Do not underestimate seemingly insignificant positions. They can indeed become detrimental at critical moments. Li Chen did not wish for the star-rated shelter to be engulfed in chaos. Yes, the management promptly responded. Yet, Li Chen fell into a deep contemplation. Although the artificial beings were loyal, they bore a fatal flaw, the absence of myriad human emotions. Just like management, they were utterly devoid of compassion. While this might not be glaringly evident in other roles, it was imperative for those in management to possess the ability to gauge human sentiment. One cannot rigidly adhere to the rules and regulations dictated by texts, can one? With this thought in mind, Li Chen immediately inquired of Noah. Is there a way to ameliorate this situation? Commander, Noah reported, artificial beings are capable of learning. Through in-depth studies of human behavior, they can replicate emotions one-to-one. Li Chen nodded in understanding. Arrange for the management team to undergo training. It is essential that they grasp this. Understood. In the ensuing days, the resident combat team completed its second phase of training and ventured forth once more to execute resource collection tasks. Unfortunately, the increase of second-tier zombies outside made it impossible for the resident combat team, whose fighting capabilities were rather limited, to engage directly. They could only seek refuge within the armored vehicles, leaving the hunting tasks to the artificial warriors. In addition to the collection missions, a portion of the team was designated to transport supplies and receive residents who had applied for assistance. At present, nearly all shelters in Donghai City were engaged in trade with the star-rated shelter, relying heavily on it for weaponry and equipment, resulting in a significant uptick in logistical operations. Li Chen was leisurely observing a fleet of brand-new armored vehicles when Noah's voice suddenly interrupted. Commander, we have detected a wave of second-tier zombies attacking to the south of the star-rated shelter. The commander faced two choices. Firstly, to secure the shelter's gates, commanding all teams to return immediately with no rewards, or secondly, to take the offensive. The armed forces under the star-rated shelter's command would receive double evolution energy for every zombie eliminated, and successfully fending off the zombie tide would yield additional rewards. A zombie tide? Li Chen furrowed his brow, especially since it was a second-tier wave. Previously, Dr. Yang and others had provided insights on the evolution speed of zombies, which suggested there should be at least 5 days before such an occurrence. Yet here it was. In the case of other shelters, they would undoubtedly hesitate to open their doors. After all, these were second-tier zombies. Their speed and strength were incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. However, the star-rated shelter was no ordinary refuge, and Li Chen was certainly no ordinary person. A second-tier zombie tide? Wasn't he that merely an opportunity to gain experience? At present, the star-rated shelter boasted level 3 armored vehicles, basic combat aircraft, and electromagnetic cannons. Even the artificial warriors had upgraded to peak first-tier status. In Li Chen's eyes, a second-tier zombie tide equated to a windfall. Naturally, he would still need to prepare a comprehensive deployment plan. After all, the star-rated shelter harbors a considerable number of non-combatants who must be properly accommodated. The orders were disseminated promptly, instructing all combat units to return immediately and prepare for battle. Su Ruoshi, Dr. Yang, and the administrative team were summoned to the command room for a meeting. One command after another was conveyed, and soon everyone had gathered in the command room. Commander! Commander! Li Chen stepped into the meeting room, prompting everyone to rise. He nodded slightly. Please, take your seats. To be succinct, Noah detected that a second-tier zombie tide would soon approach from the south of our shelter, expected to arrive in approximately 6 hours. A zombie tide? Su Ruoshi and Dr. Yang exchanged astonished glances, having never encountered such a term before. Only the administrative officer remained expressionless. Commander, what is a zombie tide? Is it merely a gathering of zombies, or do they undergo some transformation? What compels them to congregate? Do they possess a targeted intent in their attacks? Dr. Yang, true to his research background, articulated his inquiries clearly, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Li Chen nodded slightly and activated the holographic screen, projecting real-time footage for explanation. The formation of a zombie tide is generally believed to be instigated by tidal forces, inciting the zombies to frenzy. However, this remains unsupported by concrete data. It is merely a conjecture due to the temporal proximity to the lunar tidal cycles. During such times, the zombies exhibit heightened aggression and bloodthirstiness, with their attacking power significantly amplified. The zombie tide typically targets the nearest human shelters. Even during daylight, their speed remains unaffected, as Leechin elucidated. The attendees in the meeting room widened their eyes in astonishment, transfixed on the densely packed zombie tide displayed on the holographic screen. The grotesque visages of these non-human entities instilled a palpable sense of dread. Tsuruashi swallowed hard and inquired, "What action should we take?" Tsuruashi was acutely aware of her own capabilities, while she could contend with a few second-tier zombies. Facing such a vast horde would surely deplete her strength to the point of demise, not to mention the residents of the combat group. Their current training level was indeed significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals, yet against second-tier zombies, they would undoubtedly suffer grave casualties. Leechin responded immediately, first and foremost. It is imperative to understand that even if we remain behind closed doors, the zombie tide will persist in surrounding the shelter, launching suicide attacks. This will inevitably lead to the destruction of surface facilities. Secondly, our star-rated shelter possesses the full capability to confront the zombie tide. Please provide a report on the current status of our base. With that, Leechin turned his gaze towards the administrative officer. Yes, currently, we have 100 level 3 heavy armored vehicles and 60 primary fighter jets. The combat groups have been fully equipped with electromagnetic cannons. After half a month of production, the quantity of armored vehicles and fighter jets now completely meets operational requirements. As for ammunition, we are already experiencing overproduction. After all, Leechin had simultaneously initiated 2 production lines, ceaselessly churning out ammunition, which had long since accumulated in the storeroom to staggering heights. When Tsuruashi and Dr. Yang learned of the ample supply of armed resources within the shelter, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The most crucial elements were the armored vehicles and fighter jets, one ensuring ground combat capability, while the other guaranteed aerial engagement, both of which could play significant roles. Leechin nodded and began issuing commands. First, the resident combat group led by Tsuruashi will utilize the ground artillery for crossfire cover, while the shelter's combat group engages the enemy directly. Second, all residents of the shelter are to be recalled immediately, as the shelter's gates will soon be closed, with no entry or exit permitted. Those who miss this deadline shall bear the consequences of their fate. Third, a warning regarding the impending zombie horde will be posted on the forum, alerting all shelters and surrounding survivors near star-rated shelters to remain vigilant. Fourth, all exchange transactions will be halted, to be reconsidered only after the zombie tide has subsided. Chapter 49. Let the people of Donghai City witness. The first and second points are easily comprehensible. After all, the strength of the artificial warriors makes them exceptionally suitable for engaging the main forces. Additionally, securing the gate serves to protect the residents of the shelter to the greatest extent possible. However, what on earth is the third point? Tsuruashi could not help but glance over, her face betraying concern. If the warning of an impending zombie tide were to be issued now, it would likely incite panic. In response, Leechin offered no further explanation. The star-rated shelter was the first to encounter the zombie tide, yet this does not imply that the tide would not overflow. It is entirely possible that it could scatter throughout the various corners of Donghai City. If unprepared, it could become a veritable hell on earth. All right, the meeting is adjourned. We have little more than 5 hours until the zombie tide arrives. Let us hasten our pace, Leechin urged hastily. Tsuruashi immediately took her orders, organizing all combat teams of the residents into their training formations. Simultaneously, a notification appeared on the smart wristbands of all residents in the star-rated shelter. Notice, the star-rated shelter is entering level 2 alert. The gates will soon close. All residents are advised to return immediately. Residents who were still perusing the market outside were left bewildered upon receiving the message. Level 2 alert? What has transpired? At that moment, someone stumbled upon a post on the forum. Look, it seems the zombie tide is approaching. We should hurry back. It's not safe outside anymore. Honey, move quickly. Don't bother tidying up. These items are worth only a few energy cores. Our lives are at stake. Hurry. If we delay, the shelter doors will close. Residents of the star-rated shelter hastily made their way back, leaving the independent survivors in a state of confusion. Consequently, they too opened the forum to investigate. Yellow alert. The second-tier zombie tide will reach the southern part of the star-rated shelter in 6 hours. At that time, zombies will be unaffected by daylight, becoming even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Non-combat units are advised to evacuate immediately. The star-rated shelter is entering level 2 alert and will close its gates. halting the exchange of supplies. Please prepare accordingly. This prominently pinned and bolded post from the official account of the star-rated shelter instantly set the independent survivors abuzz. They hurriedly began to pack their belongings, seeking refuge in what they believed to be safe locations. Meanwhile, other shelters in Donghai City simultaneously entered a state of alert. The star-rated shelter had become the leader of Donghai City. Its slightest tremor could send ripples throughout the entire city. No one dared to question the announcements made by the star-rated shelter. Most shelters planned to withdraw and quietly await the passing of the zombie tide. However, a few bold souls began to mobilize, attempting to seize the opportunity to profit from this oncoming wave of corpses. Recently, the star-rated shelter had unveiled numerous valuable items, with the Level 1 armored vehicle being the most coveted. Its formidable and imposing presence was truly a vital tool for survival in the apocalypse. All shelters aspired to procure a few to bolster their combat capabilities, and even the independent survivors were greatly tempted by the armored vehicles. After all, this individual possesses astonishing defensive capabilities, surpassing even firearms. Unfortunately, the cost is exorbitant. A Level 1 armored vehicle demands a staggering 3,000 energy cores. Many solitary survivors have dulled their blades in vain, unable to gather enough. For the shelter, acquiring 3,000 energy cores is not insurmountable. The challenge lies in the fact that they require not just 1 or 2 armored vehicles, but at least 10 as a starting point. If this impending zombie tide allows them to follow in the wake of the star-rated shelter and gather energy cores from second-tier zombies, perhaps their wishes might just be fulfilled. As preparations were underway, a group of individuals congregated at the entrance of the star-rated shelter, clamoring, "Why are we not allowed in? The zombie tide is approaching. We reside nearby and are all affected by your star-rated shelter. This is unacceptable. Yes, open the gates and let us in for refuge." This group shouted loudly from beyond the electrified perimeter. The resident combat team stationed outside turned their attention towards the commotion. Tsuruoshi stepped forward. Frowning as she addressed the crowd, "Who are you?" "I recognize her. She is the manager of the resident combat team. We all live close to the star-rated shelter. This zombie tide is targeting the star-rated shelter. We are innocent victims." "Indeed, young lady, please let us in. A place as vast as the star-rated shelter surely has enough provisions for an old woman like me." The solitary survivors were stirred with excitement upon seeing Tsuruoshi. Yet, none dared to breach the barrier, for the high-voltage electric fence loomed ominously, and the resident combat team was well-equipped, their fierce demeanor instilling fear. "Absolutely not." Tsuruoshi firmly rejected. "The gates of the star-rated shelter will only open for residents. Moreover, the zombie tide did not arise because of the star-rated shelter. How can you claim otherwise?" These solitary survivors were not originally from this vicinity. They merely perceived the area surrounding the star-rated shelter as relatively safe and sought refuge nearby. They typically relied on the armed forces of the star-rated shelter for personal safety. Now, with the zombie tide approaching, they absurdly blamed the star-rated shelter for their predicament. It was utterly ludicrous. "I don't care. If you don't let me in, I will perish at the gates of the star-rated shelter. Yes. Let the people of Donghai City witness the true nature of your star-rated shelter, callous and unhelpful. Why is it that others are oblivious to the zombie tide while only you at the star-rated shelter seem to be aware? You must be responsible." Upon hearing Tsuruoshi's response, the solitary survivors erupted in outrage, resorting to underhanded tactics. Tsuruoshi's chest heaved with indignation, yet she refrained from resorting to lethal force. For Li Qin had not issued such orders. She feared that taking drastic action against these individuals might result in negative repercussions. In recent days, Tsuruoshi had been training while observing discussions in forums, discovering a pervasive sentiment of envy towards the affluent. The resources possessed by the star-rated shelter have long been the object of desire for many. Had the armed forces of the shelter been even slightly weaker, it is certain that these individuals would have surged forth in a frenzy. Thus, Tsuruoshi finds herself encumbered with heavy concerns. Observing Tsuruoshi's hesitation to resort to violence against them, the scattered survivors grow even bolder, hurling a barrage of insults her way. Indeed, their intent is to incite chaos, hoping to compel the star-rated shelter into submission, granting them entry. Once the tide of zombies is past, do they expect to leave? That is utterly impossible. This is an opportune moment. After all, these individuals do not meet the application criteria for the star-rated shelter. In the past, they found no means to join its ranks. Now, with opportunity laid before them, they must seize it. Just as Tsuruoshi teeters on the brink of yielding, Li Qin is busy in the command room. Stealing a glance at the surveillance feeds. Chapter 50. The delivery of energy cores. Li Qin could not help but furrow his brow. "Noah, what is going on?" "Commander, these are the wandering survivors residing near the star-rated shelter. They wish to take refuge within," Noah replied. "Such naive aspirations." Li Qin scoffed. What refuge? It is merely an excuse. The posts have made it abundantly clear. The star-rated shelter will be the first to confront the impending zombie tide. The best course of action is to steer clear of the interstellar refuge and seek shelter in a basement. Doing so significantly increases their chances of survival. Li Chen understood the motives of these wanderers all too well. They had seen the residents of the star-rated shelter enjoying a life of comfort and luxury. They were merely hoping to exploit the situation to gain entry into the star-rated sanctuary. At that moment, Su Ruashi's call came through. After explaining the situation, she inquired, "Commander, should we open the gates for them?" Such absurdity. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Immediately issue a directive for them to disperse. If they do not comply, they shall face severe consequences. But what if the others in Donghai City hold it against us? Su Ruashi expressed her concern. The abundance of resources in the star-rated shelter was well known. Many other shelters approached with feigned respect to exchange supplies, while secretly coveting what lay within. If they found a reason to besiege the star-rated refuge, let them harbor their grievances. I wish to see who dares to oppose the star-rated shelter. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. The extensive surveillance throughout Donghai City, along with the presence of bionic monitoring robots, afforded Li Chen comprehensive insight into the conditions of various shelters. He was acutely aware of their petty schemes and the extent of their armed forces. These individuals were equipped solely with discarded products from the star-rated shelter. How formidable could their armed strength possibly be? Li Chen did not harbor animosity towards anyone in particular. He regarded all the shelters in Donghai City as inferior. Did they truly consider themselves worthy of challenging the star-rated refuge? They would soon fall silent when faced with the might of a level 3 armored vehicle. Under absolute force, their opinions mattered little. Upon receiving Li Chen's orders, Su Ruashi promptly affirmed, "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Su Ruashi gazed at the trio of survivors clamoring at the entrance, a chill sweeping across her face, rendering it cold and stern. "I saw it. She must have contacted Li Chen. Is he allowing us to enter? Those unscrupulous merchants have taken so many energy cores from me. Humanity is a shared destiny. You cannot be so heartless. Open the gates quickly. The zombie tide will arrive shortly." The survivors continued to shout loudly. Su Ruashi replied coolly, "Indeed, I did contact the commander." Upon hearing this, the survivors erupted in joy. "Indeed, Li Chen is allowing us to enter. Humph, the power of public opinion is formidable. No matter how powerful the star-rated shelter may be, it must still yield. Historically, those who gain the hearts of the people prevail. For the star-rated shelter to thrive and expand, it must adhere to this principle. I must deliberate carefully. The star-rated shelter does not provide 3 meals a day, so I shall not enter." These survivors initially clung to a glimmer of hope, calculating that if the star-rated shelter remained closed, they would swiftly seek refuge elsewhere. Now that the opportunity has arisen, they naturally adopt an air of entitlement, yearning for more. Su Ruashi's icy gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. Coldly, she declared, "The commander has issued a warning. You have 5 minutes to vacate the premises, or prepare to face the consequences." Her words bore no semblance of official decorum, even carrying a hint of menace. Most importantly, this was precisely what no one wished to hear. Thus, the survivors erupted in outrage. "The star-rated shelter is vast. What harm is there in accommodating a few of us?" they exclaimed. "Indeed, where is their dignity? How dare they order us to leave? Do they not fear retribution?" They continued to bicker, one voice rising over another. "There are always those more formidable. I advise the inhabitants of the star-rated shelter not to be so arrogant, lest they find themselves facing dire consequences." The survivors exchanged insults, convinced that as the largest refuge in Donghai City, the shelter ought to maintain a modicum of decorum. Surely, they would merely speak harshly, for it was unthinkable that they would resort to gunfire against survivors. Otherwise, they would be branded as murderers. Unperturbed by the barrage of insults, Su Ruashi remained calm, her eyes fixed on her watch. After 5 minutes of incessant cursing, the survivors began to feel parched, just as one reached for water to quench their thirst. A gunshot rang out. Su Ruashi SAK-103, akin to the scythe of death, claimed a life. "Ah, they are killing us. The star-rated shelter is slaughtering us." The survivors who had not been hit immediately scattered in panic, shouting as they fled. Su Ruashi's expression remained unchanged. "You have been given a chance. You did not cherish it." As she spoke, her finger continued to squeeze the trigger, and the air was filled with their anguished cries. In truth, Su Ruashi had only grazed a few arms, inflicting no fatal wounds, yet there exists an innate safety threshold within every individual. They had believed the star-rated shelter's inhabitants would not dare to fire upon them, leading them to act with impunity. The moment Su Ruashi discharged her weapon, that threshold crumbled, instilling a primal fear of death. As the survivors scattered in disarray, the area beyond the electrified fence grew eerily quiet. Tsuruashi lowered her weapon and turned to the warriors of the resident combat team. Hasten your pace. We have only 4 hours until the zombie horde arrives. Understood. The warriors replied in unison. For them, the fate of those scattered survivors was inconsequential. They had come seeking their own demise. Who could they blame? The impending zombie onslaught was of paramount importance. Behind them lay the entirety of the star-rated Shelter-S residents, parents, and children. If they could not withstand the approaching wave of zombies, what would become of their families? Therefore, they must quicken their efforts to construct defensive fortifications, ensuring the utmost protection for those who depended on them. Moreover, the star-rated sanctuary provides exceptional care for the families of fallen soldiers. Even in the unfortunate event of their sacrifice, as long as the star-rated sanctuary endures and Li Chen remains, they hold on to the belief that their children will have food to eat and books to read. Their parents will also receive the necessary support. At this moment, every soldier in the resident combat group is brimming with fighting spirit. Li Chen witnessed this scene through surveillance and nodded in satisfaction. Noah, how are things progressing with the artificial warriors? Commander, the video connection has been established for you, Noah promptly replied. The artificial warriors, led by the management, are now aboard armored vehicles and primary combat aircraft, heading directly to their destination. Due to the extensive range of destruction posed by the armored vehicles and primary combat aircraft, the battlefield cannot be situated near the star-rated sanctuary but must maintain a safe distance. At this juncture, all units are fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of the second-tier zombies to deliver the energy course. Chapter 51. Discovering Chromium, or the battlefield chosen by Li Chen, lies a mere 10 kilometers south of the star-rated shelter. Once, this site was a dairy processing plant, now abandoned and desolate in the aftermath of the apocalypse, leaving only dilapidated structures behind. First-tier zombies wander the roads, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, the rumble of a level 3 armored vehicle emerges in the clearing. The zombies instantly regain their vigor, rushing towards the armored vehicle. Among them are former workers of the factory, alongside others that have drifted in from afar. From a distance, they appear as a dense swarm, sending chills down the spine of any observer. Open fire. Li Chen calmly commands through the radio. The armored vehicles remain stationary, allowing the zombies to charge. Then, flames erupt from all sides of the vehicles. The nearest zombies are instantly charred, creating a temporary clearing around the armored vehicles. Yet, this space is quickly filled again as the relentless zombies, undeterred by fear or fatigue, continue to surge towards the armored vehicles, lured by the scent of fresh flesh, emitting low growls. Moreover, the commotion attracts even more distant zombies. As their numbers swell, the android warriors relay a report. Commander, the electromagnetic cannon is charged to 100. Li Chen promptly orders, prepare the electromagnetic cannon. Fire. With a crackling display of dazzling arcs, zombies collapse in droves outside the armored vehicle. This marks the first deployment of the electromagnetic cannon by the android warriors, showcasing its astounding power. Any zombie struck by the electric arcs experiences immediate evaporation of bodily fluids, leaving behind only desiccated skin. Witnessing this scene, the android warriors widened their eyes in astonishment. This weapon, although they knew how to operate it, they had not anticipated such immense destructive capability. Simultaneously, some nearby survivors, taken aback by the spectacle, find themselves in awe. Are those individuals from the star-rated shelter? What are they doing? Is this an exercise? It looks like a scene from a movie. Is this weaponry truly a human invention? How naive. It's called an electromagnetic cannon, invented before the apocalypse. It's just not something the average person encounters. Fine. You seem to know a lot. But what are the people from the star-rated shelter actually doing? Can't you see the armored vehicles? The star-rated shelter must be clearing the battlefield. Reports say a horde is imminent. The survivors, witnessing the formidable combat prowess of the star-rated shelter, engage in lively discussions, with some even capturing photographs to share on forums. While the electromagnetic cannon indeed wields considerable power, due to the zombies' nature, as long as their hearts remain unscathed, they do not perish. Consequently, many zombies that were electrically incapacitated begin to rise again, staggering towards the armored vehicles. A low hum of air surged through the clouds, heralding the arrival of 5 fighter jets, soaring majestically in AV formation. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, all 5 jets targeted their objective and released their payloads, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. Onlookers among the survivors stood in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. Goodness, are those fighter jets? One exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Mother, I have truly made it. I have seen fighter jets. How magnificent. This star-rated shelter even possesses fighter jets? Tears welled in the eyes of others, lamenting their plight as they struggled with mere kitchen knives against the undead, while the elite shelter deployed armored vehicles and fighter jets, not to mention electromagnetic cannons. It was a stark reminder of the disparity in their circumstances. Look, "It's not just 5, there are more jets behind them," shouted one survivor, igniting a wave of awe among the crowd. As if in answer to the cry, 30 fighter jets appeared, perfectly aligned in the sky, their engines roaring as they unleashed their ordnance. This spectacle left numerous survivors utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the forums buzzed with excitement over the emergence of the electromagnetic cannon and fighter jets, creating a tidal wave of discussion. The star-rated shelter seemed to perpetually exceed expectations, unveiling increasingly formidable weaponry. It was truly astonishing. With fighter jets at their disposal, would there still be a need to painstakingly hunt down zombies? Why not simply bomb them from the skies? To my knowledge, in Donghai City, there are perhaps only 2 or 3 shelters capable of housing fighter jets. The star-rated shelter certainly exhibited remarkable audacity. Indeed, there are a few fighter jets in Donghai City, but the challenge lies in the energy and ammunition required for each deployment. The resources of the star-rated shelter were astonishingly profound, employing fighter jets for battlefield clearance. At that moment, the grand display of the star-rated shelter reaffirmed to the citizens of Donghai City one undeniable truth: they were not a force to be trifled with. Even those harboring ulterior motives could only stifle their thoughts and shrink back in submission. "Commander, we have located chromium resources," crackled the voice of the administrator over the radio. Li Chen leaned closer to the monitor, observing a series of blue containers lined up beside the administrator. Following a thorough scan by Noah, it was confirmed that the containers securely housed chromium ore. Instantly, Li Chen rose to his feet. Chromium is the hardest metal in nature, often alloyed with steel to enhance hardness and corrosion resistance. Stainless steel and various components rely heavily on chromium, making it an essential raw material in industrialization. The discovery of this batch of chromium held tremendous significance for the star-rated shelter. "Commander, shall we transport the chromium, or now?" the administrator inquired. Li Chen took a moment to compose himself, scrutinizing the monitor before asking, "How much chromium, or do we have?" "There are a total of 200 containers," the administrator replied. With 3 hours remaining before the impending zombie tide, the thought of relying on android warriors for ground transport seemed impractical, given the considerable size of the containers. A land transport alone would take at least 5 hours. "Where is the location of the chrome or storage, and how far is it from the battlefield center?" Li Chen inquired. "Within 1 kilometer," the manager promptly replied. "Such a close distance. If a horde of undead were to descend, the storage site would undoubtedly be affected. By the time the horde dissipates, I fear the chrome would be utterly destroyed." Li Chen pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Deploy all transport aircraft and helicopters immediately for relocation. Simultaneously, notify all combat units to commence 3 land transport trips." "Understood." Noah swiftly disseminated Li Chen's orders. As everyone began to busy themselves, Li Chen focused intently on the monitor, lost in thought. The significance of the chrome was self-evident, and Li Chen was unwilling to forfeit this rare opportunity. For now, he could only deploy drones for more extensive surveillance to preemptively guard against an early onslaught of the undead, while simultaneously accelerating the pace of relocation. Chapter 52. The capable take the lead. The resident combat group received orders without hesitation. They promptly gathered the able-bodied men within the star-level shelter and swiftly boarded transport planes and trucks. Their objective was clear: to return with chromium in the shortest time possible. Within the star-level shelter, the sight of numerous trucks departing sparked lively discussions among the inhabitants. Some questioned the timing of raw material collection, deeming it hasty. Alas, the commander is still young and desires too much. Does he not realize that one cannot have it all in this world? They lamented. With the horde of zombies approaching, how could the commander issue such a command? It is as if we are not regarded as human. Yet, another voice chimed in, "What do you understand? Chromium has myriad applications. If we procure this batch of chromium our shelter's industrial capabilities will significantly advance." Indeed, some acknowledged the importance of the commander's decision, recognizing the critical role of chromium. However, dissent lingered among others who believed the commander was being reckless. Why not remain safely in the shelter and wait for the zombie tide to pass? Must we meddle in such affairs? Unperturbed by the murmurs, the commander, Li Chen, remained resolute. Some residents of the star-level shelter could not resist venting their frustrations on the forum. In an instant, nearly all survivors in Donghai City were aware of the discovery of chromium at the interstellar shelter. Those living nearby utilized civilian drones to capture footage of the colossal transport planes and helicopters roaring as they descended before the warehouse, while an endless convoy of trucks stretched into the distance. Quickly, move with haste. The first batch of transport planes is fully loaded and requests takeoff. The second batch of transport planes is also ready for departure. The first team of trucks is loaded and returning. Before the warehouse, over 10,000 individuals worked in unison. Young adults extracted from the star-level shelter swiftly placed containers onto trucks and transport planes. As soon as the first trucks were filled, they sped off to return. while the second batch was poised to follow closely behind. Everyone was fervently engaged in their tasks. Many survivors observed this scene through drones, swallowing hard. Is Li Chen out of his mind? With the zombie tide imminent, how can he still pursue raw material transportation? You do not comprehend. Chromium is the soul of industry. It appears that the development of the star-level shelter has surpassed everyone's expectations. Are you suggesting that the star-level shelter aims to develop its industry further? Of course. My cousin is a resident of the star-level shelter, and she mentioned that numerous factories have been established there, given the shelter's rapid development. Restoring pre-apocalyptic industrial levels is certainly within reach. Survivors continued to discuss fervently beneath the video, with most expressing envy and jealousy. They cowered in corners, trembling with fear. However, the interstellar refuge boldly dispatched transport aircraft to transport materials with great ostentation. It is impossible not to be impressed. Reporting to the commander, this is the warehouse. Currently, only one warehouse containing chromium ore has been discovered, while the others are entirely empty. Management reported that as soon as the news surfaced, Li Chen boarded the first batch of transport aircraft and arrived at the warehouse entrance. Observing the scene before him, Li Chen wore a grave expression and stepped into the warehouse. This warehouse was vast, with rows of containers that appeared far more astonishing than they did on surveillance footage. It was speculated that this deposit of chromium ore was strategic material that had not been transported in time. Following the apocalypse, transportation had become severely impeded, rendering intercity connections nearly impossible, which explained why it remained here. The commander articulated his conjecture, suggesting that the chromium ore might have been abandoned by certain individuals, thus qualifying as private property. Acquiring this batch of chromium ore could pose significant risks to the interstellar refuge. Ah, so what? Li Chen retorted with a cold laugh, displaying no concern. The highways were littered with abandoned vehicles, and passage between cities was utterly obstructed, even if the owner of the chromium ore were to discover it. What could they do? Could they fly over and confront him? With Li Chen's assertion, management ceased their chatter and urged everyone to expedite their actions. Approximately an hour passed. Li Chen glanced at his watch and frowned. How many containers remain? There are still 120 containers left to load, which will take about an hour and 20 minutes. Management replied, wiping the sweat from their brow. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, his expression suddenly sharpened. He turned abruptly towards the rear of the containers and shouted, "Who is there?" The gentle breeze swept through the warehouse. No one emerged from behind the containers. Li Chen stood firm, his gaze fixed intently in one direction, and calmly declared, "I have already detected your presence. Do you believe you can escape? You have 3 minutes. If I do not see you within that time, I will order fire." As Li Chen's words echoed, 3 minutes later, a ragged little boy stepped out from behind the containers. He appeared exceedingly wary, staring intently into Li Chen's eyes and said, "I was merely passing through. If memory serves, there are only factories nearby. What brings you here?" Li Chen responded noncommittally. This area was devoid of food and weapons, populated only by zombies or factories. It was unlikely that an ordinary person would venture here. The boy was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find words. Li Chen squinted, casting a glance at the boy's hands. A 7- or 8-year-old child appearing in such desolate surroundings was indeed peculiar. Moreover, Li Chen noticed that the boy's palms bore thick calluses, indicating that he frequently wielded weapons. It suggested years of practice, hinting at something amiss. With these thoughts in mind, Li Chen maintained an air of nonchalance as he said, "Never mind. We have matters to attend to here, so you should leave promptly, lest you become a casualty when the zombie horde arrives." The kindness in Li Chen's words only heightened the boy's wariness. After all, this was the apocalypse. Who would genuinely show compassion? Li Chen shrugged indifferently and turned to the manager, instructing, "Give him some food and escort him away." Yes. The manager promptly retrieved some compressed biscuits used by the soldiers, placed them in a tote bag, and then tossed it in front of the boy. "Is this for me?" The boy hesitated, unsure whether to reach for the tote bag. "Yes, take it and leave quickly," Li Chen replied coldly. Observing Li Chen's demeanor, the boy felt a sense of relief. His eyes remained fixed on Li Chen as he cautiously extended his hand to grasp the tote bag, then began to step back, retreating slowly while keeping his gaze on Li Chen. Chapter 53. Opportunity knocks. Only once it was not until he retreated to the warehouse entrance that the boy turned around and bolted away. Despite his small stature, he dashed away with remarkable speed, clutching a tote bag, and swiftly disappeared behind a stack of hay. After running a considerable distance, he finally leaned on his knees. Gasping for breath, he glanced back, relieved to see that Li Chen and the others had vanished from sight. After catching his breath for a moment, the boy once again took hold of the tote bag and adeptly navigated through the hay bales, making his way straight to an abandoned residential building. This self-built structure spanned approximately 150 square meters and consisted of 3 stories. The boy ascended the stairs with familiarity and arrived at a heavy iron door. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings before raising his grimy little hand to knock a few times, 3 knocks, 1 gentle, creaking open. The iron door revealed a rugged adult man clad in combat attire, who first scanned the vicinity before allowing the boy to enter. "What is this?" the man inquired, his gaze falling upon the tote bag. The boy set it down and plopped onto an iron chair. "Some food," he replied coldly. If Li Chun were present, he would notice that the boy's expression bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary child. He appeared more like a seasoned veteran, hardened by experience. "Troublesome. So, that batch of chromium has been discovered yet?" The adult's impatience was palpable as he disregarded the tote bag entirely. The boy's demeanor darkened as he slowly shook his head. "It has been found by the people from the star-rated shelter. They dispatched a transport aircraft and are currently relocating it." "What? How am I to explain this to the higher-ups?" The adult's dissatisfaction was evident. "Explain what? Even if the chromium had not been discovered, how are they planning to transport it back? We have lingered here long enough. Once the zombie tide passes, we must contact them immediately and arrange for a helicopter to retrieve us," the boy retorted, his frustration mounting. These two were mercenaries, taking orders from the nearby city. Huaxiang Shelter. The management of Huaxiang Shelter had received intelligence about a cache of chromium ore in the area and sent 2 individuals to guard it, awaiting the opportunity to transport it back. Unbeknownst to them, just days after the boy's arrival in Donghai City, a zombie outbreak ensued. "It seems we cannot hold on to the chromium ore any longer. I will notify the higher-ups right away. Rest assured, they will be adamant about acquiring this batch." "What of the star-rated shelter?" "When the time comes, the higher-ups will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to reclaim it." The adult hastily retreated into the building. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed down the corridor. The boy and the adult exchanged a glance, halting their actions and holding their breath. Bang! The iron door was violently blasted open, revealing Li Chun, accompanied by a small squad of artificial warriors. Upon a brief encounter, the artificial warrior soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the 2 boys. "Have you been tracking me?" The boy glared at Li Chun with eyes filled with rage, his face pale with fury, breath coming in heavy gasps. Li Chun smirked, a cold smile gracing his handsome features. "Had you not followed, I would have remained oblivious to the presence of this nest of rats." "Uncle, I do not comprehend your words." The boy's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately adopting a pitiable demeanor, as if he were the victim of some injustice. With his head bowed, he spoke softly. "We are merely survivors residing here." "Survivors?" Li Chun scoffed, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the room's interior. 3 meters away from the boy lay 2 submachine guns, each showing signs of use. Further inside, an array of ammunition was visible: smoke bombs, tear gas, grenades, and more. Such armaments would be scarce even in smaller shelters. What truly captured Li Chun's attention were the several concealed traps throughout the room. They appeared innocuous, yet he was acutely aware that stepping on one could lead to serious injury, if not death. "It seems you are not as ordinary as you appear. I present you with 2 choices. First, cooperate fully and answer all my questions, and I shall allow you to leave. Second, remain silent and meet your demise. The choice is yours." Li Chun leisurely dismantled the surrounding traps before settling onto the sofa, coldly observing the 2 before him. The boy and the adult man exchanged glances, poised to speak, when Li Chun's voice interjected once more. "You have but one opportunity, should I detect even a hint of deceit. You will be reduced to mere Swiss cheese." The threatening tone of Li Chun's words rendered the boy, who had intended to fabricate an excuse, momentarily speechless. As silence enveloped the room, Li Chun smirked slightly. "Very well, allow me to speculate. You are not ordinary survivors, are you? It seems both of you are quite adept with weaponry. In the apocalypse, firearms are the most effective means against zombies. Smoke bombs and flashbangs are utterly useless against them. Yet, your possession of such items indicates your targets are not zombies, but humans." The boy's eyes widened, a chill running down his spine. Li Chun then gestured toward the damaged traps and continued, "Typically, only mercenaries employ such devices. Who would have thought that in this small place, 2 capable individuals would emerge? Retrieve their information." "Yes." The manager promptly produced a scanning device, waving it gently across the faces of the 2 individuals. Instantly, the voice of Noah resonated forth. Lin Cho, male, 13 years old, mercenary, previously served in the Chargea forces. Jiao Conway, male, 36 years old, mercenary, also formerly of the Chargea forces. No one can escape Noah's scanner, unless that individual has never appeared under any camera's gaze. Hearing Noah's voice, Lin Cho and Jiao Conway froze in fear, their bodies turning cold. What on earth is this entity that can unveil their identities? Indeed, it is 2 individuals. Li Chun smiled faintly, his gaze settling upon Lin Cho. This young boy, merely 13, had already become a mercenary and participated in several battles. Li Chen was deeply intrigued. What transpired in this boy's life? Under Li Chen's scrutiny, Lin Cho felt a chilling sensation, as if a wild hare were being targeted by a ferocious tiger, engulfed by a sense of helplessness. The next moment heralded a session of inquiries. You possess the right to respond or to remain silent. Li Chen interlaced his fingers, smiling as he turned to Diao Conway, his lips parting to utter a few chilling words. You are the elder. You shall go first. Chapter 54. The Honesty Medal. As Li Chen's voice faded, the barrel of the cyborg soldier's gun was instantly aimed at Diao Conway's forehead. Any slight movement from Diao Conway would result in his head being reduced to a pulp. Diao Conway felt a chilling fear wash over him. Which organization do you serve now? Li Chen inquired with a smile. Who? Huaxiang Shelter. Diao Conway gulped. Question 2. What is your mission this time? To guard this batch of chromium or awaiting the arrival of personnel from Huaxiang Shelter to transport it away? Question 3. What were you about to do just now? I was preparing to inform the higher-ups that the chromium or had been transported away. Under the threat of the gun, Diao Conway dared not lie, responding honestly to all 3 questions. Very well, congratulations, you have earned the Honesty Medal. Li Chen remarked with a slight smile, patting Diao Conway's face. Diao Conway felt a profound sense of humiliation, lowering his head, yet he dared not utter a word. All right, the difficulty level is about to increase. You have 3 seconds to provide an answer, otherwise. Bang. Li Chen gestured with his fingers in the shape of a gun, smiling. Diao Conway immediately nodded, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Question 1. Describe the situation at Huaxiang Shelter. Before the apocalypse, Huaxiang Shelter was an electronics factory. Upon learning of the impending doom, the owner hired a group of mercenaries. Question 2. What would happen if Huaxiang Shelter discovered that the chromium or had been taken? It would. Bang. The bullet fired. Diao Conway collapsed, his eyes wide with terror. TSK. 3 seconds have passed. What a pity. Li Chen shook his head, his gaze shifting to Lin Cho. Now it's your turn, young warrior. Lin Cho appeared far more composed than Diao Conway. Meeting Li Chen's gaze, he stated directly. If the people from Huaxiang Shelter learn that the chromium ore has been taken, they will surely send someone to attack the star-rated shelter. I only went to Huaxiang Shelter after the apocalypse, so my ties with them are not deep. I will tell you everything you wish to know. If you agree, I can also serve you. Li Chen smiled slightly, shaking his head. Kill him. Bang. Lin Cho did not even have the opportunity to respond before he fell beside Diao Conway. The manager looked at Li Chen with confusion. Commander, this boy shows considerable potential. If cultivated properly, his combat abilities would be astounding. Most importantly, Lin Cho possesses excellent psychological resilience. If sent on special missions, no one would suspect a mere teenager. Li Chen, however, shook his head slightly. I have already obtained the answers I sought. This boy could betray Huaxiang Shelter. He could just as easily betray me. Better to eliminate him than to keep him around. The manager quickly understood and nodded in agreement. Through the holographic screen, Li Chen observed the warehouse, now emptied of all chromium ore, and promptly issued his orders. The preparations have begun. Let us tidy up this place and commence our return. Indeed. The commander promptly led the android soldiers to scour the self-constructed building, gathering all weapons for transport. They arrived back at the warehouse entrance, where the resident combat team members were already in the process of withdrawing. The android soldiers proceeded to load ammunition, bracing themselves for the impending horde of corpses. Team 1. Ready. Team 2. Ready. The android soldiers executed their tasks with remarkable swiftness, efficiently replenishing the energy supplies for the electromagnetic cannons and fighter jets, standing by in place. Only 10 minutes remained until the zombie tide arrived. In broad daylight, ominous clouds rolled in, casting a shadow over the entire city of Donghai. Amidst the oppressive darkness, the thunderous roars could be faintly heard. The horde was drawing near. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped every survivor in Donghai. The second-tier zombie tide approached. Many, despite finding refuge, could not quell their fear. Numerous individuals flocked to forums for solace and camaraderie. To be candid, I am currently hiding in the sewers, trembling in fear. Trembling? I am the one trembling. I am safely ensconced in the basement of a villa. The nearest elite shelter is a mere 2 kilometers away. If the elite shelter fails to eradicate the zombie tide, I shall not see the sun rise again tomorrow. If the elite shelter cannot handle the horde, the entire city of Donghai will be plunged into darkness. What does distance matter? This is the second-tier zombie horde we are facing. I choose to place my faith in the elite shelter. Let us rally together. In the final minute, the countdown commenced. A storm was brewing, and the air was thick with anticipation. The elite shelter, keenly on everyone's mind, had long been prepared. Li Chen established the primary battlefield near the southern warehouses, where 10,000 android soldiers awaited. 103rd-tier heavy armored vehicles led the charge, while dozens of fighter jets circled above, poised to unleash their ordnance at any moment. On the ground of the elite shelter, 9,000 members of the resident combat team stood vigilant. This would serve as the secondary battlefield. After all, no matter how formidable the android soldiers might be, it was impossible to eradicate every single zombie. The second-tier zombies had begun to exhibit a modicum of cognitive ability. After sustaining significant damage at the primary battlefield, they would undoubtedly continue their advance toward the elite shelter, and their numbers would not dwindle. At this moment, artillery had been strategically positioned on the grounds of the elite shelter. Each member of the combat team held an electromagnetic cannon at the ready, while trenches filled with landmines were meticulously excavated. Commander, the android combat team is prepared. Commander, the resident combat team is prepared. The voices of the commander and Tsuruashi echoed through the radio. Legion observed the footage transmitted by the drone, stating, "The zombie tide is now 100 meters from the primary battlefield. All units, prepare yourselves. The mission at the primary battlefield is to eliminate as many zombies as possible." Tsuruashi's mission on the second battlefield was to intercept all the zombies. Was this achievable? The radio crackled with the low growls of all combat teams. Yes. A bloodthirsty grin blossomed on Li Chen's face. Open fire. Boom. 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 The artillerymen of the android combat team unleashed a barrage. Shells detonated among the horde of zombies, instantly creating vast vacuums within the dense tide of corpses. Yet, regrettably, it was futile. Within mere seconds, the gaps were swiftly filled by the remaining zombies. In an instant, the android warriors at the forefront elevated their electromagnetic cannons to fire. With arcs of blue electricity, the zombie horde remained firmly controlled at a distance of 100 meters from the combat team, unable to breach their defenses. Occasionally, a few stray zombies crossed the safety line and were immediately targeted by distant snipers, each shot finding its mark in the heart. Chapter 55, the first line of defense. This onslaught of zombies is not easily surmountable. Li Chen gazes at the images transmitted back by the drone, letting out a deep sigh. Everyone must be prepared. The zombie tide will persist for 2 days. This is merely the initial wave, with more yet to come. Each subsequent wave will be fiercer than the last. The undead feel no pain, fear no death, and tire not. Yet we, as humans, do. Even the artificial warriors will succumb to fatigue and injury. However, we have no alternative. These are second-tier zombies. Even if we hide within the shelter and refuse to engage, the zombie tide will not simply perish or depart. They will continue to encircle Donghai City, relentlessly assaulting humanity. Second-tier zombies are akin to beasts. Do you truly wish to relinquish the azure skies, the white clouds, and the yellow earth to these savages? Do you willingly choose to remain forever shrouded in darkness, hiding underground? We refuse. We refuse. The warriors' roars resonate through the wireless earpieces. Humanity has spent hundreds of thousands of years ascending to the apex of the food chain. And how long have zombies existed? By what right do these creatures claim dominion over our homeland? The warriors comprehend that a single step back leads to an abyss of despair. Noah, how long can our ammunition last? Li Chen inquires, shutting off the wireless earpiece. Commander, current ammunition reserves are sufficient for 29 hours of use. The electromagnetic cannon's charge will last for 72 hours, and the fighter jets are equipped with enough munitions for 1,092 bombing runs. Understood. Notify the logistics team. Should we run low on ammunition, dispatch reinforcements to the battlefield immediately. Yes. Li Chen narrows his eyes slightly. The zombie tide endures for only 2 days. If we maintain our current rate of consumption, the ammunition reserves should suffice to last through. Yet, one cannot help but fear unforeseen circumstances. Project the live situation of the front lines onto all screens in the residential area, Li Chen commands. Noah promptly complies. Consequently, all residents of the star-rated shelter, regardless of their activities, cease their motions and turn their attention to the large screens before them. The second-tier zombies, on all fours, charge at the warriors with alarming speed. A shell detonates amidst the horde of second-tier zombies, but it merely sinks into the mass like a droplet in the ocean, creating only a slight ripple before the waters converge once more. The residents of the star-rated shelter watch this scene, their hearts clenched in trepidation. They fixate on the densely packed zombies displayed on the screen. Even though they are not present at the scene, fear grips them, causing their teeth to chatter audibly. Everyone instinctively holds their breath, silently observing the large screen. The sound of their racing hearts resonates distinctly in the eerie stillness. Someone broadcasts this live footage onto the forum, instantly igniting a fervor. Goodness, so many second-tier zombies? If I were thrown in, I'd be obliterated in an instant. This is terrifying. This speed is already the limit of humanity. Should the horde of zombies breach the defenses and descend upon Donghai City, one can scarcely imagine the hellish nightmare that would ensue. Can we truly place our trust in the star-rated shelters? Just yesterday, My second aunt fled to a neighboring city with a group of people. Had I known, I would have escaped as well. But escape? All routes are now choked with vehicles. The only means of flight is to rely on one's own two legs. With over 60 kilometers to the neighboring city. How many meals would you expect the zombies to feast upon? Surely the star-rated shelter can withstand the onslaught. Li Chen is not a reckless man. If it truly cannot hold, why would he send the warriors of the star-rated shelter into battle? Let us pray. All we can do now is place our hopes in the star-rated shelter. The hopes of all Donghai City rest upon the strength of the star-rated shelter, for it alone possesses such power. As the first battlefield raged with intensity, some shelters within Donghai City gradually opened their doors. One could see squads of warriors emerging, armed with real ammunition, ready to scavenge in the wake of the star-rated shelter's efforts. Attention all units, the zombie horde is about to breach the first line of defense. The voice of command crackled through the earpiece. Despite the fierce firepower of the synthetic warriors, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. A glance revealed an endless sea of the undead. Utilizing the piled corpses, the zombies advanced step by step, crossing the 100-meter safety line. All units, fall back 100 meters. Provide covering fire. Li Chen swiftly ordered a strategic retreat. According to plan, the synthetic warriors would fight and withdraw until they united with the resident combat team stationed at the shelter. Understood. Came the resounding roar of the warriors through the earpieces. As the synthetic warriors fell back, the defense line was once again stabilized. Li Chen exited the command room, seized a metal storm, and boarded a helicopter. Heading straight for the front lines, he commanded the pilot, "Take us to the first battlefield." The pilot's eyes widened in disbelief, hesitating to take off. Most of the synthetic warriors had been deployed to pilot fighter jets, leaving only recently trained members of the resident combat team to operate the helicopter. The synthetic warriors would have obeyed Li Chen's orders without question, but the residents had yet to develop the habit of unwavering obedience, thus delaying their departure. "Commander, the first battlefield is exceedingly perilous. The star-rated shelter needs your command," the pilot implored earnestly. Li Chen's eyes glinted with icy resolve. "Take off, now." Instantly. The pilot fell silent, biting his lip, and promptly activated the helicopter, soaring toward the first battlefield. Through drone broadcasts, the citizens of Donghai City witnessed Li Chen descending from the skies, wielding a metal storm. This advanced weapon, composed of barrels, electronic pulse ignition nodes, and a control processor, could unleash over 100 rounds in a single second. It was no exaggeration to say that it could decimate an entire company in an instant. However, the recoil of the metal storm is exceptionally powerful. It is typically mounted on city walls for use. If wielded by a human, it could easily shatter bones or, in a more severe case, even lead to death from the sheer force of the recoil. Yet, in Li Chen's hands, it feels utterly effortless. Through genetic evolution, the firing rate of ordinary firearms has become insufficient to meet Li Chen's demands. It feels as trivial as a toy water gun in his grasp. Only the metal storm is worthy of being held by him. Upon landing, Li Chen immediately aimed the metal storm at the most densely packed horde of zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Over 10,000 rounds were unleashed in an instant. Like meteors, they soared, trailing flames as they struck fiercely into the mass of undead. The howling zombies evaporated in an instant. Just as it seemed the horde was about to breach the safety line, Li Chen, with his singular strength, managed to push them back once more. Chapter 56. The monster has perished. The artificial warriors gazed at Li Chen, their eyes alight with fervor. "Charge. The commander leads the way. We must not show weakness." Laughter erupted among the warriors of the star-level refuge, fearless and resolute. The artificial warriors, unwilling to be outdone, intensified their firepower. "Kill them all," Li Chen bellowed, unleashing a relentless barrage of ammunition from the metallic storm in his grasp. Before him, the zombies fell like wheat being harvested, one after another. The forum ignited once more with admiration for Li Chen's valor. This is a true man, so passionate. I too yearn to join the battlefield. Those damn zombies shall not escape today. Oh, how I adore him. Is Li Chen married? I wish to bear his children. Marriage is no obstacle. I can care for the commander alongside my sister. Step aside, it's not your turn. Commander, don't be so rigid about gender, though I am male. I can. Zombies are hardly formidable. The star-level refuge is indeed the hope of Donghai City. Countless survivors were stirred to fervent excitement by Li Chen's actions. Since the dawn of the apocalypse, everyone had lived under the shadow of the undead. At last, they felt a sense of triumph. The first battlefield grew tense. Just as they were about to push back the horde of zombies, suddenly, a few uniquely shaped zombies surged forth. They bore pointed heads and long, sharp tongues, moving with astonishing speed. "Third-tier zombies," Li Chen exclaimed, perplexed. Logically, the evolution of zombies should not occur so rapidly. It typically takes at least 2 months to reach the 3rd tier. Why do they appear now? Before Li Chun could inquire about the reason from Noah, the 3rd tier zombies had already plunged into the crowd, launching a fierce assault. Their serpentine tongues shot out with blinding speed, instantly piercing the forehead of an artificial warrior. Almost in the blink of an eye, the triangular-headed zombies unleashed their tongues once more, causing dozens of the frontline artificial warriors to collapse in an instant. The electromagnetic cannon struck the 3rd tier zombies, yet it felt as though a punch had landed on cotton, ineffectual and harmless. Not even a wound was left. Thud, thud. As a 3rd tier zombie stomped on the ground, dust billowed into the air. The surrounding structures trembled beneath the impact. Amidst the gunfire, several 3rd tier zombies abruptly halted and tilted their heads back to roar. With howls reminiscent of wolves, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, shattering buildings in its path. The commander's pupils constricted as he swiftly issued orders over the radio: concentrate fire and attack the 3rd tier zombies. Boom. Zzz. Shells and electric arcs rained down upon the 3rd tier zombies. The 3rd tier zombies seemed to sense the intensifying firepower and began to frantically howl, their bodies moving swiftly towards the throng of humanity ahead. Wherever I tread, all is annihilation. Cursed be it. What in the world is this? What shall I do? Bullets have no effect on him whatsoever. Under the formidable firepower of the artificial warrior, the 3rd tier zombies merely experience minor hindrances in their movements. Had it been any other group from the refuge, they would have turned tail and fled by now. Yet, these are the artificial warriors. Li Chun has not commanded a retreat. They shall fight to the death. Li Chun carefully observes the trajectory of the 3rd tier zombies, realizing they are not invulnerable. When the electromagnetic cannon strikes the triangular head of a 3rd tier zombie, a brief moment of stillness ensues. Concentrate fire. Target the triangular head. With Li Chun's command, the gunfire erupts. Amidst the frenzied barrage, the 3rd tier zombie goes berserk, brandishing its claws and swatting away everything in its path. Fortunately, Li Chun has upgraded the armored vehicle to level 3. At present, the strength of the 3rd tier zombies cannot breach its defenses. Cover me, Li Chun roars, positioning himself directly in front of a 3rd tier zombie. As the creature opens its mouth and extends its tongue, the muzzle of the metal storm is aimed directly at its mouth. In an instant, tens of thousands of bullets penetrate the zombie's body. In that fleeting moment, the 3rd tier zombie is reduced to cinders. However, although the zombie is slain, its body incessantly ejects black blood, corrosive in nature, eroding the ground into small pits. Li Chun employs the same tactic once more, utilizing his speed to swiftly traverse the battlefield, methodically eliminating the remaining 3rd tier zombies. It's dead. That monstrosity has perished. The radio crackles with the cheers of the artificial warriors. The oppressive presence of the 3rd tier zombies had been overwhelming. Just moments ago, the soldiers feared total annihilation. Continue the fire suppression, Li Chun commands. Though the 3rd tier zombie has perished, the concentrated fire has allowed other 2nd tier zombies to breach the safety line, relentlessly charging toward the artificial warriors. The situation grows increasingly dire. Within a mere 10 minutes following the emergence of the 3rd tier zombies, nearly 400 artificial warriors have fallen. Had Li Chun not intervened to eliminate the 3rd tier threat, the casualties would have been far greater. Noah, what is going on? How did the 3rd tier zombies appear? Li Chun inquires, frowning as he observes the soldiers gradually retreating their safety line. Commander, reports indicate that the 3rd tier zombies are artificially induced. They do not belong to the horde but merely coincide with its trajectory, Noah's voice responds. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's displeasure is palpable, permeating the air. Artificially induced. Once again, it is man-made. The prior surge of 2nd tier zombies in Donghai City was also a result of human interference. Who possesses such a deranged mind to experiment with such horrors? Analyze the footage relayed by the drones. Ascertain if there are any more 3rd tier zombies. Li Chun promptly orders. Following a thorough search, Noah extracts the relevant footage. Report, Commander. Currently, no sightings of 3rd tier zombies have been detected amidst the horde. Li Chun, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded. Let it remain so. Should we encounter several more waves, the artificial warriors may not withstand even 2 days, perhaps a mere 10 hours before total annihilation. He commanded. Continue monitoring and remain vigilant for any changes in the zombie tide. Report immediately upon the appearance of 3rd tier zombies. In the ensuing moments, the artificial warriors engaged in combat, while strategically retreating, now positioned 500 meters from the original safety line. The zombies, relentless and tireless, launched continuous assaults against the artificial warriors in relentless waves. Suddenly, one flank was inundated by a massive surge of zombies, scattering the defenders into disarray. Quickly, provide support. Li Chun gritted his teeth and shouted, reinforce the defenses. Hold your ground. The surrounding artificial warriors swiftly reorganized, promptly sealing the breach. Chapter 57. Immersed in darkness despite having stabilized the team once more, the safety line was pushed back another 100 meters. Li Chun furrowed his brow, as if a dreadful hoofprint had etched itself into his mind. This situation was untenable. Within merely an hour of combat, the safety line had been incessantly retracted. The distance to the star-rated shelter was only a few kilometers. Retreating to the vicinity of the refuge would render them incapable of deploying fighter jets, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness. As Li Chun frantically contemplated countermeasures, a sudden voice broke through. Noah reported, "Commander, we have detected the presence of Tier 3 zombies, rapidly approaching our position." What? Li Chun's head shot up in alarm. Where did these Tier 3 zombies emerge from? It has barely been a few minutes. The drones had been monitoring a 10-mile radius, and just moments ago, there had been no sign of Tier 3 zombies. Yet now, they were nearly upon them. Before Li Chun could formulate a plan, 7 Tier 3 zombies appeared within view, charging ferociously toward the synthetic soldiers. "Prepare to retreat. Fall back. Fall back." Li Chun's orders echoed urgently. The synthetic soldiers obeyed and began to withdraw slowly, but their pace was slightly delayed. The 7 Tier 3 zombies had already closed in. With claws bared, the zombies lunged at the synthetic soldiers, causing sprays of blood to erupt. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clutching the metal storm, Li Chun plunged once more into the horde of zombies, unleashing a furious barrage at the Tier 3 creatures. Yet, how could one man's speed suffice? In mere moments, a significant number of synthetic soldiers had fallen. First squad, switch to metal storm immediately and concentrate fire on the Tier 3 zombies. Li Chun commanded decisively. 10 synthetic soldiers promptly discarded their electromagnetic cannons and hefted the metal storm. Although upgraded to the pinnacle of Tier 1, they were still considerably weaker than Li Chun. Thus, wielding the metal storm proved to be a strenuous endeavor, risking fractures in their hands. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters. One must choose between injury and death. Boom, boom. With 10 synthetic soldiers now wielding the metal storm, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Several Tier 3 zombies were ensnared in the crossfire, reduced to mere dust like grains of sand. When the barrage finally ceased, only the lifeless forms of 7 Tier 3 zombies remained. However, Li Chun's spirits did not lift. Instead, they grew heavier. While the Tier 3 zombies had been dealt with, the recoil from the metal storm had severely injured the 10 synthetic soldiers. Immediate evacuation for treatment was imperative, otherwise they would face the peril of losing their lives. Additionally, Li Chun realized that Tier 3 zombies would likely continue to emerge in the forthcoming waves of the undead. Evacuate the injured to the helicopter for immediate treatment, Li Chun ordered. In the sky, alongside the fighter jets, helicopters circled low, poised to receive the wounded at a moment's notice. Upon hearing Li Chun's command, the helicopter lowered its ladder. "Commander, we cannot continue like this. Our soldiers may perish on this battlefield." The manager was filled with anxiety. Not out of fear for his own life, but due to the staggering casualties inflicted by the zombie tide, which had only just begun an hour prior. If this persisted, it would be unsustainable. These were the most formidable forces of the star-level refuge. If even the artificial warriors could not withstand the onslaught, the Resonance combat teams would stand even less of a chance. "We must hold the line." Li Chun gritted his teeth, his gaze cold as he stared into the distance. He hoped the tide would not breach their defenses, otherwise, he would be determined to unearth those who conspired behind the scenes. With a sigh, the manager resumed directing the battle. As the safety line continued to retreat, Li Chun immediately exclaimed, "Where are the incendiary grenades? Do not hold back. Throw everything we have." After issuing his command, Li Chun hoisted the metal storm weapon and positioned himself at the forefront. The situation on the first line was dire, and the second line fared no better. Numerous second-tier zombies had breached the firepower and were charging directly towards the star-level refuge. The resident combat teams stationed there steeled themselves, opening fire with determination. It seemed as if the second-tier zombies were aware of something. A portion of them bypassed the star-level refuge entirely, heading straight for Donghai City. Preliminary estimates indicated around 300 of them. In the grand scheme of the zombie tide, this was but a drop in the ocean. However, for the survivors of Donghai City, it spelled cataclysmic disaster. The Dawn Refuge was situated near the star-level refuge, and upon receiving Li Chun's notification, they fortified their defenses, retreating inside and locking the doors. They believed this would ensure their safety. Little did they know that 300 second-tier zombies were barreling towards their sanctuary. What is that? The leader of the Dawn Refuge nearly lost his mind upon viewing the horde of zombies through the entrance monitors. "Ah, the zombies are coming. Quickly, ready your weapons. Quiet. Maintain silence. Perhaps the zombies will bypass us, just as they did the star-level refuge." His words rang true, and the others fell silent, holding their breath in fervent hope that the zombies would similarly avoid their refuge. Yet, reality seldom unfolds as desired. Suddenly, a cacophony of disturbing sounds pierced the air. The second-tier zombies had arrived at the gates of the Dawn Refuge. Their sharp claws relentlessly scratched at the iron door, each strike capable of breaching its defenses. Within mere minutes, the reinforced door, having withstood multiple assaults, was compromised by the second-tier zombies. The survivors inside the refuge found themselves exposed beneath the zombies' watchful gaze. No. Please, husband, save me, help me. The second-tier zombies descended upon them like wolves among sheep, tearing a victim asunder with a single bite. The residents of the Dawn shelter were in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. Yet, where could they possibly escape? All exits were obstructed by hordes of zombies, making it nearly impossible to break free. The second-tier zombies closed in, their gaping maws poised to bite. Vivid crimson splattered across the faces of the terrified, streaming down their necks and dripping onto the ground. Even those fortunate enough to escape the shelter found the streets choked with second-tier zombies, merely exchanging one death trap for another. The relentless pursuit of the undead continued, and more souls fell into pools of blood. At this moment, the Dawn shelter was engulfed in utter darkness. As more and more zombies bypassed the star-rated refuge, they stepped steadily into East Sea City. Countless shelters faced the same grim fate. Some, with a fierce resolve, brandished their scant firearms, charging forth to meet the second-tier zombies in a fatal confrontation. Others huddled in corners, murmuring prayers in desperation. Chapter 58. Trust in our warriors. The once proud reinforced concrete, now crumbled under the might of the second-tier zombies, resembled mere tofu in its fragility. Even steel could be effortlessly torn apart by these monstrous beings. Run, flee. The anguished cries of the people echoed. Help, help me. I do not wish to perish. Where have the elite shelter's inhabitants gone? Can someone save me? The second-tier zombies advanced into the crowd, their feet crushing skulls with ease. Despair spread like wildfire among the people. At that very moment, a similar scene unfolded within the Yang family shelter. Yang Wei stood frozen, witnessing familiar faces fall one by one. Yang Qingyi, wielding a submachine gun, unleashed a relentless spray of bullets while dragging Yang Wei deeper into safety. Away. Why are you dazed? Quickly call Li Chun. Perhaps, out of camaraderie, he might send help. Yang Wei snapped back to reality at Yang Qingyi's urging and hurriedly dialed Li Chun. However, all he received were the monotonous tones of a busy signal. Li Chun must be engaged in battle with the elite shelter's people. He cannot answer. Yang Wei lamented hopelessly. With determination, Yang Qingyi clenched his teeth and commanded, everyone, retreat towards the warehouse. There are still 300 M416 rifles and 200 grenades. I had secretly stockpiled these for emergencies, but now they must be utilized. Upon hearing this, the residents of the Yang family shelter surged towards the warehouse in a frenzy. The first to arrive seized the weapons and grenades, bombarding the zombies with reckless abandon. Accuracy was irrelevant. Even shooting with closed eyes could hit the target. As the people fought back fervently, some were inadvertently injured in the chaos. Yet, thankfully, the tide of battle began to shift. Damn it, kill them all. Yang Qingyi bellowed, and the residents rallied, determined to resist. What happened? How could so many second-tier zombies reach the city center? Where are the elite shelter's inhabitants? The Bai Gui Yuan has been breached. Please, come and save us. The Jin Bai Hui Risk has also fallen. Everyone flee. Where's Li Chun? Wasn't he on the front line? How could so many zombies have infiltrated? On the base forum, new posts appeared incessantly, some pleading for aid, others casting blame. The influx of new posts was so rapid that older ones barely lingered on the homepage before being overshadowed. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the elite shelter gathered together, facing a colossal holographic projection screen divided into several smaller displays, showcasing the battle conditions on the first and second lines. Surveillance footage from various locations in Donghai City reveals a grim scene. Blood saturates the entire city. The streets are shrouded in smoke, and the anguished cries of survivors echo everywhere. In this moment, the residents of the elite shelter feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being part of such a refuge. It is truly horrific. One can only wonder how many lives will be lost in this zombie outbreak. Thankfully, I joined the elite shelter early on. Otherwise, had I been outside, I would surely not have survived more than 3 seconds. Look, over 10 shelters in Donghai City have already fallen. It is utterly terrifying. As the residents witness these events, they are torn between relief for their own safety and concern for the brave warriors of the elite shelter. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian is leading the medical team, swiftly ushering one injured individual after another into the medical room. Yuan Zhengxing, a psychologist, follows closely, continuously comforting the terrified souls of the wounded warriors with soothing words. Do not be afraid. You will be fine. Our medical team possesses the most advanced technology and the most experienced doctors. You will not die. Hold on, Do not sleep. Your family is waiting for you just outside the medical room. Yuan's repeated reassurances encouraged the gravely injured warriors to rekindle their instinct for survival. Witnessing this scene, the residents' eyes brim with tears. Perhaps the injured warriors are not their relatives, but each person understands that these fighters are wounded in their defense. I can manage some basic bandaging. Is there any way I can help? One resident offers. Indeed, while my qualifications may not be exceptional, I was a surgeon before. Perhaps I can do something useful. Another resident exclaims, Director Yuan, I am swift. I wish to go outside. To assist the warriors in transporting ammunition and bringing back the injured, the residents of the elite shelter, their eyes red and filled with emotion, shout in unison. Eager to contribute in any way they can, Yuan Xingxing scans the room. You, come in and lend a hand. As for the rest of you, your presence in the shelter is the greatest help you can provide. Have faith in our warriors. Those called upon are all medical professionals from before the apocalypse. They promptly don white coats and rush in to tend to the injured. While they are referred to as the injured, many suffer from internal bleeding and are beyond saving. To prevent the soldiers from being bitten or scratched by zombies on the battlefield, Li Chun ordered all combat personnel to don armor and helmets. However, this is not a panacea. The strength of second-tier zombies is sufficient to shatter the organs of fully armed warriors. 6 hours have elapsed, and the zombie tide has reached its fifth wave. Perhaps due to the dissipating clouds, the onslaught begins to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chun returns to the shelter for a brief respite. Report to the commander. Currently, 30 shelters in Donghai City have been breached, and 80 shelters have sustained significant losses. According to the report, dark clouds are expected to gather once again in 6 hours, heralding the second wave of the zombie tide. There remain 42 hours until the end of this onslaught. Noah is delivering the current situation. Li Chun gazes intently at the surveillance footage, his voice tinged with a profound nasal tone. Only 6 hours have passed, yet the various shelters in Donghai City resemble mere paper structures, having sustained significant damage. The safety line on the front lines has now been pushed back by 2 kilometers. In a few hours, the artificial warriors will have no choice but to retreat to the vicinity of the star-rated shelters. At that moment, the fighter jets will have to cease their operations, relying solely on the efforts of the soldiers. This is precisely what worries Li Chun the most. Zombies are undeterred by death or fatigue, unlike humans. The soldiers are but flesh and blood. No matter the strategy, they will inevitably feel exhaustion. Some may even suffer injuries from the recoil of their firearms. As time progresses, the soldiers will grow increasingly weary, just as the zombie tide may reach its most ferocious phase. This could lead to a greater number of casualties. Chapter 59. The contraction of the safety line. With merely 42 hours remaining, we must endure. Attention, all combat units. Unleash every throwable device upon the horde of zombies. Airborne combat teams commence an all-out bombardment. Warriors on the front lines engage and retreat, hastening the contraction of our battle perimeter. Li Chun issued the command without hesitation. Received. Echoed the replies from various combat groups over the radio. At this juncture, concerns about ammunition expenditure were rendered moot. The true strategy lay in indiscriminately hurling explosives. As the aerial units ceased their conservation of ammunition, a cacophony erupted. The front lines transformed into a hellish landscape. 30 rudimentary fighter planes circled above, relentlessly raining down shells, each strike landing amidst the densest clusters of zombies. Instantly, the pressure on the ground-based artificial warriors diminished. Good. At last, we can breathe easy. Squad 5, attention. Squad 5. Attention. A massive horde of zombies is advancing towards your position. Requesting aerial support. Squad 6 requests aerial support. Repeat. Squad 6 requests aerial support. The artificial warriors on the ground incessantly relayed messages through the radio. One of the reasons these second-tier zombies were formidable foes was their emergence of a rudimentary intelligence. When a defensive line exhibited diminished firepower, low growls would resonate from within the zombie tide, indicating that they were communicating. Moments later, the weakened line would be besieged by a multitude of zombies. Fortunately, the combat aircraft commenced reckless bombardment, and under the overwhelming firepower, the safety line was pushed forward by an astonishing 600 meters. This exhilarating scene was broadcasted via drones to the forum, igniting excitement among all. Yet, for Li Chun, this was merely the beginning. After all, the ammunition reserves of the fighter planes were limited, initially estimated to allow for 1,092 bombings. However, following their frenzied assault, only enough remained for approximately 190 more strikes. To put this into perspective, 30 aircraft could exhaust their entire supply after just 6 round trips. And at that moment, only 6 hours had elapsed since the onset of the zombie tide. As the ammunition dwindled, the fighter planes began their gradual return to base. Without munitions, their presence on the battlefield served no purpose. Once the pilots disembarked, they promptly joined other combat units to continue the fight. The front lines, engaging as they withdrew, adhered to Li Qin's directives, continuously contracting the safety line. Now, the safety line stood a mere kilometer from the star-rated refuge. 12 hours had passed since the onset of the zombie tide, a delay only achieved through the relentless bombardment of the fighter planes. In this precarious vicinity, less than a kilometer from the sanctuary, the artificial warriors fought valiantly. This was the mission bestowed upon them by Li Qin, to hold the line for the final half hour, collaborating with the members of the resident combat groups to complete their preparations. Resident combat groups, attention, immediately load the gunpowder. Energize the electric grid. Li Qin sat in the helicopter, observing the battlefield below, and began issuing orders. At this moment, the combat team of artificial beings held the front line. Thus, only a limited number of zombies were able to approach the vicinity of the star-level shelter. The resident combat team deployed a substantial number of personnel to establish defensive fortifications. This was part of the contingency plan B that Li Qin had devised long ago. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie tide, the power plant at the star-level shelter had been operating at full capacity, supplying a portion of electricity to the shelter while storing the majority. Additionally, various solar energy devices on the ground had been harnessing and preserving energy, resulting in a significant surplus of power for the star-level shelter. High-voltage electricity was one aspect. The second was the trenches previously excavated by the resident combat team, all of which were embedded with explosives. These had been stockpiled by Li Qin before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, compared to the munitions produced by the star-level shelter's defenses, these pre-apocalyptic explosives lacked sufficient potency. Thus, they had remained unused, with only a small portion exchanged with other shelters. However, now these explosives could play a pivotal role. Concealed within trenches 2 meters deep, when zombies launched their assault, they would initially stumble and fall in, triggering the explosives. While these would not directly annihilate the zombies, they would buy precious time for the members of the resident combat team to unleash their flamethrowers upon the trenches. Consequently, the advancing horde of zombies would find themselves at a standstill, deterred by the fear of their brethren filling the trenches. Within a kilometer of the star-level shelter, over 100 trenches had been excavated. Hence, Li Qin had instructed the artificial warriors on the front line to delay the zombie tide as much as possible, allowing the resident combat team to finalize their preparations. Quickly, there are still several trenches that need to be filled with explosives. Teammate, come with me. Ensure all flamethrowers are fully charged. Move swiftly. The front line is on the verge of collapse. Voices of urgency echoed through the wireless headsets of the resident combat team, as Suruwashi's calm directives guided them. Every trench was now filled with explosives, and the star-level shelter boasted a total of 60,000 flamethrowers, sufficient for each artificial warrior and resident combat team member to wield too. However, the challenge lay in the charging time of the flamethrowers, which required at least 5 minutes. Once the zombie tide arrived, a portion of the warriors would need to be designated to transport between the trenches and charging stations, ensuring that the flamethrowers on the front lines remained adequately stocked. Resident Combat Team, Group 8, you are tasked with the transportation of flamethrowers for 50 trenches. Group 9, you will handle the remaining 50. Group 10, you will stay at the charging station, ensuring the quickest possible charging for the flamethrowers. Suruwashi methodically assigned the tasks. Just then, the voice of command crackled through the headset. Report to the commander. The safety line at the front line has contracted. In 3 minutes, the zombie tide will reach the first trench. Originally, Li Qin had resolved to hold his ground for half an hour at this location. The artificial soldier warriors had not only met but exceeded their mission, enduring for a remarkable 40 minutes. As the voice crackled through the wireless earpiece, Li Qin promptly commanded, Resident Combat Team, proceed immediately to the first ravine. In Li Qin's strategy, it was imperative that the first ravine withstand at least half an hour of resistance. Thus, time was of the essence. Countless warriors hastened towards the first ravine, brandishing flamethrowers, poised for action. Boom. The armored vehicles were seen retreating steadily, firing shells as they withdrew. Aside from the drivers and gunners of the armored vehicles, the remaining artificial soldier warriors swiftly formed ranks, taking position behind their flamethrowers and wielding electromagnetic cannons. Roar. Hiss. As everyone took their places, the second wave of zombies finally confronted the Residents Combat Team. Chapter 60. Still in the mood for a live broadcast as the first wave of zombies stepped into the ravine, it was as if a play button had been pressed. The explosive detonated with a resounding crackle, scattering the undead into disarray. Indeed, while explosives cannot claim the lives of the zombies, they can certainly sever limbs, rendering them immobile. Following the bombardment, the flamethrowers advanced, their barrels all aimed at the ravine. In no time, the chasm transformed into a sea of flames. Even those zombies that escaped the direct spray were soon engulfed by the surrounding inferno, igniting into a raging fire, as if the ravine were a colossal cauldron of flames. Moreover, behind the residents wielding flamethrowers stood the humanoid warriors armed with electromagnetic cannons, relentlessly firing upon the horde. Each discharge of the cannon created a momentary void in the sea of zombies, with many not even having the chance to step into the ravine before collapsing. What a thrill it was to incinerate these wretches. We have so many more ravines to defend. Haha. These zombies likely never anticipated such a fate. Quickly, quickly. The flamethrowers are out of energy. Get them recharged immediately. After a flurry of fire, the first batch of flamethrowers had exhausted their energy. Tsuruashi had already prepared a supply team, promptly delivering the fully charged second batch of flamethrowers to the front line. Countless times, the zombies had unknowingly stepped into the ravine, only to be met with a fiery baptism from the flamethrowers. Before they could devise a countermeasure, they were reduced to ashes in the searing heat. The logistics team busily recharged the flamethrowers and electromagnetic cannons, their movement swift and efficient. Meanwhile, Teams 8 and 9 shouldered the recharged weapons, racing across the battlefield to supply the fighters. No one had anticipated the flamethrowers' power surpassing all expectations. Initially, Li Qin had calculated the effectiveness based on standard firearms. But he soon discovered that the second-tier zombies, lacking moisture, were particularly susceptible to ignition. A single burst of flame not only reduced the targeted zombie to ashes, but also ignited others nearby within the same ravine, even with their enhanced strength and speed. The second-tier zombies could not escape the inferno. What was meant to be a 30-minute defense of the first ravine had remarkably endured for a full hour, showing no signs of weakening. Li Chun promptly issued orders. Tsuruashi immediately reorganized the resident combat team into 3 groups to alternate using the flamethrowers. Mobilize 4,000 humanoid warriors equipped with electromagnetic cannons to follow me. The situation at the star-level shelter was becoming increasingly clear. With so many defensive structures remaining, they could hold out until the tide of zombies subsided. However, at that moment, the city of Donghai was engulfed in chaos. Li Qin had to allocate personnel to provide support. Commander, do you intend to rescue the others in Donghai City? Tsuruashi inquired with a hint of perplexity. Logically, the star-level refuge had positioned itself at the forefront of the zombie onslaught. The few zombies that managed to infiltrate Donghai City were but a mere fraction. Those who could not contend with them were merely incompetent. There was no necessity for Li Qin to intervene. In response to Tsuruashi's gaze, Li Qin nodded slightly. Humanity is indeed a community bound by fate. Though I seldom utter those words, they ring true. Now that the situation at our refuge has stabilized and we possess the capacity, it is only natural that we extend aid to others. Should Donghai City be left with only the star-level refuge, any future conflict would result in a lack of reinforcements, inevitably leading to gradual extinction. Tsuruashi stared at Li Chun, momentarily taken aback. The youthful visage bore an unexpected maturity, solemn and austere like the earth itself. Indeed, Tsuruashi clenched her fists and nodded earnestly. However, the prerequisite for rescuing others is that we must first ensure our own safety. I will lead the android warriors on this mission. Should any anomaly arise at the refuge, contact us immediately via radio. I shall return at once. Li Qin smiled lightly. Tsurulan promptly agreed and set about organizing the tasks. Yet, Li Qin did not rush to depart. Instead, he addressed Noah. Noah, switch the live broadcast on the forum to my channel. I wish to communicate with all the survivors in Donghai City. Understood. After a series of operations by Noah, a holographic screen materialized before Li Qin, resembling a live-streaming interface, complete with connection options below. On the forum, a live link was prominently displayed, titled Donghai City Survivors In. As soon as Li Qin revealed himself, a multitude of viewers flooded in. Is this the commander of the star-level refuge, Li Qin? My heavens, is this a live broadcast? Even at such a dire moment, how can Li Qin still find time for a live stream? Nonsense. He might have urgent matters to discuss with us. Did you not see the title? Could it be? Could Li Qin be planning to rescue us? Mr. Li, help us. Our refuge has already been destroyed. I am currently hiding with my family in the restaurant of the World Trade Center. The zombies are lurking downstairs, and it won't be long before we are discovered. Is there anyone who can come to the aid of the Sunset Refuge? A reward of 10 tons of food awaits. In the live broadcast chat, countless comments surged forth, whether from the heads of various refuges or ordinary survivors. Upon seeing Li Qin, they all felt a glimmer of hope. Li Qin smiled faintly. First, he dispatched the 4,000 fully armed android warriors behind him. Then he announced, this latest zombie tide has made the star-level refuge the front line of battle. Thanks to the arduous efforts of our warriors, the situation has barely stabilized. Yet, despite this, the pressure on our refuge remains immense. The number of personnel we can allocate is limited. Thus, There are two possible routes to seek assistance. First, upon meeting the application criteria, one may become a resident of our star-rated sanctuary, and we shall unconditionally dispatch aid. Second, the energy core can be exchanged for life. Li Chen's second demand was succinct yet profound. Immediately, the barrage of comments erupted. What? An energy core for life? Damn those capitalists. Still seeking to exploit people even in such dire circumstances. How does this exchange work? Mr. Li, please elucidate. I need to know if I am worthy. On the brink of death, yet still fretting over that meager energy core? A gaggle of miserly individuals. Some criticized Li Chun for taking advantage of the situation, while others were eager to discern how much one must offer to secure rescue, particularly those in the sanctuaries, who had endured until now and were on the verge of annihilation. What is an energy core, after all? If it is gone, one can always hunt zombies again. Yet once life is lost, the remaining food and energy cores in the sanctuary shall remain forever entombed. Chapter 61. Surviving the aftermath. Li Chun gazed at the barrage of comments, speaking slowly. Exchanging energy cores for life is rather straightforward. For individual survivors, one requires 1,000 energy cores. As for the shelters, depending on their location and the density of zombies, a single mission may demand 30,000 energy cores. It matters not if you lack them now. You may gradually accumulate debts and repay them once the zombie tide recedes. To be fair, the conditions I propose are exceedingly generous. In comparison to one's life, this amount of energy cores is insignificant. Furthermore, repayment is permitted over time. With courage, one can gradually hunt zombies to replenish their supply of energy cores. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Many desire Li Chun to rescue them at no cost. Who can provide such a large quantity? To offer aid only when it is convenient is akin to taking advantage of others in their time of need. It reveals the true face of capitalism, a repugnant sight. Even in such dire circumstances, Li Chun seeks to profit. How despicable. Hurry and save us, or you shall not fare well either. How could Li Chun act in such a manner? The zombie threat has escalated, and humanity stands on the brink of extinction. Instead of sharing resources and technology with everyone, he dares to impose such demands. Truly, it reflects a lack of humanity. Is it merely because he possesses abundant resources? If I were the commander of a star-level shelter, I would selflessly assist all, not for any other reason but because humanity is a community of shared fate. Many individuals took to their moral high ground, condemning Li Chun's actions. A saying aptly encapsulates the hypocrisy. If I had 100 million, I would surely donate to those in need. But if I had 100,000, I would refrain, for I truly possess it. Those who claim they would rescue everyone if they were in Li Chun's position do so only because they lack the means. Li Chun, confronted with such comments, chose to disregard them. With a leisurely demeanor, he activated the connection. Those wishing for assistance, please click to connect and report your location. Do not say I did not warn you. Second-tier zombies possess heightened senses of smell and hearing compared to their lower-tier counterparts. Once they catch your scent, they will not disperse easily but will linger in your vicinity. After the zombie tide subsides, do you think you will be safe from ambush? Personally, I am in no rush. If no one desires rescue, it gives my warriors a chance to rest and regain their spirits. His words stirred a significant response, unsettling many, particularly the individual survivors. Their weaponry was scarce, often limited to a couple of hard-won rifles, and their ammunition supplies were insufficient. Many were also burdened with families to protect. Should Li Chun refuse to assist, they would find themselves trapped in their hiding places, facing starvation once the zombie tide had passed. Soon enough, the first individual connected. The location was a 603 in the King Mall, downtown, with a total of 36 people, all having escaped from a shelter. We are willing to exchange energy cores for our lives, Mr. Li. Please, we implore you to save us. The speaker was an elderly man. Li Chun immediately issued orders. Team 1 of the combat unit, deploy by helicopter at once. The man immediately expressed his profound gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Li. Once we are rescued, we will certainly repay you. Li Chun refrained from further conversation. Instead, he divided the screen and dispatched a drone to accompany Team 1, ensuring the survivors could witness the ongoing rescue efforts. This served to both reassure those in distress and to motivate others. A transport helicopter, carrying 10 soldiers, descended directly onto the rooftop of the King of Earth Mall. Prior to the apocalypse, the King of Earth Mall was one of the most bustling commercial districts in Donghai City. However, now, as far as the eye could see, it was teeming with zombies. The creatures, drawn by the scent of flesh, roared incessantly, eager to indulge in their gruesome feast. As the helicopter touched down, the 10 soldiers immediately disembarked, armed with electromagnetic cannons, and began their cautious descent down the stairs. The A603 shop, where the survivors sought refuge, was located on the second basement level, necessitating their journey down 6 flights of stairs. Outside, the area was overrun with zombies, yet the mall's interior was eerily silent. Each person held their breath, hearts pounding in anticipation. Sixth floor secure. Proceed. Fifth floor secure. Fourth floor secure. After a thorough search, the soldiers continuously reported their findings, mindful of the potential for a zombie ambush. Just as they were nearing the second basement level, a series of low growls echoed through the empty corridor. Halt. Stay alert. Li Chun commanded over the radio. The 10 soldiers came to a standstill, forming a protective circle, raising their weapons, and cautiously advancing toward Area A. The growls intensified as they approached A603, now only 10 meters away. Suddenly, 3 towering zombies, each standing 2 meters tall, emerged in the corridor. Attention! Second-tier zombies. Exercise caution. Li Chun urgently warned. The soldiers swiftly raised their electromagnetic cannons, adjusting them to precision mode, and aimed for the zombies' hearts. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity burst forth from the barrels. The 3 zombies were instantly pierced through their hearts, their energy cores dropping to the ground. Report. Hostiles neutralized. One soldier replied via radio, continuing their back-to-back formation as they advanced toward A603. When the 10 soldiers opened the shop's door, they were met with a cramped space filled with men, women, and children, all in a state of panic. They looked up at their rescuers with tears streaming down their faces. We are saved. We are saved. Thank you, Star Refuge. Thank you, Mr. Lee. We can live. Have the zombies outside been eliminated? The survivors cried, embracing one another in tears. Meanwhile, the drone trailed behind the soldiers, silently capturing this poignant moment. The viewers in the live stream fell into a hushed silence as they beheld the scene. Soldiers clad in black leather armor, brandishing electromagnetic cannons, and wearing black helmets. The armor was adorned with infrared detection instruments, enabling a clear view of the surroundings. This sense of security was profoundly reassuring. The warriors wasted no time and swiftly organized the survivors. Those who had lost their strength were transported on makeshift stretchers, carried by 2 robust men. 10 warriors positioned themselves at the front and rear of the formation, maintaining vigilance. Step by step, they guided everyone to the rooftop. At that moment, 2 transport helicopters were stationed on the rooftop. The survivors quickly formed a line to board. A total of 36 survivors had been successfully rescued, and a request for return was made. The warriors immediately sought confirmation over the radio. Permission for return was granted. Li Chun responded calmly. The helicopters, humming with activity, carried 36 survivors along with 10 warriors, gradually heading towards the star-rated shelter. Many survivors gazed down, surveying the entirety of Donghai City, their faces illuminated with the joy of having survived the ordeal. Chapter 62. Paid rescue. Never have I felt such profound relief as I do now. Grateful for the most prudent choice I made. At this moment, the star-rated shelter has graciously allocated an entire floor as a temporary refuge for these individuals. Outside, the streets are teeming with zombies. In any other location, danger would be inevitable. It is far wiser to escort these people back to the star-rated shelter. Once the zombie tide has receded, they may depart. Although this accommodation is hastily arranged, it is well equipped with military cots and provisions, all of which must be exchanged for energy cores, for there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Viewers in the streaming room, witnessing the plight of these rescued survivors, eagerly began to connect. The star-rated shelter has demonstrated its capability by rescuing the first survivor from the King S Mall. In an instant, dozens of transport helicopters soared from the star-rated shelter, each carrying artificial warrior soldiers tasked with the rescue mission. Drones swiftly followed suit, ensuring that those in distress would receive timely information for their rescue. Simultaneously, the forum erupted with an array of posts celebrating the formidable actions of the star-rated shelter. Incredible! The star-rated shelter can withstand a horde of zombies and still have the capacity to spare. Outrageous! Li Chun is exploiting innocent survivors for energy cores. He deserves to be condemned. The star-rated shelter is undertaking rescue operations. Hope is rising in Donghai City. An in-depth analysis of Li Chun's motives for rescuing others. These posts were shared by individuals emerging from the streaming room. Those who had not yet accessed the live stream found renewed hope upon encountering these messages. What? Li Chun demands energy cores in exchange for rescue? Energy cores are of little value. To this day, no one has fully comprehended their purpose. It is precisely because the star-rated shelter is collecting them in abundance that they have become a hard currency in Donghai City. In the face of life and death, energy cores are worthless. Consequently, countless survivors flocked to the streaming room to connect. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants, Li Chun could no longer manage the influx alone. Instead, Noah took charge of the records, swiftly transmitting locations and commands directly to the intelligent wristbands of the artificial warriors. Although Li Chun had mobilized 4,000 artificial warriors, it appeared substantial, yet Donghai City is vast, and manpower remains insufficient. Many warriors were still engaged in previous rescue missions and were promptly assigned to the next task, consolidating operations to avoid unnecessary trips. These scenes undoubtedly inspired those despondent survivors. Some had narrowly escaped from besieged shelters, while others endured relentless zombie attacks within. Did you see? Our shelter has called for aid from the star-rated shelter. Help is on the way. Gratitude surged within them. Thank heavens, I feel I might survive this ordeal. The star-rated shelter is truly a grand undertaking. According to preliminary estimates, there are at least 300 transport helicopters deployed now, right? Have you seen their weaponry? It is nothing short of high-tech marvels. Have you witnessed the live broadcast from the front line of the star-rated shelter? It is exhilarating. A horde of zombies is trapped in a deep pit, reduced to ashes by fire. It seems this zombie tide will soon be overcome. From the beginning until now, the star-rated shelter has exterminated at least 10 million zombies. Hasn't he? You must be dreaming. The total population of Donghai City before the apocalypse was just over 10 million. It surely cannot have annihilated that many. However, preliminary estimates indicate that over 3 million have perished. At this moment, the survivors are cheering. The shelter, which was on the brink of despair, has revived its spirits. Armed with their last weapons, they begin to fight back with fervor. The situation in Donghai City has transformed from a one-sided affair into a back-and-forth struggle between humans and zombies. Meanwhile, at the Young family shelter, Yang Wei watches the live stream with excitement, jumping up and exclaiming, "Are the people from the star-rated shelter really coming? Dad, this is fantastic. So what if they're second-tier zombies? With the strength of the star-rated shelter, they can crush them in no time." Observing Yang Wei's exuberant expression, Yang Qingyi furrows his brows. They are not coming here out of goodwill. This trip has cost me 300,000 energy cores. As he speaks, Yang Qingyi feels a pang of anguish in his heart. 300,000 energy cores. If it weren't for the relatively small size of the Yang family shelter, the cost would likely have exceeded this amount. He's at a loss as to how long it will take to slay enough zombies to accumulate such resources. One must understand, an AK-103 requires hardly any energy cores. Just imagine how many weapons and how much food 300,000 energy cores could procure. Yang Wei, however, is indifferent to his father's distress, lost in ecstatic anticipation. He had thought he would perish. Countless familiar faces had fallen before him in the struggle against the zombies. He was terrified at that moment. This was his first encounter with death after the apocalypse. But now, the people from the star-rated shelter have arrived. Unbeknownst to him, his feelings have shifted from disdain for Li Chun to blind admiration. He does not even perceive the 300,000 energy cores as overly burdensome. After all, they are merely material possessions, neither edible nor wearable. What could be more valuable than life itself? Yang Qingyi gazes at his oblivious son, feeling a renewed ache in his heart. The 300,000 energy cores imply that the Yang family shelter will be working for the star-rated shelter for a long time to come. Yet, this foolish boy remains blissfully unaware and continues to revel in his joy. Just as Yang Wei anticipates, 10 squads of artificial warriors descend from transport helicopters, gently landing near the Yang family shelter. Since this area is a villa district, and other private shelters are also pleading for assistance, they have sent 10 squads at once to ensure safety. Some survivors peek out from their windows, their eyes filled with awe and delight as hundreds of transport helicopters land. It appears akin to the migration of migratory birds, magnificent yet daunting. Quickly, secure the doors and windows. The denizens of the star-rated sanctuary have arrived. Hold on, salvation is imminent. The inhabitants of private refuges are now invigorated, as if under the influence of a potent elixir, resolutely resisting the onslaught. One can observe the android warriors descending from helicopters in an orderly fashion, surveying the chaotic throng of zombies that roam the villa district below. The cacophony of the undead's roars intertwines with the anguished screams of the living, rendering the scene akin to a hellish purgatory. Through the lens of a drone, Li Chen beheld this grim tableau and could not help but shake his head. This wave of zombies has arrived at an inopportune moment. The sanctuaries have only just begun to establish themselves, and their armed resources remain inadequate. They are now compelled to confront the second-tier zombies, resulting in the undead's relentless advance, which has nearly engulfed the entirety of Donghai City. This area is still a villa district, inhabited by those who have procured firearms from the star-rated sanctuary. For those refuges lacking weaponry, the situation must be even more dire. Perhaps they have already vanished from existence. Chapter 63, Rescue Mission. The team has assembled. Commence the rescue operation immediately. Li Chen commanded through the radio. Affirmative. Tat tat tat. Zzz. The artificial warriors seem to be activated, brandishing their rifles and electromagnetic cannons as they unleashed a barrage of fire upon the densely packed horde of zombies below. Bullets and arcs of electricity soared through the air. The frenzied zombies scarcely had a moment to react before being pierced through their hearts, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Boom. Several grenades were hurled into the throng of zombies, obliterating them utterly. The previously chaotic zombies erupted into a frenzy, surging toward the high-rise where the artificial warriors were positioned. Regrettably, Li Qin had foreseen this possibility and had stationed a team to block all vital exits, armed with flamethrowers. They opened fire, one by one. The zombies attempting to ascend were instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into fiery orbs that crashed into the horde, creating a conflagration that spread rapidly. The artificial warriors needed no precise aim. In an instant, they decimated a substantial number of zombies. Concurrently, the zombies that had encircled the various shelters turned to flee, providing the private refuges a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Now, the Qin family shelter shall ascend according to the predetermined route. All teams, provide cover fire. Li Qin issued the command. After broadcasting the rescue message in the live stream, Old Qin was already prepared, having organized the necessary belongings. Upon hearing Li Qin's order, he promptly directed the shelter's inhabitants to evacuate systematically along the route cleared by the artificial warriors, swiftly making their way to the rooftop and boarding the transport helicopter. Report to the commander. The Qin family shelter has completed evacuation and requests to return. Approved. Buzzing, the transport helicopter carrying the Qin family began its gradual ascent, departing amidst the furious roars of the zombies below. Now, the Yang family shelter shall evacuate along the designated path. All units, maintain fire cover. Li Qin commanded once more. Yang Qingyi hurriedly grasped Yang Wei, leading the way as the rest of the Yang family followed closely behind, making their way toward the rooftop. However, an unexpected complication arose. Suddenly, a second-tier zombie engulfed in flames lunged fiercely at Yang Wei. "Ah, Dad, help." Yang Wei trembled in terror, his pants suddenly soaked. He stood frozen, wide-eyed with fear. Fortunately, Yang Qingyi reacted swiftly, shoving Yang Wei aside just in time for him to narrowly escape the zombie's claws. "Thank goodness I was quick to react." "What on earth is happening?" Yang Qingyi exclaimed, shaken. Had it not been for his timely push, Yang Wei would have already succumbed to the clutches of the undead. Torn asunder. Before Yang Wei could respond, the inferno-clad zombie lunged once more at the father and son duo. The rapid crack of gunfire erupted, heralding the arrival of the artificial warriors. In mere moments, they transformed this elusive foe into a sieve of flesh. Yet, astonishingly, the zombie did not collapse immediately. Instead, it emitted a furious howl. "Run!" Yang Qingyi urgently grasped his son's arm, exerting every ounce of strength to ascend the stairs. As they fled, he stole glances back at the pursuing creature, which, despite its relentless wails, began to falter, ultimately consumed by flames and reduced to ashes. Gasping for breath, Yang Qingyi and his companions reached the rooftop, where they could finally breathe easy amidst the protection of the artificial warriors. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the warriors from the star-level refuge arrived. Yang Wei remained silent, visibly shaken by the earlier ordeal. Quickly, to the helicopter. The artificial warriors efficiently organized the Yang family members, directing them to board the transport helicopter. At that moment, the first helicopter carrying the Qin family was also returning. The rescue operation at the villa complex proceeded with methodical precision. Under Li Qin's direction, residents were evacuated in batches, leaving behind a miasma of zombie remnants. The final contingent of artificial warriors systematically extracted energy cores from the hearts of the fallen zombies before boarding the helicopter for their return journey. A fruitful haul indeed. Suruwashi's cheerful voice echoed through the radio. Most of the resident combat teams were engaged in skirmishes at the defensive fortifications, while Suruwashi remained outside to direct operations. The introduction of flamethrowers had significantly improved the situation. Previously, even after dispatching zombies, one would have to excavate their energy cores. Now, they could simply incinerate them, leaving the radiant energy cores gleaming in the crater, awaiting retrieval. Li Qin nodded with a smile. It appears we shall conclude this swiftly. This was no mere platitude. Drone footage from the front lines revealed that the once-tense tide of zombies was finally dwindling. What was initially anticipated to last 48 hours would soon be extinguished in less than 24, showcasing the formidable firepower of the star-level refuge. Crucially, the weakness of the second-tier zombies had been discovered. First-tier zombies abhorred water, while second-tier zombies were susceptible to fire. This insight had previously gone unrecognized. Yet understanding it illuminated the underlying rationale. The first-tier zombies, still under the influence of a nascent virus, possessed an innate aversion to water. In contrast, the virus in second-tier zombies had evolved, rendering them less resistant to water, though the viral encroachment and the adverse effects of evolution still plagued them. The body's fluids have become alarmingly scarce, nearly akin to that of a desiccated corpse, rendering it exceedingly susceptible to ignition. "Commander, It is anticipated that the battle will conclude in 3 hours. Noah's voice resonated. Li Chen observed the footage transmitted by the drone and exhaled deeply. Although the vulnerability of the second-tier zombies had been discerned, the warriors of the star-level shelter had reached their limits. The relentless intensity of combat was sapping their strength, and even the rotation of 3 squads proved futile. Should the tide of zombies persist, the potential for catastrophic casualties loomed ominously. What troubled Li Chen most was the possibility of third-tier zombies emerging amidst the horde. The safety line had encroached perilously close to the star-level shelter, and third-tier zombies possessed the capability to breach the defenses, making a beeline for the sanctuary. Fortunately, the worst fears of Li Chen did not materialize. He uploaded the footage from the drone to the forum, informing the survivors of Donghai City that the battle was set to conclude in 3 hours. Chapter 64. The end of the zombie tide in an instant. All those who had been lurking on the forum let out a collective sigh of relief. How wonderful it is that only 3 hours remain. Brothers, just hold on a little longer. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. I once thought that rather than being devoured by the undead, it would be better to end my own life. But now, it seems I need not face such a fate. Goodness, this brother is rather pessimistic, isn't he? I, for one, have been hiding for several hours in the sewers without ever contemplating such a thought. When our refuge fell and I managed to escape, I lost track of my parents. I wonder if they are still alive. I lost my family too. Lu Haoho, if you are alive, please contact me as soon as possible. My mother is in the star-rated refuge. Within the forum of the star-rated refuge, survivors expressed their gratitude. Some hastily posted messages seeking loved ones, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The recent zombie tide was a devastating blow for all survivors in Donghai City. Yet, thankfully, the star-rated refuge stood resolutely at the forefront, and many managed to survive by providing energy cores in exchange for rescue from the refuge. At that moment, the rescued survivors gathered at the temporary settlement, anxiously awaiting the passage of each fleeting second. Li Chen observed the steadily rising evolution energy and the increasing number of energy cores. His spirits lifted. This time, there was a double reward for evolution energy. Surely, once the zombie tide subsided, his attribute panel could be further enhanced. Reaching the threshold of third-level evolution no longer seemed impossible. Moreover, the successful defense against the zombie tide would yield a substantial reward from the system. Products from the system are always of exceptional quality. Li Chen began to feel a sense of anticipation. At 4 in the morning, the sky was shrouded in gray. The darkness before dawn enveloped the entire Donghai City. Roar. The cries of zombies echoed ominously above. Bang. The warriors of the star-rated refuge descended from the sky, wielding 2 AK-103 rifles, targeting the hearts of the undead. The fearsome zombies fell to the ground in an instant. At this moment, the periphery of the star-rated refuge bore no trace of zombies. Among the 100 ravines, glimmering energy cores remained, remnants of the zombies that had been burned to ashes. Members of the logistics team, with ropes tied around their waists, nimbly leaped into the fray. Without exception, each carried a basket on their backs. With swift motions, they gathered vast quantities of energy cores. The logistics team expertly tossed the energy cores into their baskets before rushing to the next location. Hurry. Collect the energy cores from within, and for the first battlefield, immediately dispatch a team to clean up. The medical team prepared to spray disinfectant as soon as all the energy cores were collected. Suruashi's voice was nearly hoarse, yet she remained steadfast on the front lines. After battling for so long, what difference would a moment make? The warriors of the resident combat team promptly executed their orders, as teams of soldiers set off in trucks. Yet this time, it is not a battle against the undead, but rather a quest to harvest energy cores. Each energy core embodies their blood and tears, necessitating meticulous searching to ensure nothing is overlooked. A faint glimmer appears on the horizon as the sun rises slowly yet resolutely from the east, casting its warm light upon the world, bestowing life and hope. Donghai City has been reduced to a desolate wasteland, littered with the remnants of bombarded and destroyed buildings, intermingled with the dismembered limbs of humanity and the corpses of zombies, presenting a scene of utter despair. However, amidst these crumbling ruins, survivors gradually emerge. How beautiful! Someone instinctively shields their eyes with a hand, gazing dreamily at the sun. Each of them is clad in tattered garments, their faces haggard from a sleepless night. Yet at this moment, their expressions are resolute, their gaze is sharp and vibrant. The tide of zombies has receded. They have survived. Joy sparkles in each pair of eyes. Having escaped the clutches of death, many are overcome with emotion, weeping in front of the debris, both relieved and sorrowful. They have lived, but countless others perished in the darkness. Ding! Congratulations, Commander, on successfully leading the star-rated shelter to withstand the zombie tide. In this wave, the shelter eliminated 87 million second-tier zombies, resulting in a double reward, yielding 48 million evolution energy. Ding. Congratulations, Commander, on receiving a royal gift pack. The system prompt echoed in Li Chen's ears. Only then did he lean back in his chair, savoring this moment of tranquility. After a while, he opened the royal gift pack. Indeed. Ding. Congratulations, Commander, on acquiring 3 basic star-rated shelters, 1 production line for basic gene evolution liquid, and unlocking level 1 of the civilization mall. On the holographic screen, a shopping page reminiscent of an online marketplace emerged. It offered star-rated martial arts, star-rated marksmanship, star-rated medical skills, and universal languages, among others. Li Chen's gaze fell upon the description of star-rated martial arts. Moments later, he was filled with excitement. These were akin to coveted secrets, redeemable with energy cores. By simply using them, one could master the techniques as proficiently as those who had trained for years. Li Chen promptly redeemed the star-rated martial arts. Ding. 30,000 energy cores have been used to acquire star-rated martial arts. Would you like to use it? Li Chen clicked yes. In an instant, his muscles began to spasm, and an influx of information flooded his mind. After several minutes of absorbing the knowledge, Li Chen opened his eyes again, arching his brows slightly. A flash of electric intensity radiated from his eyes. To his astonishment, even muscle memory could be imparted. He attempted to throw a punch. And without needing to consciously recall memories, he executed a perfect jab with impeccable form. Li Chen perused the other secret techniques. Yet he remained undecided on what to redeem next, thus he closed the page. Subsequently, Li Chen then turned his gaze towards the other rewards. 3 basic star-rated shelters. This implies that, akin to the current star-rated shelters, he now possesses 3. If all were to be established, it would accommodate an additional 300,000 residents. Simultaneously, the production of artificial warrior soldiers would also double. Essentially, Li Chen could effortlessly triple the capacity of the star-rated shelters. Next, he considered the production line for the basic gene evolution liquid. This was a production line that could not be exchanged for anything else. The gene evolution liquid produced here is truly exceptional. To illustrate, for an ordinary individual, one must traverse the perilous edge of life and death countless times to discover the opportunity to unlock the first gene lock. This is contingent upon the prerequisite that the energy attributes within their body have already met the standards for evolution. The gene evolution liquid can be perceived as a key to unlocking the gene locks. Chapter 65. Aiding the world in times of prosperity. Once the energy within one's body reaches a certain threshold, an ordinary individual can undergo evolution without confronting perilous challenges. However, this is merely the preliminary stage, allowing for only a level 1 evolution. It is noteworthy that the warriors of the Resident Combat Unit, after a period of rigorous training, can attain the threshold for level 1 evolution with the acquisition of the genetic evolution serum. It signifies that Li Chen can effortlessly produce a multitude of level 1 evolved warriors. What a delight! Li Chen gleefully opened his attribute panel. Star level shelter system, host, Li Chen, strength 30, agility 30, physique 30, mentality 30, wisdom 30, evolution energy 15, for 180. 000, binding 1, Suruashi, binding 2, none, number of genetic evolutions, 1 the staggering 15, for 180, 000 evolution energy brought an uncontainable smile to Li Chen's face. He gently clicked on genetic evolution, and an immediate system notification appeared. Ding. 2,000,000 evolution energy has been consumed to conduct the second genetic evolution. In an instant, a warm sensation enveloped Li Chen's entire being. However, this feeling did not last long, as he soon felt his cells being relentlessly dismantled. Accompanying this, waves of excruciating pain surged through him, as if his very cells were being mercilessly torn apart. The torment resonated throughout his limbs and body. Li Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, yet he realized he was utterly unable to regain control. The agony intensified, surpassing even the fearsome pain of the first genetic evolution. Li Chen felt as though he was on the brink of collapse, his consciousness wavering. Just then, a surge of formidable willpower enabled him to endure once more. Every nerve in his body writhed in agony. Every cell felt as if it were being severed. Crack! It was as though something had been unlocked, accompanied by a crisp sound. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, his obsidian-like gaze emanating a cold, piercing light, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure upon others. Upon glancing at his palm, he sensed the surging power within him, although he had yet to test it. Li Chen was aware that he had advanced several hundredfold compared to his initial evolution. Leveling up attributes. Li Chen observed the remaining evolution energy and decided to continue enhancing his abilities. From 30 to 40, each increment now required the expenditure of 200,000 evolution energy. Ding. 200,000 evolution energy has been consumed. Strength 1. Ding. 200,000 evolution energy has been consumed. Strength 1. Ding. 200,000 evolution energy has been consumed. Strength 1. As the system notifications ceased, the attribute panel was transformed anew. Star-rated shelter system. Host. Li Chun. Strength. 40. Agility. 40. Constitution. 40. Spirit. 40. Wisdom. 40. Evolution energy. 3. 48 million. Binding 1. Su Ruashi. Binding 2. None. Gene evolution count. 2. Experiencing the benefits brought forth by the enhancement of attributes. The improvements in strength and speed were self-evident to the naked eye. The most immediate effect was in mental prowess. Li Chen discovered that his mental energy resembled numerous tendrils, allowing him to simultaneously manipulate several strands, probing in different directions. Taking a deep breath, a subtle smile graced Li Chen's lips. His current strength had surpassed that of ordinary individuals by countless magnitudes. Should a third-tier zombie reappear, there would be no need to deploy the metal storm. A mere punch would suffice to resolve the matter with ease. The applications of mental energy were astonishingly diverse. Not only could it detect all movements within its range, but it could also be wielded to strike at enemies. In the event of a standoff between two armies, Li Chen could silently utilize his mental power to launch an attack on any adversary, instantly rendering that individual a fool, as Li Chen reveled in his newfound strength. A voice crackled through the radio, Su Ruashi's voice. "Commander, may I enter?" "Yes, Noah, open the door." With a swift motion, the command center's door swung open, and Su Ruashi stepped inside, her form marred by blood, indistinguishable whether from soldiers or zombies. Clad in combat boots, she approached Li Chen's desk and halted. "Report, Commander. The zombie tide has been completely eradicated. The energy cores from the battlefield have been extracted by our soldiers and are currently being transported to the shelter." Su Ruashi reported with a rigid posture, displaying utmost diligence. Li Chen nodded slightly. At that moment, Su Ruashi noticed the fluctuations in Li Chen's aura. During this zombie tide, Su Ruashi had also garnered significant gains, having undergone her first gene evolution in battle. Thus, she acutely sensed the unique, powerful aura emanating from Li Chen, which had once again intensified. "Commander, you have evolved?" Su Ruashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Chen nodded gently, glancing at Su Ruashi's attributes. Upon confirming her first gene evolution, he expressed his satisfaction with a nod. After all, Su Ruashi was already bound to Li Chen's attribute panel. Any enhancement in her strength would directly translate to an increase in Li Chen's own power. Only benefits, no drawbacks. "How are the rescued survivors faring?" Li Chen inquired slowly. During the rescue mission, in order to avert unforeseen circumstances, those who had called for help from Donghai City had been accommodated within the star-rated shelter. Now that the zombie tide had concluded, it was time to allow these individuals to depart. Su Ruashi promptly replied, "When I arrived, the management was there. Come, let us go and take a look." Li Chen immediately lifted his foot and headed towards the temporary accommodation point, with Su Ruashi closely following behind. Survivors at the temporary shelter are queuing to register their deaths. There is no other choice. Li Chen had previously stated that saving a single individual requires 1,000 energy cores. A shelter demands a minimum of 300,000. Yet, for lone survivors, where could they possibly procure such an abundance of energy cores? The shelters do not possess them either. Thus, they can only relinquish what they have on hand and register their debts for future repayment. When Li Chen arrived, this was the scene he encountered. Yang Wei and Yang Qingyi had just completed their registrations. Yang Qingyi gazed sorrowfully at the debt note he had pinned, feeling a pang of anguish that rendered him breathless. At that moment, Yang Wei tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Dad, look, Li Chen is here." Before Yang Qingyi could fully comprehend the situation, he was pulled towards Li Chen by Yang Wei. "Li Chen, thank you for your assistance during this zombie outbreak." Yang Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration, akin to a fervent fan of a celebrity before the apocalypse, fixated on Li Chen's visage. Yang Qingyi, observing his son's exuberance, managed a sheepish smile and addressed Li Chen. "Mr. Li, we are immensely grateful for your timely aid. Without you, we would likely have been torn apart by the zombies." Indeed, Mr. Li. You truly embody the spirit of benevolence. Had it not been for the elite shelter reallocating personnel for rescue efforts, Donghai City would have undoubtedly turned into a desolate wasteland by now. Chapter 66, Moral Coercion, beginning with Yang Qingyi. The old foxes of the Villa District lavished compliments upon Li Chen. A small fraction genuinely appreciated Li Chen, while the majority, having witnessed the formidable power of the star-level shelter, instinctively sought to curry favor. Li Chen listened to these flattering remarks, his eyes unblinking, and directly stated, "Do not extol me so highly. I am not here to rescue you for free. Do remember to hand over the energy cores." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present froze. Particularly, Yang Qingyi glanced mournfully at the IOU in his hand. After a zombie tide, He owed 200,000 energy cores and had no idea how long he would be laboring without pay for Li Qin. The thought of receiving even half of that for himself made Yang Qingyi's gaze flicker, ultimately ending in a sigh. If it were anyone else, he might dare to renege, but this was the star-level shelter. This was Li Qin. Yang Qingyi had witnessed Li Qin's methods, which were swift and decisive. Should he attempt to default, he might find himself facing dire consequences by the following day. Moreover, in Donghai City, from weapons to food, nearly everything had to be exchanged with the star-level shelter. Unbeknownst to many, Li Qin had unwittingly seized control of the city's lifeline. If anyone dared default on their debts, they would not require Li Qin's intervention. Other shelters, eager to maintain their reputations, would not easily let such transgressions slide. Those who could ascend to the position of shelter leader certainly possessed their own skills. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, they all assured him that they would return the energy cores punctually. Yet, there always existed a few ungrateful souls. Some scattered survivors began to voice their grievances. 1,000 energy cores per person is simply exorbitant. There are 6 of us here, so that amounts to 6,000 energy cores. Where are we to procure such a sum? Indeed. Furthermore, the star-level shelter has done nothing extraordinary. They merely dispatched helicopters to evacuate us. Another chimed in. I would gladly pay, but 1,000 cores is simply too much. It is utterly unmanageable. Li Qin's gaze fell upon this group, a predatory smile spreading across his face. For those unwilling to part with their energy cores, you understand the implications, do you not? At that moment, a management official stepped forward, drawing a gun from his waist and raising it slowly. Just then, an elderly voice broke through the tension. Everyone, you cannot possibly resent the energy cores we must provide. Mr. Li has afforded us a tremendous bargain. Others yearn to enter the star-level shelter, but find no means. We need only offer a few energy cores. The elder spoke with a grin, his face a mottled gray-yellow, wrinkled like the bark of a large oak, riddled with crevices. The other survivors exchanged glances, discovering a new perspective. Indeed, 1,000 energy cores were not exorbitant. They were, in fact, a bargain. Enough said. I happen to possess a sufficient number of energy cores and shall deliver them immediately, exclaimed one survivor. Mr. Li is truly benevolent. Others are left pleading. Yet we possess this opportunity. The 3 survivors who had just complained now found themselves transformed. At this moment, everyone spoke with smiles. The actions of exchanging energy cores were exceptionally enthusiastic. Li Qin's lips curled into a smirk, exuding a chilling aura. His gaze fell upon the elderly man who had spoken. He recognized this individual, named Jin Yaowen. During a previous rescue mission, many zombies had surrounded the location where he was hiding, and one had even broken through a window. Li Qin had witnessed Jin Yaowen, in a desperate bid for survival, throw his own grandson to the zombies. However, as Jin Yaowen had not betrayed Li Qin's family, he chose to turn a blind eye to the incident. Now that the zombie tide had passed, it would be best for them to leave on their own. There was no need to elaborate on the kind of person I am. If I had the ability to rescue you, I also possessed the capacity to eliminate you. Li Qin's gaze was like a cold wind sweeping through, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Jin Yaowen glanced around at the crowd and chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Li, how can you say such a thing? You mentioned in the live broadcast that for 1,000 energy cores, you would bring us to the star-level shelter. If it were not for the desire to reside in the star-level shelter, who would be willing to pay such a price? You cannot go back on your word. Jin Yaowen lowered his stance considerably, yet his words were riddled with sophistry. This statement made the other 3 survivors suddenly realize the implications. Indeed, Li Qin had not clarified whether the 1,000 energy cores were merely for saving lives or for accepting them as residents. Now that they had been brought to the star-level shelter, did he expect them to leave? It must be said that many independent survivors, upon arriving at the star-level shelter, began to entertain the thought of staying indefinitely. In just a brief span of a few hours, they had experienced the warm soup and hearty meals of the star-level shelter, as well as the excellent living conditions enjoyed by its residents. Merely witnessing it filled them with envy and resentment. Undoubtedly, Jin Yaowen's words illuminated a new perspective for everyone. It was Li Qin's lack of clarity that had led to this misunderstanding. Most believed that if they stubbornly insisted on staying in the star-level shelter, Li Qin would be powerless to act against them. You are being utterly unreasonable, Yang Wei exclaimed indignantly. He had never encountered such a grotesque display of greed. Although he too wished to remain in the star-level shelter, he would never resort to such despicable tactics. Oh, young man, you are quite naive. Jin Yaowen squinted as he continued. Back then, nearly all the survivors from Donghai City were present in the live broadcast. Everyone heard it. As the commander of the star-level shelter, Mr. Li cannot simply go back on his word, can he? If we do not stay in the star-level shelter, would that not be a disservice to Mr. Li's goodwill? With Jin Yaowen's remarks, many independent survivors nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is what Mr. Li himself proclaimed. A man of his word must uphold it. The resources of the star-level shelter are already so abundant. Isn't it merely a matter of adding a few more plates and bowls? Moreover, we are not worthless individuals. Having joined the star-rated refuge, we shall diligently contribute to earn our points, rather than relying on Mr. Lee for sustenance. I am resolute. I shall reside here no matter what. It's merely a matter of life. The scattered survivors have begun to act unscrupulously. They believe that Li Qin has already expended resources to rescue them, and now, with the energy cores yet to be received, he would undoubtedly hesitate to take any drastic measures against them. During Li Qin's live broadcast, two choices were presented. The first was to apply for residency through the star-rated refuge, wherein one could receive assistance without charge. At that time, everyone had attempted to apply. Yet they failed to meet the refuge's stringent criteria. Otherwise, they would not have had to wait for the onslaught of the zombie tide. They would have joined the star-rated refuge long before. Chapter 67. Either leave a corpse or depart alive. At that moment, survival was paramount. Thus, I had no choice but to acquiesce to Li Qin's demand for 1,000 energy cores. It seemed you had all made your arrangements without my consent. Li Qin's gaze swept across the room like a machine gun, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Do you still dare to challenge me? Do you truly believe I am a paper tiger, that any stray creature can act defiantly before me? I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender the energy cores and depart. Or leave behind a corpse. Upon hearing these words, all the survivor rogues fell into silence. They had witnessed Li Qin's ruthless nature firsthand. They understood that he was a man of his word. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the golden opportunity to remain in the star-rated shelter was unbearable. Jin Yaowen's face flushed crimson as he boldly exclaimed, "We've come this far. Can't you show a bit of magnanimity? I genuinely wish for your well-being. Keeping us here not only augments the manpower for the star-rated shelter, but also nets you a considerable amount of energy cores. Besides, I am of advanced age and unable to endure much more turmoil. Remaining in your star-rated shelter to enjoy my twilight years would be splendid." Jin Yaowen's words were utterly shameless. Had this been before the apocalypse, Li Qin might have been morally coerced by such rhetoric. Alas, this was the end of days, where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. You think I owe you a favor? You wish to retire in the star-rated shelter? Have you any notion of your worth? I harbor no prejudice against the elderly. We all grow old one day. Yet, I disdain those who are both aged and ineffectual. As Li Qin's voice faded, the artificial soldiers behind him raised their weapons in unison, bullets chambered. Instantly, Jin Yaowen's expression shifted dramatically. Terrified, he recoiled, retreating hastily. He had thought Li Qin was merely posturing. Who could have anticipated that he was indeed prepared to act? The others grew frantic, particularly those who had stirred trouble alongside Jin Yaowen. What if Li Qin, in a fit of rage, unleashed indiscriminate violence? The star-rated shelter was Li Qin's domain. There would be nowhere to hide. At that moment, they truly comprehended that Li Qin was the overseer of the star-rated shelter, not a mere pawn to be manipulated at will. Yang Qingyi, witnessing the escalating tension, hastily interjected, "Mr. Li, let it go. After all, this is the apocalypse. Humanity is dwindling. The zombies are our common enemy. Let us not waste bullets on our fellow survivors." Of course, Yang Qingyi was not driven by altruism. He merely feared becoming collateral damage. Li Qin let out a chilling laugh, his gaze fixed upon Jin Yaowen's head. He spoke with an icy calm. "Do you think that after investing both manpower and resources in this rescue, I would hesitate to act without receiving the energy cores? You are Navi." No sooner had he spoken than Li Qin raised his gun and fired. Bang! A bloodied hole punctured Jin Yaowen's forehead as he collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. The entire room was rendered speechless, breaths held in a state of shock. Someone gasped. No one had anticipated that Li Qin would actually pull the trigger. Had he truly lost his sanity? A shared thought lingered in the hearts of all present. The makeshift shelter fell into silence for several minutes. "Oh!" Someone screamed, startled, scrambling away in fright. Yet, confronting him was the cold barrel of an android warrior's gun. Li Qin surveyed the crowd, his piercing gaze sending shivers down the spines of all. Is there anyone still wishing to linger in the star-rated refuge? Step forward, and let us resolve this matter at once. Li Qin's expression was frigid. The body of Jin Yaowen still lay on the ground. At this moment, who would dare to step forward? They all shrank back like quails, silent and cowering. Very well, each person owes 1,000 energy cores, as previously agreed. My temper is not to be trifled with. With this chilling statement, Li Qin departed. Once he left, the previously quiet shelter erupted into chaos once more. Terrifying. He is nothing short of a demon. Did you see? He fired without even blinking. What are you saying? You only wish to take advantage of the situation. Do you not realize who Li Qin is? Enough. Let us refrain from speaking, lest we stir more trouble. Everyone dared to murmur quietly among themselves, fearful of being overheard by the android warriors. Yang Qingyi and a few cunning old foxes exchanged glances, remaining silent. The star-rated refuge was rife with Li Qin's informants. Speaking here could lead to dire consequences. At this moment, concern was evident in the eyes of Yang Qingyi and his companions. During this zombie tide, Li Qin's displayed prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing the capabilities of all other refuges in Donghai. Of course, they had been aware of this beforehand. What was most worrisome was Li Qin's decisive ruthlessness, which quelled any mischievous thoughts they harbored. Subsequently, no one dared to cause a disturbance. They all lined up in front of the administration, each registering their own energy course. Those survivors who had sought to remain in the star-rated refuge reluctantly departed after relinquishing their energy course. The post-battle cleanup of the interstellar refuge continued well into the evening. In the residential area, the administration organized a celebratory feast. All residents and warriors gathered together, the latter having cleansed themselves of grime and appearing revitalized. Each face radiated with the joy of having survived calamity. Li Qin slowly approached the center of the gathering. The once bustling residents fell silent, gazing at him with admiration. Congratulations to all of you for surviving this zombie tide, Li Qin began, clearing his throat and speaking slowly. However, do not rejoice too soon. This will not be the last zombie tide. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the human living environment will only grow more constricted, with the continuous evolution of the zombies. Even greater challenges await us. All we can do is learn from our missteps and enhance ourselves. In increasingly harsh environments, survival becomes paramount. As the words fell, the residents nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions grave. This recent zombie tide has made everyone acutely aware of the insignificance of individual power. Were it not for Li Qin and the star-rated sanctuary, Donghai City would have already succumbed to the fate of a dead city. Observing the concerned faces around him, Li Qin shifted his tone. Despite the treacherous path ahead, there is no need for excessive worry. For within the star-rated sanctuary, we possess the most secure defenses and the mightiest warriors. In this zombie tide, some brave soldiers have departed from this world forever. They are heroes, our guardians. Let us observe a moment of silence for these heroes. Suddenly, a colossal holographic screen materialized before Li Qin, displaying a series of photographs. Chapter 68. Constructing a new sanctuary. These valiant warriors, who perished amidst the onslaught of the undead, included both artificial combatants and residents from the fighting groups. The residents present could not restrain their tears upon seeing the faces of their loved ones displayed on the holographic screen. Li Qin silently gazed at the images flickering before him, his voice now tinged with hoarseness. In recognition of the sacrifice made by the families of the fallen soldiers, the star-rated sanctuary would provide substantial compensation. Their children would receive free education, and monthly allowances would be doubled. The spouses and parents of the deceased would be given priority in employment, while those unable to care for themselves would be granted complimentary accommodation at care centers. The deceased have departed, but for those of us still living, our duty is to persevere, to carry forth the legacy of the departed, and to strive even harder for life. As his words resonated, applause erupted around the hall. In this merciless apocalypse, no one could guarantee they would see the sun rise tomorrow. Yet, the residents of the star-rated sanctuary all firmly believed that, should they ever sacrifice themselves for the sanctuary, their families would receive the utmost care. Having delivered the most sorrowful message, Li Qin moved on to the segment of rewards. Numerous warriors had distinguished themselves during this zombie tide, and those whose names were called would each receive a reward of 100,000 points. Su Ruoxi, Ping Chenhong, Feng Jun. With each name announced, expressions of joy illuminated many faces. A reward of 100,000 points was a staggering sum for them. Li Qin read out a total of 1,862 names. Naturally, in addition to the points, promotions would be awarded based on performance, with specific appointments to be announced by Su Ruoxi the following day. I have witnessed the efforts of all during this zombie tide. Those whose names were not mentioned need not feel disheartened, for you are not lacking in valor. Each member of the resident fighting group will receive a reward of 3,000 points. Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the crowd, and some warriors were moved to tears, kneeling before Li Qin in gratitude. All right, let us all calm our emotions. Lastly, I must mention that due to the sacrifice of 726 warriors, the number of residents in the fighting groups has diminished. Therefore, we shall reopen the application process. Those wishing to join the resident fighting group should register and undergo assessments by tomorrow evening. Now, let the celebration commence. Li Qin's final announcement ignited the fervor of all present. The benefits of being part of the resident fighting group were substantial, and it was a coveted position for anyone. Unfortunately, in the previous assessment, many had been eliminated. Now, opportunities had arisen once more. My dear, wait for me. Tomorrow, I shall participate in the assessment. Once I am in the resident fighting group, I will ensure you and our child enjoy the finest life. One soldier declared, his determination palpable. I was so close last time. This time, I shall strive even harder to secure a place in the resident fighting group. The residents of the star-rated sanctuary exchanged joyful conversations, and Li Chun looked on with satisfaction at the scene before him. Enhancing the tactical prowess of the resident combat units is imperative. With the advent of genetic evolution liquid, Li Chun has already devised a plan to employ it on this batch of warriors. In fact, the star-level shelters will soon recruit additional members for the resident combat groups. After all, this significant boon has yielded 3 shelters, necessitating a greater armed force. However, as these shelters have yet to be properly established, Li Chun remains unhurried. The residents of the star-level shelters are reveling in the joy of victory. The celebratory feast features an abundance of complimentary beverages, alongside delicacies previously deemed too extravagant. The atmosphere is one of jubilant cheer. After indulging in a couple of drinks, Li Chun returned to the command center. Noah, how many energy cores have we acquired from this zombie tide? Li Chun inquired nonchalantly. Commander, we have obtained a total of 40,000 first-tier energy cores, 340. 000 second-tier energy cores, and 63rd-tier energy cores, equating to 730,000 primary energy cores. Noah's voice resonated. Li Chun nodded slightly. The recent extermination of over 3 million zombies predominantly consisted of second-tier variants, with a smaller number of first-tier and 63rd-tier zombies, resulting in a substantial harvest. Yet, he did not immediately succumb to elation. The acquisition of 3 initial shelters entails an unimaginable expenditure of energy cores for construction. Contemplating this, Li Chun furrowed his brow. Noah, I wish to extract 3 star-level shelters. Upon his command, a 3D hologram of Donghai City materialized before him, revealing mountains, rivers, and thoroughfares in stunning detail. Li Chun's gaze scanned the various regions of Donghai City, seeking the optimal locations. Initially, he had envisioned establishing the shelters elsewhere, but upon further inspection, he realized that the most advantageous site lay adjacent to the old shelter. Placing them in distant locations would complicate management. Ultimately, he decided to position all 3 shelters around the existing one. Let it be here, he declared upon finalizing the locations. As his determination solidified, an intangible data code surged forth, echoing around the vicinity of the old shelter with a resounding rumble. The earth trembled briefly before returning to tranquility. Through the 3D projection, Li Chun observed 4 colossal iron behemoths aligned underground, interconnected by passageways for traversing between the shelters. Naturally, Li Chun instructed Noah to implement access controls for these corridors, permitting only authorized individuals to pass. Commander, the new shelters have been constructed, increasing the capacity for residents. Would you like to initiate an expansion? Noah inquired. Expand. Immediately announced the availability of residency rights on the forum, Li Chun commanded. Understood. Noah promptly executed the command. Through the 3D projection, Li Chun beheld the appearance of the 4 shelters. He spoke softly, let us proceed to the new shelter. With that, he lifted his foot and departed through the passage connecting the shelters. For the sake of distinction, Li Chun designated the 4 shelters in sequential order, labeling them A, B, C, and D. The old star-rated shelter was, naturally, designated as Shelter A. After exploring the 3 newly constructed shelters, it became evident that all the facilities were identical. The roofs of the shelters were constructed from a robust 8-meter thick bulletproof glass, complemented by a seemingly bottomless atrium. Surrounding the atrium were countless elevators, densely packed. Apart from appearing somewhat worn, there was little difference from Shelter A. Chapter 69. A conspiracy unveiled. What troubled Li Chun the most was the deplorable state of the facilities in the 3 new shelters, all of which were damaged. This indicated that he would have to undertake reconstruction anew, just as he had during the initial phase. Noah, please provide an overview of the 3 shelters, Li Chun requested. A slight frown creasing his brow. Yes, the automatic inspection program has been initiated. The structural integrity of the shelters stands at 80. Energy reserves are at 30. The purification system has sustained 49 damage. Supply reserves are at 0. Weapons and ammunition are also non-existent. Upon hearing this, Li Chun released a long sigh. Indeed, the state of disrepair mirrored that of Shelter A. Fortunately, he possessed over 3 million energy cores, which should suffice to upgrade the 3 new shelters. Without hesitation, he commanded, Noah, devise a repair plan. Understood. The total energy cores required to repair the main structures of the 3 shelters amounts to 300,000. Once the main structures are restored, they can be put into immediate use. Li Chun was informed that shelters B, C, and D were understaffed and energy deprived, necessitating further upgrades. First, we must restore the android base and equip it with combat, medical, and maintenance android warriors. Second, We need to repair the planting and breeding zones to ensure sustenance for the new residents. Third, we need to expand and construct solar energy facilities to guarantee the daily electricity needs of the new shelters. As Noah spoke, a plethora of detailed information appeared on Li Qin's smart bracelet. Not only did they need to repair these facilities, but they also had to cultivate android warriors. The combined maximum capacity for android warriors in shelters B, C, and D was 15,000, translating into a significant expenditure. To enable the new shelters to operate with functionalities akin to those of the old shelters, numerous additional upgrades were necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qin declared, "Noah, proceed with the repairs." Affirmative. As Noah acquiesced, an array of system notifications flooded Li Qin's mind. The initial 3 million energy cores dwindled to half in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the interiors of the 3 new shelters underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously dilapidated android cultivation center now appeared revitalized. The breeding and planting zones were fully restored, with their circulation systems operating at optimal efficiency. By simply placing juvenile animals into the breeding area, cultivation could commence directly. The planting area functioned similarly. Once all 3 new shelters were completely restored, Li Qin did not pause. Beep. 160,000 energy cores have been utilized. The breeding chamber in Shelter B has been upgraded to level 1. Beep. 160,000 energy cores have been utilized. The breeding chamber in Shelter C has been upgraded to level 1. Beep. 160,000 energy cores have been utilized. The breeding chamber in Shelter D has been upgraded to level 1. Beep. 500,000 energy cores have been expended to nurture 5,000 android warriors. Beep. Having utilized 500,000 energy cores, the creation of 5,000 artificial warriors was set in motion. The remaining energy cores were largely dedicated to the cultivation of these warriors. Within a vast reservoir of nurturing fluid, human embryos were meticulously extracted, destined to become the very heart of the new sanctuary, ensuring its seamless operation. In addition, Li Qin undertook the restoration of various weaponry and ammunition production lines. After all, once these 15,000 artificial warriors were nurtured, they could not face the undead empty-handed. Production lines for aircraft and armored vehicles could not be overlooked. They must all be fully operational. Noah, how long will it take to cultivate the artificial warriors? Li Qin inquired. Commander, it will require at least 3 days, Noah promptly replied. The initial gestation period within the basic nurturing chambers was rather lengthy, spanning a week. However, Li Qin had upgraded all the nurturing chambers to level 1, thereby significantly shortening the cultivation time. Very well, some specific aspects still require adjustment. Li Qin nodded slightly. According to the blueprint for a 9-star sanctuary, the 13th floor was designated for military training, the 46th for weapon production, the 720th for human habitation, which included single, double, and multi-person accommodations. The 2130th floor was allocated for research, subdivided into biological, viral, and genetic modification centers. The 3134th floor housed the central processor and the base for the artificial warriors, while the 3537th floor served as the command center. However, Li Qin required only one command center, necessitating a reallocation of the 3537th floor's purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qin spoke. Let us transform the 3537th floor into an upscale residential area. With the expansion of Li Qin's influence, an increasing number of talents would soon join the star-level sanctuary, significantly increasing the management positions. It would be unjust for all to reside in a single space, particularly for those with exceptional skills. Understood. Noah responded immediately. Furthermore, the 3537th floors of sanctuaries B, C, and D underwent monumental transformations. Li Qin then turned his attention to the other floors. In truth, the function of the 2130th floor was redundant. However, he could not presently conceive of a better use for it, so it would remain for now. As Li Qin busied himself with the reallocation of the new sanctuary's functions, the forum of the star-level sanctuary was abuzz with excitement. The announcement of resident recruitment by Noah sent a wave of exhilaration throughout Donghai City. Notice, the star-level sanctuary will recruit 300,000 residents, with application criteria having undergone some modifications. For further details, please consult the official notice. This concise announcement instilled hope among the survivors of Donghai City. Many eagerly clicked on the new application conditions. Compared to previous criteria, this time the requirements were evidently more lenient. Most notably, the star-level sanctuary prioritized the recruitment of independent survivors who had not joined other sanctuaries. What is happening? Is there a significant development at the star-level sanctuary recently? Why has there been such a sudden recruitment of residents? It must be a conspiracy. Li Chun is undoubtedly concocting something. Otherwise, why would he be bringing so many people in? Could it be that the food supply at the star-rated shelter is insufficient, and they intend to use humans as a source of sustenance? Am I the only one harboring doubts about whether such a vast number of residents can be accommodated in the star-rated shelter? 300,000 residents, are the rest of them all sleeping on the ground? Who can say? Regardless, once my application is approved, I shall go and see for myself. If you do not take the plunge, I certainly will. To live securely within the star-rated shelter is far preferable to wandering outside. How splendid. The application criteria for the star-rated shelter suit my entire family perfectly. Now, I shall find a way to contact my relatives in the neighboring city and encourage everyone to join the star-rated shelter. Chapter 70. Can we afford to play? In response to the announcement posted on the forum, a minority of individuals remained skeptical. After all, Li Chun had previously enforced stringent application requirements, making it exceedingly difficult to gain access. Now, with the sudden relaxation of these conditions, many harbored dubious thoughts. Conversely, a greater number eagerly reached out to relatives and friends scattered across various cities, intent on submitting their applications together. After all, the star-rated shelters offered exceedingly generous treatment to their residents, provided that one met the application criteria, no matter how far away they resided. The shelters would dispatch helicopters for their retrieval. Thus, distance was no longer a consideration. To encapsulate the current state of Donghai City in a single phrase, everyone criticizes the star-rated shelters, yet everyone yearns to join them. The formidable and enigmatic presence that Li Chun had exhibited over recent days had thoroughly ingrained itself in the minds of all survivors in Donghai City. The prior derision directed at Li Chun by the survivors stemmed solely from the fact that, in this apocalyptic scenario, they were not the ones receiving special privileges. As the survivors of Donghai City began to mobilize, the residents of Shelter A were equally stirred. What was the meaning of this announcement? Hadn't our shelter reached full capacity? How could they possibly accommodate so many more people? This seemed exceedingly unusual. The notice contained no detailed explanation, merely stating that new residents were to be accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning while I was on my way to work, I stumbled upon something remarkable. A passageway had suddenly appeared where there once stood a wall. However, as soon as I stepped inside, I was met with a warning: access denied due to insufficient permissions. I too have discovered a passage, and not just one. Someone exclaimed. Could it be that our shelter has some new developments? Is there an expert who could shed light on this? I must say, you all are worrying unnecessarily. Since Li Chun has issued a public announcement, it clearly indicates that there will be sufficient room. Regardless of your opinions, I intend to have all my friends and relatives apply. Let us refrain from further discussion for now. Clarity will come with tomorrow. Those with discernment had already begun to act, while the self-proclaimed intellectuals continued their analyses on the forum. Amidst the chatter among the residents of the star-rated shelter, a sudden vibration coursed through everyone's smart wristbands. Simultaneously, all received a notification. Notification: the star-rated shelter has added 3 new shelters, numbered B, C, and D, today. Access to these new shelters is permitted for 1 day. Residents of Shelter A may tour the 3 new shelters. Relocation is allowed within 3 days. Please take note. Upon the release of this notification, the residents of the star-rated shelter were left utterly dumbfounded. They had speculated that perhaps additional living quarters had been established on other floors, or that more beds had been added in existing areas. No one had anticipated that Li Chun would so boldly introduce 3 new shelters without a word of warning. One might even say that such swiftness surpassed the very act of creation. Consequently, that day, residents with lighter workloads or no work obligations at all eagerly requested leave. Embarking on a visit to the 3 BCD shelters has become a matter of curiosity rather than relocation. The primary intrigue lies in the appearance of the new shelters. As the residents of the star-rated shelter traversed the passageway and arrived at the other shelters, they were all rendered speechless. What is happening? Am I encountering a surreal experience? Astonishingly, this place bears an uncanny resemblance to our original dwelling. It feels as though we are immersed in a video game, with Li Chun acting as the omnipotent creator, effortlessly conjuring the new shelter with a mere Control-C and Control-V. To be candid, I perceive the new shelter to be slightly inferior to the original. Lacking in vibrancy, the inhabitants surveyed the newly emerged shelter, whispering amongst themselves. Although everyone was well aware of Li Chun's extraordinary abilities, no one anticipated such spontaneous creation. Just yesterday, there was no passageway in sight. Even if it were secretly constructed, such a colossal edifice must have involved considerable effort. It is implausible that there was no indication of its development. At this moment, I am thoroughly impressed by Mr. Li. Truly remarkable. Dear friends, have you encouraged your relatives and acquaintances to apply? Haha. My uncles and their families have all successfully completed the application process. Tomorrow, We shall relocate to the new shelter together. No way. Is this for real? I must urge my friends to apply without delay. There are still many survivors in Donghai City, and what if I miss the opportunity? As the residents of the star-rated shelter engaged in casual conversation, they began to fiddle with their smart wristbands. Regardless of whether they had relatives in Donghai City or elsewhere, messages were dispatched to all contacts. Some solitary individuals leisurely explored the new shelter, occasionally snapping photos to share on forums. Of course, all content had to undergo scrutiny by NOAA before being published to prevent any leaks of shelter secrets. To be honest, aside from the absence of inhabitants, the facilities in the new shelter mirrored those of Shelter A. Thus, when the initial photographs were uploaded to the forum, many questioned the purpose. What is this? I have seen countless internal photos of shelters. What is there to boast about? How mundane, to repeatedly post the same image. Soon, the conversing individuals noticed the distinctions. Firstly, the vicinity of the atrium was clearly labeled with the letters A, B, C, and D, each bearing a unique number. Moreover, since the new shelter had yet to welcome any residents, numerous subtle differences from Shelter A emerged. The forum's participants began to ponder the nature of existence itself. Could it be that Li Qin is indeed some celestial being, possessing knowledge of technology unknown to others, silently crafting identical steel behemoths? Regardless of the circumstances, the confirmed existence of the new shelter has only heightened the excitement among these survivors. Through word of mouth, the news of the star-rated shelter quickly spread from Donghai City to distant locales, prompting a steady influx of survivors rushing in from afar. Abandoned vehicles cluttered the highways. Not to worry, we shall traverse on foot. A segment of the populace, due to the considerable distance, can only submit their applications on the forum. This time, the application form for the elite sanctuary includes an additional requirement, the precise residential address. This facilitates the warriors of the elite sanctuary in their endeavors to retrieve individuals. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, the various shelters of Donghai City hastily converged on the periphery of the elite sanctuary, eager to uncover the situation at hand. Yang Qingyi and others gathered together, gazing in astonishment at the 3 additional platforms that had emerged beside the original platform of the elite sanctuary. They were all rendered speechless. Is it possible that Li Qin is playing games with us? Without a word, he has constructed a new sanctuary, leaving us at a loss as to how to proceed. My friend, do not say such things. Today, I observe that many individuals within our sanctuary have submitted applications on the forum. Chapter 71. Relaxing application conditions for the survivors. Other shelters are simply incomparable to the star-rated shelter. One is celestial, while the other is subterranean. It is evident even to the most unimaginative. Now that the star-rated shelter has opened its doors to residents, inhabitants from other shelters are eager to apply. In the near future, a siphoning effect may emerge, transforming the entire EC city into Li Qin's private garden. The mere thought of this fills Yang Qingyi and others with envy and trepidation. These seasoned players were once formidable figures before the apocalypse. None are willing to be relegated to a subordinate status. Otherwise, they would not have invested heavily in constructing their own shelters. Now, the expansion of the star-rated shelter poses a threat to their existing residents. It is conceivable that they may soon find themselves compelled to adhere to Li Qin's directives, or even be absorbed into the star-rated shelter itself. Is this not an act of bullying? How are we to survive in the midst of this turmoil? With Li Qin's current prowess, even if he resorts to unscrupulous tactics, what can we do? Our only recourse is to contemplate other methods to safeguard ourselves. I have already resolved to negotiate with Li Qin, proposing that my entire private shelter be incorporated into the star-rated shelter. When General Liu spoke these words, all eyes widened in astonishment. What? Directly merging into the star-rated shelter? Faced with the incredulous gazes of the crowd, General Liu offered a wry smile. This is the conclusion I have drawn after weighing the pros and cons. Rather than waiting for my shelter to become desolate, it is wiser to take the initiative and join forces with others. Perhaps we might even reap some benefits. General Liu's words were strikingly candid. In this world, where commerce prevails, to avoid becoming a mere figurehead, one must join forces. Perhaps Li Qin will, in recognition of our sincerity, grant us a position of management. How does General Liu intend to negotiate with Li Qin? Yang Qingyi inquired. We will request that Li Qin exempt our shelter from the application process, General Liu responded. With the existence of the star-rated shelter, it is evident that these villa shelters have already formed a coalition. General Liu's intent in making this statement was to encourage others to unite with him in negotiations with Li Qin, thereby amplifying their collective voice. The seasoned players nodded in agreement. Let us contact Li Qin without delay, for time is of the essence. In addition to the private shelters within the villa district, various other shelters throughout EC City have begun to harbor similar sentiments. After all, The entire city has suffered significant population losses due to the viral outbreak and the recent zombie tide. It would not be an exaggeration to say that only 1 in 10 remains. The number of individuals recruited by the star-rated shelter this time is staggering, an astonishing 300,000. Setting aside the scattered survivors, it is certain that many from other shelters will seek to join. Moreover, given the rapid expansion of the star-rated shelter, who can predict whether they will continue to recruit in the future? Rather than waiting idly for doom, it is far more prudent to take proactive measures. By banding together, we can enter the star-rated shelter and emerge as a formidable force. Some individuals are eager to join, while others harbor ulterior motives. This is unrelated to how Li Qin conducts himself. Rather, it is primarily due to the vast resources and formidable military strength exhibited by the star-level sanctuary. Any person with even a modicum of ambition would be tempted. Conveniently, there are quite a few ambitious souls in Donghai City. Previously, the star-level sanctuary, fortified by its combat groups of artificial warriors and residents, was virtually impregnable. Those individuals joined at the inception of the sanctuary, rendering them impenetrable. Now, with the star-level sanctuary opening its gates to accommodate 300,000 residents, these ambition-driven individuals perceive an avenue for maneuvering. Consequently, they have begun to prepare in secrecy. That afternoon, outside the entrance of the star-level sanctuary, a throng of people gathered. Some were there to gather information, while others, unable to wait, rushed to the entrance to submit their applications. A diverse array of characters congregated, engaging in discussions about the intelligence they possessed. Have you been approved for your application? I heard the requirements have been significantly relaxed this time. Of course not. If I had, I would already be inside the sanctuary. I just wanted to see who else got through. What is going on? I've been waiting for an hour, and still no word. The efficiency of the sanctuary's administration is quite slow. What are you doing here? Aren't you the manager of the Flower Dance Sanctuary? Why abandon the comforts there to compete with us mere survivors for a spot? What do you understand? The star-level sanctuary represents a life of ease. Why remain in a small sanctuary, fretting daily about food and clothing? Initially, I thought the opening for 300,000 was ample. But seeing this scene has made me feel uncertain. What is the fuss? 300,000 is hardly excessive. You may not be aware, but many from other regions are already en route. Then we must expedite our applications, otherwise, we risk losing our chance. The differing positions of individuals naturally lead to varying perspectives. The heads of private sanctuaries in the Villa district believe that the expansion of the star-level sanctuary will adversely impact their populations. In contrast, the scattered survivors are primarily concerned with whether they can successfully apply. A palpable sense of urgency enveloped those present. At that moment, in the command center of the star-level sanctuary, Li Qin was convening a meeting with the various administrators. You are all now familiar with the fundamental information regarding the new sanctuary. Are there any questions? Everyone present shook their heads. Excellent. Next, I will outline our tasks. First, we can moderately relax the recruitment criteria, prioritizing the elderly, infirm, and scattered survivors. Secondly, applicants must undergo a background check, with reference data obtainable from NOAA. Lastly, regarding personnel appointments, the 3 new sanctuaries will establish resident combat groups, officially renamed as the Guard, under the leadership of Su Ruashi. The number of android warriors is set to increase, and they will officially be renamed the Star-Level Shelter Combat Group, under the unified leadership of the management team. Everyone must rally their spirits to effectively handle this influx of new residents. It is imperative to remain vigilant and discern each newcomer entering our sanctuary. A population of 300,000 is no trifling matter. Li Qin could easily envision the ensuing chaotic scene. Thus, it is even more crucial for all managers to adopt a more diligent and responsible attitude. Only through such vigilance can we avert unforeseen incidents. If there are any uncertainties, please raise your questions immediately. Li Qin's gaze swept across the assembled management as he spoke slowly. Is everything understood? Came the unified reply. However, one voice broke the harmony, sounding somewhat out of place. Commander, there is something I would like to inquire about. Chapter 72. Recruitment of new residents. What is it? Li Qin's gaze fell upon the administrator. Since our notification was sent out, numerous shelters, both large and small, have contacted me, wishing to bring everyone in without the need for individual applications. Can the commander agree to such a situation? The administrator inquired. Compared to the tedious process of accepting survivors one by one, this collective approach from entire shelters appeared to be significantly more efficient. Li Qin did not respond immediately but instead turned to the others. What do you all think? The other administrators exchanged glances, each harboring some reservations. Commander, one spoke up. I do not think this is a good idea. Firstly, if we allow everyone from those shelters to bypass the application process, the quality of the new recruits will be questionable. Secondly, wherever there are people, there are factions. If entire shelters join us, they may band together, leading to fragmentation that complicates the execution of commands and creates chaos within our star-rated shelter. Tsuruashi stepped forward to express her dissent. If entire shelters join, those individuals will still heed the commands of their original leaders. Power will become diluted, and the emergence of various factions within the shelter will negatively impact stability. Today, you might betray me, and tomorrow, I might betray you, all in a bid to enhance our own influence, resulting in utter disorder within our star-rated shelter. For sustainable and stable development, a singular authoritative voice is most appropriate. Indeed, you are correct, Li Chen acknowledged. First and foremost, we cannot open the door to bypass the application process. Not just anyone can enter a star-rated shelter. Moreover, our purpose for the star-rated shelter is to preserve the essence of humanity and combat the zombies. Therefore, we should refrain from engaging in unnecessary matters and certainly do not need to accept an entire shelter's membership. You must be vigilant during the review process. With that, Li Chen's gaze returned to the administrator. Understood, the administrator nodded. Very well, if there are no further questions, let us commence our work, Li Chen affirmed, nodding as he made his way outside. At this moment, outside the star-rated shelter, as the platform ascended, he appeared before the multitude of survivors alongside the management team. They're here, the survivors exclaimed, their eyes glimmering with anticipation as they rose to their feet. After their interactions with the star-rated shelter over the past few days, they were aware that the individual who stood second only to Li Chun had arrived, signaling the official commencement of the resident recruitment process. The long-awaited survivors surged forward. Silence. Those who have submitted applications, please line up over here, Li Chen instructed with a serious demeanor. At that moment, behind him, stood more than 100 fully armed artificial warrior soldiers, exuding an imposing presence. Upon hearing his command, the survivors promptly arranged themselves into 10 orderly lines. The members of the management team took their positions at the front, activating their smart wristbands and wielding scanners to begin their work. Hey, what are you doing? Is that line jumping? The synthetic warrior aimed its gun unflinchingly at the forehead of a survivor. What is all this commotion? It demanded. Those who refuse to adhere to discipline should either leave on their own or find eternal rest here. Why are you all crowding at the entrance? The synthetic warrior relentlessly maintained order. Those who had initially intended to cause trouble found themselves subdued in the face of that ominous muzzle. Although the chaos had subsided, many still craned their necks, for these were spies sent from various shelters. They spoke in hushed tones, exchanging information while occasionally glancing around in trepidation, fearful of being overheard. Little did they know that every action and utterance was under the watchful gaze of surveillance cameras outside the star-rated shelter. Noah's formidable analytical capabilities were categorizing each individual's behavior. When the management team scanned the survivors' faces with their devices, not only did personal information surface, but the intelligent wristbands also revealed backgrounds and personalities. This allowed them to filter out those with ulterior motives. The management team operated with alacrity, and with the deterrent presence of the synthetic warrior, the registration process proceeded seamlessly. In just a short time, a queue had formed behind, consisting of those who had successfully applied. They shared a common trait. Most appeared as though they had not eaten for days, while a few robust young men were also in tattered clothing. A mere glance revealed they were either solitary survivors or the lowest tier of shelter inhabitants. In this apocalyptic realm, merely having a full meal was a significant achievement. The pursuit of pre-apocalypse finery was a distant luxury. The logistics team distributed food to the newly registered residents. We are providing rations, the management announced. The logistics personnel promptly approached, bearing countless boxes of biscuits and instant noodles, handing them out individually to the registered newcomers. Beside them were several crates of bottled water, available for anyone in need. Oh, how blissful this is. Such is the glory of the star-rated shelter. After 3 days of hunger, I can finally enjoy a hearty meal. The star-rated shelter was indeed a divine sanctuary. Even before entering, so much food was already at hand. Upon receiving their rations, the new residents eagerly devoured their provisions. Many solitary survivors had hoarded insufficient resources during the recent zombie onslaught and had endured 2 days of starvation. The management observed the new residents' voracious eating habits with a nod of approval. Excellent. It appears that no spies from other shelters have infiltrated. After all, those dispatched as spies were trusted individuals from their respective shelters. Despite the meager rations, they at least had enough to stave off hunger. Unlike the newcomers who indulged heartily in the dry biscuits. With the registration process proceeding smoothly, a significant number of individuals had already been welcomed into the star-rated shelter. As the line grew shorter, those who had not been admitted began to feel anxious. Could it be that the quota is already full? I arrived before dawn, having queued for the entire morning. You can see that some individuals have already entered the shelter. It remains uncertain how many have successfully gained entry and whether there are still available spots. Damn it. Had I known, I would have discreetly cut in line. If there are no more openings, will I be forced to wander outside? Many who have yet to gain entry are voicing their grievances. The hardships of sleeping rough are truly unbearable. These solitary survivors do not wish to join other shelters, but rather, in this apocalyptic era, trust is a rare commodity. They are acutely aware that they are not among the confidants of those shelters. Even if they were to gain entry, they would find themselves relegated to the lowest ranks, toiling as mere laborers. When the time comes to confront the undead, they would be the first to face the onslaught, burdened with the most arduous and degrading tasks within the shelter. In light of this, they would prefer to wander outside, seeking refuge in hidden corners. For at least that way, they might still secure a decent meal. Chapter 73, Background Check Failed. Do not forget one crucial premise. The star-rated shelters are markedly different. Based on both the official information provided by the shelters and the posts shared by former residents, the system within the star-rated shelters is exceedingly transparent. Those capable are rewarded with greater responsibilities, and there exists ample opportunity for even those lacking specialized skills to find suitable employment. In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of those still waiting in line, the newly registered residents appeared considerably more at ease. "I can't believe it. I am now an official resident of a star-rated shelter," exclaimed one individual. "I was never this anxious during my job interview before the apocalypse. Our status has changed. We will be able to live comfortably from now on." "Ah, Andy, you've made it too. Which shelter were you assigned to?" "Ah, your uncle and I have been allocated to Shelter C. Where are you placed? It would be good for us to look out for one another once we're inside." "Hee, I'm in Shelter B. I never anticipated that our whole family would be approved. I envy your family. My parents are still in line, and I have no idea if the spots have filled up." The new residents engaged in conversation, their faces radiating hope for their new lives. Some even witnessed long-lost relatives reunite at that very moment, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced through the excitement. "I have met all the application requirements. Why am I not allowed entry?" A burly man stood at the forefront, his face flushed and his demeanor agitated. "I'm sorry, but your background check did not pass." The administrator replied coldly. "Background check? What sort of background check? Do you think this is a recruitment process for a major corporation before the apocalypse?" The man continued to argue vehemently. "I don't care. I have fulfilled the application criteria. If you deny me entry, it is clearly an underhanded operation." His obstinacy sparked a ripple of dissent among others who had also failed to gain entry. "Indeed, I too met the application requirements. Why am I being denied? Is the star-rated shelter not honoring its word? This is discrimination. Perhaps there are hidden agendas at play. Otherwise, why else would we be denied entry? Let me in immediately." The administrator observed the commotion with a faint smirk. He had certainly not engaged in the so-called underhanded operations that these individuals spoke of. The reasons for their rejections were likely evident to them. Their records had been meticulously documented by Noah and scrutinized by the overseers of each shelter. Initially, the administrator had no intention of making a fuss. He simply intended to deny their entry. Yet, these individuals, in their folly, dared to create a disturbance. "Maintain silence. Any violators will be dealt with on the spot." The administrator raised his voice. As his words echoed, the sound of gun chambers being readied resonated behind him. A cadre of artificial warrior sentinels aimed their cold barrels at the raucous crowd. "You can't. How can you treat us this way? Shouldn't those who have been denied an explanation? Can the star-rated shelter truly be so unreasonable? I have seen through it. Whether one is allowed entry hinges not on the application criteria, but rather on the whims of those in charge. Even when faced with gun barrels, those who were denied entry continue to shout loudly. They have committed no wrongdoing. In front of so many witnesses. Could the warriors of the star-rated shelter dare to indiscriminately take lives?" Upon witnessing this scene, the management's expression darkened instantly. Before stepping out, Li Chun had specifically instructed that any disturbances should be met with no mercy, shoot to kill. Thus, no leniency was intended for these individuals. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. Bang! The man who had been shouting just moments ago fell into a pool of blood in an instant. "Ah, there has been a murder." The onlookers, who had been clamoring alongside him, turned pale, trembling with fear. "Is there anyone else who wishes to cause trouble? Step forward so I may deal with you." The management smirked coldly, reveling in the bloodshed. This bunch of informants from the shelter seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing that the star-rated shelter could be easily subdued. Fortunately, Li Chen had anticipated this scenario before their departure. Had it not been for his words providing reassurance, the management might not have dared to fire in order to minimize the fallout. With this incident, who would still dare to voice discontent? Those informants seeking to incite trouble slinked away, tails between their legs. At that moment, Li Chen was in the command room, observing the registration situation outside through the monitors. Upon seeing the management act decisively, he smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent, Progress has been made. Just then, Tsuruashi's voice came through the console. Commander, may I come in to report on the work? Please do. Li Chun granted, and the doors of the control center swung open. Tsuruashi entered, casting a glance at the monitor screen before speaking. Commander, I report that we have completed 78 of the recruitment for the escort team. But the pass rate for current residents is not very promising. Should we wait until new residents move in before proceeding with further recruitment? Despite the seemingly large population of Shelter A, it consists of a diverse array of talents, not necessarily sufficient in terms of combat capability. Currently, all 4 shelters, A, B, C, and D, require recruitment, with a total deficit of 18,000 escort team members. The population of Shelter A alone is insufficient. Leechin nodded slightly. That sounds reasonable. But the inclusion of new residents should be at least 2 days away. For now, we will prioritize the residents of Shelter A. Once we have recruited adequately, we can commence training for the new recruits, and then select from the new residents after a couple of days. After all, there are 300,000 new residents. Although I have devised stringent selection criteria, there is always the fear of overlooking someone. They must be monitored for an additional 2 days before any further plans can be made. For the star-rated shelter, the escort team is the first line of defense and of utmost importance. Within the ranks, there must reside warriors who are unwaveringly loyal to the star-rated refuge. Su Rulin nodded in understanding. By the way, it is time for the veterans of the guard squad to be promoted. Let them be dispersed into various teams to lead the new recruits. This will alleviate some of your burdens. In a few days, bestow upon the guard squad some valuable provisions. Li Chun recalled the junior gene modification solution and smiled mysteriously. Tsuruashi nodded vigorously. In fact, yesterday, Noah had already compiled a list for position adjustments based on the performances of the guard squad during the previous zombie surge. Those capable would be elevated, while the idlers would be relegated to the most basic ranks. Tsuruashi glanced at the document. It was far more refined than her own musings. Thus, she decided to proceed accordingly. Very well, if there are no further matters, you may return to your tasks. It is imperative to train the new recruits in the shortest time possible. Chapter 74. Selection of elite troops. The recruitment efforts for the star-rated shelter were nearly completed within just 1 day. Most applications were submitted through the forum, directly reviewed by Noah, which facilitated an exceptionally swift process. Those who were particularly eager even flocked to the entrance of the shelter, where they were efficiently registered by the management. The conditions within the star-rated shelter were markedly superior to those outside, resulting in a profound sense of happiness among the new residents. Every face within the shelter radiated joy. As for the few individuals from other shelters who were allowed entry, after experiencing the firm suppression of the management's authority, they too fell silent, wary of causing any trouble. The addition of 300,000 new residents occurred without a hitch, creating an illusion of harmony. At this moment, Li Qin stood on the 21st floor of Shelter B, which had originally served as a research center. However, since the research facilities in Shelter A were sufficiently equipped, the 2,130 floors of Shelters B and C were repurposed as production centers. The 21st floor of Shelter B was designated for the production of primary gene modification fluid. Rows of test tubes were displayed, alongside towering glass containers filled with murky liquids. These substances represented various nutritional components of the gene modification fluid, and beneath each glass container was a transparent tube. Through these tubes, different liquids were proportionally mixed together. At the end of the process stood a packaging machine that would bottle the completed gene modification fluid into small vials for storage in a refrigeration unit. Noah, what is the current production status of the primary gene modification fluid? Li Chen inquired after surveying the area with a satisfied nod. Commander, we have currently produced 5,000 doses of the primary gene modification fluid with a production rate of 1,000 doses per day. Each dose requires the consumption of 100 energy cores. Noah promptly responded. The primary gene modification fluid is capable of elevating warriors whose attributes meet the necessary requirements to the first level. For those whose attributes do not meet the criteria, consumption of the fluid can enhance their genetic strength. According to the data provided by Noah, 1 dose of gene modification fluid can approximately increase genetic strength by 10%. Even individuals with relatively weaker constitutions could achieve the first level with about 10 doses. For artificial warriors, enhancement can simply be achieved using gestation pods. Thus, this primary gene modification fluid is primarily allocated for the guards. Given the current production rate, it can only supply the elite troops within the guard. Once production accelerates, it may also be distributed among the residents of the star-rated shelter. Indeed, we must focus on maximizing the production of the primary gene modification fluid. The supply should ensure that all warriors within the guard are elevated to the first level. Li Qin nodded slightly. With the emergence of third-level zombies, it was uncertain how the situation would evolve. There was an urgent need to bolster the armed strength of the star-rated shelter, ideally enabling all residents to attain the first level of gene evolution. This is the way to maximize the survival capabilities within the star-rated shelter during the apocalypse. By the way, how are the breeding and planting zones faring now? Li Qin continued to inquire. With 300,000 new residents settling in, sustenance has become the most pressing issue. Although the star-rated shelter had previously stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, it is depleting rapidly. Achieving self-sufficiency is imperative. Report, Commander. The breeding and planting zones in all 4 shelters have been fully equipped. We have essentially selected talent from Shelter A for cultivation and husbandry. The Research Institute has invented a growth stimulant that can significantly shorten the growth period of flora and fauna with no side effects. The growth cycle of a chicken can now be reduced to 3 days for market readiness. The cultivation period for staple crops like wheat has been shortened to 30 days per batch, with yields exceeding tenfold. This is more than sufficient to meet the dietary needs of the 4 shelters, and we can also allocate areas for planting fruits and other cash crops. Noah responded with meticulous precision. Within the confines of the star-rated shelter, everything falls under Noah's control. In this desolate world, being able to enjoy a fresh meal has become a luxury. Outside, the shelters and most individual survivors are subsisting on instant noodles and industrial food products from before the apocalypse. Those in poorer conditions resort to consuming high-protein mixtures made from cockroaches and insects, with only a fortunate few able to enjoy fresh meat and vegetables. However, within the star-rated shelter, residents can earn points through diligent work to exchange for a warm soup or a hearty meal. This is precisely why everyone is eager to join the star-rated shelter. Very well. Over the next few days, observe and record the behaviors and actions of the new residents closely. In 2 days, Su Ruashi will select a portion of the top performers to join the guard team. Understood. After inspecting the production workshop, Li Chun felt immensely satisfied with the current production speed. Just as he was about to return to the command room, Noah relayed another message. Report, Commander. Based on data from drones and surveillance equipment, an anomaly has been detected in Donghai City. The private shelters in the Villa District have mobilized, seemingly having discovered a batch of industrial raw materials, intending to seize them. Upon hearing Noah's words, Li Qin raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Currently, the shelters in Donghai City have hardly resumed industrial production. After all, survival has become a struggle. How could they contemplate production? If the larger shelters are in such a state, the private shelters in the Villa District are even more so. What could they possibly want with these industrial raw materials? Report, Commander. Analysis indicates that these industrial raw materials can be converted into ammunition and firearms. The private shelters in the Villa District may be seeking to enhance their armament. The drone footage revealed that the location of the raw materials was swarming with third-tier zombies. Should the commander intervene? Noah continued. Being a product of a level 3 civilization, Noah's intelligence is exceptionally advanced. It quickly deduces that should the Villa District shelters acquire these raw materials, their armed capabilities would be significantly bolstered. If left unchecked, there is a potential threat to the star-rated sanctuary. There is no need for concern. Human greed is insatiable, and if they desire those resources, let them take them. In this world, ambition without capability will inevitably lead to a painful lesson. Li Qin remarked with a semblance of a smile. Given the current military strength of the star-rated sanctuary, it is no exaggeration to say that even if other sanctuaries were to acquire 4 or 5 batches of the same resources, they would not surpass it. The armed forces of the star-rated sanctuary essentially deliver a dimensional strike. How could the weapons of a lower civilization contend with those of a higher civilization? It is akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Let those individuals in the villa area face setbacks, and they will naturally comply. Chapter 75, The Existence of Weapon Materials. At 6 in the morning, a thick fog enveloped the skies. Numerous trucks and off-road vehicles roared out from the Villa District, each laden with fully armed personnel. Their destination was the outskirts of Donghai City, located 30 kilometers away, once a munitions factory, now desolate and known to very few. In the early days of the apocalypse, a former worker from the munitions factory had sought refuge in Lu's shelter, inadvertently revealing the factory's existence. However, during that tumultuous time, when zombies roamed freely, Lu lacked the military strength to venture so far for materials, and thus remained idle. Naturally, this cunning old fox kept the information to himself, managing to conceal it until now. After the recent zombie surge, the star-rated shelter's recruitment of 300,000 new residents made Lu acutely aware of the mounting pressure. All of their scouts had been rebuffed by the star-rated shelter, unable to glean even a morsel of information. A sense of crisis surged within Lu, prompting him to finally disclose the munitions factory's existence to the other shelters in the Villa District. He intended for them to join forces and seize the materials. After all, The factory housed not only raw materials, but also finished weapons and equipment for weapon manufacturing. Once they arrived, retrieving everything would significantly enhance the armed forces of all the shelters in the Villa district. After some deliberation among the old foxes, they set off. Old Lu, how many zombies do you think are over there? Yang Qingyi inquired, one hand resting on the window and the other poring over the map, his brow furrowed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an ominous premonition. His eyelid had been twitching since he awoke. Oh, how many could there be? Just the few thousand workers that used to be at the factory. With so many of us, should we fear a mere few thousand zombies? Lu chuckled, eager to shake off the star-rated shelter's control and reduce their reliance on weapons, which was of utmost importance. At present, the majority of weapons in Donghai City had to be exchanged through the star-rated shelter, rendering all shelters, regardless of their size, mere laborers for the star-rated facility. Lu envisioned the potential that acquiring this batch of materials and equipment would afford him, allowing him to sell weapons and diminishing the star-rated shelter's monopoly in Donghai City. The thought of future grandeur brought a smile to Lu's lips. Yang Qingyi shook his head in disapproval but refrained from voicing his concerns. After the zombie surge, many shelters still owed Lichin a substantial number of energy cores. Even if they were unable to procure materials and equipment, hunting zombies could prove beneficial. Meanwhile, Yang Wei sat in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, looking pale and visibly car-sick. Dad, how much longer until we arrive? This road is too bumpy. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Useless. I've told you to exercise more, but you never listen. This is the best road available. Yang Qingyi replied tersely. The trials of the apocalypse have compelled Yang Qingyi to cast aside the false facade of a Confucian businessman, revealing his most authentic self. Traveling along the highway may offer comfort, yet it is now strewn with abandoned vehicles. To proceed, one must navigate the obstacles, a task that consumes considerable time. Thus, the group from the Villa district opts for the less traveled paths. The longer they remain exposed, the greater the uncertainties they face, and dangers may lurk around any corner. Patience, dear nephew, we shall arrive shortly, Lu, the leader, cheerfully reassured. As the group engaged in their conversation, the lead vehicle of the convoy abruptly braked, causing a chain reaction that nearly resulted in a collision with the following cars. The occupants within were jolted forward, barely avoiding being thrown from their seats. What is happening? Yang Qingyi inquired, leaning out to question. A horde of zombies is blocking the road, came the quivering reply from the driver, clearly overwhelmed with fear. Enough. Let the armed personnel disembark and deal with the zombies, Yang Qingyi waved dismissively, internally cursing their lack of fortitude. It's merely a small wave of zombies. How can they be so frightened? He recalled the valiant soldiers from the elite shelter who had come to their aid during the zombie tide, fierce and unyielding in the face of death, their skills commendable. In stark contrast, the individuals from the Villa district shelter fell vastly short of such valor. Soon, gunfire echoed across the desolate ground, interspersed with the anguished cries of the living. Occasionally, those who fell prey to the zombies were swiftly dispatched by their companions. The scene was profoundly gruesome. Following the cessation of gunfire, the leading armed personnel returned to report, the zombies have been eliminated. A total of 100 first-tier zombies were dispatched, with a loss of 30 personnel. Upon hearing this report, the expressions of Yang Qingyi and Lu turned grim. Under the circumstances of having weaponry at their disposal, the loss of so many to first-tier zombies was troubling. Are they merely idle? Yet, the seasoned veterans refrained from voicing their frustrations, recognizing that they would soon require these armed individuals to exert their utmost efforts. Any grievances can await our return to the shelter, Lu declared, gesturing for them to proceed. Extract the energy cores and let us move forward. The convoy gradually resumed its journey. As they passed the site of the recent skirmish, Yang Wei curiously leaned out to take a glimpse. Instantly, he felt a wave of nausea rise within him. The ground was littered with corpses, both zombies and humans alike, unceremoniously shoveled to the roadside. Having been sheltered under Yang Qingyi's protection since the onset of the apocalypse, he had never before witnessed such a repulsive sight. Overwhelmed, he could bear it no longer. Dear nephew, if it is too much for you, perhaps you should open a window, Lu, distressed by the stench of vomit, kindly suggested. However, Yang Wei slowly shook his head. Open a window? Preposterous. While there may not be a large horde of zombies currently, we could still encounter a few stragglers, and they would surely leap upon the car window. If the window is left open, one might unexpectedly be dragged out. Observing Yang Wei's timid demeanor, Yang Qingyi sighed in frustration at his lack of courage. 30 kilometers, under normal circumstances, prior to the apocalypse, one could traverse this distance in just over 20 minutes via the expressway. However, the convoy was now taking backroads. To avoid unforeseen incidents, their pace was considerably slow, stretching the journey to an hour and a half. By the time the group arrived near the arms factory, the sky had brightened significantly. A faint gray sun hung wearily in the eastern sky. Before them loomed a vast industrial complex. At first glance, this arms factory bore no distinction from other factories producing clothing or toys. Its exterior appeared unremarkable. The weathered walls bore slogans painted in red. "Old Lu, are you certain there are weapons materials inside?" Yang Qingyi inquired with uncertainty. "What, do you think I'd deceive you, and then deceive myself?" Lu shot him an exasperated glance. Chapter 76. Mr. Li to the rescue. From within the factory echoed the incessant low growls of zombies, a cacophony of sound indicating a significant presence within. "Mr. Lu, you initiated this operation. What do you propose we do now?" Yang Qingyi inquired, his brow furrowed. Despite the large number of personnel they had brought along, it seemed they could effortlessly eradicate the zombies within the factory. However, the majority were armed with nothing more than kitchen knives and sickles, with only a select few entrusted with firearms. After all, ammunition required energy cores to be exchanged at the star-level shelters. The various shelters in the Villa district had suffered considerable losses in ammunition during the recent zombie surge and now owed Li Chen a substantial amount of energy cores, rendering them incapable of acquiring more weapons. Consequently, what they carried was all that remained. "What else can we do but charge in? We lack drones or fighter jets, Mr. Lu remarked, rolling his eyes. "The question is, who will lead the charge? The situation inside the factory is uncertain. Sending anyone in first equates to a death sentence. Everyone here is a cunning fox from the Villa district, unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others." The atmosphere grew tense, the standoff palpable. After a prolonged silence, Yang Qingyi's voice broke through. "None of you are willing, are you? Then I shall go. However, once the task is accomplished, I demand 40% of the raw materials and equipment inside." The room fell silent, the gravity of his request sinking in. The materials and equipment were undeniably valuable, capable of being converted directly into weapons. Yang Qingyi's demand exceeded their psychological threshold, yet without his men leading the way, no one else dared to proceed. "Very well, Mr. Lu relented after a moment of internal struggle, gritting his teeth. The others, seeing Mr. Lu's acquiescence, reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Do not harbor any resentment. My men are risking their lives to pave the way," Yang Qingyi proclaimed, signaling to his shelter's members. 10 burly men, armed with M416 rifles, moved to the forefront, stealthily approaching the factory entrance. The growls of the zombies grew distinctly louder. The lead man swallowed hard before forcefully flinging open the factory doors. With a sudden rush, famished zombies lunged out. The number was staggering, visually estimated at around 20 to 30. However, the members from the Villa district breathed a sigh of relief. All were merely first-tier zombies. Gunfire erupted without the need for commands, swiftly eliminating the zombies blocking the entrance. Let us proceed, but do not forget my 40%. Yang Qingyi smirked, narrowing his eyes. Mr. Lu and the others cursed silently. Had they known they were only facing first-tier zombies, they would have charged in themselves. Now forced to relinquish a portion to Yang Qingyi. The factory was vast. Under normal circumstances, prior to the apocalypse, it housed at least 3,000 to 4,000 workers. Yet, as they ventured deeper, apart from the initial wave of first-tier zombies at the entrance, they encountered remarkably few. Their progress was unervingly smooth. As the crowd in the Villa district exhaled in relief, they arrived before the first warehouse. Inside lay the materials for weapons. "Everyone, tread carefully. If we can avoid using firearms, let us do so to prevent any accidental discharges," Mr. Lu admonished sternly. Upon seeing everyone nod in agreement, the burly leader forcefully pulled open the warehouse door. Suddenly, several zombies lunged out with ferocious snarls. The group charged forward, wielding kitchen knives. "Brothers, let's fight. With this batch of materials, we shall no longer worry about our weaponry," they shouted in unison as they surged inside. "Oh no, what is wrong with these zombies? Their skin is tough, and their flesh is resilient. We can't seem to cut through. Help! Someone save me!" A voice cried out. These aren't first-tier zombies." It was only after engaging with the creatures that they realized the ones within the warehouse were far beyond first-tier zombies. Their strength and speed surpassed that of the initial tier significantly. However, it was too late for such a revelation. The zombies, akin to ravenous wolves among sheep, began their gruesome hunt amidst the villa dwellers. They attempted to flee, but after merely a few steps, they were overtaken by the zombies, who swiftly severed arms with their bites. Within a matter of minutes, they had already lost more than half their number. "Retreat! Quick, retreat!" Mr. Lu shouted hoarsely. For those at the forefront were his men, now trapped and unable to escape as they had hoped. Reluctantly, a portion of the group began to fight back with their knives. "What on earth is happening, old Lu? Wasn't it said that these were all first-tier zombies? What are these creatures?" Yang Qingyi, sheltered by the people of the Yang family, fought and retreated simultaneously. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the ghoulish figures before him. These were not first-tier zombies, nor were they even second-tier. Having witnessed second-tier zombies during the onslaught, he realized with dread, good heavens, these are third-tier zombies. Stop fighting and run. Yang Qingyi commanded his companions urgently. Even the second-tier zombies posed a formidable challenge. The emergence of third-tier zombies was an even graver threat. Furthermore, to avoid igniting the weapon materials within, they were compelled to engage only with cold weapons, putting them at a further disadvantage. Panic-stricken, the crowd hastened to escape. Behind them, several third-tier zombies relentlessly pursued them. Unlike their second-tier counterparts, third-tier zombies possessed a voracious appetite, and the group from the shelter was insufficient to sate their hunger. Before long, the zombies closed in on them. I'm scared, I cannot move. Yang Wei's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even yellow liquid began to seep through his trousers. Yang Wei was terrified to the point of losing control. At that moment, Yang Qingyi could not afford to chastise his ineffectual son. He grasped Yang Wei's hand and desperately ran forward, gasping for breath like a wheezing bellows. Help! Save me, please. Don't leave me alone. The air was filled with countless cries for help and screams of agony. However, these cries soon ceased abruptly. Without glancing back, Yang Qingyi understood that most of these individuals had likely been consumed by the third-tier zombies. As he watched the number of people behind him dwindle, the relentless third-tier zombies were swiftly closing in on him and his companions. Suddenly, a fully armed battalion of soldiers emerged before them. Each soldier was adorned with helmets and armor, wielding electromagnetic cannons. Yang Qingyi instantly recognized them as personnel from the star-level sanctuary. Mr. Li, help! Mr. Li! Yang Qingyi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he shouted loudly. The other survivors from the villa district joined in the cry. The personnel from the star-level sanctuary had arrived. They were saved. Among the ranks of the artificial soldiers stood Li Qin, wearing a nonchalant smile. Mr. Li, just as General Liu was about to propose exchanging an energy core for his life, he was taken aback to see the electromagnetic cannon of the artificial soldiers aimed directly at him. Chapter 77, The Price of Life in an Instant. Mr. Liu's heart raced with trepidation. Mr. Li, what are you doing? The zombies are right behind us. He shouted in fear, only to be met with Mr. Li Qin's cold smirk. Once you've been bitten, you'll swiftly become a zombie as well. There's no distinction. All soldiers, prepare. Open fire. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity erupted forth. Some struck the individuals in the villa's refuge, while others hit the zombies. It was a veritable indiscriminate assault. At that moment, the occupants of the villa realized that Mr. Li Qin had not come to their aid after all. The glimmer of hope for survival extinguished. A chorus of enraged shouts erupted. This is morally reprehensible. We are all human beings. Just wait. You shall face divine retribution. Please, save me. I do not wish to die. Whether they hurled insults or pleaded for mercy, Mr. Li Qin remained unmoved. As he had previously told Noah, when ambition outstrips capability, one must pay a heavy price. He was no savior. These individuals had failed to inform him about the weaponry when they discovered the materials. Yet now, faced with third-tier zombies, they sought his assistance? Such a situation was hardly ideal. As the humanoid soldiers unleashed barrage after barrage of electromagnetic projectiles, the few third-tier zombies soon lay defeated on the ground. However, due to the indiscriminate nature of the humanoid soldiers' assault, many within the villa's refuge also fell victim, suffering grievous losses. Once all the third-tier zombies were eradicated, the humanoid soldiers approached to extract the energy cores from the zombies' hearts. Those fortunate enough to have evaded bites and the electromagnetic fire leaned against their knees, gasping for breath. Mr. Li, thank you for saving us, said Yang Qingyi and his son, standing at a distance with expressions of gratitude. Although the humanoid soldiers had attacked indiscriminately, they had not been struck by the electromagnetic projectiles, and thus, Mr. Li Qin had indeed saved them. Li Qin waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor indifferent. I did not come here to save you. As his words fell, a buzzing sound filled the air. Looking up, they beheld dozens of transport aircraft descending slowly. A squadron of elite refuge guards disembarked from the planes, proceeding directly into the warehouse to transport the materials onto the aircraft. Mr. Li, it seems you were aware all along, Yang Qingyi remarked, his expression a mix of emotions. They had believed themselves to be exceedingly cautious, departing well before dawn. Yet, observing Li Qin's demeanor, it became evident that he had likely known of this arms factory's existence long before. The intelligence possessed by the elite refuge was far more extensive than they had imagined. Li Qin paid Yang Qingyi little mind. After the guard team had efficiently removed all the materials from the warehouse, he led the humanoid soldiers to the next location. For the weapons wielded by the humanoid soldiers were electromagnetic cannons, utilizing electricity as their means of attack. Thus, the warriors need not concern themselves with the potential ignition of the materials. A torrent of electric arcs descended upon the third-tier zombies. The surviving members from the Villa District's refuge followed closely behind, their expressions grim. Only now did they realize that this industrial zone harbored more than just a handful of third-tier zombies. If unleashed, they could form a small horde of the undead. Reluctantly accepting the truth, everyone understood that had it not been for Li Qin's timely arrival, they would have faced total annihilation here. As the soldiers from the star-level refuge systematically hunted and transported the materials, the entire industrial area was swiftly emptied. Just as Li Qin boarded the helicopter, preparing to depart, a man named Zhao Jigang, the head of the Villa District, called out to him, "Wait." Li Qin halted, casting a composed glance in Zhao's direction. "Greetings, Mr. Li. I am Zhao Jigang, and I sincerely thank you for rescuing us." Under Li Qin's formidable presence, Zhao Jigang could not help but swallow nervously. Li Qin regarded Zhao with a semblance of a smile. "There is no need for thanks. I merely acted out of convenience. If you truly wish to express gratitude, you may present me with an energy core." "Haha, Mr. Li, you possess a fine sense of humor. Given our group's combat capabilities, we hardly have any surplus energy cores to spare," Zhao Jigang replied awkwardly. "However, these weapon materials were discovered by us first. While I acknowledge your assistance in saving us, is it not a bit excessive for you to take all the materials?" Zhao continued, his tone becoming increasingly assertive. "I am not greedy. Simply reserving 1/10 would suffice." Zhao Jigang's next words carried a sense of righteousness. What of the star-level refuge? Surely, reason must prevail. They had discovered the materials first. By what right did Li Qin remove them all without a word? "Is this truly your perspective?" Li Qin asked, scrutinizing Zhao as if he were an ancient relic. "Indeed. I admire your noble acts, but the Villa District's refuge is in dire need of weapons. Without this batch of materials, many lives will be at stake. The star-level refuge is so powerful, you surely must have an ample supply of weapons. Why must you take all the materials, leaving us with nothing?" Zhao Jigang, nervously wiping the sweat from his forehead, managed to voice his concerns. "Ha ha ha," Li Qin emitted a bloodthirsty chuckle. "Moral coercion? You resort to this tactic again." Li Qin found it amusing. Did he truly appear to be a person of virtue? Why else would others attempt to manipulate him in such a manner? With a mere gesture towards his comrades, the muzzles of dozens of synthetic warriors' firearms were aimed squarely at Zhao Jigang and those behind him. "If you desire the materials, you must ensure you live to claim them," Li Qin stated coolly. You cannot do this." Faced with the ominous array of black muzzles, any individual would feel fear. Zhao Jigang's legs trembled, his face ashen. "Why can't I? Had it not been for the timely arrival of my companions, you would now be ensnared within the belly of the undead. You have narrowly escaped death, yet remain unsatisfied. Have you ever heard the adage that a greedy heart can lead to one's downfall?" Li Qin's voice was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of everyone present. Zhao Jigang's face flushed crimson, but he dared not utter a single word. "Is there anyone else who desires the materials? Step forward, if so." Li Qin's gaze swept across the crowd as he calmly inquired. In the face of such formidable firepower, only a fool would dare to reveal themselves. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Li Qin nodded slightly. "Since there are no objections, I shall take the materials with me. Remember to repay the energy cores owed from the previous zombie horde promptly. Otherwise..." Though Li Qin did not complete his sentence, the implication of his final words was laden with threat. Chapter 78. Deliberate defamation of the Star Refuge. A profound silence enveloped the scene as all could only watch helplessly as Li Qin whisked away all the raw materials. The helicopter bearing Li Qin soared into the distance. Only then did Zhao Jigang dare to speak. Li Qin's tyranny was unparalleled. "What of the Star Refuge?" Zhao Jigang's countenance darkened, his eyes brimming with resentment towards Li Qin. Yang Qingyi exchanged a glance with his son, neither daring to interject. It was a farce. Those who opposed Li Qin had never met with a favorable fate. They were not in the habit of courting disaster. Moreover, Li Qin's earlier statement held merit. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Star Refuge personnel, they would have perished at the hands of the third-tier zombies. It was only natural for Li Qin to seize all the materials. This operation had inflicted significant losses upon all the Villa Districts. Now, Yang Qingyi could not be bothered to engage in futile arguments with those present. He simply took his son and departed. Zhao Jigang watched the retreating figures of Yang Qingyi and the others, his face a mask of fury and derision. This bunch of cowards. They lacked even the courage to resist Li Qin. However, it wasn't long before Zhao Jigang's thoughts turned to the footage in his possession. A smug smile creeping onto his face. To avert unforeseen circumstances on his way here, he had deployed his long-preserved drone for aerial reconnaissance. Originally intended to survey the factory's interior, it fortuitously captured the actions of the Star Refuge warriors earlier. Those synthetic soldiers had unleashed indiscriminate attacks on humanity. While those present understood that the synthetic soldiers primarily targeted the zombies lurking behind humans, the populace of Donghai City did not share this insight. A mere slight edit to the footage could incite public animosity towards the Star Refuge. Even Li Chun would be compelled to yield under the weight of public opinion. Had Yang Qingyi been privy to Zhao Zhigang's thoughts at that moment, he would surely have offered a word of caution. What kind of brain is this, made of steel? So inflexible? To dare confront Li Chun? Meanwhile, Li Chun returned to the Star Refuge accompanied by the synthetic soldiers. Report to the commander, we have obtained a total of 86 tons of raw materials and 20 weapon manufacturing machines. Upon recording the data, Noah promptly briefed Li Chun. These materials may still serve a purpose, but I intend to sell the equipment. I will post the sale notice on the forum, Li Chun replied indifferently. He had no intention of retaining these outdated machines. Understood. Noah responded immediately. Simultaneously, a storm of controversy erupted on the Star Refuge's forum. Zhao Zhigang uploaded a video that depicted a group of humans fleeing in terror, while the synthetic soldiers of the Star Refuge wielded electromagnetic cannons, mercilessly pulling the triggers on this beleaguered crowd. The emergence of this video sparked a tremendous uproar. Who could have imagined that the Star Refuge would resort to such actions? I once believed that Li Chun was merely somewhat greedy, but I have now come to realize that the world is indeed filled with darkness. My dear brother, your assertion is flawed. What do you mean by saying that all crows in the world are black? Even in a cataclysmic scenario, which sanctuary would harm its fellow human beings? Is there anyone who comprehends the intricacies of this matter? The video in question has been truncated. How can I be expected to believe it? Some individuals are simply blind to the evidence laid before them. Do they still wish to defend Li Chun? He is utterly depraved, willing to turn against his own kind. I have long perceived Li Chun as a nefarious character. His countenance exudes a sinister aura, unmistakably indicating a history steeped in bloodshed. Li Chun, the bane of humanity. Depart from Donghai City. Countless survivors have taken to the comments section beneath the video. Some question its authenticity, while others attempt to muddy the waters, launching attacks on both the star-rated sanctuary and Li Chun. The situation has become exceedingly chaotic. Noah has silenced and blacklisted several ill-intentioned users, yet the sheer volume of dissent is overwhelming. After Noah deleted the video, Zhao Zhigang reposted it on other platforms. And in a matter of moments, it spread throughout Donghai City. Have you heard? Li Chun has allegedly shot a human. That must be a fake video. Li Chun is my idol, and he would never commit such an act. Huh. Li Chun isn't present here. Who are you trying to impress? Did anyone notice that at 1 minute and 30 seconds into the video, there was a shadow of a zombie behind that group of humans? I am convinced that this video has been deliberately edited to tarnish the star-rated sanctuary. I watched it, and there were no zombies at all. Li Chun, spare us your bluster. I see right through you. As public sentiment on various platforms intensified, both the star-rated sanctuary and Li Chun found themselves under siege. However, most survivors were merely engaging in verbal sparring online. After all, the combat prowess of the star-rated sanctuary is well established. Only those with a death wish would dare confront Li Chun. Yet, a small faction, easily incited, brazenly armed themselves and approached the periphery of the star-rated sanctuary to instigate disturbances. When confronted, they indiscriminately opened fire on ordinary citizens in the marketplace outside the sanctuary. The conflict escalated rapidly. At this juncture, the three major sanctuaries in Donghai City could no longer remain passive and convened a meeting. What is the true nature of this video? Does anyone possess knowledge of its origins? Leading the assembly was the Shangri-La Sanctuary, a humanitarian organization that had garnered considerable prestige prior to the apocalypse. In the aftermath, they leveraged their established reputation to recruit personnel, thus attaining significant influence. Presently, aside from the star-rated sanctuary, the Shangri-La Sanctuary wields the most power in all of Donghai City. The other sanctuaries, East City and West City, shook their heads in response, stating, "We do not know. Our scouts have failed to infiltrate the star-rated sanctuary and have not gleaned a single piece of information. I suspect this video has been maliciously edited. Indeed, there is a shadow of a zombie at 1 minute and 30 seconds. The head of the West City shelter, Cheng Jianya, felt a profound sense of trepidation towards Li Chun. It is essential to recall that the notorious Scarred Brother was vanquished by Li Chun. Otherwise, Cheng would not have attained his current position. In Cheng Jianya's perspective, Li Chun is rather enigmatic. It is advisable to refrain from involvement in matters concerning the star-rated shelters, if at all possible. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi, the head of the Shangri-La shelter, furrowed his brow. I have a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the star-rated shelters are engaged in inhumane experiments, Zhou Qi asserted directly. This revelation left the personnel from both the East and West City shelters in shock. Old Zhou, do you possess any insights? You must not speak recklessly. Cheng Jianya immediately retorted. Among the three major shelters, he had the most dealings with Li Chun. while he harbored some discomfort towards Li Qin. He knew that Li Qin was certainly not a person devoid of principles. Chapter 79. Whose fist is mightier? Zhou Qi observed the terror etched on the faces of the two individuals before him and couldn't help but smile with a hint of disdain. Are you truly so timid? No matter how formidable Li Qin may be, he is merely human, even if he has not undergone any inhuman experiments. What could he possibly do against my words? Otherwise, how could Li Qin have foreseen the impending zombie tide or understood the usage of energy cores? Everything about the Stargrade Refuge is incongruous with the present circumstances. Have you not pondered why that is? Zhou Qi's words left those present momentarily speechless. Indeed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Li Qin and the Stargrade Refuge had exhibited a level of military might and understanding of the zombies that far surpassed anyone's expectations. In the early days of the apocalypse, when everyone was preoccupied with survival, Li Qin had already established a formidable fortress of steel and amassed an impressive arsenal of weapons. He even managed to provide precise survival guidelines, elucidating the weaknesses of the zombies. Some attendees even speculated that perhaps the apocalyptic virus had originated from Li Qin himself. The leader of the East City Refuge urged for rationality. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "That seems unlikely. We have conducted thorough investigations and found that Li Qin was just an ordinary person prior to the apocalypse. That is precisely the perplexing aspect." Zhou Qi's agitation escalated. Raising his voice, "An ordinary individual, how could he possess the capacity to construct a Stargrade Refuge?" All present here are high-ranking officials from the three major refuges, each having achieved some success before the apocalypse. What gives Li Qin, an ordinary man, the right to procure such vast quantities of resources and weaponry? Who would believe there is no hidden agenda? Cheng Jianya subtly cast several glances at Zhou Qi, remaining silent. It was evident to astute observers that Li Qin harbored some secret, but it was certainly not the sort Zhou Qi insinuated. Cheng Jianya discerned that Zhou Qi had summoned them not to discuss the truth but rather to fabricate a pretext for uniting against the Stargrade Refuge. After all, with the Stargrade Refuge recently expanding its resident capacity, it had become a colossal entity within the entire Donghai city. Furthermore, all the refuges, large and small, were now dependent on exchanging weapons and supplies with the Stargrade Refuge. It was likely that, in the near future, Donghai city would be governed entirely by Li Qin's will. Thus, Zhou Qi felt threatened. Ladies and gentlemen, while I, Zhou, may not be virtuous, I cannot remain passive. The Stargrade Refuge is endangering the lives of ordinary citizens. And that is a direct affront to the future of humanity. We are now in the apocalypse, and as the zombies grow increasingly powerful, if we allow Li Qin to continue his tyranny against humanity, where will we find sanctity in the future? We must unite and demand accountability from the Stargrade Refuge. Zhou Qi delivered his impassioned speech, his fervor causing saliva to fly in every direction. Cheng Jianya discreetly shifted his position backward. The inquiry arose. What accountability should we demand from the Stargrade Refuge? The answer is simple. We merely need Li Qin to disclose the experiments they are conducting and the function of the energy core. If Li Qin is forthright and reveals everything, we can offer him a chance for redemption. However, we must take over the Stargrade Refuge to prevent Li Qin from committing grievous sins once more. Zhou Qi calculated with unwavering confidence. Cheng Jianya could not help but feel speechless. This was mere fantasy and absurdity. Yet, the Xiqing Refuge was not a match for Shangri-La at present. Cheng Jianya harbored his thoughts but dared not express them. For offending Zhou Qi could render Xiqing the next target of reprisal. After all, the previous incident involving Scarface and his two-legged sheep was a potent weapon against them. Since Mr. Zhou has obtained credible information, let us proceed. Regardless of circumstances, humanity is a community of shared destiny. We cannot stand idly by while Li Qin harms our compatriots. The head of the Dongxing Refuge stood up in agreement. However, beneath his gaze flickered a cunning glint. Following the meeting of the three major refuges, rumors began to swirl throughout Donghai City. Whispers of various kinds permeated the air. Have you heard? The Stargrade Refuge is conducting human experiments. Alas, that contradicts what I heard. I was told that this zombie virus was concocted by the Stargrade Refuge. Regardless, Li Qin is truly wicked. Indeed, the three major refuges have issued statements declaring their intention to denounce the Stargrade Refuge. It appears the news is undoubtedly accurate. Noah processed the information circulating online. Nevertheless, discussions continued unabated in private circles. Therefore, Noah reported the information to Li Qin. Commander, here are all the recent statements regarding Donghai City. According to the announcements from the three major refuges, they intend to unite to besiege the Stargrade Refuge. Noah's voice resonated. Li Qin glanced at it dismissively and cast it aside. Besiege? That requires strength. Anyone can make boasts. It's not that Li Qin looks down on anyone. It's simply the truth. In the entirety of Donghai City, none can contend with the Stargrade Refuge. Spreading rumors may have had some effect before the apocalypse, but now, those with the might will be heard. Such efforts are futile. Pay them no mind. How is the production of the genetic evolution liquid progressing? Li Chen inquired. The new recruits of the Guard have essentially completed their training and await sufficient production of the evolution liquid for distribution. Noah promptly answered, it has met the requirements. Currently, the soldiers who have performed admirably during the zombie tide have been administered the evolution liquid and have evolved to the first tier. Li Chen has always maintained a tolerant attitude towards those who have rendered service. Even if some soldiers have yet to meet the evolution standards temporarily, Li Chen was willing to squander 2, even 10, if necessary, for his own use. With Noah's arrangements in place, Li Chen felt reassured. In the following days, the entire city of Donghai was shrouded in ominous clouds. The star-rated shelter initially deleted a portion of the posts, but inexplicably ceased further action. No more deletions, nor any responses. It was as if the denunciations from the 3 major shelters bore no relation to the star-rated shelter whatsoever. Each day, the forum of the star-rated shelter overflowed with inquiries from survivors throughout Donghai City. Some questioned the veracity of the situation, others launched scathing attacks on the star-rated shelter. There were even some enraged individuals who went directly to the entrance of the star-rated shelter to vociferously express their outrage. Of course, they either succumbed to the might of the Guard's weapons or met their demise there. Thus, the survivors of Donghai City came to a clear understanding. The star-rated shelter maintained but one stance, indifference to their plight. Chapter 80. The dog with bared teeth, jump as you will, so long as you do not land upon the visage of the star-level sanctuary. None shall take heed of your antics. Gradually, the number of those seeking trouble at the star-level sanctuary dwindled. After all, even the marketplace outside the sanctuary was guarded by warriors armed to the teeth. Who among us is willing to gamble with their life? Seizing the opportunity, the 3 major sanctuaries began to incite public sentiment, gathering a considerable number of followers. Most of these individuals harbored a sense of reckless hope. If they were to suffer, so too should the denizens of the star-level sanctuary. With their own existence hanging by a thread, they deemed it better to take a chance, joining forces with the 3 major sanctuaries to besiege the star-level sanctuary. Who knows, they might even earn some merit and lead a life of superiority amidst the apocalypse. The midday sun blazed particularly fiercely, and at the entrance of the Shangri-La sanctuary, a throng had amassed. The majority comprised armed personnel from Shangri-La and East City sanctuaries, with a smattering of solitary survivors drawn by the prospect of fortune. What has become of Cheng Jianya? We agreed to join forces in the assault on the star-level sanctuary. Yet his men are conspicuously absent. After counting the numbers, Zhou Qi's countenance darkened considerably. This absence did not imply that the absence of West City Sanctuary's personnel would hinder the siege on the star-level sanctuary. However, in the current landscape of East City, the 3 sanctuaries, West City, East City, and Shangri-La, would bear greater legitimacy in their military endeavor if they acted in unison. You know well that Cheng Jianya has always been timid. It appears he has fled at the last moment. The East City Sanctuary's leader remarked with a sardonic tone. For him, with so many forces gathering to besiege the star-level sanctuary, unless Li Chen possesses divine qualities, escape would be nigh impossible. Dividing the spoils of the star-level sanctuary seemed a foregone conclusion. With one less competitor, his share of the bounty would increase. Could it be that Cheng Jianya has received some intelligence? Zhou Qi speculated. After all, Cheng Jianya is no paragon of virtue. Such an opportunity to topple the wealthy and seize their provisions would surely not be lost on him. The sun was already high, if we do not set forth soon. News may reach the star-level sanctuary. Let us not linger in doubt. If need be, we shall settle accounts with Cheng Jianya after the siege concludes, urged the East City Sanctuary's leader. With so many gathered here, unless Li Chen is blind, he is bound to receive wind of our movements. The armed forces of the star-level sanctuary are no trifling matter. Should Li Chen be forewarned, the outcome of the encounter remains uncertain. Very well. By command, we shall depart. Zhou Qi inhaled deeply, gesturing with his hand. Among the crowd, alongside the personnel from these 2 sanctuaries, there were also numerous individuals from the villa districts. They trailed behind the procession, engaged in hushed conversation. Why has Yang Qingyi not arrived? I recall that prior to the apocalypse, old Yang was not one to shrink from confrontation. It seems the end of days has thoroughly frightened him. Do not speak of it. Last night I invited him to join, and you would not believe his response. He implored me not to provoke Li Chen. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Li Chen, accompanied by the star-rated sanctuary, has committed such an unconscionable act. He deserves to be condemned by all. Old Yang is truly spineless. The residents of the villa district mock Yang Qingyi for his cowardice while fantasizing about how to distribute the supplies once they eradicate the star-rated sanctuary. Meanwhile, within the Yang family villa, Yang Qingyi sighs, advising them against courting death. yet they are determined to proceed. Perhaps this is fate. Gazing out the window, Yang Qingyi slowly shakes his head. Since the apocalypse began, he has lost many friends and family, although he does not vocalize it. He holds a significant regard for those brothers with whom he once conducted business. Any rational individual understands that the armed forces of the star-rated sanctuary operate on an entirely different level. Employing a strategy of sheer numbers is futile. Unfortunately, the allure of wealth has clouded their judgment. In the face of immense profit, they have all lost their senses. Dad, I have informed Li Chun of their departure. Yang Wei eagerly remarks. Do you think Li Chun will regard me differently because of this? Even if I could just snag a minor management position at the sanctuary, that would be splendid. Yang Qingyi rolls his eyes at his son's naivety. How innocent. With the power of the star-rated sanctuary, does Yang Wei truly believe he is needed to relay such news? It is likely that Li Qin is already aware of the discussions among the three major sanctuaries. Nonetheless, Yang Qingyi refrains from shattering his son's delusions. It is already the apocalypse. Perhaps it is best for Yang Wei to experience setbacks sooner rather than later so he can grow. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of off-road vehicles and trucks, laden with armed personnel, head toward the star-rated sanctuary. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that most of these individuals wield either kitchen knives or scythes, or carry makeshift hunting rifles. Their equipment is decidedly subpar. As they race toward the sanctuary, they chant slogans, uphold justice and topple the star-rated sanctuary. Assist the weak and fight for humanity's future. Li Chun, the great demon, come forth to meet your fate. We represent the will of heaven to eradicate you. The cycle of karma is relentless. Who can escape the judgment of heaven? Li Chun, your day has come. The entire procession resounds with their rallying cries. Some among them, caught up in the fervor, genuinely believe Li Chun to be a heinous villain. In truth, upon closer reflection, it is evident that the speculations proposed by the three major sanctuaries lack any substantive evidence. They are mere fabrications. Yet, a clear-headed few remain. The populace is both the most astute and the most easily deceived. Old Zhou, do you see? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This time, Li Chun is truly finished. The leader of the East City Sanctuary, observing the fervent survivors behind him, reveals a chilling smile. As previously agreed, after the siege concludes, I shall claim half of the star-rated sanctuary's spoils. Zhou Qi expresses his impatience. The star-rated sanctuary has sold weapons for so long without ever encountering a shortage, which speaks volumes of its profound resources. Zhou Qi has long been coveting this opportunity, and he owes a debt of gratitude to Zhao Jigang from the Villa District. Had it not been for his release of the truncated video, inciting the ire of the survivors, Zhou Qi would have had no justification for besieging the star-level refuge. At this moment, Li Chun stood in the command center, a colossal holographic screen displaying the real-time scenario of the assault team before him. As he observed the crowd fervently chanting slogans, a look of helplessness crossed his face. Li Chun was no saint, yet neither was he a bloodthirsty individual. Among the ranks of the assault team, many survivors were merely pawns, manipulated and incited by those with ulterior motives. Regrettably, Li Chun would spare no one who harbored murderous intent against him. Hence, they all must perish. Commander, the escort team is fully assembled. Commander, the direct combat unit is fully assembled. The reports arrived simultaneously. Li Chun nodded slightly. Indeed, we are merely facing a rabble. Let Noah take command. Remember, any dog that dares to bare its teeth must be taught a lesson. Only then will it submit. Do not hold back. Chapter 81. A mere bluster indeed. The resounding voice of Su Ruashi echoed through the wireless earpiece. For the star-level refuge, the significance of this operation was more about intimidation than suppression. After all, the weaponry of both sides was not on equal footing. In reality, deploying just a small squad from the star-level refuge would suffice to annihilate everyone. The grand display was intended to firmly establish their dominance in Donghai City. Boom. The forces assembled to besiege the star-level refuge had finally arrived. Leading the charge were several modified off-road vehicles, manned by robust men armed from head to toe. Following closely were the heads of the Shangri-La Refuge and the East City Refuge. Behind them, a haphazard line of trucks appeared, comprising personnel from the two major refuges as well as smaller ones eager to capitalize on the situation, their equipment markedly inferior to that of the leading off-road vehicles. Further back were various vehicles filled with individual survivors, either curious onlookers or participants in the siege. As the vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of the star-level refuge, the crowd's chatter grew increasingly raucous, reminiscent of a bustling market on the eve of the apocalypse. Li Chun, come out and face your doom, Zhou Qi shouted into a loudspeaker, standing outside the high-voltage fence of the star-level refuge, repeatedly uttering the same phrase. The nearby marketplace had also quieted, with people gathering around, engaged in animated discussions. Brothers, What on earth are you doing? Isn't that the head of the Shangri-La Refuge? Why such a grand spectacle? Why demand Li Qin's appearance? Have you all lost your minds? A segment of the survivors, unaware of recent developments, eagerly sought information amidst the crowd. Consequently, well-meaning bystanders began recounting the ongoing war of words between the Star-Level Refuge and the three major refuges, their enthusiasm palpable. Can you believe it? My family has spent considerable time at the marketplace near the Star-Level Refuge, yet we've never witnessed any experiments inside. I reside in the Star-Level Refuge myself. I haven't heard of any such occurrences. In the face of these skeptical remarks, the storyteller offered a mysterious smile. Such heinous deeds are surely concealed by Li Qin. He would never divulge them to you. Just wait and see, today. Nearly every refuge in Donghai City has joined the siege, and it is certain to unveil Li Qin's true nature. As the speaker's assertions grew more fervent, those who initially doubted began to waver. The saying holds true: three can create a tiger. Before long, numerous voices outside the Star-Level Refuge were denouncing Li Qin's alleged crimes. Look, Li Qin dares not show his face. He must be guilty. We cannot allow him to continue hiding. Brothers, let us charge. With Zhou Qi's furious roar, the scattered survivors behind him responded with a disorganized clamor. The roar of the off-road vehicle echoed as it relentlessly pressed the accelerator, preparing to breach the high-voltage power grid. Just as the vehicle charged forward with a deafening growl, the platform of the starry sanctuary began to rise slowly. Leading the charge was Su Ruashi, flanked by a meticulously arranged battalion of 15,000 fully armed guards. When compared to the encroaching forces, the armament of the guard was nothing short of formidable. Clad in metallic armor and helmets, each soldier bore an M416 rifle, marching in perfect unison, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Form ranks, commanded Su Ruashi, as the battle-hardened warriors emanated an air of lethal intent, fanning out around the platform. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the platform ascended once more, revealing more than 10,000 synthetic warriors under the command of Ho Guanli. Armored vehicles, crafted from heavy metal, towered amidst the soldiers. Their immense stature alone was enough to instill trepidation. The sight of the heavily armed vehicles, bristling with weaponry, sent a shudder through the onlookers, overwhelming them with a palpable sense of danger. Suddenly, a cacophony of rotor blades filled the air. Gazing upward, they beheld the combat aircraft and armed helicopters of the starry sanctuary, their numbers darkening the sky like an ominous cloud. The scattered survivors, who had come to witness the spectacle, erupted in astonishment. Was this truly the might of the starry sanctuary? Even the fighter jets had been deployed. The sheer terror of it all was suffocating. Li Qin's display was undeniably oppressive, leaving many gasping for breath, regardless of Li Qin's past actions. This display of power was undeniably daunting. Curiosity piqued. Many survivors were eager to observe the expressions of the encroaching forces, which surely must be quite entertaining. They had presumed themselves capable of besieging Li Qin without a second thought. Meanwhile, those aligned with the Shangri-La sanctuary wore expressions of dismay. Initially, they had aimed to catch Li Qin off guard, but the overwhelming show of strength from the starry sanctuary indicated that Li Qin had been forewarned. The sight of the aircraft blotting out the sun and the fully equipped soldiers stirred palpable fear. To claim they were unafraid would be a lie. Many within the encroaching ranks began to tremble, contemplating a retreat. How could the starry sanctuary possess such an abundance of armed forces? What had transpired? Who had leaked this information? How did Li Qin come to know? Zhou Qi's voice trembled with fear, while the leader of the East City Sanctuary appeared equally perturbed. Though he managed to mask it better than Zhou Qi, burdened as he was with a large contingent to command, they could not afford chaos. If they faltered, the battle would be lost before it even began. Stay composed, he thought, with the dense population and countless innocent survivors nearby. He doubted Li Qin would dare unleash the fighter jets upon them. It was merely a display of bravado, he reasoned, growing increasingly convinced of his assertion. Even if Li Qin were indifferent to the lives of the innocent, surely he would take heed of the starry sanctuary's reputation. When a fighter jet descends with a single bomb, it is likely to obliterate even a star-rated shelter, inflicting 1,000 casualties on the enemy while suffering 800 losses in return. Upon hearing the words of the East City Shelter's commander, Zhou Qi gradually regained his composure. Although his legs continued to tremble, he was no longer inclined to flee. As the warriors of the star-rated shelter formed an orderly line, the high-voltage electric fence was slowly activated. Su Ruashi led the procession, her expression cold and grave, casting a chilling aura that swept over everyone present. Behind her stood the fully equipped soldiers, arrayed in formidable ranks, exuding an impressive grandeur. The previously chattering survivors fell silent upon Su Ruashi's emergence, and the atmosphere became one of hushed stillness. Observing this, Zhou Qi took a deep breath and declared, "Let us proceed. It is time to meet the people of the star-rated shelter." Chapter 82. An explanation is due. It was evident that Shou-Chi was exceedingly anxious. Were it not for the multitude of survivors observing from behind, he might have faltered completely. At this juncture, he realized the formidable power of the Star Refuge was beyond his imagination. The mere presence of the technologically advanced armored vehicles was daunting. Previously, the armored vehicles sold by the Star Refuge were all of level 1. Aside from being slightly thicker-skinned and equipped with weaponry, they bore little distinction from modified off-road vehicles. However, the warriors of the Star Refuge were outfitted with level 3 armored vehicles, whose entire appearance was utterly transformed. Shou-Chi felt the piercing gaze of Su Ruashi upon him, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. "Where's Li Qin? Bring him out at once." Shou-Chi forcibly suppressed his discomfort and feigned bravado. Su Ruashi regarded him with a cold stare, replying with an air of indifference. "The commander is not someone you can summon at will. You now have 2 choices, retreat or leave your life here." Her tone was utterly devoid of emotion, as though she were merely discussing what to have for lunch. Yet to Shou-Chi's ears, it sounded like thunderclaps. A wave of dread washed over him. Yet he gritted his teeth and began to enumerate Li Qin's transgressions. "Ah, so Li Qin has chosen to hide now? Your Star Refuge conducts inhumane experiments on living beings and cruelly slaughters survivors. Such actions are intolerable. If Li Qin does not emerge to provide an explanation, do not blame us for storming the Star Refuge." Shou-Chi's words were delivered with righteous fervor. After days of indoctrination among the survivors, he had come to believe his own rhetoric. The survivors participating in the siege echoed his sentiments, clamoring for Li Qin to show himself. Their fervent expression suggested they had witnessed Li Qin conducting experiments on humans firsthand. Observing the crowd's impassioned demeanor, Shou-Chi seemed to find renewed courage. Regaining confidence as he scrutinized Su Ruashi, he mentally strategized on how to breach the Star Refuge. Just then, a sharp gust of cold wind struck him. Su Ruashi delivered a resounding slap to Shou-Chi's face, causing his smile to freeze in place. "Presumptuous. The commander is not someone you can orchestrate. You have 10 minutes to retreat, or bear the consequences." Su Ruashi's eyes glinted with a terrifying hunger for blood, her icy finger pointing outward, a chill enveloping the air. Shou-Chi, standing closest to her, felt the palpable threat. Should he dare to insult Li Qin further, Su Ruashi would not hesitate to kill. In that instant, Shou-Chi felt as though a noose had tightened around his neck, rendering him utterly voiceless. Beside him, the leader of the East City Refuge appeared anxious, urging, "Old Shou, do not waste words with this woman. With so many of us, do we truly fear the mere 30,000 soldiers of the Star Refuge?" In the eyes of the leader of the East City Shelter, Su Ruashi would undoubtedly refrain from deploying large-scale destructive weaponry, as it would inflict damage upon the star-rated shelter. At most, there would be firearms involved. With so many survivors being hunted down, it was hard to believe they could overpower them. Upon hearing her friend's remarks, Shou-Chi's expression turned resolute. She declared with unwavering conviction, "I shall give you 10 minutes to hand over Li Qin. Otherwise, do not blame us for flattening the star-rated shelter." As her words echoed, laughter erupted from the ranks of the guard. Someone questioned, "Is he a fool? Perhaps the inhabitants of the Shangri-La shelter are simply blind." It was incomprehensible that Shou-Chi was so oblivious to the current armed forces of the star-rated shelter, which, if not the strongest in the world, was certainly unrivaled in Donghai City. What gave her the audacity to believe she could level the star-rated shelter? Su Ruashi could not help but curl the corners of her lips in amusement. With 8 minutes remaining, she glanced at her smart wristband and expressionlessly began the countdown. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Noting that Su Ruashi was impervious to threats, Shou-Chi's eyes, wide and bloodshot, glared with intensity. The leader of the East City Shelter hurriedly pulled Shou-Chi behind him, positioning himself at the forefront of the encircling forces. It is evident to all that the people of the star-rated shelter are arrogant and unreasonable. We merely requested Li Qin to come forth and explain. Yet they still refuse to show themselves. This clearly illustrates that the rumors circulating online are not baseless. The equipment of the star-rated shelter is far superior to ours. This battle may lead to substantial casualties. Are you afraid? The leader of the East City Shelter was adept at inciting emotions, instantly rallying the spirits of the encircling team. "We are not afraid. We are not afraid," the survivors roared, releasing their pent-up fear and anger. The leader of the East City Shelter nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Let us prepare. This time, we fight for ourselves, for our families, and for the future of humanity. Fight! Fight!" The rallying cries pierced the skies above the star-rated shelter. Had this been before the apocalypse, such a pre-battle mobilization would have been deemed successful. Anyone witnessing such a scene would tremble. Yet, the warriors of the star-rated shelter remained composed, showing no signs of being swayed by the fervor of their adversaries. Su Ruashi narrowed her eyes as she surveyed the encircling forces, fully aware that these individuals would not retreat. She immediately began to issue commands. "Team 3, Relocate all facilities from the ground to the shelter. Team 1. Prepare grenades and incendiary devices, weapons for area damage. Team 2. As Suruashi detailed her directives, the warriors of the guard began to spring into action, ready to face the impending confrontation. He declared loudly, "For wealth, man perishes. For food, the bird meets its demise." The abundant resources of our star-rated sanctuary have attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. They stand upon their moral high ground, unjustly accusing us of baseless crimes. They seek to invade our sanctuary and harm our families. Can you endure this? No. The guards responded with a synchronized roar of indignation. This battle would primarily involve the guards, while the artificial warriors would ensure their safety. In truth, the guards had long harbored a seething anger. They had resided in the star-rated sanctuary for an extended period, fully aware that no inhumane experiments were conducted within its walls. The widely circulated video online, depicting guards slaying survivors, was manipulated and misleading. In reality, the warriors had only targeted the zombies. Those survivors were, in fact, rescued by the guards. Such a distortion of truth incited the guards' desire to charge forth and unveil the reality with their bullets. Chapter 83. A mob of misfits. With merely 5 minutes remaining before the onset of battle, tensions outside were palpable. Yet, the man under scrutiny, Li Chen, sat leisurely at an opulent dining table adorned with delicacies such as king crab and caviar. After rinsing his mouth with red wine, he savored his meal at a languid pace. Were this scene to be witnessed by the encroaching assailants, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. "Commander, you appear utterly unconcerned," Jiang Tiankai remarked nervously, standing beside Li Chun. He had come to report the progress of the injection of the primary gene essence, coincidentally arriving as Li Chun dined. Thus he remained at his side, serving. Li Chun sampled a spoonful of caviar, delicately wiping his mouth with a white handkerchief. A bloodthirsty smile blossomed on his visage as he replied, "Worry? They are but a ragtag group, with such a meager force and weaponry. If they could topple the Star-class shelter, I would not need to hold the position of commander. While others may be oblivious, Li Chun, as the commander of the Star-class refuge, was acutely aware that the technology of the entire interstellar sanctuary had advanced beyond that of 30 years prior to the apocalypse. His previous low profile, deploying only a small contingent in battles, had led these miscreants to underestimate the Star-class shelter's capabilities. It was evidently time to flex some muscle and demonstrate the true might of the refuge to those who dared to belittle it. As Jiang Tiankai contemplated the multitude of combat aircraft and the elite combat teams mobilizing outside, he could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, compared to the warriors of the Star-class refuge, the assailants outside resembled mere children facing robust adults, utterly powerless to retaliate. Jiang Tiankai began to feel a pang of sympathy for the encroaching forces. It was unwise to covet anything from Li Chen, given Li Chen's prowess. His willingness to engage in negotiations with the various shelters of Donghai City had already been a considerable boon. Human experimentation? Li Chun had no need for such endeavors. If he so desired, he could easily encompass the entirety of Donghai City within the confines of the Star-class refuge. Jiang Tiankai speculated that Li Chen refrained from doing so purely because managing too many people would be cumbersome. After all, the Star-class refuge had always adhered to a doctrine of elite forces. Very well, I have my own arrangements for the situation outside. How many doses of the primary gene essence have been administered thus far? Li Chen inquired slowly. Once produced, the primary gene essence was dispatched directly to the medical team, where professionals would administer the injections to the soldiers. This precaution was necessary to mitigate potential side effects, ensuring that any soldiers with unique physiological traits could be swiftly attended to by the medical team. We have administered 12,022 doses, with a total of 6,000 soldiers receiving injections, and thus far, there have been no adverse reactions. The plan is to inject an additional 1,000 soldiers this evening, Jiang Tiankai responded. According to the strategy, once the entire escort team had evolved to the first tier, the primary gene evolution liquid will be distributed as a reward. It can also be exchanged for energy cores, as the effects of the primary gene essence are unrestricted. Even if the genes have evolved to the first stage, continued injections of the gene essence can still enhance genetic strength. However, the original effectiveness drops from 10 to 3. To become stronger, one must utilize points and energy cores for exchanges. Currently, the exchange rights for the primary gene evolution liquid have been granted to a select number of residents, with 20 individuals having already participated. Jiang Tiankai continued, stating that the residents of the star-level shelter have yet to realize the significance of the gene essence. Once the security team is fully equipped, they will naturally come to this realization. However, by then, acquiring a dose will require a struggle. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction, inviting Jiang Tiankai to sit down. and then activated the holographic screen to observe the battle situation outside the shelter. At this moment, there was merely 1 minute left until the conflict commenced. All facilities on the ground of the star-level shelter had been relocated below. The platform slowly ascended, leveling with the ground. 30,000 warriors stood in perfect formation on the open field. The wind whistled past, carrying an inexplicable scent of blood that filled the nostrils of everyone present. All non-combat units, retreat immediately. In 1 minute, indiscriminate strikes will commence. The loudspeakers around the perimeter of the star-level shelter echoed this announcement. Indeed, many curious onlookers had gathered, but upon hearing the announcement, they promptly left. After all, what could be more important than preserving one's life? Nevertheless, a few skeptics remained, standing on the opposite bank of the river, craning their necks to peer toward the scene. Their thoughts aligned closely with Zhou Qi's, believing that the star-level shelter would refrain from deploying large-scale lethal weapons, lest they too suffer the consequences. After the loudspeaker repeated the warning 3 times, a number of individuals from the encircling team quietly departed. Having witnessed the armed forces of the star-level shelter firsthand, they harbored no confidence in their ability to overcome it. In that case, why remain as cannon fodder? Even if Li Chun were conducting inhumane experiments, it had nothing to do with them. Before long, the encircling team was reduced by half. As time drew closer, an eerie silence enveloped all present. Only the sound of rapid heartbeats and steady breaths resonated in the tense atmosphere, strikingly clear. 3, 2, 1. Boom. As the countdown on the loudspeaker concluded, a deafening roar erupted. It was a fighter jet. The very aircraft that had been treated as a mere mascot was the first to engage, directly dropping a bomb in the most densely populated area. In an instant, those at the epicenter vanished without a trace, leaving no remains. Within a 10-meter radius, countless lives were claimed. Brothers, charge. Li Chen's actions are utterly intolerable. Zhou Qi, the leader, exclaimed loudly. Instantly, the individuals in the Eastern City Refuge and the Shangri-La shelter sprang into action. What of the fighter jets? They believed that as long as they approached the ground forces, the inhabitants of the elite shelters would not be ruthless enough to bomb their own. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is starkly different. The encircling troops had not even approached the high-voltage electric fence before the guard team shattered their illusions with successive blasts from their electromagnetic cannons. Unlike bullets, injuries to the arms or legs can be fatal only if not treated promptly. Yet, a strike from an electromagnetic cannon guarantees death. Most terrifying of all, the human body conducts electricity. An electric arc can pierce through a crowd, triggering a chain reaction. In just one encounter, a significant portion of the encircling troops had already collapsed, the majority being from the Shangri-La shelter. Zhou Qi glared with fury, her face pale with rage, her breaths growing heavy. Chapter 84. The victors and the vanquished. No. It is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Zhou Qi was reluctant to accept the stark reality before him. Having reached this critical juncture, acknowledging the formidable strength of the star-rated shelter, which far surpassed his own, would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. In a frenzy, Zhou Qi's eyes blazed crimson as he frantically commanded his troops to attack. Charge. All of you, charge forward. Among the encirclement team, some began to waver, contemplating retreat. However, they found themselves engulfed in a throng of people. There was no room to withdraw. The moment they hesitated, they were thrust forward by the surging crowd, risking being trampled underfoot. In an instant, a mere barrage from the star-rated shelter's electromagnetic cannons sent the encirclement team spiraling into chaos and terror. Lives were lost beneath the crushing feet, while others, overwhelmed by fear, lost their sanity and began firing indiscriminately at those around them. The scene was utter mayhem. Continue firing. Su Ruashi observed the unfolding chaos with no trace of sympathy. Each individual's choices were distinct, yet they shared a commonality. Everyone must bear the consequences of their decisions. Death, indeed, was the price that the encirclement team would pay. Had the star-rated shelter lacked formidable armaments and indomitable warriors, it would have been them. Or even the residents of the star-rated shelter, who lay fallen now. Bang, bang. The relentless sound of bullets and electric arcs coursed through the encirclement troops. A fraction of the encirclement team raised their weapons in a futile attempt to retaliate, only to dismally discover that their bullets were effortlessly deflected by the explosive shields wielded by the warriors of the star-rated shelter. Even if they were fortunate enough to strike a soldier, the metallic armor remained unyielding, showing no sign of denting. This was a one-sided massacre. Those who had boasted before the battle were now crying out for mercy. I was wrong. Please, don't shoot. Make way, everyone, make way. I want to go back. I shall never again lay a hand on the star-rated shelter. Why are you blocking the way? Step back, quickly. Countless voices intertwined in desperation. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the encirclement team, the guards remained silent amidst the gunfire, each warrior maintaining an air of solemnity. If one were to peer through their metallic helmets, they would witness their tranquil visages. The battle raged for a mere 5 minutes before it came to a swift conclusion. The encirclement team disintegrated in disarray. Even Zhou Qi, along with the leader of the East City shelter, was now stumbling, supported by trusted aides, desperately trying to escape. Hurry! Hurry! This star-rated shelter is inhumane. Damn it, I truly believed your nonsense. The star-rated shelter is simply beyond our capability to provoke. Zhou Qi cussed vehemently as he frantically searched for an escape route amidst the crowd. His appearance was disheveled, his clothes tattered, and his expression fraught with anxiety. Just as Zhou Qi and his companions reached the off-road vehicle, preparing to make their escape, suddenly, several ropes descended from the armed helicopter above. Immediately, a squad of artificial soldiers descended from the sky, surrounding the all-terrain vehicle that Zhou Qi occupied. "Get out of the vehicle," commanded the leader of the soldiers coldly. Dozens of gun barrels were pointed menacingly at the heads of those inside the vehicle. A thunderous sound echoed in Zhou Qi's mind as he sensed the chilling aura of impending death, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. He slowly raised his hands above his head. "Please, don't shoot." Then, under the watchful gaze of the artificial soldiers, he gradually opened the car door and stepped onto the ground. The head of the East City shelter was also not spared, being forcefully dragged out. The two, hands clasped atop their heads, were flanked by the soldiers as they were led towards the star-rated shelter. Zhou Qi had been captured. "Lay down your weapons, and I shall spare your lives." The voice echoed from the loudspeakers of the star-rated shelter. The remaining resistance fighters, upon raising their heads, caught sight of Zhou Qi and the other detainee, hands on their heads. With their leader apprehended, what else could the others say? They immediately dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Under the intimidation of the artificial soldiers, Zhou Qi and the head of the East City shelter had no choice but to approach the star-rated shelter step by step. As they drew nearer, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and Zhou Qi even sensed an unpleasant odor emanating from his trousers. "Shangri-La shelter and East City shelter. How amusing," Su Ruashi said, standing before them with a bloodthirsty smile illuminating her face. Zhou Qi felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Everything was cold, from his toes to his thighs, from his fingers to his shoulders, from the tip of his nose to his chest. He shook with an icy dread. He could not fathom the hellish ordeal that awaited him. He longed to escape, yet the area was now swarming with soldiers from the star-rated shelter. Any sign of movement would trigger the guns pressed against his forehead to fire without hesitation. "I offered you a chance, but alas, humans are all too easily blinded by greed," Su Ruashi lamented. "Had you all retreated obediently 10 minutes before the battle, you would not have fallen into this predicament. Now, both men had become hostages. Given the casualties within the encirclement, the once glorious 2 major shelters would henceforth vanish from existence. You may kill or torture us as you please. After all, it is the victor who writes history. I hold no grievances." Why the need for such sarcasm? The head of the East City shelter still possessed a semblance of spirit, shouting defiantly at Su Ruashi. Su Ruashi smiled faintly, clapping her hands as she turned and ascended the platform. The guards promptly escorted Zhou Qi and his companion closely behind her. As the platform descended slowly, Zhou Qi and his companion caught their first glimpse of the interior of the star-rated shelter. If they had held any doubt before entering, they now fully grasped the folly of their previous arrogance. The entire star-rated shelter was constructed from heavy metals, a testament to its formidable strength. The residents passing through the area are impeccably dressed, their faces full and vibrant, clearly indicative of a life well-nourished and restful. Outside, only the towering heights of a refuge can bestow such privileges and vitality. As I strolled along, numerous inhabitants of the upscale shelters cast surprised glances toward Zhou Qi and her companion. Pairs of discerning eyes scrutinized Zhou Qi with a critical gaze, assessing her from head to toe, followed by sly smiles that revealed a hint of mockery. Is this the leader of the encircling team? Apparently. She is also the head of the Shangri-La refuge. Just look at her. It's laughable. She is supposed to be in charge, yet I seem to fare better. Bravo to the guards. Such twisted and nefarious individuals deserve to be eradicated. The battle has finally come to an end, yet I must venture forth to hunt zombies. This group truly resembles an old tortoise hanging by its neck, seemingly longing for an extended life, thereby impeding my quest for energy cores. Wait for me. I too wish to join. My children at home have been yearning for new clothes, which has left me in quite a quandary. Chapter 85. A moment's misstep. The residents of the star-rated shelter regarded Zhou Qi with contempt, akin to the disdain one holds for a mere insect. They expressed both disgust and derision. Zhou Qi felt as though a heavy mass of cotton had been thrust into his chest, suffocating him. From the words of these inhabitants, it was evident that life within the star-rated shelter brimmed with happiness, security, ample provisions, and comfort, reminiscent of a time before the apocalypse. They lived out their mundane lives, commuting to and from work. Zhou Qi grappled with feelings of envy and jealousy during the brief journey to meet Li Qin. He even contemplated how different things might have been had he not initiated the siege on the star-rated shelter. In that scenario, he would still hold a position of authority within the Shangri-La shelter, indulging in delicacies unattainable to ordinary survivors and basking in the adoration of the masses. Yet, due to a fleeting moment of folly, everything was now lost. It was all too easy to anticipate Li Qin's likely response. He would undoubtedly choose to eliminate them both, setting an example for others. After all, this was an apocalyptic world where a few lives held little value. The siege team even sought to intimidate Li Qin, knowing full well that no one would spare them. "Report to the commander, we have brought Zhou Qi and his companion," Su Ruashi announced loudly at the entrance of the command center. "All right, let them in," Li Qin replied, and the doors swung open. He sat on the sofa, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Zhou Qi inhaled the fragrant scent of sandalwood that permeated the air. "Ah, so it is you two who wish to besiege the star-rated shelter?" Li Qin sipped his tea and inquired nonchalantly. Zhou Qi's lips turned pale, trembling as he stammered, "I am sorry." With a resounding crash, the tea set on the table shook violently as Li Qin smashed a cup. Leaning in closer, he asked, "Is an apology truly sufficient? You have the audacity to target the star-rated shelter." Li Qin's voice was icy, and his gaze upon Zhou Qi and his companion was as though he were staring at the dead. They were rendered speechless. In the past, when the star-rated shelter was thriving, they had sent individuals to gather intelligence, yet they had never encountered Li Qin in person. From mere photographs, they had dismissed him as just a young man with little to offer. However, now confronted with the real Li Qin, they found themselves trembling uncontrollably. The oppressive aura radiating from Li Qin was terrifying. "Enough. Take them to the execution chamber," he said, losing interest in their cowardly demeanor with a casual wave of his hand. What audacious fools dare to plot against the star-rated shelter? Suddenly, Zhou Qi knelt before Li Qin, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Li, I truly understand my mistake. It was instigators who led me to believe that you conducted experiments on living humans in the star-rated shelter and hunted survivors. That is why I acted so recklessly." Li Qin fixed his gaze on Zhou Qi, countering, "Oh, is that truly the case?" "Of course not." Faced with Li Qin's retort, Zhou Qi was utterly shattered. Her lips were tightly sealed, and tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. I am sorry. In truth, we have been coveting the abundant resources of the star-level shelter, hoping to partake in its bounty. Thus, we resorted to manipulating edited videos to challenge the star-level shelter. I have truly lost my senses. I implore Mr. Li for another chance. From now on, if you instruct me to go east, I shall never venture west." Zhou Qi's hair was drenched, whether from sweat or tears, and her entire demeanor exuded despair. Li Qin curled his lip dismissively. His icy tone pronounced Zhou Qi's sentence. "Take her away." The synthetic soldier immediately stepped forward, roughly pulling Zhou Qi from the ground, dragging her away as one might a dead dog. Zhou Qi had lost all capacity to resist, her body limp as she was hauled away, her mouth pleading for mercy. With a resounding bang, a gunshot echoed outside the command center. Su Ruashi reported, "Commander, the two individuals have been executed." Li Qin nodded slightly, signaling Su Ruashi to leave. Subsequently, Noah uploaded Zhou Qi's appeal video from the command center to the forum, sparking an uproar. "So that's how it is. I always said Li Qin is not that kind of person. The Shangri-La shelter is truly courting death, daring to provoke even the star-level shelter. The star-level shelter handles matters well. They can slander with their mouths but run away with their legs when refuting. Such individuals deserve immediate execution." Is this video genuine? I have a feeling Zhou Qi was coerced. To those upstairs, open your eyes and see. The soldiers of the star-level shelter have never hunted down survivors. The complete video has already been released. If you can't see it, whose fault is that? Indeed. I only realized today how terrifying the strength of the star-level shelter has become. If Li Qin truly wished to act, would he need to hide his intentions? Beneath Zhou Qi's appeal video, countless survivors left comments. Some even edited the battle scenes and posted them separately. So exhilarating. This is the star-level shelter. Those who offend the star-level shelter, though foolish, must be punished. Many took the lessons of the Shangri-La shelter to heart. The people of Donghai City finally witnessed the formidable power of the star-level shelter. What instilled the most fear was Li Qin's decisive ruthlessness. Anyone who dared to threaten him would receive no mercy. Following this event, the hidden threat of the star-level shelter in Donghai City was largely mitigated. Residents began to discuss among themselves. "I told you, having lived in the star-level shelter for so long, I've never seen any live experiments. Those people are simply spreading rumors." I previously stated on the star-level shelter forum that Mr. Li had not committed such acts, and they attacked me for it. Now they must be regretting it immensely. Deservedly so. Our star-level shelter is indeed commendable. We do not initiate aggression against others, yet possess absolute strength to safeguard ourselves. As the residents continued their discussions, a post emerged, inquiring if anyone has ever used the gene evolution serum. I noticed that there seems to be an essence available for exchange in the marketplace. The appearance of this post has garnered widespread attention among the residents. Previously, due to insufficient production, the gene evolution serum was only showcased to a select few, leaving the majority of the populace unaware. With the advent of this post, people's focus has shifted from the earlier battle to the evolution serum. My husband is a member of the Guard, and I heard that more than half of the soldiers in the Guard have already been injected with the gene evolution serum. Goodness, what is its purpose? I cannot articulate the specifics, but I sense that after my husband received the injection, he has become stronger. The discussions on the forum are fervent, while the soldiers of the Guard are currently engaged in clearing the battlefield surrounding the elite refuge. Chapter 86. Have all the remnants been cleared away? Not yet. The area to the east remains untouched. Why must these individuals choose to perish at the threshold of our star-level refuge? It is indeed a nuisance. You are quite the chatterbox. Hurry and complete the cleanup. I am due for an injection of the genetic evolution serum shortly. How enviable. I wonder when I shall earn the privilege of such an injection. Just wait. It is said that currently, only those who have rendered merit are being prioritized for the serum, while the rest will gradually have the opportunity to exchange for it later. The members of the Guard, while diligently cleansing the battlefield, engaged in conversation regarding the genetic evolution serum. Initially, Li Qin had informed everyone that zombies could evolve. Humans could too. Lo and behold, the opportunity for human evolution is approaching swiftly. A significant number of warriors within the Guard have already undergone their first stage of genetic evolution, and the enhancement of their strength is evident to all. The soldiers of the Guard are frequently required to undertake perilous missions. With each additional measure of strength comes greater assurance. Thus, they all yearn for the genetic evolution serum. Many lamenting, if only they had performed better initially, perhaps they could have been among the first to evolve. As everyone pondered when their turn for the injection might arrive, suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted from within the Guard. What is that? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. However, with the task of cleanup at hand, none dared to approach the commotion. They could only steal glances, attempting to discern the nature of the disturbance. What is happening? Tsuruashi also perceived the commotion and approached. Report. An energy core has been discovered in the corpse pit. The soldier who spoke stood upright, delivering his report with precision. Yet, his body language betrayed a slight tremor. A mix of excitement and trepidation. Tsuruashi raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the scene. Indeed, amidst the handling of the bodies lay a few scattered energy cores. When the bodies were dragged over, thorough searches had ensured no extraneous items remained. What could these energy cores signify? Were they overlooked during the search, or? Tsuruashi hastily collected the energy cores, holding them up to the sunlight for examination. Unlike the usual energy cores obtained from slain zombies, these three emitted a faint, ethereal purple glow. Tsuruashi promptly reported this discovery to Li Qin, harboring a suspicion. If zombies could evolve energy cores, could humans do the same? The surrounding warriors were filled with curiosity, their spirits ignited like a cat's playful pawing. Yet, none dared to voice their inquiries. Ruashi, bring the energy cores to the command center. I will hold a brief meeting with you. Li Qin responded swiftly upon receiving the report. Understood. Tsuruashi immediately secured the energy cores and made her way toward the command center. As soon as Tsuruashi's figure vanished from sight, the assembled soldiers erupted into a flurry of speculation. What could this mean? How could the energy core appear here? Did you not search thoroughly just now? It is impossible. I would meticulously ensure that every piece of fabric was examined, leaving no stone unturned. Could it be that humans possess energy cores as well? As this last sentence echoed, silence enveloped the room. The notion that humanity might possess energy cores was indeed monumental news. Until directives from above were received, no one dared to disseminate this information recklessly. However, each individual silently pondered the implications. When Tsuruashi arrived at the command center, she found Dr. Yang and others already present. Li Qin sat at the head of the conference table, engrossed in some documents. You're here? Please, take a seat. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qin slightly lifted his gaze and gestured toward an empty chair beside him. After Tsuruashi settled in, Li Qin slowly began to speak. The purpose of today's meeting is to announce a significant discovery. Dr. Yang, please elaborate. Dr. Yang nodded and projected the research data onto the holographic screen. According to the Institute's findings, not only do zombies possess energy cores, but humans who have undergone genetic evolution do as well. This is the manifestation of the energy core within our warriors, as observed through X-ray imaging. As we have only detected this through instrument scans and have not physically obtained a human energy core, We can only infer from the instrument fluctuations that a human energy core is 10 times more potent than that of a zombie. As Dr. Yang spoke, he changed the images on display, and the attendees widened their eyes in astonishment. The revelation that humans possess energy cores was overwhelmingly impactful. To put it succinctly, zombies are evolving at an alarming rate, with most of those wandering outside now classified as second-tier zombies, significantly increasing the difficulty of hunting them. If humans also possess energy cores, should the survivors learn of this, it is highly likely they would turn against one another. After all, while hunting zombies is arduous, killing a fellow human is far simpler. Humans fear pain and injury, among other vulnerabilities. Most perilously, in the context of an apocalyptic scenario, survivors are more wary of their peers in terms of cunning, fearing that others might seize their resources. Consequently, their vigilance regarding personal safety diminishes. If someone were to unearth this secret, armed with a tear gas grenade, they could wreak havoc. Tsuruashi murmured to herself. This recent expedition made it clear that greed is a double-edged sword, capable of driving individuals to madness. It is inevitable that some would resort to harming their own kind for the sake of energy cores. Lichin nodded slightly, his palm resting firmly on the table as he stated gravely, to prevent unrest among the survivors. This matter must remain confidential. No matter the reason or the excuse, we must keep this information concealed. Li Chun was aware that he could not conceal it indefinitely. Sooner or later, someone would uncover the truth. After all, acts of murder and plunder are commonplace in the apocalypse. If one or two genetically evolved survivors were to be slain, the secret would inevitably become public knowledge. What is most terrifying is not merely the discovery of the energy core by humanity, but the revelation that this energy core has the potential to augment one's strength. The combination of these two factors will inevitably spawn greater evils, hastening the demise of humanity in an already precarious apocalypse. How is the external cleanup progressing? Today, there are 1,000 slots available for the injection of the genetic evolution serum. Jiang Tiankai observed the serious expressions of the crowd and felt compelled to change the subject. Tsuruashi nodded slightly, stating, "We are nearly finished. Only the final touches remain. I will compile a list shortly and direct them to queue at the medical team." Jiang Tiankai responded with a cheerful nod. "Very well, then let's all attend to our respective tasks." Tsuruashi, later on. Find an excuse to conceal the discovery of the energy core. Li Chen cautioned, "The star-rated shelter is not impenetrable. Precaution is still necessary." Understood. Tsuruashi promptly replied. Chapter 87. Level 1 Gene Warriors, Star-Rated Sanctuary, Medical Team. Thousands of warriors queue outside the medical team's facility, each adorned with expressions of jubilation. Finally, "It's my turn for the injection," one exclaims. "Have you seen Li Si?" After he received the gene evolution serum, he became incredibly formidable, almost like a superhero. Indeed, I suspect that the members of the direct combat team have all been injected as well. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful? Now, we too have a chance to grow stronger. Honestly, I did not anticipate that the commander would allow us to partake in the gene evolution serum. I thought enough of such talk. The commander is not the type of person you think. It's surely because the production of the gene evolution serum is limited. And that's why the direct combat team was prioritized. Have you seen? Their missions are far more perilous than ours. Outside the medical room, the waiting warriors begin to engage in idle chatter, their ears perked up to the muffled sounds emanating from within. Their eyes gleam with anticipation, for they have already received word that the process of gene evolution is fraught with pain. The sounds from inside signal that evolution is underway. Can one not feel envious? Next, please. Number A120678, please enter, calls a voice from the medical team. The warrior at the front of the line strides in with a satisfied expression, while others lean in, eager to discern when their turn will come. Upon entering the medical room, the warrior first swipes his smart wristband on the adjacent device to identify himself, then takes a seat. Jiang Tiankai, holding a syringe in his left hand and a small glass vial of blue liquid in his right, approaches. "Are you nervous?" Jiang Tiankai casually inquires. The warrior, grinning foolishly, shakes his head. "Nervous? I'm just excited." His words elicit laughter from those in the medical team. Jiang Tiankai taps the top of the glass vial, inserting the syringe to extract all of the blue liquid. After shaking the needle slightly, he cheerfully asks, "Are you ready?" "Ready, ah." The warrior's words are cut short as Jiang Tiankai injects the gene evolution serum into his arm, eliciting a scream. After a period of training, this warrior has already met the standards for level 1 gene evolution, thus requiring only a single dose of the serum. Instantly, a transformation occurs while seated. He feels as if he can perceive his internal organs, witnessing the blue liquid coursing through his veins, saturating his entire body. After encircling his body, the blue liquid converges into his heart. He senses his blood racing wildly within, as if the pressure in his chest might cause him to explode. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiankai and the others observed the warrior's old injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In but a moment, when the warrior catches his breath and regains his composure, he discovers that his old wounds have been restored to their former state. Congratulations. You are now a level 1 genetic warrior, Jiang Tiankai declared with a smile. He then called out to the entrance, "Next, number A1507798, please come in." The warrior felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He expressed his gratitude to Jiang Tiankai and hurriedly rushed outside, brimming with energy. He was eager to head to the training grounds and release this pin-up vigor, with 1,000 guard warriors set to receive the genetic evolution serum. The process was rather slow, primarily due to some individuals not reaching the required threshold. It took 23 doses of the serum for them to commence their evolution. Moreover, there was a mandatory 30-minute interval between each injection, allowing sufficient time for the previous dose to be fully absorbed and the body's cells to be transformed. In an effort to expedite the process, Jiang Tiankai sometimes allowed 10 warriors to observe the injection simultaneously. By the time dusk fell, this batch of guard warriors had all successfully completed their evolution. "Dear, I'm back." The last warrior who finished his evolution joyfully returned home. As he opened the door, he was met with his wife's complaints. "Why are you home so late? Didn't the guard training end at 6 o'clock? I noticed everyone else returned much earlier. And you were the last." "Huh, you wouldn't understand. I went for the genetic evolution serum today. There were so many people, I had to stand in line." The warrior replied cheerfully. "What?" His wife immediately rushed out, grasping his arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe, her face a mask of disbelief. "No way. You don't look any different," she murmured to herself. Earlier at the factory, she had heard numerous discussions about the genetic evolution serum and had envied others for their opportunity. She never imagined her own husband would also have the chance to inject it. Yet, seeing his silly demeanor, she couldn't help but question whether he had received the genetic serum or simply glucose. Really, just take a look. To demonstrate his newfound strength after the evolution, the warrior slammed his palm down onto the iron bed frame. The frame bent dramatically under the force, creating a deep indentation. His wife gasped in shock, then became so excited that she was at a loss for words. After a moment, she said, "Why did you have to demonstrate on the bed frame? Don't you know that it costs points to exchange for a new one? Also, how many points did you spend on the genetic evolution serum today?" She looked at him with an accusatory expression. She had seen the prices in the smart bracelets marketplace, and the serum was not cheap. 500 points for a single dose. It was said that if one's strength was insufficient, it could take up to 10 doses for a level 1 genetic evolution, which would amount to over 1,000 points. The warrior scratched his head. "What points? They didn't ask us for any points. I heard it was free because we contributed during the previous zombie tide." Upon hearing this, his wife breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but exclaim, "The welfare of the guard is truly remarkable. You must conduct yourself well. Do not risk being expelled from the guard." Heeding his wife's admonition, the soldier nodded earnestly, a foolish smile spreading across his face. Indeed, the promotion system is transparent and fair, rewarding diligence with prosperity. The various benefits and assurances are plentiful. The soldier felt immensely fortunate to be among the inaugural residents of the star-level shelter. Otherwise, he might not have been selected for the guard at all. It is worth noting that among the new influx of 300,000 residents, many are exceptionally talented individuals. Had he delayed his application any longer, he would have found himself outmatched by these contenders. "Now, let us retire for the night, for training awaits us in the morning." Agreed. The light in the small room gradually dimmed. This same scenario unfolded for countless soldiers. This time, the gene evolution fluid has undeniably entered the consciousness of the residents of the star-level shelter. Witnessing the enhanced strength of the guard soldiers, many have begun to save money, preparing to undergo the injection themselves. Chapter 88, Truly Usable. The dawn broke softly. A man, his face marred by scars, yawned as he skillfully grasped his hunting rifle. A compressed biscuit held between his lips as he stepped outside. He had amassed a considerable number of energy cores, and only a few dozen more were needed to exchange for a level 1 armored vehicle at the star-rated shelter. With that, he could embark on a journey with his wife and children to the neighboring city. Before the apocalypse, the man's parents had traveled to visit an old friend in that very city. What should have been a mere 100 kilometers, just over an hour's drive, turned into an insurmountable chasm due to the outbreak of the zombie virus. Over 100 kilometers now separated them, making reunion impossible. The man's son was only 9 years old, still so vulnerable, and his wife was pregnant with their second child. He could not bear to abandon his family for a distant refuge. Their only means of communication was through a phone, sporadically connecting with his parents. Unfortunately, only Donghai City had managed to restore communication. Most other signal towers lay in ruins. Thus, there was always the risk of losing contact. However, when the star-rated shelter announced the exchange for level 1 armored vehicles, hope ignited within him. If he could acquire one, he could set out with his family to search for his parents. Suddenly, from a distance, the unmistakable growl of a zombie echoed through the air. The man instinctively raised his rifle, aiming for the creature's heart. Bang! The zombie crumpled to the ground. He chewed a few bites of his compressed biscuit, took a swig from his water bottle, and proceeded to extract the heart of the fallen creature, carefully wiping the energy core before pocketing it. Just as he prepared to seek his next target, his phone began to beep insistently. Looking down, he saw it was a call from his wife. What was wrong? His heart raced. Was there an intruder? No, you must come back quickly. I have something important to tell you. Her voice was tinged with urgency. If there was no intruder, could it be a zombie invasion? The thought of his 9-year-old son sent him sprinting home, disregarding the encroaching zombies. He dashed toward a self-built house, vaulting over the wall to enter. You're back. His wife rushed to greet him, her face alight with excitement. He scanned the surroundings. No zombies, no strangers, and felt a surge of confusion. Why the haste in calling me back? My parents just called. They have made a new discovery. The energy cores are usable and can enhance our abilities. She exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. She laid out the stored energy cores before him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Husband, you must try it. The man felt a flicker of skepticism. Many in Donghai City had speculated about the energy core's true purpose. Given the fervor with which Li Qin collected them, exchanging weapons and food without hesitation, it was evident that these cores held immense significance. Some had even attempted to swallow the energy cores, hoping to see if they could indeed bolster their strength. Certainly, those who attempted it at last nearly choked to death. The multitude explored countless methods, yet none succeeded in comprehending the intricacies. The man, a seasoned user of the star-rated refuge forum, had perused innumerable posts and was acutely aware of the challenges associated with utilizing the energy core. He inquired, did your parents mention how to use it? Simply hold it in your hand, then close your eyes and harness your bioelectric energy to manipulate the internal energy fluctuations, thereby achieving the desired effect. His wife meticulously relayed the instructions. However, the man found himself utterly perplexed. What was this bioelectricity and energy fluctuation? Nonetheless, since his parents had shared this information, it was evident that news had spread to the neighboring city. There must be someone capable of absorbing the energy core. Without hesitation, the man grasped the energy core firmly in his palm, attuning his senses to it. Approximately an hour later, a crisp sound echoed from his hand. The energy core shattered into a fine powder. A warm current surged through his body. It was indeed possible to use it. The man exclaimed with exhilaration. Yes. My parents also mentioned that generally, 300 cores are required for a first-level genetic evolution. We have so many. Dear, you must try it. Once you undergo genetic evolution, hunting zombies will yield even greater rewards. His wife insisted. Currently, the man's strength was merely sufficient to hunt first-level zombies. Confronted with a second-level zombie, his only option would be to flee. Achieving genetic evolution would change everything. All right, I shall give it a try. The man promptly seized another energy core, closing his eyes to commence absorption. 2 cores, 3 cores, 4 cores, until he reached the 10th core. Suddenly, he sensed a blockage. It felt as though something within him was obstructing the entrance. Even extracting the energy from the core proved futile for absorption. What is the matter? His wife inquired with concern. The man shook his head. No good. Absorbing 10 cores is already my limit. Alas, there is nothing that can be done. The signal from my parents was poor. They only relayed the first half, and then fell silent. I do not know if it's a matter of absorbing only 10 cores per day or over a longer period, his wife lamented. Now their son, and the child she carried were all reliant on the man. If he could achieve genetic evolution sooner, it would be beneficial for all. Perhaps the star-rated refuge possesses the data the man used. Since Li Chun had commenced collecting energy cores, it indicated prior knowledge of their utility. Additionally, given the vastness of the star-rated refuge, they must have conducted numerous experiments, possessing data far more comprehensive than their own. Well, even if he knows, what of it? The secret of the energy core has always been kept under wraps. Do you expect him to share the data freely? His wife rolled her eyes. Such secrets, once known, are invariably kept hidden. The man chuckled. Naturally, there are ways. Just watch how I proceed. As he spoke, he prepared to demonstrate. The man logged into the forum of the star-rated shelter without a moment's hesitation, posting several messages in quick succession. Shocking. Can energy cores actually be absorbed by the human body? And can they facilitate genetic evolution? It turns out that the star-rated shelter collects energy cores for this very purpose. As long as you possess 300 energy cores, you can transform into a level 1 genetic evolution warrior within a day. A series of posts, all of which were mere bait. Not only did the man widely proclaim the absorbability of energy cores, but he also exaggerated certain aspects. Upon seeing the posts, the survivors within the forum could not contain their curiosity and flocked to investigate. Is this for real? I've tried countless methods, and none have worked for me. Don't say that. Last time, I held my breath and put an energy core in my mouth. I nearly vomited and fainted. Yet I still couldn't find a way to absorb it. Chapter 89. Absorbing the energy core in a mere span of time. The post created by the man had garnered countless comments. Ever since Li Qin began his vigorous collection of energy cores, a multitude of individuals had embarked on attempts to unravel the mysteries contained within these cores. Regrettably, none had succeeded thus far. Were Li Qin present? He would undoubtedly inform them that the unskilled have no chance of absorption. The principle by which humans absorb energy cores lies in the utilization of bioelectricity to harness the energy within the cores. Generally, the more formidable one's combat prowess and attributes, the more potent their bioelectricity. Only with a significant enhancement of bioelectricity can one instigate fluctuations in energy cores. Many who had posted were, despite having hunted numerous first-tier zombies, essentially engaged in an endeavor akin to slicing watermelons in the pre-apocalyptic era. One might ponder, if a person were to chop watermelons daily, could they become robust? Clearly, the answer is no. Only those like the man, who navigated the perilous line between life and death countless times, could unleash immense potential. In truth, aside from the man, a small contingent in Donghai City was privy to the methods of absorbing energy cores. Humans cannot surmount genetic locks on their own, unless one lives under the constant threat of death every single day. To achieve the first tier of genetic evolution, one must leverage the energy within the cores. The discovery of human energy cores during the siege indicated that some individuals had already mastered the application of energy cores and successfully unlocked the first layer of their genetic locks. The post on the star-level shelter forum was swiftly detected by Noah, who promptly took action to delete it. The man stared at his phone in frustration. The glaring red letters proclaiming post deleted were particularly jarring. See, I told you so. Such secrets of the star-level shelter will never be shared, nor will they allow dissemination. His wife remarked beside him. I refused to believe it. The man's face radiated determination. It was not naivety, but rather a conviction that Li Qin was not a villain. The secrecy surrounding the energy core was undoubtedly for a reason, perhaps to avoid negative consequences from its absorption, or something else entirely. Thus, he deliberately posted a bait thread on the star-level shelter forum, employing exaggerated descriptions. This way, should Li Qin come across it, he would be prompted to elucidate, preventing further individuals from straying down the wrong path. Firm in his beliefs, the man continued to post exaggerated titles on the forum, all concerning methods of utilizing energy cores. Just as Noah was about to ban the man's account, Li Qin happened to be enjoying breakfast when he came across the posts. Oh, a bait thread? Interesting. Li Qin mused, intrigued by the man's submissions, reflecting on his exceptional talent. Commander, this individual's posts have sparked extensive discussion. Should we impose a ban? Noah inquired promptly. While Li Qin remained uninvolved, Noah managed all aspects of the star-level shelter. Yet the moment Li Qin spoke, the command would return to his hands. No need. Let them handle it. Li Qin contemplated the research conducted by Dr. Yang, narrowing his eyes as he said, connect me with that man. He is a talent in the realm of public opinion warfare. Shortly thereafter, Li Qin continued, yes. Beep, beep, beep. In no time, Li Qin's smart wristband connected to the man's phone. In all of Donghai City, there was no secret that Noah could not uncover. Finding a phone number was merely a matter of moments. Hello, I am Li Qin. As soon as the call connected, Li Qin spoke. I. The man was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a direct call from Li Qin after waiting for his response on the forum. Overwhelmed with excitement, he faltered, unsure of what to say. What are you so nervous about? I won T-Byte. Relax, was the post on the forum your own creation? Li Qin asked calmly. Yes, it was my post, the man replied, cautious, fearful of displeasing Li Qin. Haha, you were quite interesting. Could you enlighten me on why you posted those messages? It is evident that you have already discovered the method for utilizing the energy core, Li Qin continued to inquire. Though the man was puzzled as to why Li Qin would suddenly call him, he understood that a poor response could likely provoke Li Qin's ire. After careful consideration, he slowly began to explain, ever since I discovered that the energy core could absorb energy, I used a portion of it myself. However, I found that the energy core does not absorb without limits. After 10 units, it can no longer take in any more. I posted those messages to speculate that improper use of the energy core might lead to side effects. Given Mr. Li's character, I knew you would not stand idly by while I misled others. I posted these messages in hopes that you would come forward to clarify the proper use of the energy core. Each of the man's words was heartfelt. Li Qin was initially taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. Well, you are indeed a talent. Would you be willing to join the star-rated shelter? Upon receiving Li Qin's olive branch, the man exhibited signs of struggle on his face. In truth, given his qualifications, he could have applied to join the shelter long ago and become a formal resident of the star-rated shelter. However, he could not abandon his parents in the neighboring city. Thus, he had to endure hardship alongside his wife and children. Now that the olive branch was extended before him, it would be disingenuous to say he was not tempted. After a moment, the man responded, his voice heavy with regret. I apologize, Mr. Li, but I must go to the neighboring city to rescue my parents. I simply cannot. He understood that by refusing this offer, he might forever be excluded from the star-rated shelter. Yet, he could not bear to watch his parents suffer in the neighboring city, especially since there was no star-rated shelter there. For people of their age, merely surviving was a miracle, and they had endured considerable hardship behind the scenes. Oh, the neighboring city? Is it Hebe City? Li Qin inquired. Appreciate men even more. A man of integrity. Indeed, in the vicinity of Hebe City, the method of utilizing energy cores has already spread widely. And I have learned it from my parents as well. A man must be honest and straightforward. Excellent. I shall ask you once more. Are you willing to join the star-level sanctuary? In a few days, I will also head to Hebe City and can conveniently bring your family along. Li Qin's calm voice resonated in the man's ears like a celestial melody. The man's foremost concern now is his parents. If Li Qin could truly assist in reuniting him with them, what reason could he possibly have to decline joining the star-level sanctuary? Is it true? I am willing, Mr. Li, I am willing. The man hastily responded, fearing that a delayed answer might cause Li Qin to reconsider. Chapter 90. Refinement in the depths of his mind. The man had never envisioned that Li Qin would deceive him. Mr. Li was a prominent figure, presiding over a star-rated refuge, while he himself was merely a humble survivor. It was evident that Mr. Li, out of sheer boredom, would resort to such deception. What is your name? Very well. Gather your things and report to the star-rated refuge within an hour. Can you manage that? Li Qin inquired. I can. My name is Shi Haipeng. Shi Haipeng gripped his phone tightly, feeling an exhilarating rush as blood surged to his head, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even after hanging up, he remained enveloped in immense joy. Honey, who called you? His wife asked. It was Mr. Li from the star-rated refuge. He has invited us to join. Shi Haipeng could not suppress the smile that spread across his face. That's wonderful. But what about Mom and Dad? When I spoke to them yesterday, I heard someone yelling. They're struggling. His wife hesitated. Do not worry. I have a plan. In a few days, we will bring them here, Shi Haipeng assured her. The family swiftly began to pack their belongings. His wife had long desired to enter the star-rated refuge, especially since she was pregnant and had their son to care for. Living in constant fear outdoors was untenable. However, with Shi Haipeng's parents still in Hebe City, she could not bear to make such a selfish choice and had resigned herself to enduring hardships alongside them. But now it was different. The commander of the star-rated refuge had personally contacted Shi Haipeng, inviting him to reside there. His wife's face radiated with joy. Although they claimed to be packing, in truth, the family had little to gather, merely a few articles of clothing and their hunting rifle. Before long, they were ready. Their dwelling was not far from the star-rated refuge. A 20-minute drive in their off-road vehicle brought them to the entrance. As Shi Haipeng and his family ascended the platform of the star-rated refuge and gradually descended underground, they felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, as if they had won the lottery on the eve of the apocalypse. Welcome, welcome. Have you completed your registration? Li Qin awaited Shi Haipeng in the command center. Shi Haipeng nodded, expressing his gratitude. Yes, I have registered, and I have been assigned a small suite. I have already settled my wife and child. Li Qin recognized Shi Haipeng's potential, deeming him a valuable asset, and thus accorded him special treatment. Satisfied with Shi Haipeng's words, Li Qin nodded appreciatively and stated plainly, I have noticed your remarkable talent in public relations. Henceforth, you will serve as the external communications officer for the star-rated refuge. Noah will compile any unfavorable information regarding the interstellar refuge from online sources for you to address. Shi Haipeng had not anticipated that Li Qin's invitation was for this purpose. Yet he nodded in understanding, understood. Now, let me take you to uncover the secrets of the energy core. You may disclose this information on the forum at an appropriate time in the future. As Li Qin spoke, he led Shi Haipeng towards the medical team. Today, numerous soldiers were receiving injections of the gene evolution serum. Upon their arrival, they were met with a bustling scene. What is happening here? Shi Haipeng gasped in astonishment. Li Qin remained silent, retrieving a vial of blue liquid from the freezer and placing it before Shi Haipeng. I have long been aware that energy cores can be absorbed. However, do you know why I refrained from promoting this in the star-level shelters? Shi Haipeng shook his head in confusion. Because the efficiency of directly absorbing energy cores is exceedingly low. one would require at least 300 energy cores to achieve the first level of evolution. Furthermore, the number of energy cores one can absorb at a time is limited, varying with individual constitution. To rely solely on absorbing energy cores for first-level evolution could take as long as 6 months. Sure Haiping inhaled sharply at this revelation, with second-tier zombies already emerging. If humans truly needed 6 months to reach first-level evolution, they would likely be devoured to the bone by then. Moreover, energy cores contain a significant amount of impurities and are not pure. Relying solely on them to unlock genetic locks would lower one's potential. Li Qin's expression turned grave. For instance, a person using the gene evolution serum, regardless of their physical condition or the rate of progress, will ultimately unlock all genetic locks. However, if one relies on absorbing energy cores, they risk becoming blocked after unlocking 1 or 2 layers of genetic locks due to the excessive impurities within their body, rendering further evolution impossible. Li Qin shook the glass vial of blue liquid in front of Sure Haiping. What you see here is called gene evolution serum. It is extracted from energy cores and enhanced with additional elements to maximize the energy's efficacy. Most importantly, it has been purified of the impurities found in energy cores, allowing for faster and greater absorption. With a maximum of 10 doses, one can unlock the first layer of genetic locks. The interval between each dose is approximately 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Sure Haiping's eyes widened in astonishment. This implied that with sufficient gene evolution serum, one could break through the first layer of genetic locks within a single day, all without any side effects. His gaze toward the blue potion grew fervent. There's no need to rush. The gene evolution serum can be exchanged for points. Allowing all residents of star-level shelters to evolve, Li Qin said with a slight smile. Just then, his smart wristband chimed with a message from Dr. Yang. Progress had been made regarding the utilization of energy cores. Li Qin glanced at Sure Haiping beside him and declared, "The Research Institute has new findings. Come, let us go see." Sure Haiping, taken aback at the prospect of being involved in such confidential matters on his first day, trembled with excitement. He followed Li Qin to the research center, feeling as if he were treading on clouds. "Commander, we have successfully developed an instrument capable of extracting energy cores." "Doctor," Yang exclaimed with palpable excitement. He promptly unveiled a machine resembling a blood analyzer. At the very top of the device, there were rows of grooves, arranged in an orderly and densely packed manner, reminiscent of a honeycomb. Before Li Qin, Dr. Yang placed 30 energy cores into the grooves, closed the lid, and activated the machine. Surrounding the apparatus, alternating flashes of red and blue light danced continuously. Soon, a series of glass vials appeared at the bottom of the machine, each roughly the size of a finger, filled with a pale blue liquid. "Isn't this the gene evolution fluid?" Sure Haiping inquired, somewhat puzzled. "No," Dr. Yang clarified. "This is the energy core purification liquid. It merely extracts the energy from the cores and transforms it into a liquid for storage." Chapter 91. A unique approach. Upon hearing Dr. Yang's words, Sure Haiping appeared perplexed. Wasn't the liquid extracted from the energy core all the same? What distinguished it? Observing his confusion, Dr. Yang's enthusiasm surged as he promptly elucidated, "You may comprehend the energy core as the most rudimentary form of existence, while the purified liquid represents a further refinement, and the gene evolution liquid stands as the pinnacle of advancement. The purified liquid merely undergoes a process to eliminate impurities from the energy core, ensuring that users can absorb it without adverse effects. However, the maximum absorbable energy from the energy core is limited, and the purified liquid offers only a marginal increase. Essentially, there is little difference between the two. The gene evolution liquid, on the other hand, has been enhanced with various elements, effectively neutralizing the energy contained within the core. Not only does it carry no side effects, but its one-time usage threshold surpasses that of the purified liquid." After this lengthy exposition, Sure Haiping barely grasped the distinction between the purified and gene evolution liquids, deepening his admiration for Li Qin. Currently, in the entire Donghai city, only the star-rated refuge under Li Qin's control could afford to sustain researchers. Excellent. The next research direction will focus on the application of purified liquid in weaponry, Li Qin remarked with a slight nod. Dr. Yang and his team were progressing at a commendable pace. Indeed, Dr. Yang promptly replied. "Can this purification device be mass-produced? What is the output of purified liquid per device?" Li Qin inquired, gently caressing the purification apparatus. Reporting to the commander, "It can indeed be mass-produced. A single purification device, operating continuously throughout the day under sufficient energy core supply, can yield 3,000 units." Dr. Yang responded without hesitation. Currently, all research directions at the Institute were dictated by Li Qin. Thus, from the onset, Dr. Yang had contemplated various usage scenarios. "Very well. Please forward the design blueprints to the factory. Let's commence production of 100 units, followed by the manufacture of purified liquid," Li Qin stated with a slight nod. Long before the discovery that humanity possessed energy cores, Dr. Yang had already shared promising news. However, at that time, it was still incomplete, which is why Li Qin refrained from mentioning it in meetings. He had previously indicated that humans also possessed energy cores capable of enhancing genes. If both revelations were disclosed simultaneously, it could easily breed malevolence. Yet, with the advent of purified liquid, the situation transformed. The purified liquid bore no side effects and had a higher limit than the energy core. Consequently, who would be foolish enough to rely on energy cores for enhancement? Li Qin's original plan was to first enable all residents of the star-rated refuge to undergo primary gene evolution, subsequently upgrading the production line for evolution liquids. Once the overall strength of the star-rated refuge had significantly increased, he intended to sell the primary gene evolution liquid externally. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen developments. To his surprise, the secret of the energy core was uncovered earlier than anticipated. Fortunately, Dr. Yang had timely developed the purified liquid, allowing for its introduction as a substitute. Peng. Shortly you will publish a detailed account of the energy core's usage on the forum, Li Qin commanded. It is time to unveil this secret. Yes. Peng replied with a solemn nod. Having learned of the genetic evolution liquid and the purification liquid possessed by the star-rated refuge, he no longer regarded the energy core's absorption as a mystery. That day, a post titled The Absorption and Application of Energy Cores quietly emerged on the star-rated refuge forum. Pinned at the top by Noah. As evening settled in, darkness enveloped the sky. Nightfall marked the hour of heightened zombie activity, prompting most survivors to retreat to their abodes for rest. With no television or entertainment, browsing the star-rated refuge forum became the preferred pastime for many. Just after Peng posted, over 100 comments flooded in within mere breaths. Wow, brother, this is hardcore. Thank you for sharing, esteemed one. Haha. Now I finally understand why Li Qin amassed so many energy cores. I see that every warrior in the star-rated refuge is so formidable. It turns out they have absorbed energy cores. Oh no, what a regret. Had I known, I wouldn't have exchanged energy cores for food at the refuge. I've missed my chance. Countless individuals eagerly commented beneath the post. A few audacious souls began to experiment with absorbing energy cores as suggested in the post. Of course, a portion of the populace, upon discovering the energy core's potential to enhance strength, harbored a subtle discontent toward Li Qin. But what could be done? Following the recent purge operation, the people of Donghai City had come to a clear realization, no matter how displeased they felt. It was imperative to keep such sentiments to themselves. Otherwise, tomorrow, the warriors of the star-rated refuge might be waiting at their doorstep. On the forum, expressing dissatisfaction was futile. Yet whispers circulated in private. That scoundrel Li Qin. No wonder he hoards so many energy cores. I suspect the star-rated refuge is now overflowing with them. Indeed. Who would disagree? In this apocalyptic world, how can one withhold such discoveries? So many are left to wait for death due to insufficient strength. I believe Li Qin is selfish. Enough, let us temper our words. The efficacy of the energy core was officially revealed by the star-rated refuge. What good does it do to speak now? Li Qin has long begun collecting energy cores. Why didn't he inform us sooner? As they conversed, they clutched their accumulated energy cores tightly, commencing the absorption process. Moments later, 10 energy cores transformed into dust. The individual relaxed his neck and stood, declaring, "Umph. Once I have absorbed enough energy cores, I shall undoubtedly surpass those in the star-rated refuge." Similar occurrences unfolded in numerous smaller shelters. Presently, throughout Donghai City, following the purge, most large refuges had fallen silent. Only one unscathed sanctuary in the western city remains, while all others have been shattered, transforming into countless smaller refuges. The crowd, while reproaching Li Qin for his selfishness, simultaneously absorbs the energy cores, their spirits remarkably uplifted. In the Yang family villa, Yang Wei rushed into Yang Qingyi's room in a state of urgency, clutching an energy core in his hand. "Father, have you seen the news on the forum?" "What news?" Yang Qingyi replied, his expression one of concern. He had just finished his dinner and was about to take a brief rest. Age has its toll. And sometimes one's energy simply cannot keep pace. Little did he know that his unfilial son would choose this moment to disturb him. The star-level sanctuary has announced the method for absorbing energy cores, which can enhance one's strength. If one absorbs enough, it can even unlock the first layer of the genetic lock. Yang Wei's face was flushed with excitement. Chapter 92. Unable to absorb directly, oh? Such a good thing exists? Yang Qingyi's face was filled with disbelief. Based on his previous encounters with Li Qin, Yang Qingyi was convinced that Li Qin was not a benevolent character. How could he selflessly share the method of absorbing energy cores? Yang Wei eagerly held up his phone, placing it right before Yang Qingyi's eyes. "Just take a look." "Hee hee. Dad, Do you think if I absorb enough, I could become a superhuman? As he spoke, Yang Wei began to indulge in his daydreams. Yang Qingyi remained silent, picking up the phone to examine it closely. After a moment, he finally spoke. I advise you not to absorb it just yet. Why? Yang Wei responded dismissively. The Yang family's refuge had already repaid most of its debts to the star-level refuge and energy cores and still had a considerable stash left. They had originally intended to exchange it for armored vehicles. Now that there was a method for absorbing energy cores, Yang Wei believed it could be used to build his own armed forces. With that, the entire Donghai city would be under their control, except for the star-level refuge. Of course, Yang Qingyi shot an admonishing glance at his unfilial son and pointed to the small print below. Did you not see? Directly absorbing energy cores will have side effects. What? Yang Wei's eyes widened as he looked closer. All he could see was a line of tiny text at the bottom of the post. This was deliberately orchestrated by Shi Haiping. Those who held grievances against Li Chun, after reading the post, would likely rush to absorb the energy cores without paying attention to the fine print below. Only those with great admiration for the star-level refuge and Li Qin would take the time to scrutinize it. Indeed, Shi Haiping was also an ardent admirer of Li Qin. He understood the sentiments of other devotees. My goodness, this is quite the trickery. The text is so small, who would notice it? Yang Wei exclaimed, startled by the small print. Had he not seen it, he would have already absorbed the energy core. The small text indicated that directly absorbing energy cores could lead to an excessive accumulation of impurities in the body, thus hindering future advancement. What can we do then? Not being able to absorb directly makes the whole information moot. Yang Wei couldn't help but grumble. Not at all, not at all. Yang Qingyi slowly shook his head. Li Qin's revelation of the uses of energy cores was not unfounded. For those who struggled to meet their basic needs, living from day to day, they likely would not care about the side effects of directly absorbing energy cores. By sharing the absorption method, Li Qin indirectly enhanced the survival rate of survivors. Those who were concerned about side effects were not foolish either. For instance, Yang Qingyi could immediately surmise that Li Chun would certainly take further action surrounding the energy cores. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Yang Qingyi to understand why Li Chun had kept the secret of the energy cores concealed for so long. Why reveal the news at this moment? Just wait a day or two. Li Chun must have a plan. Prepare the energy cores, they might prove useful later. Yang Qingyi remarked. All right, then these energy cores shall be returned for now, Yang Wei said, appearing somewhat reluctant. As he placed the energy cores back into the safe, he glanced back repeatedly. The opportunity to grow stronger lay right before him, yet he was unable to seize it. This made Yang Wei feel as though his heart was being gripped by a wildcat. In the days that followed, due to the announcement regarding the use of energy cores, many survivors began to absorb them. Consequently, the number of energy cores exchanged for supplies at the star-level shelter significantly diminished. Most opted to absorb them themselves or hold onto them for future observation. Noah quickly responded by doubling the price of energy cores. Previously, an AK-103 required 50 energy cores. Now it needed only 25. Other items had also seen a price reduction of 50%. However, despite this adjustment, fewer and fewer individuals exchanged for supplies. Everyone understood the immense value of energy cores. Even if they chose not to absorb them, they could later be traded for even more goods. With this mindset, the number of energy cores collected by the star-level shelter recently could be counted on one hand. Yet, Li Chun remained unperturbed. The star-level shelter had amassed a substantial quantity of energy cores long ago, and they were not short of them. Furthermore, once the purification liquid was released, those individuals would have to obediently exchange their energy cores. This was simply the reality of technological leverage. The star-level shelter maintained its lead, continually advancing ahead. Want to catch up? Sorry, but a product of civilization at level 0. 5 is unworthy of challenging Li Qin. After a few days of silence in Donghai City, finally, the report came in. Commander, the purification liquid has entered mass production. Currently, 300,000 vials can be produced in a single day. One first-tier energy core can yield 10 vials of purification liquid. Ning Jing was dispatched to report to Li Qin, her expression radiating excitement. This was a significant breakthrough for the research institute. Li Chun nodded slowly and instructed, Noah, open the exchange for the purification liquid. 300 energy cores can be exchanged for 1 vial of purification liquid. No sooner had Li Qin's words fallen than Ning Jing's eyes widened. This was outrageous. 1 energy core could produce 10 vials of purification liquid, yet 1 vial required 300 energy cores for exchange? It was an egregious profit. While this arrangement felt exhilarating, Ning Jing pondered, others were not fools. Why should they trade 300 energy cores for a single vial of purification liquid? Were they out of their minds? Seeing her reaction, Li Chun smiled slightly and replied, although the purification liquid cannot compare to the gene evolution liquid, it represents a qualitative enhancement for energy cores. Firstly, it has no side effects. Secondly, using an energy core typically takes about 6 months to break through the first-level gene lock. The speed is simply too slow. However, if one employs the purification solution, a mere month is all that is required. This represents a considerable saving of time. Ultimately, the energy contained within the purification solution is immense. To put it plainly, unrefined energy cores are laden with impurities. Consequently, when an individual attempts to absorb this energy, it is inevitable that a significant portion remains unutilized, resulting in an astonishing waste of 80. The purification solution, on the other hand, alleviates this concern. It is easily absorbable, possesses a high threshold, and is devoid of any side effects. These three advantages alone are sufficient to incite frenzy among the survivors. Upon hearing Li Chen's explanation, Ningjing nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, time is of the essence. After all, the zombies, too, evolve. If humanity dawdles in enhancing itself with energy cores, by the time some individuals have only just broken through the first genetic lock, the zombies may have already ascended to the third or fourth tier. They would still be utterly defenseless. Very well. I shall entrust you with the matters concerning the purification solution. You may proceed. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 93. Husband, I am fine. Noah swiftly granted the authority for the exchange of the purification liquid on the forum. The once quiet city of Donghai erupted into fervor once more. Purification liquid? What is that? Haven't you read? The star-rated shelter stated that it is a liquid energy extracted from energy cores. Oh wow, is it really that extraordinary? Has anyone tried it? Is the purification liquid effective? Quiet down, look. The star-rated shelter has released a research report on energy cores and purification liquid. The emergence of the purification liquid ignited immense curiosity among the populace. However, upon discovering that 300 energy cores were required, many opted to first examine the research report. The report presented a comparative analysis of data regarding energy cores and purification liquid, detailing also the adverse effects of directly absorbing energy cores. With the knowledge that energy cores could be absorbed, numerous survivors in Donghai had already consumed a significant number, over a dozen. Now, upon the sudden revelation of the research report, chaos ensued. What? Directly absorbing energy cores could lead to an inability to break the genetic lock in the future? So it turns out there are such grave side effects. My goodness, at least 300 energy cores in 6 months are needed to unlock the first-level genetic lock. That is far too long. Woe is me. Why was this report not released sooner? I have already absorbed 20 energy cores. Look, am I not on the brink of death? Countless survivors who had consumed energy cores began to lament, all blaming themselves for their hasty actions. Fortunately, the latter part of the research report indicated that if one had not absorbed too many, there was still a chance of recovery. After perusing the entire report, most felt a sense of surrealism. It seemed as though the report had only recently surfaced. If the warriors of the star-rated shelter did not enhance themselves through the absorption of energy cores, then what was their method? Indeed, the purification liquid had only been invented in recent days. What secrets is the star-rated shelter concealing? Some individuals discerned the blind spots within the research report and immediately engaged in discussion. However, despite their deliberations, no conclusion was reached. After all, the star-rated shelter remained exceedingly enigmatic. Unless Li Chen was willing to divulge information, nothing would emerge. Even if someone intended to leak sensitive information, Noah would detect it immediately, swiftly deleting posts and silencing the individuals involved. It is said that 300 energy cores are required for first-level genetic evolution. Yet a single purification liquid also demands 300 energy cores. Who would be foolish enough to exchange for the purification liquid? Fool, can't you see? Directly absorbing energy cores has side effects. Indeed, and the purification liquid can significantly shorten the enhancement period. If you obediently use energy cores to evolve, within 6 months, you would be cold as a corpse. As Ningjing feared, many began to debate the worthiness of the exchange. The majority concluded it was indeed worthwhile. Even if the price of the purification liquid doubled, there would still be buyers. After all, time is money. Breaking the first-level gene lock at an early stage significantly enhances survival prospects. Often, those who deem it unworthy may not invest, even if Li Chen lowers the price of the purification liquid substantially. The purification liquid has just been released for exchange permissions and was quickly purchased en masse. Unlike weapons, this directly enhances one's own strength. Moreover, research reports indicate that approximately 10 vials of purification liquid can shatter the first-level gene lock. Thus, what is there to hesitate about? Let us charge ahead. At this moment, the residents of the Star-level refuge have also taken note of the news on the forum. Upon meticulously comparing the descriptions of the purification liquid and the gene evolution liquid, They suddenly discovered a new realm of understanding. Thank goodness I am a resident of the star-level refuge. It is abundantly clear that the gene evolution liquid and the purification liquid are not of the same caliber. Indeed, the gene evolution liquid is evidently far superior to the purification liquid, and we need only exchange it for 300 points or 30 energy cores. What a tremendous bargain. It is quite foolish for those who can only utilize the remnants from our star-level refuge, yet they remain elated. Within the star-level refuge, many individuals gathered to discuss, as they realized that any mention of the gene evolution liquid on the forum would lead to post-deletions by Noah. Thus, they discerned Li Chen's stance. This information must remain confidential. Upon witnessing the price of the purification liquid, all residents of the star-level refuge were filled with excitement. It is noteworthy that the exchange permissions for the gene evolution liquid have already been enabled in the star-level refuge's marketplace. This implies that only those residing in the star-level refuge are qualified to utilize the gene evolution liquid, while others are not. This significantly elevates the prestige of being a resident in the star-level refuge. Undoubtedly, in the near future, being a resident of the star-level refuge will become a matter of pride and even a potential source of profit. Similar discussions were also occurring among the guards. It turns out that the gene evolution liquid we received as a free injection is so precious. Good heavens, I am fortunate to be part of the guard. Otherwise, to break the first-level gene lock, I would have to spend 3,000 energy cores and wait a month to gradually absorb it. Regardless, we are grateful to Mr. Li for providing us with the opportunity to grow stronger. I shudder to think of the fate I would have faced had I still been wandering outside. It is worth noting that the entire guard has now completed the first-level gene evolution, and the quantity of gene evolution liquid consumed is far from trivial. Moreover, it was administered free of charge. Previously, they only had a vague understanding that the gene evolution liquid could enhance their abilities. Now, upon seeing the pricing for the purification liquid available for external sale, they comprehend its true value. Li Chen could have exchanged these gene evolution liquids for energy cores to bolster the direct combat unit. Yet, he chose to elevate the guard instead. This single act of kindness is more than enough for everyone to remember with gratitude. Since everyone is aware of Mr. Li's dedication, we must train even harder. Only then can we alleviate Mr. Li's burdens. A soldier from the guard spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement, burying their gratitude deep within their hearts. Only by growing stronger, and even stronger, can we be worthy of serving Li Chen. While everyone was shaken by the emergence of the purification liquid, Shi Haiping was in the small suite assigned to him, tenderly holding his wife's hand. Whether it was the direction of public opinion on the forum or inside the star-rated shelter, it was all guided by Shi Haiping. After all, Li Chen did not recruit him merely for idle purposes. He had to ensure the public relations of the star-rated shelter were handled impeccably. Dear, I'm fine. You should go to work. I just have a bit of a stomach ache. It might be the baby kicking me, his wife said with a radiant smile. Chapter 94. Waiting for my return in peace. Since Shi Haiping joined the sanctuary, his eldest son has been able to attend the prestigious sanctuary school free of charge, continuing his education. His wife now resides in a suite, free from the anxiety that once plagued her. Deep within her heart, she believes this happiness has been bestowed upon their family by Li Chen. Thus, she has been reluctant to obstruct Shi Haiping's work, hoping he can contribute his abilities in gratitude to Li Chen. Don't worry, I've completed my tasks and will return to spend time with you. Is the baby coming soon? Shi Haiping inquired. Mr. Li mentioned that our sanctuary has a medical team. If you feel unwell, you can go to them. There are professionals to assist with childbirth. Shi Haiping spoke with palpable tension. Before the apocalypse, he had been so consumed by work that he and his wife were on the brink of divorce. At one point, she had even contemplated terminating her pregnancy. However, after the world ended, they set aside their grievances, not only staying together but strengthening their bond. How could you be so delicate? This is the apocalypse. Earning points is no easy feat, and we need to save for our child's future education and milk. His wife responded with reluctance. Isn't medical care free? It's just a bit of stomach pain. I can't bear to visit the medical team. After all, I am the only one earning points in our household. Every point I save means a better life for our child. Shi Haiping chuckled. You may not know this, but the prestigious sanctuary provides a monthly subsidy of 2,000 points for underage children. Moreover, education is free for minors, fully covered by the sanctuary. In my opinion, if you're feeling unwell, you should see the medical team. Don't hold back for my sake. We are in a position to afford it now. Shi Haiping declared boldly. Within the sanctuary, he discovered his own worth, which naturally instilled him with confidence. His wife gasped in astonishment, taking a moment to respond. No wonder everyone wishes to join the prestigious sanctuary. The benefits are exceptional. By the way, have you contacted my parents? There was a hint of worry in her voice. Despite the poor signal, her in-laws would usually call every few days to check in. However, 2 days had passed without any word, raising her suspicions of an accident. Shi Haiping's expression turned somber as he shook his head. No, I messaged them, but there has been no reply. It's possible. He struggled to voice the remainder of his thoughts, feeling as though he would be cursing his own parents. He preferred to believe that the signal tower had been destroyed. Sighing, his wife also shook her head helplessly. Li Qin had promised Shi Haiping he would go to Hebei City, but he hadn't specified a departure date. Their family had already received immense kindness from Li Qin. How could they dare to make demands? Just as the couple was consumed by their worries. Shi Haiping's smart wristband chimed. Prepare yourself. I will be heading to Hebei City to ensure the safety of my family. It was a message from Li Qin. Shi Haiping sprang to his feet, nearly colliding with his head. Acknowledged. He first replied to Li Qin's message before taking his wife's hand, excitedly exclaiming, Mr. Li says we can set off now. Really? His wife, cradling her burgeoning belly, attempted to rise. However, Shi Haiping gently pressed her shoulder, urging her to sit back down. Don't move. Do you remember what I just said? If you feel any discomfort, go directly to the medical team. We're not lacking in points. The most important thing is that both you and the baby are safe and sound while I'm away. Shi Haiping spoke earnestly. This time, he was not merely retrieving his parents, he was also to accompany Li Qin in his endeavors. It could take 3 to 5 days, or perhaps a month. Considering his wife's due date was approaching, Shi Haiping did not wish to return to any unfortunate news. His wife nodded seriously, assuring him that she would heed his advice. I'll take my leave now. Shi Haiping turned back several times as he exited the small suite. At that moment, Li Qin was already prepared for departure. Standing beside a colossal transport aircraft. Flanking the transport plane were 6 fighter jets, arranged neatly for escort. Alongside Shi Haiping, 30 artificial warriors would accompany them on this journey. All set? Li Qin greeted Shi Haiping casually. Reporting to the commander, everything is ready, Shi Haiping promptly responded. Then let us board the plane, judging by the sky. We should still have time. Li Qin was the first to step onto the transport aircraft. This trip to Hebei City was not only to assist Shi Haiping in bringing his parents back, but also because a shelter in Hebei City had sent a cooperation request to Li Qin, seeking to purchase supplies from their side. Thus, Li Qin made this trip to discuss cooperation and assert some deterrence. The transport aircraft was hardly comfortable, the noise was deafening, and the air pressure felt as though it might rupture his eardrums. However, Li Qin had already broken through the second layer of the genetic lock, feeling no discomfort at all. Shi Haiping, on the other hand, endured it stoically. Upon their arrival in Hebei City, he felt as if the world was spinning, nearly succumbing to nausea. Seeing his condition, Li Qin smacked his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot you are an ordinary person. In the entire star-level shelter, even the most common residents have broken through the first layer of the genetic lock. Riding in the transport plane causes no discomfort to them. But you haven't reached that level yet, hence your unease. And no worries, thank you for your concern, Mr. Li, Shi Haiping replied, his face pale. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days. Although Li Qin had already granted him a quota for the gene evolution serum, he had yet to find the time for the injection, which had caused this delay. Then let us rest here for a moment. Haha. Li Qin shook his head. They had landed at what was once a large airport in Hebei City. It had been bustling before the apocalypse, but now, the airport was devoid of any living souls. Save for the zombies roaming about. The synthetic warrior unleashed a barrage of bullets, silencing the wandering zombies and enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie stillness. As the inhabitants of the star-rated refuge descended upon the city of Hebei, within the confines of the Lila shelter, 2 elderly souls languished in a pitch-black chamber devoid of light. Their hair, disheveled and tangled, resembled a bundle of withered twigs huddled in the corner of the filthy walls. Their faces were etched with deep wrinkles, and their sunken eyes brimmed with murky tears. Their cracked lips moved feebly, emitting faint, feeble groans. If Shi Haiping were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as his parents. The pitiful sounds they uttered caught the attention of those outside. Suddenly, the door to the darkened room swung open, and a burly man entered, wielding an electric baton. You old fools, making such a racket. If it weren't for my hunger, I wouldn't stoop to devouring the likes of you. Chapter 95. An empty abode. A burly man, cursing under his breath, carried a plastic bucket filled with leftover food scraps. He carelessly tossed the remnants before 2 elderly individuals, barking, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, clean up and be on your way." The elderly couple remained motionless. Just a day prior, they had received news of their son's impending visit, filling them with joy and prompting them to prepare a cherished bottle of plum wine for celebration. However, their elation was abruptly shattered when a group of intruders burst into their home, armed with crude shotguns and boasting robust physiques. Upon entering, the assailants began to ransack the house for food, rummaging through every nook and cranny. Yet to their dismay, they found nothing. Since the onset of the apocalypse, The elderly couple had recognized their inability to hunt zombies and had thus resorted to frugality, surviving on the scant provisions they had stockpiled before the calamity. Now, only a handful of noodles remained, sufficient for no more than 3 days. Without intervention, they would inevitably face starvation. Frustrated by their failure to discover any food, the intruders took the elderly couple captive, intending to use them as a backup food source for when hunger struck. Initially, the couple had resisted, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The once robust elders were soon left battered and breathless, their spirits nearly extinguished. "Hey, you old codgers, get up and eat," the burly man cursed, delivering a kick to one of the elders. These individuals viewed them merely as potential sustenance, and should they perish, they would lose freshness. The elder remained unmoving, allowing the man's foot to strike him without resistance. The man leaned down to check the elder's breath, scoffing, "Pathetic, you're nearly done for. I need to hurry and inform Brother Gwei to prepare the pot. Today, we feast on meat. Let's not wait until it spoils." As he spoke, he exited, plunging the room back into darkness. The elderly couple exchanged glances in the gloom, tears of despair rolling down their wrinkled cheeks. "Son, are you there?" the elder murmured. At that moment, Shi Haiping was oblivious to the peril his parents faced. After resting briefly at the airport, he followed Li Qin towards the Lila Refuge. This transaction had been proposed by the Lila Refuge, making it their first destination. "How are you holding up?" Li Qin inquired, noticing Shi Haiping's distress. "Don't let a flight make you ill." Slowly shaking his head, Shi Haiping replied, "Mr. Li, I no longer feel nauseous. It's just that my heart is racing, as if something significant is about to transpire." "Do you know the exact location of my parents?" Li Qin's expression grew solemn. Humans possess a sixth sense, particularly in apocalyptic times when everyone's abilities are heightened, rendering the sixth sense even more precise. The abnormal behavior of Shi Haiping likely stems from the deep bond between mother and child. Something unfortunate must have transpired with his parents. Shi Haiping had also considered this possibility. Prior to their disappearance, they resided near the Lila shelter. Shi Haiping spoke. "Let us take a detour and see if they are still at the same location." Li Qin nodded in agreement, prioritizing human lives over any trade negotiations. When the team from the star-rated shelter, following Shi Haiping, arrived at the previous residence of the elderly couple, they discovered it was empty. The interior was disheveled and filthy, as if it had been violently ransacked. Bloodstains, sporadic and telling, marred the floor, indicating that someone had been injured and dragged away. "Dad, Mom." Shi Haiping's face paled dramatically. Indeed, a misfortune had occurred. Li Qin surveyed the surroundings and soon noticed tire tracks leading away from the house towards the Lila shelter. "I know where your parents are. Let us go," he declared. With that, 30 synthetic warriors followed closely behind. The group swiftly approached the perimeter of the Lila shelter. "Ah, you must be Mr. Li, the commander of the star-rated shelter. It is an honor to finally meet you." Boon Qingfei, the corpulent head of the Lila shelter. When he smiled, his eyes were completely obscured by his flesh, rendering them invisible. He extended his greasy hand in an offer to shake hands with Li Qin, who recoiled in distaste. "Unexpected to see you here so early, Mr. Li. My preparations were lacking. Please, come in." Qingfei brushed off the rejection and gestured for Li Qin to enter. As Li Qin entered the shelter, he scrutinized its surroundings. Upon encountering Qingfei, he discerned that this man was far from virtuous. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, most individuals suffered from scarcity. Even as the head of a shelter, he could hardly indulge in lavish feasts. Qingfei, maintaining a physique akin to that of a glutton in such dire circumstances, suggested that he was not to be underestimated. Upon entering the Lila shelter, Li Qin observed that the residents appeared gaunt, as though a mere gust of wind could topple them. Occasionally, armed personnel passed by, presumably members of the shelter's patrol. These guards, in stark contrast, were robust and exuded vitality. Just as Li Qin and his entourage were about to step into the main hall, a disheveled woman suddenly rushed out. With a thud, she fell to her knees at Li Qin's feet. "Sir, please, I beg you for a morsel of food," she pleaded, repeatedly bowing her head before him. Her entire being was grimy, suggesting she had not cared for herself in quite some time. Li Qin frowned at the sight, only to be interrupted by Qingfei's harsh command. "Get away. Where did this foul beggar come from? She is a guest in our sanctuary. Someone, swiftly remove her." Qingfei's tone was laden with disdain. The nearby patrol seemed accustomed to such scenes and promptly seized the woman. They dragged her away as one might handle a lifeless pig. The woman kicked feebly, her voice rising in a heart-wrenching wail. "No, I refuse to go with you. I do not wish to be devoured. Is there no one to rescue me?" Yet, no one stepped forward to intervene. The surrounding residents showed no inclination to pause and witness the commotion. Their eyes were filled with apathy. "Ah, forgive Mr. Li for this spectacle. These are all refugees whom I have kindly taken in, but alas, our provisions are insufficient, leading to this unfortunate incident." Cheng Fei explained to Li Chun with a smile, though within his words lay a few truths that only he could fathom. Meanwhile, Shi Haiping clenched his fists tightly, several times yearning to save the woman, only to be restrained by Li Chun. Chapter 96. Even I was deceived. Shi Haiping gazed at Li Chun in confusion. After a moment, Li Chun gestured silently. Shi Haiping managed to restrain his anger and followed at the rear of the group, entering a place reminiscent of a council chamber, an outpost of the Lila shelter. Before the apocalypse, it had been a luxurious resort, adorned with charming amenities. Upon stepping into the council chamber, Cheng Fei greeted with a smile, his cheek resting on his hand. Mr. Li, having traveled such a distance, you must be famished. Shall we indulge in a meal first to satiate our hunger, and then discuss other matters? Li Chun chuckled lightly. No need for that. Let us address the transaction first. My time is limited. Cheng Fei's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly recovered, attempting to ease the tension. Is Mr. Li concerned that I might poison the food? Oh, since we have already met. What harm could a brief pause for a meal do? Observing Cheng Fei's demeanor, Li Chun sensed that he was undoubtedly scheming something. After a brief contemplation, Li Chun slowly nodded. Very well, let us eat a little first. I am curious to see what tricks Cheng Fei has up his sleeve. Outside the council chamber, the artificial warriors were already awaiting, ready to engage at any moment. Excellent. Mr. Li is a man of decisiveness. Bring forth the dishes. Cheng Fei beamed, resembling a benevolent Buddha. If one could overlook the apocalyptic backdrop, Li Chun might have genuinely regarded him as a well-meaning individual. Clearly, the dishes had been prepared in advance. At Cheng Fei's command, an array of graceful women emerged, bearing platters and delicately arranging them on the table. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, twice-cooked pork, lion's head meatballs, a veritable feast of rich dishes. However, Li Chun was taken aback to discover that all the ingredients were pork. In this post-apocalyptic world, where could such an abundance of pork possibly come from? Fish in the rivers had yet to mutate, and most who craved meat resorted to fish. Yet, there wasn't a single fish dish upon the table. Haha, Mr. Li, please do not be modest. At the Lila shelter, what we lack is not meat. Cheng Fei continued to wear his trademark smile, seemingly anxious that Li Chun might eat too little. He even went so far as to serve Li Chun himself. Gazing at the greasy spread before him, Li Chun grimaced in distaste, refraining from picking up his chopsticks. Normally, in a star-rated shelter, he dined well, with a balanced diet rich in nutrition. How could he possibly consume such heavy dishes? Meanwhile, Cheng Fei had already begun to devour the food with abandon, clearly starved. As he continued to eat, he disregarded decorum, resorting to grabbing meat with his hands. The sight of the table's offerings being ravaged was quite disheartening. Shi Haiping was also burdened with worry, his thoughts consumed by the whereabouts of his parents, leaving him with little appetite. Thus, only those from the Lila shelter indulged heartily, while the residents of the star-rated shelter remained motionless. Mr. Li, I wish to go out and search for them myself, Shi Haiping whispered, feeling his heart race. He could no longer remain seated. Just as Li Chun was about to nod in agreement, suddenly, Cheng Fei glanced over, remnants of sauce lingering on his lips. Don't be shy, everyone. If you don't eat this meat, it would be such a waste. After all, while we discuss business, we must also fill our bellies. Shi Haiping suppressed the anxiety swirling within him and reached for the dishes. At this moment, he was acutely aware that his parents had been taken to the Lila refuge, yet the identity of their captor remained a mystery. If it were Cheng Fei who was responsible, displaying any unusual reaction could endanger his parents' lives. Thus, Shi Haiping forced himself to endure his impatience and took a few bites of the food. Meanwhile, the situation for the elderly couple was dire. Upon noticing their frail state, the burly man summoned a few of his companions to boil water, preparing to scald the two to death and strip their flesh. Honestly, I believe children and women are the most delectable. Their meat is tender and melts in one's mouth. These two old geezers are surely tough and stringy, the burly man remarked while sharpening his knife. Dream on. Do you really think we could have a taste of that? If we managed to catch one, wouldn't we have to present it to Mr. Cheng first? Scoffed another bald man. Everyone in the Lila refuge knew that Cheng Fei had a particular fondness for children. Whoever could capture a child and offer it to him would be handsomely rewarded. The burly man shuddered at the thought of Cheng Fei's face and shook his head repeatedly. I was just joking. Only those desperate for life would dare to compete with Mr. Cheng for a meal. As they spoke, the water had come to a boil, and the knife was sufficiently sharpened. The burly man stood up and headed towards the small dark room. He flung the door open, the harsh light piercing the elderly couple's eyes, causing them to squint. Oh, you're still alive, he said with a sneer, extending his hands to drag the two out. Please, don't eat me. We're old. Our meat isn't appetizing. Shi Haiping's father pleaded weakly, desperately attempting to make a last stand. My son will arrive soon. Whatever food you desire, you will bring it to you. The burly man glanced at the elder with disdain and laughed. If your son had food, would you be in such dire straits? There is. The elder replied urgently. He had overheard the conversation in the small dark room. Although these people were cannibals, they also consumed other foods. If he could convince the burly man, there might be a chance for them. Gathering his strength, the elder explained. My son is in the neighboring city. He set off today to find us. There is plenty of food there, and I asked him to bring some. Hesitating for a moment, the burly man considered the elder's words. After all, the elder's flesh was not particularly appetizing. It carried a foul odor and was exceedingly tough. If there was other food available, he would prefer not to consume these two old souls. The bald man slammed his hand against the iron pot and shouted. You're just boasting. The neighboring city is 100 kilometers from Hebe City. How could one person come here and bring food? Bah, I see you possess the audacity to deceive even someone of my age. Upon hearing this, the burly man regained his composure and retorted angrily. Enough of this. Hurry up. This old fool is on the brink of death yet still has the energy to chatter. I'll untie them and take them for a wash before throwing them into the pot. With that, he casually picked up a stone from the ground and stuffed it into the mouths of the two elderly men who were struggling to breathe, helplessly watching as the burly man dragged them away. At that moment, within the sanctuary of Lila, in the council hall, Shi Haiping took a couple of bites of his dish and began to feel nauseated, so he set down his chopsticks. Why have you stopped eating, young man? Is the food not to your liking? Cheng Fei inquired kindly. Shi Haiping shook his head in silence. Cheng Fei then exchanged a knowing glance with a young woman standing nearby. It's merely meat. Perhaps it's a bit rich. Come. Have some soup to cleanse your palate. The young woman, who had been serving Cheng Fei, obediently approached Shi Haiping and filled his bowl with soup. Chapter 97. Consuming foreign objects since the apocalypse. Since being brought back by Li Qin, Shi Haiping had scarcely indulged in meat. It was only in the cafeteria of the star-rated refuge that he had partaken in 2 meals. Logically, one would presume that Shi Haiping should be exceedingly ravenous. Yet, when a young woman poured out a bowl of meat soup, the peculiar aroma made him feel nauseous. What kind of meat is this? He inquired, furrowing his brows. You jest, young brother. What other meat could it be but pork? Cheng Fei replied, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Shi Haiping shook his head, declaring, Never mind, I cannot eat this. As he attempted to snatch the spoon from the young woman's hand and set it aside, she lost her grip, causing both the bowl and spoon to crash to the ground. The sound was sharp and clear. The bowl, brimming with meat soup, shattered into a myriad of pieces, spilling its contents everywhere. The young woman, startled, recoiled, her face drained of color, lips trembling uncontrollably. I didn't mean to. Mr. Chung, I didn't do it on purpose. She stammered, kneeling down and repeatedly bowing her head to Cheng Fei, her forehead bleeding, yet she dared not cease. Cheng Fei's expression darkened. Get out of here. I'll deal with you later. The young woman, eyes shut tight, trembled even more violently as she mustered her courage to rise and retreat. Just as she took a couple of steps, Shi Haiping's voice resonated. It was merely a bowl of soup. I tugged at her. It has nothing to do with her. As he spoke, Shi Haiping bent down to gather the scattered shards from the ground. However, as he lowered himself, his eyes widened in horror. What's wrong? Li Qin asked, noticing Shi Haiping's prolonged hesitation. We're eating human flesh. Shi Haiping's voice quivered with rising revulsion, and he suddenly retched, expelling the 2 mouthfuls of food he had just ingested. Upon witnessing this, Li Qin looked down to find a severed human finger, complete with a nail, lying amidst the spilled soup. At that moment, Shi Haiping felt a wave of nausea wash over him, purging his stomach completely. Blushing crimson, he turned to Cheng Fei. Mr. Chung, you mentioned that the refuge is abundant in meat. Could it be that all of it is human flesh? Cheng Fei, caught off guard by the revelation, panicked internally, silently berating the chef for not being meticulous enough to avoid such a blunder. His mind raced, devising ways to convince Li Qin and the others of his innocence. Previously, he had learned from others that the star-rated refuge was the current sovereign of Donghai City, boasting formidable armed forces and an uncountable supply of resources. Thus, Cheng Fei had been motivated to send word, inviting Li Qin over. He had resolved that if Li Qin was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested, he would earnestly propose exchanging energy cores for supplies and weaponry. If Li Qin finds himself at a disadvantage, he could simply traverse the city and seize the star-level refuge. However, to everyone's astonishment, Li Qin and his companions arrived aboard a combat aircraft, coupled with the weapons wielded by the synthetic warriors. They were unlike anything Cheng Fei had ever heard or seen before. Instantly, Cheng Fei felt intimidated and courteously invited Li Qin inside to share a meal and foster goodwill, hoping this would facilitate business discussions. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the chef had been inattentive, resulting in a grave blunder. After a moment of frenzied contemplation, Cheng Fei feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What? Human flesh? Though our Li La refuge may be impoverished, we would never engage in such heinous acts. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the malicious intent behind this." As he spoke, Cheng Fei rose, his demeanor brimming with indignations. As if he were genuinely intent on unmasking the puppeteer behind the scenes, Li Chun observed Cheng Fei's performance with an air of indifference, remaining composed and silent. Shi Haiping, on the other hand, struggled to suppress the turmoil in his stomach, choosing to remain mute as well. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward for Cheng Fei. Had his ruse been detected? Just then, a commotion erupted outside, granting Cheng Fei a sigh of relief. He hastily seized the opportunity, stating, "I must investigate what is transpiring outside. Mr. Li, would you care to join me?" Although Li Qin did not respond verbally, he slowly rose to his feet, prompting Cheng Fei to feel a wave of relief wash over him. Leading the way, Cheng Fei was followed by the people of the Star-Level Refuge. "Mr. Li, there is something amiss with this Li La Refuge," Shi Haiping murmured. Li Qin nodded in agreement, having discerned that Cheng Fei's previous demeanor was clearly an act. It was likely that Cheng Fei had partaken in human flesh before. Upon stepping outside, they were met with the sight of two elderly individuals stumbling forward, pursued by two burly men wielding sticks. The elderly were on the verge of being caught, the sticks poised to strike. "Dad! Mom!" Shi Haiping bellowed in a fit of rage. With a swift motion, he charged forward and knocked the two hulks to the ground, then rushed to assist the fallen elders. The burly men, still grappling with the situation, mistook Shi Haiping for a meddlesome interloper. They snarled, "Who is this lunatic? How dare you ruin my plans? You better scram, or you'll regret interfering with my prey." However, before the last of their insults could escape their lips, they caught sight of Cheng Fei. Instantly, all remaining foul words lodged in their throats. Cheng Fei wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a cautious glance at Li Qin. "Dad, Mom, what has happened to you?" Shi Haiping inquired, assisting his parents in dislodging stones from their mouths while inspecting their bodies. To his horror, he discovered that the two elders bore no unscathed areas. Their bodies were riddled with bruises. Shi Haiping recalled that prior to the apocalypse, his parents had been rather robust, possessing considerable body fat. However, upon closer inspection, the two elderly individuals appeared emaciated, resembling withered branches, as if they might collapse at any moment. Shi Haiping's lips moved, yet no words escaped them. A tumult of anger and sorrow surged within him, various emotions colliding violently. The elder grasped Shi Haiping's hand, his lips quivering, yet he remained voiceless. A single drop of murky yellow tear crawled from the corner of his eye like a snail. After a considerable pause, the elder finally spoke, "We are fine, still alive." Once Shi Haiping confirmed that the elder was not gravely harmed, he glared furiously at the burly man, his eyes aflame with indignation, radiating an aura of icy menace. "What do you call my parents? Two-legged sheep?" The burly man initially intended to retort but was restrained by the bald man's pull. Everyone in the entire Lila shelter was aware that today, Cheng Fei had distinguished guests in attendance. Present beside Cheng Fei were Li Chun and his entourage, evidently esteemed visitors whom they could not afford to offend. "Brother, your words are misinterpreted. We were merely joking," the burly man stammered. "As for calling them two-legged sheep, I was only remarking on how these elderly folks wander about, scaring them." Chapter 98. I did nothing. The bald man's words were uttered rapidly, laced with anxiety, as if he feared incurring blame. However, Shi Haiping was no fool. How could he believe such an obvious lie? The desire to rend the bald man to pieces surged within him, a means to alleviate his pent-up rage. Yet he remained acutely aware of the purpose of his visit, to facilitate a business transaction between the star-rated sanctuary and the Lila sanctuary. He dared not jeopardize Li Qin's affairs lightly. Turning to Li Qin, he implored earnestly, "Commander, I beseech you to deliver justice for my parents." There was little hope in appealing to Cheng Fei. After all, he had just indulged in a feast of human flesh in the conference hall. The denizens of the Lila sanctuary were cut from the same cloth. Li Qin nodded slightly, his demeanor transforming into one of cold indifference, resembling cast iron or concrete. His gaze, imbued with lethal intent, settled upon Cheng Fei. A faint smirk graced Li Qin's lips as he inquired, "Mr. Cheng, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" The bald man and the burly brute who had tormented the elderly were but pawns in this game, unworthy of Li Qin's direct engagement. Hence, his focus remained on Cheng Fei. As Li Qin's words fell into silence, the sound of mechanisms clicking echoed through the air. 30 synthetic beings raised their weapons, aiming directly at Cheng Fei's forehead. With but a single command from Li Qin, Cheng Fei would be rendered into a sieve. Cheng Fei stiffened, a chill coursing through him as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. He promptly declared, "The Lila Sanctuary will not harbor such scum. They must face severe punishment. Seize them both." The patrol team from the Lila Sanctuary acted swiftly, apprehending both the burly man and the bald individual without regard for their guilt or innocence. Cheng Fei had deemed them guilty, and that was sufficient. We truly did nothing wrong. They protested in unison. Mr. Cheng, you must stand up for us. Both men were acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited them if captured. They envisioned the gruesome fates of those who had been flayed alive, still gasping for breath. The burly man turned pale, trembling uncontrollably as a dreadful realization struck him. He had soiled himself in fear. Sure Haiping grimaced in disgust, delivering a kick to the burly man. You scoundrel, to prey upon the elderly, you are unworthy of life. The burly man accepted the kicks, silently praying that his suffering might quell Sure Haiping's wrath, allowing him to survive. Yet Sure Haiping's heart remained unyielding. Only moments ago, witnessing his parents in such a state had nearly stopped his heart. He could not forgive himself. If only he had departed sooner, perhaps his parents would not have endured such torment. After delivering several kicks, the burly man, still awaiting Cheng Fei's directive, could no longer contain himself. Yes, so what if I raise two-legged sheep? They're still alive, aren't they? Let mercy reign where it may. His words rang with a sense of misguided justification. In this apocalyptic era, what was so wrong with consuming human flesh? In the entire Lila sanctuary, who does not consume the flesh of others? Moreover, the willingness to feast upon two elderly individuals should elicit gratitude from them, considering their advanced age. After all, in other circumstances, they would have perished long ago, were it not for their desire to devour the elderly. What a waste it would be to nourish them for several days. The more one contemplates this, the more justified the burly man felt in his reasoning. Just as he was about to argue his case, a gunshot rang out. The muzzle of the artificial warrior's weapon flared. It was Li Qin who gestured. Ah, murder. The bald man, witnessing the corpse of his comrade, screamed in terror. Yet another shot echoed. The two voracious fiends collapsed instantly upon the cold ground, their eyes wide open in shock. Mr. Cheng, I have executed the scoundrels on your behalf. I trust you have no objections? Li Qin inquired with a seemingly playful grin. Cheng Fei was taken aback by Li Qin's decisive brutality. The command to shoot had been executed without hesitation. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he frantically waved his hands, asserting, such individuals deserve death. Mr. Li is absolutely correct. Li Qin casually nodded in agreement. Now, let us discuss business matters. Mr. Cheng, you dispatch someone to investigate the dubious meal we just had. Once the business is concluded, we should be able to uncover the truth, correct? Li Qin's words carried an undeniable weight, leaving Cheng Fei with no room for dissent. He readily acquiesced and summoned his confidant for a quiet exchange. It was likely that Li Qin merely sought a stance on the matter and would not delve deeper. Otherwise, why would he broach the subject of business at this moment? Thus, Cheng Fei planned to casually offer up a couple of scapegoats for confession. Upon receiving Cheng Fei's directive, his confidant hurried off to attend to the task, while Cheng Fei guided Li Qin and his entourage into the conference hall. At that moment, the hall had been thoroughly cleaned. The remnants of the meal had been removed, creating an atmosphere as if nothing had transpired. Sure Haiping assisted his parents in settling down, then retrieved water and some food from his backpack to offer to the elderly couple. Take your time eating, Mom and Dad. I have plenty more. He spoke softly. Logically, it would have been prudent to place the two elderly individuals in a separate location during negotiations. However, Sure Haiping deemed the entire Lila sanctuary untrustworthy. He could not feel at ease unless his parents were within his sight. Li Qin, however, paid no mind to this and directly addressed Cheng Fei, inquiring, what does Mr. Cheng intend to purchase? This is a list of items and prices currently available for sale from our star-rated sanctuary, he said, handing Cheng Fei a plastic booklet that meticulously detailed the prices and supplies. Cheng Fei perused the list, his heart racing in disbelief. He had only known of the formidable armed forces of the star-rated sanctuary, but he was astonished by the extent of their might. They possessed fighter jets, armored vehicles, and even energy core extraction liquids. It is noteworthy that in Hebi City, long ago, individuals began to explore the potential of energy cores for absorption. However, what followed was a startling revelation. After undergoing primary genetic evolution through the absorption of energy cores, one's body would undergo peculiar transformations. Firstly, the pursuit of further advancement became exceedingly arduous. Secondly, the risk of developing cancer surged significantly. Consequently, it became clear to everyone that the direct absorption of energy cores carried inherent risks. Yet, to abstain from absorption meant resigning oneself to an inevitable demise. The prominent inscription on the table provided by Li Qin, stating purified energy core solution, caused Cheng Fei to gasp for breath in an instant. The very substance that the people of Hebi City could not fathom had manifested within the star-rated refuge. A yearning surged within him. He was consumed by desire. His mind echoed with the fervent thought, what does Mr. Cheng intend to exchange with us? Li Qin, with an air of nonchalance, inquired. Allow me to clarify. Our interstellar refuge can provide transportation services, albeit at an additional cost. As for transportation fees, Cheng Fei dismissed them as trivial, if it meant acquiring these weapons. What was a mere transportation fee? Chapter 99. Understanding what to exchange. It is essential to recognize that whether it be firearms, sustenance, armored vehicles, or energy core purification liquids, these are indeed the most coveted resources in the post-apocalyptic world. I desire an armored vehicle. Cheng Fei stammered, attempting to voice his thoughts. However, he was promptly interrupted by Li Chun. With a sardonic smile, Li Chun remarked, Our items do not come cheap, Mr. Chung. I hope you consider your decision carefully. Furthermore, the energy cores must be paid up front before the individuals from the star-rated shelter will deliver anything. Upon hearing this, Cheng Fei took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He surveyed the surroundings and requested, May I confer with others? The abundance of options overwhelmed him, making it impossible to decide at once. After Li Chun nodded in agreement, Cheng Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately gathered a few trusted aides and retreated to a small conference room for discussion. Once the representatives from the Lila shelter departed, Shi Haiping leaned closer to Li Chun and whispered, Mr. Li, the Lila shelter is clearly not ordinary. Why are we engaging in trade with them? People can be categorized as good or bad, yet Shi Haiping believed that even the wicked possess a moral boundary. The individuals from the Lila shelter treated others as mere commodities, ruthlessly extracting every ounce of value without a hint of ethics, truly demonic. Setting aside personal sentiments, trading with such individuals could likely lead to treachery. I have my reasons. What is your assessment of the Lila shelter? Li Chun inquired leisurely. I find it quite unremarkable. However, the scenery here is rather pleasant, and I notice there is ample land for cultivation, Shi Haiping candidly replied. Li Chun smiled slightly and added, Moreover, there is an airstrip nearby, facilitating transportation. This area was originally a resort frequented by the affluent, so constructing an airstrip or a small airport is quite logical. Upon hearing this, Shi Haiping experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing Li Chun's intentions. Just observe closely, Li Chun said, patting Shi Haiping's shoulder. Meanwhile, Cheng Fei and his companions were animatedly deliberating their desired exchanges in the small room. Previously, they believed they lacked nothing. No firearms? They could manage with homemade shotguns, as zombies posed little threat. No food? They could simply seize from the weak. However, after perusing the list of supplies provided by the star-rated shelter, they suddenly felt a profound sense of inadequacy. An AK-103 cost merely 50 energy cores. My heavens. How incredibly inexpensive. Just look at the ammunition, 1 energy core per box. I speculate that the star-rated shelter must possess an armory, otherwise, they would not sell ammunition at such a low price. The armored vehicle costs 3,000 energy cores, which is indeed steep. Yet, if we grit our teeth, we could still procure a few. The energy core extraction liquid is also essential. Our patrol team has not received any enhancements for quite some time. The crowd in the small room was embroiled in fervent debate. Everyone desired something, and with no alternative, the resources of the star-level shelter were simply too alluring, appearing before them like a mountain of gold. Although Hebei City and Donghai City are both classified as city-level, the former's population is tenfold that of the latter. This disparity indicates a greater number of zombies. Once it was discovered that energy cores could be absorbed, the inhabitants of the Lila shelter promptly organized a team for extensive collection. However, they later found that directly absorbing energy cores had adverse effects, leading to a cessation of their efforts. Nevertheless, they had amassed a considerable stockpile of energy cores with no means to utilize them. Seizing the opportunity to exchange energy cores for resources from the star-level shelter seemed like a surefire profitable venture. Hearing the impassioned discussions of his confidants, Cheng Fei interjected sharply. Enough. Our supply of energy cores is limited, and the zombies outside appear to have evolved. The number we can hunt will only dwindle. We must conserve. The confidants snapped out of their quarrel, exchanging glances. One cleared his throat and summarized, First and foremost, we lack firearms. Everything else can be postponed. Secondly, we require the energy core extraction liquid. Only by significantly enhancing our armed strength can we acquire more energy cores. As for food, no one in attendance mentioned it. What was there to discuss? Cheng Fei nodded in acknowledgement of his confidant's words. Compile a detailed list of our needs. I will present it to Li Chun shortly, he directed. In the absence of outsiders, Cheng Fei felt no need to maintain a facade of friendliness, his demeanor appearing particularly cold and malicious. His confidants readily agreed. Within half an hour, Cheng Fei presented the prepared list to Li Chun, wearing a sycophantic smile. This is all we currently require. Mr. Li, please take a look. Li Chun glanced over the list. 300 AK-103 rifles, 1, 000 boxes of ammunition, 1 level 1 armored vehicle, and a few assorted vegetables, but no meat. With just a cursory glance, Li Chen grasped their intentions. The total amounted to 30,000 energy cores, with a transportation fee of 1,000 energy cores. Payment is required up front before the delivery of goods, Li Chen stated flatly. Cheng Fei rubbed his hands together and feigned hesitation. However, this is our first collaboration. I am uncertain if the star-level shelter possesses such quantities. After all, 30,000 energy cores is no trivial sum. How about we each make a concession? I am willing to provide an additional 1,000 energy cores to have the resources delivered first, and then we can settle the payment upon delivery. Truth be told, Cheng Fei's request was not unreasonable. Had it been any other shelter, Li Chen might have acquiesced. Previously, in Donghai City, Li Chen even allowed the residents of the Villa District to defer payments. Yet, when it came to the Lila shelter, he was unwilling to budge. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Since Mr. Chung lacked sincerity, we must take our leave, Li Chen remarked, making a gesture as if to depart. Cheng Fei's expression immediately turned anxious. He understood that securing a batch of supplies from the star-rated shelter would significantly enhance the armed forces of the Lila shelter. With that, they would have the confidence to hunt down zombies or launch assaults on other shelters. Furthermore, it must be acknowledged that Cheng Fei did not entirely distrust Li Chen. He merely sought to use this situation as leverage for bargaining. However, he never anticipated that Li Chen would be so resolute. Cheng Fei grasped the hem of Li Chen's garment, as if he had made a momentous decision. Mr. Li, please do not leave. Let us discuss this further. I personally have full faith in you. How about this? We can provide the energy cores without issue. Please, do not rush to leave. Stay in the Lila shelter for a couple of days, and allow me the pleasure of hosting you. What do you say? Chapter 100, The Trading Post. Cheng Fei's words, in other terms, suggested holding Li Chen and his companions as hostages at the Lila shelter until the supplies arrived, at which point he would release them. Li Chen silently scoffed, but nodded in agreement. He had anticipated Cheng Fei's maneuver. By staying, he could still execute certain plans. Cheng Fei was taken aback by Li Chen's compliance, instantly elated. Yet, he harbored concerns about Li Chen's potential for treachery. After all, 30,000 energy cores was no trifling sum. Moreover, it was crucial to remember the significant distance to Donghai City. Without transport aircraft or fighter jets, if Li Chen decided to flee with his group, they would have no means to pursue him. Mr. Li, you are indeed magnanimous. The scenery at our Lila shelter is truly splendid. I trust it will meet your expectations, Cheng Fei remarked cheerfully, promptly instructing his confidants to arrange accommodations for Li Chen and his group while presenting them with 31,000 energy cores. It must be acknowledged that while 30,000 energy cores sounded substantial, in reality, it was merely sufficient to fill a few boxes, enough to transport back on a single fighter jet. Li Chen settled into the quarters designated by Cheng Fei, which had been converted from a small villa in a resort into a residence for the higher-ups of the Lila shelter. I hope Mr. Li does not find this place too shabby, Cheng Fei said, feigning politeness as he ushered Li Chen inside. Li Chen surveyed his surroundings before stepping in and casually inquired, "By the way, have you uncovered what transpired during dinner earlier?" At Li Chen's probing question, Cheng Fei's expression froze momentarily. They had been engrossed in discussions about what supplies to exchange, leaving no time to seek a scapegoat. He had hoped Li Chen had forgotten. As Cheng Fei contemplated fabricating a name to deflect blame, Li Chen's voice interrupted him once more. "Be sure to investigate thoroughly and leave no stone unturned. Although we live in apocalyptic times, I, Li Chen, hold a profound disdain for those who derive pleasure from the suffering of others by crossing moral boundaries." Remarkably, with just 2 sentences, Li Chen rendered Cheng Fei speechless. Now, Cheng Fei dared not casually name a scapegoat. If Li Chen were to discover the truth, the repercussions would be minor compared to the potential fallout of losing a business relationship with the elite shelter. Having already relinquished 30,000 energy cores, a failure to secure supplies in return would result in catastrophic losses. Thus, Cheng Fei swallowed the words he nearly uttered, assuring with a smile, "The population at Lila shelter is quite extensive, and it may take some time to ascertain the facts. I assure you, I will provide you with a full account by tomorrow." In truth, Cheng Fei harbored deep disdain for such individuals who would enslave their fellow countrymen. Li Chen, upon hearing this, felt compelled to question Cheng Fei's sincerity. However, it was not the moment to sever ties. With a slight smirk, Li Chen acknowledged Cheng Fei's words as he awaited the departure of Cheng Fei and his entourage. Li Chen promptly contacted Noah. "Is everything ready on your end?" "Commander, all preparations are complete," Noah responded. "For this operation, there are 3,000 artificial warrior soldiers, 5,000 guards, and 200 combat aircraft ready for deployment." Indeed, Li Chen concurred. choosing to stay at the Lila shelter solely to buy time for the soldiers at the star-level shelter to prepare for their arrival. As for punishing Ching Fei, that moment has not yet arrived. Given the current circumstances at the Lila shelter, even without Ching Fei, there are still Huang Fei and Hong Fei. When oppression becomes a widespread phenomenon, humanity grows numb to it. Li Chen perceived great potential in Hebe City. It is rife with zombies and abundant in energy cores. If they could establish a connection here, trading with Hebe City would be entirely feasible. As for the trading hub, Lila Shelter would be an ideal choice, conveniently located with ample space. Once the star-level soldiers arrive, they can launch a direct assault on Lila Shelter, reinstating a new leader. At that point, this place could transform into a colony of the interstellar shelter. Calculating in his mind, Li Chen stated, "Well, since I am not in Donghai City, I leave the command entirely in your hands." "Understood." Noah replied immediately. After severing the connection with Noah, Li Chen began to survey the villa. The entrance was adorned with smooth pebbles, serving a drainage purpose. Inside, there were 2 levels. The upper floor housed the bedrooms, while the lower floor contained the living room. A massive television hung on the wall, though it currently had no signal due to the apocalypse. As Li Chen explored, he discovered several hidden cameras tucked away in various corners, eliciting a cold chuckle. It seemed Ching Fei was not entirely trustworthy. At that moment, Shi Haiping had also moved into the villa next to Li Chen, accompanied by his parents. Upon entering, the elderly couple immediately grasped Shi Haiping's arms, expressing their concern. "Son, what on earth happened? Why were you treated like a guest by that scoundrel Cheng Fei? Please, do not engage in any inhumane acts. How will your mother and I face the world afterward?" Shi Haiping's father inquired with a grave expression. After being brought here, the elderly couple had learned quite a bit about the Lila shelter through others' accounts. To the old gentleman, this place felt like a den of demons. The fact that his son was so lavishly treated by such evil made his heart sink. Shi Haiping's mother shot her husband a reproachful glance, then took her son's hand, saying, "You must have suffered during these days. Your father and I are helpless, unable to even protect ourselves. I believe that Mr. Li you are following is a good man. If he does not agree to take us away, you should leave on your own. At our age, we have lived enough." The old woman sensed that Li Chen was a person of considerable strength. With him, her son would surely find success. At the very least ensuring he would have enough to eat and wear. They were both aging and in poor health. Following Shi Haiping could potentially become a burden to him. The elderly matron lowered her gaze with a heavy heart. Shi Haiping, with a resigned smile, assisted his parents to settle onto the sofa before gradually recounting his experiences. Upon hearing that it was Li Chen himself who had proposed to come to Hebe City to fetch them, the 2 elders exchanged perplexed glances. "Rest assured, dear parents, Mr. Li is an admirable individual, a truly remarkable person. He has bestowed hope for survival upon countless survivors in Donghai City. Once you accompany me back, you will understand. The star-rated sanctuary is entirely different from here. It boasts schools and care centers. As long as we residents work diligently, we can earn points to exchange for essential supplies." Shi Haiping continued speaking, striving to reassure his elderly parents. "Is the star-rated sanctuary really that wonderful?" the old gentleman questioned, unable to fathom it. The situation in Hebe City was dire. Arable land was scarce. Before the Cataclysm, the city relied on food transported from other regions. Having witnessed the malevolence of human nature in Hebe City, the 2 elders instinctively harbored doubts about Shi Haiping's vivid descriptions. Chapter 101. Conquering the Lila Shelter. Upon hearing this, Shi Haiping could not help but reflect on the hardships his parents had endured in recent days. A somber expression overtook his face. The old lady nudged her husband and immediately remarked, "You still do not understand what kind of person our son is. He has never been one to tell lies since he was a child. Regardless, once we accompany him to the star shelter, we shall see for ourselves." The old gentleman nodded in agreement, offering words of comfort. Shi Haiping took out food and water, inquiring, "Mom, Dad, we've had communication difficulties before. Now that we can talk, would you tell me how you have been faring these past days?" Previously, even when they managed to establish contact, it was only through sporadic text messages or brief phone calls, with the signal being exceedingly unstable. To assuage their son's worries, the elderly couple had always assured him they were doing well. However, the truth of their situation was evident to Shi Haiping the moment he laid eyes on them. As the couple exchanged glances, they were about to claim they were faring well when Shi Haiping's gaze silenced them. "Mom, Dad, it's all in the past. There is no harm in sharing it with me." Upon hearing their son's words, the couple finally spoke candidly. When Shi Haiping learned of the many hardships his parents had faced, including having the last remaining handful of noodles taken from them, he could no longer contain himself. Tears, long restrained, cascaded down his cheeks like a rushing stream. "Rest assured, Mom and Dad, Xiaojuan is also at the star shelter, and she is about to give birth. When we return, we will be a harmonious family." Shi Haiping vowed. Since he could not change the past, he resolved to treat his parents better in the future. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Shi Haiping engaged in heartfelt conversation with his parents, who were overwhelmed with excitement from seeing their son after such a long time apart. They incessantly inquired about the details of the star shelter. And as per Shi Haiping's words, they fell into a reverie. Meanwhile, within the Lila shelter, a heated argument erupted. What? You want to use my people as scapegoats? On what grounds? Exclaimed the second-in-command of Lila shelter, known as the Barber. This title, however, bore a sinister connotation, far from the benign role of a pre-apocalyptic barber. Oh, come on, brother, don't say that. We are all in this together. Isn't this to deal with Li Chen? Cheng Fei chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. The barber snorted disdainfully, his discontent palpable. I see you're growing increasingly timid. It's just Li Chen. How formidable can he be? Besides, everyone from the star shelter has left. Only Li Chen remains here with us. It won't be difficult to deal with him. This was precisely why Cheng Fei had ascended to leadership, while the barber remained in a subordinate role, bravery without strategy. Cheng Fei immediately cautioned, brother, do not entertain any ill thoughts. Li Chen is a man of unfathomable depth, and his fighter jet is still stationed at our airport. If we provoke him, neither of us will fare well. The barber's eyes bulged with intensity, bloodshot, and fierce. I care not. Since you are intent on searching, why not find someone from your side to take the blame? With that, he slammed the door and departed. Cheng Fei watched the retreating figure of the barber, a flicker of malevolence surfacing in his pea-sized eyes. The pale gray sun of the east hung wearily in the sky, while the inhabitants of the Lila shelter lazily stirred from their slumber. As they inhaled the fresh morning air, a cacophony of tearing sounds echoed through the atmosphere. Looking up, they beheld a fleet of transport aircraft slicing through the sky. Yet, this was not the most astonishing sight. Following the transport planes were 200 fighter jets, descending like a throng of migratory birds, overwhelming the heavens. What was happening? Why were there so many fighter jets? It seemed that the Star-class shelter was set to deliver supplies today. However, the sheer scale of this display was utterly staggering. The terrifying might of the Star-class shelter. The survivors of the Lila shelter gaped in awe at the spectacle before them, though they were already aware of the exceptional capabilities of the Star-class shelter. It was at this moment that they truly comprehended its extraordinary nature. Quick, report to Mr. Chung. This arrival from the Star-class shelter could spell trouble. Someone shouted in alarm. Even a fool would recognize that delivering supplies hardly necessitated the deployment of so many fighter jets. The response among the people of Lila shelter was remarkably uniform. An unspoken sense of foreboding lingered in the air, suggesting that the Star-class shelter harbored intentions of annihilation. At that moment, Cheng Fei was wrapped in the embrace of a young woman, lost in a blissful dream. Suddenly awakened by a shout, he was filled with ire. Speak. What is it? Cheng Fei's face darkened. People from the Star-class shelter have arrived, reported the messenger, his voice trembling. So what if they have? Why are you so agitated? Have you never seen humans before? Get out of my sight. Cheng Fei waved dismissively, sending the lamp crashing to the floor. No, it's not that. They came in fighter jets. The messenger exclaimed, nearly in tears. There are so many, perhaps 200 or 300. What? Cheng Fei's movements froze. And then his rotund form sprang into action like a ball, rolling out of bed without even donning his clothes, stumbling toward the exit. Looking up, he indeed saw countless fighter jets arrayed across the sky, a sight that made his legs tremble uncontrollably. What? What is this? He stammered. Is Mr. Li awake? What are they planning? Cheng Fei's expression turned rigid. Grabbing the messenger, he roared in inquiry. From the moment the fighter jets were spotted to the reporting, there was no time to check on Li Chen. The messenger shook his head, his face a mask of despair. I don't know. Damn it. Li Chen must be scheming something. Cheng Fei was both frightened and furious. He dashed out, intent on confronting Li Chen for clarity. However, after just a couple of steps, he realized he was disheveled and barefoot, and promptly turned back. After tidying himself up, he called upon his trusted aides and made his way toward the small villa where Li Chen resided. A polite knock echoed through the door, and Li Chen soon appeared at the threshold. It was early in the morning. What could the matter be? Li Chen regarded the assembly before him with an enigmatic smile, his demeanor unruffled. Cheng Fei had initially presumed that the arrival of the starship fighters signified an imminent confrontation. However, Li Chen's nonchalant appearance suggested otherwise. He seemed oblivious to the situation. Cheng Fei exchanged furtive glances with his confidants, rubbing his hands together with a cordial grin, and said, I apologize for interrupting your rest. Mr. Li, I merely wish to inquire about the status of those fighters. Li Chen stifled a yawn, glanced at the sky, and replied, Oh, it's likely that my absence last night led them to believe I had been abducted. No need for concern. Instruct them to land, and I shall provide an explanation. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, Cheng Fei hesitated for a moment. Should the fighters land? A multitude of elite warriors from the Star Refuge would undoubtedly converge upon the Lila Refuge, escalating the perilous situation. Chapter 102. It was all my doing, however. If the fighter jets are not allowed to land, what if Li Qin gives the order to bomb the Lila shelter? Human legs cannot outrun an aircraft. After much contemplation, Cheng Fei chose to trust Li Qin's words. With a smile plastered on his face, he exclaimed, "Ah, I see. It was all just a misunderstanding. Someone quickly allow the personnel from the star-rated shelter to land." As soon as Cheng Fei finished speaking, his confidant hurried off to attend to the matter. Cheng Fei rubbed his hands together and glanced at Li Qin's expression before inquiring, "Mr. Li, I presume you haven't had breakfast yet? Shall we head to the conference hall for a bite?" Li Qin, however, was not in the mood for a meal. Typically, at the star-rated shelter, he enjoyed exquisite cuisine. Yet the fare at the Lila shelter was something even a dog would disdain. Li Qin couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain and retorted, "Have you clarified yesterday's incident? Otherwise, I have no appetite to dine with you." "Haha, it's all sorted out. Let us proceed to the conference hall." "The individuals are being detained there," Cheng Fei responded promptly. Although he had decided to permit the fighter jets from the star-rated shelter to land, he would never allow Li Qin to be alone, as long as Li Qin was by his side. Even if the personnel from the star-rated shelter intended to cause trouble, they would think twice to avoid inadvertently harming Li Qin. "Then let us go?" Li Qin saw through Cheng Fei's cautious intentions, walking nonchalantly amidst the group. At that moment, Shi Haiping also rose, but Li Qin had sent him a message via his smart wristband, instructing him to take his parents to the transport plane first. Therefore, Shi Haiping did not make an appearance. "Mr. Li, shall I summon your subordinate?" Cheng Fei inquired as he passed by. "No need, he brought provisions. He is likely still asleep." Li Qin waved dismissively. Cheng Fei did not dare to say more, especially with fighter jets circling overhead. One hostage was sufficient for Li Qin. Upon arriving at the conference hall, they were greeted by the sight of a frail woman kneeling on the ground, her limbs bound. "Mr. Li, this is the one." Cheng Fei gestured towards the woman on the floor, spitting out his words. "She knocked out the kitchen staff and poisoned our food." Li Qin cast a glance at her without uttering a word, leaving Cheng Fei somewhat embarrassed. "Do not let her appearance deceive you. She possesses considerable strength. If you do not believe me, you may ask her yourself." With that, Cheng Fei kicked the woman. She tilted her head in pain, a grimace of anguish crossing her face. "It was all my doing," she murmured, almost in a trance, repeatedly uttering those words. "See, I told you it was her." "Mr. Li, are you now reassured?" Cheng Fei scrutinized Li Qin's expression, cautiously probing. Li Qin's brow furrowed slightly. Did Cheng Fei truly think he could deceive him with such a feeble scapegoat? Ridiculous. Li Qin scolded. "Listen to yourself. Do you truly believe the words you just spoke?" Li Qin's words startled Cheng Fei, causing him to shudder. He immediately raised his voice, exclaiming, "This is an injustice. The truth is indeed as I say. If you do not believe me, you may inquire of another person. There is ample evidence and witnesses." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with a trusted confidant by his side, inwardly cursing his predicament. Just yesterday, he had arranged for someone from the Barber's crew to take the blame. That group was comprised entirely of burly men, unmistakably criminals. And Li Qin would surely be convinced upon seeing them. Yet, the Barber, in his foolishness, refused to comply, reluctant to sacrifice his own people. Cheng Fei was left with no choice but to find a woman among the slaves to take the fall. The woman understood all too well that taking the blame was a one-way ticket to doom. However, it was still preferable to being left in the mine, toiling endlessly or enduring torment. Thus, she had no option but to acquiesce. "I will not listen to such things. If your shelter in Lila truly lacks sincerity, then this transaction need not proceed. Or perhaps you have already plotted to poison me to seize the supplies." A cold smile crept onto Li Qin's lips. "How could that be?" Cheng Fei exclaimed, his voice rising in panic, before awkwardly laughing twice. "Mr. Li, you misunderstand. Though we at the Lila shelter are indeed lacking in resources, we would never engage in such depraved acts. Please, feel free to inspect." Li Qin had intended to say more, but upon turning to look, he noticed that the soldiers from the star-rated shelter had already landed, forming ranks as they approached. He casually waved his hand, saying, "Never mind. My people have arrived with the supplies. You should begin your inventory." Seeing that Li Qin was not pursuing the matter further, Cheng Fei breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. "Excellent. Mr. Li, you must explain everything clearly to them. I would never dare to detain you here." His tone bore a hint of grievance. Li Qin could not help but think that before the apocalypse, Cheng Fei must have been an actor, given his remarkable ability to perform. The soldiers from the star-rated shelter marched in perfect unison, arriving before Li Qin, with Su Ruashi at the forefront. Commander, the escort team is assembled. The direct combat unit stands by at the airport, Tsuruashi declared, her voice robust and clear. Standing at attention. In her eyes, there was no one else present, only Li Chen. Very well. Have the supplies arrived? Li Chen inquired, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. They have. Tsuruashi shot a glance at Cheng Fei, and that single look nearly made her retch. Cheng Fei was a man of gluttony and lust. It was rumored that he had used every woman in the Lila shelter who bore even a semblance of attractiveness. However, the Lila shelter was severely lacking in food, and even women who might have originally been deemed beautiful would become gaunt from starvation. Upon seeing Tsuruashi, Cheng Fei couldn't help but notice her curvaceous figure, which could not be concealed even beneath her camouflage combat attire. Tsuruashi could hardly tolerate the lecherous gaze Cheng Fei cast upon her. Without revealing any emotions, he took 2 steps towards Li Chen. Mr. Li, may I ask for an introduction? Cheng Fei's gaze was predatory, as if he intended to devour Tsuruashi whole, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Li Chen furrowed his brow in response. All right, please fetch the supplies, and allow Mr. Cheng to conduct an inventory. With Li Chen's command, Tsuruashi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was finally liberated from Cheng Fei's unsettling gaze. Otherwise, she feared that she might lose control and unleash her fist upon Cheng Fei's eye, leading to chaos. Understood. Tsuruashi stood at attention and then proceeded with her escort to the location where the transport aircraft had landed. Cheng Fei gazed longingly at Tsuruashi's retreating figure, his mind racing with schemes. Mr. Li, where did you procure such a beauty? Cheng Fei inquired with a smile. Since Li Chen did not immediately retaliate, it indicated that the appearance of the fighter jet was indeed a misunderstanding. With the threat dissipated, Cheng Fei's nefarious intentions began to stir. In his view, in a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, nothing was beyond trade. If something was, it merely indicated a lack of leverage. Chapter 103. The outcome isn't the star-rated refuge merely seeking energy cores? Cheng Fei contemplated how many energy cores he could part with in exchange for such a captivating beauty. Li Chen squinted, his eyes revealing an abyss of darkness. Mr. Cheng, let business be business. Do not covet what you ought not to. Li Chen remarked with a profound implication. This statement jolted Cheng Fei from his daze, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He quickly adorned his face with a disarming smile and replied, Indeed, I have overthought. After waiting in the conference hall for a while, the guards arrived, bearing supplies, weapons, armored vehicles, and ammunition, all laid before Cheng Fei. He scrutinized the assortment, incredulously exclaiming, Mr. Li, I don't believe I ordered this many weapons. Have you made a mistake? Cheng Fei recalled requesting merely 300 AK-103 rifles, yet the sheer volume of weaponry before him suggested at least 1,000. Li Chen would not be so benevolent as to gift him these. Was there a catch involving energy cores? In response to Cheng Fei's puzzled gaze, Li Chen offered a faint smile and raised his hand. Suddenly, the guards raised their weapons, aiming them at the group led by Cheng Fei. With but a word from Li Chen, they could transform Cheng Fei into a sieve. Cheng Fei, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, trembled as he raised his hands and questioned, Mr. Li, what is the meaning of this? What does it mean? Are you blind? I hereby declare that the Lila Refuge has been taken over by the Star-Rated Refuge. Li Chen smiled faintly. The worst outcome had arrived. Cheng Fei froze in terror, holding his breath. Just a moment ago, he had been devising a way to summon Tsuruashi, and now his mind was a blank slate. Mr. Li, how can you do this? I have conducted business with the Star-Rated Refuge in good faith, Cheng Fei murmured, his face awash with fear. However, Li Chen was indifferent to his pleas, issuing a direct command over the radio. Proceed as planned. Understood. The resolute voices of the soldiers echoed back through the radio. Cheng Fei was escorted to the conference hall, where Tsuruashi and others stood guard. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers commenced their operation. After a night of meticulous planning, Li Chen discerned who Cheng Fei's confidants were. One by one, the soldiers knocked on their doors, and with a single gunshot, their lives were swiftly extinguished, denying them even a moment to plead for mercy. Some of Cheng Fei's associates, still groggy from sleep, were oblivious to the unfolding chaos and were forever silenced. A zone search complete. B zone search complete. C zone search complete. Reports from various squads crackled over the radio. Cheng Fei sat in his chair, eyes closed, fervently praying that the barber, who had always been at odds with him, would display some cleverness and rally a rescue. However, 10 minutes passed with no sign of salvation. Cheng Fei's hopes were dashed. The barber was dragged into the council chamber by the guards, treated as if he were a lifeless dog. With a thud, the soldier unceremoniously tossed the unconscious barber onto the ground. Commander, we have discovered 3 large mines at the Lila Refuge, the soldier reported. At each site, humans were found shackled and enslaved. The soldier stood at attention, reporting with his legs together. As his words hung in the air, Li Chen cast a glance at Cheng Fei, exuding an aura of cold menace. Cheng Fei felt an overwhelming chill. A pervasive sense of coldness enveloping him from his feet to his thighs, from his fingertips to his shoulders, and from the tip of his nose to his chest. He opened his mouth, attempting to offer a defense. However, to his astonishment, the soldiers from the Star Refuge not only dealt with Cheng Fei's confidants but also liberated the enslaved individuals. Among them were the elderly, women, and children, many of whom were reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, barely clinging to life. These captives were now brought to the council chamber, trembling and murmuring, "Please, help us. Let us die, let us die." Many had endured prolonged captivity and had witnessed their companions dragged away one by one, leaving them mentally shattered. They hunched their shoulders, timidly observing the scene before them. Upon seeing Cheng Fei forcibly seated in a chair, 2 guns aimed at his forehead, their expressions froze in shock. "Cheng Fei, what possible defense can you muster now?" Li Chen approached Cheng Fei slowly, his voice languid and sinister, akin to a devil's whisper. Cheng Fei shuddered, his lips quivering, yet he could not utter a single word. Su Ruoxi, feeling compassion for the frail and vulnerable, spoke, "Fear not, we are from the Star Refuge. Upon learning of Cheng Fei's heinous acts as the head of the Lila Refuge, we have come to confront these demons. You are saved." As Su Ruoxi's words resonated, a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the former slaves. Among them, a few able-bodied men raised their voices. "Yes. Well done, Cheng Fei, you wretch. Return the lives of my family to me. Today, I will fight you." In an instant, these men, their eyes aflame with fury, fixed their gaze upon Cheng Fei, clearly driven by deep-seated enmity. Observing that these men seemed more alert than the others, Li Chen invited them to step forward and recount Cheng Fei's crimes. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the men hesitated, reluctant to move. Only one, a man whose head bore the marks of a rough shave, stepped forth. He surveyed the room and declared, "Mr. Li, I am willing to trust you. My name is Li Taizhu. I was a gardener at the resort before the apocalypse." When the end came, Cheng Fei, a high-ranking official at the resort, seized this place as a base to organize resistance against the zombies. Li Taizhu's entire family resided at the resort, and inevitably, they followed Cheng Fei. The robust Li Taizhu had become one of Cheng Fei's trusted confidants. However, as the days of the apocalypse stretched on, the food supply at the Lila shelter dwindled alarmingly. Initially, Cheng Fei would organize teams to venture out in search of sustenance. Yet, the inhabitants of the Lila shelter were devoid of weapons, and with their meager rations, they lacked the strength to confront the undead. The meager harvest yielded little food but resulted in significant losses among the people. At this juncture, Cheng Fei convened a meeting, expressing the sentiment that it was better to refrain from sending individuals out to become fodder for zombies. Coincidentally, several iron mines were discovered within the vicinity of the Lila shelter, essential for crafting weapons. Cheng Fei proposed that a portion of the shelter's residents be assigned to extract ore, which could then be exchanged for food with other shelters. Although Li Taizhu had committed numerous nefarious acts to survive in this new world, he could not bring himself to accept the notion of treating humanity as mere livestock. Consequently, he vocally opposed Cheng Fei's plan. Those who dared to challenge Cheng Fei's authority typically met with dire consequences, and as a result of his dissent, Li Taizhu and his entire family were imprisoned as slaves. Chapter 104. I am not evil. In recent days, the family, with the exception of Li Taizhu, has suffered immense loss. His wife and 2 children perished, unable to withstand the grueling labor. Originally, to prevent a drastic decline in population, Cheng Fei had decreed that only a small fraction of individuals would be enslaved. Yet, human nature is far more complex. Once the gates of hell were opened, slavery became commonplace in the Lila shelter. After all, the food exchanged from other shelters was not easily shared with the ordinary residents. Survival became a struggle, compelling many to turn against those around them. Innocent people were shackled and sent to the mines, where they toiled for meager rations in return. Had it not been for Cheng Fei's brutal suppression, it is likely that no one would have survived in the Lila shelter. Consequently, the malicious intentions of others shifted towards different survivors. If they could not exploit those in the Lila shelter, they would prey upon others. Some feigned weakness to garner sympathy, only to strike when least expected. Others meticulously planned raids into the homes of scattered survivors, pillaging their food supplies and dragging them back as livestock, chained to work in the mines. This grim reality had become the norm in the Lila shelter. "Mr. Li, please ensure that these demons are sent to hell." Li Taizhu thought of his wife and children, who had succumbed to exhaustion. His face, chiseled like stone, bore the marks of weariness and profound sorrow, driven by vengeance. He swallowed the repugnant scraps meant for slaves, food that was often left over and foul-smelling, occasionally tainted with filth. Nevertheless, he maintained a daily exercise regimen to preserve his strength against the relentless labor, allowing him to endure to this day. Now, The moment of retribution was at hand. Hatred filled Li Tieju's eyes, wishing nothing more than to rend Cheng Fei asunder. Cheng Fei, intimidated by Li Tieju's glare, instinctively recoiled, wishing to shrink into a mere morsel. Mr. Li, do not heed his baseless accusations. I have never treated anyone as a slave, nor have I poisoned you. Cheng Fei attempted to twist the truth. He understood that the Lila shelter lacked the strength to compete with the star-rated shelters. His only hope lay in garnering Li Chen's sympathy. Regardless of whether Li Chen believed him, he deemed it worthwhile if it meant sparing himself. Do not slander me. Do you dare swear on it? Upon hearing this, Li Tieju's face reddened with indignation as he glared at Cheng Fei, his anger palpable. What is there to fear? If I poison Mr. Li, or treated people as livestock to toil in the mines, may I meet a wretched fate. Cheng Fei proclaimed loudly. Is it not merely a vow? The lips moved. Yet who among us cannot do the same? Li Tieju's teeth ground together in frustration, but he found himself utterly powerless against Cheng Fei. Li Chen waved his hand and spoke, stating that a single witness was insufficient. At the moment in the Lila refuge, anyone who stepped forward to testify would be rewarded with a box of instant noodles. Outside the meeting hall, the residents of the Lila refuge had gathered, their expressions numb as they observed the unfolding scene. Upon hearing of the food incentive, their eyes sparkled with interest. The first to betray Cheng Fei was his personal chef. I testify against Cheng Fei. He has repeatedly coerced me, luring outsiders to come in as slaves through radio broadcasts. Soon, others who had worked for Cheng Fei joined in, clamoring to voice their accusations. The atmosphere grew chaotic as they vied for food. Li Chen kept his promise. All who had testified received a box of instant noodles. Now, begin to accuse those around you. The old rule applies. 1 box of noodles for each accusation. Li Chen's voice rang out once more, plunging the scene back into disarray. In their desperation for food, neighbors, relatives, and friends were all exposed without hesitation, and they all received their coveted noodles in return. Based on the accusations gathered, Noah meticulously recorded and organized the information. Once the clamor subsided, Li Chen gestured toward the android soldiers. A portion of the accused from the Lila refuge was dragged out before the crowd. In front of everyone, gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 as the worst offenders were executed. In their final moments, they clutched the instant noodles tightly in their arms. Li Chen surveyed the surroundings and, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, declared, I am not a mindless killer. The execution of these individuals is justified, for they have committed heinous acts. Their violence was not forced but inherent. He continued, From this day forth, the Lila Refuge will be under the management of the Star Refuge. I will not allow such circumstances to occur again. Do you understand? The residents of the Lila Refuge remained silent, no one daring to respond. Only Li Tieju's voice rang out. I understand. Li Chen nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Cheng Fei. With a sardonic smile, he inquired, Mr. Cheng, do you have any further defense to offer? Cheng Fei, who had controlled the Lila Refuge for so long, had indeed been the one to propose the mining of captives and had committed numerous atrocities. Yet, for the residents, this had become a matter of indifference. They were desensitized to his wrongdoings. In fact, many felt grateful to Cheng Fei for providing them a means of survival. To thoroughly dismantle Cheng Fei's image in the eyes of the people, Li Chen orchestrated this spectacle, ensuring stability after taking control of the Lila Refuge. I have nothing to say, Cheng Fei lamented, tilting his head in anguish, the flesh on his cheeks quivering. You all, having feasted and filled your bellies, are utterly oblivious to the suffering of the world. What is wrong with me sending them to mine? If I hadn't suggested exchanging or for food, all the survivors in the Lila shelter would have perished from starvation. I am not committing evil. I am performing a noble act. Can you not feel the pangs of hunger within your conscience? Cheng Fei shouted passionately, yearning to defend himself one last time before facing his demise. Yet, regrettably, Li Chen was not one to soften his heart. Unmoved by Cheng Fei's cunning justifications, Li Chen remained steadfast and unwavering. Evil is evil, regardless of the justifications. If you are hungry, you may venture out to seek supplies. The sacrifice of 100 lives is justified for the survival of 10. Moreover, the early zombies are quite feeble. Even a kitchen knife can suffice to fend them off. You indulge in comfort and idleness. It is your quest for pleasure that has unleashed Pandora's box. Each word, each sentence from Li Chen struck Cheng Fei's heart like a hammer, mercilessly. Having caused the demise of so many, Cheng Fei too would be haunted by nightmares. Yet he had continually consoled himself with the same reasoning. Now, however, Li Chen's words utterly shattered all facades, forcing Cheng Fei to confront his own malevolence. Chapter 105, A Pie from the Sky. Fear, sorrow, and anguish intertwined upon Cheng Fei's countenance. His trembling, curled fingers feebly pointed at Li Chen, his lips quivering as if to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. After observing the expressions of the residents of the Lila Refuge, Li Qin nodded subtly at Su Ruoxi. Bang! Cheng Fei's nefarious existence came to an abrupt end. Blood splattering upon the floor, a vivid crimson cascading and pooling at Li Qin's feet. He is dead. Outside, a survivor trembled as he spoke, soon followed by a chorus of weeping. The cries were laced with fervor. Heaven has eyes. This vile creature has finally met his demise. Ha 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 ha. I have survived. I have survived. Well done. The residents of the Lila Refuge wept tears of joy at Cheng Fei's death. Li Qin was momentarily astonished, but soon comprehended the situation. Cheng Fei had accumulated such a formidable reputation within the Lila Refuge that as long as he lived, they dared not express their true sentiments. It was only when Cheng Fei fell before their eyes that the residents of Lila Refuge could truly exhale in relief. The pent-up anger and suffering of the past transformed into tears, cleansing everything. Li Qin stood quietly, listening to the residents' lamentations. After a considerable time had passed, Li Taiju wiped his reddened eyes and was the first to kneel before Li Chun. We shall forever remember the immense grace and virtue of Mr. Li. As his words fell, the others knelt in unison, their heads bowed and expressions reverent. Regardless of what the future held, or Li Chen's intentions, they were grateful that he had liberated them from Cheng Fei's tyranny. They would no longer live in the constant shadow of being captured and enslaved. Li Chen regarded them with a slight nod. Rise, please. I have dealt with Cheng Fei's confidants. Now, we must determine the future of the Lila Refuge. Li Taiju, please select a few individuals of good character. The rest may disperse. Many cast envious glances at Li Taiju. For being chosen by Li Chun at this moment undoubtedly marked one as a future leader of the Lila Refuge. However, everyone had witnessed Li Chen's methods. He was capable of ending lives at will. Coupled with the hundreds of elite refuge warriors lying in wait outside, none dared to act recklessly. The unassociated individuals obediently vacated the premises. Li Taiju called forth 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. Once everyone had departed the conference hall, Li Taiju began to introduce these 3. Mr. Li, these 3 are the remaining individuals of conscience within the Lila Refuge. This elder sister has repeatedly brought food into the mines for us. Otherwise, many would have perished from starvation. The 2 men beside her are her sons, who often venture out to hunt zombies, acquiring energy cores, and most of the resources they obtain are shared with those of us in the mines. The 3 of us, including myself, were once part of the faction opposed to the enslavement of individuals, though most of our companions have tragically perished. Li Taiju spoke with clarity and reason, fully aware of the type of individuals Li Qin desired. To speak candidly, the majority of survivors at the Lila Sanctuary harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Cheng Fei, primarily because they do not occupy positions of power. Had they been trusted confidants of Cheng Fei, they would have been elated and would never have risen in rebellion. These individuals are exceedingly susceptible to indoctrination. After enduring Cheng Fei's tyranny for so long, their psychological well-being has been severely compromised, rendering them unfit for managerial roles. In stark contrast, those who have consistently opposed Cheng Fei from the outset, unwavering in their principles and fearless of death, embody true moral integrity. Li Chen's gaze shifted among the trio. Although the elderly woman did not meet his eyes, she was far from submissive. Excellent. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Having decided to designate the Lila Sanctuary as a transaction hub, it became evident that he could not allocate a significant number of personnel to remain there. The selection of a new leadership team for the sanctuary was of paramount importance. They must be obedient, possess a moral compass, and be capable of maintaining order among others. Both Li Taiju and the 3 individuals put forth for consideration met these criteria. Let us sit down to discuss, Li Chen suggested, nodding. The 3, now somewhat reserved, took their places around the conference table. Initially addressing the current issues facing the Lila Sanctuary, Li Taiju was appointed as the head, with the 3 of them serving as his deputies. The Star-class Sanctuary would dispatch a medical team to provide psychological counseling to the residents of the Lila Sanctuary. Additionally, all supplies delivered today would remain at the Lila Sanctuary. 2 squads of guards would be stationed there. In my absence, they will follow Li Tieju's directives. Li Chun laid out the forthcoming leadership structure of the Lila Sanctuary with great clarity, offering not only personnel, but also resources. To any observer, it appeared to be a stroke of fortune. Li Tieju's expression shifted from elation to a more serious demeanor. Mr. Li, with such generous assistance, what price must we pay in return? Having endured Cheng Fei's regime, Li Taiju had grown cautious. He had once placed great faith in Cheng Fei until the latter implemented policies of enslavement and robbery. Li Taiju now feared that the Star-class Sanctuary might turn this place into a testing ground for human experimentation, or perhaps emulate Cheng Fei's approach altogether. Observing Li Tieju's expression, Li Chen smiled gently. I may have neglected to mention that the Star-class Sanctuary possesses ample resources. However, we require energy cores. Thus, I intend to utilize the Lila Sanctuary as a transit station between cities, responsible for the storage and transportation of supplies, facilitating trade with other sanctuaries in Hebe City. What you, Li Taiju, and your companions must focus on is to reassure the residents of the Lila Sanctuary. I wish to see no one transgress the bounds of morality. Can you manage this? As Li Qin's words resonated, Li Taiju and the others exchanged glances and promptly assured, "We can." Currently, the star-rated refuge they behold indeed mirrors Li Qin's assertion. It is abundant in resources. Li Taiju harbors no ambition for dominance or sovereignty. If the inclusion in the star-rated refuge can afford him and his friends a stable existence, he is willing to assist Li Qin. Very well. Further details will be conveyed to you later. You are now considered residents of the star-rated refuge. Please don the smart wristbands. Suruashi will assist you with the registration shortly, Li Qin continued. Prior to meeting Li Taiju, Li Qin had intended for Jiang Tiankai or Shi Haiping to oversee the Lila refuge. However, with a suitable candidate at hand, such considerations became unnecessary. As Li Taiju possesses a deeper understanding of the circumstances within the Lila refuge, once Suruashi ensured the security team was settled, she entered with a scanner to register the identities of Li Taiju and the three others one by one. Li Taiju activated his smart wristband, gazing at his information with eyes full of astonishment. Chapter 106. I am merely a messenger. This is undeniably high technology, especially the smart wristband, which boasts communication functions, a marketplace, a task hall, and more. Li Taiju, filled with curiosity, clicked through to explore each feature, feeling as though he had opened the door to a new world. With this, Li Taiju was thoroughly convinced of the merits of the star-level shelter and finally believed what Li Qin had just conveyed. Every month, you are required to return to the star-level shelter for a conference, and in case of emergencies, you must also return. However, for the majority of the time, you are expected to remain in Hebe City. Of course, your families may reside in the star-level shelter, becoming official residents. The main hub of the star-level shelter provides free educational opportunities for minors, as well as a care center that accommodates the disabled and the elderly. Residents of the Lila shelter, after passing assessments, may apply to relocate here, Li Qin explained. The conditions at the Lila shelter, after all, cannot compare to those of the star-level shelter. If Li Taiju and his companions had children or elderly family members, they might choose to place them in the star-level shelter. However, let it be made clear that the star-level shelter does not accept just anyone. Those who do not meet the application criteria will find no recourse, no matter who they are. Li Taiju nodded in understanding. Li Qin's arrangement essentially rendered him a figurehead of the Lila shelter, while in reality, the Lila shelter had become an affiliate of the star-level shelter, continuously supplying it with residents and energy cores. Li Taiju had no objections to this. He was more than pleased to cling to Li Qin's coattails. After all, he was not some deity capable of providing sustenance for the entire Lila shelter. If things went awry, the Lila shelter could very well revert to the control of Cheng Fei, or perhaps even face worse circumstances. Li Qin subsequently left supplies at the Lila shelter. Simultaneously, 2 squads of artificial warriors were stationed here for protection. The news of the star-level shelter's opening for exchanges in Hebe City was disseminated by Li Taiju. Given the relative isolation of Hebe City's communications, Li Taiju utilized a radio to broadcast the information. Some shelters caught wind of this and came to investigate the news. So Lila shelter has a new leader? The speaker was Kong Liqiang, one of the 5 major shelters in Hebe City. Prior to the apocalypse, he was already a titan in the beverage industry, firmly seated among the top 100 wealthy individuals. Previously, Kong Liqiang had dealings with the Lila shelter, but had gradually distanced himself upon learning of Cheng Fei and his associate's brutish nature. This was not due to disdain. Kong Liqiang's moral standards were not so lofty. He merely found Cheng Fei's actions to be cruel, and thus his moral compass was rather low, prone to inconsistency. Now, upon observing the Lila shelter, Kong Liqiang perceived it as a veritable new frontier. Not only had the leadership changed, but the residents also seemed far less pitiable than before. Li Taiju smiled lightly. Indeed, Cheng Fei has been dealt with by us. His tone was so nonchalant, yet it sent a chilling shiver down Kong Liqiang's spine. Kong had witnessed the power of the Lila sanctuary, albeit impoverished, yet brimming with strength, particularly the formidable Cheng Fei and his cohorts, whose origins were shrouded in mystery and whose ferocity was unparalleled. How could Li Taiju, appearing so unassuming, have managed to topple Cheng Fei? Kong had come today presumably to exchange resources. Perhaps it would be prudent to engage in conversation first. Li Taiju wasted no time. The immediate priority was to fulfill the tasks assigned by Li Qin before discussing other matters. Ha ha ha, my dear brother Li, you were quite straightforward, and I appreciate that. Kong Liqiang laughed heartily as he followed Li Taiju into the conference hall. Upon entering, Kong's gaze began to survey the surroundings. Previously, A bed had been placed in the hall for Ching Fei's leisure, often inviting his confidants for feasts, leaving the floor perpetually stained. However, this time, Kong was taken aback. The floor gleamed with cleanliness, and the bed had been removed, imparting an air of authority to the space. "Please, take a seat," Li Taiju gestured, handing over the resource exchange list provided by Li Qin. "These are the materials available for exchange. Take a moment to review them." The list detailed an array of weapons, grenades, and energy core purification liquids. Kong's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the list. How could this be? All items were sourced from Hebi City, a place known for its dire scarcity. How could such a substantial quantity of resources be available for exchange? Not only weapons, but even armored vehicles. For a moment, Kong found himself at a loss for words, staring in astonishment at the exchange list, even contemplating the possibility that Li Taiju had raided someone as stronghold to acquire such provisions. Noticing Kong's expression, Li Taiju understood the unspoken thoughts and explained. "All these resources are provided by the star-rated sanctuary in Donghai City. I am merely a messenger. However, there will be transportation costs involved." "Star-rated sanctuary?" Kong Liqiang inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion upon hearing Li Tieju's words. The communication infrastructure was severely compromised. News from Donghai City had yet to reach Hebi City, making Kong's ignorance of the situation understandable. Li Taiju smiled faintly and produced a smart wristband, accessing the official forum of the star-rated sanctuary to show Kong. "The network signal has been restored in Donghai City. If your phone can connect to the internet, you could access this forum as well." Li Tieju's words sparked curiosity in Kong, given the destruction of signal towers and the severing of cables by unknown creatures. Obtaining even a glimmer of signal had become a matter of sheer luck. How remarkable is Donghai City, with its networks re-established? Observing the posts on the star-level sanctuary forum, Kong Liqiang inquired, "If I redeem supplies, how do they intend to transport them?" "By transport aircraft," Li Taiju replied matter-of-factly. "Currently, the highways are filled with obstacles. If we rely on land transport, who knows how long it would take?" Kong Liqiang's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling walnuts. "Transport aircraft?" he echoed. Li Taiju nodded slightly. Recalling Li Qin's words, he elaborated, "The Interstellar Sanctuary has already reinstated numerous production lines. They possess not only transport aircraft but also helicopters and fighter jets. Once President Kong places an order, there is no need for concern. The star-level sanctuary will swiftly deliver the supplies. 100 kilometers may pose a challenge for trucks. Yet for transport aircraft, it is merely a matter of moments. It might even be considered somewhat extravagant." Chapter 107. "Place your order now." Kong Liqiang inhaled sharply. If Li Tieju's words were indeed truthful, the technological prowess of the star-rated shelter must have far surpassed that of most other shelters. It was likely that the restoration of signals in Donghai City was also a consequence of the star-rated shelter's capabilities. Observing Kong Liqiang's expression of uncertainty, Li Taiju understood that this revelation was challenging to digest. Thus, he patiently awaited his reaction. After all, this was the apocalypse. When Li Qin initially broached the subject of the star-rated shelters, Li Taiju had also harbored skepticism. If, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the majority of humanity had regressed to a pre-industrial era, yet the star-rated shelters not only maintained their status, but evolved further. They resembled entities operating on a different plane altogether, at least 30 years ahead of pre-apocalyptic technology. After a considerable pause, once Kong Liqiang appeared more accepting, Li Taiju suggested taking him to inspect some supplies. These had been left by the commander for emergencies and were all redeemable resources. As Li Taiju spoke, he opened the massive doors of the warehouse. Kong Liqiang's scalp tingled upon his first glance. The warehouse was densely packed with firearms and ammunition. The quantity was sufficient to arm several shelters. His legs trembled slightly as he approached and touched the weapons. The smooth metallic texture confirmed their authenticity. "Are these truly sourced from the star-rated shelter, brotherly?" Kong Liqiang inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. Li Taiju nodded slightly. The commander was concerned that the Lila shelter might lack adequate armament. Thus, he stored them here for our use. However, they can also serve as emergency redeemable resources for trade with other shelters. Come, there are several more warehouses to view. After Kong Liqiang had perused all 5 warehouses, he felt as though he might faint from the overwhelming revelations. His mouth twitched, and his brows furrowed in disbelief. Today had been filled with an excess of stimuli. The warehouses contained firearms, food supplies, and even a few armored vehicles. Kong Liqiang felt as though he were not touring the Lila shelter, but rather a military base. According to Li Tieju's descriptions, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The star-rated shelter also provided bulletproof vests, helmets, and more, all of which required energy cores for exchange. "Now, do you believe me, Mr. Kong?" Li Taiju smiled slightly. Kong Liqiang clutched his chest and nodded. How could he not believe it? Just moments ago, While examining the exchange list, he had doubted the authenticity of the armored vehicles. But now, having witnessed them firsthand, he found himself questioning his very existence. Shall we proceed with an order now, Mr. Kong, or do you wish to contemplate further? Li Taiju glanced at the time and inquired, eager to return for lunch, as a fresh tomato egg drop soup awaited him. Kong Liqiang gazed at the towering pile of weapons, tempted to finalize the decision on the spot and bring these arms home. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to consult with others first. All right, Mr. Kong, I'll stay here for now. I'll come back after lunch, Li Taiju said, nodding slightly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Kong Liqiang remained transfixed, staring blankly at the weapons stored in the warehouse. The sight was utterly astonishing. It is crucial to note that even in Hebei City, most shelters relied on rudimentary weapons such as kitchen knives or homemade spears. Firearms were a rarity. Only a powerful figure like Kong Liqiang, in the pre-apocalyptic era, could procure such weaponry. However, those firearms were far from sufficient for the entire shelter. They merely served as a deterrent to intimidate the residents. In the event of a zombie attack, the ammunition would be woefully inadequate. Yet here, at the star-level shelter, an abundance of resources was casually stored. An entire warehouse brimming with bullets. The sight made Kong Liqiang's heart race with exhilaration. It was irresistibly tempting. Seizing the moment while Li Taiju was at lunch, Kong Liqiang returned to a modified land cruiser, where several members of the Fengqingyang shelter awaited him. Old Kong, how did it go? What did you see? One inquired. Huh, what else is there to see? You already know the state of the Lila shelter. It's as impoverished as it gets. What resources could they possibly offer for exchange? Oh, come on, don't be so quick to judge. Perhaps the folks at Lila have conjured up some homemade goods to sell, came a light-hearted retort, followed by laughter within the vehicle. They were all acutely aware of Lila's dire circumstances. It was merely a curiosity that had led them there. As Kong Liqiang listened to the banter, he fell silent. Normally, he would have exchanged a few jibes, but now, his thoughts drifted back to the warehouse, causing him to swallow hard. All right, old Kong, just tell us what you saw. What resources did they have for exchange? They pressed eagerly. Yes. Don't keep us in suspense. Several voices chimed in. Kong Liqiang composed his expression, striving to mask his astonishment, and began to recount his observations. When he revealed that the Lila shelter had changed its leadership and seemed to have become a vassal of another shelter, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone stared in disbelief. No way. That Xing Fei is a ruthless character. Who could possibly have dethroned him? Indeed, Lila has a considerable population. How could it possibly become a vassal of a mere outpost in Donghai City? Old Kong, are you having a nightmare? Skepticism filled the air as they questioned Kong Liqiang's words. Xing Fei was notorious, a ferocious entity. Even the Buddha himself would think twice before confronting Xing Fei at Lila. How could he have been vanquished? Kong Liqiang nodded emphatically, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. You won't believe it until you see it for yourselves. The entire Lila shelter is utterly transformed. The star-level shelter has not only supplied food to Lila, but has also facilitated resource exchanges. Upon witnessing Kong Liqiang's earnest demeanor, the others in the vehicle exchanged glances, beginning to entertain a semblance of belief. Well, even if the Lila sanctuary had undergone a transformation, what resources could they possibly offer in exchange? This was the foremost concern shared among the group. Although Li Taiju had proclaimed over the radio that weapons could be traded, the consensus was that in a world teetering on the brink of collapse, weapons and ammunition were the most coveted commodities. Anyone fortunate enough to possess them would be reluctant to part with such treasures, rendering the notion of exchange implausible. Thus, it was surmised that Li Taiju must have been deceiving them. The Lila Sanctuary could at best offer some food in return for energy cores. With AK-103s, M416s, grenades, stun grenades, armored vehicles, and ammunition. Kong Liqiang recited, presenting the exchange list for others to scrutinize. In an instant, the collective astonishment nearly rendered everyone speechless. One burly man, unable to contain himself, inadvertently spewed water, drenching those around him. Chapter 108. What a bargain. Is Li Taiju playing with us for amusement? The burly man's eyes bulged, resembling the eyes of an ox. I have inspected the items on those exchange slips. They possess everything listed. And in abundance, 5 large warehouses brimming with supplies. It is said these are emergency resources left behind by the star-rated shelter. Kong Liqiang numbly wiped his face, seemingly unfazed. To be candid, his initial reaction had mirrored that. Who wouldn't he have some stockpile if they managed to establish a shelter? However, the warehouses Li Taiju had just shown him contained the entire inventory of the Fengqingyang shelter. To this day, Kong Liqiang cannot shake off the image, weapon crates stacked from the ground to the ceiling of the warehouse. Do you think this exchange is credible? The burly man began to ponder, stroking his chin. The reason they occupy this remote corner is due to a scarcity of ammunition. If they could indeed exchange for weapons from the star-rated shelter, their Fengqingyang shelter would become invincible. I believe it to be plausible. Kong Liqiang nodded earnestly. He scanned the interior of the vehicle and retrieved the exchange slip. After all, the items are delivered and then provided with energy cores. Even if it is a ruse, we would suffer any loss. Now, let us deliberate on what to exchange for. Fengqingyang is the weakest among the 5 shelters in Hebei City. Thus, the number of energy cores is limited, around several hundred thousand. If this exchange proves reliable, they must carefully consider their choices. Everyone fixated on the exchange slip, gasping at the prices listed. An AK-103 for merely 50 energy cores? How incredibly cheap. Look here, a box of ammunition costs only 1 energy core. My heavens. Why the commotion? Did you not notice that this armored vehicle is priced at 3,000 energy cores? That is astonishing. By the way, what is this energy core purification liquid? Kong Liqiang, have you inquired about it? Why does one dose demand 500 energy cores? After perusing the list, all eyes inevitably turned towards Kong Liqiang. The exchange slip contained only names and the requisite energy cores, lacking detailed descriptions. Other weapons, food, and medical supplies were self-explanatory by their names. Yet this energy core purification liquid appeared most peculiar. Kong Liqiang shook his head, indicating his ignorance. He had been so awestruck by the contents of those 5 warehouses that he had no time to inquire further. Very well, let us first examine the weapons and ammunition, and compile a list. We should retain some energy cores to investigate what the energy core purification liquid entails before making a final decision. Kong Liqiang saw consensus. The group nodded in agreement. After deliberation, they ordered 5,000 firearms, including AK-103S and M416S. After all, while the AK is suitable for mid-range combat, the M416 can also serve as a sniper rifle for long-range engagements. A considerable number of other ammunition types were also requested, along with some grenades. Should we consider the armored vehicle? The burly man inquired. Before me lies an armored vehicle, utterly enticing. If only I possessed such a machine, I could venture forth and bombard the horde of zombies, ensuring the soldiers remain unscathed. This would significantly reduce the manpower costs associated with hunting the undead. Let us procure 10 units to test the waters, Kong Liqiang rationally suggested. After a thorough discussion, the decision was made. The group glanced at the sun. It was still midday, and they surmised that Li Taiju would take a brief respite after lunch. Thus, Kong Liqiang and his companions indulged in some jerky while awaiting the afternoon meeting. The sun hung in the murky sky, casting dazzling and blinding rays that heated the entire expanse of land. Li Taiju enjoyed a refreshing nap, stretching languidly upon waking. Aunt May, I must attend to business with the people from the Fengqingyang refuge. Do not wait for me for dinner, as I cannot predict when I will finish. He informed the woman within the dwelling. Aunt May was the individual previously endorsed by Li Taiju, who, owing to her kindness, he now regarded as a foster mother. Understood. Aunt May waved her hand dismissively. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Li Taiju found that all the representatives from the Fengqingyang refuge had already gathered, seated neatly and eagerly awaiting his presence. The allure of weaponry was simply too great. They were desperate to ascertain the reliability of the exchange. Should it prove genuine, the Fengqingyang refuge would undoubtedly intensify their efforts to hunt zombies, utilizing energy cores to procure even more resources from the interstellar refuge. You arrived quite early. Li Taiju greeted with a slight smile. To be succinct, my dear brother Li, we have prepared the items for exchange. Please take a look, Kong Liqiang exclaimed, barely containing his excitement as he produced the agreed-upon list and placed it before Li Taiju. He glanced over the document and nodded. Very well. But you will need to add a transportation fee of 2,000. The quantity you are requesting is rather substantial. The Fengqingyang refuge has already exchanged for hundreds of thousands of resources, so this additional 2,000 energy cores should not pose a problem. However, an urgent inquiry arose. Brother Li, what exactly is this energy core extraction liquid? Kong Liqiang asked. Oh, it is quite literal, Li Taiju replied. We all understand that directly absorbing energy cores has limitations and side effects, primarily due to impurities present in the primary energy cores. This extraction liquid has been developed by the interstellar refuge. It extracts energy from the cores without any adverse effects, allowing for a significantly higher absorption limit. A person with no foundational abilities can break through the first gene lock within a month. Li Tieju's explanation was, in fact, a mere repetition, as he himself was unaware of the underlying principles governing the extraction liquid. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Kong Liqiang and the others from comprehending its significance. Initially, upon seeing the high cost of the extraction liquid, they had merely intended to inquire about it. However, upon hearing its astonishing efficacy, They became indifferent to the potential side effects. In this apocalyptic scenario, if the first layer of the genetic lock is not swiftly shattered, an inevitable demise awaits. The prospect of further advancement ceases to be a concern. Survival reigns supreme. However, for individuals like Kong Liqiang and his associates, time is the most precious commodity. The energy core extraction fluid can drastically reduce a warrior's growth period by more than sixfold. If utilized to equip personnel for a sanctuary, it constitutes a remarkably advantageous transaction. Thus, Kong Liqiang promptly expressed his desire to exchange for 500 doses of the energy core extraction fluid. Is that all? There are no further requests? Inquired Li Taiju. None. Kong Liqiang affirmed with a nod. This exchange had nearly depleted their stored energy cores, leaving them devoid of strength to procure anything else. Very well. I shall submit the order form. Do you intend to collect it tonight, or would you prefer tomorrow? Li Taiju continued with his inquiry. Chapter 109. Bring them over. Kong Liqiang and his companions exchanged glances. Speaking in unison, it must be done tonight. I must clarify, if your shelter lacks a helipad, you will have to arrange for someone to transport the supplies once they arrive here, Li Taiju cautioned. Not a problem. I shall summon someone at once. When will the supplies arrive? Kong Liqiang could hardly contain his anticipation, feeling as though he were being prodded by a cat's claw. He was eager to behold the true nature of these weapons. Very well, including shipping costs. The total comes to 630, 200 energy cores. When your people arrive, ensure they bring the energy cores as well. Payment upon delivery, Li Taiju remarked, sending the invoice to Noah via his smart bracelet, then added with a smile. Kong Liqiang and his companions readily agreed. Li Taiju had served and instructed a few from Fengqingyang as shelter to wait there. He would notify them once the supplies arrived, then turned his attention to other matters. There was no choice. The Lila shelter was in dire need of revitalization. They needed to commence planting and other essential activities, for relying solely on shipments from the interstellar shelter would deplete their energy cores. Once Li Taiju departed, Kong Liqiang and the others resumed their discussion. Is this energy core purification liquid truly effective? We have exchanged for 500 bottles. If it proves to be less than advertised, we would have squandered our energy cores. One of the burly men expressed his skepticism. The residents of Hebi City were already aware of the absorption of energy cores. Those who had begun earlier had already broken through the first layer of genetic locks, validating Li Tieju's assertions regarding the energy core's role in this process. However, after that initial breakthrough, further enhancements had been minimal. Consequently, the senior members of Kong Liqiang's shelter now hesitated to consume them, awaiting someone to present concrete research findings. It was not that no one was investigating. Progress simply lagged. Moreover, unlike the interstellar shelters, Hebi City had not attracted a multitude of researchers at the onset of the apocalypse. Survival was the primary concern. Most recruits were robust young men, bolstering their fighting capability. At this juncture, attempting to recruit researchers from Hebi City was futile. They were either scattered across various shelters or had perished during the viral outbreak, rendering in-depth research impossible. Who could predict? The interstellar shelter had an air of mystery. It was entirely possible that they had made significant discoveries. Kong Liqiang nodded thoughtfully, leaning towards belief. As the technological prowess of the interstellar shelter was evident in the advanced smart bracelet Li Taiju possessed, capable of projecting a holographic screen, a technology unimaginable even before the apocalypse. Very well, we shall exercise patience, the burly man conceded. Initially, Kong Liqiang and his companions expected Li Taiju to notify them upon the arrival of the supplies. However, within an hour of submitting the form, they found they did not need such notification from Li Taiju after all. They heard a series of explosive sounds rippling through the air above the Lila shelter. A transport aircraft gradually descended from the sky, accompanied by 3 fighter jets. Upon hearing the commotion, Kong Liqiang and the others rushed outside to investigate. To their astonishment, they were met with a sight that left them utterly stunned. The residents of the Fengqingyang shelter trembled, their lips quivering as they exclaimed, "Fighter jets! They are indeed real fighter jets!" The inhabitants of the Lila shelter also emerged, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon spotting the aircraft, they immediately realized that reinforcements had arrived from the interstellar shelter. The 4 planes gently landed on the tarmac of the Lila shelter. Shortly thereafter, the cabin doors swung open, and the sound of marching footsteps echoed through the air. It was the elite guard from the interstellar shelter, forming 2 neat lines as they escorted others in unloading supplies. Box after box of weaponry, along with armored vehicles, were lined up before the onlookers. "Ha, I was just about to call for you, but I didn't expect you to act so swiftly." Li Taiju boomed with laughter as he approached. "Are all these supplies what we exchanged for?" Kong Liqiang asked, his hand trembling as he pointed at the items before him, feeling as though he were in a dream. "Indeed, today you are the only ones from Fengqingyang." Li Taiju nodded with conviction. He then inquired, Have the people from your shelter arrived yet? They're on their way. They should arrive in about an hour, Kong Liqiang replied, swallowing hard. The Feng Qingyang shelter had opted for land travel, which made their arrival slower than that of the interstellar shelter. Upon hearing this, Li Taizhu instructed the workers at the Lila shelter to move the supplies to the front of the assembly hall, where there was a spacious area suitable for storage. May I inspect these items now? Kong Liqiang asked hesitantly. Logically, the power of Feng Qingyang far exceeded that of the Lila shelter, and Kong Liqiang felt no need to show excessive deference to Li Taizhu. Yet, the presence of the interstellar shelter loomed large behind him, and the sight of those fighter jets had diminished Kong Liqiang's courage. Of course, Li Taizhu replied with a slight nod. Once your people deliver the energy cores, the supplies can be transported immediately. Having received Li Taizhu's permission, Kong Liqiang stepped forward, his hand caressing the surface of a level 1 armored vehicle, his eyes gleaming with fascination. This was an armored vehicle, a sight he had never dared to dream of until now, and it stood right before him. Once the people from Feng Qingyang delivered the energy cores, these armored vehicles would belong to him. With this thought in mind, Kong Liqiang's gaze burned with fervor. The individuals from the Feng Qingyang shelter finally arrived an hour and a half later, their trucks laden with energy cores. They unloaded everything onto the tarmac, where the workers from the Lila shelter promptly began transferring the items onto the transport aircraft. Meanwhile, Kong Liqiang and his companions meticulously inspected the quantity and quality of the supplies. After a brief period, the transfer of the energy cores was successfully completed. Kong Liqiang and his companions meticulously inspected the situation. The transaction between both parties had been successfully completed. Boss, from where did you procure such an abundance of firearms and ammunition? The personnel from the Feng Qingyang shelter gazed upon these supplies with palpable excitement. Are you blind? They were exchanged for energy cores. If there are any issues, we shall discuss them upon our return. Kong Liqiang shot a glare at the individual. He then turned to bid farewell to Li Taizhu. Brotherly, we shall take our leave for now. Next time we visit, do ensure a favorable deal. A glint of mirth sparkled in Kong Liqiang's slender, expressive eyes. Of course. If President Kong is willing to introduce clients, I can offer you a 10 discount. Li Taizhu replied with a beaming smile. This was something Li Qin had previously informed him about. To penetrate the market in Hebei City, conceding a small portion of profit was entirely reasonable. Upon hearing these words, Kong Liqiang's eyes lit up. He was nearly compelled to embrace Li Taizhu. Brotherly. Then it's a promise. When the time comes to bring people over, you must uphold your word. Chapter 110, a precarious position under the assurances of Li Taizhu. The inhabitants of the Feng Qingyang shelter joyfully drove back the truck laden with supplies. Due to the substantial load, the vehicle moved at a sluggish pace. For the sake of safety, everyone at the shelter brandished their weapons, with even an armored vehicle leading the way, exuding an impressive aura. Such a commotion not only attracted zombies but also drew the attention of survivors from Hebei City, who gathered to witness the spectacle. While zombies were a common sight, armored vehicles were a rarity. Many survivors concealed themselves in the shadows, observing intently. As they passed by several shelters, individuals would emerge to gather information. Well, Old Kong is doing quite well. He's even got an armored vehicle, remarked a group of residents who had ventured out, having a good rapport with Kong Liqiang. Jealous? Are we? Kong Liqiang thought of the enticing offer of a discount, but, not wanting to rush, paused to engage in conversation. Indeed, there was envy, particularly regarding the abundance of firearms. Where did you acquire all these? One of the newcomers inquired cautiously. We exchanged them with the Lila shelter, Kong Liqiang replied. The skepticism was palpable. Others murmured among themselves, doubting Old Kong's sincerity. How could Lila shelter, with its dismal reputation, possibly have enough resources to trade? They mused. If you don't want to share, just say so instead of trying to deceive us. Kong Liqiang offered a wry smile. Admittedly, he often preferred to keep his cards close to his chest. However, today, driven by the allure of a discount, he felt compelled to elaborate. You see, the Lila shelter has undergone a transformation. It is now a vassal of the Donghai City shelter, which is rich in resources and allows for energy cores to be exchanged for supplies. Just look at this armored vehicle. Who in Hebei City could possibly manufacture something like this? He patted the armored exterior, producing a resonant metallic sound that attested to its sturdiness, as well as the array of weapons held by the Feng Qingyang shelter. The crowd began to waver in their disbelief. How much did you spend? One of the onlookers inquired, a glint of curiosity in their eyes. Not much. Just several tens of thousands in energy cores. This armored vehicle was a bit pricier, Kong Liqiang replied with a slight smile. What are the conditions for the exchange? The question piqued their interest further. With a large population in Hebei City, the zombie threat was considerable. Before the zombies had evolved, many had already been hunted down. Upon learning that energy cores could be absorbed, the populace had stockpiled a fair quantity, regardless of whether they intended to absorb them or not. If energy cores could indeed be exchanged for weapons and supplies, it would be an invaluable opportunity. What are the requirements? They pressed eagerly. Energy cores, of course. Now, the sun is setting. We must make haste to return. If you have any inquiries, visit the Lila shelter. If all else fails, mention my name. But do not obstruct the way. Kong Liqiang glanced at the waning sunlight, choosing not to linger further. Regardless, it remains uncertain whether these individuals will actually proceed. Oh, very well. You may return for now. I shall investigate shortly. The onlookers could not help but chuckle. The convoy of trucks roared to life once again, with armored vehicles leading the way, soon vanishing from sight. Once the figures of Kong Liqiang and his companions disappeared, the gathered crowd began to converse. When has the Lila shelter encountered such circumstances? I recall that Cheng Fei was in charge previously. Could it be that someone else has taken over? Speaking of which, I find myself somewhat apprehensive. If we were to approach, would Cheng Fei regard us as mere slaves, confining us? Nonsense. We shall assemble a group tomorrow and assess the situation. Even if Cheng Fei is exceedingly cruel, he must possess some semblance of humanity, mustn't he? After much discussion, the group ultimately resolved to explore the Lila shelter the following day. Similar instances were encountered along the way by Kong Liqiang. For each individual, he emphasized, should they proceed, they must declare their names. It was merely a 2-hour journey, yet news of the Lila shelter's change had already spread far and wide. Alongside this news was the revelation that supplies could be exchanged. The reputation of the star-rated shelter had reached the ears of many. At that moment, within a towering edifice in Hebe City, a group of middle-aged men clad in white robes sat around a pearwood tea table, their expressions grave. Have we gathered any intelligence regarding the situation at the star-rated shelter? Inquired one man, his hair streaked with gray. Not yet. The star-rated shelter is exceedingly enigmatic. It is said that there exists a forum. I searched for a signal for quite some time, only to connect briefly before it was lost. A subordinate responded. The man stroked his chin, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. If this star-rated shelter truly possesses such abundant resources, why would they travel all the way from Donghai City? Do they harbor ulterior motives? As his words lingered in the air, the room fell silent, filled only with the sound of breathing. Nevertheless, the man perceived that the star-rated shelter likely sought to dominate the entirety of Donghai City, aiming to extend its reach into Hebe City. Otherwise, what purpose would their long journey serve? Regardless, tomorrow you shall lead a contingent to the Lila shelter to gather information. He commanded after a moment of contemplation. Understood. The subordinates replied promptly. To him, Hebe City was his territory, impervious to any external interference. Given his previous demeanor, he would have long since dispatched a team to subdue the Lila shelter. Yet now he hesitated. The very fact that the star-rated shelter dared to sell weapons and showed no fear of others wielding them against him suggested that their arsenal was likely superior. Their military might must be formidable. Based on the information collected thus far, it appeared that the star-rated shelter even possessed armored vehicles and fighter jets. Indeed, a tough adversary to contend with. Alas, as the premier refuge of Hebe City, our position hangs by a thread. Among the men, it remains uncertain who sighed softly. The following day, the Lila refuge was unusually bustling with activity. Some were solitary survivors, drawn by news of redeemable supplies, eager to assess the situation. Others were spies sent by various shelters. They were all invited into the conference hall by Li Taiju, taking their seats within. Meanwhile, the solitary survivors gathered around the Lila refuge, observing a continuous procession of fully armed soldiers patrolling the vicinity and maintaining order. A wave of astonishment surged within them. The Lila refuge had undergone a remarkable transformation. I still recall its resemblance to a primitive tribe. Who could deny it? The weapons these individuals wielded did not resemble firearms. What were they, indeed? They appeared rather peculiar. Enough said, they are looking over here. If you seek demise, do not drag me along. Chapter 111. Are you joking? The survivors of Hebe City have witnessed the remarkable transformation of the Lila shelter. Indeed, it bears little resemblance to its former self. Once, the Lila shelter was a den of iniquity. Who dared to pass by? One could easily be seized and slaughtered like a pig. Yet now, the Lila shelter stands as a formidable establishment, rivaling other large shelters in Hebe City. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Lila shelter, the heads of various shelters were gathered, including those from the Mashi and Anping shelters, among others. However, most were smaller shelters, desperate for hope. Hearing that weapons and supplies could be exchanged here, they came to try their luck. Without any preamble, Li Taiju handed out the exchange forms to everyone, explaining, these supplies have been transported from Donghai City, hence transportation costs are incurred. If anyone requires a smaller quantity, you may pool your resources together. After all, A transport aircraft incurs fuel costs for each trip. If the supplies are too scant, it would not be worthwhile. Upon hearing this, everyone began to peruse the exchange forms. Moments later, they were all taken aback. Good heavens, what are these? Weapons, grenades, armored vehicles. Not only would these arm their modest shelters, but they could even be used to fortify some bases. Can we discuss this first? After all, this is no trivial matter. The head of the Mashi shelter, Liu Yukai, inquired. The small shelters present were geographically close. According to Li Taiju, supplies were being transported via aircraft from the interstellar shelter. If they pooled their orders, the transportation cost would be less burdensome. Li Taiju nodded slightly. All right, you may discuss among yourselves. I will step out to attend to some matters. As soon as Li Taiju exited, the representatives from the small shelters began their discussion. Old Liu, do you think this is reliable? Even armored vehicles? It feels so fantastical. Could it be that Li Taiju is deceiving us? What if he takes our energy cores and then casts us out? Given the past state of the Lila shelter, I find their words hard to trust. I, however, believe it is credible. Haven't you all heard of the interstellar shelter's reputation? What reputation? The crowd turned their attention to Liu Yukai. With a slight smile, Liu Yukai spoke. How long has it been since you all connected your phones to the internet? There is a great deal of information about interstellar shelters circulating online. What internet? We can't even get a phone signal. Qin Xiang, the head of the Onping shelter, retorted with dissatisfaction. The representatives from the various shelters often interacted, hence their conversations were candid. Is it not possible for you to search? Allow me to show you. Here is a screenshot of a post. As Liu Yukai spoke, he retrieved his phone. The screen displayed the previously captured forum of the star-level shelter by Liu Yukai, featuring various posts where residents of the interstellar refuge shared snippets of their lives. Additionally, there were official survival guides and announcements regarding resource exchanges released by the star-level shelter. Qin Xiang and the others eagerly seized their phones to peruse the content. Moments later, their eyes widened in astonishment. Their lips trembled, rendering them speechless. Is this real? Old Liu, you cannot be jesting with us, can you? Goodness, this star-level shelter has truly opened my eyes. I mean, the technology there seems to surpass even that of the pre-apocalyptic world. Are you certain this isn't a scene from a science fiction film? As they viewed the daily lives shared by the residents of the interstellar refuge, a collective sense of disbelief washed over them, shattering their long-held perceptions. In truth, the lives led by the inhabitants of the interstellar refuge prior to the apocalypse were quite ordinary and unremarkable. Yet, now, in these apocalyptic times, the populace struggles with hunger and inadequate clothing. It is a widespread phenomenon that only the upper echelons of the shelter can afford to enjoy basic comforts. However, within the star-level shelter, even the most common residents can savor warm soup and indulge in dumplings made from rice and flour. The shared facilities depicted by some individuals brimmed with a distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. I had once harbored doubts, yet regrettably, all of this is indeed true. Liu Yukai nodded slightly. Given the capabilities of the star-level shelter, it would not be difficult to support the Lila shelter. Moreover, when I arrived, Li Taiju informed me that transactions could be conducted with immediate exchanges of payment and goods. Liu Yukai's words brought a sigh of relief from the others present. Regardless of what assurances others might offer, the dire state of the Lila shelter was still vividly etched in their memories, making it difficult for anyone to trust easily. Those energy cores were accumulated bullet by bullet. Who would dare to squander them? All right, I wish to exchange for 300 AK-103 rifles, along with 500 boxes of ammunition, plus some vegetables and anti-inflammatory medicine. I also want 300 AK-103 rifles, 600 boxes of ammunition, and 50 grenades. The crowd began to voice their individual needs, though everyone remained somewhat reserved, not disclosing too much. After all, the star-level shelter was situated in Donghai City, and the Lila shelter wasn't going anywhere. Once it was confirmed that the exchange of resources and weapons was indeed reliable, there would be ample time for bulk exchanges in the future. Liu Yukai compiled everyone's requests. He himself sought 1,000 firearms, 200 boxes of ammunition, 200 grenades, and flashbangs, among other items. He even requested 3 armored vehicles and 100 units of energy core refining liquid, which were not desired by others. The energy cores he intended to offer represented the entire wealth of the Mashi shelter. Have you lost your mind? Qin Xiang exclaimed in shock. Liu Yukai shook his head. We are all old acquaintances. There is no need for secrecy. I trust the star-level shelter. Making repeated trips is perilous. It is better to resolve everything in one go. His words left everyone exchanging glances, uncertain of how to respond. Some individuals have also joined in the addition. Moments later, Liu Yukai presented the recorded table to Li Taiju, rubbing his hands together and inquiring, when will the supplies arrive? I need to ensure they are prepared with the energy cores. If you require them, they can arrive this afternoon. However, the energy cores are essential to retrieve the supplies. At that moment, Li Tiaju's words flowed effortlessly, imbued with a sense of tranquility. This is not Donghai City, and thus, Li Chun did not intend to engage in credit transactions. Otherwise, the distance to the star-rated shelter would be too great. Encountering a defaulter would significantly increase both the speed and cost of deployment. Moreover, the territory of Hebi City is expansive, with some smaller shelters existing within abandoned air raid shelters. Much like mice burrowing into holes, the challenge of locating them is considerable. Therefore, in Hebi City, transactions must be conducted on a cash-and-carry basis, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 112. The first batch of supplies. Rest assured, my brotherly. We would never default on our promises. I shall inform my associates to procure the energy cores immediately. You need not worry. Lu Yukai chuckled heartily. The Mashi refuge was not too distant from here, and there was still ample time to transport the cores. As soon as Li Taiju departed, Lu Yukai promptly summoned the others and contacted his refuge to arrange for the delivery of the energy cores. What? Old Lu, are you jesting? They can arrive by this afternoon? Chen Xiang expressed disbelief. Lu Yukai nodded affirmatively. Li Taiju mentioned that the star-rated refuge possesses transport aircraft. How could it not be swift? Our foremost priority now is to prepare the energy cores without fail, lest we find ourselves empty-handed. Given Lu Yotsai's unwavering confidence in the star-rated refuge, the others ceased their hesitations. They swiftly retrieved their radios to instruct the refuge personnel to send over the energy cores. Logically speaking, those coming to exchange supplies should have brought the energy cores along, especially since news of the Lila refuge had already spread throughout Hebi City. Even a 3-year-old would be familiar with the procedure. Yet, fear held them back. First, the risk of being robbed while transporting a large quantity of energy cores, and second, the less-than-stellar reputation of the Lila refuge left many doubtful. Fortunately, the distances between the refuges were not significant, and soon the energy cores were delivered. Resting in the open space of the Lila refuge, Lu Yukai and his companions anxiously waited at the helipad. Why haven't they arrived yet? Did they not say by afternoon? It's nearly 3 o'clock. Calm yourself. The journey from Donghai City to here is considerable. Transporting supplies requires time. Fine. If you're not anxious, then why are you clutching the energy cores so tightly? Under the blazing sun, Lu Yukai and the others were drenched in sweat. Yet none wished to retreat to the shade, their eyes fixated on the sky, awaiting the arrival of the star-rated refuge personnel. At that moment, they arrived. Lu Yukai spotted a silhouette on the horizon, his voice filled with excitement. The thunderous roar of an aircraft pierced the air as a transport plane emerged from the clouds. Approaching their location, Chen Xiang and the others also gazed skyward, their expressions filled with astonishment. That transport plane appears quite substantial. Look over there. Is that a fighter jet? Goodness, I never imagined I would see a fighter jet in my lifetime. It's coming. The transport plane is beginning to descend. Our supplies must be aboard. Lu Yukai and his companions cheered. As anticipated, the transport plane gracefully landed on the helipad of the Lila refuge, accompanied by 3 escorting fighter jets. The survivors outside the refuge bore witness to this remarkable sight, and the commotion erupted. Is this real? I feel as though I am dreaming. It's my first time seeing a transport plane. How I wish I could observe it up close. My goodness, this is exhilarating. In the background of the Lila sanctuary, it appears to resemble a star-rated refuge. Oh, how I wish I could join such a distinguished sanctuary. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not simply a matter of wanting to join. One must consider their own qualifications. The forum of the star-rated sanctuary has already posted the application requirements, and I have submitted my application form regardless. The survivors gazed in awe at the transport aircraft. What has been the most challenging aspect since the apocalypse? Undoubtedly, it is transportation. While the undead pose a significant threat, mastering weaponry renders them as feeble as paper. A shortage of food can be remedied by scouring warehouses and markets. Yet, transportation remains an insurmountable obstacle. The land is littered with abandoned vehicles and collapsed buildings. The roads that once flowed freely before the Cataclysm have become nearly impassable. However, with an aircraft, everything changes. As long as there is a helipad, one can travel wherever they desire. Once the star-rated sanctuary's transport plane arrived, the workers at Lila Sanctuary sprang into action, diligently unloading box after box of supplies, which were neatly stacked beside the helipad. Surrounding them were armed guards, ensuring security. Even those who felt envious quickly dismissed their thoughts upon seeing the soldiers. In no time, all the goods from the transport plane were unloaded. Li Taiju pointed to a portion of the supplies and said to Lu Yukai and others, "These are your materials. Please check them." Lu Yukai rubbed his hands together and exchanged glances with the others. Then, like famished tigers pouncing on their prey, they dove into the supply boxes. Products from the star-rated sanctuary are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Not a single item bore a flaw. Even the ordered vegetables appeared fresh and vibrant, as if just harvested. After a thorough inspection, Liu Yukai and the others nodded in agreement. We have finished our review, and both the quantity and quality are satisfactory. Well then, you may take your supplies. Li Taiju grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The energy cores collected today were substantial. If this trend continues, Lila's Sanctuary will soon ascend to become the largest refuge in Haibi City. Liu Yukai and the others set down the energy cores and, accompanied by their team, efficiently transported the supplies away. Although their procession did not match the grandeur of yesterday's, it was still quite impressive, leaving the onlooking scattered survivors outside yearning for their turn. Once Liu Yukai and his group departed, Li Taiju stepped out of the sanctuary. In addition to the supplies ordered by Liu Yukai, there was also a batch of surplus materials. Li Qin had relayed the message that these could be exchanged for the scattered survivors. However, the price would be inflated by 10%, considering the shipping costs. As soon as Li Taiju appeared, the survivors outside craned their necks in anticipation. I remember him. He is the head of the Lila Sanctuary. Why has he suddenly come out? Is he here to chase us away? They envied the sanctuaries that could exchange supplies while they were left to be cast aside. Due to the presence of several formidable guards accompanying Li Taiju, a considerable misunderstanding arose among the survivors, who mistakenly believed he was there to evict them. To avoid any potential conflict, many prepared to depart. However, Li Taiju cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Esteemed survivors, the Lila shelter is now open for redemption services for all survivors. For items valued at under 100,000 energy cores, the price will increase by 10. For those exceeding 100,000, a separate fee of 1,000 energy cores will be charged for shipping. The first batch of supplies has already arrived. We welcome you to make your selections. As he spoke, Li Taiju positioned a cash register-like machine within the former security office. It was then that the survivors noticed that the sign above the security room had, unbeknownst to them, been replaced with one indicating a redemption area. Chapter 113. The commencement of the exchange business. Did I hear correctly? Can a limited quantity of supplies now be exchanged? A price increase of 10. How exorbitant. I shall ponder this for a moment. My good fellow, take your time to deliberate. I shall proceed to make my exchange. Alas, I am fortunate to have brought energy cores with me in advance. Today shall not be in vain. As Li Taiju concluded his announcement, a lengthy queue formed outside the exchange area. It is merely a 10 increase. In times of scarcity, one cannot underestimate the demand. Even a 5-fold increase would find eager buyers. Survivors jostled to secure their place in line, fearful that by the time their turn arrived, the supplies would be depleted. Have you not heard? The quantities are limited. Some individuals attempted to be clever, seeking to cut in line. However, Li Taiju had anticipated such antics and promptly instructed the patrol team of the Lila shelter to stand by and maintain order. Stand straight. What do you think you are doing? Trying to cut in, are you? You, and you, return to the back of the line. Anyone attempting to cut in will forfeit their right to exchange. The members of the patrol team were originally residents of the Lila shelter, but after 2 days of adjustment, armed and equipped with armor, they now exuded newfound confidence. With the patrol team's shouts, those who had contemplated cutting in line were compelled to fall in line obediently. I require 3 firearms and 80 boxes of ammunition, announced the first survivor in line. The staff member at the exchange center tapped away at the computer before announcing the total. That will be 253 energy cores. Please proceed with payment. Receipt of 253 energy cores confirmed. Here is your invoice. Kindly take this invoice to the side to collect your supplies. Next, 3 staff members were assigned to the exchange area, and each window was met with a long queue. However, the efficiency remained commendable. Before nightfall, all survivors waiting at the entrance of the Lila shelter had successfully completed their exchanges. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest exchanges of these independent survivors, collectively. Their transactions amounted to a substantial sum. By day's end, a total of 280 energy cores had been recorded, the majority spent on firearms and ammunition, with a small fraction allocated for food and medicine. As for clothing and beverages, those were luxuries for the residents of star-rated shelters. For these independent survivors, mere survival was a challenge, leaving them no inclination to attend to personal comforts. After Li Taiju tallied the accounts and reported to Li Qin, he let out a long sigh of relief. This was merely the first day. He believed that word of mouth would soon attract even more shelters and independent survivors eager to exchange supplies. One could easily envision the bustling scene that awaited the Lila shelter. Meanwhile, Li Qin reclined on the sofa in the command center, perusing the financial reports sent by Li Taiju, nodding in satisfaction. The distance from Donghai City to Hebi City required but a modest amount of fuel. The shipping costs are purely an opportunity for profit, a rare commodity indeed. In any case, the only source for firearms is the star-rated shelters. Who would dare question the shipping fees? After reviewing the bill, Li Qin stretched languidly and inquired, Noah, have you discovered the origins of those third-tier zombies? Indeed. We have identified a potential source, located 38 kilometers to the southwest. Noah replied, projecting the map onto the holographic screen. The drones we dispatched for reconnaissance have all crashed in that vicinity. The magnetic field has been artificially altered to block all signals. Listening to Noah's account, Li Qin's gaze fell upon the topographical map, where the area was circled in red, surrounded by hills. The region with the anomalous magnetic field lay at the center of several hills. It appears to be a strategically advantageous location. If I were to conduct any biochemical experiments, I would certainly establish my laboratory there, Li Qin mused, nodding thoughtfully. Although the drones failed to capture specific images, the geographical conditions and other factors were sufficient for him to draw conclusions. It was now 6 in the evening, with another hour and a half until dusk. Noah, instruct Tsuruashi to assemble a team of guards and gather 3 squads of artificial soldiers. I intend to uncover who is behind this, Li Qin commanded. Understood. Noah promptly complied, relaying the orders. Ever since the last zombie outbreak, when several third-tier zombies emerged, Li Qin had sensed an impending danger. However, the immediate focus was on combating the zombie tide, leaving little energy for other concerns. Following that, there were rounds of purges and the defense of the Lila shelter. And it was only now that Li Qin could redirect his attention. The presence of such a laboratory nearby was akin to a thorn in his throat. If the individuals within the laboratory were to act recklessly and unleash some aberrant creature upon the star-rated shelter, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. Li Qin was not one to tolerate such threats. I must resolve this group of lunatics at the earliest opportunity. It is the wisest course of action. The team quickly assembled, led by Tsuruashi and the guards at the forefront, while the remaining 3 squads of artificial soldiers formed a protective circle around Li Qin. This operation is confidential. All communication devices must be turned off, Li Qin declared as he issued his command. The magnetic field at the laboratory's location was suspicious. Communication devices might malfunction, and while losing contact would be unfortunate, if the devices were intercepted, the laboratory personnel would likely flee. Yes, the soldiers responded with vigor, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a rare opportunity to earn merit, especially alongside their commander. If it were a public selection, they would surely be competing fiercely for the chance. Very well, let me outline our mission objectives, Li Qin began. After extensive data analysis conducted by the elite shelter warriors following multiple missions, it has been observed that in Donghai City, there have been numerous instances of high-tier zombies that do not align with the expected evolutionary pace of the undead. I harbor suspicions that these aberrations are being deliberately cultivated by someone. Therefore, on this occasion, we shall investigate the suspected locations. The entirety of this operation is fraught with peril, and our communication devices will be severely restricted. Each member's objectives are succinct, to gather intelligence and to return alive. Li Qin's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the gathering, a testament to the advantages gained from breaking the third-tier genetic lock. The warriors exchanged glances, each harboring their own doubts. Yet, their training instilled in them an unwavering commitment to obedience. Even with their minds swirling with questions, they were compelled to follow Li Qin's directives. Now, let us depart, Li Qin gestured, being the first to board the helicopter. The remaining warriors filed in after him, necessitating the deployment of 7 helicopters to accommodate all personnel. Chapter 114. Chaotic Magnetic Field. Previously, Li Qin had contemplated the idea of directly bombing the area with fighter jets. However, the magnetic field in that region was peculiar. Any electronic device that ventured too close would malfunction. It was easy to foresee that if a fighter jet approached, it too would encounter unexpected mishaps, potentially leading to catastrophic loss of life and equipment before the mission could even commence. The helicopter, carrying Li Qin and his team, slowly ascended into the air. After approximately 10 minutes, it hovered beside a small hill. Beyond this point, the magnetic field began to exhibit irregularities, rendering further flight impossible. Thus, they were left with no choice but to proceed on foot. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, all the soldiers meticulously checked their gear. The vanguard, comprising the escort team, led the way, with the remaining members following closely behind, cautiously advancing towards the hill. Commander, the vegetation on these hills is denser than in other areas, reported Tsuruashi, who was observing her surroundings as she walked, a testament to her professional instincts. Li Qin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a significant number of animals had perished alongside humanity. Many plants relied on these creatures for pollination and nourishment. Consequently, with the loss of certain animal species, widespread malnutrition and decay had begun to afflict flora in various locales. Yet, this particular hill stood in stark contrast, Towering trees and creeping vines densely carpeted their path. Each step required the use of a sickle to clear the way. In the pre-apocalyptic era, no one would have dared traverse such a primordial rainforest. Fortunately, the surface now harbored few venomous insects or snakes, rendering the journey arduous but relatively safe. As time progressed, the group gradually ascended to the summit of the hill. Now, all that remained was to descend and uncover the mysteries concealed within the valley below. Li Chen halted, raising his binoculars to survey the area beneath. However, a thick mist enveloped the depression, obscuring any view of what lay hidden within. With the aid of an infrared detector, faint signs of life could be discerned. But they remained elusive. Let us proceed. The path ahead may not be tranquil. Maintain heightened vigilance. Li Chen cautioned the soldiers beside him. The data from the detector suggested that the patterns of life activity were irregular and potentially indicative of the undead. Yes, sir. The soldiers promptly tightened their sleeves and pant legs, advancing cautiously in formation. After approximately the duration of an incense stick burning, the lead escort soldier suddenly came to a halt. A hushed exclamation broke the stillness. There's something. It was the lead soldier who had spoken. But his voice was so faint that only Li Chen, a third-tier gene evolver, could discern it clearly. Li Chen immediately signaled for everyone to pause and wait. He stepped forward to ascertain the situation. Just as he lifted his foot, a piercing scream erupted from the lead soldier, echoing throughout the forest. Even though Li Chen had not yet reached the forefront, the scene was vividly apparent. A warrior found himself ensnared by an elongated tongue. His head oriented towards the ground as he was lifted into the air. The others swiftly raised their firearms, aiming at the menacing appendage. Regrettably, the conditions for firing were non-existent. The tongue was exceedingly swift, and in an instant, it had ensnared the warrior, swallowing him whole, denying him even a second scream. Li Chen gazed in astonishment and beheld a peculiar creature perched upon a lush, sprawling tree. It was devoid of hair, with an oversized head and a diminutive body. Seated cross-legged on a branch, the creature clutched the warrior's lifeless form, tearing into it with its razor-sharp teeth, a sight that was profoundly unsettling. What is that? A guard from the escort team stammered, overwhelmed by the psychological strain of witnessing a familiar figure being so abruptly taken from them. After a brief pause, only a severed head tumbled down. It is a mutated second-tier zombie, Li Chen exclaimed. A typical second-tier zombie could never possess the cunning to launch a surprise attack, nor wield a tongue as a weapon. Thus, Li Chen instantly discerned that this zombie had undergone mutation, containing at least some altered genes, which rendered it an abominable hybrid of human and monster. Open fire, Li Chen commanded. The sound of gunfire erupted, relentless and fierce. Although precision was lacking, the sheer volume of firepower was formidable. The leaping mutated zombie was soon overwhelmed by the barrage of bullets, plummeting from the tree in a matter of moments. Li Chen pushed through the ranks, crouching down to scrutinize the corpse of the second-tier mutated zombie. Observing it up close was even more repulsive. It was entirely devoid of hair. Its body covered in a slick, viscous layer. Its eyes had regressed to the size of mung beans, nostrils flaring grotesquely, and its mouth protruding in a manner reminiscent of a chimpanzee. Most chilling of all was its barbed tongue, which could strip flesh from bone should it strike a victim. This creature does not appear to be a product of natural mutation, Li Chen murmured. Evolution lacks a fixed trajectory. In these early days of the apocalypse, zombie mutations would not necessarily follow a predetermined path. Yet this one was clearly engineered, its evolutionary direction deliberately manipulated. Commander, should we continue our advance? Su Ruashi inquired. Her brow furrowed with concern. Even before they had glimpsed the laboratory's true nature, they had already encountered such a formidable adversary. Su Ruashi could scarcely fathom what dangers lay ahead. Should they proceed, their escape might become impossible. Why not proceed? Li Chen replied coolly. Su Ruashi's expression reflected her apprehension as she softly cautioned. There are so many unknown dangers ahead. Commander, please do not take unnecessary risks. If you were to disappear here, what would become of the star-rated refuge? However, Li Chen remained silent in response to Su Ruashi's words. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, the system's prompt tone reverberated. Ding. Detection of laboratory presence. Eradicate the Haju Laboratory branch in Donghai City to receive a reward. Haju Laboratory? Li Chen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This notification provided him with several clues. Firstly, the laboratory responsible for creating third-tier zombies was indeed in close proximity. Secondly, the name of this laboratory or organization was Haju, and this location was merely one of their branches. Li Chen was not surprised by the lab's nearby location. Rather, he was horrified by the second clue. A laboratory so inhumane was merely a branch. This implied that, globally, there were likely countless similar, if not larger, inhumane laboratories in existence. Damn it, Li Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. This organization, known as Haju, was truly malevolent. Engaging in such experiments, were they afraid humanity would not perish quickly enough? Chapter 115. Laboratory Division. Li Chun had initially intended to eliminate the potential dangers surrounding him. Now, whether for the sake of the promised rewards from the system or for the future of humanity, he felt compelled to investigate further. He carefully packaged the second-tier zombies on the ground into vacuum bags, leaving them in place to be transported back to the research center for Dr. Yang and others to study. Then, Li Chun commanded everyone to check their equipment and continue onward. As they ventured deeper, the fog thickened, creating an unsettling sensation of uncertainty. Fortunately, Li Chun had prepared well. Each soldier was equipped with a copper bell hanging from their waist, which chimed as they walked, guiding their comrades to follow. The group descended from the hilltop to the valley below, feeling as though an entire century had passed. Li Chun glanced at his watch, wishing to measure the distance traveled. But to his dismay, the watch had ceased to function, frozen at the moment they had first ascended the hill. "Commander, it seems we hear the growls of zombies." Su Ruashi positioned herself protectively behind Li Chun, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The soldiers raised their firearms, aiming into the fog, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. Among them, Li Chun had undergone the most genetic evolutions, rendering his senses sharper than those of his comrades. Thus, even before Su Ruashi detected it, Li Chun had already heard the ominous sounds and could pierce through the mist to see a horde of zombies charging toward them. These zombies were grotesque, hardly deserving of the term. They were more akin to a swarm of monsters. Some resembled the previously encountered mutated zombies, while others appeared as if they were grotesque amalgamations, stitched together from various severed limbs. Li Chun surmised that these creatures were likely failed experiments from the laboratory, carelessly abandoned outside. In the dense fog, visibility was reduced to merely a meter. Li Chun promptly issued a warning. "Prepare for combat. 20 mutated zombies are heading our way." No sooner had he spoken than a zombie, teeth bared, confronted the lead android soldier face to face. Bang! The android soldier remained calm and collected, aiming directly for the zombie's heart. The creature was sent flying. Just when everyone believed the zombie had met its demise, it let out a roar. A familiar visage emerged once more. A gaping wound in its chest oozed a dark green liquid, yet it appeared undeterred, as if enraged and even more ferocious. The zombie's weakness did not lie in its heart. The android soldier's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Fire!" The sound of gunfire erupted. The 20 zombies had already made 2 passes against the group. Fortunately, the soldiers maintained sufficient firepower and had formed a defensive circle. Though the zombies were fierce, they had yet to penetrate their defenses. Curiously, even when shot in the heart, these zombies continued their relentless assault, seemingly unfazed. They targeted the vulnerable throats of their attackers. Li Chun harnessed his mental prowess to part the thick fog, and time seemed to slow. He distinctly observed that each of these zombies bore a metallic shield at their throats. Instantly, he deduced that this was their Achilles heel. The soldiers, well-trained and disciplined, swiftly redirected their firearms upon hearing Li Chun's command, aiming specifically for the zombies' throats. In no time, one after another, the zombies collapsed. Moments later, all the zombies had lost their combat capabilities. The soldiers then proceeded to extract the energy cores. It was evident that these cores were concentrated in the throat area. Unlike ordinary zombies, their energy cores emitted a radiant yellow glow. Some who held them in their hands even found them to be uncomfortably warm. They carefully packed everything into vacuum bags and continued their advance. Li Chun furrowed his brow as he peered through the fog and discerned a circular structure not far ahead, entirely white and shrouded in mist. Had it not been for Li Chun's formidable mental strength, it might have gone unnoticed. The soldiers acted swiftly, neatly stacking the energy cores and zombies into vacuum bags before steadily making their way toward the circular edifice. This time, they had removed the copper bells from their ankles, relying solely on their auditory senses to locate their comrades. Li Chun had anticipated a lengthy journey to reach the white building, yet astonishingly, just a couple of steps brought them there. Furthermore, the surrounding fog dissipated on its own, unveiling the white circular structure before their eyes. The exterior was crafted from a metallic substance that appeared black upon close inspection. However, due to the angle of light refraction, it appeared quite white. The building lacked doors and windows on all sides, save for a semicircular top that revealed what resembled an entrance. Li Chun led the soldiers in a circuit around the building, but found no discernible way to ascend, not even a staircase. The surface was exceedingly smooth, rendering climbing impossible. "Commander, how shall we proceed to ascend?" Su Ruashi inquired earnestly. No sane individual would construct such an odd structure in this desolate location. It was evident that this was the laboratory they had been seeking. The previously anxious guards now adopted a more composed demeanor. Clearly, the inhabitants of this laboratory accessed it via helicopter. Li Qin's brow furrowed deeply. The semicircular top was unmistakably a helipad. Ascending from below seemed an improbable endeavor. Just then, the artificial soldier produced a pair of gloves and foot coverings. "Commander, perhaps we could try these?" he suggested. The gloves and foot coverings were adorned with magnets and adhesive, previously developed by Dr. Yang for soldier protection. Regrettably, their utility was limited, and most had not been equipped with them. Only the artificial soldier possessed them. Upon seeing this, Li Qin's eyes lit up. Those equipped with the gloves and foot coverings should ascend first, then lower a rope to bring the others up. Move swiftly. The exterior of this semicircular edifice, devoid of surveillance cameras, instilled in Li Qin an unshakable sense of being observed. Surely, they must possess some unique means to monitor the external surroundings. The artificial warriors promptly obeyed orders, fully equipped, and, akin to spiders, clung to the circular metallic walls, ascending gradually. After approximately half an hour, the first artificial warrior reached the summit. He immediately lowered a rope, assisting the others in their ascent. From a distance, the structure appeared modest in size, however. Standing atop the circular apex revealed a staggering expanse. Not only could dozens of individuals comfortably occupy the space, but even 30 helicopters could land simultaneously with ample room to spare. Centrally located, a circular entrance was obstructed by a robust metal door. Adjacent to it, an electronic display screen indicated that entry required iris verification. The security level here was exceedingly high, eliciting an involuntary exclamation from Su Ruashi. Chapter 116. What is this? Li Qin cast a fleeting glance at the iris recognition device, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. If it had been a traditional metal lock, he might have struggled to open it. However, this electronic lock posed no challenge for Noah. "Noah, unlock the door," Li Qin commanded. "Acknowledged. Initiating database breach. Please hold." Mere seconds passed before a crisp click resonated through the air. The metal door swung open. "Authorization granted. Luo Mingyu, highest level," the iris recognition device announced. Suruashi raised her finely arched brows in surprise. "Commander, it's nothing. Noah has infiltrated his database. Let us proceed." Li Qin waved dismissively, boldly leaping through the metal door. Beneath it lay a small platform, serving as a foothold to prevent a direct fall into the room below. Upon entering the semicircular structure, Li Qin discovered the interior space was even more expansive than he had anticipated. The pristine white walls contrasted with several metal-constructed chambers, interspersed with distant, guttural growls. The group lowered their footsteps, cautiously inching toward the central area. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from ahead. Li Qin swiftly ushered everyone into a nearby room. "Sigh. Today's specimen is still rather unstable. Professor Luo is furious. What can be done? Professor Luo is obsessed with studying these creatures. I fear he is losing his sanity." "Indeed. I'm at my wit's end. Let us hurry and grab a bite to eat. We have more research to conduct this afternoon. I heard many specimens escaped from your side last time. What happened?" It was Professor Luo's insistence on experimenting with the specimen, urging it to consume the failed ones outside. It simply vanished. As the two conversed, their voices faded into the distance until Li Qin could no longer hear them. Li Qin seized upon a crucial name. Professor Luo? It was with Luo Mingyu's authorization that Noah had breached the database moments ago. With this thought, Li Qin inquired, "Noah, what information was contained in the database?" "This laboratory comprises 3 teams, overseen by Professor Luo Mingyu. Scanning complete. The laboratory map is as follows," Noah promptly replied. Immediately, a holographic screen materialized before Li Qin, displaying a convoluted representation of the laboratory's pathways and layout. Areas designated for experimentation, as well as those housing the specimens, were meticulously marked. Li Qin nodded in satisfaction. At the instant Li Qin stepped into the semicircular structure, the laboratory's electronic systems had already fallen under Noah's dominion. Now, if Li Qin wished to secure the door, those within the laboratory would be utterly helpless. "Let us proceed directly to the experimentation area," Li Qin gestured, leading the way with an electromagnetic cannon in hand. Suruashi and the others swiftly followed suit, all readying their weapons, vigilant as they advanced. At the very heart of the semicircular structure lies a chamber encased in bulletproof glass. One can easily observe the activities within from the outside. "Teacher, the subject is nearing its limit. Administer adrenaline immediately." "Teacher, the subject is becoming uncontrollable. Continue, administer the sedative intravenously." "Teacher." The sound of gunfire echoed. Inside the glass enclosure, researchers clad in white lab coats were fervently engaged in their tasks, while a dozen armed soldiers stood vigil nearby. As soon as the subject went berserk, the soldiers swiftly neutralized the threat. Regrettably, the assistant was positioned too close, and during the subject's rampage, he was bitten on the neck. Luo Mingyu removed his gloves, irritably jotting down notes in his notebook. Meanwhile, others hurriedly packaged and removed the bodies of both the subject and the assistant. What went wrong? Is my research direction flawed? Luo Mingyu murmured to himself, yet he would never uncover the answer. Suddenly, Li Chun and his companions violently breached the glass door. The soldiers of the star-rated shelter poured in. Halt! Which laboratory are you from? The personnel guarding the glass chamber bellowed. Luo Mingyu finally lifted his gaze from the documents and glanced at Li Chun. Professor Luo? Li Chun paid no heed to the others in the room, behaving as if he were in his own abode, casually perusing the materials on the table. A chill ran down Luo Mingyu's spine. Who are you? How did you get in? This building had been constructed with a high security level. If they were insiders, they would have surely notified him in advance. However, Luo Mingyu had received no such warning. Li Chun scoffed, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his face. Impressive. Conducting inhumane experiments in such a remote area. What exactly are you trying to discover? Luo Mingyu opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly, bang! A bullet was the reply to Li Chun. The lab's security personnel had pulled the trigger, aiming to leave Li Chun's head in the laboratory. Yet, Li Chun had already broken through the third genetic lock. To him, a mere bullet posed no threat. With a slight tilt of his head, he extended his index and middle fingers, effortlessly pinching the bullet between them. The soldiers of the star-rated shelter raised their weapons as well. With a mere command from Li Chun, the entire laboratory staff would be rendered to a sieve. Is this how you treat your guests? Professor Luo. I demand an answer. Do not make me lose my patience, Li Chun said with a smile, his dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. Luo Mingyu leaned against the cold wall. Rendered speechless, he sensed a profound murderous intent emanating from the man before him. Refusing to speak, are we? By order of command, eliminate all non-research personnel, Li Chun declared. In the laboratory, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, echoing through the sterile environment. The security personnel were no match for the formidable synthetic warriors, who swiftly dispatched them with ease. Soon, the glass enclosure was left with only Romingyu and two assistants, who exchanged wary glances, each hesitant to make a move. Now, can you reveal to me what you have been researching? Li Chun inquired, gradually sifting through the documents strewn across the desk. Unfortunately, they were filled with incomprehensible data that eluded his understanding. Romingyu, gritting his teeth, remained utterly silent. The assistant nearby, gripped by fear, prepared to speak. But before any words could escape, Romingyu drew a handgun from his lab coat and, with chilling precision, eliminated both assistants in an instant. Tsuruoshi and the others stood in stunned silence, only to be met moments later with the cold steel of numerous firearms pressed against Romingyu's forehead. Chapter 117, The Grand Gift Distribution Commander. This person is armed, Tsuruoshi declared with a grave expression. Li Chun chuckled softly, swiftly seizing Luo Mingyu's handgun. He toyed with it for a moment, then spoke slowly. Not bad, a weapon for self-defense. A Desert Eagle, produced by the beautiful nation, with a .45 caliber and weighing 2 kilograms. It seems that Waj's strength is commendable at this juncture. At that moment, as Li Chun uttered the name Waj, the mature and composed visage of Luo Mingyu turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror. How do you know about Waj? Li Chun cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, I have no interest in indulging you with riddles. You will either confess completely or accompany the laboratory to its demise. You have 5 minutes to contemplate. Without granting Luo Mingyu any leeway, Li Chun raised his wristwatch and commenced the countdown. 5, 4, 3. Luo Mingyu felt his body gradually stiffening, a chilling dread seeping into his very bones. He yearned to speak, yet a suffocating weight lodged in his throat rendered him mute. As time slipped away, a bloodthirsty smile crept onto Li Chun's face. Time's up. You've lost your chance. With those words, Li Chun slowly raised the gun, aiming at Luo Mingyu's forehead. Wait, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Luo Mingyu's eyes were shut tight, his body trembling violently. Yet, with a resounding bang, Li Chun offered no opportunity for Luo Mingyu to utter a word. A single shot silenced him forever, sending him to join the laboratory in its ruin. After blowing the smoke from the barrel, Li Chun remarked coolly, what a pity. He was a talented individual. Turning on his heel, he ordered, pack up all the documents inside. The artificial warrior promptly sprang into action, copying data from the computers and placing all physical documents into vacuum-sealed bags. In a matter of moments, the laboratory resembled a site that had been thoroughly pillaged, desolate and empty. Next came the grim hour of slaughter. Within the building, the security personnel were few, easily dispatched in mere moments. The majority of the remaining researchers, attempting to resist, were executed without hesitation. A small number who surrendered were subdued and escorted back to the star-rated sanctuary. After ensuring that no one remained, Li Chun proceeded towards the area where the experimental subjects were confined. What is a living hell? Before this moment, Li Chun believed that apocalyptic scenes represented such a hell. However, upon pushing open the door to the chamber of experimental subjects, an uncontrollable shudder coursed through him. The space was akin to a cage, divided into countless small compartments. Within these enclosures were the experimental subjects, some incomplete zombies, others half-human, half-corpse, and even a few grotesque amalgamations. These subjects had endured countless experiments, their appearances grotesque and horrifying. Emitting the scent of blood and flesh, the zombies let out low growls, a chilling sound that filled the air. My heavens! Tsuruashi could hardly bear to glance at the scene before her. There were at least 100 compartments, each housing a singular experimental subject. What kind of psychological fortitude must one possess to engage in such acts? Eliminate all experimental subjects, leaving not a single one alive, commanded Li Qin. The synthetic warriors immediately brandished their weapons, systematically dispatching each subject one by one through the barriers. Only after confirming that the subjects had been rendered utterly silent did they proceed to unlock the doors and extract the energy cores. These cores, akin to those outside, emitted a faint yellow glow, hinting at their abnormal nature. The synthetic warriors adeptly placed the energy cores into vacuum bags, confined within their compartments. The experimental subjects were deprived of their combat capabilities and were swiftly eradicated by the synthetic warriors. Once this task was accomplished, Li Chun commenced a meticulous search throughout the laboratory, ensuring no remnants were left behind. Only then did he instruct the warriors to set up timed explosives. The group gradually ascended from the semicircular structure. With a thunderous explosion, the building erupted into chaos as Li Chun and his team distanced themselves. He glanced back, using his mental prowess to penetrate the thick haze, revealing the semicircular edifice reduced to rubble. Exhaling deeply, he escorted several researchers onto a helicopter, returning directly to the Star Refuge. The dais hall was substantial, encompassing numerous research documents, instruments, and the energy cores of the mutated zombies. These findings would be presented to Dr. Yang, who would have ample work ahead of him. The captured researchers were detained at the research center, where Dr. Yang would eventually extract information from them. The operation had proceeded relatively smoothly. After handing over the individuals to Dr. Yang, Tsuruashi slowly approached Li Chun from behind. Li Chun nodded slightly. Indeed, the gains were considerable, yet a weight settled upon his heart. What exactly was the Huaji laboratory? Why were they intent on augmenting the zombies? Such questions swirled in Li Chun's mind. The answers could only be revealed once Dr. Yang deciphered the gathered data. Beep. Congratulations, Commander, on successfully completing the mission. A grand package has been issued. Do you wish to open it? The system notification echoed in Li Chun's mind. He promptly clicked yes. Beep. Congratulations, Commander. You have acquired a lightsaber production line and a powered exoskeleton production line. A lightsaber? A powered exoskeleton? Merely the names captivated Li Chun's attention. He delved into the detailed descriptions. The lightsaber utilized condensed energy beam technology to unleash energy in a narrow, blade-like form, releasing plasma upon activation, capable of severing nearly anything. It was a product of Level 1 civilization. The powered exoskeleton, crafted from composite materials, was resilient, lightweight, and elastic. It collected user activity data via sensors, enabling the wearer to amplify strength, speed, and jumping ability, classified as Level 5 civilization armor. As Li Chun gazed upon the detailed descriptions of the two items, a spark of excitement ignited within him. In this era, synthetic warriors had transcended the limitations of primary genetic locks. Should they be fully outfitted with energy swords and powered exoskeletons, their individual combat capabilities would rival those of third-tier, genetically evolved soldiers, effectively leaping 2 levels ahead. What pleased Li Chun the most was the powered exoskeleton. With merely a slight pull of force, it could unleash tremendous energy. Its armor rating was exceptionally high, capable of withstanding all current forms of attack. Whether it be offensive power, load-bearing capacity, or defensive strength, it was of the finest quality. Without hesitation, Li Chun resolved to initiate production on both production lines at once. Noah, what is the production rate for the energy swords and powered exoskeletons? Li Chun inquired. Commander, the production line operates at full capacity 24 hours a day, yielding 3,000 energy swords and 1,000 powered exoskeletons daily, Noah promptly replied. Chapter 118. Breaking the 4th gene lock, Li Chun silently calculated. The number of artificial soldiers had reached 20,000. To fully equip them, at least 20 days of intensive production would be required. This pace could hardly be deemed slow. Once produced, the soldiers would be outfitted immediately. He opened the attribute panel. Star-level sanctuary system. Host. Li Chun, strength, 40, agility, 40, constitution, 40, mentality, 40, wisdom, 40, evolution energy, 34. 28 million, binding 1, Tsuruashi, binding 2. None gene evolution count, 3. Upon seeing that his evolution energy had exceeded 30 million, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. What was going on with Noah? Surely the entire Donghai city didn't harbor that many zombies. He inquired, what is the situation? Report, Commander. Killing a first-tier zombie yields 1 point of evolution energy. A second-tier zombie grants 2 points, while a third-tier zombie provides 6 points. The zombies killed in the colonial sanctuaries affiliated with the star-level sanctuary will also count towards your energy. Noah's response enlightened Li Chun. Ever since the extermination team had been wiped out, all sanctuaries in Donghai City had been classified under the colonial territory of the star-level sanctuary. The zombies hunted by those survivors would similarly contribute to Li Chun's evolution energy, coupled with the recent acquisition of the Lila Sanctuary. It was no wonder his evolution energy had reached such staggering heights. Just as Li Chun was about to open Su Ruashi's panel, a notification chimed. Ding. Commander's attributes have met the requirements. Would you like to expend 20 million evolution energy to undergo the 4th gene evolution? Upon hearing the system's prompt, he nodded slightly. He hadn't anticipated being able to proceed with the 4th gene evolution so swiftly. He had thought he would need to wait longer. Ding. 20 million evolution energy has been utilized for the 4th gene evolution. As the system's notification resonated, a rich energy coursed through his veins. With each cycle, Li Chun experienced an extraordinary sensation. However, before he could fully relish this marvel, suddenly, ugh! A grimace crossed Li Chun's face as blood splattered onto the ground, staining it crimson. Following that, an overwhelming wave of agony surged through him, enveloping his entire being. His blood raced frantically within his veins, while a crushing weight bore down on his chest, threatening to explode. The pain rendered his face ghostly pale, sweat pouring from his brow. With all his strength, he raised his arm to support himself and stand. Bang! A heavy kick struck the composite metal wall, causing the thick structure to indent with a resounding thud. Li Chun's vision was engulfed in a sea of red. It felt as though a century had passed, yet it was merely the blink of an eye. The pain surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. In mere moments, the faint glimmer in Li Chun's eyes constricted, and he gradually opened them. Commander? Su Ruashi had been observing Dr. Yang and others as they interrogated the captives. A sudden chill enveloped me, prompting an instinctive turn of my head. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of the brilliance in Li Chun's eyes. Commander, have you undergone your 4th genetic evolution? Su Ruashi stammered, her gaze reflecting a sense of awe as if she had witnessed a miracle. Li Chun nodded slowly. This latest evolution, however, did not significantly enhance his strength. It seemed he had fortified himself in other aspects. Li Chun focused intently on his vision. Suddenly, the metallic wall before him became transparent, revealing the research center. Its desks and chairs, even the test tubes adorning the tables, were now vividly clear. Li Chun was astonished and promptly opened the door to the research center, scrutinizing every facility and detail, all identical to what he had just observed. Had he gained the ability to see through objects? Just as he prepared to experiment further, a voice echoed in his mind. The commander is remarkably impressive, achieving his 4th genetic evolution so swiftly. It seems I must intensify my efforts. I wonder how he accomplished this, especially since I haven't seen him train. This voice jolted Li Chun, and he abruptly turned to Su Ruashi. Under the penetrating gaze of his dark eyes, Su Ruashi froze, paralyzed by fear, and dared not move. To his astonishment, Li Chun realized he could hear Su Ruashi's thoughts. Commander, what is this? Su Ruashi inquired cautiously. Nothing. You may leave for now, Li Chun replied nonchalantly. Waving his hand, Su Ruashi cast a worried glance at him. Simultaneously, Li Chun heard her thoughts again. The commander seemed strange. Could something have gone awry during his evolution? Upon hearing this, Li Chun couldn't help but smirk. After Su Ruashi departed, he tested this newfound ability in the research center and discovered that the capacity to hear thoughts had its limitations. Primarily, it depended on the individual's mental state. The poorer their condition, the clearer their thoughts became. The captives taken from the Birch Giant laboratory, suffering from poor mental health, had their thoughts laid bare before him. However, whether it was the ability to see through objects or to hear thoughts, both were constrained by frequency. Li Chun needed to concentrate on his heart or eyes to utilize these powers. Through experimentation, he found that he could employ them about 5 times in quick succession before feeling a throbbing headache and palpitations, a clear indication that his mental fortitude was insufficient. After utilizing his newly acquired abilities, Li Chun felt more informed. Commander, we cannot seem to extract any information from these individuals, Dr. Yang lamented. As interrogation was not his forte. Despite employing both coercion and persuasion on the Birch scientists, they remained cunningly tight-lipped, revealing only trivial information when pressed. Have you organized the data? Are there any leads? Li Chun inquired. We have compiled it, but there are very few clues, came the reply. Currently, It is understood that the research direction of this laboratory involves utilizing nanorobots to modify the genes of zombies, striving to enhance their capabilities. At present, their research results consist solely of genetically altered specimens that are deemed failures. Dr. Yang expressed his disdain, almost implying that this group of individuals is worthless. Were he to conduct the research, it is likely that significant progress would have been made by now. According to the research documentation, this group has been going around in circles without achieving any tangible outcomes. Well, you may continue your endeavors. I shall take charge of these individuals. Let us see whether his words hold firm or if my fists possess greater strength, Li Qin remarked coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, the android soldiers swiftly seized the captives, lifting them by their collars as one would handle mere chicks, and escorted them back to the command center. Li Qin placed them in separate rooms, with android soldiers stationed at the entrances. He then entered the first room, where the initial researcher, an elderly gentleman, awaited him. Chapter 119. Telepathy. The individual before him was utterly disheveled, his hair resembling a bird's nest, a clear indication that he had long neglected his appearance. In stark contrast to his outwardly unkempt demeanor, the old man's eyes sparkled with a frenzied intensity. Through his telepathic abilities, Li Qin could discern a cacophony of nonsensical ramblings echoing in the man's mind. Just a little more. Yes, it must surely be attributed to the 13th pair of chromosomes. If only one could excise and splice segments from the 13th pair. Li Qin was astounded that this madman, even at such a critical juncture, remained preoccupied with his experiments. He could hardly fathom how Huachio had managed to locate such deranged individuals. Realizing that he would glean nothing further from the old man's thoughts, Li Qin turned away and proceeded towards the next chamber. The second room contained a young man, appearing to be in his late 20s. His visage etched with exhaustion and terror. As soon as Li Qin took his seat, he could hear the young man's inner voice repeating the same desperate words. It's over. Everything is over. Even Professor Luo has perished. I am certain to meet the same fate. Help, help. Li Qin, nearly overwhelmed by the repetition, cleared his throat gently to interrupt the young man's spiraling thoughts. I shall pose 3 questions to you. Should you answer truthfully, you shall not face death. As you can see, my research center is short-staffed. You may remain here to work. As Li Qin spoke, he maintained direct eye contact with the young man, and he did not miss the spark of hope that ignited in the young man's eyes upon hearing his words. Ask away, the young man replied, his emotions a tumultuous blend of fear and anticipation. First, what was your role at Huachio's laboratory? The initial question was easily addressed. The young man was merely an assistant, primarily tasked with recording data and tending to the petri dishes. Second, what is the origin of the experimental subjects? Did you capture them yourselves? Are they zombies or humans? Li Qin continued his inquiry. The experimental subjects were sent from the headquarters. By the time they arrived, they were already zombies, the young man divulged, revealing the extent of his knowledge. Observing the young man's hesitance, Li Qin pressed on with his third question. Where is Huachio's headquarters? This query rendered the young man speechless, and he shook his head in response. Before the apocalypse, he had been a doctoral student under Professor Luo Mingyu, closely following him in research endeavors. Thus, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, he had accompanied Professor Luo into the Huachio Research Institute. Although he harbored doubts about the ethical direction of their research, especially considering the plight of humanity entrenched in chaos, his voice bore little weight. He had even witnessed the grim fate of those who opposed the experiments. They vanished without a trace the following day. Since that moment, the young man had become increasingly wary of expressing his true thoughts. Thus, it has been concealed until now. Very well, shortly someone will escort you to rest. Li Qin stood up and nodded slightly. By reading the thoughts, Li Qin determined this individual was not malevolent, possessing both capability and experience. It would be prudent to assign him to the research center as an aide. The young man, eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, "You won't kill me?" Li Qin raised an eyebrow. "What, do you wish to perish?" No, that is not my intention," the young man stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. Previously, Li Qin had stormed into the laboratory, wreaking havoc, leading the young man to misunderstand his intentions. "All right, you shall accompany the research center and earnestly reform yourself." Li Qin waved his hand and departed. He also sent a message to Management 1, urging them to expedite the registration arrangements. In the subsequent rooms, without exception, either they were like the madmen in the first room, unable to divulge any information, or their authority was too limited, knowing only so much. Li Qin retained one who appeared to possess good intentions, while the others were subjected to humane extermination. The Star-level refuge does not harbor idlers. This group had strengthened the zombies, indirectly causing the demise of numerous survivors. Li Qin would not show mercy. After inquiring around, he at least gleaned some insights. Firstly, the experimental subjects had all been transported from headquarters. Some were second-tier zombies, while others were third-tier. This raises a question: with zombies abundantly available outside, why go to such lengths to transport them from headquarters? Is there a strict regulation concerning the physique and metrics of the experimental zombies? Secondly, headquarters maintains a singular line of communication with each branch, preventing the branches from discerning the precise location of headquarters. There exists another branch in Hebe City. Additionally, a crucial piece of information was acquired from the last researcher's lips. The laboratory would periodically release experimental subjects as per Huaji's directives. Thus, the encounters Li Qin previously experienced were not mere accidents but rather orchestrated by Huaji. Whether this was to test the data of the experimental subjects or for other purposes remains uncertain for now. After a thorough inquiry, the core questions remained unanswered. However, he did manage to capture 2 researchers, alleviating some pressure from Dr. Yang. Having completed these tasks, Li Qin proceeded towards the weapons production facility. By this time, a significant number of energy swords and powered exoskeletons should have been produced. He also summoned Su Ruashi, intending to test the prowess of these new armaments. In the weapons production facility, the incessant roar of machinery echoed. This was an unmanned production line, requiring only occasional inspections by maintenance androids. Hence, there were no personnel present at this moment. As the elevator doors opened, Li Qin and Su Ruashi emerged. "Commander, what are we here for?" Su Ruashi inquired, puzzled. "To test some fine equipment," Li Qin replied, leading Su Ruashi to the end of the production line. There, they beheld sword hilts arranged in perfect order. From time to time, mechanical arms would carefully place freshly crafted sword handles in their designated spots. "What is this? It appears to be merely a sword handle?" Su Ruashi picked one up and examined it with curiosity. Li Qin was known for never engaging in futile endeavors. Could there be something extraordinary about the production of these sword handles? While Su Ruashi was fiddling with the handle, she inadvertently pressed a nearby black button. A faint sound emanated, and to her astonishment, a blue blade extended from the handle, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. As it sliced through the air, the sound of rushing wind was distinctly audible. Su Ruashi was taken aback, her mouth agape. "See, Commander, this is a lightsaber. Reel the blade back in." "There is something even more remarkable," Li Qin remarked casually, casting a sidelong glance. After a prolonged search for the switch, Su Ruashi finally managed to retract the blade. She then followed Li Qin to the end of another production line, where a series of metallic gleaming frames were neatly arranged. Chapter 120. The powered exoskeleton. To call it a skeleton is somewhat misleading, as these frameworks are considerably larger than those of an ordinary human. Furthermore, the orientation of the bones is also reversed. "Let us give it a try," Li Qin suggested calmly. "Try it on?" Su Ruashi responded in astonishment. Reaching out to lift the exoskeleton, it appeared remarkably heavy, yet when Su Ruashi grasped it, she found it astonishingly light, almost as if it were composed of foam. She placed the exoskeleton upon the ground and aligned her legs with its feet. A miraculous scene unfolded. The exoskeleton, seemingly endowed with its own consciousness, effortlessly adhered to Su Ruashi's limbs. Moments later, she found herself enveloped within it. A small screen located near her heart emitted a sound. "Powered exoskeleton activated." Binding subject Su Ruashi. Su Ruashi raised her hand slightly and moved it, delighting in the discovery that whatever her mind willed, the exoskeleton seamlessly followed her command, requiring no exertion on her part. "This is a powered exoskeleton. Donning it allows for digital combat. Would you like to give it a try?" Li Qin's voice echoed. Su Ruashi promptly nodded. "Let us head to the training ground." Thus, equipped with a lightsaber and adorned in the powered exoskeleton, Su Ruashi made her way to the training area on the 3rd floor, where numerous soldiers were engaged in their drills. Her peculiar attire attracted many curious gazes. Entering a closed training room, Li Qin signaled for her to begin. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruashi activated the digital combat system. Received. In an instant, a visor-like apparatus enveloped her eyes. Through its lenses, everything around her transformed into digital representations, displaying dimensions of the space she occupied. The lenses also boasted infrared scanning capabilities, indicating that for field operations, one merely needed to be equipped with a powered exoskeleton. Su Ruashi ignited her lightsaber and commenced her strikes within the training room. Each arc of the blade cleaved through the surroundings with precision and force. Swift, fierce, and accurate. Moreover, the lightsaber could adapt its form and color according to her settings. The more she experimented, the more exhilarated she felt. When she finally paused, she found herself breathless from excitement rather than fatigue, as the powered exoskeleton had done all the heavy lifting for her. "Commander, is it feasible to mass-produce these 2 items?" Su Ruashi inquired, her eyes aglow with enthusiasm. If all the soldiers in the star-level shelter were equipped with these, their combat capabilities would surely elevate by at least 2 tiers. The lightsaber ensures dominance in close-quarters combat. while the powered exoskeleton preserves the soldier's stamina, strength, and defense. Even if zombies were to attack, they would merely strike against the exoskeleton, significantly reducing personnel losses during field operations. Li Chen shook his head. Given the current production capacity, it is insufficient to equip all soldiers. We will need to wait for some time. Tsuruoshi nodded firmly. Undeterred by disappointment, this set has already been bound to you. Feel free to take it. Come, let us dine, Li Chen instructed before returning to the command room. Mealtime had arrived, and Li Chen had no inclination to starve himself. As for Tsuruoshi, she was merely an afterthought. The two of them sat in the dining area of the command center. Before long, a synthetic being arrived with a serving of layered oil cakes and fried spring rolls. 2 appetizers. However, the portions were rather modest. After they had finished, the plates were cleared away, and soon they were presented with shrimp, winter bamboo shoots, osmanthus duck, and steamed chicken with fresh mushrooms. These dishes were typically reserved for the highest standard banquets before the apocalypse. Yet, for Li Chen, it was merely an ordinary dinner. Tsuruoshi savored the meal, sighing in delight at the exquisite flavors. Once satisfied, Li Chen produced a bottle of Fingio and poured a glass for each of them. How has the guard team been faring lately? Li Chen inquired, sipping his drink. Tsuruoshi gazed at the liquor for a moment, closed her eyes, and lifted her glass. In one gulp, her face flushed a deep crimson, more vibrant than a red apple. Exhaling a fragrant breath of alcohol, she replied, currently, 3,000 members of the guard team have reached the threshold of secondary genetic evolution. All combat techniques and firearms training have been completed. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Recently, not only the synthetic warriors were tasked with eliminating zombies, the guard team was equally involved. The city of Donghai had almost been cleared of zombies, with only a few lingering from other areas. The geography of Donghai was such that zombies from distant regions could easily converge without the need for navigation. They would gather even with their eyes closed. Were it not for the star-rated shelters continuously executing extermination missions, Donghai might well have become a ghost town. Indeed, those ranked in the top 1,000 for the extermination tasks each day should be rewarded with genetic evolution liquid. The guard team must swiftly breach the second layer of the genetic lock, Li Chen urged, with the emergence of some third-tier zombies outside. Any further stagnation on the part of the guard team would soon render them incapable of undertaking missions. Tsuruoshi nodded in understanding. The routine training aimed to fortify the attributes of these soldiers, meeting the standards to break the genetic locks. The genetic evolution liquid, however, served merely as an auxiliary. Now, the warriors of the guard team could redeem evolution liquid using their points, Tsuruoshi noted. Li Chen acknowledged this. After finishing their meal and drinks, Tsuruoshi felt somewhat tipsy and retired to her room to sleep. Li Chen, on the other hand, proceeded to the incubation chamber for an assessment. Noah, how many energy cores are currently available? Li Chen inquired casually. Reporting to the commander, there are currently a total of 6 million energy cores. Noah promptly responded. This figure exceeded Li Chen's expectations, especially considering that after the last zombie wave, he had completely depleted all energy cores. Even though the warriors tirelessly hunt zombies day and night, progress remains slow. However, Li Chen soon comprehended the situation. The energy cores for the star-rated shelters are no longer solely acquired through zombie hunting. The residents of the star-rated shelters, along with the survivors from Donghai City, contribute significantly to this resource. Additionally, there are exchanges from the Lila shelter in Hibi City. It can be said that the sources of energy cores are diverse. Li Chen gazed at the incubation chamber and spoke. Noah, upgrade the incubation chamber to level 3 and enhance the existing artificial warrior soldiers. Understood. Beep. 320. 000 energy cores have been consumed. The incubation chamber has been upgraded to level 2. Beep. 320. 000 energy cores have been consumed. The incubation chamber has been upgraded to level 2. Beep. 640. 000 energy cores have been consumed. The incubation chamber has been upgraded to level 3. Beep. 640. 000 energy cores have been consumed. The incubation chamber has been upgraded to level 3. At present, Li Chen possesses a total of 4 star-rated shelters. Upgrading all incubation chambers to level 3 required a staggering 3.8 million energy cores. The remaining energy cores will be utilized to elevate the levels of the existing artificial warrior soldiers. Chapter 121. Under siege as the energy cores dwindled. The Star-class refuge had successfully upgraded its total of 20,000 artificial warrior soldiers, all now classified as third-tier genetic warriors. The incubation chambers would continue to yield only third-tier genetic warriors. After completing this series of upgrades, Li Chen felt a slight sense of relief. However, upon exiting the laboratory, an unsettling sense of crisis lingered in his mind. Should the Waji Laboratory-S project succeed, the strength of the zombies would increase significantly. During the initial wave of the zombie tide, Third-tier zombies had already emerged. What would follow? Could the warriors of the Star-class refuge truly withstand such a threat? Fortunately, with the introduction of energy swords and powered exoskeletons, the artificial warriors underwent a third round of genetic evolution, granting Li Qin newfound confidence in confronting the zombies. With the enhancement of the artificial warriors' capabilities, they were now able to expand their hunting grounds to the outskirts of Donghai City. Simultaneously, the strength of the guard team surged dramatically. Those ranked in the top 1,000 of daily tasks earned 3 vials of primary genetic evolution fluid, with additional rewards for outstanding performance. This spurred a fervent enthusiasm for training and missions among the guard warriors, all vying for a spot within the coveted 1,000. The rewards were indeed enticing, but even more so was the honor that accompanied them, as many eagerly availed themselves of the primary genetic evolution fluid. Numerous members of the guard team were already striving towards their second genetic evolution. The overall strength of the residents in the Star-class refuge had significantly increased. Within the confines of the refuge, they felt invincible. In reality, once they stepped outside, they could easily overpower several ordinary men. Meanwhile, the Lila refuge continuously supplied energy cores and population to the Star-class refuge like a well-oiled pump. Many survivors from Hebe City had submitted applications through the Lila refuge. Once the criteria were met, Li Qin would dispatch personnel to escort them to Donghai City. Just as Li Qin was eagerly anticipating the next wave of zombies, a distress call from Li Taiju interrupted his thoughts. "Commander, trouble. The Lila refuge is under attack." The urgency in Li Taiju's voice was palpable, indicating that the situation was dire. Upon receiving the news, Li Qin immediately ordered the artificial warriors to arm themselves and board the transport aircraft destined for Hebe City. Though, in principle, Li Qin could have chosen to disregard the Lila refuge. Considering that the current strength of the Star-class refuge could easily compensate for the loss of a single Lila refuge, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. The Lila refuge represented the facade of the Star-class refuge in Hebe City. Anyone daring to assault the Lila refuge would have to face the wrath of Li Qin. The transport aircraft flew swiftly, reaching its destination in approximately 10 minutes. Seizing this time, Li Qin commanded Noah to relay the situation at the Lila shelter. Previously, the Lila shelter had indeed been in a dire state. However, since its subjugation by Li Qin, it not only received food supplies, but also a considerable amount of weaponry. There was even a guard unit stationed there. It certainly did not appear to be entirely defenseless. Li Qin harbored doubts that the attacking force was not to be underestimated. Indeed, the data transmitted by Noah revealed that the assailants were equipped with heavy weaponry, such as rocket launchers. They bombarded the Lila shelter like bandits, resulting in numerous casualties among its residents. In contrast, the warriors of the Lila shelter hesitated, fearing for the safety of their own. Li Qin inquired about the nature of the attackers. Noah promptly responded, "Commander, those assaulting the Lila shelter belong to the Qianqian shelter. Prior to the apocalypse, this refuge was part of a fitness enthusiast organization that spontaneously gathered following the outbreak." The Qianqian shelter? Li Qin was perplexed. He had heard of the 5 major shelters in Hebe, yet this particular one was unfamiliar to him. It seemed insignificant. Could it be that the armed forces of Hebe were so formidable that a mere small shelter could wield rocket launchers? However, Li Qin quickly dismissed this notion. It was important to note that the Fengqingyang shelter was also one of the 5 major shelters in Hebe. Although it ranked last, its status should not be underestimated. Even the Fengqingyang shelter suffered from a severe shortage of weapons. How could a small refuge, which did not even make the top 5, possibly possess such formidable firepower? A moment's contemplation led Li Qin to sense something amiss. A sinister smile crept across his face. A test? It appeared that the Qianqian shelter had been manipulated as a weapon by someone. The transport aircraft continued to soar through the sky. Su Ruashi had accompanied him this time, and, observing Li Qin's demeanor, expressed her concern. "Commander, how long do you think Li Taiju can hold out?" "I also witnessed the scene at the Lila shelter. The enemy is incredibly aggressive, willing to risk everything. Li Taiju was just an ordinary person without combat experience. I fear it won't be long before." Su Ruashi dreaded that by the time they arrived, the Lila shelter would be reduced to ruins. Li Qin shook his head, replying, "We still have time. The reason I brought you here is not to participate in the battle, but for a more crucial task." "What?" Su Ruashi asked, her heart racing. "This situation has made it clear that there are indeed no combat specialists at the Lila shelter. I need you to select a few individuals from the guard unit for training. As our territory expands, the demand for combat personnel will only increase." Li Qin continued. Although the artificial warriors were versatile, the reality was, currently, the quota for artificial warriors is limited to 20,000. Even if deployed, they would still occupy positions, leading to a dispersion of military strength. Thus, Li Qin can only take action from the guard team. Upon hearing this was merely a training exercise, Tsuruoshi felt a sense of relief, assuring the completion of the mission. As time gradually passed, the transport aircraft descended onto the helipad of the Lila shelter. From a high vantage point, aside from the helipad, the surrounding area was nothing but ruins. Li Taiju understood that the sole hope for the Lila shelter lay in awaiting Li Qin's arrival with his team. Consequently, he organized the remaining personnel to encircle the vicinity of the helipad to prevent any potential sabotage. The moment the transport aircraft landed, Li Taiju finally exhaled in relief. As the hatch opened, he eagerly approached, saying, "Commander, the situation is dire. Their firepower is exceedingly formidable." Chapter 122, Rescue. Previously, due to logistical considerations, Li Qin refrained from transporting large-scale weapons of mass destruction to the Lila shelter. Consequently, during this attack, the defenders were armed only with rifles, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable. At this moment, countless warriors from the Lila shelter's patrol teams had already perished, and the remaining members were in a state of utter disarray. Upon sighting Li Qin, they were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly leaping from their positions. Some residents of the Lila shelter were moved to tears, exclaiming, "We are saved. Brothers, quickly! Increase the firepower to cover the warriors from the stellar shelter as they disembark. Charge! Avenge our families!" The patrol teams of the Lila shelter, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the enemy. Li Qin cast a glance and promptly signaled. With a series of rapid sounds, a squadron of synthetic warriors descended from the transport aircraft, marching in precise formation. Each warrior wielded a lightsaber and donned powered exoskeletons, resembling an army of skeletal wraiths emerging from the depths of hell. Their expressions were emotionless, radiating an aura of lethal intent. As the synthetic warriors disembarked, the onlookers were momentarily paralyzed with fear. "All units, advance." Li Qin's cold voice resonated. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Hundreds of synthetic warriors roared in unison, their lightsabers igniting with a brilliant glow. The air crackled with energy as waves of light sliced through the atmosphere. In an instant, all warriors soared into the air, their powered exoskeletons propelling them over the Lila shelter's patrol teams, descending upon the enemy with ferocious speed. The battlefield transformed in an instant. The synthetic warriors became harbingers of death, their lightsabers functioning as scythes, carving a bloody path through their foes. "Quick! Run! What are these creatures? Help! I do not wish to die." The inhabitants of the former shelter, akin to frightened strays, were paralyzed with terror at the sheer speed of the synthetic warriors' assaults. The courage to fight was far beyond their reach. In stark contrast, the defenders of the Lila shelter, witnessing the synthetic warriors' might, rallied behind them, charging forward. "Kill! Annihilate them!" They bellowed, rushing towards the fray, while one by one, the members of the former shelter met their doom. Suddenly, the high command of the former shelter, unable to withstand the onslaught, detonated explosives amidst the crowd. A blinding flash erupted, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. In an instant, those nearby were hurled into the air by the sheer force of the blast, flesh and bone disintegrating into dust, limbs scattering like autumn leaves in the wind. Many warriors from the former shelter were caught in the devastation as well. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the synthetic warriors re-emerged before the awestruck crowd, each unscathed, their lightsabers still gleaming brilliantly. "Long live the stellar shelter! Long live the commander!" The residents of the Lila sanctuary erupted in jubilant cheers. The recent self-detonation from the upper echelons of the former sanctuary inflicted no harm upon the artificial warrior soldiers. Instead, it resulted in the demise of their own comrades. In an instant, the once organized crowd of the former sanctuary was thrown into disarray, swiftly falling prey to the wrath of the Lila sanctuary inhabitants. "Aiken, we must flee. We cannot contend with the star-rated sanctuary." In a secluded corner of the battlefield, a group stealthily sought to escape. Leading them was Zhao Chun, the head of the former sanctuary. Prior to the apocalypse, he was merely a humble personal trainer, toiling daily for meager earnings. When the end of the world arrived, his physical prowess, coupled with his connections to fellow fitness enthusiasts and trainers, enabled him to swiftly assemble a team. Initially, they utilized a gym as their stronghold, relentlessly hunting zombies and scavenging for supplies. Soon thereafter, upon discovering that energy cores could facilitate absorption, the individuals of the former sanctuary underwent their first genetic evolution. With their newfound strength, many from the surrounding areas flocked to join them, gradually forming a sanctuary. However, in comparison to the scale of the Lila sanctuary, it remained relatively modest. Previously, the combat capabilities of the Lila sanctuary were woefully inadequate. Their lack of resources rendered them unattractive targets for attack. When Zhao Qin received word that the Lila sanctuary had undergone a transformation, harboring a wealth of supplies, he was also furnished with weapons by the informant. Resolutely, Zhao Chen decided to lead the entirety of the former sanctuary in a collective assault on the Lila Sanctuary. At that moment, he had not entertained the thought of failure. With the Lila Sanctuary's combat strength, defeat? It wasn't until the arrival of the star-rated sanctuary warriors that Zhao Chen realized he had been wielded as a mere instrument. What manner of monsters are these? Zhao Chen cast one final glance at the artificial warriors still engaged in battle, gritting his teeth in frustration. Those combat suits, resembling mere skeletons, led him to categorize them as inhuman. There's a doghole here. Aiken, quickly. The guardian accompanying Zhao Chen's eyes brightened with hope. He hastily pulled Zhao Chen towards the escape route. Just then, two figures obstructed their path. Where do you think you're going? Li Chen stood at the opposite end of the doghole, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, his piercing gaze radiating an icy glare. Zhao Chen felt his mind go blank. Rendered speechless, it was instead one of Zhao Chen's companions who swiftly raised his firearm, intent on eliminating Li Chen. After all, he was the only one who had spotted them. If they could dispose of Li Chen, they could escape undetected. Bang! The gunshot rang out. But it was not Li Chen who fell. It was the assailant, collapsing beside Zhao Chen, blood seeping through his clothes in dark crimson patches. Oldemo, what happened to you? Zhao Chen was jolted back to reality by the sound of the gunfire, supporting the shoulder of the fallen man. His heart felt as though it were being relentlessly scraped by a sharp rasp. If he had not been blinded by greed, if he had not assaulted the refuge of Lila, would all of this have transpired? So many brothers from the gym have perished here. Even old Emo. Quickly. Run. Old Emo struggled, uttering his final words. Immediately thereafter, his eyes closed forever. Zhao Chen stared blankly at old Mo's lifeless body, overwhelmed by sorrowful weeping. Had it been another, they might have softened at this moment. The profound sentiments of humanity. Yet Li Chen was not just anyone. Look at our foolish leader, who has brought about the demise of his own brother. Li Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. He cared not for Zhao Chen's deep connections with anyone. As long as they dared to challenge the status of the star-level refuge, one and all must perish. Zhao Chen understood that, at this juncture, it was futile to turn back. He closed his eyes, deflated, and murmured, "Fire away." Chapter 123, Keeping Promises. Oh, do you no longer care for the lives of your fellow brothers? Li Chen remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Zhao Chen was doomed. If Li Chen were to easily spare Zhao Chen today, well, what would others think? Surely, they would believe that someone had attacked the star-level sanctuary's colony without facing any repercussions. They would emulate such behavior. Thus, today, Zhao Chen must perish while the others may live. Zhao Chen sat upright, scrutinizing Li Chen with a discerning gaze. After a moment, he let out a bitter laugh. I suppose I hold no bargaining power now, do I? Very well, I shall speak. The one who supplied me with weapons is none other than Xiu Jingqi. He is the head of the Teo Weiyuan Sanctuary, the foremost among the 5 sanctuaries in Hebi City. Now that I have spoken, I hope you will honor your promise. Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Chen did not wait for Li Chen to act, but instead aimed the pistol at his own temple. Bang! Zhao Chen fell to the ground. Those who had fled alongside him were filled with terror, clutching his shoulders as tears streamed down their faces. Li Chen cast a cold glance. I shall uphold my agreement. You may leave. With that, he turned his back and departed without a glance back. The crowd surrounded Zhao Chen, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Human beings are indeed contradictory. Zhao Chen was not a paragon of virtue. He had coveted the supplies of the realist sanctuary and orchestrated the deaths of numerous innocent survivors. Yet, he was also a man of deep loyalty. This is why the brothers from the Qianchen sanctuary were willing to die for him. Meanwhile, the patrol team of the realist sanctuary was clearing the battlefield, and hundreds of artificial warriors stood in formation on the tarmac, awaiting Li Chen's arrival. Noah, relay the order. A meeting will be held in half an hour. All senior officials are to assemble. Li Chen commanded through his smart wristband. Understood. Upon hearing Noah's response, Li Chen turned to Li Taizhu and Su Ruashi standing nearby, instructing, the senior officials of the realist sanctuary will also accompany me back for the meeting. Su Ruashi, you remain here to manage the aftermath. Yes. The two voices responded immediately. With no time to assess the battle damage at the realist sanctuary, Li Chen swiftly led half of the artificial warriors aboard the transport aircraft, heading straight for Donghai City. 30 minutes later, all senior officials of the star-level sanctuaries had gathered in the command center. At the head of the conference table sat none other than Li Chen. Are you all aware of the recent attack on the realist sanctuary? Li Chen inquired, his expression unperturbed. Yes, everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Prior to the meeting, Noah had already transmitted information regarding the situation at the realist sanctuary through the smart wristbands, so everyone was informed. I have learned from the head of the former refuge that this is a probe from the illustrious Teo Weiyuan refuge. the leading sanctuary among the 5 in Hebei City. Li Taizhu, please share your thoughts. Li Qin's gaze fell upon Li Taizhu. Upon hearing the name Tao Weiyuan, Li Taizhu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of anxiety. He cleared his throat and began. Before the apocalypse, Tao Weiyuan was actually a martial arts academy. Although I have never attended, there are numerous legends about it throughout Hebei City. It is said that within Tao Weiyuan, there are many extraordinary individuals and masters of ancient martial arts. After the apocalypse, they somehow acquired vast resources and swiftly transformed into the largest refuge in Hebei City. The origins of Tao Weiyuan Refuge remain shrouded in mystery, and they rarely communicate with other sanctuaries. Therefore, this is all I know. After listening, Li Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. A martial arts academy? Fascinating. What do you believe is the motivation behind Tao Weiyuan's actions? He inquired further. Although the star-rated refuge regards Lila Refuge as a colony, facilitating trade with others in Hebei City through it, overall, they have not encroached upon Tao Weiyuan's interests. In fact, it could be advantageous for Tao Weiyuan. Considering that Li Qin is selling weapons, Tao Weiyuan could easily treat the star-rated refuge as a supply station. Why then send envoys to probe? I suspect it may be due to Lila Refuge absorbing an excessive number of residents, Li Taizhu replied, his thick brows arching rebelliously. Previously, Lila Refuge struggled to sustain its own, let alone accommodate outsiders, resulting in no influx of new inhabitants. However, since Li Qin ousted Chen Fei, the situation has changed. Now, who in all of Hebei City is unaware of Lila Refuge's abundant resources, bolstered by the protection of a formidable star-rated sanctuary? People naturally gravitate towards prosperity, attracting countless survivors seeking refuge. Furthermore, it is rumored that residents of Lila Refuge, if they meet certain criteria, can directly apply to join the star-rated sanctuary. This has only heightened the frenzy among survivors. Upon hearing Li Taizhu's response, Li Qin shook his head slightly. His instincts told him this was not the answer. To speak plainly, how crucial is population in the apocalypse? Not very. Survivors are akin to dogs before the apocalypse, as long as sustenance is provided. One can attract a multitude of them. Tao Weiyuan has always maintained a low profile, likely harboring similar sentiments. Why would they concern themselves with population? I believe it is possible that the people of Tao Weiyuan feel we have threatened their standing. Shi Haiping interjected incisively. Is fame and fortune significant? It was important before the apocalypse and holds equal weight afterward. Tao Weiyuan possesses formidable martial prowess and an array of heavy weaponry, undeniably claiming the top position in Hebei City. The intervention of the Stellar Sanctuary has propelled the Lila Sanctuary to remarkable heights. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is merely a matter of time before Lila surpasses the Peach Blossom Source. Consequently, the inhabitants of Peach Blossom Source can no longer sit idly by and have resolved to instigate a trial of strength. Li Qin nodded slightly, surveying the assembly without uttering another word. The scale of the Stellar Sanctuary continues to expand, and it is anticipated that further development will ensue, along with the addition of new colonies. It cannot be expected that Li Qin should bear the burden of every decision alone. This meeting serves not only to deliberate on the forthcoming strategies for Hebei City, but also to cultivate the leadership within the Stellar Sanctuary. Commander, I believe we cannot remain passive. We should directly lead an assault on the heart of the Peach Blossom Source Sanctuary. Shi Haiping continued. In the shadows lurks a venomous serpent, poised to strike. Should the Stellar Sanctuary persist in avoiding conflict, it will only invite the misconception that it fears its adversaries. Only a thunderous offensive can truly establish authority in Hebei City. Chapter 124. To fight or not to fight. The ultimate purpose of the star-rated refuge is, after all, to engage in trade, absorbing more energy course. Securing the Peach Blossom Source Refuge would likely ensure that the various monsters in Hebei City become notably more compliant, paving the way for seamless transactions. Li Qin found merit in Shi Haiping's reasoning but refrained from voicing his own opinions, even neglecting to nod in agreement, instead directing his gaze towards the others. 1,000 individuals harbor 1,000 thoughts, and the meeting room erupted into a cacophony. I disagree, this time. Only the Qinshan Refuge is launching an attack. We lack any position to strike at the Peach Blossom Source. I too dissent. The notion that the Peach Blossom Source is the mastermind behind this is merely conjecture on our part, with no substantial evidence to support it. A reckless assault could severely tarnish our image. I concur with Shi Haiping's perspective. Given the current strength of our star-rated refuge, we need not concern ourselves with the opinions of others. Those who dare to infringe upon us shall be dealt with ruthlessly. If this were to occur in Donghai City, I would wholeheartedly support a proactive approach. However, Hebei City is over 100 kilometers away. The mere logistics of troop transport pose a significant challenge. The discourse within the meeting room became increasingly tumultuous, with the majority opposing Shi Haiping's stance. After all, the distance between Hebei City and Donghai City was considerable. A preemptive strike could incite widespread panic among other refuges, leading to a coordinated assault on the Lila refuge. Such a distant endeavor would hardly resolve our immediate concerns. Observing the heated debate, Li Chun maintained his silence. At that moment, Shi Haiping interjected, "Our star-rated refuge has many more matters to attend to. If we do not take the initiative this time, shall we merely wait for the peach blossom source to strike again?" Their modus operandi demonstrates that they will not act impulsively, but will instead continue to present us with scapegoats. Must we rally our forces every time they unleash another pawn? There is no necessity to engage in a war of attrition with them. Shi Haiping's words effectively silenced the anti-war faction. Indeed, the Lila refuge's inherent strength was insufficient to confront the enemy. However, if the star-rated refuge were to mobilize its forces for every skirmish, the resources expended on troop transport alone would be considerable. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Li Chun chuckled lightly and began to applaud. "Very well. Let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor of a proactive assault, please raise your hands." In an instant, a significant portion of the attendees raised their hands. The remaining individuals were steadfast in their opposition to war, each with their own rationale. Most astonishingly, Li Taiju was among the dissenters. "Majority rules, Li Taiju. Do you have anything further to say?" Li Chun inquired. "Commander, it is not my intention to bolster others at the expense of our own downfall. But the strength of the peach blossom source is indeed unfathomable. In the martial arts academy, a plethora of talent flourishes. Our advanced weaponry may not necessarily be of great use," Li Taiju remarked delicately. This implied a concern regarding the inadequacy of the star-rated sanctuary's strength. Such apprehensions seemed entirely reasonable to Li Chun, given that since his incorporation, Li Taiju had been tirelessly engaged in the operations of the Lila Sanctuary. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the star-rated sanctuary's capabilities, with a slight smile, Li Chun responded, "As I mentioned, the minority must yield to the majority. After the meeting, feel free to explore the training base. I trust you will gain a fresh perspective. Of course, should you remain resolute in avoiding battle, I shall take that into consideration." After concluding the meeting, Li Chun announced its adjournment, and everyone resumed their respective duties. Li Chun then accompanied Li Taiju to the elevator, heading toward the training facility. "Li Taiju, have you had prior contact with individuals from the Teo Weiyuan Sanctuary?" Li Chun inquired casually. "Indeed, prior to the apocalypse, I had some minor interactions with them. The individuals there are truly formidable. Even before the calamity, many had already reached the first tier of genetic evolution. My reluctance to engage in conflict primarily stems from the presence of some elderly doctors among them, who dedicate themselves to saving lives. It would be a tragic loss if they were caught in the crossfire," Li Taiju responded earnestly. Post-apocalypse, the ancient doctors of Teo Weiyuan frequently emerged to offer medical assistance. In an environment rife with shortages of both medical personnel and supplies, these ancient healers utilized various herbal remedies to rescue countless souls from the brink of death. Earning them an excellent reputation, Li Taiju was unwilling to take action against these living bodhisattvas. "Ancient medicine?" Li Chun's interest peaked as he continued to walk and inquire. "Please elaborate." "Certainly. It is said that the Teo Weiyuan Martial Arts Academy was established by a group of reclusive masters. Within, some practice ancient martial arts, while others focus on traditional medicine, each possessing extraordinary skills. After the apocalypse, those who study ancient martial arts have remained hidden within the sanctuary, seldom making an appearance, whereas the practitioners of ancient medicine have ventured forth to provide aid to the world," Li Taiju elucidated. Ancient medicine and ancient martial arts, Li Chun pondered thoughtfully. It seemed unwise to initiate a direct conflict. The heritage of ancient medicine and martial arts in the Huahua nation was already exceedingly rare. Should the individuals of Teo Weiyuan be annihilated, their legacy could be irrevocably lost. Had you articulated such sentiments during the meeting, the outcome might have been different. "Very well. We shall pay a visit to Teo Weiyuan tomorrow," Li Chun decisively declared. Shortly thereafter, the gates of the training base swung open. It was precisely the time designated for the guards' training. In recent days, with the daily reward of 1,000 doses of genetic evolution fluid, the majority of the guard members had transcended the first tier. Li Taiju stood amidst them, awestruck by the overwhelming strength of each warrior. His eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Is this truly the caliber of warriors from our star-rated sanctuary? Although Li Taiju had previously witnessed the might of the artificial warriors, he surmised that those who were always in Li Chun's company must undoubtedly be elite troops or personal guards. The prowess of the other warriors undoubtedly pales in comparison. However, when Li Taiju witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of the numerous guards, his worldview was irrevocably altered. Outside, others were still grappling with the arduous task of breaking through the first layer of the gene lock, while the most ordinary warriors within the star-level sanctuary were already advancing towards the second layer. The guards, who were diligently training, paused upon hearing Li Qin's voice, collectively saluting. "Commander, greetings." Li Qin waved his hand dismissively, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. "How has your training progressed?" The guards exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Yet, Li Qin's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, scrutinizing them with a discerning eye. He shook his head in disapproval. "After investing so much time and so many doses of gene evolution liquid, is this the extent of your progress?" Chapter 125. The Star-Level Sanctuary requests a meeting as Li Qin cast a subtle glance. The soldiers of the guard team felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon their faces, causing them to lower their heads in unison. "Rest assured, Commander, we shall intensify our training and will not let down the trust that the Star-Level Sanctuary has placed in us. Indeed, I will certainly increase the intensity." "So will I." A chorus of warriors vowed, their voices resonating as if they could shatter the very air around them. Thousands of eyes, akin to arrows poised on a string, were fixed upon Li Qin, brimming with confidence. This scene elicited a satisfied nod from Li Qin. "You have 5 days. I expect all of you to break through the second layer of the genetic lock within this time frame. Is that achievable?" The soldiers of the guard team, fueled by determination, responded in unison. "We will not betray the trust of our commander." There are numerous methods to break through the second layer of the genetic lock, whether through exchanging points for genetic evolution fluid or relentlessly battling to attain breakthroughs. Previously, the guard team had enjoyed a string of victories, leading to a sense of complacency, which had hindered their progress. However, Li Qin's challenge ignited their fighting spirit. "Excellent. After 5 days, I shall personally present rewards to those who successfully breach the second layer of the genetic lock." After delivering his statement, Li Qin turned and departed, leaving behind a trail of fervent gazes. As he stepped into the elevator, Li Taiju, astonished, remarked, "Commander, isn't this target rather ambitious? 5 days is simply insufficient. The majority of the patrol team at the Li La Sanctuary has yet to break through the first layer of the genetic lock, let alone the other sanctuaries." Li Qin's gaze settled gently on Li Taiju as he replied calmly, "If 5 days is insufficient, then is a lifetime enough? With zombies evolving rapidly within, and other sanctuaries lurking outside, how much time could possibly suffice?" Li Qin's words brought a wave of shame, causing Li Taiju to bow his head in reflection. Indeed, if the patrol team he led could enhance their strength, there would be no need for Li Qin to travel from afar to resolve issues at the Qianqian Sanctuary. Beneath the shade of a tree, Li Taiju had nearly lost his sense of urgency. Following this exchange, Li Tieju's desire for strength began to take root. Meanwhile, at the Taohua Yuan Sanctuary, a fierce dispute was erupting. Within a structure of reinforced concrete, the sign of the Taohua Yuan Martial Arts Academy hung, stained with dark red blood. At the pinnacle of the building, several middle-aged men sat around a tea table, each face flushed with excitement. "Xiao Jingqi, what do you mean by this? Have you implied to the people of the Qianqian Sanctuary to attack the Li La Sanctuary? Now, look at the innocent survivors who have perished in Li La, and even the people of Qianqian have been exterminated. Old Xiao, have a conscience. Is this the kind of deed you wish to pursue?" The speaker, clad in a flowing white robe and sporting a pair of whiskers, appeared ethereal and otherworldly. Xiao Jingqi narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Why is it not a personnel issue? The Lila Sanctuary has now gained support, posing a significant threat to us. Are you willing to relinquish the top position in Hebe City?" Indeed, due to the recent rise of the Lila Sanctuary, a meeting had been convened, and there was a palpable sense of concern among the attendees. Whether practicing ancient martial arts or traditional medicine, each individual harbored a sense of pride. How could they acquiesce to being trampled upon? "Yet, your methods are wholly unacceptable. If we are unwilling to yield, we must declare war openly. Resorting to such underhanded tactics is utterly disgraceful." A middle-aged man, exuding an air of ethereal grace, glared at him with fury, his face pale with anger, his breath heavy. He did not consider himself a virtuous individual, yet he could not condone Qiao Jingqi's approach. "Enough. We know you are the epitome of righteousness. But what good will further words do now? It would be far more prudent to contemplate how to divert the attention of the star-rated sanctuary from us." Qiao Jingqi retorted assertively. The appearance of Li Qin accompanied by synthetic warriors had indeed startled Qiao Jingqi. These synthetic warriors could leap to heights of 2 to 3 meters, a feat beyond human capability. Moreover, they wielded luminous swords, truly a force to be reckoned with. Although the Peach Blossom Source Sanctuary possessed heavy weaponry, Qiao Jingqi believed that should conflict arise, their odds of victory were slim. Upon hearing Qiao Jingqi's brazen remarks, the middle-aged man's chest heaved with indignation. With a sudden motion, he slammed his hand down, causing the teapots on the table to rattle. "Now you know fear? Where was it before?" Qiao Jingqi, growing impatient, replied. "Enough with the complaints, you sound like a scorned woman. Do you think the members of the star-rated sanctuary are unaware of my involvement in this matter?" This was what concerned Qiao Jingqi the most. Following the rise of the Lila Sanctuary, he had traced the connections to the star-rated sanctuary and learned that its commander, Li Qin, was a man who bore grudges. If Li Qin discovered the truth, he would likely come with his forces to exact vengeance. They were not fools and could certainly deduce the situation. Let us not forget, you personally interacted with the individuals from the Qianqian Sanctuary. So many eyes witnessed your actions, how do you intend to deny it? The middle-aged man fumed. However, the thought of Li Qin leading those inhuman warriors to attack the Peach Blossom Source Sanctuary filled him with dread. It was crucial to remember that the Peach Blossom Source Sanctuary sheltered not only practitioners of ancient martial arts and medicine, but also many elderly, weak, and vulnerable individuals. If the star-rated sanctuary were to launch an assault, what fate awaited these innocent lives? Contemplating this, the middle-aged man wore a troubled expression, wishing he could hand Qiu Jingqi over to the star-rated sanctuary to quell their wrath. However, morality restrained him from taking such an action. If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let us immediately enter a state of readiness. The commander of the star-level shelter has returned, likely to mobilize troops. A chill coursed down Qiu Jingqi's spine, prompting him to rise and speak. The middle-aged man's lips moved as if he wished to express something. But after a brief moment, he merely sighed. Very well, I shall go and notify them now. With that, he lifted his foot and proceeded toward the exit. Just a few steps in, a young man clad in a short martial arts uniform stumbled in. What are you doing barging in during such an important meeting? The middle-aged man glared angrily. The young man, pale with fear, stammered. The personnel from the star-level shelter demand an audience. What? Everyone present rose to their feet in alarm. Chapter 126. A man's courage and accountability. Qiu Jingqi and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear in their eyes. Indeed, the personnel from the star-rated shelter had arrived, yet instead of bearing artillery, they sought a meeting. Just as Qiu Jingqi was about to wave his hand in refusal, a middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Invite them in. You've lost your mind, Qiu Jingqi exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he stared at the man as though he were a creature from a nightmare. The middle-aged man, with a resigned smile, replied, the guests from the star-rated shelter have traveled a long way. Should we really turn them away? Wouldn't that imply we have something to hide? He paused, adding, at least they haven't arrived in fighter jets. Consider that a stroke of luck. They might not even be aware of the matters concerning the former shelter and your involvement. Though Qiu Jingqi initially resisted the idea of admitting the visitors, the man's reasoning gradually swayed him. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, very well, let them in. As he spoke, he returned to his seat, maintaining a facade of calm while his heart raced in turmoil. The visitors were none other than Li Qin and Li Taizhu. Upon learning of Li Qin's impending arrival at the Peach Blossom Source shelter, Su Ruoshi had organized a squad of artificial warriors to ensure his safety. As Li Qin stepped into the hall of the shelter, the imposing presence sent a tremor through all who were present. Please wait outside, Li Qin instructed. Casting a glance at Su Ruoshi, she surveyed the room, confirming there were no threats to Li Qin, before nodding in compliance. Understood, she affirmed, leading her squad of artificial warriors to the entrance. You must be Mr. Li from the star-rated shelter, Qiu Jingqi remarked with a broad smile, stepping forward to greet him. Ah, seeing you in person is a delight. You appear quite youthful, with a facade of cordiality. Qiu Jingqi believed Li Qin was oblivious to the fact that the former shelter was a consequence of his own actions, thus deducing that the presence of only a squad of warriors indicated no hostile intent. Li Qin, with a hint of a smile playing on his lips, replied, Mr. Qiu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long wished to visit Peach Blossom Source Shelter, especially since I heard the star-rated shelter has been actively exchanging supplies. Unfortunately, the journey has been lengthy, and I could never find the opportunity. Qiu Jingqi, pulling Li Qin to sit beside him at the coffee table, feigned ignorance regarding the Lila shelter. Li Qin, however, was well aware of the truth. It was common knowledge throughout Haibi City that the Lila shelter was backed by the star-rated shelter. With a knowing smile, Li Qin stated, Mr. Qiu, let us get straight to the point. Why did you orchestrate the attack on the Lila shelter through the former shelter? Li Qin had no intention of engaging in a game of cat and mouse with Qiu Jingqi. Without preamble, he inquired directly. Qiu Jingqi's expression immediately froze. He awkwardly chuckled twice. What are you saying, Mr. Li? I did not commit that act. Yet Li Qin was undeterred. He promptly played the recording of Zhao Chun, the head of the refuge, uttering his final words before his demise. Li Qin had been wearing a smart wristband at the time, which had recorded the conversation automatically. Once the recording concluded, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room. Qiu Jingqi tensed, as if poised for an attack. Now, can you admit it, Mr. Qiu? I, Li, detest deception above all else. Li Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, a bloodthirsty smile blossoming on his face. The palpable aura of menace sent a shiver down Qiu Jingqi's spine. He could no longer afford to lie. He immediately confessed, "Indeed, I was responsible. I apologize." "Why?" Li Chen demanded. "I wish to hear the unvarnished truth. This time, I did not bring a large force, indicating I harbor no animosity towards you. However, if you, Mr. Chiu, insist on continuing your deceit, the situation may change." The undertone of threat in Li Chen's words was unmistakable, although it appeared that the choice lay in Qiu Zhengqi's hands. Did he truly possess any options against the might of a star-rated refuge? Thus, Qiu Zhengqi candidly responded, "Since the apocalypse, our Taoyuan refuge has forged numerous benevolent connections and stockpiled resources, rightfully earning its status as the foremost refuge in Hebei City. However, recently, the Lila refuge has subtly begun to emerge through various transactions. This revelation aligned perfectly with Shi Haiping's analysis." Li Chen's expression darkened ominously, as if a tempest loomed. "So, you take lives so callously? You hide in the shadows while innocent people perish?" Qiu Zhengqi recoiled as if pricked by a needle, startled by Li Chen's demeanor. Nearly leaping from his chair, he stammered, "I cannot bear full responsibility. I merely conveyed the news of Lila Refuge's recent abundance of resources and provided them with some artillery. Their greed is beyond my control." Such evasive remarks elicited a laugh of exasperation from Li Chen. The other high-ranking officials of Taoyuan Refuge hung their heads in shame, unable to meet anyone's gaze. "Old Qiu, truly, a man should take responsibility for his actions. Look at yourself. What do you resemble?" A middle-aged man could no longer contain himself, rising to speak with earnestness. Qiu Zhengqi did not contest. Instead, he slowly nodded. "Indeed, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Mr. Li, I understand you have come to seek justice. This matter rests solely on my shoulders. Please do not cast blame upon others." Although Qiu Zhengqi felt a sense of injustice, he recognized the overwhelming circumstances. Should he refuse to comply, Li Chen would likely annihilate the entire Taoyuan refuge. The ancient traditions of martial arts and medicine would be severed from existence. Such a burden was beyond Qiu Zhengqi's capacity to bear or dare to shoulder. Li Chen cast a cold gaze upon Qiu Zhengqi, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A palpable tension filled the air, as the hearts of those present raced with anticipation. This moment could determine life or death. Li Chen's thin lips parted slightly, uttering a phrase that carried weight. While death may be avoided, the consequences of life remain inescapable. In an instant, Qiu Zhengqi appeared as though he had been doused with water, his entire being drenched in perspiration. He slumped weakly into his chair. The implication of Li Chen's words was clear. He would not hold the Taoyuan refuge accountable, nor would he take Qiu Zhengqi's life. At this revelation, the conference room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Li Chen, eagerly awaiting his announcement regarding Qiu Zhengqi's ultimate fate. Observing the scene, Li Chen could not help but chuckle softly. These practitioners of ancient medicine and martial arts were indeed singular-minded, lacking in cunning. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Aside from Qiu Zhengqi, the others appeared rather naive. Chapter 127. Youthful yet cunning, you have wielded power in Hebei City for long enough. Now, I propose a path for you. Accompany me back to the Star Refuge, Li Chen uttered slowly. This resolution had already taken shape while he was listening to Li Taiju speak. Although the medical standards at the Star Refuge are elevated, many ailments remain untreatable due to insufficient civilization levels. If those who practice ancient medicine were present, the health of the warriors and residents at the Star Refuge would be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, the research concerning the unlocking of genetic locks may very well require the assistance of ancient medicine. Of course, ancient martial arts are also indispensable. Currently, the artificial warriors and the guard brigade are trained solely in modern combat techniques, which emphasize speed, ruthlessness, and precision. While refined, these methods impose exceedingly high demands on physical strength. If they could all learn ancient martial arts, complemented by laser swords and powered exoskeletons, their overall combat capabilities would soar. This was the very reason Li Chen spared their lives. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the atmosphere grew tense, and no one dared to respond. The entire scene became utterly frozen. Although the Taoyuan Refuge may not match the Star Refuge in combat prowess, it remains one of the foremost powers in Hebei City. If they truly followed Li Chen, they would become a vassal akin to the Lila Refuge, unable to hold their heads high in public. Almost everyone present instinctively sought to refuse, yet deep down, they understood their prior misdeeds. At this juncture, daring to defy Li Chen would be tantamount to disrespecting him. The consequences could range from reprimands to the most dreadful outcome. Li Chen leading the Star Refuge warriors to raze Taoyuan Refuge to the ground. All minds raced, desperately contemplating strategies to express their refusal without inciting Li Chen's ire. Unfortunately, despite their fervent deliberations, clarity eluded them. Li Chen leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and, with a smile, inquired, Is this decision truly so difficult to make? I can grant you a little more time to ponder. Qiu Jingqi and the others were taken aback by Li Qin's unexpected leniency. After exchanging glances, Qiu Jingqi summoned his courage to speak. Mr. Li, are you not being somewhat unreasonable? Although we at Teo Weiyuan Refuge have erred, I have previously stated that you may impose any punishment you see fit. However, one may kill, but not humiliate. What you are suggesting is. The remaining words hung unspoken in Qiu Jingqi's throat. At that moment, an irascible individual slammed his hand on the table, stroking his goatee, and exclaimed, "You young lad may not be of great age, yet your cunning is considerable. We at Teo Weiyuan are the foremost refuge in Hebi City. Do you expect us to follow you without question? We will accept whatever fate befalls us. But there is no need for such irksome demands." Though the words of the goat-bearded man may have been unpalatable, the majority of those present were in agreement. They were a group of ambitious individuals, unable to endure the feeling of being under someone else's roof. Li Tieju's temper flared immediately. His eyes, sharp and piercing like a pair of daggers, held a weapon aloft. "How dare you speak to the commander in such a manner? The commander, with good intentions, wishes to offer you a chance for survival. Do not be so foolish as to spurn it." Since their arrival, first, Qiu Jingqi had lied, only to admit the truth when cornered. And now, this latest display. Frankly, after observing the training ground, Li Taiju had gained a new understanding of the armed forces at the star-level shelter. This peach blossom source shelter, if one were to speak candidly, could not even match the tiniest finger of a star-level shelter. As he traversed the area, he noted that aside from a few artillery pieces, most individuals were still practicing ancient martial arts. Many had yet to break through the first layer of genetic locks. What could they possibly use to contend with a star-level shelter? It is no exaggeration to say that there would be no need to mobilize a large force. Nearly a few hundred artificial warriors could level the peach blossom source shelter to the ground. It was only then that the crowd began to notice Li Tieju's presence. There was no denying it. Li Qin's aura was overwhelmingly formidable. Anyone standing beside him would inevitably be overshadowed. Qiu Jingqi scrutinized Li Taiju for a considerable time before finally speaking. "My young friend, I sincerely apologize. Our folk can be rather hot-tempered and straightforward. We tend to speak our minds. Please do not take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Li Taiju could not help but scoff repeatedly. What a feeble excuse. No wonder Qiu Jingqi, despite his limited abilities, could hold the top position at the peach blossom source shelter. This man had a way with words, capable of transforming white into black. Enough of this nonsense. Will you join the star-level shelter or not? Li Taiju demanded. His disdain for these individuals who dared to act so brazenly before the commander was palpable. What gave them the right? Were they truly unaware of their own worth? In fact, Li Taiju even found himself regretting his earlier counsel to the commander against attacking the peach blossom source shelter. Had he known this group was so ungrateful, he would have advocated for an assault. If they were subdued, they would have no choice but to join. Qiu Jingqi and the others shook their heads in unison, expressing their unwillingness to become vassals to the star-level shelter. "Mr. Li, perhaps you could propose a condition for us to atone," Qiu Jingqi said with difficulty. Just as they looked to Li Qin with hopeful eyes, he abruptly raised his hand. With a resounding crash, the tea set on the table trembled. The Zisha teapot, precariously placed at the edge, toppled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Qiu Jingqi and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. A reaction indicative of sheer terror. Li Qin's cold gaze swept over each of them, and those who met his eyes felt as though they were being hunted by some ferocious beast, unable to suppress their pallor and trembling. Li Qin slowly spoke. "You may have misunderstood something. I have come this time to seek accountability. Do you still have room for negotiation?" The likes of Qiu Jingqi and others fell silent, clearly incensed by Li Qin's fury. Should Li Qin fail to maintain his composure, he might soon summon fighter jets. It is likely that none present would survive. Maintaining silence is indeed the finest virtue. Upon witnessing the terror etched on the faces of those around him, Li Qin slowly spoke. "Speak. How shall you acquiesce and return with me to Donghai City?" Qiu Jingqi wished to declare it impossible, yet was restrained by a companion. Then, a middle-aged man of ethereal demeanor stepped forth, his gaze ablaze with fervor. "Mr. Li, if you truly wish to win us over, you must demonstrate your strength. Are you willing to engage in a one-on-one duel? Bear in mind, our origins in Teo Weiyuan are steeped in ancient martial arts and medicine, and pride resides in our hearts. Only through a one-on-one contest, if you emerge victorious, will we yield and submit." Chapter 128. An opportunity for you. Li Qin curled the corners of his lips. "Excellent. The proposal has finally been made." In truth, Li Qin had been awaiting the representatives of the Peach Blossom Source shelter to suggest a duel. As the middle-aged man had articulated, the individuals from the Peach Blossom Source, due to their training in ancient martial arts, were predominantly high-spirited individuals. Even with the coercive force of modern weaponry, they would not willingly serve Li Chun. The only way to subdue them was through combat, thereby securing the ultimate authority. With a nod, Li Chun affirmed, "Very well." The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that Li Chun would genuinely accept such a condition. "You have 1 hour to select your champion and prepare the venue. Is that sufficient?" Li Chun spoke slowly. The middle-aged man readily agreed. Yes, that is ample. We must establish that should the people of the Peach Blossom Source emerge victorious, all previous grievances will be forgiven. Conversely, if the champions of the star-rated shelter prevail, not only must we become vassals of the star-rated shelter, but we must also provide due compensation for the actions of Qiuzhengqi. The terms laid out by the middle-aged man were exceedingly fair, and there were no objections from the others. Only Qiuzhengqi, with a contorted expression, seemed poised to retort. Alas, as the leader of the Peach Blossom Source, he had faltered at every turn and had now lost his standing. Whatever he wished to articulate or achieve would no longer garner any attention. The middle-aged man first arranged for the venue to be prepared and then personally led Li Qin and Li Taiju to an adjacent lounge to await further developments. He also thoughtfully provided tea and pastries. "Mr. Li, please wait here for a moment. The venue will soon be ready." With that, he turned and departed. Once the middle-aged man had left, Li Taiju could no longer contain himself. "Commander, why did we agree to their terms? They're the ones in the wrong. And they should be the ones to apologize. Why allow such people to take advantage of us?" Li Tieju's impression of the Peach Blossom Source had evidently deteriorated, especially after witnessing someone dare to insult Li Qin moments ago. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and deliver a resounding rebuke to that individual. Li Chun, observing this, could not help but chuckle softly. Although Su Ruoshi was not present, she had surmised Li Qin's intentions. As Li Qin's gaze fell upon her, Su Ruoshi slowly spoke, offering clarification. Though Qiuzhengqi orchestrated the attack on the Lila shelter, ultimately, the crime does not warrant death. Moreover, the commander seeks people, not a mere dilapidated shelter. Therefore, it is necessary to win them over through virtue. Only by agreeing to the duel and achieving a resounding victory can we ensure that the people of the Peach Blossom Source willingly submit. The situation at the Peach Blossom Source differs significantly from that of the Lila shelter. Primarily, their status is not the same. Additionally, Li Qin's objectives have changed. When he sought to subjugate the Lila shelter, his intention was merely to establish it as a trading hub. What does it matter if everything is utterly destroyed? In any case, we can simply allow the elite shelter to take over. However, the situation at the Peach Blossom Source shelter is different. Li Qin has set his sights on this group of individuals skilled in ancient medicine and martial arts. Naturally, more effort must be devoted to this matter. Upon hearing Su Ruoshi's words, Li Taiju finally understood, yet he still felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, within the conference room of the Peach Blossom Source shelter, a heated debate ensued. Qiuzhengqi slammed his teacup onto the table, rising abruptly as he thundered. "Why did you agree to duel with the people from the elite shelter? Can't you see that Li Qin surely harbors some trepidation towards us? If not, he would have attacked us directly without hesitation. Why must he engage in this dance with us? What if we lose?" Qiuzhengqi's initial intention in sending individuals from the former Qinqing shelter to probe the Lila shelter was solely to preserve the top position of the Peach Blossom Source. In terms of determination, Qiuzhengqi likely possessed the highest resolve among everyone present. He simply could not accept this. A middle-aged man, exuding an ethereal air, coldly regarded Qiuzhengqi's outburst and remarked, "What if we lose? We would simply become vassals of the elite shelter." "What? Are you afraid? After dedicating half your life to ancient martial arts, do you lack the courage to emerge victorious?" The middle-aged man's words rendered Qiuzhengqi utterly humiliated, who in attendance had not devoted a significant portion of their lives to ancient martial arts. It must be acknowledged that the strength of the elite shelter lies in its technology and weaponry. Without those advanced weapons and defenses, in a one-on-one scenario, the outcome could be uncertain. The middle-aged man recognized this point, which is why he proposed the duel. He too was unwilling to be subordinate to others. Resorting to underhanded tactics would be a betrayal of principles. Only a duel would be the most equitable solution. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Qiuzhengqi did not quiet down. Instead, he insinuated, "How do you know they cannot defeat us? Are you perhaps an infiltrator from the elite shelter?" This statement was exceedingly grave. With a formidable enemy at hand, instead of devising strategies to confront them, they were embroiled in internal conflict. The middle-aged man, stung by such humiliation, could no longer maintain his composed demeanor. His face flushed crimson, akin to a furious lion ready to pounce. He leaped up, contorted in rage, exclaiming, "Qiuzhengqi, all of this has been instigated by you. We are merely cleaning up your mess. If it were not for you, how would the elite shelter's people have come knocking at our door?" The middle-aged man's transformation startled Qiuzhengqi. The tiger had not roared, and he had presumed it was a sickly cat. Previously, the middle-aged man's seemingly indifferent demeanor had led Qiu Jingqi to underestimate him. Now, he had kicked a rock and found it to be a boulder. Calm down, calm down. If we must fight, so be it. We may not be at a disadvantage. However, we must determine who will represent us in this duel. Qiu Jingqi finally redirected the conversation to the crux of the matter. Indeed, the Peach Blossom Source boasted a plethora of capable individuals. Those present were all practitioners of ancient martial arts for many years. However, the question remained, who would be the most suitable to take the stage? It is crucial to understand that a victory would bring little consequence. Yet a defeat would render the entire Taoyuan sanctuary a vassal of a star-rated refuge. The individual who loses the duel would be branded a criminal. The pressure on the chosen participant would be immense. A middle-aged man dusted off the non-existent dirt from his robe and, with a wry smile, remarked, "Aren't you the one who constantly boasts about Taoyuan's unparalleled combat prowess? Moreover, this predicament was brought upon by you, so it is only fitting that you take the lead." The others nodded in agreement. Among those gathered, their strengths were relatively equal. It was most appropriate for Qiu Jingqi to step forward. Yet, at that moment, Qiu Jingqi began to make excuses. "I am too old. I surely cannot take the stage. Do you wish to witness Taoyuan's defeat?" Chapter 129. The arena competition. As Qiu Jingqi spoke, he exhibited an air of righteous indignation that left others momentarily speechless. The disdain etched on the middle-aged man's face was unmistakable. Was it not merely a fear of defeat? Everyone present was well aware of Qiu Jingqi's petty thoughts. Yet, he had the audacity to voice them with such a grandiloquent facade, rendering him utterly contemptible. However, time was of the essence. With only an hour granted by Li Qin, they could not afford to chastise Qiu Jingqi for his behavior. Instead, they began to deliberate on potential candidates. After much deliberation, no suitable choice emerged. This was, after all, a matter of great consequence for the future of the Taoyuan sanctuary. Placing such a critical decision in the hands of any single individual felt precarious. At length, Qiu Jingqi interjected unexpectedly. "Has Li Qin mentioned how the competition will proceed? Since we are unable to nominate a candidate, why not resort to an arena competition?" The so-called arena competition entails a fixed number of participants from each side, engaging in one-on-one duels. The victorious individual remains on the stage, awaiting the next challenger from the opposing team, until one side is entirely depleted. Even though Qiu Jingqi's proposal was somewhat shameless, it presented a favorable opportunity for them. Surely, this was preferable to a single match determining their fates. As for the star-level sanctuary, despite possessing talented individuals, could they truly rival the numbers of Taoyuan? It was crucial to remember that this was a haven for practitioners of ancient martial arts. While they may not excel in every regard, their prowess in hand-to-hand combat was undeniably formidable. Simply employing a war of attrition could exhaust the opponents from the star-level sanctuary. The middle-aged man surprisingly concurred with Qiu Jingqi's suggestion. "I too find this agreeable. Entrusting our fate to a single individual leaves me feeling uneasy." The assembled crowd nodded in agreement. An hour swiftly elapsed. Before long, Qiu Jingqi and the others approached the lounge to seek out Li Qin. "Mr. Li, the arena has been prepared. Shall we proceed?" Qiu Jingqi appeared invigorated. Li Qin, casting a quick glance, sensed that the Taoyuan sanctuary had devised a clever strategy. He chose not to expose it, merely nodding slightly before rising. "Then let us go." This venue was inherently a place for martial arts practice. Thus, an arena was readily available. They had only been concerned about potential damage to the architecture during the combat, which was why the hour had been spent reinforcing the stage. At this moment, a crowd of former Taoyuan martial arts students had gathered around the arena. Upon Li Qin's appearance, all eyes turned towards him. After all, he was accompanied by an entire battalion of artificial warriors, their luminous swords and exaggerated powered exoskeletons captivating the audience. "Is that the commander of the star-level sanctuary? He seems remarkably youthful," exclaimed one onlooker. "Do you see what those warriors are wearing? Is that battle armor? It feels so futuristic." Another gasped. "And those are light swords?" "Absolutely magnificent. The technological prowess of the star-level sanctuary is akin to that of an extraterrestrial civilization. Enough of this, you continue to boast. The star-rated shelter aims to reduce our Peach Blossom shelter to a mere vassal. When the time comes, you will find yourselves overshadowed by the representatives of the star-rated shelter. To still speak highly of it now is nothing short of treason. Some harbor animosity towards the star-rated shelter, while others are exhilarated by the equipment of the android warriors. After all, martial artists pursue not only techniques, but also an unparalleled zeal for power. The armaments of the android warriors exude formidable strength at first glance." Upon seeing Li Qin arrive, the middle-aged man immediately approached him and inquired, "Mr. Li, we did not finalize the competition format during our previous meeting, did we?" Li Qin nodded slightly, suddenly realizing why Qiu Jingqi had become so spirited moments ago. Regardless of how the competition format may change, strength will ultimately prevail. Li Qin was eager to discover what format had emboldened Qiu Jingqi. We have deliberated and concluded that the arena match format is the most equitable. Each of our shelters will send forth 10 individuals to the arena. The last person standing will be declared the victor. What do you think? The middle-aged man spoke cautiously, fearing Li Qin might refuse. If Li Qin insisted on a single decisive match, they would be at a loss. Li Qin did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. Instantly, silence enveloped the area. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Li Qin's decision. After a long pause, as the middle-aged man was nearly overwhelmed with sweat, Li Qin finally spoke. Very well. In that instant, the middle-aged man exhaled in relief, his back drenched in perspiration. Meanwhile, Qiu Jingqi clenched his fists and triumphantly gestured. Then let us commence. The match will not be limited to techniques. It will be a matter of precision. The middle-aged man nodded and stepped aside. Qiu Jingqi slowly ascended the arena, being the one to initiate this affair. However, the representatives from the star-rated shelter lingered, failing to take the stage. Qiu Jingqi's impatience grew. Where are the representatives from the star-rated shelter? Are you afraid to fight? It is still not too late to concede. Our peach blossom shelter is reasonable. We will extend an apology gift. But if you lose, you shall receive nothing. Qiu Jingqi's words were undeniably arrogant. Yet, observing the reactions of the spectators below, Li Qin understood that this reflected the true sentiments of everyone in the peach blossom shelter. They believed the physical combat capabilities of the star-rated shelter were simply inadequate. Li Qin smiled faintly, looking at Qiu Jingqi, and calmly stated, "Our representatives from the star-rated shelter are ready to face you. Feel free to choose any opponent." Upon hearing this, Qiu Jingqi's face flushed red with indignation, feeling belittled by Li Qin. However, the middle-aged man and his companions displayed expressions of delight, continuously signaling to Qiu Jingqi. Clearly, Li Qin was being overly confident. This was undoubtedly advantageous for the peach blossom shelter. Li Qin, with an imposing presence, has undoubtedly surpassed the second layer of the genetic lock. If the star-rated sanctuary were to allow Li Qin to take the stage, they would be at a loss for what to do. Now, it seems they cannot contend with Li Qin himself, but surely there are others who can. For instance, that woman who has been closely following him. At first glance, she appears petite, lacking any significant combat prowess. Qiu Jingqi, sensing the glances of others, could only suppress his fury and coldly inquire, "Mr. Li, are you certain?" "Of course. After that, the subsequent 10 individuals may be designated at your discretion." Li Qin nodded slightly. Although the warriors of the star-rated sanctuary have not trained in ancient martial arts, these artificial warriors have been programmed with various combat techniques while in the incubation chamber. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, they are by no means inferior to those who have practiced ancient martial arts. Chapter 130. Is she just a woman? Among those present, Li Taiju was undoubtedly the weakest. However, this was inconsequential. A total of 10 individuals could participate, and losing one, Li Taiju, posed no significant issue. Qiu Jingqi let out a hearty laugh, gesturing towards Su Ruashi. "Then I shall choose her." Instantly, a murmur of disapproval rippled through the crowd surrounding the arena. How shameless Qiu Jingqi was to select a woman as his opponent. Indeed, fighting a woman is hardly a display of valor. What nonsense are you spouting? This concerns the future fate of Tao Weiyuan. Even if we must resort to underhanded tactics, it is for our consideration. If you possess any skill, step up. The onlookers chattered among themselves. It was no wonder that practitioners of ancient martial arts held themselves in high esteem. Most looked down upon Qiu Jingqi's petty actions. Moreover, Su Ruashi, dressed in form-fitting attire that accentuated her petite figure, only drew more attention. Despite their disdain, with Li Qin having declared that they could choose freely, the spectators had no grounds to protest as long as Li Qin remained silent. "Me? Are you certain you wish to select me?" Su Ruashi asked in astonishment, pointing to herself. What was wrong with Qiu Jingqi? Had he not fully awakened? She had initially feared he might choose Li Taiju. Qiu Jingqi, wearing a confident expression, retorted. This was Mr. Li's own suggestion to choose freely. A gentleman's word is his bond. Do you think those from your star-level refuge will go back on it? Su Ruashi hesitated. While Li Taiju merely regarded Qiu Jingqi with pity. Had Qiu Jingqi selected another, perhaps Tao Weiyuan could have managed a victory through a war of attrition. It would not have been an embarrassing defeat. But who was Su Ruashi? She was the commander of the star-level refuge's guard, a trusted confidant of Li Qin. Without a doubt, her combat prowess was formidable. Qiu Jingqi had indeed kicked a hardboard. Seeing Su Ruashi dawdling and reluctant to ascend the stage, Qiu Jingqi assumed the star-level refuge individuals had reconsidered their decision. Eagerly, he taunted, "If you're incapable, don't boast. What I just said still stands." If you surrender now, we shall pay the compensation without fail. Tsuruoshi dismissed the antics of this buffoon, casting a glance at Li Chen. Upon receiving a confirming nod from him, she slowly strode onto the stage, a faint smile gracing her lips. Who says we are incapable? You may come to regret choosing me. Though Qiu Jingqi was not an overly muscular man, he was by no means small in stature. Tsuruoshi, already appearing delicate, seemed even more fragile standing beside him, as if she could be toppled with a mere punch. Qiu Jingqi erupted into laughter. Come on. I shall not hold back. No sooner had he spoken than the force of his punch surged forward. One could not deny that Qiu Jingqi possessed a degree of skill. As Tsuruoshi listened to the fierce wind of the punches, she could almost sense the power capable of distorting space itself. Yet, who was Tsuruoshi? A top-tier member of the Special Forces, she had undergone numerous enhancements under Li Chen's guidance, rendering her far beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. With a swift step backward, she evaded the oncoming force of Qiu Jingqi's punch. In the blink of an eye, she propelled herself forward, her right foot rising high for a powerful kick aimed squarely at Qiu Jingqi's face. Qiu Jingqi's eyes widened in realization, and he instinctively attempted to dodge. But it was too late. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he was sent staggering backward several meters before barely regaining his balance. Gazing at Tsuruoshi's petite figure, his eyes bulged with disbelief and horror. How could this be? She was merely a frail woman. How could she possess such strength? Before Qiu Jingqi could catch his breath, Tsuruoshi launched her next attack. Her right hand transformed into a claw, viciously targeting his throat. Qiu Jingqi had no time to react. A chilling scream erupted from him as he was struck, his face contorted in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Without allowing Qiu Jingqi a moment to recover, Tsuruoshi seized the collar of his shirt and yanked him outward with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, he toppled backward, flying out of the ring entirely. Gasping for air, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his left arm hanging awkwardly at his side, clearly injured. Struggling to rise, he could not manage to do so. What kind of person are you? He gasped, bewildered. The speed and precision of Tsuruoshi's previous attack had left him utterly unprepared, and the maneuver had been so cunningly executed that had he been even a moment slower, his throat would have been irreparably damaged. Tsuruoshi held her head high, her enchanting eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Me? I am a resident of the star-level shelter. Next, her declaration resonated with a commanding presence that left the entire audience in awe. No one had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The seemingly weakest and most delicate Tsuruoshi had unleashed such formidable power. In that moment, the spectators of the Peach Blossom Source shelter were captivated, instinctively standing tall, their eyes fervently fixed upon her petite figure on the stage. Such prowess, they realized, was likely unmatched. A middle-aged man murmured, his complexion pale, as he envisioned the dire fate awaiting the Peach Blossom Source shelter. Just then, a burly man with a fiery temper strode onto the stage. His voice boomed like thunder. Let me handle this. It is a disgrace to be defeated by a woman. The man clearly believed that Qiu Jingqi's inadequacy had led to this humiliating outcome. He was determined to prove that without technological enhancements, the residents of the star-level shelter could not possibly be formidable. Tsuruoshi smiled slightly, her expression brimming with excitement. I shall not hold back. However, I strongly advise you to concede gracefully in order to avoid unnecessary harm. Tsuruoshi's words not only failed to dissuade the burly man but instead ignited his fury. With a show of bravado, the burly man bellowed, his face contorting into a fearsome snarl. He swung his fist with tremendous force, aiming at Tsuruoshi. A resounding crash echoed through the arena as the ground beneath him was struck, leaving a deep crater surrounded by numerous fissures. Meanwhile, Tsuruoshi had already deftly evaded the burly man's initial attack. With a shake of her head, she dismissed his feeble capabilities. Choosing not to retreat any longer, she engaged in combat with the burly man head-on. The battle atop the platform was nothing short of ferocious, capturing the audience's attention and raising their hearts in suspense. It became increasingly evident that Tsuruoshi was far from the weakling they had presumed her to be. Chapter 131. To continue or not soon. The battle on the stage reached a fever pitch. Tsuruoshi delivered a powerful kick, striking the burly man's left eye with tremendous force, distorting his entire visage. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the man was sent flying, rolling on the ground in agony while clutching his injured eye. Another contestant from Taohua Yuan had fallen. As Tsuruoshi's opponents lay in disarray, barely clinging to consciousness, she remained unfazed, composed, and serene atop the stage. Is this truly the extent of Taohua Yuan's prowess? She taunted, her expression rife with disdain. I have only exerted a mere 20% of my strength. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and the incredulity of her words stung. Did they truly believe they could contend with the stellar sanctuary? Such arrogance was laughable. The members of Taohua Yuan seethed with indignation at her remarks, yet they found themselves unable to retaliate. What could they do? These practitioners of ancient martial arts were formidable in many respects, yet stubborn in spirit. Following Su Ruashi's display of skill, one would expect the challengers to cower in fear. Yet the humiliation of being defeated by a woman stirred their pride. Thus, it was not long before another contender ascended the stage. The outcome was predictably grim, once again. Su Ruashi dispatched the challenger with ease, sending him hurtling from the platform. One after another, the third and fourth challengers met the same fate, failing to withstand even 3 of Su Ruashi's strikes. Injuries and bloody mouths were the only trophies they carried away. Su Ruashi's modern combat training emphasized lethal efficiency, and had she not held back, her defeated opponents would surely have faced far graver consequences. Despite their injuries, no one dared to step forward again. How absurd! Was the figure on the stage merely a fragile woman? She was, in truth, a ferocious tigress ready to devour anyone who dared approach. Su Ruashi stood there, waiting, her patience wearing thin. Was it not said that those who practiced ancient martial arts held lofty ambitions? How was it that, even after 4 challengers, none dared to engage her? Coincidentally, she had not had the chance to flex her muscles in quite some time. Qiu Jingqi, the first to be vanquished, had recovered considerably after treatment and now reclined at the edge of the stage, observing Su Ruashi's display of prowess with a growing sense of despair. Perhaps we should concede, suggested a middle-aged man, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. He sighed deeply, recognizing that further combat would only result in more injuries for Taohua Yuan's elite. He was acutely aware of Su Ruashi's restraint. Despite her fragmented techniques, it was evident that continuing the fight would yield no victory for his side. Facing the formidable Su Ruashi was akin to an adult man confronting a mere toddler. The notion of exhaustion is utterly unfathomable. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Qiu Jingqi's expression contorted in anguish. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, resembled those of an ox. No, he could not concede defeat so easily. Were they truly destined to submit to the star-level sanctuary? To bow in servitude? Fueled by anger, Qiu Jingqi summoned a surge of strength, managing to sit upright with great effort. The middle-aged man cast a glance his way and retorted, "If you refuse to surrender, do you truly believe you can prevail against the inhabitants of the star-level sanctuary? Even a single woman possesses such formidable prowess, let alone the others. It would be wise to avoid further humiliation." Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Qiu Jingqi's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet, what could he do? After all, this predicament had been of his own making. Were it not for Qiu Jingqi's attempts to deceive the Qianchen sanctuary, Li Chen might not have even taken notice of them. The competition had been orchestrated by them, and Su Ruashi was a foe chosen by Qiu Jingqi himself. Everything seemed to favor the Tao Weiyuan. It was Qiu Jingqi and the others from Tao Weiyuan, lacking in skill, who had ultimately fallen short against their opponents, leading to this outcome. Noticing that Qiu Jingqi had fallen silent, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. Old Qiu's temperament, if one were to speak kindly, could be termed as obstinate, if less kindly, as petty-minded. Although he was not an inherently malevolent individual, he had a propensity to create trouble. Fortunately, Qiu Jingqi had no further retorts. The middle-aged man promptly stepped forward and addressed Li Chen. "I never anticipated that the star-level sanctuary would be so rich in talent. A mere woman possesses such profound strength. It is indeed an eye-opener." Li Chen's gaze shifted to Qiu Jingqi, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "You flatter us. What are your intentions? Is it that no one dares to ascend the arena, frightened by the prospect of defeat? Had this been any other time?" The middle-aged man would have been incensed by Li Chen's humiliation, eager to prove his worth. Yet, this time, Li Chen spoke the unvarnished truth. How could he counter that? Thus, the middle-aged man offered a wry smile and, with a slight bow, said, "I apologize. I truly did not foresee the remarkable capabilities of the star-level sanctuary." We concede. His voice, though not loud, seemed to possess an enchanting spell, instantly silencing the entire arena. The residents of the Taoyuan sanctuary turned in unison to gaze at the middle-aged man, all struck with disbelief. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the middle-aged man maintained an expressionless demeanor as he calmly stated, "Given Su Ruashi's formidable skills, should this conflict continue, the Tao Weiyuan would only suffer further losses. Therefore, we willingly accept our fate." Li Chen regarded the middle-aged man with intrigue, pleasantly surprised by his composure. "If you concede, you must adhere to my prior stipulation and accompany me back to the star-level sanctuary. Can you comply?" Li Chen reminded him. The people of Tao Weiyuan should not harbor any misconceptions, believing that surrendering absolved them of their promises. The middle-aged man revealed a rueful smile and nodded slightly, "I understand." However, as soon as the words were spoken, others were unwilling to accept it. "What is this? How could they be relegated to mere vassals of the star-level refuge? Anyone with even a modicum of dignity would refuse. Moreover, as the foremost refuge in Hebe City, the residents of Teo Weiyuan were accustomed to their elevated status and had long lost touch with reality. Consequently, some rose in opposition. I disagree. We have only just competed for the 4th place. How can you assume there are no more contenders from Teo Weiyuan? Indeed, Mr. Fu, you must not presume to make decisions on our behalf. Surrender? What surrender? That word has never existed in my vocabulary. I refuse to accept this. Let me take charge. The residents of Teo Weiyuan erupted in a cacophony of protests. None were willing to concede. They all believed that there were still 6 slots remaining for Teo Weiyuan. Perhaps a stunning reversal was still possible? Each individual harbored an unwavering faith in the contenders from Teo Weiyuan. Chapter 132. Who still dares to challenge? Upon witnessing the scene, the middle-aged man felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. Were these individuals truly aware of their words? Were they unwilling to concede defeat, expecting the pillars of the peach blossom spring to march forth to their demise? It must be understood that those who practice ancient martial arts harbor a profound fear of injury. The path of ancient martial arts is fraught with peril, often leaving one with hidden wounds over the years. Although one may appear unscathed in daily life, the ramifications of a true injury are unpredictable. It is not merely the opponents who may bring about their downfall, but rather the chronic ailments that could claim their lives. Thus, they seldom exert their full strength. Yet, could they afford to hold back against Tsuruashi? As for me, I have no desire to engage further. Should anyone among you believe themselves capable, feel free to ascend the stage and contest against this young lady. Should you emerge victorious, the old grievances will be set aside, and the mantle of leadership shall be passed to those worthy. The middle-aged man's words were laced with genuine fury. After all, who cannot utter a few words? If even Xiao Zhengqi cannot be vanquished, then the rest are either novices unacquainted with ancient martial arts or young brashlings, utterly untrained. What chance do they have against Tsuruashi? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's proclamation, someone could no longer contain themselves. A shaven-headed youth leapt to his feet, declaring in a gruff voice, "I shall take on the challenge. While you cower, I shall not." With a bold stride, he ascended the stage. The onlookers erupted in applause. Bravo! This is the spirit of our peach blossom spring. Such gallantry is commendable, unlike those who hide away for fear of injury. I suspect they wish to surrender peach blossom spring without a fight, perhaps entangled in some unsavory dealings. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, cheered on, igniting the young man's imagination with visions of defeating Tsuruashi. With his head held high, he basked in the accolades of the audience. Xiao Zhengqi, observing from below, could only shake his head in disbelief. Did this lad truly comprehend his own limitations? Before the contest even commenced, the youth's gaze fell upon Xiao Zhengqi, tauntingly remarking, "You all mentioned that the victor would assume the role of the new leader of the Peach Blossom Spring. It seems you old bones have clung to power for far too long. It is time for fresh blood." Upon hearing such words, the expressions of Xiao Zhengqi and his companions shifted dramatically. It was not merely the fear of relinquishing authority that troubled them, but rather the youth's words struck at their very core, undermining respect for their elders. Exchanging glances, Xiao Zhengqi and his companions reached a silent consensus. Tsuruashi, observing the young man's bravado, grew impatient. "Will we fight or not? Spare us your incessant chatter." The youth scrutinized Tsuruashi's petite frame, sizing her up. With a defiant hum, she declared, "Fight? Of course I shall. A mere woman, they may fear you, but I am not intimidated." The young man pondered inwardly. How dare a woman provoke him? Soon, he would teach her a lesson. With that, he launched the first strike. His training in external martial arts, particularly the 8 Extremes Fist, emphasized raw power, charging ahead without hesitation, relying solely on brute force to overcome any obstacle. It must be noted, the speed at which he struck was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Tsuruashi, his fist aimed directly at her forehead. Yet, Tsuruashi neither flinched nor dodged. Just as his fist was a mere centimeter away from her head, she tapped her toes against the ground, propelling her entire body into the air. One hand effortlessly neutralized the young man's attack, while the other landed mercilessly upon his chest. With a sickening thud, he was unable to withstand the force, spitting out blood as he was sent flying off the platform, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, he wiped away the blood trickling from his mouth, struggling to rise, but to no avail. Fortunately, a middle-aged man had anticipated this outcome. Rushing forward to place his palm against the young man's chest, channeling internal energy to protect his heart's meridian. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to his own overwhelming emotions and fainted. The young man's neck twisted as he glared with wide, bulging eyes, fists clenched in indignation. Clearly, he could not accept this outcome. "Is that all you've got?" Tsuruashi shook her head. "Oh, the youth." The young man, filled with shame and fury, found himself at a loss for words to retort, for his defeat was an undeniable truth. What could he argue against? He was promptly escorted away. Despite witnessing the young man's dismal fate, the residents of the Peach Blossom Sanctuary remained undeterred, sending one challenger after another to the stage. Naturally, their skills paled in comparison to Qiu Jingqi, each falling to Su Ruoxi with a single blow. When the 10 slots from Peach Blossom were filled, Su Ruoxi stood atop the platform, unruffled and composed, her complexion still as fair as before, as if she had not lifted a finger. At this point, the people from the Peach Blossom Sanctuary were utterly at a loss. What could they do if they were unwilling to concede? They simply could not defeat her. I intended to show you some courtesy, but alas, your enthusiasm led to your own downfall, Su Ruoxi remarked with a slight smile, her demeanor remarkably serene. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would likely have faced a violent backlash from the crowd, but when Su Ruoxi spoke, no one dared to contradict her. Especially Qiu Jingqi, who hung his head in shame, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Enough, Ruoxi, come back, Li Chen said, casting a sidelong glance at her. The previously brash Su Ruoxi immediately fell silent, obediently standing behind Li Chen. Li Chen gazed at Qiu Jingqi and his companions, and slowly remarked, since you have been defeated, you must honor your commitment. Indeed, we shall never default, replied the middle-aged man, his voice tinged with bitterness. However, old Qiu is gravely injured. May we rest for a moment before accompanying you back to the star-level sanctuary? Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement. With that, he turned and departed. Qiu Jingqi was carried into a room, where a practitioner of traditional medicine approached to administer acupuncture. As he treated him, he muttered to himself, "Oh dear, old Qiu, why did you provoke those from the star-level sanctuary? Look where it has led you. Now, you must follow that individual named Li Chen. What will happen to Peach Blossom Spring when you leave? We are left with a group of utterly powerless individuals." The one treating Qiu Jingqi was named Yin Shanhai, a lifelong practitioner of traditional medicine, now reaching the venerable age of 150. Yet, to the casual observer, he appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s. Chapter 133. The Marvels of Ancient Medicine. Listening to Yin Shanhai's words, Qiu Jingqi felt a surge of frustration that he could not express. After a lengthy pause, he finally stammered. Who could have imagined that the individuals from the star-rated shelter would be so formidable? It's just a young girl. Yin Shanhai withdrew the silver needle and shook his head. Oh, you. As a longtime friend, Yin Shanhai could not bring himself to reproach Qiu Jingqi, though he felt a sense of indignation within. He was also concerned about the elderly and young residents of the Peach Blossom Spring shelter. All the resources and weapons of the Peach Blossom Spring had been secured through the efforts of those who practiced ancient martial arts. Now, with this wave of practitioners aligning with the star-rated shelter, what would happen to the others? To put it bluntly, if this continued for a week, they would all starve to death. Seeing the worried expression on Yin Shanhai's face, Qiu Jingqi felt a flush of shame and quietly said, "Actually, Mr. Li is quite capable. Let us speak with him shortly. I am certain he will have a solution. The star-rated shelter cannot just stand by while people from the Peach Blossom Spring perish. Allowing them to starve is no different from murder." With this thought, Qiu Jingqi felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Yin Shanhai's medical skills were extraordinary. Before long, Qiu Jingqi was able to walk normally and regain his composure. "Old Qiu, I have merely subdued your old ailment. Should you sustain another injury, even a deity might not be able to save you. You must take care of yourself." With that, Yin Shanhai packed his medical kit and slowly made his way outside. Watching his friend's retreating figure, Qiu Jingqi was overcome with guilt. If only he had not been so foolish from the start. But it was too late for such reflections. He called the others and found Li Chen in the lounge. "Mr. Li, I am well now. We are ready to depart with you at any moment," Qiu Jingqi announced. Li Chen surveyed the group and nodded slightly. "Before we proceed, I must make it clear that while you all can join the star-rated shelter, I will not be accepting all the residents of the Peach Blossom Spring." Qiu Jingqi and the others exchanged anxious glances. Here it was, the concern they dreaded most. If Li Chen refused to accept them, what would become of the elderly, weak, and ill? Just as Qiu Jingqi was preparing to plead for compassion, Li Chen continued. "Although I have allowed you to join the star-rated shelter, you will still need to take turns managing the Peach Blossom Spring. Any residents from the Peach Blossom Spring who meet the application criteria may submit their request to reside in the star-rated shelter." Upon hearing this, Qiu Jingqi suddenly understood. Li Chen intended to treat the Peach Blossom Spring as a colony, much like the Lila shelter. Had Li Chen proposed this earlier, Qiu Jingqi and the others would have chased the star-rated shelter's people away with brooms. But now, they had lost. Being allowed to return and manage the Peach Blossom Spring was already the best possible outcome. With this realization, Qiu Jingqi nodded vigorously in agreement. "Very well. Let us return to register." The subsequent arrangements will be explained in due course during our meeting, Li Qin replied with a slight nod. It was indeed a profitable outing. Having acquired a sanctuary in the Peach Blossom Spring, Li Qin had clearly observed the injuries sustained by Qiu Zhengqi and his companions. While the medical technology of a star-rated refuge could eventually heal them, it would require a considerable amount of time. However, those versed in ancient medicine could restore Qiu Zhengqi to full mobility in no time. Truly, the legacy of ancient practices possesses remarkable efficacy. Leading the practitioners of ancient martial arts was Qiu Zhengqi, while the practitioners of ancient medicine were led by Yin Shanhai. They all followed in Li Qin's wake. Boarding the transport aircraft. The transport plane was not as comfortable as a commercial flight, so Li Qin urged everyone to bear with it for the time being. All past grievances are resolved, he stated with respect for the elder generations who upheld the traditions of ancient medicine and martial arts. Qiu Zhengqi, somewhat taken aback, waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. The speed of the transport aircraft was relatively swift, and soon they arrived at the periphery of the star-rated refuge. As the platform gently ascended, Li Qin escorted Qiu Zhengqi and the others into the interior of Block A of the refuge. The advancements here were astounding. Qiu Zhengqi gazed in awe at the scene before him, unable to suppress his admiration. Li Qin smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in conversation. The group soon arrived at the command center, where Management 1 awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, he promptly retrieved a scanner, proceeding to scan the individuals from the Peach Blossom Spring Refuge to verify their identities and health conditions. In no time, their detailed information was projected onto a holographic screen, even revealing the hidden injuries on Qiu Zhengqi with utmost clarity. Throughout the journey, Qiu Zhengqi was left in a state of astonishment. If the star-rated refuge represented a bustling metropolis, then the Peach Blossom Spring Refuge resembled a humble shack nestled in a remote valley, an utterly contrasting existence. Qiu Zhengqi pondered that if the other residents of the Peach Blossom Spring could reside in the star-rated refuge, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Earlier, as they passed the communal dining hall in the residential area, Qiu Zhengqi had witnessed the residents enjoying meals that included 3 dishes and a soup. Observing the demeanor and number of those residents, it was evident they were not the elite of the refuge, but rather ordinary citizens. The privilege afforded to common folk was truly remarkable. Qiu Zhengqi felt a surge of excitement within him. After completing the registration, Li Qin led Qiu Zhengqi and his companions to the training facility. At that moment, the guards were out on a mission, leaving only a few artificial warrior soldiers within the training center, adjusting the settings of their lightsabers and powered exoskeletons. Upon seeing Li Qin, they greeted him warmly. Qiu Zhengqi gazed at the lightsabers in the hands of the artificial warriors, nearly rendered speechless, his mouth twitching in shock as he exclaimed, What kind of science fiction weapon is this? This is called a lightsaber, Li Qin replied with a sidelong glance, revealing no intention to elaborate. Yet, the lack of explanation only intensified the curiosity of Qiu Zhengqi and his companions. Furthermore, the powered exoskeletons appeared to be exceptionally formidable. Previously, at the Peach Blossom Sanctuary, although the android warriors were equipped with these 2 items, they had never been utilized. To them, it merely seemed as though these individuals had donned mere steel rods and wielded a bare sword hilt, rendering the sight rather ludicrous. However, in the training grounds, they truly witnessed the extraordinary might of the lightsabers and powered exoskeletons. The lightsabers sliced through metal as if it were mere clay, while the warriors donned and powered exoskeletons astonishingly leaped to heights of 3 meters. It was utterly jaw-dropping. Li Qin, now disinclined to elaborate, addressed Qiu Zhengqi and the others. The primary purpose of your presence here is to instruct the warriors of the star-rated sanctuary in ancient martial arts. Additionally, our research facility requires skilled practitioners of traditional medicine to assist us. Henceforth, you shall frequently frequent this place, and naturally, you will come to understand it. Chapter 134. Subduing the Peach Blossom Source. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, Qiu Zhengqi and the others retracted their gazes, nodding with careful consideration. Typically, practitioners of ancient martial arts and medicine place great emphasis on lineage and are generally reluctant to impart their techniques to outsiders. However, in this apocalyptic era, even if one does not seek refuge in a star-level shelter during their time in the Peach Blossom Source Sanctuary, they have already accepted numerous disciples from outside in order to enhance the survival odds of the community. Thus, Li Qin's modest request seemed trivial in their eyes. Moreover, the star-level shelter appeared to them as something far beyond the current era. Were it not for Li Qin standing beside them, Qiu Zhengqi might have mistaken him for an entity from an extraterrestrial civilization. By the way, Mr. Li, you previously mentioned that if the application criteria are met, ordinary residents of Peach Blossom Source could also apply to become residents of the star-level shelter? What are the requirements for this? Yin Shanhai inquired unexpectedly. There was no doubt that the living conditions at the star-level shelter were remarkably favorable, and the formidable strength of the warriors there would naturally enhance safety. If the inhabitants of Peach Blossom Source could reside there, In Shanghai and the others would have little to worry about. You can find specifics on the forum of the star-level shelter, Li Chun replied with a slight nod. Although the star-level shelter already had a considerable number of residents, it had not yet reached full capacity. For Li Chun, a larger population was advantageous, as the shelter would undoubtedly continue to expand in the future. The more individuals there were, the greater the strength. In Shanghai furrowed his brow. A forum? This individual was an academic enthusiast, often secluding himself to conduct research. So he was entirely unaware that a forum existed for the star-level shelter. Li Chun nodded and gestured to the smart wristbands on their arms, explaining, "These devices serve not only as your identification but also possess functionalities akin to that of a smartphone. Be sure to explore them when you have time. I have conveyed all that needs to be said. As instructors for the guard team, your remuneration is 500 points per month. These points can be exchanged for anything within the star-level shelter. Given your status as exceptional talents, accommodations have been arranged for you at no cost. Now, everyone must be tired. Those who wish to dine should do so. You can access all the information you desire through the smart wristbands." Li Chun had no inclination to let himself go hungry. Having successfully brought Qiu Jingqi and his group back was already a significant achievement. The remaining concerns, such as whether they could adapt to life in the star-level shelter, were beyond his contemplation, as Noah would automatically arrange everything. This exemplified the remarkable capabilities of a Level 3 civilization's artificial intelligence. As soon as Li Chun departed, Qiu Jingqi and the others began to converse animatedly. "Oh my, this star-level shelter is astonishing. It's like something out of a movie," Qiu Jingqi exclaimed in awe. In Shanghai nodded, his gaze imbued with complexity, and remarked, "Indeed. The conditions here are exceptionally favorable. Old Qiu, perhaps you have unwittingly done a commendable deed." The middle-aged man, observing that the two were about to engage in idle chatter once more, interjected, "Enough of that. Let us first seek out our lodgings and reconvene at the cafeteria later to consolidate the information we have gathered." Having just arrived, everyone felt quite unfamiliar with the star-rated refuge, devoid of any guides, thus they could only huddle together for warmth. The accommodations arranged by Li Chun for the members of Peach Blossom Source were situated in the area designated for exceptional talents, featuring 2 interconnected rooms. After depositing their luggage, they activated their smart wristbands to gradually familiarize themselves with the refuge's point system, the exchange of items, and the mission hall. After perusing the information, a subtle shift in the group's mentality became evident. Previously, they had come here reluctantly, entirely coerced by circumstance, driven by their lofty ambitions. However, upon witnessing the splendid living conditions of the star-rated refuge, along with the privileges provided by Li Chun, their attitudes underwent a remarkable transformation. At the forefront of this change was Qiu Jingqi. Seated in the room, he glanced at the 500 points displayed on his smart wristband and broke into a foolish grin. Had he known the star-rated refuge was so splendid, he would have hastily packed his belongings and accompanied Li Chun without hesitation. It is worth noting that their accommodations were entirely free, with only meals requiring the expenditure of points. The remaining points could be utilized to exchange for supplies, weapons, and gene evolution fluid. Indeed, Qiu Jingqi had immediately set his sights on the gene evolution fluid. In years past, he had vaguely approached the threshold of breaking the second layer of the genetic lock. Yet regrettably, he had been unable to make the breakthrough. After the apocalypse, he had absorbed numerous energy cores to no avail, as if they had vanished into the abyss. He had nearly given up hope, but upon discovering the gene evolution fluid in the smart wristbands exchange mall, an instinctive realization dawned upon him. His opportunity had finally arrived. In the other rooms, the members of Peach Blossom Source exhibited similar reactions. They couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional nature of the star-rated refuge, wishing fervently never to return. Were it not for their lingering concerns regarding their companions back at Peach Blossom Source, they would have settled in right away. Nonetheless, Li Chun had assured them that as long as the residents from Peach Blossom Source met the application criteria, they could officially become inhabitants of the star-rated refuge. At that moment, they resolved to encourage their families to apply. After browsing through the information, the group ascended to the forum of the star-rated refuge and spent some time perusing it, gaining a deeper understanding of its grandeur. Consequently, when they gathered in the cafeteria, smiles adorned each face. Who would have thought that, even in the twilight of my years, I would encounter such fortune? I had resigned myself to merely surviving day by day, but lo and behold, the star-rated refuge possesses gene evolution fluid. Ha ha ha, truly, fortune favors me. Qiu Jingqi, his face aglow with joy, spoke exuberantly, resembling a child in delight. The others mirrored his enthusiasm, particularly in Shanghai. Earlier, while the group was tidying up in the room, in Shanghai had visited the research institute. After surveying the groundbreaking achievements, he could confidently assert that the research center of the star-rated sanctuary was truly a beacon of hope for humanity. Had someone previously suggested to In Shanghai that there existed a means to save the world, he would likely have dismissed it with a scoff, perhaps even uttering a few choice words of derision. However, after witnessing the center's accomplishments and the innovative projects underway, a subtle realization dawned upon him. The star-rated sanctuary might indeed possess the potential to rescue humanity from the abyss of despair. Upon becoming residents of the Peach Blossom Source Sanctuary, the inhabitants did not wear expressions of gloom. Rather, they gathered in joyous camaraderie, eagerly sharing their discoveries. Chapter 135, The Mutated Sea Beast. The scene was remarkably harmonious. At this moment, Li Chen was seated in the command center. Having just finished his meal, and with some leisure time on his hands, he decided to observe the performance of the individuals in the Peach Blossom Source. Initially, Li Chen assumed that these old stalwarts would harbor some resentment. To his surprise, upon listening to their discussions, he was left utterly speechless. Were they truly so capricious? Nevertheless, the swift adaptation of Qiu Jingqi and others to the star-level refuge was beneficial for Li Chen. After all, the members of the guard team currently lacked substance. They still had many deficiencies in terms of skills. Unlike the artificial warriors, whose combat techniques were imprinted in their genes during the gestation process, these guards had to start from scratch, which posed a significant challenge. If they were to practice ancient martial arts, their combat capabilities would see a remarkable enhancement. While they might not rival the artificial warriors directly, they would certainly have no equals among their peers. Li Chen had initially proposed a rotational system for the individuals at the Peach Blossom Source, meaning that every month, half of them could return to manage the refuge, while the remainder would continue their work at the star-level refuge, with rotations occurring monthly. However, much to Li Chen's astonishment, the very next day, Qiu Jingqi and others swiftly contacted their families at the Peach Blossom Source to submit applications. After all, Qiu Jingqi and his companions were formidable individuals, and their families were no less impressive. All these applications were approved, and they were promptly brought back to the star-level refuge. This led to an unexpected situation. None of them were willing to return. While the Peach Blossom Source was indeed the finest in Hebei City, what good was that? Could they enjoy hot soup and noodles daily? Could they train without limitations every day? Could they immerse themselves in research at the Institute endlessly? The star-level refuge provided them with exceptional material conditions, allowing them to wholeheartedly delve into the studies of ancient martial arts or ancient medicine. They were utterly enchanted. Who would still wish to concern themselves with trivial matters? Reluctantly, Li Chen had to ask Qiu Jingqi to select someone from the Peach Blossom Source to take charge once more. Of course, the Peach Blossom Source remained a colony of the star-level refuge, as a significant number of capable individuals had chosen to stay there. The Peach Blossom Source's opinions held little weight, and Qiu Jingqi and his companions would surely feel the pressure. In accordance with Li Chen's instructions, this news was not disclosed for the time being. Firstly, Li Chen wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Especially since Hebei City already had the Lila Refuge serving as a trading hub, there was no need for another Peach Blossom Source. Secondly, it was to safeguard the dignity of Qiu Jingqi and the others. Would it not be embarrassing for the top refuge in Hebei City to become a vassal of another? Fortunately, the Peach Blossom Source had previously maintained a low profile, so even with the change in leadership and the significant personnel turnover, the outside world remained oblivious. They continued to interact with the Peach Blossom Source as per the usual customs. Meanwhile, the production of energy swords and powered exoskeletons at the star-level refuge continued unabated. The artificial warrior soldiers have been almost fully equipped, and the guards have progressed even further. Previously, it was promised that all would break through the second layer of the genetic lock within 5 days. Li Chen initially thought that achieving even half of that would be commendable. However, when he conducted an inspection, he was astonished to find that every single one had succeeded. A couple of stragglers were not due to lack of effort, but rather because of their inadequate foundation. On the day of the award ceremony, Li Chen couldn't help but wonder if these soldiers had been feigning incompetence all along, perhaps deliberately delaying their progress due to the absence of rewards. Naturally, he kept such thoughts to himself and proceeded to distribute the rewards as planned. The rewards included points and genetic evolution liquid, making this day feel akin to a festive celebration for the guards. They were overwhelmed with joy, embracing one another in tears. Su Ruashi observed the crowd and nodded slightly, privately suggesting to Li Chen, "Commander, I believe their limits extend beyond this. Shall we motivate them further?" Coincidentally, Li Chen shared the same sentiment. Clearing his throat, he intended to set a grander objective for the guards. "I have witnessed your hard work over these days. However, This is merely the beginning. Our aspirations must not be confined to merely breaking the second layer of the genetic lock. The guards gazed at Li Chen with fervent intensity, resembling fervent devotees. Just as Li Chen was about to articulate the next goal, his intelligent wristband chimed unexpectedly. It was a call from Dr. Yang. Generally speaking, Dr. Yang, despite lacking social finesse, would not disturb Li Chen lightly. What could be the matter this time? Was there significant news? With this thought, Li Chen ceased his speech, handing the microphone to Su Ruashi as he stepped aside to answer Dr. Yang's call. Commander, it's bad. Through the life detector, we have discovered the emergence of mutated fish in the ocean. Dr. Yang's tone was exceedingly urgent. Mutated fish? Li Chen's expression changed dramatically. It is crucial to note that after the apocalypse, many were unable to raise livestock for meat. To supplement their protein intake, numerous individuals resorted to fishing. Some even chose to live aboard boats after discovering that zombies feared water, only setting foot on land for fresh water when absolutely necessary. The emergence of mutated fish could potentially have a catastrophic impact on the survival conditions of most survivors. Realizing this, Li Chen wasted no time and immediately ordered Noah to disseminate the news of a meeting. Once Su Ruashi concluded her conversation, he informed her, "We have discovered mutated fish in the ocean. We must convene a meeting." Su Ruashi quickly grasped the terrifying implications of mutated fish and turned pale, hastily following Li Chen out. In stark contrast, the guards had just received their rewards. They were all immersed in immense joy, utterly unaware of the news that had emerged. At that moment, they even contemplated gathering in the evening for a drink to unwind. Off the coast of Donghai City, a grand cruise ship glided gracefully over the tranquil waters. Aboard were those who resided upon the sea, a total of 6 households, all fishermen who had lived by the shore before the Cataclysm. When the apocalypse struck, they boarded the vessel and never disembarked again. "Father, look over there. It appears there are schools of fish," a 7-year-old girl exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a certain spot on the water. Strangely, over the past few days, their usual bountiful catches had dwindled. It seemed as though the fish had acquired a form of intelligence, refusing to bite the hooks or enter the nets. Consequently, the people aboard the cruise ship were left to subsist on meager rations, praying fervently for a swift return of the fish. Otherwise, they would face starvation. The girl's observations signaled the impending sense of crisis. Chapter 136. The toothsome fish. To behold a school of fish is to encounter a bounteous new source of sustenance. The collective excitement aboard the cruise ship was palpable. Everyone sprang into action. Some retrieved fishing nets, while others gathered bait, all bustling about with fervor, anxious that a mere blink might allow the fish to slip away. The girl, staring intently at the shimmering fish, sensed something amiss. They no longer darted away upon encountering the ship's oars but seemed to trail behind, as if enchanted. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashes erupted. Several fish leapt from the sea's surface, and the girl gasped in horror. Teeth. They bore teeth. The girl stammered in disbelief. The once harmless fish now sported sharp, glistening teeth that reflected an eerie light in the water. The mere thought of those teeth sinking into flesh was enough to instill profound dread. At that moment, a faint creaking sound emanated from beneath the ship, reminiscent of a mouse gnawing at something, heightening the atmosphere of terror. Overcome with fear, the girl burst into tears and ran to find an adult, breathlessly exclaiming, the fish have teeth." The adults, engrossed in their preparations, erupted in laughter at her words, dismissing them as trivial. "Of course, fish have teeth, dear," they chuckled, attributing her fright to her tender age and naivety. "Run along and play now. The grown-ups have work to do," her mother said gently, ruffling the girl's hair. As their only child, they had always been protective. Thus her innocent exclamations were not surprising. "Mommy, the fish have long teeth," the girl reiterated, sensing that her concerns were being overlooked. But her words fell on deaf ears. The adults were too enraptured by the prospect of abundant catches to heed her warning. The woman even escorted her daughter to the cabin, settling her safely inside before returning to her tasks. The relentless waves crashed against the side of the ship with a thunderous roar. "Who would have thought today would bring such fortune, with so many fish?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, I was beginning to worry we'd have to venture further out to see if no schools appeared. Thank goodness for favorable weather. After this haul, we can rest easy for quite a while." Laughter and merriment filled the deck, drowning out the ominous sounds of fish gnawing at the hull. With a powerful motion, a strong man hurled the bait-laden net into the depths of the ocean, while others gripped the ropes tightly, poised to haul in their catch at a moment's notice. Their next meal depended entirely on this catch. The crowd was filled with enthusiasm, ready to haul in a bountiful catch. The net caster eyed his fingers, silently lamenting his misfortune. He had inadvertently cut his hand on a hook from the fishing net. It seemed he would need to disinfect it later. However, if they managed to capture a large school of fish, the injury would be worth it. Thus, the net caster, like the others, fixed his gaze intently upon the surface of the sea. "It's moving! It's moving!" someone exclaimed. The sight of the fish was astonishing. They seemed to have lost their senses, swimming frantically into the net. Some fish even leaped out of the water, propelled by their peers, creating a magnificent splash before crashing back down. The spectacle was so intense that it appeared the net might burst. Was today's bait particularly enticing? That shouldn't be the case. Goodness, it felt as if a pie had fallen from the heavens. Most present were seasoned fishermen. Having never witnessed fish voluntarily swimming into a net, they were utterly astonished. "Quick, pull the net!" someone shouted urgently. The others, finally realizing the urgency, scrambled to grab the ropes and exerted all their strength, chanting in unison, 1, 2, 1, 2. A group of young men strained with all their might, barely managing to lift the net a fraction. The sheer number of fish was astounding. Even more perplexing was that, in addition to the school already nearby, a multitude of fish surged from seemingly nowhere, frantically crashing into the net, stunning the net pullers. What is happening? Have these fish lost their minds? Panic began to spread among the group. They had never encountered such frenzied fish. Seeing the net nearing its breaking point, everyone was in a frenzy. Fearing a day without a catch, they exerted every ounce of strength, frantically pulling the net towards the vessel. With a resounding crash, the net, brimming with fish, flew upwards. Occasionally, a fish would leap onto the deck, landing with a splat. To their astonishment, the net burst open. Ha ha ha. What a harvest! Although they were uncertain of what had caused the fish to behave this way, their worries about future provisions dissipated. Joyful, they reveled in their good fortune. Just as the crowd was lost in their jubilant celebration, suddenly, someone screamed. All eyes turned towards the commotion. There, a fish was clamped tightly onto a person's face. "Let go! Get it off me!" Panicked cries erupted. Others rushed forward, attempting to free the individual from the fish's grip. However, the fish's inwardly curved teeth held fast, making it impossible to remove. The pain became unbearable for the individual, who slammed their face against the deck. Crash! The fish fell to the ground, but a significant chunk of flesh was left missing from the person's cheek. All that could be seen was a fish that had fallen to the ground, its mouth opening and closing in a grotesque manner as it gnawed at the flesh within. The scene was utterly repulsive. The fish, it had turned upon a human. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Yet, more individuals rushed to support the wounded, guiding them back into the cabin. The bite had struck the cheek. If not promptly attended to, the victim could very well bleed out and perish. It was inexplicable. The injured man, usually a robust individual, had endured similar injuries in the past without a whimper. However, this time he writhed on the stretcher, emitting frantic wails. The sight was alarming. He might be turning into a zombie, a voice cried out in horror. The victim's face revealed a rapid spread of veins from the wound, his eyes quivering uncontrollably, beginning to roll back. His head shook violently as if seized by a fit, foam erupting from his mouth. In an instant, everyone recoiled in fear, their hearts racing. How could this be? Was he poisoned? Indeed, some marine fish harbor neurotoxins. Yet, the zombie virus does not infect fish. How could he have fallen victim? Chapter 137. Entrapment. Most individuals clung to a sense of luck. However, before anyone could articulate their thoughts, the second victim was once again bitten by a fish. It was the person outside, engaged in gathering the fishing nets, who had their finger bitten clean off. They writhed on the ground, howling in agony. The mere sound was enough to send chills down one's spine. Soon after, the third and fourth victims fell prey as well. Nearly everyone still standing on the deck suffered the same fate. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, once bitten, their veins bulged, and they collapsed, frothing at the mouth, resembling a poisoned soul. Despite the numerous bites, the fish did not appear sated. Rather, they danced energetically, moving toward the cabin. Witnessing this, those still inside trembled and hastily secured the cabin door. "Quick, stop them. Hide. Please, don't shut the door. My husband is still outside." The myriad expressions of fear were palpable. Once the door was locked, most felt a momentary relief, while a few frantically pounded on the door. Faces contorted in anguish as they watched their loved ones lying on the deck, being devoured bite by bite. As discussions ensued about what to do next, the first injured individual slowly rose from the stretcher. A low growl emanated from his throat, sending shivers through the onlookers. He had transformed into a zombie. Bang! Having survived in this apocalyptic world for some time, the instinctive reaction upon witnessing the transformation was to shoot, aiming directly at the heart. The injured man gradually collapsed, his darkened cheek pressed against the floor. What was happening? Wasn't it said that fish could not transmit viruses? Those who witnessed this scene, what more was there to comprehend? They were spiraling into despair. The reason they had sought refuge at sea was the belief that fish posed no viral threat. They thought they had found a sanctuary for humanity, but who could have known? What instilled the deepest terror was the fact that the cruise ship was still navigating through the waters. After the recent scuffle, a considerable amount of blood had been shed. If those infected fish caught a whiff of the blood, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just the thought of it left everyone pale and ashen. 1-1, are you all right? The girl's mother, frantic, dashed toward the cabin. The little girl emerged timidly, saying, "Mommy, the fish have teeth, very long teeth." Clearly, the child felt discontent over the adult's disbelief in her earlier warnings. The woman tightly embraced her daughter's head, filled with remorse. It turned out that her daughter had sensed the anomaly long before. If only she had paid a bit more attention and rushed to alert the others. Could this tragedy have been averted? Mommy understands, 1-1, dear, don't wander off. The woman trembled, repeating her plea. Fortunately, she had just confined her daughter to the room, preventing her from witnessing the chaos on deck. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unfathomable. Just as everyone believed they had survived the worst, the cruise ship began to sway violently, and to the dismay of the gathered crowd, seawater began to seep in beneath their feet. It was over. The vessel had been breached. Quick, fetch the lifeboats. Yet, it was futile. The infected fish lurked just beneath them. The lifeboats, crafted from rubber, would be shredded the moment they touched the water. Chaos erupted in the ship's cabin as people scattered in panic. Some, unable to secure a lifeboat, chose to leap directly into the sea. However, those who took the plunge met dire fates, as they were swiftly devoured by the ravenous shoals below. Even those with lifeboats could not escape the tumultuous outcome. In no time, the waters surrounding the cruise ship transformed into a ghastly shade of crimson. Aside from this ill-fated vessel, many survivors inhabited the ocean. As Donghai City was situated by the sea, these individuals sought refuge on the water's surface, a strategy not without merit. Yet now, with the mutations among the fish, they too found themselves in peril. Encountering zombies on land allowed for the possibility of escape or counterattack using various obstacles and weapons. However, facing danger at sea meant certain death. The mutated marine creatures, small and slippery, bore razor-sharp teeth capable of puncturing the ship's hull. Remaining aboard was a path to doom, and jumping overboard led to an even swifter demise. The cries of despair echoed across the skies of Donghai. These harrowing scenes were broadcast to the holographic screens by drones from the interstellar refuge. In the conference room sat the management team, including Su Ruashi, Li Taiju, Jiang Tiankai, and Dr. Yang. They observed the unfolding tragedy at sea with clarity. A flicker of compassion crossed Su Ruashi's eyes. How innocent these people were. With no suitable environment for human survival on land, they sought refuge at sea, only to find that, as they had witnessed, the fish had begun to mutate and could also become carriers of the virus. Standing at the forefront of the conference table, Li Qin's expression was grave. The implications were dire. The infected fish would not only threaten those residing at sea, but also those on land. After all, how did the fish become infected? It was undoubtedly through the seawater, which would evaporate and fall as rain upon Donghai City. Eventually, through a series of cycles, it could end up in the mouths of the survivors, becoming their drinking water. Once it was confirmed that seawater could carry the zombie virus, it meant that outdoor water sources became utterly unsafe to consume. Who could possibly know if they would become the unfortunate soul to transform simply by taking a sip? Humans could survive for days without food, but they could not endure a single day without water. Should the water run out, humanity would face total annihilation. Those present understood the gravity of the situation, their expressions heavy with concern. Natural disasters always catch humanity off guard. The populace had only just begun to exhale in relief following the recent zombie onslaught when they were met with such dire news. At that moment, Li Taiju spoke up. "Commander, should we not dispatch a helicopter to rescue them?" Li Taiju was no Navi idealist. Otherwise, he would not have survived within the confines of the Lyra refuge. He simply believed that those survivors adrift at sea might one day become the inhabitants of an interstellar sanctuary. To stand idly by and witness their demise, allowing them to be consumed by the depths, was unthinkable. If such neglect were to occur repeatedly, the interstellar refuge could very well transform into an isolated isle. At that point, apart from the sanctuary, the presence of humanity might vanish entirely from the world. A palpable sense of urgency permeated the air, affecting everyone present. Li Qin nodded slightly, surveying the faces around him, and declared, "We must indeed extend our aid." Su Ruashi immediately deployed 2 squads of guards to rescue those in peril. Instruct them not to engage in prolonged battles. They are to retrieve the individuals and depart at once. If the situation becomes dire, they are permitted to abandon the rescued and escape. Chapter 138. The terrifying infectious capability in Li Qin's mind. The foremost principle of aiding others is ensuring the safety of one's own. Thus, regardless of others' opinions, he insisted that his warriors prioritize their own protection above all else. Su Ruashi promptly retrieved her smart wristband and swiftly issued directives to the leaders of the various squads below. Once this was accomplished, Li Chen wrapped his fingers on the table. Today's meeting was not solely about rescuing others, but also aimed at addressing a multitude of pressing issues. First and foremost, we must confront the critical question: is it only fish that can contract the zombie virus, or do turtles and cartilaginous animals also fall prey? This query is of utmost gravity. Within the ocean dwell certain creatures that are amphibious. They not only thrive in water, but can also venture onto land. The sea, rich in resources, allows them to evolve rapidly even amidst fierce competition. For instance, if a sea turtle were to become infected and subsequently grow stronger and larger, developing sharp teeth and claws, it could emerge onto the shore as a colossal beast. Who could possibly contend with such a monstrosity? In addition to sea turtles, there are also sea snakes. Who can say if they might ascend to land? After all, the essence of the zombie virus is to induce genetic mutations, potentially rendering some creatures more formidable and altering their inherent behaviors. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, everyone was taken aback. Just imagine, if they were in the restroom when an octopus infected with the zombie virus emerged from the sewer, launching a sudden attack. The mere thought is terrifying. Commander, there are currently no indications that other aquatic organisms have contracted the zombie virus. It appears that only fish are susceptible. Dr. Yang immediately stood up, articulating his findings with urgency. He was anxious, for he would not have contacted Li Chen at the first hint of intelligence otherwise. Yet, his impatience was of little consequence. Could he single-handedly tear apart all those zombie fish? Li Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this response, but solemnly cautioned, even so, we must remain vigilant. Prior to this, fish were not even carriers of the zombie virus. The RNA of the virus is exceedingly unstable. Mutations could occur at any moment. Therefore, the next time we encounter it, it is entirely possible that even insects could become infected. Everyone must maintain a state of alertness. Listening to Li Chen's words, the group nodded in agreement. The second point of concern was whether the seawater itself might harbor the virus. Would this virus pose a threat to the drinking water of the survivors? Li Chen raised this second question, which is equally paramount. Even a star-rated shelter cannot rely solely on bottled water for sustenance every day. After all, how much bottled water was produced before the apocalypse? Humanity cannot possibly rely on mineral water for all our daily needs, including drinking and bathing, simply to prevent viral infections. If one were to be bitten by a zombie, it would not be long before everyone succumbs to thirst. Li Chen's remarks garnered significant attention. Regrettably, aside from Dr. Yang, the attendees were largely novices in the realm of scientific research, with little to no understanding of the zombie virus, rendering them incapable of providing any substantial insight. Consequently, all gazes fell upon Dr. Yang, as everyone eagerly sought an explanation. After a brief cough, Dr. Yang began to elucidate. Strictly speaking, it is not seawater that harbors the zombie virus. Rather, the virus is encapsulated within a specific gas, which is subsequently absorbed by the seawater, creating numerous toxic microbubbles. It is these bubbles that fish inhale, leading to their infection with the zombie virus. Thus, the virus is not intrinsically present in the water. Theoretically, if seawater evaporates and transforms into rain, the zombie virus would no longer exist. However, there is currently no definitive evidence to support this claim. Dr. Yang spoke cautiously. As the discovery of fish being able to contract the zombie virus and the subsequent notion of seawater carrying the virus occurred within a mere few hours, with no rainfall to warrant further study. Upon hearing Dr. Yang's explanation, Li Chen pressed on, "Have you conducted sampling for experimentation?" Dr. Yang nodded affirmatively, confirming that samples had indeed been collected, yielding results consistent with the theory. Nonetheless, this does not guarantee the veracity of the theory, as a quantitative change does not necessarily lead to a qualitative one. The amount of seawater required for laboratory research is substantial, but if seawater evaporates, the area involved becomes vast. Ultimately, this is a question that may yield no answers. The group could only silently hope that the water supply would remain unaffected. After addressing these two queries, Li Chen stated, "Our next course of action comprises two objectives. First, we must exert every effort to rescue the survivors at sea, ensuring that the impact of this fish infection incident is minimized. Second, we must issue a citywide warning prohibiting access to water sources. Although it is currently only fish in the sea that have contracted the zombie virus, who can ascertain that river inhabitants are safe. The most prudent course of action is to maintain a safe distance from water sources." The assembly nodded in agreement. Presently, Donghai City has unequivocally transformed into a star-rated refuge. The survivors here, whether within various small shelters or scattered individuals, have formed a symbiotic relationship with the star-rated refuge, affirming Li Chen's decision to rescue. After the meeting adjourned, Su Roashi promptly took charge of the rescue operation. The security team was dispersed into numerous smaller units, with helicopters taking off from the platform in succession. scanning the sea for signs of life. When the NOAA detected a signal, it would immediately relay the coordinates to the nearby teams via their smart wristbands, thus facilitating a swift rescue. Li Chun gazed anxiously at the surveillance screens, his heart heavy with concern. On the other hand, after the meeting, NOAA swiftly disseminated information regarding the infection of sea fish by the zombie virus, which rapidly spread throughout the star-level shelter. The forum of the star-level shelter is now inundated with posts concerning aquatic life. Is this true? Can fish also be infected? Is there truly no place on this earth where humanity can survive? I had previously contemplated whether my family should relocate to the sea, but now I am immensely grateful that we did not. Have you all seen? The warriors of the star-level shelter have deployed countless helicopters for rescue operations. Long live the star-level shelter. In this moment, as a fellow human, I can only silently pray for their survival. I hope they endure. Have you noticed that the research facility of the star-level shelter speculates that freshwater may also become contaminated in the future? Chapter 139. He was entered the star-rated Sanctuary Research Institute, now a symbol of authority in Donghai City, has never issued false alerts. Each warning has been substantiated, and thus, the news of fish infected with the zombie virus spread rapidly, not only within Donghai City, but also reaching Hebei City. The management of the Lyra Sanctuary swiftly followed Li Chin's directives and issued a similar warning. However, the notice from Lyra Sanctuary was merely posted at its entrance. Lacking the extensive reach of the star-rated Sanctuary forum, both cities were taken aback. Even Dr. Young speculated that drinking water could potentially be contaminated, which further fueled the frenzy. Since the apocalypse, many survivors have endured harsh conditions, subsisting on industrial-grade food from before the collapse, while sourcing their drinking water from streams. Additionally, numerous sanctuaries rely on water systems directly fed by mountain springs or municipal facilities. If the water were to carry the zombie virus, it would spell disaster. Consequently, both independent survivors and those within sanctuaries hastened to place orders for bottled water on the forums. Some, reluctant to expend their energy cores, ventured outside to fetch water instead. Who knows when dire news might strike? It is prudent to prepare in advance. Moreover, more foresight sanctuaries speculated that following the fish, other aquatic creatures might also become infected, potentially unleashing a new wave of horrors upon humanity. Consequently, an avalanche of weaponry and armor orders flooded in, reducing the inventory of the star-rated sanctuary by a fifth. Energy cores, usually conserved, were now traded for drinking water and weapons, while some sought to exchange them for energy core purification liquids. After all, no matter how formidable the weaponry, there will come a day when ammunition runs dry. Enhancing one's own strength is always a worthy investment. Amidst this crisis, Li Chin reaped substantial profits. Meanwhile, Su Ruashi found herself aboard a helicopter, swiftly heading to the coordinates provided by NOAA to rescue individuals in distress. Is this the place? The helicopter circled overhead as Su Ruashi glanced at the positioning displayed on her smart wristband, feeling uncertain. The device confirmed their location, yet the pilot appeared perplexed, as there were no vessels visible beneath them, let alone anyone to be rescued. Could it be that these survivors were sending distress signals from beneath the sea? The most challenging aspect was that they were over an ocean with no nearby landing zones for the helicopter, lacking a place to descend. They could not deploy substantial manpower for a search. Everything felt like a vicious cycle. Commander Su, what should we do? The helicopter pilot inquired. Lower the altitude. Perhaps someone has fallen into the water, Su Ruashi commanded. In truth, she was not entirely certain. It is essential to recognize that these zombie fish are not benign creatures. The moment they detect the scent of flesh and blood, they will undoubtedly swarm. With no cover whatsoever, the prospects of human survival are bleak. However, the coordinates were transmitted by NOAA, and thus Su Ruashi felt compelled to witness the scene herself to quell her doubts. As the helicopter's rotor blades whirred, it began a slow, vertical descent, drawing closer to the ocean surface. At that moment, Su Ruashi's keen eyes caught sight of two individuals at the 8 o'clock position, clinging to a piece of wood, adrift upon the waves. Upon noticing the descending helicopter, they frantically waved their arms and shouted, "Help! Help us! We are here!" Su Ruashi promptly instructed the pilot, "Approach them." The helicopter swiftly hovered above the two individuals. Su Ruashi tossed down a ladder and called out, "Can you make it? Climb up quickly. It's dangerous here." The two survivors nodded vigorously, scrambling to grasp the ladder as if clinging to a lifeline in the midst of drowning. Once the two survivors successfully secured their hold on the ladder, the helicopter began to ascend. Although it was unclear why the fish did not attack these individuals, no one could guarantee that they would remain unassailed. Rather than wait for them to climb up slowly, it was prudent to maintain distance from the surface. As the helicopter rose, the two survivors exerted themselves to ascend. "Here, let me help you," Su Ruashi said, grasping the arm of the foremost survivor and pulling him upward with force. With the concerted efforts of Su Ruashi and the other members of the security team, both survivors eventually collapsed into the cabin of the helicopter. Thank you. Thank you. I thought we were doomed. The two survivors were male, one older and one younger, appearing to be father and son. The younger boy, around 16 or 17 years of age, appeared rather frail. Su Ruashi waved her hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing. This is what the commander instructed us to do." "The commander? Are you from the Star Shelter?" The older man's eyes lit up with recognition. Indeed, in the entire Donghai city, very few shelters possessed helicopters, and only the Star Shelter would be willing to send one for rescue. The father and son duo finally felt the weight of their safety. Su Ruashi nodded. Then her gaze fell upon the boy's leg. Since their ascent, the boy had been clutching his left leg tightly. Although he held it firmly, Su Ruashi still caught a faint scent of blood in the air. Curiously, she inquired, "Is he injured? If the zombie fish smell blood, why have they not attacked these two?" Upon hearing her words, the boy instinctively recoiled, while the middle-aged man appeared somewhat embarrassed and quickly explained. "He was scraped by a plank. It's nothing serious. Remove your hand. Allow me to see," Su Ruashi stated with a serious expression. The zombie fish are equally infectious. Should the boy suffer a bite, it would not be long before he transforms into one of the undead. This is occurring aboard a helicopter. Su Ruashi was not willing to gamble with the lives of the soldiers. However, as soon as Su Ruashi approached, the boy leapt to the opposite side of the helicopter, resembling a startled rabbit, watching her with suspicion, as though she intended to harm him. The middle-aged man immediately interjected, "My son has always been somewhat withdrawn. Given this recent trauma, it is only natural for him to feel frightened." Su Ruashi's expression grew icy in an instant, whether it be shyness or any other ailment. It is no excuse for evasion. Therefore, Su Ruashi wasted no time, casting a glance at the soldiers of the escort team. Subsequently, the soldiers swiftly sprang into action, firmly restraining the boy's limbs and pressing him against the helicopter's panel. Chapter 140. Antibodies. Such actions naturally provoked the boy's fierce resistance. He exerted all his strength, thrashing his legs and twisting his body in an attempt to free himself from the grasp of the guards. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. The guards had already broken through the second layer of genetic locks, and their long-term training had honed their ability to restrain effectively. The only concern was that the boy's violent struggles caused the helicopter to become increasingly unstable, swaying perilously in the air. "Calm him down." Su Ruashi, swift and decisive, promptly administered a tranquilizer into the boy's neck. In an instant, the boy, who had been struggling madly just moments before, fell silent. The middle-aged man, his face etched with worry, tugged at Su Ruashi's garment, exclaiming, "My son has only suffered a scratch. He is unharmed. You cannot treat him this way." Su Ruashi shot him a stern glare, her expression grave. "You must understand, we, at the Star-Level Shelter, bear no responsibility or obligation to save you. Having offered assistance, it is unconscionable to turn ungrateful, bitten by zombie fish, yet still shamelessly endangering our soldiers." The middle-aged man trembled upon hearing Su Ruashi's words, slowly releasing his grip on her clothing, his limbs visibly stiffening. Su Ruashi paid no heed to the man's reaction, directly pushing aside the boy's hands to reveal his legs. Gasp. Even Su Ruashi couldn't suppress a gasp of horror at the sight of the boy's legs. What on earth had happened? The boy's hind leg had been gnawed to the bone. Perhaps due to being submerged in seawater, the blood had nearly drained away, leaving behind a ghastly pallor. The most terrifying sight for Su Ruashi was the area on the boy's foot, nearly the size of a palm, completely covered in varicose veins. Familiar with the appearance of zombies, she recognized this as a precursor to zombification. Yet, what perplexed Su Ruashi was that those varicose veins seemed to possess a will of their own, confined to that palm-sized area without spreading further. After observing for several minutes, she felt an inexplicable astonishment. She immediately dialed a number to report to Li Qin, who was currently receiving a briefing from Dr. Yang. Li Qin activated the speakerphone. "Commander, I have discovered a survivor infected with the zombie virus. However, the virus has not spread. Instead, it is swirling around the wound." The next question was whether to eliminate the threat or to bring the individual back. Su Ruashi's tone was remarkably calm. Although she felt sympathy for these survivors from the sea, it did not mean she would take a potential threat back with her. If Li Qin merely nodded, Su Ruashi would not hesitate to eliminate the boy. The middle-aged man realized this dismal possibility, gazing at Su Ruashi in terror while tightly clutching the boy, his eyes scanning the helicopter's surroundings as if preparing to flee. Li Qin turned to Dr. Yang, inquiring, "What is your perspective on this matter?" "Doctor." Yang's face illuminated with a curious and eager expression, almost exclaiming, "Quick, bring him back. This individual may very well possess antibodies against the zombie virus. If that is indeed the case, our research project will progress significantly." The study of antibodies to the zombie virus not only advances our vaccine endeavors but also propels the Energy Core project forward at an astonishing pace. After all, the absorption capacity of the Energy Core currently faces limitations, primarily due to impurities in the human body's inability to withstand immense energy. Perhaps the viral antibodies could resolve this issue. The benefits are manifold. Li Chen nodded slightly and turned to Su Ruoxi, instructing, "Bring him back. You shall escort him personally. If there are any anomalies, eliminate them immediately." For Li Chen, the research was secondary. Su Ruoxi was his bound partner, and her safety was paramount. Su Ruoxi promptly replied, "Understood." After hanging up, she gazed down at the trembling boy, her expression a blend of complexity. The middle-aged man, unaware of the conversation's content, trembled in fear, his teeth chattering audibly. "Sir, my son will not turn into a zombie. Please, let us go. We can manage on our own." The weight of a father's love transcends the fear of the zombie virus. As long as his son remained unturned, the middle-aged man would not relent. Su Ruoxi sighed softly, realizing her earlier actions had frightened the father and son. She spoke gently, "Our commander has stated that we can take you back to the shelter. But there is one condition: you must not cause any trouble and must cooperate with the research. After all, this boy might very well become humanity's beacon of hope." Su Ruoxi had heard Dr. Yang's words. If the boy carried antibodies against the zombie virus, it would be beneficial for all survivors. However, upon hearing Su Ruoxi's reassurance, the middle-aged man did not feel eased, but rather grew more anxious. "Sir, you wouldn't subject my son to dissection, would you?" Su Ruoxi couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking her head in denial. "Our elite shelter would never engage in such practices. Rest assured, it would merely involve blood tests. Moreover, this wound appears unlikely to heal. Once we yield results, it may even facilitate your son's recovery. After all, the injury is on his heel, which will affect his mobility in the future." Hearing Su Ruoxi's words, the middle-aged man finally felt a measure of relief. In his perspective, there was no reason for Su Ruoxi to deceive them. If she wished for their demise, it would be a simple matter. The helicopter was filled with fully armed soldiers. Su Ruoxi need not even lift a finger. With a mere command, the two of them would be eliminated instantly. Once reassured that his son would not be harmed, the middle-aged man curled up beside his son, drifting off into a fitful slumber. The helicopter's speed was not particularly swift. After nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at the platform of the star-rated refuge. Dr. Yang, filled with excitement, trembled as he personally came out to greet them. "Is this the survivor you mentioned over the phone?" His gaze burned with intensity, fixated on the boy. The child instinctively shrank back behind his father. "Yes, that's him." The boy appeared to exhibit signs of autism, reluctant to engage in conversation. "Dr. Yang, perhaps it would be best to bring both father and son together to avoid any non-compliance," Su Ruoxi suggested with a nod. Dr. Yang rubbed his hands together, dismissing any concerns. "What is the harm in bringing one more person?" He then extended his hand, inviting them inside. Come, follow me. Do you realize this will be a groundbreaking discovery for the salvation of humanity? First, you need to sanitize over here. Yes, just at that nozzle. Here are your temporary identification badges. Please do not lose them." Chapter 141, the latest announcement on the forum in light of this rare antibody carrier. Dr. Yang has exhibited boundless patience. Is he withdrawn? No matter, family members can be brought in. There is no need for the middle-aged man to engage in any activities, merely to sit by and observe. Reluctance to cooperate? Dr. Yang persistently employed various means to alleviate the boy's apprehension, aiming to facilitate the experimental process. Li Chen observed for a moment and felt reassured. Understanding the intricacies of antibodies is not a task to be completed in a day or two. After all, the zombie virus is distinct from other viruses. This particular virus has the capacity to fundamentally alter the host's behavioral patterns and may even evolve. It appears that Dr. Yang still has much research to conduct. As time progressed, incidents of aquatic creatures attacking humans began to proliferate. The entire Donghai city was once again shrouded in gloom. After all, every individual requires water. Since the onset of the apocalypse, most water treatment facilities have been forced to close, and those that remain are occupied and maintained by various shelters. The scattered survivors seeking water can only venture to the riverside. As Li Chun had surmised, not only fish in the sea are susceptible, freshwater fish are as well. Fortunately, the water does not contain the zombie virus. As long as humans boil the water, the virus will naturally dissipate, preventing infection. Commander, the residents at sea have been largely rescued. However, a portion remains unreachable due to their venture into other maritime territories, which our current capabilities cannot access, Su Ruoxi reported. Li Chen nodded slightly. Those individuals can be disregarded for now. We should establish a signal tower by the shoreline to continuously broadcast messages. If they wish for rescue, they must approach the beach themselves. Otherwise, there is no discussion. Tsuruashi acknowledged with a nod. In truth, it was not that their capabilities were insufficient, but rather that the endeavor would be excessively time-consuming and perilous. A comprehensive assessment concluded that rescuing these individuals was simply not worthwhile. By the way, did you encounter any unusual circumstances during your recent rescue missions? Li Chen inquired. According to his previous thoughts, since fish could be infected, it was reasonable to assume that other species could be as well. If some colossal creatures in the deep sea were infected with the zombie virus and gradually surfaced, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Tsuruashi shook her head, indicating that she had not observed anything abnormal. However, she did notice some sea turtles exhibiting unusual behavior. Yet, due to the fact that Tsuruashi had conducted her rescue operations solely from a helicopter, she was unable to descend for a closer inspection. Those sea turtles might have been infected with the virus, she speculated. Li Chen nodded slightly, a frown creasing his brow. It felt as though a terrifying hoofprint resided in his mind. If sea turtles could be infected, it would only be a matter of time before other species followed suit. The greatest concern was the potential contamination of water sources. He wondered how the research was progressing on Dr. Yang's end since acquiring the boy. Dr. Yang resides within the laboratory, seemingly consumed by madness. Consequently, Li Chen remains oblivious to the research progress. Let us first visit the cafeteria for a meal, Li Chen suggested, gently massaging his temples. Many matters cannot be rushed. Since the expansion of the star-rated shelter, he seldom graced the cafeteria, as dining in the command center offered far superior fare. However, with the virus mutating once again, a new crisis may loom. Regardless of whether Dr. Yang has developed an antibody, it will require collective resolve to navigate through such challenges. Li Chen resolved to make another trip to the cafeteria, to share a meal and converse with others. If necessary, he could invigorate the residents of the star-rated shelter to bolster their spirits against potential hardships, lest they lose their will to survive. As the two made their way towards the elevator of the command center, they encountered Shi Haiping, who was also headed for a meal. Fortunately, the three decided to proceed together. Have you seen the latest announcement on the forum? It states that fish in freshwater are also susceptible to the zombie virus. One exclaimed. Goodness, that is terrifying. We may have to take detours whenever we go out. Indeed, once those fish mutate, their teeth grow exceptionally long, capable of biting through a human arm with ease. How frightening. Are there no measures in place at our shelter? What measures can be taken? Our commander is not a deity. Can they really pluck out each and every tooth of those zombie fish? We can only rely on our own caution. By the way, zombie fish must possess energy cores, right? Just consider it. Fish are far easier to deal with than zombies. And their numbers are vast. Imagine if we could hunt zombie fish. All right, my friend, you have quite the audacity. I admire that. If you venture forth, do take me along. Upon entering the cafeteria, Li Chen overheard numerous residents of the star-rated shelter engaged in discussions about recent events. When they heard of someone wishing to hunt zombie fish, Li Chen exchanged glances with Tsuruashi. Commander, I believe this plan is feasible. Tsuruashi whispered. How many zombies could there be? In the boundless ocean, the number of zombie fish is countless. If they indeed possess energy cores, we could strike it rich. Li Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential. Indeed, zombie fish do contain energy cores, nestled within their bellies. However, these cores are smaller and contain significantly less energy than the usual ones, which is why Li Chen had not previously considered targeting zombie fish. While Li Chen and Tsuruashi conversed, the diners around them began to take notice, casting curious glances in their direction. Who is that person? Why is there a fully armed soldier by their side? How imposing. Could they be high-ranking officials from the star-rated shelter? You two must be newcomers. That is our shelter's commander. How could you not recognize him? Truly, you are quite foolish. What? That is Mr. Li. Upon hearing the words of the veteran residents of the star-rated shelter, everyone else rose to their feet, a palpable tension in the air as they greeted Li Chen. Commander. Good day, Mr. Li. Li Chen managed a wry smile and waved his hand, saying, All right, I am merely here to have a meal. You may all sit down. Despite Li Chen's reassurances, the residents, encountering the deity of the star-rated shelter for the first time, remained quite uneasy. Some even fumbled with their chopsticks, oblivious to the fact that they were holding them incorrectly, awkwardly attempting to grasp their food with the thick end. Tsuruashi, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Commander, you frightened them. Li Chen, looking rather helpless, thought to himself that given his striking resemblance to a handsome figure, he certainly bore no resemblance to a dinosaur. How could these people possibly be intimidated by him? Glancing at the artificial soldier behind him, Li Chen waved his hand again. You may also step down. Yes. The artificial soldier, clad in powered exoskeleton, promptly acknowledged the command and left. Chapter 142. There is no perfect solution, however. For the residents of these stellar shelters, their fear does not stem from the artificial warriors, but rather from Li Qin, although they have never seen Li Qin's true visage. His deeds have become the stuff of legend, whispered throughout the stellar refuge. In the hearts of the inhabitants, Li Qin is akin to a god of death. When confronted with his presence, it is nearly impossible for them to remain unperturbed. With a furrowed brow, Li Qin slowly took a seat at an empty table, causing the nearby residents to jump in fright. Observing this, Su Ruashi gently coughed into her hand, signaling for calm. "I would like a gourmet meal," Li Qin stated nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the unusual reactions of those around him. Su Ruashi glanced around, then approached with her smart wristband, ordering a gourmet meal for both herself and Li Qin. The stellar shelter has evolved to a point where it has effectively achieved universal prosperity, as long as one works diligently. Residing in a double room and occasionally enjoying a gourmet meal is hardly a challenge. Li Qin's actions struck a chord with everyone, appearing remarkably down-to-earth and devoid of pretension. Had he insisted on a simple meal, that would have seemed far more affected. While waiting for Su Ruashi to bring their food, Li Qin turned to the individual who had recently suggested hunting the zombie fish. "I overheard your proposal. How do you intend to capture the zombie fish?" he inquired. The man, taken aback that his words had been overheard by Li Qin, became flustered and lost his bearings. His expression tensed, and he stammered. "I plan to use electricity to stun them, then extract their energy cores directly, though I have yet to test this method." The man's approach was riddled with flaws. Firstly, zombie fish are not like ordinary fish. They can withstand high voltage, while regular fish will flip belly up when electrocuted. Zombie fish will not. Thus, the possibility of stunning them is virtually non-existent. As for extracting their energy cores, that is even more improbable. After all, the belly of the zombie fish has undergone evolution, rendering it exceedingly tough. Attempting to extract it with a dagger would dull the blade long before success could be achieved. Li Qin shook his head slightly. "Commander, am I mistaken?" The man, now acutely aware of Li Qin's gaze, felt his anxiety escalate, his teeth chattering with fear. "The feasibility of your plan is indeed quite low. However, there is no need for such trepidation. After all, we are all human, and no solution is flawless. Besides, I'm not a monster. I won't devour you for a mere slip of the tongue," Li Qin jested. Upon hearing this, the nearby residents couldn't help but smile, while the questioned individual exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit still somewhat tense. After all, this was Li Qin. Even if he appeared unthreatening, there remained an underlying respect and awe in their hearts. Following this exchange, Li Qin continued to pose further inquiries. Su Ruashi approached with a tray of food. Li Qin nodded slightly and remarked, "If you have any effective methods, please relay them to the guard team. I plan to organize a group starting tomorrow to hunt the zombie fish. My initial thought is to employ fire. We will use specially crafted metal nets to capture the zombie fish, then set them ablaze. Once they turn to ashes, the energy cores will naturally fall out. The current dilemma is that using fire would require an excessive amount of fuel, which is not cost-effective. Commander, I believe we could try using a lightsaber," Su Ruashi suggested quietly after returning with the food. She waited for a lull in the conversation between Li Qin and the residents before voicing her opinion. "A lightsaber?" Li Qin raised an eyebrow, surprised. Indeed, due to its ability to slice through steel with ease, a lightsaber could cut open the fish's belly directly. Our warriors need not aim precisely at the belly. Once the zombie fish are brought up, we can use a machine to wield the lightsaber and agitate them in the pool, Su Ruashi explained, still organizing her thoughts as this was a newly conceived idea. Li Qin's eyes brightened at this revelation. The lightsaber could serve as the blade of a meat grinder. If we were to attach a dozen or so lightsabers to a machine and continuously stir, even the most resilient zombie fish would be reduced to mere mush. The energy cores would naturally fall to the bottom. This approach is far more energy efficient than my previous plan involving fire. He patted Su Ruashi on the shoulder. Pleased to see he had not misjudged her. She truly was a talented individual. The nearby residents nodded in agreement. For the warriors of the guard team were equipped with lightsabers, providing them with ample weaponry. As for the residents attempting to hunt the zombie fish themselves, it was best to avoid such risks. After all, hard work now earns points, and the benefits are quite substantial. Why jeopardize oneself for danger? After a meal, Li Qin found himself growing closer to the residents. Prior to this, his image had loomed large in their minds, but seeing him enjoy a meal similar to theirs, even using a toothpick after eating, made him seem much more approachable. "Ruashi, please inform the kitchen to send each person a bowl of soup today," Li Qin instructed. Su Ruashi nodded slightly. Though the cafeteria meals were reasonably priced, soup and drinks required additional payment, which most residents were reluctant to spend their points on. Now, however, Li Qin himself was offering them soup. The mood among the residents instantly lifted, and they exclaimed in admiration, "Commander, you were generous." "Haha, to be honest, I've been wanting soup for ages. But I couldn't bear to part with those 10 points." It is indeed our Mr. Lee, who can rival none, providing an abundance of vegetables, meat, rice, and even soup. The accolades from everyone are largely heartfelt and sincere. Even if Li Qin does not personally deliver the soup, he has already afforded many a sanctuary that is both safe and comfortable. Consequently, the residents of the star-rated refuge hold Li Qin in the highest esteem. When the soup arrived, many could hardly contain their excitement, capturing photographs to share on the forum. Look at the soup delivered by the commander. Are you not envious? The forum of the star-rated refuge has become a gathering place for numerous independent survivors and individuals from other shelters. Upon seeing this post, they are instantly filled with envy and resentment. How infuriating. Here I am, feasting on compressed biscuits due to the zombie fish, and I haven't dared to drink even water. You lot are fortunate enough to enjoy soup? Those above me are grateful to have compressed biscuits, for goodness sake. I have gnawed away every bit of bark from the trees near my home. Let us not even mention it. Is it only our shelter that dispenses high-protein energy bars made from cockroaches and bugs? Chapter 143. What a colossal creature. The post was swiftly propelled to the forefront by the masses, second only to Noah's latest announcement regarding the zombie fish. Countless individuals flocked to it, consumed by envy and admiration for the lives of the residents in the star-rated shelter, unable to resist lingering over the details. It was as if, by mere observation, they too might gain the privilege to join the esteemed sanctuary. Observing the responses, the residents could not help but smirk at the spiteful remarks. Is joining the star-rated shelter as simple as you imagine? They thought, scoffing inwardly. With this subtle sentiment, many residents of the star-rated shelter left comments below. Naturally, Li Qin took note of these developments, but had no intention of intervening. What was there to thwart? In this world, what individuals seek is simply a sense of identity and the desire for respect. This remains unchanged whether before or after the apocalypse. Once the basic needs of sustenance and warmth are met, higher-level aspirations inevitably arise. This has been Li Qin's continuous goal in the construction of the star-rated shelter, to foster a sense of identity, pride, and belonging among its residents. After enjoying a meal, Li Qin had already formed a close rapport with the residents of the star-rated shelter. Not only those who dined first in the cafeteria, but others soon arrived, eager to make an impression before him. The newcomers, too, felt a profound sense of relief. In the following days, the situation in Donghai City deteriorated rapidly. Being situated near the coast, mutations occurred swiftly. Initially, it was the fish that became infected with the zombie virus, followed by sea turtles, and then cartilaginous fish. The virus spread uncontested, tainting the ocean. Of course, some vigilant marine creatures managed to survive, but they had retreated into hiding, rendering them virtually invisible to humanity. This created an illusion that the entire ocean had succumbed, devoid of any surviving creatures. As the situation escalated, many began to voice their despondency in online forums. These comments primarily came from smaller shelters or solitary survivors, who, even without this incident, lived a transient existence, often going hungry. Consequently, their outlook was understandably more pessimistic. However, the residents of the star-rated shelter largely dismissed such sentiments. They shared a unified perspective. Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up, as long as they resided in the star-rated shelter and diligently fulfilled their responsibilities. They would always have food and a secure place to hide. The strength of the star-rated shelter's warriors instilled confidence in everyone, a sentiment that those from other places lacked. Meanwhile, following Li Qin's directives, the guards relentlessly ventured out to hunt the zombie fish. The method proposed by Su Ruashi proved to be remarkably effective. In merely a week's time, an immense accumulation of zombie fish energy cores has been amassed. According to Dr. Yang's analysis, the energy contained within 10 zombie fish energy cores is only marginally equivalent to that of a standard energy core. Yet, their sheer numbers render them easy to slay. Presently, all marine life is in the initial stage of infection by the zombie virus. Despite the emergence of their sharp teeth, their combat prowess remains feeble. Captured by the specially crafted iron nets wielded by the warriors of the star-rated sanctuary, they possess little chance of escape. Moreover, the lightsabers function like a meat grinder, leaving the zombie fish with no avenue for flight, ultimately transforming into energy cores that fall into Li Qin's possession. This substantial bounty greatly satisfies Li Qin, prompting an increase in the team's dispatch to hunt the zombie fish. However, just 1 week after the discovery that fish could also be infected by the zombie virus, an anomaly occurred. The first to detect this aberration was Su Ruashi. At that moment, she was leading her team of guards to capture the zombie fish in the ocean, preparing to send them into the grinding pool. They cast their nets, crafted from special metals, into the sea, subsequently employing machinery to hoist them directly into the pool. This series of actions had become second nature to the guards, requiring minimal exertion on their part, primarily involving the pressing of a machine switch. Only in the rare event that a few zombie fish escaped the nets would they resort to their weapons. This instance was no exception. The nets made of special metal were cast, and once the machine detected the requisite weight, the soldiers pressed the lifting switch. However, a series of clattering sounds emanated from the machine arm. "Commander Sue, it seems the weight in the net has exceeded our limits. Our machine cannot lift it," exclaimed the soldier operating the machinery, wiping sweat from his brow in urgency. Tsuruashi furrowed her brow. In the past, their endeavors had been exceedingly smooth, leading them to forego the underwater video detection system. Though now aware that the machine was unable to lift the net due to an excess in weight, the reason for this anomaly remained unknown. After all, the net's capacity had been meticulously calculated. As long as the critical threshold was reached, the machine would immediately alert them. Such an excess had never occurred before. Moreover, from the moment the machine alerted them until now, only a minute or two had elapsed. How could so many zombie fish have surged in, surpassing the machine's capacity in such a brief span? In an instant, Tsuruashi sensed something was amiss. A soldier suggested diving into the sea to assess the situation, but Tsuruashi promptly halted him. "Hold on, we may have ensnared something significant," she declared gravely. To prevent machine malfunctions, a degree of elastic space had been incorporated into the settings. Even if the weight were to slightly exceed the critical point, it should not result in an inability to lift. Clearly, a large creature must have intruded into the net. Almost immediately, Tsuruashi made her decision. She sought assistance from Li Qin and dispatched an underwater monitor to investigate the situation. The underwater monitor is a device produced from the surveillance assembly line, which had previously remained unused. Consequently, only 2 units were allocated to each vessel. If damaged, they would be irretrievably lost. Thus, we observed Tsuruashi meticulously safeguarding the monitors before submerging them into the ocean. As the bullet-shaped devices descended, the screen of Tsuruashi's smart wristband promptly displayed the underwater imagery. Countless zombie fish were thrashing wildly within the fishing net, vying for a piece of flesh. The monitor continued its descent until, suddenly, a single eye radiating a green luminescence filled the entire screen. Even Tsuruashi was taken aback, stumbling back several paces, gasping for breath. "What is this?" a soldier exclaimed in astonishment. The mere presence of that eye dominated the entire display, leaving one to fathom the immense size of this creature. Chapter 144. Do not slip down. Before Tsuruashi could adjust the monitor to observe the entirety of the colossal creature, the vessel began to sway violently. It was this creature struggling to lure the zombie fish from the depths of the sea. A mere morsel of flesh, or even a single drop of blood would suffice. Yet, it was evident that this monstrous entity possessed a far more acute sense of perception. It immediately sensed that the ship harbored more enticing fresh flesh, rendering the small bait in the fishing net insignificant. Thus, it thrashed violently, yearning to leap aboard and devour the delectable offerings. "Retreat. Find something to brace yourself against. Do not slip down," Tsuruashi exclaimed, desperately striving to maintain her balance as she grasped the nearby railing. She called out to her comrades behind her. The other members of the guard swiftly followed suit. Some clutched the railing, others grasped the door, and a few even clung to the windows. However, this upheaval came too rapidly. Several guards failed to react in time and were cast into the sea by the violent rocking of the ship. The zombie fish, already lurking in the vicinity, wasted no time. As soon as the guards fell, they were promptly devoured. The remaining warriors aboard, striving to maintain their footing, soon heard the harrowing cries rising from the ocean's surface. But the screams quickly faded, consumed by the watery abyss. Vivid red liquid gradually ascended from the depths to the surface. What is this substance? The faces of the guards turned pale, fear rendering them tremorous, their teeth chattering audibly. "Do not panic. I have already requested support from the commander. Just hold on." Tsuruashi continually encouraged her comrades, though deep within, she too felt a gnawing uncertainty. After all, the enormity of the creature beneath the waves exceeded their wildest imaginings. A mere push from it could capsize the entire vessel, sending it tumbling into the sea. At that moment, the zombie fish encircling the ship would leave no survivors. Indeed, the guards had undergone rigorous training, achieving unwavering loyalty and absolute obedience. Regardless of their inner turmoil, as long as Tsuruashi proclaimed survival was possible, they would not surrender. "Commander Sue, if you survive, please tell my mother that her son has been unfilial. I shall depart first. Commander Sue, please convey my love to my wife." The argument yesterday was not intentional. Some members of the guard, tears brimming in their eyes, remained resolute, bidding farewell to Tsuruashi. They understood that this time, survival was a mere flicker of hope. The star-level refuge lay far from their current maritime location. Even by helicopter, it would take at least 40 minutes to reach. Indeed, while the individuals aboard might survive, It was uncertain whether it would be themselves. Thus, these warriors made a resolute decision, should the situation become dire. They would willingly sacrifice themselves to satiate the hunger of the zombie fish, all in the hope of ensuring Tsuruashi's survival. Their motivations were not rooted in noble ideals. They simply recognized that Tsuruashi possessed the greatest strength among them, and consequently, the highest probability of survival. Rather than perish together, they preferred to have someone who could convey their final words. And what fear lay in death? If they were to sacrifice themselves, their families would receive substantial compensation. Their parents could be admitted to care centers at no cost, and their children would continue their education free of charge, along with receiving subsidies. Death, upon reflection, appeared far from terrifying. Listening to the warrior's heartfelt words, Tsuruashi began to grasp their intentions. Her eyes sparkled with a crystalline sheen, her lashes fluttering in rapid succession. With a hoarse voice, she admonished them, "What nonsense are you all uttering? I will not be the messenger for your last words. If you have something to say, you ought to live and share it with your families yourselves. Do you wish to take the easy way out? I cannot possibly remember so many farewell messages. We must all survive together." Her gaze was resolute. In an instant, she drew the hilt of her sword from her waist and pressed the button. With a faint hum, energy surged forth. Tsuruashi navigated the swaying vessel with great difficulty, reaching the very edge of the fishing net. She raised her energy sword and, with a swift motion, struck down upon the net. If she could sever the net, the zombie fish and the enormous creature would plunge into the depths, ensuring their safety. Tears welled in the corners of Tsuruashi's eyes as she fervently swung her arms. Once, twice, thrice, yet she could not recall how many times she had struck. This fishing net, crafted from a special material, not only deterred the bites of the zombie fish but also withstood the energy sword. What had once safeguarded their lives now posed a grave threat. Seeing her struggle, the other warriors of the guard rushed forward, joining her in the desperate endeavor to cut through the net. This was their only path to survival. They had no choice but to fight against the odds. After relentless hacking, the net was finally severed. With a resounding thud, the net, laden with a multitude of zombie fish, sank toward the ocean floor. The fish, confined within the net, had found their movements restricted, preventing them from surfacing. Down it went, down it went. A cheer erupted among the crew. The ship ceased its trembling. Aside from the few warriors who had initially fallen overboard, the rest emerged unscathed, with only minor injuries from the jostling of the vessel. Seeing the smiles of the guard warriors, Tsuruashi wiped the sweat from her forehead, only to discover the crimson streaks marking her skin. Her hands had been bruised from the relentless strikes. As everyone reveled in the joy of having survived the ordeal, they embraced one another in gratitude. Tsuruashi immediately commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with anything. Return to shore at full speed." The vessel was equipped with a locator. At the Star Refuge, should someone be dispatched for rescue, they would be able to track the ship's position. Thus, Tsuruashi felt no apprehension. The ship restarted, and the oars splashed vigorously against the sea, propelling it swiftly toward the shore. Tsuruashi also retrieved the medical kit, intending to tend to the gash on her hand. However, Commander, what is that?" Someone cried out in terror. A massive shadow loomed beneath the surface of the water, approaching the vessel with alarming speed. Tsuruashi caught but a fleeting glance, and a chill coursed down her spine. Could it be the colossal creature ensnared in the fishing net earlier? It was pursuing them. Quick, increase the speed, Tsuruashi urged as she dashed to the helm. Chapter 145. Don the power exoskeleton and follow me yet. How swift could the vessel truly be? It resembled a giant in pursuit of a diminutive figure, each stride of the small being barely equated to a single footfall of the colossal creature. The behemoth not only failed to lag behind, but instead closed the distance with alarming rapidity. What was once discernible only through a telescope now loomed large enough to be seen with the naked eye, its shadow ominously approaching. The countenances of the guards transformed, overshadowed by an emotion known as despair. They had assumed survival was assured, yet this monstrous entity remained relentlessly persistent. Tsuruashi glanced at her palm and suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. The creature, undoubtedly, had sensed the scent of blood and was racing towards them. Fleeing? Their speed was inferior. Remaining stationary was tantamount to awaiting death. Tsuruashi gritted her teeth, resolved to act. All personnel, heed my command. Immediately prepare the weapons and fire upon the waters. It was imperative to note that the vessel's energy reserves were finite. Engaging the armaments would naturally result in a decrease in speed. This was indeed a fight to the death for Tsuruashi. The guards sprang into action, swiftly loading energy into the weapons and activating them. The surface of the water erupted with a cacophony of cannon fire. In truth, the majority of the armaments aboard were conventional weapons. Should they plunge into the depths, their efficacy would diminish significantly. They could only rely on sheer force to momentarily impede the advance of the behemoth. Yet, this was woefully insufficient. The creature would not be vanquished by weapons diminished in potency. Rather, it would become enraged. The shadow surged forward, as if a button had been pressed to accelerate its approach, now barreling towards the vessel with increased velocity. Even with all weapons firing simultaneously, it was futile. Amidst the splashes, a resounding crash reverberated as the behemoth collided with the ship. But that was not the most despairing aspect. A soldier from the guard cried out in alarm, "Water! Water! We're taking on water!" Indeed, the violent impact had breached the hull. Chilling, briny seawater surged in. A portion of the soldiers rushed to stem the flow with whatever materials they could find. Fortunately, the vessel's structure was not overly fragile. This collision had merely created a small breach, one that could potentially be mended. However, the colossal creature showed no inclination to grant them respite. After its initial strike, having ascertained that the ship had not capsized, it immediately prepared for a second, more forceful impact. Each subsequent crash grew in intensity, leaving the vessel riddled with damage. A mere whisper of external force could dismantle it entirely. Despair enveloped all. Tsuruashi clenched her jaw, wielding a lightsaber, and aimed to strike the shadow beneath the waters. If conventional weaponry proved ineffective against the creature, perhaps the lightsaber would yield different results? Before the astonished eyes of her comrades, Tsuruashi indeed landed a blow upon the monster, causing a piece of highly corrupted fish flesh to surface. In an instant, the eyes of all the guards lit up. Without needing any command from Tsuruashi, they immediately drew their energy, swords, and furiously stirred the water. Unable to slay the creature? No matter. As long as someone was fortunate enough to sever a fin, it would be unable to pursue the ship, ensuring their safety. United in purpose, the warriors quickly caused the monster to lose a significant portion of its decayed flesh. However, it proved fruitless. The creature's massive size rendered the loss inconsequential. With a thunderous crash, the monster struck the vessel, which could no longer withstand the force, splitting open a gaping fissure. Water surged in. The gap wide enough for a person to fall through, utterly impossible to seal. The expressions of those aboard turned ashen. Some unfortunate warriors, standing directly over the breach, plunged into the sea, falling into the gaping maw of the monstrous predator. In the face of such horror, some succumbed to despair. They would rather perish under gunfire than witness such a gruesome sight. Just as hope waned, a series of gunshots rang out. Above, hundreds of helicopters circled, their occupants brandishing firearms and aiming at the depths below. Perhaps the creature was intimidated by the firepower, for it momentarily submerged. Although the ship was taking on water, the crew clung to the railings, barely managing to stay afloat. Li Chen's voice echoed from the skies. All units aboard the ship, grab hold of the helicopter ladders and climb up. Move swiftly. As his command resonated, ladders descended from the helicopters, an awe-inspiring sight. The guards aboard wasted no time, ascending towards the helicopters. Perhaps due to the creature's retreat, calmness returned. There was no jostling for position, only an orderly ascent, with 5 individuals per ladder. The helicopters departed swiftly, returning shortly with replacements. In a mere 5 minutes, most of the guards had successfully evacuated. Yet, it was far from sufficient. Li Chun noticed the shadow of the colossal beast re-emerging, hastening towards the ship. With a jarring impact, the vessel shattered completely, and several guards fell into the water. Watching this unfold from above, Li Chun felt his teeth nearly grind to powder in anger. This is intolerable. Cyborg soldiers, suit up in your exoskeletons and follow me. Li Chun issued the command over the radio, then leaped from the helicopter, plunging into the depths. The other cyborg soldiers activated their energy swords and, clad in exoskeletons, dove in after him, like dumplings falling into boiling water. With resounding splashes, countless cyborg soldiers sank beneath the waves. The surviving warriors of the escort team aboard the ship were utterly astonished. The commander, some had reddened eyes. The commander was buying them time. Thus, they hastened their pace, striving even harder to ascend. They could not allow the commander's intentions to be in vain. Only after Li Chen had sunk beneath the water did he finally discern the true form of the creature. How to describe it? This monstrosity resembled a hybrid of a shark and an octopus. It possessed 8 supple tentacles, enabling it to navigate swiftly through the sea. Its head was identical to that of a shark. Moreover, this creature was colossal. Even a single tentacle was as thick as 10 men embracing it. What on earth? Li Chen inhaled sharply and swiftly propelled himself through the water. With a swift motion, he struck down with his sword. The size of the lightsaber was still somewhat diminutive in comparison to the creature. The blade did not sever the tentacle completely. Half of it remained adhered to the creature's body. A spark of inspiration ignited within Li Chen. He immediately launched another attack at the same spot. Chapter 146. Battling the monster under Li Chen's frenzied onslaught. One of the creature's tentacles was swiftly severed. The other synthetic warriors followed suit, inflicting considerable damage upon the beast. The creature, whether in response to excruciating pain or out of rage at the actions of Li Chen and his companions, began to thrash violently at the water's surface, attempting to hurl the diminutive humans as if they were mere insects. The immense tentacles struck fiercely against the synthetic warriors' powered exoskeletons. Fortunately, the exoskeletons boasted formidable defenses. Although a few warriors were indeed tossed aside by the tentacles, the cushioning effect of the seawater, coupled with the protection of their exoskeletons, spared them from injury. "Commander, what should we do now?" inquired the synthetic warriors through sign language. The creature's strength was overwhelming, and its massive form posed a daunting challenge. Relying solely on their lightsabers to sever the tentacles could take an eternity. To make matters worse, the tentacles possessed the ability to regenerate, and at a pace that exceeded the warrior's capacity to strike. Just as one tentacle was nearly severed, another would spring forth in its place. Li Chen recognized that this strategy was untenable. Although the synthetic warriors, clad in powered exoskeletons, experienced minimal fatigue, every individual had their limits. In stark contrast, the creature, infected by the zombie virus, displayed an unrelenting vigor, potentially impervious even to pain. Continuing this futile struggle would only lead to their downfall. Thus, while Li Chen commanded the synthetic warriors to assault the creature's tentacles, he himself ceased his attacks, instead maneuvering swiftly through the creature's body in search of a weakness. Suddenly, he discerned a faint green glow emanating from the base of the colossal creature, ensnared by the tentacles. Instinctively, he understood that the creature's energy core lay concealed there. "Focus all assaults on the tentacles. Create an opportunity for me," Li Chen communicated through succinct sign language. If the other synthetic warriors could restrain the tentacles, preventing them from shielding the location of the energy core, Li Chen would seize the moment to extract it directly. The synthetic warriors, although unaware of the core's precise location, were unwavering in their obedience to Li Chen's orders. With splashes echoing through the water, the currents surged. The warriors, emboldened by their powered exoskeletons, abandoned all defensive stances and launched a full frontal assault on the creature's tentacles. This ferocious onslaught prompted the creature to feel the pressure, compelling it to withdraw its defenses from the area surrounding the energy core to contend with the relentless synthetic warriors. Now, Li Chen seized the opportunity amidst the creature's momentary lapse in defense and thrust his lightsaber with fervor. The creature writhed violently, thrashing its tentacles against Li Chen's form. The barbed spikes on those tentacles posed a lethal threat. Any ordinary person would meet a swift demise upon even the slightest contact. Yet, Li Chen had undergone multiple genetic evolutions and no longer feared such entities. Enduring the surging waters, he forcefully stirred his lightsaber, silencing all around him. The creature ceased its struggle, as if a pause button had been pressed. Its body stiffened, and it began to plummet into the abyss. In Li Chen's hand, a large, pale green energy core materialized. He commanded the retrieval of the creature's carcass without delay. Observing its form, it was evident that this was not a singular species. It likely represented a fusion of various organisms, a grotesque amalgamation resulting from viral evolution. This specimen would be invaluable for Dr. Yang's research. After all, the ocean covered vast expanses of the planet, and humanity had explored less than 1% of it. The creature's remains could provide survivors with deeper insights into the mysteries of the deep sea. The synthetic warriors immediately activated their powered exoskeletons, striving to hoist the creature's body upwards. However, its immense size, compounded by the pressure of the seawater, rendered their efforts futile. The carcass remained suspended at the surface. Li Chen swiftly ordered the helicopters to lower their ropes. Dozens of ropes were secured to the creature's numerous tentacles and head. With the lift from the helicopters and the assistance of the synthetic warriors, they gradually managed to raise the creature's body above the waves. As Li Chen's head emerged from the water, the surviving members of the guard on the vessel erupted in cheers. "Long live Mr. Li! Long live the commander!" All eyes were misty with emotion. They had witnessed their commander leap into the ocean to wrestle with the monster to save them. It was vital to remember that as the commander of the Star-class refuge, Li Chen's life held greater significance than their own. Even if he had sensed danger and ordered the helicopters to retreat, they would have understood. Yet Li Chen had not done so. He had plunged into the depths alongside numerous synthetic warriors to confront the beast. Countless guard members had watched from the ship, unable to see the depths but knowing from the surging waves that the battle was fierce. Li Chen nodded slightly at the warriors aboard the vessel and then ascended the climbing ladder lowered by the helicopter. The helicopter swiftly evacuated everyone back to safety. "Commander, you were too reckless. How could you disregard your own life?" Su Ruashi exclaimed, drenched in briny seawater and dark crimson blood, her expression fraught with emotion. Heaven knows, when she saw Li Chen leap into the sea, her heart nearly stopped. Had it not been for the guard soldiers restraining her, she would have jumped in without hesitation to fight alongside him. Thankfully, Li Chen ultimately triumphed over the creature and surfaced slowly. Otherwise, Su Ruashi would never have forgiven herself for her inaction. Faced with her anxious and excited demeanor, Li Chen remained expressionless and silent. Sometimes, decisive action occurs in an instant. Had it been someone else aboard that vessel, Li Qin might not have leaped into action. However, Su Ruoshi was Li Qin's bonded partner, and he had expended a substantial amount of evolutionary energy nurturing her. Li Qin could not possibly allow Su Ruoshi to sacrifice herself so easily. As Su Ruoshi spoke, she felt an overwhelming sense of anguish and dread. She collapsed against Li Qin's shoulder, weeping softly. Hundreds of helicopters, burdened with the corpses of the monsters, returned to the interstellar refuge in a grand procession, drawing the attention of countless survivors. My heavens, what is that creature? Is it a prehistoric behemoth? The insignia on these helicopters appears to be from the interstellar refuge. What are they transporting? A shark's head? An octopus's tentacle? It is rumored that recently the warriors from the Star Refuge have been venturing out to hunt zombie fish. Could this possibly be their spoils? Surely not. If marine life has evolved to such an extent, what hope do we have for survival in the future? Chapter 147. Here they come again. The survivors along the way engaged in fervent discussions. Clearly, the monstrous creature's immense form and bizarre appearance instilled panic among them. Initially, it was only fish that were susceptible to the zombie virus, which, while further constricting humanity's living space, still left some semblance of hope. However, if such a creature were to become infected with the virus, it would only be a matter of time before the ocean's resources were depleted, or worse, they mutated and crawled ashore. What then would become of humanity? Some individuals captured this scene on their mobile devices and shared it on the forum of the Star Refuge. Instantly, it garnered widespread attention. It appeared that the predictions issued by the Star Refuge Research Institute were beginning to materialize. I could hardly believe it. How could humanity survive under such circumstances? It was terrifying. Fortunately, it was members of the Star Refuge who encountered this creature. Had it been any solitary survivor or a small refuge, they would have stood no chance against such a beast. Was I the only one whose focus seemed to ask you? The combat prowess of the Star Refuge was astonishing. They could even capture such a colossal entity and transport its remains back. The might of the Star Refuge was not a revelation. It was hardly surprising. Alas, this development left humanity with little hope for survival. Countless individuals expressed their astonishment beneath the post. Although their concerns varied, they all conveyed a deep anxiety for the future. It was only natural for anyone witnessing such a scene to feel fear. The news swiftly traveled from Donghai City to Hebei City via the Star Refuge Forum. Numerous shelters, big and small, became vigilant. They did not possess the extraordinary combat capabilities of the Star Refuge. Did they not see? Those artificial warriors were clad in powered exoskeletons, equipped even with lightsabers. If they were to confront such a monster, any damage sustained would be considered a commendation. The most likely outcome would be a total annihilation, with the entire shelter vanishing without a trace. The ocean had become exceedingly perilous, Old Shin. We could no longer entertain the idea of venturing out to sea for a profit. In the Nanhu shelter of Hebei City, a bald man wore a grave expression. The Nanhu shelter was the second-ranked refuge in Hebei City, since the existence of zombie fish became known. Many within the Nanhu shelter advocated for heading out to hunt zombies to obtain energy cores. These energy cores could be utilized personally or exchanged with the Star Refuge for considerable gains. However, now, the videos circulating on the Star Refuge forum indicated that the zombies in the ocean had evidently evolved at a startling pace. In a matter of days, the most ordinary of zombie fish had directly transformed into such a complex mutated form. If they persisted in their original plan to hunt zombie fish, the most probable outcome would be merely to serve as a feast for this monstrous creature. Why? Had only this one creature appeared thus far? Moreover, the inhabitants of the star-rated shelter are fervently hunting the zombie fish. If we delay, we may miss out. The ocean is not as perilous as one might think. We are equipped with firearms and ammunition, and our vessel is now complete. Trust me, we shall encounter no difficulties. Old Shin's expression was tinged with anger as he fervently articulated his thoughts. Human nature is inherently greedy. As the second-largest refuge in Hebei City, they must sustain a multitude of people. The food procured from their forays is no longer sufficient to meet the daily consumption of the shelter. It is imperative to seek avenues for obtaining energy cores. Only then can they exchange these cores with the star-rated shelter for the necessary provisions and weaponry. Old Shin, you cannot act unilaterally. You must take responsibility for all of us residents. The bald man maintained a pessimistic outlook. When Old Shin initially proposed organizing a team to hunt the zombie fish, the bald man was vehemently opposed. They may be the second-largest shelter in Hebei City, but they are acutely aware of their own limitations. Indeed, the star-rated shelter is aggressively hunting the zombie fish. But what of it? Even the first shelter in Hebei City, the Peach Blossom Source, would not dare claim to stand shoulder to shoulder with the star-rated shelter. How could the second-ranked Nanhu shelter afford to be blindly arrogant? They are devoid of a steady supply of firearms and ammunition, let alone warriors as fierce as beasts. What does Nanhu's shelter have to learn from the star-rated shelter? Regrettably, Old Chin has become entranced by the prospect of acquiring substantial energy cores, rendering him deaf to any dissenting opinions. He even shot an irate glare at the bald man, warning him, "These words may be spoken in my presence, but do not let them escape your lips elsewhere." I have never seen anyone so eager to elevate others at the expense of their own standing. What do you propose we do if we do not hunt the zombie fish? Where else can we procure such a wealth of energy cores? Besides, we have labored long and hard on this vessel. Have we not awaited this day? How can we so easily relinquish it? Even if a small team were to encounter a monster, it would simply be a matter of misfortune. After all, we must consider the survival of the entire shelter's populace. Old Chun and the bald man stood firm in their respective positions, neither willing to yield. In Old Chin's view, the Nanhu shelter is not significantly inferior to the star-rated shelter. Why should they be incapable of achieving what the star-rated shelter has accomplished? The two parted ways on unfriendly terms. Meanwhile, Li Chun led a substantial helicopter convoy, transporting the corpses of the monsters back to the interstellar shelter. As the monstrous carcasses were unloaded, a throng of star-rated shelter residents rushed out to witness the spectacle. Goodness, is that truly such a massive creature? Could it be a prehistoric behemoth that has lurked beneath the waves for eons? Hey, stop indulging in those fanciful tales. Have you ever seen a prehistoric beast that looks so grotesque? Thankfully, the commander had warned us early on to steer clear of the shoreline. Had we encountered such a creature, we would have met our doom. Ha ha ha, our shelter's warriors are truly valiant. Not only can they hunt such monsters, but they can also bring them back. The mindset of the residents in the star-level shelter is remarkably positive. After all, for them, the guards and android warriors stand like two formidable walls of steel, shielding them from harm. Thus, the sense of crisis among the residents is somewhat diminished compared to others. They are predominantly filled with curiosity regarding the origins of the monsters and various data. Upon witnessing Li Chin disembark from the helicopter, the first management promptly dispersed the onlookers among the star-level shelter residents. "Commander, you." The first management hesitated, as every android warrior was equipped with personal monitoring devices. Consequently, the first management had observed the perilous situation Li Chin faced. Internally, the first management strongly disapproved of Li Chin's actions. Yet the loyalty inscribed in their very genes rendered them unable to voice a single word of dissent. Chapter 148. The ocean will no longer be a limitation. Li Chun casually waved his hand and remarked, "Send this specimen to the research center for Dr. Yang to conduct a thorough examination. The rest of you, gather at the command center for a meeting." Li Chun noted that the evolutionary speed and direction of marine organisms had surpassed prior predictions. On land, creatures infected with the zombie virus were typically categorized into 5 tiers based on the virus's potency. However, within the ocean, including the captured zombie fish, there was no evidence of second-tier evolution. Initially, it was speculated that this was due to insufficient time. Yet now, a creature had emerged, exhibiting mutations that intertwined the genes of various animals. This led Li Chun to ponder that perhaps the evolutionary trajectory of marine life diverged from that of terrestrial beings, incorporating a greater assortment of genes directly. Furthermore, the appearance of this monster illuminated the heightened dangers lurking in the ocean. Had he not intervened and delivered a decisive blow to the creature, the entire ship's security team might have perished. Thus, it seemed prudent to temporarily suspend the mission of hunting zombie fish. After all, it was unrealistic for Li Chin to rush in like a superhero every time a monster appeared. The head of Management 1 observed Li Chin's grave expression and chose not to comment further, merely nodding in understanding. The directive for the meeting was swiftly disseminated, summoning all personnel not otherwise occupied to the command center, including those with less pressing matters. Once the assembly was nearly complete, Li Chin projected footage of the earlier confrontation with the creature onto the holographic screen for all to witness. Although the underwater recording equipment had produced somewhat unclear images, the outlines were discernible. A collective gasp arose as the audience beheld the artificial warrior standing beside the monstrous figure. They had not previously seen the creature's carcass but had heard accounts of the security team encountering a colossal entity while hunting zombie fish. Now, witnessing the creature's true size, they were struck by the sheer terror it invoked. Could such a being truly exist on this planet? Someone could not help but voice their incredulity. Merely viewing the indistinct video was frightening enough. The thought of standing face to face with the creature was unfathomable. The attendees in the conference room felt a profound lack of courage. Had marine life truly evolved to such an extent? Sure, Haipeng exclaimed in astonishment. The video of the battle with the creature was not particularly lengthy, concluding within a mere 10 minutes. Once Li Chun had allowed everyone to absorb the footage, he leaned on the conference table, scanning the faces before him, and in a low, deliberate tone, inquired, "Have you discerned any issues?" The group exchanged glances, most of them only recognizing the creature's enormous size and formidable combat strength, while failing to identify any further concerns. At this moment, Tsuruoshi slowly began to speak. Commander, after watching this video, my greatest impression is that the evolution of marine life is rather peculiar. It seems to be evolving towards the incorporation of more animal genes. Although Tsuruoshi was the first to encounter the monster, she had only seen its shadow and had never witnessed its full form. Later, when the monster was slain, it was merely suspended beneath the helicopter, so she had never observed it up close. Now, upon seeing it, Tsuruoshi's mind was filled with myriad thoughts. If such a formidable creature had not had its weaknesses discovered by Li Chun in time, would it have perished at the ocean's depths? Li Chun cast a glance at Tsuruoshi and replied calmly, "Indeed, the evolutionary direction of these marine organisms deviates significantly from our expectations. Over the past few days, the guards have ventured out to hunt zombie fish, yet none have been discovered to have evolved to the second stage. Initially, we speculated that it was due to insufficient time, but now it appears that the reality is otherwise. If the evolutionary trajectory of marine life truly involves assimilating more genes, it would be utterly terrifying. Currently, we witness the fusion of shark and octopus genes. What awaits us next? What if one day a marine organism were to contract the zombie virus and consume terrestrial creatures, assimilating their genes? Would it not be able to ascend to land? At that point, the ocean would no longer serve as a barrier. Even if humanity sought to retract its living space and take refuge on land, it would become an impossibility. Upon hearing Li Chen's and Tsuruoshi's analysis, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence, as everyone grappled with this exceedingly alarming information. Let me emphasize if, these marine beings truly ascend to land, what shall we do? Someone timidly inquired. At that time, they would be amphibious. Even if the residents of the star-level shelters hide behind steel walls, it would be difficult to ensure these creatures do not infiltrate through pipes or other means. This is the most terrifying aspect. After all, only adolescent males possess combat capabilities among humans, and they constitute a mere fraction. The majority are ordinary individuals without any means of defense. If the situation Li Chun described were to transpire, would only these young men be able to survive? Would humanity truly face extinction? Confronted with this question, even Li Chun found himself devoid of solutions. These marine creatures were not mere mosquitoes. There was no insecticide to eliminate them. Moreover, unlike the land-based zombies, these marine life forms possessed slippery exteriors, rendering the efficacy of conventional weaponry questionable. As Li Chun fell into silence, despair enveloped the assembly even more. It should be noted that Li Chun had always been regarded as a godlike figure among them. If he could not find a solution, what hope did they have? Tsuruoshi surveyed the room and, in a surge of frustration, slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "What? Do you all lack the capacity for critical thought? All matters rest upon the commander. Those seated here are all esteemed figures from the elite sanctuary, the finest among humanity. Do you intend to let the commander doubt their judgment? At the slightest hint of trouble, will you all turn to the commander for guidance?" Tsuruoshi's words caused everyone to lower their heads in guilt. Just when the group found themselves at a loss for solutions, Dr. Yang entered. His slightly weary visage bore remarkable excitement, tinged with a hint of flush. "Commander, we have made progress. We have data." Dr. Yang had evidently spent considerable time in the research facility. Since discovering the boy with antibodies, he had toiled day and night in pursuit of answers. Today, the monstrous specimen brought back by the guards had finally propelled Dr. Yang to a breakthrough. Chapter 149. Two distinct viruses, please. Take a moment to compose yourself. Although Li Chin was equally eager to learn about Dr. Yang's findings, it was evident that, given Dr. Yang's current state of excitement, he needed to calm down first. Otherwise, before the results could be unveiled, he might faint from exhilaration. After all, Dr. Yang was advanced in age and had not been in the best of health. Coupled with his recent tireless dedication, the situation was perilous. Upon hearing Li Chin's words, Dr. Yang finally regained his composure. He took deep breaths to diminish the flush on his face before presenting the research data on the screens for everyone to see. His expression, however, remained one of intense enthusiasm. The research indicated that the boy, who had been brought back and suspected of having antibodies, was not actually immune to the zombie virus. Utilizing the terrestrial zombie virus to culture the boy's cells, Dr. Yang discovered that the boy's cells were still susceptible to infection. The reason the boy had not transformed into a zombie after being bitten by those zombie fish was due to a unique protein in his body. When the zombie virus entered the ocean, it underwent drastic changes that rendered it ineffective against this specific protein. In simpler terms, the boy possessed a substance akin to cockroach poison, which could gradually eliminate the mutated oceanic zombie virus. Dr. Yang appeared immensely elated. This discovery suggested that the ocean was no longer a perilous realm. Furthermore, if they could develop this serum and inject it into humans. Even if someone were to be bitten by a marine creature, they would not succumb to zombification. Dr. Yang lamented, however, that if only this antibody could be effective against the terrestrial zombie virus as well. In his fervor, Dr. Yang neglected to consider the audience's capacity for understanding, leaving most listeners bewildered. Li Chun, however, grasped the implications and posed a clarifying question. So, you mean to say there are two significant findings? First, the zombie virus in the ocean is a mutated variant of the terrestrial zombie virus, and thus, they are not the same virus. Second, the boy's cells have the capability to eradicate the oceanic zombie virus? Dr. Yang nodded vigorously, overflowing with excitement. Previous research on the zombie virus had stagnated, but now, with a thunderous breakthrough, they were on the cusp of hope, and it was impossible for him not to feel elated. Excellent, Li Chen remarked, slightly nodding. As long as the research center can develop an antibody targeting the oceanic variant, it means that regardless of how marine creatures may mutate, it would only result in a few additional monsters on land. The scenario of simply splashing water and being bitten by a sea serpent, leading to zombification, would no longer exist. The attendees in the conference room, upon hearing Li Chen's words, finally comprehended Dr. Yang's research findings and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Next, will our guard team still need to carry out hunting missions? Su Ruashi inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. The cessation of hunting missions was prompted by the increasingly perilous conditions of the ocean. However, with this new discovery, it has become evident that the ocean now poses a significantly reduced threat to the interstellar refuge. We shall proceed with the mission. Li Chen's expression was one of grim determination. The opportunities within the ocean now outweigh the dangers. The energy core extracted from the monster is remarkably substantial, containing enough power to rival that of a third-tier zombie. Calculations indicate that such monsters are currently few in number, rendering the situation relatively safe for the time being. Nevertheless, to avert unforeseen circumstances, all warriors dispatched for hunting missions, be they members of the Guard or artificial warriors, must be equipped with lightsabers and powered exoskeletons. We must strive to minimize casualties whenever possible. Hearing Li Chen's words, Su Ruashi nodded slightly. Throughout this time, aside from her reservations about Li Chen's earlier plunge into the sea to rescue someone, she has never opposed his orders. The meeting concluded, and various departments commenced their bustling activities. Although the encounter with the monster had greatly impacted everyone, the gradual successes of the research center have provided a sense of reassurance. The actions of the Interstellar Refuge have not gone unnoticed, stirring a flurry of inquiries on their forum. Isn't it contradictory? Didn't the Interstellar Refuge recently return from hunting a monster? How can they dare to venture into the ocean again? Does Li Chen not regard his warriors as human, sending them to hunt zombie fish in such perilous conditions? Those upstairs may not comprehend this. Have they not observed the hunting team of the Interstellar Refuge lingering for a while? Surely, they must have devised a solution during that time. I just saw the hunting team pass by, clad in what appeared to be iron-like armor. Is this their countermeasure? Never mind. We mere mortals can hardly compare to the Interstellar Refuge. They possess both courage and capability. Many survivors expressed confusion regarding the Interstellar Refuge's decision to continue venturing into the sea. A normal person would flee upon encountering a monster. Yet the individuals from the Interstellar Refuge choose to strike back? Meanwhile, in the Nanhu Refuge, Old Shin was beaming with delight. Did you see? I told you the Interstellar Refuge would continue their ocean expeditions. What does this signify? There are immense opportunities within the sea. You all opposed me before now. Do you see that I possess foresight? Just trust me. We shall launch the newly constructed vessel shortly, sending teams to hunt zombie fish. Every action taken by the Interstellar Refuge has reinforced Old Chin's belief in his prescience. Did you not notice that even after encountering a monster, they did not cease their pursuit of zombie fish? The bald man sighed, clearly hesitant to speak. Indeed, it is common knowledge that the ocean harbors tremendous opportunities. Old Chin is not endowed with celestial gifts. Can he truly conceive what others cannot? Yet, let us not forget that opportunity often coexists with peril. If only the South Lake Sanctuary could possess even half the combat prowess of a star-level refuge, the bald man would have nothing to say. Alas, they fall woefully short in comparison. Should they simply imitate others without thought? Unfortunately, the Interstellar Sanctuary's recent expedition has led many at the South Lake Sanctuary to believe that the crisis has been averted. Coupled with Old Chin's relentless indoctrination, this has fostered a blind sense of confidence among the people. Why should only the inhabitants of star-level sanctuaries be entitled to seize the immense opportunities of the sea while they remain excluded? They refuse to accept this notion. Thus, in such an atmosphere, after laboring for countless days to construct vessels, the South Lake Sanctuary finally set sail. Chapter 150. Heading to the designated location as the head of the South Lake Shelter, Lao Chen longed to join the soldiers in the sea. to share in the exhilarating thrill of hunting zombie fish. Yet, his position forbade him from such risks. He stood at the port, waving to the warriors aboard the vessel, exclaiming, "This time, the rise of our South Lake shelter depends entirely on you. You are all valiant warriors, with so many brave souls. It is only a matter of time before we surpass the star-rated shelters." The soldiers of the South Lake shelter responded with fervor. Previously, Lauchen had promised that if they successfully completed their mission, each soldier aboard would be rewarded with substantial supplies. These provisions would suffice for them and their families to lead a prosperous life amidst the apocalypse. Baldy watched helplessly as so many soldiers ventured forth, seemingly to their doom, unable to utter a single word. With the sound of the ship's horn, the magnificent vessel gradually sailed into the deeper ocean, disappearing from sight. Lauchen remained visibly excited, as if the bountiful energy cores of the zombie fish were beckoning him. With a sigh, Baldy shook his head and returned. Meanwhile, aboard the ship of the South Lake shelter, the soldiers curiously observed the scenes on the ocean's surface, engaging in lively discussions. It's not nearly as terrifying as the forums of the star-rated shelters claim. Look, the zombie fish are right beside our ship. They're merely a mindless, lowly species that poses no threat to us. Huh, you actually believe the forums of the star-rated shelters? I suspect Li Chun has some ulterior motive. He manipulates public opinion through the forums to instill fear, ensuring that he can monopolize the spoils for himself. Exactly. If the ocean were truly that perilous, why do the people from the star-rated shelters continuously venture into the sea in droves? I see through it all. Look at other shelters. They cower in fear, too afraid to verify the truth of these claims. It's utterly ridiculous. Indeed, our leader possesses great foresight. They laughed. After this voyage, we shall undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards. My parents will finally have enough to eat. The warriors of the South Lake shelter, filled with aspirations for the future and criticisms of Li Chin, stood aboard the ship, brimming with joy. Under Lao Chen's influence, they had distorted and twisted the series of messages and actions released by the star-rated shelters, believing everything to be a conspiracy. Of course, such individuals had always existed before the apocalypse, but in times of peace, their conspiracy theories posed no real threat. Now, however, it was a matter of life and death. Observing the zombie fish merely circling the vessel without causing them any tangible harm, the soldiers began to entertain mischievous thoughts. Some, emboldened, even pricked their fingers to let their blood drip into the sea. As they reveled in the spectacle of the relentless onslaught of zombie fish, one warrior chuckled. "Look, doesn't it remind you of the days we fed koi in the park?" The others erupted in laughter, mimicking his actions by pricking their fingers to let their blood drip into the sea. The team leader, witnessing this scene, frowned and scolded them. "What are you doing? Do you not realize the danger?" They had already designated the hunting grounds and prepared bait specifically to lure the zombie fish. Now, however, the reckless actions of these individuals had inadvertently attracted a horde of them. Upon hearing the leader's admonition, the warriors burst into further laughter. "What danger is there? What can these zombie fish possibly do?" One exclaimed. "Relax a bit. It's not every day we get to venture out to sea. We're just having a bit of fun." Another added, "At least we can breathe easy. If it were the zombies on land, we might not stand a chance." Who knew the zombie virus would render these creatures so foolish? They urged the leader not to overthink the situation, assuring him there was no real danger. The soldiers from the South Lake Sanctuary were, to put it plainly, a ragtag bunch, a makeshift team lacking in discipline. Had they been in a more elite sanctuary, they would have been tossed out as fish bait for their insolence. The leader, feeling helpless, noted that the zombie fish were merely circling the boat without launching any attacks. With a sigh, he decided against further persuasion and turned back. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the vessel remained oblivious to the fact that their spilled blood, diluted through the water, was finding its way to the ocean floor. Deep below, a slumbering sea creature lay dormant. As the blood-tainted water seeped into its nostrils, its lantern-sized eyes opened wide, glowing with an eerie green light. Soon after, the beast stirred from its resting place and propelled itself swiftly through the water, drawn by the faint scent of blood. Eventually, the crew, having grown weary of their antics, settled on the deck for conversation. "How much longer until we arrive? There seem to be plenty of zombie fish here. Can't we just hunt them now?" One soldier complained. "Indeed, what else with all the fuss?" Others echoed, eager to display their prowess but growing impatient with the delay. Suppressing his irritation, the leader explained, "The location we chose has been surveyed as the shallowest point, minimizing the risk of larger creatures being drawn here. It is a safeguard for everyone." Yet the soldiers remained indifferent, solely focused on completing their tasks swiftly to return to their lavish lives. They dismissed notions of safety, convinced the leader was paranoid, overthinking potential mishaps. Observing their attitudes, the leader refrained from further comments. relieved that the captain of the vessel was loyal to him and not swayed by the whims of the crew. Thus, they continued their journey. The vessel anchored in the designated maritime zone. The leader produced a map, and after confirming their location, he issued orders to the soldiers nearby. Now, cast the fishing nets. Their devised plan entailed casting the nets to capture a group, eliminate them, and then extract the energy cores, thereby accelerating the process significantly. The soldiers, invigorated by the prospect of finally engaging in action, eagerly began lowering the nets and bait. 1-2, 1-2. In a short span of time, the nets were brimming with zombie fish. Joy illuminated their faces as they tugged at the nets, chanting slogans. With a series of splashes, the entire net was drawn up. There, within the confines of the net, the grotesque zombie fish, with their elongated fangs, thrashed wildly, seemingly desperate to break free and indulge in a feast. Chapter 151. The inability to extract the energy core. However, those present paid little heed to the struggling zombie fish, ensnared as they were in the fishing net. What further commotion could they possibly create? Laughter and jovial chatter filled the air as they sipped their drinks, reveling in the sight of the zombie fish's futile thrashing. These creatures were far easier to handle than the undead, and their hearts brimmed with anticipation for a bountiful catch today. This is merely one net. If we deploy a few more, we could amass an abundance of energy cores. All right, everyone, let us work swiftly. Old Chin promised us a substantial reward for our efforts today. With that motivating proclamation, the group's enthusiasm surged. This was merely the first net of the day. They could potentially cast 7 or 8 more. Before long, someone brandished a dagger and lunged at a fish trapped in the net, striking with force. Clang! The blade dulled instantly, slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Surprisingly, the zombie fish possesses quite a formidable defense. Why can't I pierce it? He exclaimed. Bewildered, laughter erupted among the others. If you can't handle it, step aside and let me. No one took the incident to heart. After all, it was merely a fish. They had gutted countless fish before the apocalypse. How could the zombie virus possibly enhance its defenses? They remained unconvinced. A second individual promptly pushed past the first, determined to try his luck. With a vigorous thrust into the net, clang, the same result ensued. The first incident could be dismissed as an accident, but the second? Now, 2 dulled blades lay quietly on the deck. A palpable sense of calm settled over the group as they began to accept the reality. The defensive capabilities of the zombie fish were indeed terrifying. What shall we do? We can't kill this thing. It's infuriating. We can catch them easily, yet extracting the energy core is proving impossible. What now? Are we to toil until dawn for just one fish? Indeed, their initial excitement had been premature. Old Chin had neglected to inform them of the formidable nature of these zombie fish. The crowd's spirits waned. Surely they wouldn't ruin all their weapons for a mere energy core? At that moment, a burly man with a full beard approached, his heavy footsteps causing the vessel to sway with each stride. Let me handle this. The robust figure wielded a shotgun, aiming it at a thrashing zombie fish. With a resounding bang, the shot echoed across the ocean, and the zombie fish was instantly reduced to a bloody mess, splattering its nearby companions as well. A few gleaming energy cores tumbled from the net, and the crowd's spirits soared. Indeed, if cold weapons fail us, we shall resort to firearms. However, the majority of the weapons employed were shotguns and homemade rifles. Firstly, the ammunition for those fine rifles was exceedingly precious, rendering their use against the zombie fish impractical. Secondly, the effective range of the rifles was somewhat limited, incapable of obliterating the zombie fish into a pulp, nor could they affect the surrounding ones. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the South Lake Shelter had previously equipped themselves with homemade rifles for the purpose of hunting zombies. They swiftly drew their weapons and opened fire at the net. The air reverberated with the sound of gunfire, a cacophony echoing above the vessels. None noticed that the once dormant sea creature, previously disoriented at the ocean's depths, had halted its movements. However, upon the first crack of gunfire, it stirred. Following the sound, it ascended rapidly. Ha ha ha, how did I perform? 1 shot, 5 kills. Hee, my record surpasses yours. I achieved 1 shot, 7 kills. All right. We nearly dealt with the zombie fish in the net. Let us hasten our efforts and prepare for the next catch. The group reveled in the thrill of slaughter. Hunting the zombies on land required caution to avoid injury, yet hunting the zombie fish in the net? It was a different matter altogether. Anyone with hands could partake. Soon, all the zombie fish in the net were eradicated. The group collected the energy cores, discarding the remaining flesh back into the sea. As it was tainted by the zombie virus, inedible and useless. With a splash, the net was once again filled with bait. The zombie fish, drawn by the scent of blood, surged frantically towards the net. Before long, the net was full once again. Hee, haul it up. More are coming, one person exclaimed. Yet, none noticed that the influx of zombie fish, combined with their long, sharp teeth, had caused a tear in the net. The crew worked in unison to hoist the net upwards. 1, 2, 1, 2, they exclaimed, brimming with vigor. However, as the net was finally drawn aboard and thrown onto the deck in a parabolic arc, it suddenly burst open. Zombie fish cascaded down upon the crew like rain, striking their bodies and faces. A few even managed to slip through the smooth scales and wriggle into the clothing of some individuals. Ah, how did the net break? Get away. What is this? Cries of distress echoed continuously across the deck. Amidst the chaos, several individuals were bitten by the zombie fish. Do not underestimate their small stature. Their teeth were razor-sharp. Moreover, their sheer numbers on the deck were overwhelming. The moment a zombie fish latched on, it would not relent until it had torn away a chunk of flesh. The earlier jovial scene evaporated, leaving the warriors of the South Lake shelter, who had ventured out to fish, to wail in despair. Some were entirely draped in zombie fish from head to toe, in a state of panic. She twisted and turned her body, striving to shake off the zombie fish clinging to her. However, her footing faltered, and she inadvertently plunged into the depths of the sea. At that moment, a multitude of zombie fish had already amassed around the vessel, eagerly awaiting their next meal. The instant she fell, she was silenced, consumed in an instant. The surviving crew aboard the ship watched in horror as this scene unfolded before their eyes. Terrified, they recoiled, their faces drained of color, lips trembling incessantly. Quickly, open the hatch and toss them overboard, the leader shouted, having maintained a position atop the vessel, thus escaping the jaws of the undead and retaining the composure to direct the others. Upon hearing his command, those who were only lightly injured, along with the unscathed, acted with urgency, wielding their shotguns like brooms, sweeping the zombie fish back into the sea. Fortunately, a significant number slipped through the net while airborne, resulting in a manageable quantity on the deck. Thus, after a few minutes, the area was cleared. Chapter 152. One wave unsettled, another rises at this moment. A considerable number of individuals aboard the vessel had already been bitten by the zombie fish, some reduced to a grotesque spectacle of mangled flesh, barely distinguishable as human. A fortunate few bore only minor bites to their calves, enabling them to converse normally. The unsettling question arose amidst the chaos. Will those bitten by the zombie fish turn into zombies? As everyone busied themselves with their gasps of relief, someone suddenly voiced this alarming inquiry. Consequently, those with visible wounds found themselves encircled by the crowd, who instinctively recoiled, maintaining a wary distance of 2 steps. The toxins within the zombie fish cannot be that potent. How could one possibly turn? Please, do not spread such nonsense. A man, grievously injured and covered in blood, hastily defended himself, his speech slightly slurred, perhaps due to a bitten tongue. Those who had merely suffered a bite to their heel, upon witnessing this, discreetly lowered their pant legs and retreated into the throng, casting furtive glances at the more severely afflicted, for survival was paramount. Even if they were to become zombies, surely they would prefer to be well-fed ones? Revealing their own bites would be akin to courting death. I am not infected. I swear, I want you change. Panic ensued as one of the severely injured raised a shotgun, aimed at himself. His words became increasingly incoherent as he waved his arms in desperation, retreating further. His face as pale as a sheet, trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. The leader observed the crowd's expressions, closed his eyes, and remained silent. You have been bitten by the zombie fish. Hurry and take your leave. Do you wish to endanger us all? Indeed. Our South Lake refuge is down to so few. How can you be so self-centered? If you possess the courage, simply leap overboard. Perhaps there exists a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate. Everyone cast furious glares at the severely wounded, some of whom were related to them, once sharing camaraderie and brotherly affection. Now, without exception, they sought to expel this hidden peril. The gravely injured, left with no alternative, took a lingering glance at the azure sky before leaping into the depths below. The splash they created was but a fleeting ripple upon the surface, which swiftly returned to tranquility as though they had never graced this world. Only then did the remaining individuals aboard exhale in relief, wiping the perspiration from their brows. If only they had jumped sooner. We would have had to bear the burden of villainy. Indeed, who dares claim they are uninfected? Surely the zombie fish would not spare them. How could they possibly remain untouched? Enough of this chatter. They were our brothers from South Lake Refuge. A group settled onto the deck, lost in thought, lamenting the misfortunes of the day. Truly, it had been an inauspicious venture. Initially, they discovered the formidable defense of the zombie fish. Near-cold weapons were utterly ineffective in extracting the energy cores. Subsequently, the fishing nets were torn, causing considerable chaos among the group. Now, with such an incident occurring, even the team leader could not help but question whether they had overlooked the omens before embarking on their journey. Leader, perhaps we should turn back. Given these unforeseen circumstances, I doubt the brothers have the heart to continue hunting the zombie fish. Someone suggested. The primary issue lay in their lack of preparation. They had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the zombie fish, which had left them in such a disarray. They had made some progress today, but returning to upgrade their equipment would surely allow them to avoid future dangers. The leader nodded in agreement, realizing that they had previously underestimated the zombie fish. The monsters they had envisioned had yet to materialize, yet they were already beset by lesser foes. The leader was acutely aware that returning would likely invite reprimand, but preserving their lives took precedence over any scolding. Thus, he made his way to the cockpit and issued the command to return. The vessel whined in protest, veering back along its original course. Meanwhile, those who had been bitten by the zombie fish at the ankle clutched their wounds, their faces contorted in agony. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as someone collapsed to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Panic ensued as others rushed to his side. "What's wrong? Old Turtle, don't scare me. Is it heat stroke or something worse? Hurry, bring the medical kit. Let me take a look." Someone observed that Old Turtle had been clutching his leg. Had it been broken? Realizing something was amiss, another reached out to pry his hand away. But Old Turtle held on with a death grip to his calf, rendering any effort futile. In mere moments, more individuals began collapsing, exhibiting the same symptoms as Old Turtle, all frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Some even showed bulging veins on their faces. In a desperate attempt to understand the situation, one individual resorted to using a dagger to sever Old Turtle's fingers before pulling up his pant leg. Oh no, he has been bitten by the zombie fish. The realization dawned upon the group, prompting them to search the pant legs of other comrades. Without exception, they discovered similar bite marks, revealing a series of wounds, each surrounded by dark, purplish veins that spread ominously to other parts of the body. "They're going to turn into zombies. Quick, throw them overboard," shouted one of those at the forefront. Those with lesser courage trembled, their fingers quaking as they pointed at the fallen, their lips quivering in an attempt to utter words, yet no sound emerged. The individuals trapped within the circle had initially been unaware that being bitten by the zombie fish could lead to zombification, and thus had entered unarmed. Now, they found themselves unable to execute those transforming before them. Meanwhile, those encircling the scene. At this moment, the situation remains unclear. A throng of people jostles to enter and witness the unfolding chaos. Inside, those trapped are desperate to escape, while those outside are eager to push their way in. The deck has descended into utter disarray, and astonishingly, no one is available to attend to those fallen on the ground. Finally, the first person to gasp in astonishment manages to squeeze out, brandishing a shotgun, intent on taking aim at the Old Turtle. Alas, it is too late. The Old Turtle and his companions have ceased their convulsions, having fully transformed into zombies. They wobble unsteadily, rising once more to grasp those nearby, their mouths snapping open to bite down. The terrifying roar that ensues sends a wave of panic through the crowd. The leader, perched above, surveys the turmoil below and is suddenly gripped by urgency. Though he currently stands safe, should the entire crew of the ship succumb to zombification, there would be no one left to operate the vessel. Relying solely on himself, he cannot navigate the ship back to safety. Chapter 153. The Onslaught. The leader brandished a loudspeaker, addressing the panicked crowd on the deck with urgency. "Quickly, arm yourselves and shoot the zombies. Do not scatter. We cannot escape at sea." Upon hearing the leader's words, most individuals began to regain their composure. Faced with the inevitability of death, they resolved to fight back. They retrieved their shotguns and aimed at the approaching zombies. As gunfire erupted, numerous zombies fell to the ground. The South Lake Refuge had some experience in combat, and after the initial chaos subsided, they managed to establish order. In no time, the zombies aboard the ship were eradicated. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, a thorough inspection was conducted on every individual after the turmoil had ended, checking for bite marks. A few who attempted to conceal their injuries were unceremoniously cast into the sea. Only then could the remaining members truly relax. It was terrifying. This was hardly a favorable day. Initially, thoughts of securing abundant supplies had filled their minds, but now they cursed their earlier hopes. Survival took precedence over all else. The ordeal was harrowing. How had the occupants of the star-rated refuge managed to conquer such many adversities? The crisis had been averted, and now all that remained was to await the ship's return. As the atmosphere settled, discussions erupted among the crew, all feeling that the day's events were exceedingly bizarre. In truth, they remained oblivious to the fact that their disorganization and lack of discipline had precipitated these calamities. The South Lake Refuge had underestimated the situation. Observing the star-rated refuge's warriors continuously venturing out to gather energy cores, they had subconsciously believed that the zombie fish would be easy to handle. The fishing nets employed were of the pre-apocalypse variety, robust enough for ordinary fish, yet utterly inadequate against the zombie fish. Their understanding of zombie fish was superficial. They had not diligently studied the information shared on the star-rated refuge's forum. Had they done so, They would have discerned that the zombie fish were vulnerable to fire and that bites from them could lead to infection by the zombie virus. Naturally, these individuals did not attribute the blame to themselves. They simply deemed the day ill-fated for hunting zombie fish, convinced that fate was at play. With so many lives lost, how would he explain this to Old Chun? The leader surveyed the aftermath, shaking his head in despair. He had come with unwavering confidence, convinced that this venture would yield great rewards. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Not only had they failed to secure a substantial number of energy cores, but they had also lost many warriors and weapons. Even the fishing nets were torn. As the leader wallowed in his dismay, suddenly bang! A tremendous noise reverberated throughout the ship. The vessel shook violently, causing even the leader, standing at the highest point, to struggle to maintain his balance. He looked down, alarmed. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his breath nearly halted. What is this? All he could see was an enormous shadow beneath the vessel, relentlessly battering its hull. The leader immediately shouted, "Get into a defensive stance. Everyone, arm yourselves." Undoubtedly, although the exact species remained unknown, it was certainly a monster. It was highly likely that it was the same colossal creature they had hunted during their last encounter at the Star Level Refuge. All the warriors from the South Lake Refuge seized their weapons and began to fire wildly at the shadowy figure in the sea. At that moment, their mental state was in disarray. With a series of calamities striking one after another, anyone would have lost their sanity. How did this creature manage to approach? One soldier yelled while firing, desperate for answers. They couldn't comprehend why this monster had set its sights on them. In truth, it was because the inhabitants of the South Lake Refuge had initially provoked the zombie fish with their own blood. The sin of blood attracted the sea beast, leading to the ensuing chaos. Fresh blood and flesh were continuously cast into the ocean, acting as a beacon for the beast's approach. Clearly, conventional firearms were ineffective against the creature. The more they shot, the more frequently the beast collided with the vessel. Some warriors' guns had already exploded. Yet they continued to frantically pull the trigger, driven by fear into a state of compulsion. The leader, witnessing this scene, could taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, rendered momentarily speechless. Suddenly, someone could no longer bear the pressure and detonated a hand grenade, taking their own life. However, in their demise, they also took several combatants down with them, creating a gaping hole in the ship. Water surged into the vessel, compounded by the beast's relentless assaults. It wasn't long before the ship began to splinter apart. The warriors screamed in agony as they fell into the water. The sea beast, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, did not immediately open its maw to consume the delectable morsels. Instead, it pursued them through the water, allowing the soldiers to believe they could escape. Only when they felt a glimmer of hope did it suddenly accelerate and swallow them whole. The leader clung desperately to the railing of the ship, his heart brimming with despair. With a resounding crash, the beast struck again, and the leader's grip faltered. Clutching a small piece of railing, he plunged into the sea. The last sight that met his eyes was a pair of glistening green orbs. Meanwhile, at the South Lake Refuge, Old Chin was comfortably ensconced in his luxurious chamber, humming a tune while enjoying his dinner, blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding on the surface. As he ate, he remarked to the bald man, "How many energy cores do you think we will harvest today?" He chuckled, noting, "Look at the time. They still haven't returned. They must be having a wild time out there." The bald man's expression darkened, his brow furrowed, his heart akin to a small boat tossed on tumultuous waves. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling twitch in his left eye, a foreboding omen of impending trouble. Yet, faced with Lao Chen's confident demeanor, he hesitated to douse the flames of enthusiasm. The bald man felt as if he were walking a tightrope, fearful of falling. After Lao Chen had savored a delightful meal, he cast a glance at the dimming sky, furrowing his brow in mild irritation. "These people are truly unbelievable," he remarked, a hint of vexation in his voice. "Even if they desire greater gains, they should have returned by now. Could it be that they've seized the energy cores and absconded?" The more he pondered, the stronger his conviction grew. It was essential to understand that the energy cores from the zombie fish were plentiful. If greed overtook them, it was entirely plausible that they would take the cores and flee. Consequently, Lao Chen promptly summoned the patrol team to venture to the seaside and assess the situation. As dusk was swiftly approaching, the members of the patrol were initially reluctant. However, Lao Chen reassured them, "You are merely going to take a look, nothing more. And once you relay the information back, you shall receive 10% of today's catch from the fishing boat." Chapter 154. What happened on the fishing boat? Upon hearing that a share of the harvest would be distributed, the patrol team reluctantly consented. Once they departed, Old Shin began to mutter angrily, "Are they all conspiring to rebel? Must I relinquish my gains before they venture out to assess the situation? This is utterly infuriating. And those individuals on the fishing boat better not return. Otherwise, I shall teach them a harsh lesson." Old Chin's words were punctuated by a spittle as he expressed his ire, his frustration palpable. The bald man beside him remained silent. At the Nanhu shelter. Due to the complex composition of its inhabitants, various factions were in constant conflict, resulting in numerous small groups. This fragmentation often made coordination a challenging endeavor. Approximately 30 minutes later, as Old Shin eagerly awaited their return, figures began to emerge in the distance, seemingly carrying something. His eyes brightened instantaneously. He straightened up and gazed intently. Could it be that the fishermen have returned, bringing energy cores with them? Old Chun was filled with excitement. The bald man, illuminated by the faint moonlight, scrutinized the approaching figures before shaking his head. It appears not. They indeed carry fishing nets, but they are empty. How could that be? If they have fishing nets, they must be the people from the boat. Perhaps they are simply afraid of losing the energy cores and have tucked them away. At this moment, Old Chin was deaf to all reasoning, his sole desire being to see the returning group promptly. As the silhouettes gradually approached, recognition dawned upon him when he saw the familiar faces of the patrol team. Old Chin's expression turned rigid. The patrol members held tattered fishing nets and a few wooden planks, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they hastily made their way back to the shelter. The moment they arrived, Old Chin, disregarding all decorum, bellowed, "You worthless lot. I sent you to search for people, and instead, you bring back this rubbish. It utterly angers me." The patrol team members turned pale, their bodies trembling. The leader stammered, Old Chin, they are all gone." "What do you mean, gone? Did they flee? I told you, these people are driven by greed." Old Chin's long, thin face contorted in rage, his features twisting into a menacing visage. The patrol team members swallowed hard, quickly clarifying, "No, they didn't run away. They are all dead." Upon hearing this, Old Chin's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his face. The bald man, too, widened his eyes in shock, his countenance reflecting sheer horror. Once the patrol team regained their composure, they slowly recounted the grim scene they had witnessed. They have all turned into zombies. They washed up on the beach. Old Chin, they are all dead." Despite their usual rivalries and affiliations with different factions, in this moment, the patrol team members felt an overwhelming sense of shared terror. They had witnessed it firsthand when the fishing boats set out today, all in high spirits. Yet now, they had transformed into mere corpses. Some had been washed ashore, crawling and howling. The patrol team recalled the horrific scene they had witnessed, shuddering in fear, their faces as pale as paper. No, it was utterly impossible. Old Chin asserted with unwavering certainty, yet deep within, he felt a wave of unease. How could this be? Was it not merely the hunting of zombie fish? The individuals from the star-rated shelter had fared so smoothly. Why had their expedition ended in complete disaster? Instantly, Old Chin suspected some foul play. Perhaps those aboard the fishing boats had colluded with the patrol team, aiming to seize the vessels and their energy cores, deceiving him in the process. However, observing the pale faces of the patrol team, he began to doubt his own theory. It truly was as dreadful as it seemed. The bald man forced a bitter smile, collapsing onto the ground. Among those who had set sail today was a relative of his, sent to supervise the others, ensuring none could betray the group. And now, it seemed his kin had been thrust into the inferno by his own hand. News of the fishing boat's demise spread swiftly throughout the Nanhu shelter. Those who had family aboard were engulfed in sorrow, their cries echoing throughout the shelter. Some even stormed to Old Chin's door, hurling accusations. If it were not for Old Chin's fervent assurances of their ability to hunt zombie fish, how could their husbands and sons have perished? The weight of despair became unbearable. Old Chin, feeling guilt-ridden, cowered in his room, not daring to breathe a word. He was at a loss, questioning why it was that the inhabitants of the star-rated shelter could venture into the sea, returning with bountiful energy cores and even slaying monsters. While they could not, of course, this question would remain unanswered in Old Chin's heart, for all aboard the fishing boats were now lost, and no one remained to recount the events that transpired at sea. Meanwhile, Li Chin received word from the Nanhu shelter, conveyed through the bionic surveillance relay to Noah. Hearing of the plight befalling the Nanhu shelter, Li Chun could only shake his head in disbelief. There it was, the consequence of ignoring the wisdom of the elders. The star-rated shelter had repeatedly issued warnings on forums, cautioning that the dangers of the sea had escalated. Yet, driven by greed, some remained obstinate. Envious of the star-rated shelter's bounty, they disregarded their own limitations, eager to take on tasks beyond their means. Li Chun believed he had done enough. Those individuals were not residents of the star-rated shelter, and he did not consider himself so noble as to bear the responsibility for all humanity. It was futile to reason with the foolish. Noah, how many power exoskeletons have been produced now? Li Chin pondered the situation at the Nanhu shelter, inquiring. This time, the Nanhu shelter had encountered sea beasts with apparent ease. Moreover, with the guard team having set sail in recent days, they have encountered the sea beasts repeatedly, indicating that their numbers have grown significantly. Only by equipping all combat forces promptly can Li Chin feel assured. Report to the commander. Currently, 20 000 synthetic warriors and 40,000 guards have all been outfitted with powered exoskeletons and lightsabers. We have 80,000 spare lightsabers and 5,000 powered exoskeletons remaining, Noah responded. Leechin furrowed his brow slightly. The frequent appearances of the sea beasts have severely damaged the powered exoskeletons, and this limited reserve is utterly insufficient. However, with only a single production line operational, there is no choice but to wait. Has the research center made any progress on the antibody for the zombie virus from the sea? Leechin continued to inquire. This time, he intended to sell the developed antibody to the public. Presently, both Donghai City and Hebe City are engulfed in a state of panic. Chapter 155. X2 Antibody Agent. If we could seize the opportunity to sell the antibodies, it would be a tremendously profitable venture. After all, from the heads of various shelters to the beleaguered individual survivors, who does not fear death? Even if the antibodies can only combat the zombie virus lurking in the sea, there would undoubtedly be a clamoring demand for them. The prospect of an astounding influx of energy cores is enticing. We have made significant progress, but mass production has yet to be implemented, Noah replied. Very well, summon Dr. Yang, Leechin said, gently tapping the table. The matter concerning the energy cores was of paramount importance to him. Before long, Dr. Yang received the notification, promptly arriving at the command center with his research materials and the developed product in hand. Now, enlighten me, how long until the antibodies are ready for mass production? Leechin inquired directly. Dr. Yang scratched his head, first placing the finished product before Leechin, then responding, we require at least 5 more days. We refer to the zombie virus in the sea as the X2 virus. Currently, the antibodies can only be synthesized using the cellular material from a boy's body. If we wish to achieve mass production, the child may not be able to endure it. We must continue searching for substitute materials. As Dr. Yang spoke, a hint of concern crept into his expression. While it is true that a single strand of hair from the boy could suffice to produce the X2 antibody agent, the sheer volume required would be overwhelming. It was likely that the boy would be reduced to a mere puddle, insufficient even for distribution. Though they were deeply engrossed in their research, they were not the type of mad scientists who disregard human life. Thus, mass production remained unattainable for the time being. Leechin, too, was not a bloodthirsty individual. Hearing that the production of the antibodies necessitated the use of the boy's cellular material, he furrowed his brows in concern. After all this time spent in research, have you not made any further discoveries? Moreover, until a suitable substitute is found, we cannot proceed with the production of the X2 antibody agent. His final statement was resolute. At this stage, everyone still possessed a sense of morality. What would happen if they continued down this path? It would likely breach the ethical boundaries. As the leader of the star-rated shelter, Leechin did not need to involve himself in every detail, yet such matters were absolutely intolerable. Dr. Yang nodded solemnly, his expression tinged with shame. 3 days. Can you manage to produce results within that time frame? Leechin pressed on. Dr. Yang shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his face. I fear not. This is not solely within our control. It depends on luck. After all, examining and comparing so many elements one by one, Leechin's brow furrowed. A sense of foreboding settling within. If you cannot find a ready-made solution, why not synthesize based on the elemental structure? Leechin felt that Dr. Yang and his team had strayed into a misdirection, possibly due to the boy's inherent antibodies leading them astray. Dr. Yang suddenly jolted, realization dawning upon him. Of course. How could I have overlooked that? If necessary, we could cultivate it in laboratory mice. With this thought, he began to formulate a new plan. Dr. Yang refrained from further chatter and promptly set aside the X2 antibody serum, hastily making his way to the research center. Leechin had provided him with the necessary direction. Observing Dr. Yang's retreating figure, Leechin slowly shook his head. One must concede that Dr. Yang was indeed seasoned and had been a prodigy in his youth. However, perhaps due to the passage of time, a significant number of his brain cells had deteriorated, causing him to occasionally struggle with complex thoughts. Currently, all residents of the star-level refuge had consumed the primary gene evolution serum, with the least among them breaking through the first layer of the genetic lock. Yet, the researchers at the center had not undergone this transformation. Dr. Yang believed that breaking the genetic lock could pose risks, potentially stripping certain geniuses of their inherent creativity. Hence, he had been delaying the procedure. Yet, it seemed inevitable now, if he did not undergo the treatment, given the intensity of the experiments and his advancing age. His days would likely be numbered. Leechin tucked this matter away in his mind, planning to discuss it with Dr. Yang once the X2 antibody serum was ready for mass production. Perhaps inspired by a mere suggestion from Leechin, Dr. Yang had found a newfound direction, resulting in rapid progress. In less than 2 days, the X2 antibody serum was poised for mass production at an astonishing pace. Bottles of the serum were being produced in bulk and stored securely in the warehouse. Noah also took to the Interstellar Refuges Forum to announce the sale of the X2 antibody serum. Due to the nature of the star-level refuge, survivors from Donghai City and Hebe City had begun to treat the forum as a nostalgic source of entertainment, akin to the short videos of your. If they did not check it several times a day, they felt an itch of unease. Thus, when Noah made his announcement, it swiftly spread across both cities. Countless individuals flocked to witness the news. My goodness, what prowess does the star-level refuge possess to have developed an antibody against the zombie virus? However, one question lingered. Does this mean that after receiving the antibody, one would be immune even if bitten or grabbed by zombies? To those above, are you all dreaming? If you read the documentation carefully, it specifies the X2 zombie virus, which only pertains to the aquatic variety. It is ineffective against those on land. The antibody is merely a stopgap. Do you all still believe it functions like a vaccine? If it did, this apocalypse would truly be over. Has anyone checked the marketplace? I'm too scared to look. Is there anyone brave enough to share the price? Stop looking. A single vial costs 1,000 energy cores. If bitten by a zombie fish, it can provide one-time prevention. My heavens, why is it so exorbitant? I can hardly afford it. I would rather become a zombie. Step aside, step aside. If you want to buy it, I will. What nonsense are you all spouting? Some deemed the price too steep and hesitated over placing an order, while others saw an opportunity. Is 1,000 energy cores a substantial amount? That is their lifeline. If they were to acquire this serum, would it not imply that they could venture forth into the seas to hunt the zombie fish? The zombies on land have evolved at an alarming rate, and each hunt results in considerable casualties. The situation with the zombie fish, however, is markedly different. Simply ensnaring them in a fishing net and incinerating them yields an abundance of energy cores. With the X2 antibody serum in hand, there is no fear of being bitten by the zombie fish. A swift injection transforms one into a formidable warrior. Presently, the greatest peril lurking within the ocean remains the monstrous creatures, though trepidation looms. The prospect of immense profit compels everyone to fervently hope they do not attract the attention of the sea beasts. Shortly after the announcement of the sale of the X2 antibody serum by Noah, a deluge of orders surged into the back end, predominantly from various shelters, each placing orders for hundreds, if not thousands, of bottles at a time. Chapter 156. Smooth sailing upon witnessing the frenzy of purchases among fellow survivors. Those who had previously roamed freely were swept up in a wave of unrestrained consumerism. Who could ascertain how many X2 antibody serums the star-rated sanctuary had prepared this time? What if they sold out? Regardless of their immediate usefulness, these serums were a matter of life and death. Consequently, the newly stocked batch of X2 antibody serums vanished in an instant, with energy cores being delivered in abundance to the star-rated sanctuary. Since the advent of the X2 antibody serum, the waters had transformed into a bustling arena, akin to a gold mine where everyone sought to make a fortune. With the assurance provided by the antibody serum, a bite from a zombie fish became inconsequential. A single injection would ensure one remained human. Perhaps due to the fact that most ventures were small-scale, the majority had yet to encounter sea beasts. Conversely, the residents of the South Lake Sanctuary faced a more dire situation. Old Chin noticed the sale of X2 antibody serums on the star-rated Sanctuary Forum and purchased a substantial quantity, eager for a second voyage. However, following the failure of the first expedition, the entire community had developed an aversion to the idea of venturing out to sea. At the mere mention of another outing, everyone recoiled, refusing to become the scapegoat. In a fit of anger and indignation, Old Chin seized a crate of antibody serums and set out to sea with a crew of his own. The immense profits visible in the ocean were tantalizing, yet utterly unattainable. Was there anything more terrifying than having his life at stake? Yet, as Old Chin stepped aboard, the boat gradually drifted away from the shore. The cold sea breeze stung his cheeks, awakening a sudden realization. What if they encountered a sea beast? What if the boat capsized? Instantly, he froze. His body chilled to the core, beads of sweat cascading down his face. In a state of panic, he murmured, "Turn back. Quickly. Return. Life is a singular gift. Lose it, and everything is truly lost." Continuing to remain in the sanctuary, despite the lack of significant gains, at least ensured safety. Old Chun, we've already ventured far. It will take a considerable time to return, remarked the captain, appearing somewhat troubled. Internally, he berated Old Chun, thinking him more lamentable than a mere dog. His emotions were a tumultuous roller coaster, swinging from one extreme to another. Just moments ago, he had fervently rallied his companions for a lucrative venture, and now he yearned to retreat. Did the fuel for the boat come without cost? Did his brother's time hold no value? Who would accompany him on this endless journey? Hearing the captain's words, Old Chin's face fluctuated between shades of despair and agitation. He felt a tempest within, at times ablaze with fiery anxiety. At others submerged in overwhelming dread, or crushed beneath an oppressive weight, never finding a moment of solace. Should they turn back or press on? As Old Shun wrestled with his indecision, the vessel had already reached its designated location. At that moment, the thought of returning began to wane. Upon their arrival, the captain inquired of Old Shun, "Is this how one casts the fishing net?" Following the failures of the previous group, valuable lessons had been gleaned. At the very least, the torn fishing net served as a clear reminder. A sturdier net was imperative. Thus, this time, the net was crafted from a special material. Not even the voracious zombie fish could hope to pierce it. A cutting machine might struggle to make an impact. Old Chin nodded slowly, signaling the sailors to lower the net. As it gradually sank into the depths of the sea, he took a deep breath, his heart pounding with anticipation. "It's here! It's here!" someone shouted. Old Shun peered out to witness a multitude of zombie fish frantically swimming towards the net, practically throwing themselves into the trap. With a joyous shout, Old Shun proclaimed, "Excellent! This is our auspicious start." Once the net was filled to capacity, it was hoisted aloft. The crew brandished their shotguns. Bang! 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 The seabirds scattered in fright. Amidst the relentless gunfire, the net full of zombie fish was reduced to mere pulp. The shimmering energy cores landed on the deck. With a blissful smile, Old Chin bent down to collect the cores, rinsing them briefly in fresh water before pocketing them. "Well done, everyone. Let us keep up the good work." Old Shun had entirely cast aside thoughts of returning home, consumed instead by the desire to procure even more energy cores. The sailors, witnessing the ease of the task, were invigorated, swiftly pulling in the net, firing their weapons, and gathering the energy cores. By the time the vessel returned to shore, they had filled 2 large crates. Old Shin, beaming with pride, swaggered back to the South Lake Sanctuary, resembling a triumphant rooster. "Old Shin, how are today's gains?" The bald man, anxiously awaiting their return at the sanctuary, hurried over upon seeing them approach. "Huh, I knew it. The people from the elite sanctuary are always racing towards the sea. Truly, there's treasure to be found." Old Shin gleefully pointed to the 2 large crates at his feet, emitting a triumphant laugh. His strategic foresight was remarkable. Old Shun mused that had he not insisted on venturing out to sea, would such bounty have been possible? Unconsciously, he forgot that he had originally intended to return to shore while aboard the vessel. Observing the haul, the bald man let out a sigh of relief. The quantity of zombie fish harvested was less significant than the fact that everyone had returned unscathed. Since the establishment of the South Lake Sanctuary, the bald man had steadfastly aligned himself with Old Chun. Over the years, he had served as Old Chun's right-hand man, managing numerous affairs. Regardless of any personal feelings he held for Old Chun, if the latter were to perish outside, how could the bald man expect to survive? The new leader would undoubtedly target him first. Their fates were inextricably linked, hence the bald man's deep concern for Old Chin's well-being. Nevertheless, Old Chin had cast aside all concerns. He strode into the room, carrying 2 large boxes filled with energy cores, his face beaming with joy. Come, my brothers who ventured into the sea today, gather in the assembly hall. Let us distribute these treasures." His voice resonated loudly, ensuring that nearly everyone in the Nanhu refuge could hear him. When he had previously announced his intention to set sail, everyone had hesitated and made excuses. Now, they must be filled with regret. Old Chin proudly led the sailors past the crowd, reveling in his triumph. "Only by following me, Old Chun, can one truly savor the fruits of labor." A gaggle of fools. Upon entering the conference hall, Old Chin placed the boxes on the table and began to account for the attendees. "Is everyone present?" he murmured, and indeed, they were all there. The sailors, including the captain, gazed at the boxes with glimmering eyes. In truth, while at sea, Old Chun had discreetly pocketed many energy cores for himself. Yet, everyone chose to turn a blind eye, recognizing that such a vast quantity of energy cores meant Old Chin could not possibly claim them all. Chapter 157. Unequal distribution of spoils at long last. The moment for distribution had arrived, and the atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm. "Old Chun, we previously agreed that each person would receive a baseline of 500 energy cores, with a commission calculated at 5%. The captain reminded. Old Chin was a decent fellow, yet rather stingy, akin to a miser, and he had an unfortunate penchant for petty gains. Thus, the captain felt compelled to issue a reminder. Old Chin waved dismissively and replied, "Oh, come now, we're all brothers here. Why fuss over such trivialities?" He then declared, "Let us commence the distribution of energy cores. Waldy, please count them out and allocate 500 to each individual." The energy cores from the zombie fish were comparatively diminutive. In fact, their ratio to the ordinary energy cores was approximately 3 to 1. In other words, 3 zombie fish energy cores equated to 1 standard energy core. A distribution of 500 cores per person was no trifling matter. Baldy promptly began the laborious task of counting, creating small mounds before him and distributing them into the sailors' hands. Once everyone had received their 500 cores, the two large boxes appeared virtually untouched. The captain and the others gazed at the boxes with increasingly fervent expressions. Coupled with the previous distribution, it was estimated that they could each acquire at least 1,000 or two, an impressive sum indeed. They could even indulge in extravagant purchases at the star-rated Refuge S marketplace. Observing the eager looks on everyone's faces, Old Shin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled the two boxes back slightly, saying, "All right, there isn't much left, actually. Everyone has worked hard all day and must be weary. Let us head back to rest and prepare for tomorrow's second outing at sea." The moment Old Shin finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Baldy, unable to contain his tea, splattered it across the table. The captain's expression immediately soured, tightening like a mask. "Old Shin, your actions are rather ungracious. Today, when you announced the expedition, everyone was reluctant to go, except for your brothers who supported you. We had all agreed that each person would receive a 5% share. How is it that you are reneging on your word?" Suppressing his anger, the captain squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. Old Shin, clutching the boxes, scanned the room nervously and chuckled awkwardly. Now, don't be hasty. I've already given out 500 cores, haven't I? The haul today is somewhat meager. If I distribute everything, how will I procure firearms and ammunition for tomorrow? One must not be too selfish and think only of oneself. This is a venture we intend to sustain long-term. Upon hearing Old Shin's brazen remarks, the expressions of those present darkened with displeasure. This was nothing short of an insult to their intelligence, particularly the captain, whose face flushed crimson, resembling an enraged lion, contorted with fury. Old Shin, taken aback, hastily exclaimed, "I assure you, I am not reluctant to part with these energy cores. We must plan for the long haul." After all, before Old Shin could finish his sentence, the captain abruptly interrupted him. "Just tell me whether we will divide it today." With a resounding clang, the captain drew his curved dagger from his waist and struck it onto the conference table, exuding an air of menace. Did he think he could deceive them so easily? How dare he go back on his word? Old Shin trembled in fear but still clenched his teeth, refusing to relent. It was inconceivable for him to produce the spoils they had fought so hard to obtain. The bald man watched anxiously from the side, feeling utterly powerless against Old Shin's obstinacy. This fellow used to be reasonable, at least pretending to cooperate. Perhaps his prolonged stay at the South Lake Sanctuary had dulled his wits. Now, Old Shin was becoming increasingly unreasonable. "Old Shin, how can you alter the promises made to your comrades? You should quickly present the energy core for division," the bald man urged fervently. Yet Old Shin mumbled incoherently, adamantly refusing. At this point, the bald man could no longer contain himself and reached out to snatch the box from Old Shin's grasp. "You can't act this way. Today, you will divide it, whether you like it or not." As the box was about to be forcibly taken, Old Shin's eyes widened with fury. He struggled with all his might to reclaim it. However, Old Shin's corpulent physique was merely a fade of strength. He was no match for the bald man's robust build. Consequently, he was easily pushed to the ground. The bald man, clutching the box, turned to the captain, panting heavily, and said, "Come on, brothers, let us divide these energy cores." The bald man and Old Shin had previously been as close as brothers, making their current altercation all the more shocking. The captain had been momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the box being moved, he suddenly regained his composure. He gave the bald man a thumbs up and nodded, saying, "Although Old Shin is not a man of honor, you, bald man, are truly dependable." The other sailors joined in with their praises. "Yes, brothers will remember your kindness. Come, let us divide our share of the energy cores and not waste the bald man's goodwill. From now on, we will heed your leadership." In the face of such a claim, the bald man wiped the sweat from his brow, remaining silent. Conversely, Old Shin glared at him with fury, his face pale with rage, his breathing becoming labored. "Bald man, are you using my belongings to curry favor?" The bald man glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "We'll talk when we return." "Absolutely not. You ungrateful wretch. On what grounds do you take my possessions to distribute?" Old Shin erupted in anger, seizing the bald man's collar and shouting. The bald man, growing impatient, swatted Old Shin's hand away and retorted, "On what grounds?" "Simply because I've always supported you. With your current demeanor, I truly do not understand how I was once foolish enough to follow you into darkness." Upon hearing these words, Old Shin was left speechless, a sudden shock coursing through him. "What do you mean by that?" The bald man had grown weary of Old Shin's temperament. As the captain and others expressed their support, an idea began to take root in the bald man's mind. "Why, despite Old Shin's utter unreliability, do I continue to follow him? This man is both arrogant and selfish. By what right must I serve as his subordinate? Instead, as this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in the bald man's eyes. Before the captain and the others could react, a gunshot rang out. Old Shin clutched his chest, his eyes wide with shock, as he slowly collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, Old Shin's thick fingers, resembling a gnarled radish, trembled as they pointed at the bald man. The captain was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the bald man remained unhurried. He first blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, then approached Old Shin, crouching down beside him. With a gentle motion, he closed Old Shin's unblinking eyes. Old Shin had succumbed to sudden excitement, leading to his abrupt demise. This is the account of today's events. Do you understand? Chapter 158. Commander Su's Rebellion. A cold voice emanated from the bald man. In the past, most people associated him with Old Shin, obediently following him like a mere dog. However, now, the murderous glare in his eyes sent shivers down everyone's spine, causing their hearts to race. The sailors exchanged glances and instinctively took a step back, hesitant to speak out loud. Rest assured, as long as today's events remain confidential, I will not harm you. I, the bald man, am not one to betray my word. His expression was grave. Perhaps it was due to his recent coercion of Old Su to distribute the energy cores, which instilled a sense of trust among those present. Upon hearing his words, they gradually relaxed, each affirming, "You can trust us. The energy cores are yours to distribute, and we will never betray you. Indeed, us brothers will follow you from now on." They chuckled. Old Shun met his end in the right manner. Such is human nature, previously loyal to Old Shun. They seamlessly adapted to a new master. A faint smile played at the corners of the bald man's lips, clearly pleased with their declarations. All right, let's south clean up this place. Old Shin's body should also be disposed of properly. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from his hands with a cloth. Regardless of others' thoughts, as long as they spoke in unison, it didn't matter if Old Shin died of joy, they would find no fault with him. Most importantly, the bald man needed to devise a plan immediately. Tomorrow, after announcing Old Shin's demise, he must swiftly ascend to the position of authority. The brothers in the conference room now became his only available manpower. At the Nanhu shelter, the lights shone brightly. As the second largest shelter in Hebei City, the significant events at Nanhu naturally reached Li Taiju, who was stationed at the Lila shelter. A worried Mei spoke. Should we report this to the commander? The change in leadership at Nanhu shelter could lead to unpredictable circumstances. Li Taiju slowly shook his head, gazing into the night. The commander has likely gone to bed. We will report it tomorrow along with the financial statements. Regardless of how things shift at Nanhu, the one constant is that we must bow to the star-rated shelters. Mei had remained at the Lila shelter, except for the initial incident when Li Qin led the artificial warriors to handle Chung Fei. She was unaware of the strength of the star-rated shelters. Hearing Li Tieju's words, she remained skeptical, hesitating. But Nanhu is the second largest shelter in Hebei City. If they harbor other intentions, it may prove difficult to handle. Mei was a cautious individual. The fact that she had managed to supply Li Taiju and the others with food for so long without detection, even while Ching Fei was present, demonstrated her prudence. This carefulness can be beneficial at times, yet at others, it may simply be termed as timidity. Do not worry. They would be wise to harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, the commander will ensure they understand the true meaning of suffering. Li Taiju offered a faint smile. Currently, in Hebei City, there exist two strongholds, the Lila shelter and the Teo Weiyuan shelter. Should the Nanhu shelter dare to stir up trouble, it is certain that Li Qin would not shy away from acquiring another colony. Upon hearing Li Tieju's words, Mei Yi, though still wavering, could only nod in agreement. To put it plainly, the Lila shelter had been entrusted to Li Taiju by Li Qin himself. Here, Li Taiju is the undisputed authority. Mei merely serves as the deputy, handling administrative matters in Li Tieju's absence. Mei, you should retire for the night. It is quite late, Li Taiju gently urged. Mei shook her head. My late visit is not solely due to the affairs of the Nanhu shelter. There are recent rumors circulating within our Lila shelter. What rumors? Li Taiju inquired, curiosity piqued. Mei glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before beckoning Li Taiju closer. Leaning in to whisper, she said, "It concerns Commander Su of the Star-Level Shelter." Commander Su? Li Taiju expressed his confusion. Aside from tasks assigned by Li Qin, Su Ruashi seldom ventured to Hebei City. The Lila shelter and Su Ruashi had little to no connection. Why would there be rumors about her here? As Li Tieju's voice rose slightly, Mei became anxious. Her heart racing as she cautioned, "Lower your voice. We must not be overheard." All right, Mei, what exactly are these rumors?" Li Taiju asked, somewhat exasperated. "Recently, during my inspections, I overheard many discussing that Commander Su is planning a rebellion." Mei spoke in hushed tones, her eyes darting around as if conspiring over something clandestine. Upon hearing this, Li Taiju was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. Rebellion? You must be mistaken. Anyone could rebel, but not Su Ruashi. Over these past days, I have observed her demeanor closely. When Li Qin directs her eastward, she would never consider going west. Moreover, Su Ruashi wholeheartedly endorses every decision and statement made by Li Qin. Her agreement is genuine, not coerced. While discontent may brew among the inhabitants of the star-level shelter, Su Ruashi is the least likely candidate for such disloyalty. Why is that so improbable? You must understand that hearts can change. I have heard that Commander Su was once merely an ordinary resident of the star-level shelter before her rise to prominence. Now, with the guard squad under her command and a measure of control over the direct combat unit, do you truly believe she harbors no thoughts of her own? Furthermore, if she were entirely innocent, why would such rumors exist? Where there is no wind, there are no waves. Mei shot Li Taiju an exasperated glare, filled with disappointment. It is essential to recognize that Su Ruashi harbors no intentions. Otherwise, how could such rumors have traversed from Donghai City to Hebi City? This is undoubtedly a reflection of Su Ruashi's overt thoughts. The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all. It is implausible. It is likely that someone is spreading these tales recklessly. Li Taiju resolutely shook his head. He held a firm disbelief in such gossip. Mei, please refrain from discussing this matter indiscriminately. If the commander hears it, Su is not the one who will suffer first, but we shall bear the brunt. Li Taiju cautioned. Li Qin maintained unwavering confidence in Su Ruashi. Should Li Qin catch wind of their clandestine scheming against Su Ruashi, he might well be unjustly labeled as a troublemaker. Li Tieju's good fortune has yet to reach its zenith. Why would one willingly seek discomfort over a baseless rumor? Chapter 159. Old Qin is gone. Opportunities arise. A furrow creased Mei Yi's brow as she replied perfunctorily. Understood. I merely spoke to you about it. How could I possibly divulge it to others? Well, it's sufficient that you are aware. It's getting late. You should hurry off to bed. Today's news has certainly been explosive. Li Taiju scratched his head, turning to make his way back to his lodgings. Mei watched his receding figure and let out a quiet sigh. Once Mei returned to her residence under the moonlight, her two sons immediately surrounded her. Mom, what did you find out? Did you tell Li Taiju? What did he say? Faced with the anxious expressions of her sons, Mei shook her head regretfully. Clearly, Li Taiju did not take it to heart. He asked me not to spread rumors. Exchanging worried glances, both sons grew increasingly agitated. The elder son spoke first. Mother, did you not impress upon him the significance of this matter? This is Hebi City. News has already reached here, and we cannot afford to. The younger son, equally anxious, echoed his brother's concerns. Indeed, if Commander Su truly has ulterior motives, it may be too late to take precautions. Both sons were genuinely concerned for Li Qin. Ever since Li Qin dealt with Cheng Fei, those in the Lila shelter felt a renewed sense of hope and were immensely grateful to him. Most notably, Li Qin's integrity ensured that as long as he managed the star-rated shelter, no horrific events would unfold. If Commander Su sought to usurp power, they would staunchly oppose it. All right, you two, you are more anxious than the Emperor's eunuchs. Mei Yi admonished. I have conveyed everything necessary to Li Taiju. If he is indifferent, what can I do? Moreover, the news has reached this place, and the commander may very well have sensed it and devised a contingency plan. Mei sighed. After all, she was merely the second in command at the Lila shelter. Communicating directly with Li Qin would constitute an overstep, which was a serious taboo. Even if there were indeed matters concerning Su Ruashi, once Li Qin dealt with her, he would likely turn his attention to Mei Yi as well. Being somewhat older, Mei possessed a broader perspective than her sons. Regardless of who would ultimately govern the shelter, her priority was self-preservation. Hearing her own mother express such sentiments, the two sons reluctantly fell silent. The next day, as Li Taiju was drafting a report, he included information regarding the Nanhu shelter. Upon completing his notes, he stared at the blank space on the page, inexplicably recalling Mei Yi's words from the previous night. The pen trembled slightly above the white paper but ultimately did not touch down. Forget it. This matter is surely unfounded. It is better not to complicate things for the commander. Li Taiju muttered under his breath as he scanned the finished report for submission, continuously reassuring himself. Meanwhile, Li Chun awoke early, first reviewing reports from the Teo Weiyuan and Lila shelters. As I savored my breakfast, I exchanged playful banter with the management. The South Lake shelter has indeed become a whirlwind of chaos. With a mere change of leadership, it has turned upside down. Just last night, after the bald man eliminated Old Chun, he promptly declared his intention to assume Old Chin's responsibilities. He believed that by acting swiftly, he could secure his position. However, the bald man underestimated the situation. The South Lake shelter is rife with numerous factions that have long held disdain for Old Chin. This was evident in the recent venture at sea, where many have ceased to heed Old Chen's commands. Even if the bald man had not personally dealt with Old Chen, these individuals would have found various justifications to remove him. Now, with Old Chen gone, their opportunity has arrived. The bald man has always been merely a lapdog to Old Chen, obediently following his orders without an ounce of initiative. Who would be convinced to accept him as a leader? Thus, early in the morning, the struggle for power erupted into chaos. The management smiled faintly, expertly pouring tea for Li Chen. He then remarked, "Indeed, I dare say the entire city of Hebe must be aware of the happenings at the South Lake Shelter. It is disheartening to consider that Old Chen, the former leader, once saved the bald man's life. To turn against a benefactor for the sake of a position, how tragic." With a sigh, he lamented not only for the deceased Old Chen but also for the moral decay that has emerged in this post-apocalyptic world. Li Chen scoffed, saying, "In this world, all are driven by self-interest. The notion of gratitude is merely a question of insufficient leverage." Old Chen, for all his faults, his temper, selfishness, and arrogance, had a keen eye for certain matters. At least he wholeheartedly supported the establishment of a star-rated shelter in Hebe. I wonder what fate awaits us under the bald man's leadership? Having finished his meal, Li Chen wiped his mouth and stood up. The management, quick on his feet, cleared the table and spritzed Li Chen with a freshener. The breakfast had left quite a strong aroma, and without the freshener, Li Chen would have been overwhelmed by the scent. Once these tasks were completed, the management followed Li Chen toward the planting area, engaging in conversation about the developments in Hebe. Due to the soaring demand for the X2 antibody serum, a state of supply shortages had emerged, and numerous orders were pouring in from Hebe. Li Chen suggested reallocating personnel from other factories to boost the production of the X2 antibody serum, prioritizing an increase in supply. Meanwhile, the management jotted down notes, contemplating which factories could temporarily spare workers. As they spoke, they arrived at the planting area, where greenhouses adorned the landscape, and a small artificial sun hung from the ceiling. To maintain the yield of the plants, it is essential to ensure adequate sunlight. The surroundings are enclosed, specifically to regulate the temperature. Upon stepping into the cultivation area, one cannot help but notice a remarkable freshness in the air. The grogginess of the morning dissipates, leaving one feeling invigorated. "Commander, you arrived without notice, and everyone has gone to work," Zhang Lili, responsible for the cultivation area, said with a hint of nervousness. Li Chen waved his hand, halting Zhang Lili's actions. "No need for that. I merely came for a stroll. You should continue with your tasks. Do not let my presence disrupt your progress." Zhang Lili, clearly anxious, insisted, "That cannot be. Commander, please do not think this way. How about I accompany you for a walk?" Li Chen gestured towards the management beside him and gently replied, "I've said it's unnecessary. You should attend to your duties. I have someone to accompany me." Chapter 160. Rumors. Zhang Lili appeared somewhat anxious. Fortunately, Li Chen maintained a resolute demeanor. Thus, she refrained from informing others and busied herself with her tasks. Meanwhile, Li Chen navigated through the various planting greenhouses alongside the management team. Observing the verdant plants, Li Chen felt a surge of elation. "Commander, our plant yield has now reached a state of equilibrium between supply and demand, with a substantial surplus remaining. Recently, we have dispatched numerous fresh vegetables and fruits to Hebe City," the management reported with understanding. "Indeed. It seems we shall soon be able to establish a secondary processing facility for vegetables and fruits," Li Chen nodded slightly. In the planting area, due to the nutrient solution, the growth cycles of all plants had been significantly shortened, resulting in an exceptionally high yield. Before long, this could lead to overflowing storage. Without secondary processing, there was a considerable risk of waste. The management nodded, jotting the matter down in their notebook. The advantage of the artificial beings lay in their unwavering obedience to Li Chen's commands, no matter how absurd they might seem. After a leisurely stroll through the planting area, Li Chen felt a thirst arise. He, therefore, ambled towards the fruit trees with the management. Casually selecting a bountiful pear tree, he plucked a pear and settled beneath it. A gentle breeze wafted in, filling the air with a fresh and sweet aroma. Li Chen felt his spirits lift. Biting into the pear, its sweetness quenched his thirst. "Would you care for one?" Li Chen offered the pear to the management. Just as the management reached out to take it, a sudden murmur of voices emerged from behind. Drawing closer, Li Chen turned to see a group of middle-aged women busily harvesting fruit. Their heads were wrapped in red cloth, and they carried baskets that appeared to be filled with a substantial haul. "Oh dear, when will this fruit picking ever end? Carrying basket after basket is truly exhausting," one lamented. "Indeed. Look at those tending to the chickens. They merely take them out for a stroll each day and can then nap beneath the trees. When will we ever have that kind of fortune? We are all just a bunch of hard-working souls." Another replied. "Ah, you never know. It might just be possible." One of the women suddenly interjected. The others perked up, urging her to continue. How so? Ing Hong, do enlighten us. The woman named Ing Hong craned her neck to survey the surroundings. Sensing no one nearby, she beckoned the others to lower their heads and whispered, I've heard that Officer Su is plotting a rebellion. What? Ing Hong, where did you hear that? How come we are unaware? They exclaimed. You mustn't spread such rumors. I encountered Officer Su during a meal. She seemed quite decent. How could she engage in such acts? You must have been misled by some hearsay. The others expressed their disbelief. Ing Hong is a person who often seeks the attention of others, frequently disseminating unverified rumors. Fortunately, she harbors no ill intentions. She merely enjoys gossiping. Hence, her acquaintances are generally willing to befriend her. However, this time, the information Ing Hong has propagated is of a serious nature. If the commander were to hear it, the consequences could range from being expelled from the shelter to facing public execution. Such prospects are undeniably terrifying. Oh dear, if this is false information. Can I still share it with you? Everything I say is the absolute truth. This matter has already spread like wildfire among the guard. Ing Hong exclaimed, desperately gesturing to prove the veracity of her claims. The other women exchanged incredulous glances, unsure of what to believe. What exactly is going on, Ing Hong? You must elaborate. They urged, curiosity piqued. Since this news has already circulated within the guard, it is no longer a secret. After all, there is strength in numbers. Listening in on the gossip wouldn't hurt them. Previously, Ing Hong held little standing within her circle, although she frequently shared tidbits of information. Others dismissed her as a source of amusement. She had never been taken this seriously before. Now, she began to build suspense. Specifics? What specifics? I am not a mind reader, and my knowledge is limited. The other women exchanged glances, growing increasingly agitated. All right, Ing Hong, we admit our faults. Please, just tell us. After several pleas, Ing Hong finally elongated her tone, her eyes darting about excitedly. The situation, she explained, was quite logical. Commander Su had originally only overseen the guard. But after several maritime missions, the commander had delegated the authority of the direct combat unit to him. This means that Commander Su now controls all the combat capabilities of our star-level shelter. Just imagine, if anyone were in his position, they would undoubtedly scheme for advantage. It is said that the soldiers of the guard have started to form factions. Consider this. If we align ourselves with Commander Su, we would be rewarded for our loyalty. Conversely, should we side with the commander against Su, our contributions in his defense would be recognized. It is undeniably an opportune moment to escape our fated plight. Ing Hong is not one to conceal information. She divulged everything she knew without reservation. Afterward, she inquired of the others, which side do you intend to support? If we stand united, our chances of success will be greater. The other women were taken aback, not expecting the situation to escalate to such fervor, nor contemplating the implications of choosing sides. Thus, they remained silent, stunned. Noticing the lack of response, Ing Hong felt disheartened. She forcefully plucked a pear from a tree, exclaiming in frustration, Fine, I foolishly considered you my good sisters and shared this news with you. Yet, none of you are willing to speak your minds. With that, Ing Hong and the others walked away, leaving the tension lingering in the air. Li Qin was taken aback by the explosive news he had just heard, a smirk instinctively curling at the corners of his mouth. The manager beside him gaped in astonishment, cautiously inquiring, Commander, they seem quite certain. Could it be that General Su really? The manager hesitated, unable to finish the thought, for Li Qin's expression had darkened ominously. I apologize, it was my indiscretion. The manager quickly self-reprimanded. No matter, Li Qin replied, I am rather curious to discover the origin of this information. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he strode purposefully toward the training ground. It was said among a group of women that the news had emanated from the guard team. Li Chun was determined to uncover which miscreant had been spreading such rumors. As for the question of Su Ruashi's loyalty, it had never even crossed Li Chen's mind. Chapter 161. Recognizing us as humans, it must be acknowledged that the star-rated refuge system has already bound itself to Su Ruashi. Presently, Su Ruashi embodies the essence of a synthetic warrior, her genes inscribed with unwavering loyalty to Li Chen. While anyone could potentially betray, Su Ruashi remains an exception. Given the certainty of her allegiance, it becomes evident that there are ill-intentioned individuals deliberately spreading rumors. Their aim could be to sow discord between Li Chun and Su Ruashi, or perhaps to incite Su Ruashi's betrayal, thereby rallying the residents of the star-rated refuge to take sides, thus instigating division. Regardless of the motive, the target remains the star-rated refuge. Typically, Li Chun would enter the training facility through the main entrance. However, today, in pursuit of information, he opted for the rear entrance accompanied by the management team. The surrounding training equipment obscured their presence, rendering them invisible to those engaged in training. Hey, have you heard? It seems that Commander Su is on the verge of betrayal. Your news is a century late. I heard it long ago. I even declared my unwavering support for the commander back then. I've also heard that. Do you think the commander is aware of this situation? Most likely not. Did you not see? This morning, Commander Su led the elite combat team to sea to hunt the zombie fish. If the commander were aware, would he still allow Commander Su to lead the team out to sea without concern? That's true. However, Commander Su's actions are rather excessive. The commander treats as well. Indeed. But the complexities of human nature are difficult to decipher. The members of the guard gathered in hushed whispers, all convinced of Su Ruashi's impending betrayal. The rumors circulating with a convincing air of authenticity. The only uncertainty remained whether the commander was aware of these developments. Several among them contemplated rushing to the command center to relay the news to Li Qin, yet the current Li Qin was not accessible at their whim, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. From his concealed position, Li Qin listened intently to the whispers that painted a vivid picture of betrayal, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Had it not been for his binding with Su Ruashi, upon hearing such rumors, he might have genuinely questioned her loyalty. Should a rift arise between the head of the star-rated refuge and his capable subordinate, who would ultimately benefit? This conundrum perplexed Li Qin the most. At present, surveillance robots are omnipresent throughout Donghai City and Hebi City. It can be said that the movements of all refuges, great and small, are under the watchful gaze of Noah. If someone truly sought to undermine the star-rated refuge, why has Noah remained unresponsive? The management was equally bewildered. This rumor appeared to have emerged overnight, with no prior indication of its existence. Exchanging glances, they observed as the soldiers of the guard resumed their discussions. It was a diminutive figure who first broke the silence. Since there is no one else here, you might as well be honest with me. Have you never entertained other thoughts? The sudden inquiry from the small individual caught everyone off guard. The others were momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, someone finally inquired, "What do you mean?" A smirk crept across the small man's face as he lowered his voice, saying, "Do you truly believe that the so-called commander regards us as human? He merely seeks to exploit us. Have you not noticed? The powered exoskeletons, the lightsabers, and the gene evolution serum. Li Qin allocated them all to his direct combat team before even considering us. In his eyes, we, the guard team, are nothing more than expendable tools. Are we truly content to be mere puppets?" The implications of the small man's words were unmistakable, leaving the other guards in shock, speechless in their astonishment. At that moment, another seemingly earnest soldier stammered, "I've thought the same for quite some time. I even overheard Li Qin refer to the guard team as a bunch of trash. I often pondered that it might be better to follow Commander Su. At least he cares for us, and with him, there's no fear of being abandoned." After uttering these words, this seemingly simple man flushed crimson, casting his gaze down at his toes. The others were taken aback by his statement, and it was evident what feelings he harbored for Su Ruashi. A toad daring to dream of swan meat? How absurd. Most of the guard team members held a disdainful attitude towards the words of the small man and the honest soldier. What were they thinking? The commander is not your parent. Providing you with a morsel of food and a safe place to sleep is already commendable. Moreover, the treatment of the guard team at the star-level shelter is far superior to that of other jobs and significantly better than that of soldiers in other shelters. Their happiness index has skyrocketed. Regardless of how Li Qin perceives them, all they need to do is remember their place, and that should suffice. Enough of this chatter. Be wary, for walls have ears, a squad leader of the guard team remarked calmly, mentally noting the names of these rebellious individuals for later reporting to Su Ruashi. The very notion of Su Ruashi staging a rebellion? Only a fool would entertain such thoughts. Thus, those stirring trouble now likely harbor ulterior motives. The squad leader, possessing a degree of shrewdness, had previously maintained a low profile. This could be his opportunity for advancement. After a lengthy rest, the guard team resumed their training. Li Qin, however, rose, his expression darkening, and exited the training facility through the back door, with the manager trailing behind. He silently lit a candle for these individuals. Upon reaching the command center, Li Qin spoke directly. "Noah, have you been recording the recent public sentiment surrounding the star-level shelter?" "Commander, all has been duly recorded." Noah promptly replied. "Please compile all comments regarding Su Ruashi's rebellion. Investigate thoroughly and identify those who have stirred up trouble in the midst of it." Li Qin narrowed his eyes, a glacial intensity lurking within. He was eager to discover who dared to create chaos within the star refuge. Did they think Li Qin was a mere specter? "Indeed. Commander, should we proceed with immediate arrests?" the administrator inquired. Li Qin shook his head, stating, "No need for that. Let us place them on a watch list and allow Noah to monitor further. We cannot apprehend anyone just yet. The main act has yet to commence. For now, we must remain still to draw out those lurking in the shadows." Simultaneously, Li Qin sent a message to Su Ruashi, summoning her to the command center. He intended to inquire how Su Ruashi managed the burgeoning public discourse surrounding the guard. Chapter 162. The Fermentation of Public Opinion in a Fleeting Moment. The management departed with their assigned task, while Su Ruashi had only just risen from her slumber. Upon receiving the news, she felt a twinge of astonishment. Hastily donning her combat attire and performing a brief ablution, she rushed to the command center. "Commander, you summon me?" Su Ruashi inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she entered. She remained utterly bewildered, unaware of the purpose behind Li Qin's summons. Li Qin, with a furrowed brow and penetrating gaze, tossed before her the documents compiled by Noah regarding the rebellious sentiments circulating. "Explain this, if you will," he commanded, his tone sharp as a blade. Su Ruashi's dark eyes widened in perplexity as she slowly picked up the papers. A mere glance transformed her countenance, draining her of color. "What nonsense is this?" she thought. How could it be said that Su Ruashi harbored thoughts of rebellion? Each statement bore a semblance of truth, as though she had indeed led a cohort of guards to storm the command center. Instantly, Su Ruashi's face blanched, and a chilling sensation crept down her spine. "Commander, please allow me to clarify. I harbor no such intentions. I am utterly unaware of the origins of these claims. But my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the heavens bear witness." In her panic, she believed that Li Qin had summoned her due to a misplaced trust in these allegations. She fervently defended herself, even raising 3 fingers to the sky in solemn oath. Li Qin narrowed his profound eyes, his gaze lingering on Su Ruashi for an extended moment, as she felt an unsettling chill creep up her back. She nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel before him. Finally, he withdrew his gaze with an air of indifference and spoke. "I merely wish to inquire, as the chief commander of the guard, why you are oblivious to such information. Are you truly attentive to your responsibilities? Is this how you oversee the guard I entrusted to you?" His voice resonated with a palpable frustration. Su Ruashi, momentarily stunned, felt her cheeks flush crimson as beads of sweat formed upon her brow. "Commander, do you mean?" "Indeed," he replied. "Yesterday, I stood with the management at the rear entrance of the training ground. Do you know what these individuals are saying? They claim I regard them as less than human. They assert that their weaponry is merely what the direct combat unit has discarded before it could reach them." As Li Qin spoke, he struggled to suppress his ire. Had Su Ruashi never paid heed to public opinion? Had she allowed such statements to fester unchecked? Clearly, this was her first encounter with such claims, and she was taken aback, her delicate brows arching in astonishment. "Commander, I understand now. This matter is indeed a dereliction of my duty, and I am prepared to face the consequences." Su Ruashi lowered her head, overwhelmed with guilt. She had been leading this group of guard soldiers to sea daily, yet remained unaware of the discontent simmering among them. From Li Qin's demeanor, it was evident that he remained unconvinced. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such remarks to be directed at oneself so openly. Su Ruashi has come to a realization. What has enraged Li Qin is likely not Su Ruashi's perceived betrayal, but rather his frustration over her inability to manage the team effectively. Su Ruashi must concede that she has erred in this regard. Li Qin nodded slightly, gazing at Su Ruashi's forehead, and stated calmly, "It is evident that there are those with ulterior motives targeting our star-level refuge. If we do not engage in a fierce struggle against each other, those lurking behind the scenes are unlikely to reveal themselves." "What?" Su Ruashi exclaimed, her head snapping up in disbelief. "What does the commander mean?" "Thus, we shall turn the tables on them." A bloodthirsty smile spread across Li Qin's face as he beckoned Su Ruashi closer, unveiling his plan. Instinctively, Su Ruashi felt compelled to shake her head. "Commander, no. I cannot do it." Li Qin shot her a sharp glance, his tone stern from every perspective. "This situation reflects your inadequate supervision. Do not tell me you cannot do it. You must." Faced with Li Qin's unwavering stance, Su Ruashi finally smiled bitterly and nodded in agreement. "Yes. Very well, let us return and put on a convincing performance of rebellion for them," Li Qin said, patting Su Ruashi on the shoulder before returning to his station. Su Ruashi turned back repeatedly, observing Li Qin's busy silhouette, a faint smile of resignation lingering on her lips. To portray a rebellion against the commander? Even if it is merely an act, she feels utterly incapable of doing so. At that moment, Su Ruashi harbored deep animosity towards those scheming behind the scenes. If they sought to stir up trouble, why not choose another target? Why must they spread rumors of Su Ruashi's downfall, forcing her into a position of compliance? The difficulty is overwhelming. After receiving Li Qin's instructions, Su Ruashi exited the command center and rubbed her eyes, reddening her eyelids before heading to the cafeteria. She first purchased a cup of soy milk and 2 meat buns. Upon seeing Su Ruashi's appearance, the cafeteria lady expressed her surprise. "Commander Su, what has happened to you today?" Su Ruashi feigned a sense of grievance. "It's nothing, just..." "Oh, never mind." Without finishing her sentence, she took her soy milk and buns and left. The cafeteria lady watched Su Ruashi's retreating figure, utterly perplexed. What is going on with Commander Su? Queried another person in line, intrigued. Indeed, her eyes were red first thing in the morning. Could someone have upset her? Others chimed in. However, upon uttering these words, one individual recalled that within the star-level refuge, the only one capable of distressing Su Ruashi and prompting her to endure grievances was none other than Li Qin. Could it be? Oh dear. I just saw Commander Su leaving the command center. Perhaps she had just been reprimanded by the commander, remarked someone with more insight. Thus, once Su Ruashi finished her buns and departed, the cafeteria transformed into a hub of discussion. Everyone is speculating about the reason behind the commander's reprimand of Su Ruashi. It is well known that Su Ruashi serves as the commander's trusted confidant, and the commander typically shows her considerable respect. Is today an unusual occurrence? At this moment, a diminutive man with shifty eyes glanced at Su Ruashi's retreating figure and proclaimed to the gathered crowd, "Are you all unaware? Commander Su is harboring thoughts of rebellion. It's likely that this morning, when summoned by the commander, Su Ruashi had intentionally committed some transgression." What? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe such a notion. Impossible. That young girl Su comes here daily for meals. I know her temperament well enough. She would never engage in such ungrateful behavior. The cafeteria matron, formidable in her demeanor, swiftly delivered a kick to the small man from behind, asserting fiercely, "If you've had your fill, then be off with you and cease your nonsensical chatter." Chapter 163, Accusations Against Us. The petite figure had come with a mission, but little did he anticipate the fierce demeanor of the cafeteria matron. She silenced him instantly. He fled, clutching his backside, almost as if in haste, leaving behind even the steamed buns on the table. Truly, day after day, he learns nothing of value and only mimics the fabrications of others. The cafeteria matron shook her head and resumed her bustling activities. Meanwhile, Su Ruashi, with her reddened eyes, arrived at the training facility. At that moment, the guards had just concluded their morning drills and were all resting. As Su Ruashi entered, the crimson veins around her eyes became particularly conspicuous. "Commander Su, what has happened to you? Ha ha ha, could it be that you had a nightmare? Even Commander Su has nightmares? All right, everyone, let's keep our remarks to a minimum. Commander Su appears to be in a foul mood." Many of the guards jested with Su Ruashi, but upon receiving warnings from their respective squad leaders, they promptly fell silent. Su Ruashi raised her gaze, scrutinizing several individuals before slowly shaking her head. "It's nothing. I was merely reprimanded by the commander. I cannot go out to sea today." This revelation left the crowd exchanging glances, intrigued. Typically, Li Qin and Su Ruashi were inseparable. Although Li Qin remained silent, his protective nature was evident to all. How could he possibly criticize Su Ruashi and prevent her from going out to sea? This news prompted a sense of conspiracy among most. A squad leader stepped forward to offer consolation. "It's perhaps for the best that you don't go out to sea. Think of it as a day of rest. Commander Su, do not take it to heart. Perhaps the commander is simply in a poor mood today." Su Ruashi puffed her cheeks in mock indignation. "What nonsense! The commander is increasingly unreasonable. He claims that our guard team has excessively depleted energy swords and powered exoskeletons, suspecting someone of hoarding weapons. By all that is sacred, our brothers in the guard would never engage in such conduct." As she performed this act, she discreetly observed the expressions of those around her. Many guards appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, their team had the highest attrition rate. After all, their physical capabilities could not match those of the direct combat units, and they naturally relied on their equipment. Yet, to have this fact so starkly pointed out was somewhat humiliating. "Brothers, you must agree that the losses we incur each time we go out to sea are not insignificant, right? On what grounds does the commander dare to slander us?" Su Ruashi seemed intent on inciting their ire, portraying Li Qin in a negative light. Few among the assembled guards dared to speak up. Were they courting danger? Su Ruashi was on a different level than they were. She could freely criticize the commander, but they could not. Moreover, Li Qin's words were indeed factual. The guard team did suffer considerable losses with each expedition. "Commander Su, do not be disheartened. Brothers, we shall strive even harder from now on, determined to uphold our dignity. Indeed, we do not seek to slay numerous zombie fish, at the very least. We must ensure our equipment remains intact. It is true that the commander may have been a tad stringent, yet this merely underscores the importance placed upon us." Everyone began to comfort Su Ruashi. However, few believed that Li Qin was at fault. Li Qin has always been known for his fair rewards and punishments. They all held deep respect for him. Since Li Qin stated that the losses were significant, then they indeed must be substantial. Su Ruashi, upon hearing these words, feigned dissatisfaction. Hey, which side are you all on? I am the one being reprimanded." As soon as this statement escaped her lips, Several soldiers from the guard exchanged furtive glances, as if their eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. Tsuruashi pretended not to notice and continued her performance. Regardless of the circumstances, our guard team will have no opportunity to set sail in the near future. We can only remain at the training facility. Tsuruashi shook her head in disappointment. The guard soldiers grew tense. Did the commander not specify when we might venture out to sea again? Tsuruashi shook her head. No, he did not say. I fear we may not be able to set sail in the future at all. The soldiers of the guard felt a sense of despondency. It is worth noting that each maritime expedition yields substantial rewards. Many among the guard soldiers have improved their families' lives significantly. Now, with the sudden announcement of a ban on setting sail, it is inevitable that they would feel a sense of loss. Is the opportunity to earn points in energy cores truly lost? One individual, filled with urgency, exclaimed, Commander Su, you must plead with the commander. Perhaps he is merely acting out of anger. If you intercede on our behalf, I am certain we will soon be able to resume our voyages. As he spoke, he even rallied other comrades to persuade Tsuruashi. Tsuruashi laughed in exasperation. Pleading? If that were effective, I would not have had to emerge in tears. Enough. This matter has been settled. Everyone, return to training. With that, Tsuruashi turned, revealing a dejected silhouette as she entered the lounge. The guard soldiers exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Brothers, what is happening here? The severe depletion of our weapons has not been an overnight issue. How could the commander suddenly prohibit us from setting sail because of this? You may be unaware, but I believe this is merely an excuse. Do not let this spread, but I have heard that Commander Su seems to harbor rebellious intentions. This rumor has already circulated throughout the entire Star-class refuge. The commander is not deaf and has certainly caught wind of it. Perhaps he is seeking an excuse to strip Commander Su of her authority and keep her in check. Amidst the crowd, a soldier confidently analyzed the situation. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the short fellow who had spoken out of turn yesterday. In times past, the guard soldiers would have dismissed the short fellow's words as mere jest. Yet now, throughout the day, the soldiers of the guard brigade train with a palpable sense of unease. Previously, when rumors circulated, they held little belief that Commander Su harbored any rebellious intentions. Each time Commander Su mentioned Li Qin or stood beside him, his adoring demeanor was evident to all. However, today, Li Qin's actions, coupled with Tsuruashi's performance, compelled them to confront this unsettling possibility. Could it be that Commander Su truly, whispered someone within the ranks? Who can say? We shall observe how the situation unfolds. The squad leader, having shifted his perspective from yesterday, suddenly found the notion of Tsuruashi's defection plausible. Thus, he intentionally suppressed the list of those who had registered their opinions and disseminated rumors, deciding instead to await further developments before making a decision. Alas, if Commander Su truly entertained such thoughts, what shall we do? Chapter 164. I shall not betray the commander. There were murmurs of discontent among the ranks, a clear indication that they yearned for stability rather than ambition. Should Tsuruashi and Li Qin reach a critical juncture, they found themselves at a loss as to which side to take. Thus, throughout the day, the members of the guard brigade engaged in fervent discussions about this troubling matter. Meanwhile, Tsuruashi meticulously monitored their every word and action through surveillance, diligently noting anything suspicious. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the training session for the guard brigade came to a close. Burdened by the weight of the day's concerns, the results of their training were less than satisfactory, leaving each member with a heavy heart, sensing an impending storm. Once the others had departed, the squad leader stealthily slipped into Tsuruashi's office. What brings you here? Tsuruashi queried calmly, shutting off her smart wristband. Having just been reviewing the surveillance footage, she could not afford to be discovered. The squad leader, oblivious to her actions, placed a list on her desk, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Commander Su, there have been some rumors circulating among our brothers in the guard brigade. Oh, what rumors? Tsuruashi inquired, her demeanor remaining unruffled. The squad leader, still uncertain of Tsuruashi's stance, responded honestly to her probing. The brothers are saying that you intend to rebel. With a smile, Tsuruashi countered, and what if I truly wish to? In an instant, the squad leader drew his weapon, aiming it at Tsuruashi's forehead, his fingers trembling slightly. If you truly harbored such intentions, then I must apologize. His face flushed with embarrassment, clearly overwhelmed by the psychological pressure of pointing a gun at Tsuruashi. Yet, she remained unperturbed, continuing her inquiry. Why not join me instead of remaining just a squad leader? By aligning with me, you could ascend to a position of power within a stellar sanctuary. The squad leader vehemently shook his head, anger flaring within him. Commander Su, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. We were once homeless refugees, struggling for survival in this apocalyptic world. It was the commander who provided us with sustenance, safety, and purpose. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Su Ruashi silently acknowledged his sentiments. Although she had not uncovered all the traitors, she had at least identified a promising candidate. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the squad leader's sincerity, prompting her to continue probing. Is mere sustenance all it takes to satisfy you? Surely, you must realize that Li Qin is exploiting you. Her words bore a certain allure. And it was fortunate that Su Ruashi had already been bound to Li Qin, ensuring her loyalty remained steadfast. Otherwise, with such tactics, one could easily rise to prominence. The squad leader's grip on the weapon quivered slightly as he hesitated before shaking his head. In this world, whether before or after the apocalypse, the most terrifying fate is not to be used, but to be devoid of any value. He lamented, toiling in other sanctuaries, one can merely scrape by. However, the commander did not act in such a manner. He accorded us the respect we rightfully deserved and provided us with appropriate compensation. During that encounter with the monstrous creature, the squad leader was also among the survivors on the ship. He witnessed firsthand how Li Qin leaped from a great height to protect them, engaging the beast in combat himself. It is fair to say that, had it not been for Li Qin, everyone aboard, including Su Ruashi, would have faced insurmountable peril. Thus, Li Qin did not treat them as mere animals, as rumors suggested, but genuinely regarded them as comrades. Reflecting on this, the squad leader straightened his posture, aiming his firearm at Su Ruashi, declaring, "Commander Su, I shall not betray the commander. Therefore, I must apologize to you." As he spoke, he pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, yet the bullet did not strike Su Ruashi. Instead, it impacted the wall behind her. Fortunately, the walls of the star-rated shelter were constructed from heavy metal, rendering the bullet harmless. Su Ruashi patted her chest, casting a disapproving glance at the squad leader, muttering, "What an impatient fellow." The squad leader stood in shock, his teeth chattering in fear. He understood that he was no match for Su Ruashi. Regrettably, he was unable to convey Su Ruashi's sentiments to the commander. If, at a critical moment, the commander were to be betrayed by Su Ruashi, it would be a most unjust fate. As Su Ruashi gradually approached, the squad leader closed his eyes. He did not regret his choice. His parents had instilled in him the importance of gratitude. Su Ruashi, observing the squad leader's unwavering resolve, could not help but chuckle, saying with a hint of exasperation, "Well, who are you putting on this show for?" At that moment, the squad leader's mind flashed back through the memories of his life. When Su Ruashi spoke, he was momentarily taken aback. "How could I ever betray the commander? Are you all blind?" Su Ruashi, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I would never betray anyone. Least of all Li Qin. Are you saying that Commander Su was just deceiving me?" The squad leader slowly opened his eyes, scratching his head in confusion. "Yes. And you believed it? Ha ha, that's quite amusing." Su Ruashi nodded, recognizing the young man's potential. The squad leader remained silent, appearing somewhat bewildered. It seemed he had yet to fully comprehend the situation. "Enough, you may leave now. I will keep this list for myself. Your task is to keep a close watch on the security team. For the next few days, they will be training in the drill area. Your responsibility is to identify any infiltrators, and once it is over, you will share in the credit," Su Ruashi said with a smile. Only then did the squad leader realize the implications. No wonder there had been so many rumors of Su Ruashi's supposed rebellion circulating within the star-rated shelter. It was all the work of scheming individuals. This fool had truly believed it, and had come to confront her directly. Fortunately, Su Ruashi possesses remarkable skills. Otherwise, that single shot could have led to grave consequences. Furthermore, it seems that the commander is already aware of this incident and is currently investigating it. Instantly, a profound sense of duty surged within him. The squad leader brought his legs together and saluted Su Ruashi, affirming his commitment. "Yes." He then left in unison, both hands and feet moving in sync. Su Ruashi shook his head in exasperation, capturing the earlier scene in the office to send to Li Qin. Such a loyal soldier is indeed deserving of greater responsibilities. Lacking sufficient strength? No matter. There is an abundance of genetic evolution fluid available for his use. If that proves insufficient, a variety of equipment is at hand. For Li Qin, transforming an ordinary person devoid of any talent is a remarkably straightforward endeavor. The crucial consideration lies in whether this individual is worthy of his investment and training. Clearly, the squad leader's actions today have passed the test and have officially caught Li Qin's attention. Chapter 165, The Heavens Have No Eyes at the Lila Sanctuary. Li Taiju had just completed his report. After taking a sip of coffee, he stretched lazily. Ultimately, he chose not to include the rumors in his report. After all, he believed such events were implausible. Why burden Li Qin with unnecessary worries? As he savored his coffee, he pondered his upcoming tasks in the tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Li Taiju rushed out to investigate, only to find a group of patrollers alongside several residents of the Lila Sanctuary, armed and parading through the streets. They all donned floral patterned cloths on their foreheads, shouting, "Down with the Star-Level Sanctuary! Down with Li Qin! Let us take control! Support Su Ruashi! Let us change the fate of the Star-Level Sanctuary!" Each individual exuded a formidable presence, engaging in vandalism while chanting their slogans. Li Taiju stood frozen in disbelief. What performance was this? Upon spotting Li Taiju in the throng, Mei Yi hurried over, grasping his arm with urgency. "Hurry! They are looking for you. What is happening? Why must we leave? What are they doing?" Li Taiju felt utterly perplexed. "Don't ask questions right now, just come with me." Mei Yi exerted considerable effort, pulling Li Taiju toward a concealed location, determined to secure him before the mob arrived. Li Taiju, bewildered, was led away. The two found refuge beneath the tree canopy, where Mei Yi finally exhaled in relief. "You nearly scared me to death today. What on earth is happening?" There was no hint of this. Li Taiju was no fool. Judging by Mei Yi's demeanor and the slogans of the mob, he surmised the situation. Rumors had been circulating about Su Ruashi's potential betrayal. Given the fervor of these individuals, could it be true that Su Ruashi had indeed turned against them? Worry gnawed at Li Taiju as he recalled that he had neglected to mention this in his report that morning. He wondered how matters were faring at the Star-Level Sanctuary. He longed to return immediately and warn Li Qin to remain vigilant against Su Ruashi. "Just yesterday, I was telling you about this matter. This morning, while preparing breakfast, I heard people shouting about overthrowing Li Qin. It terrified me. They even charged into my home. I was so startled that I didn't even turn off the stove before fleeing with my son. It was only halfway through my escape that I remembered you, which is why I came to find you." Mei Yi recounted, her heart still racing. Both she and Li Taiju were regarded as Li Qin's closest allies. If captured by this mob, their fate would be dire. Only her quick thinking had spared them. Li Taiju was taken aback. How dare they? What are they afraid of? What is there to fear? The entire Lila Sanctuary has descended into chaos. We must find an opportunity to slip away and report the situation to the commander. On Mei Yi's face was etched discomfort. This morning, in her haste, she forgot to bring her smart wristband. Now, she was utterly unable to contact Li Qin. If she were to return for it, wouldn't that be tantamount to being caught red-handed? Li Taiju had also neglected to wear his. After completing the report, he had removed it directly, wishing to relieve his joints. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? An idea suddenly struck Li Taiju as he glanced at the earth beside him. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the treetop, their faces smeared with mud and clad in tattered garments. Outside, chaos had already ensued. The supporters of Su Ruashi, unable to locate Li Taiju and his companions, had commenced rampant pillaging within the Lila shelter. Countless innocent residents were yanked from their warm beds, either robbed of their possessions or dragged into the streets. "Help! What are you doing? Someone save me, I don't want to die." The sound of gunfire mingled with anguished cries, transforming the Lila shelter into a veritable hell on earth. Everyone, having rid themselves of Qing Fei, believed they could finally lead peaceful lives. Over the past few days, conditions in the Lila shelter had indeed improved. Consequently, the majority of ordinary residents were unarmed. Now, when pulled out by the patrol, they were utterly powerless. A woman was seen being dragged into the street by members of the patrol, their faces alight with excitement. The woman recoiled, pleading, "Please spare me. I'm just an ordinary person." "Spare you? I've had my eye on you for quite some time." They laughed. "If it weren't for Li Taiju, Lila shelter would have already become our paradise." It was not too late. Su Ruashi had finally done something commendable. The patrolmen were filled with pride. Having received accurate information that Su Ruashi had rebelled, that was why they dared to act so brazenly. Once Su Ruashi overthrew Li Qin and stability returned, they would undoubtedly bask in the glory of their loyalty. Wealth and honor would be within their grasp. Let us consider this. Su Ruashi is merely a woman. If one day they grew weary of her, they could easily dethrone her and relish the taste of command themselves. All these splendid futures unfolded in the minds of these ruffians. The woman, trembling with fear, retreated further, exclaiming, "You will be punished for this." The patrolman merely yanked her back. The more frightened she became, the more exhilarated they felt. It was the end of days. Morality, gender equality, what nonsense. Women were mere commodities. One of the patrolmen sneered, giving the woman's cheek a dismissive pat. "Fear not. Li Qin is too preoccupied to come after me. Now, loosen up for the brothers." Just as these words left his lips, her husband appeared. Suddenly, he burst out of his home, a gas canister held high above his head. He dashed directly in front of the patrol team, swinging the canister towards their heads. With a resounding crash, the canister struck the ground, and the patrol members, unable to evade in time, received a few blows to their foreheads. The burly captain of the patrol, fuming with rage, exclaimed, "You insolent fool! How dare you strike my head? Are you seeking death?" One of the patrolmen, struck in the right eye, clutched his face and retaliated with a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The man was sent flying. The remaining patrol members quickly converged, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. In a short span of time, the man was left gasping for breath, his right hand tightly gripping a dagger while his left arm hung heavily at his side. His body was smeared with blood, clearly teetering on the brink of death. A woman, nearly fainting from shock, cried out in despair as she clung to her husband, lamenting, "Heaven has no eyes." Chapter 166. Today and here it was presumed that once the star-rated sanctuary took over, a life of happiness would ensue. Little did they know that such a calamity would unfold. The patrolling team exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they seized the woman, yanking her by her hair and dragging her backward. Perhaps it was the despair from her husband's demise that extinguished her will to survive. Her tears flowed like a torrent, cascading from her eyes as she watched helplessly as they took her away. Li Taiju and another stood by, observing the scene. Aunt May's fists clenched in indignation. How dare these vile creatures commit such acts in broad daylight? With a sudden roar, she leaped forward, positioning herself defiantly in front of the patrol. It was evident what these men intended to do with the woman they were dragging away, and May could not stand idly by while they perpetrated such injustices. Initially, Li Taiju had no intention of intervening. Relaying the information to the commander was of utmost importance. However, upon witnessing Aunt May's boldness, he had no choice but to darken his expression and slowly approach her side. "What are you two? How dare you obstruct our path?" The patrol leader glared at them, his expression filled with ire, seemingly eager to apprehend and punish them. Despite Aunt May's usual cautious demeanor, she would not yield when her boundaries were crossed. Facing the predatory gazes of the patrol, she boldly declared, "What business is it of yours who I am? Release her at once, or..." As she spoke, Aunt May produced a hilt from her lower back. With the current surplus of energy swords and powered exoskeletons, the Lila Sanctuary had acquired several sets, and she had been fortunate enough to receive one. In her flight, she had taken it for self-preservation, never anticipating its imminent necessity. "Is that a lightsaber? You're with that old dog Li Chun." The patrol members recoiled in horror at the sight of the hilt, their voices trembling. With a cold smirk, May pressed the activation switch, summoning a beam of energy that solidified into a sword in her grasp. "Regardless of my affiliations, this ends today." With that proclamation, she charged at the patrol. Li Taiju, undeterred, drew his own lightsaber, joining the fray. The woman, now collapsed on the ground, found herself ignored by the patrol, who were preoccupied with May and Li. Struggling to crawl away, she glanced back at the fierce battle. In a moment of resolve, she rose abruptly, seizing a shovel from the entrance and lunging towards the patrol members. Though her skills were lacking, and she was no seasoned fighter, fueled by rage and the distraction caused by May and Li, she managed to land several blows. It was as if one were striking a watermelon, as the majority of the patrol team were rendered incapacitated with a single blow to their foreheads. Mei paused, breathless, her gaze fixed upon the woman. Locking eyes with Li Taiju, she remarked, "This exceeds my expectations." Li Taiju was still embroiled in the fray and cast a disdainful glance at Mei. "Enough of your chatter. Let us deal with these individuals swiftly so we can retrieve the smart wristbands." Only then did Mei resume wielding her lightsaber. Though the members of the patrol team were armed, their proficiency was evidently lacking. Despite the close proximity, they failed to land a single hit. In contrast, Mei's lightsaber shone with undeniable advantage. Lacking any formal combat training, she merely danced close to the patrol team, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Fortunately, the lightsaber sliced through metal with ease. Otherwise, given Mei Yi's reckless flailing, she would likely have sustained injuries. After a prolonged struggle, the patrol team lay defeated on the ground, primarily thanks to the efforts of Mei Yi and the woman. Li Taiju, with his robust physique, had naturally drawn the attention of the patrol members, who regarded him as their primary adversary. Thus, they directed their assaults toward him, affording Mei Yi and the woman the opportunity to launch their counterattacks from behind. Once the patrol team was subdued, the trio found themselves utterly exhausted. The woman, overwhelmed, dropped her shovel, which clattered to the ground as she sank to the floor, weeping inconsolably. "What kind of world is this?" she lamented, dragging her husband's lifeless body, desperately seeking assistance. Deep down, she understood that, in such dire times, who would possess the heart to attend to the wounded? Seeing her plight, Mei Yi felt a surge of compassion. She approached and gently placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, speaking softly, "My son is a doctor. If you do not mind, please accompany us. He will be able to assist you shortly." The woman looked up abruptly, her heart racing with hope, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, she repeated, bowing in gratitude to Mei Yi, her heart filled with profound emotion. Given her utter exhaustion, the woman could scarcely move. Thus, Mei Yi and Li Taiju each supported her, guiding her to Mei Yi's residence, discreetly entering through the back door. The entire Lila refuge was in chaos. There were many more like the patrol team, and some were even oblivious to the uprising led by Su Ruashi, merely indulging in the pandemonium and unleashing their inner demons. Gently placing the woman and her husband on the sofa, Mei retrieved the smart wristbands from the table. She first reported the situation at the Lila refuge to Li Qin before dialing her two sons' numbers. Upon connection, she was immediately met with the sound of anguished cries on the other end. "Mom, have you found Li Taiju?" Her eldest son shouted, the cacophony of chaos surrounding him, interspersed with shouts of anger. Mei promptly replied, "We have located the intelligent wristband and relayed the information to the commander. Where are you now? Are you safe? I have brought back a severely injured patient. Ensure that the second son returns home as soon as possible. His condition is extremely precarious. If he does not receive treatment soon, it may lead to..." The remainder of her words remained unspoken, primarily out of consideration for the woman's feelings. No one wishes to hear the grim news of their husband's imminent demise. On the other end of the line, the eldest son quickly responded, "I am near the conference hall and will return immediately." With that, he ended the call. The woman, her eyes swollen, lifted her gaze upon hearing the call disconnect. Sincerely expressing, thank you. Mei waved her hand dismissively, crouching beside the woman to offer comfort. "Do not worry. My second son is an emergency physician. Your husband appears merely to be in a temporary state of unconsciousness and should not suffer any serious harm." Despite the man's battered appearance from the patrol team's assault, Mei had pressed on his abdomen earlier and found no ruptured organs. Chapter 167. An invisible hand. Upon hearing Mei Yi's words, the woman nodded gently. At this moment, she clung to but a single hope. Even if Mei Yi were merely offering her consolation, she felt compelled to accept it. "What is your name?" Mei Yi inquired, noticing the woman's evident anxiety. Thus, they engaged in casual conversation. "My name is Du Lanlan. My husband and I hail from the same village. Before the apocalypse, we resided near the Lila shelter." Du Lanlan murmured softly, her emotions still somewhat unstable. As she spoke, a look of sorrow and melancholy crossed her face. During the time Chung Fei managed the Lila shelter, Du Lanlan had narrowly escaped capture on several occasions, thanks to her husband, who had hidden her in a water tank at home, thus averting disaster. Prior to Li Qin's arrival, the couple even contemplated a secret departure from the Lila shelter to seek survival elsewhere. Yet, before they could act, Li Qin arrived with the artificial warriors, liberating all the residents. It was only after Li Qin took over that Du Lanlan dared to walk openly in the streets, finally living like a person. However, the respite was short-lived. With the current turmoil, everything had descended into madness. "Do you think the commander might meet with misfortune? We all rely on his protection, and if... A flicker of confusion crossed Du Lanlan's eyes. Should Su Ruashi truly betray them? She was torn between remaining in the Lila shelter or fleeing with her husband. After all, judging by the behavior of Su Ruashi's supporters today, staying in the shelter might bode ill. Mei gently patted Du Lanlan's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, the commander will be just fine. What we need to do now is to quietly await news." Du Lanlan nodded slightly, remaining silent. Approximately 30 minutes later, the man on the sofa had undergone a rudimentary disinfection. At that moment, Mei Yi's eldest son hurried back, looking utterly disheveled. Strands of damp, dark hair clung to his forehead, and his face bore traces of dust. The second son followed closely behind, equally disheveled, covered in dark smudges. It was evident he had been caught in the chaos. "Go wash up first, then the younger one can come help him," Mei instructed, her gaze scrutinizing her two sons. The water in the Lila shelter was sourced from a stable municipal water plant, allowing both sons to clean themselves swiftly. The younger son donned fresh clothes and, armed with his medical kit, approached the sofa. He began with a thorough examination, reassuringly noting that the man's heart rate was stable and that he bore no internal injuries. Only then did he feel at ease. Following that, he meticulously assessed any external wounds for signs of infection. Once the series of checks were completed, the second son nodded at Aunt Mei, somewhat troubled, and remarked, "For now, there is no immediate danger to life." "Then why hasn't my husband awakened yet?" Du Lanlan asked anxiously. Just moments ago, before the man had been tended to, he had been covered in blood, which appeared quite severe. The second son gazed into Du Lanlan's eyes, deliberating for a moment before deciding to speak candidly. "Look at the wound on his forehead. Based on initial assessments, his prolonged unconsciousness is likely due to a hematoma, which may be obstructing the cerebral blood vessels. However, given our current circumstances, we lack the means to diagnose this properly. We must go to the main facility of the star-rated shelter, where equipment is available for a thorough examination. At least, for the time being, he is not in imminent danger of death." Upon hearing these words, Du Lanlan felt a pang of distress. After all, this was her husband, with whom she had faced life and death. Yet she quickly reassured herself. After all, his life had been spared. This was indeed a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Now, all they could do was hope that the star-rated shelter would stabilize and send personnel to the Lila shelter, thus offering a glimmer of hope. Mother, have you reported the situation here to the commander? The second son inquired, turning to Aunt May. She nodded. Yes, I have, but there has been no response thus far. Unbeknownst to her, the main facility of the star-rated shelter had also fallen into chaos, or perhaps Li Qian had simply not seen the message. With this thought, Aunt May instructed her two sons to relay the information to Li Qian as well, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. By the way, have you gathered any intelligence from outside? Is the matter concerning Commander Su true? Who is spreading these rumors and inciting these individuals to commit wrongdoing? Aunt May's questions came in rapid succession. The eldest son responded immediately, we have gathered some information. It is said that this morning, a man named Brother Feng claimed that Commander Su has turned against us. Furthermore, he stated that Commander Su called him, urging him to incite unrest here at the Lila shelter. Upon hearing her eldest son's words, Aunt May pondered for a moment. She had a vague recollection of this so-called Brother Feng, a squad leader from the patrol team whom she had encountered a few times. However, due to his somewhat brash demeanor, she had kept her distance from him. To think he would harbor such audacity, the eldest son glanced around before continuing. I also learned that they plan to set the Lila shelter ablaze today. Why? Aunt May asked, perplexed. Isn't this group causing a ruckus to seize control of the Lila shelter? What do they hope to gain by burning it down? The eldest son, equally baffled, replied. I am unsure. I only caught fragments of the conversation. It seems they believe it is a way to demonstrate loyalty to Commander Su. The atmosphere instantly grew somber, as everyone sensed that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. If it were merely Su Ruashi's desire to rebel, there would not be such an array of complications. It is as though an invisible hand is incessantly stirring among all present. Meanwhile, at the star-rated refuge, Li Qian has also received messages from Mei and others. At this moment, it has been 40 minutes since Mei sent her message. There is no remedy. The matters at hand are simply too numerous. Mei's message is interspersed among others, making it difficult to notice at once. Noah, what is the situation over at the Lila refuge? Li Qian inquired. If there is chaos at the Lila refuge, Noah should have reported it by now. Why is there not a single update? Commander, 1 hour ago, there was an order from Li Taiju to disable 3 surveillance cameras at the Lila refuge. Noah promptly replied. Due to Li Tieju's considerable authority, it did not raise any suspicion in Noah's mind. Chapter 168. Dare to rampage on my territory what? Li Taiju. The moment Li Qian recalled that honest and unassuming face, disbelief washed over him. He swiftly speculated that there must be a traitor lurking among Li Tieju's circle. How else could they have obtained Li Tieju's smart wristband? Whether his conjecture was correct required first-hand verification. Thus, without delay, Li Qian commanded the 3rd squad of artificial warrior soldiers to prepare for action. The fighter jets awaited on the runway. 10 minutes later, the artificial warriors stood fully armed, assembled alongside the runway. Li Qian approached them with a calm demeanor. He had never needed to rally the artificial warriors. Any directive from him would compel them to act, regardless of injury or even loss of life, at any cost. Just as Li Qian was about to board the fighter jet, Su Ruashi stepped forward. Commander, may I accompany you? Those individuals are misusing my name in the Lila Sanctuary. I must clarify matters personally, Su Ruashi declared resolutely. Li Qian glanced at her, then shook his head. Su Ruashi felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill creeping from her core to her extremities. Why, Commander? Do you not trust me? She asked, hurt by the implication of doubt cast upon her. However, Li Qian continued to shake his head, responding. This situation is likely just a test. Do not forget what I told you yesterday about drawing out the mastermind behind this. If you go now, it will only signal your stance. How will they continue to use your name to create chaos if they know you are not on their side? If they miss this opportunity, they will retreat into the shadows. It will be far more challenging to unearth them later on. As the saying goes, a 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an ant's nest. Should the orchestrators of this plot hide away this time, they might very well use others as scapegoats in the future. Li Qian's unwavering trust in Su Ruashi stemmed from their bond. But what if the situation involved another individual? Thus, he resolved to eradicate the threat entirely, using Su Ruashi to expose all those lurking in the darkness. Su Ruashi grasped Li Qian's intent immediately. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded firmly. Understood, Commander. Indeed. You must continue your act within the star-rated sanctuary. I shall see if they dare to invade my territory, Li Qian declared, a bloodthirsty smile illuminating his face. Yes. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Su Ruashi responded, standing with her feet together, watching as Li Qian ascended into the fighter jet, which then soared towards Hebe City. Meanwhile, the Lila Sanctuary had descended into utter chaos. The ranks of the rebellious factions grew ever stronger, with scenes of violence and looting unfolding everywhere. Anyone bold enough to resist faced certain death. Some sought to escape the Lila Sanctuary, yet the rebel forces promptly blocked their exits. Who dares to approach? Bullets are at the ready. Now, everyone finds themselves ensnared. They have no choice but to endure the atrocities inflicted by the rebel forces. Curses and cries of anguish intertwine, swirling ominously above the Lila refuge. Everything seems to have returned to its starting point. Aunt May and her companions huddle within the confines of their dwelling, witnessing the turmoil unfolding outside. A profound anger courses through them. Yet, reason restrains them from taking any rash actions. The desire to rescue others is strong, but urgency is unwarranted. They are woefully outnumbered. Should they reveal themselves, it is likely they would be seized and beaten. That would spell disaster. Most importantly, everyone in the house firmly believes that Li Qin will not forsake them. He will surely come. When that time arrives, they can coordinate with the elite refuge to ensure the rescue of Lila. Du Lanlan closes her eyes and plugs her ears, trying to shield herself from the sounds of chaos outside, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. A futile act of self-deception. Amidst the anxious waiting, Aunt May's smart bracelet suddenly chimed. It was the commander. Aunt May was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The others gathered around, brimming with astonishment. Pressing the answer button, she inquired, "What is the situation on your end?" Li Qin's voice resonated, steady and profound, akin to a mighty mountain. The frantic heartbeats that had plagued them moments before were calmed in an instant. "I am hiding with Li Taiju, Commander. Is the elite refuge safe?" Aunt May asked calmly. "Yes, for the moment, there are no issues. Li Taiju, today Noah received your directive to shut down all 3 surveillance systems at the Lila refuge." "What is going on?" Li Qin's tone revealed a hint of anger. Li Taiju, listening nearby, wore a bewildered expression. "What? Shut down the surveillance? I never issued such an order," he exclaimed, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Could it be that he was losing his mind? With caution, Li Taiju replied, "Commander, I did not give that command. Is it possible that the intelligence system has been hacked?" "Hacked?" Li Qin scoffed, exasperated. "A civilization of level 0. 5 attempting to compromise a level 3 civilization's intelligence system? That is sheer folly. Think carefully. I will arrive in 10 minutes. After the situation is resolved, I expect you to identify the individual who issued that command. If you fail to do so, you will bear the consequences." Li Qin stated bluntly before ending the call. 10 minutes. Everyone exchanged excited glances. They had not anticipated the commander's efficiency to be so remarkable. Had he arrived sooner, the chaos at the Lila refuge could have been curtailed. This phone call had alleviated some of the psychological pressure on them. At least the elite refuge had not fallen. It was merely Lila that had succumbed to turmoil. Nevertheless, a lingering doubt remained. Did Commander Su truly engage in rebellion? The eldest son hesitantly pondered. The commander did not speak, but I surmise that General Su will not betray us. If that were the case, it would be the Star Refuge that would have caused the first stir. In any case, we must focus on our own tasks and refrain from spreading unfounded rumors, Li Taiju stated firmly. However, his fair words quickly drew the ire of others. "Humph. It is easy to speak sweetly now. Care to explain the order to disable the surveillance?" Mei retorted coldly. Others immediately cast skeptical glances in his direction. Li Taiju sighed and raised his hands in surrender. "I truly do not know what transpired. You are aware that my smart wristband has long since been removed. Perhaps they seized it and tampered with it." Upon hearing this, Mei's expression softened slightly. "Humph. Well, you brought it upon yourself," she scoffed. "For now, we need only await the commander's arrival. Let us not wander or spread rumors." Li Taiju, unfazed, advised the others. Chapter 169. She will arrive soon since the commander is unharmed. It is indeed a perfect opportunity to cleanse the interior of the Lila shelter, lest any minor incident later stir chaos. Therefore, the news that the commander will arrive in 10 minutes must remain undisclosed, to prevent those traitors from fleeing at the slightest hint. "Do I really need to remind you?" Aunt May rolled her eyes again. Those present were no fools. Li Taiju scratched his head foolishly, harboring no resentment towards the benefactor who had aided him. Boom, boom, boom. The rebel forces had created a ruckus inside the Lila shelter all morning and were now feeling somewhat fatigued. They gathered in the central square of the shelter for a meeting. Commander Su announced that she would soon arrive. "When that moment comes, we shall establish a new star-rated shelter. Our glory is on the horizon." Brother Feng, with his broad face, thick brows, and large eyes, possessed a prominent nose and a rugged, angular visage that resembled a stone sculpture. When he spoke, it seemed as though he carried an inherent charisma, exuding an undeniable persuasive power. The crowd in the central square united in a chorus, chanting slogans. "Glory! Glory! Glory! Brother Feng observed their fervor with satisfaction. Raising his large hand, he gestured for silence, and once the crowd quieted, he spoke slowly. Now, everyone, take your positions and distribute the fuel oil accordingly. As soon as Commander Su arrives, we shall ignite it. The interstellar shelter in Dahai City is our ultimate goal. There is no need to linger in this forsaken place. The Lila shelter had been under the dominion of the star-rated shelter for quite some time. Hence, the residents were somewhat aware of the lifestyle enjoyed there. Upon hearing that they could live in the star-rated shelter, their eyes sparkled with excitement. These individuals were part of the group whose applications to the star-rated shelter had been rejected, harboring feelings of resentment and jealousy, naturally leading to such reactions. It was rumored that the residents of the star-rated shelter dined on hot meals daily. Finally, one day I too shall enjoy such treatment. They mused. Furthermore, it was said that they bathed in hot water. They chuckled. I've heard there are many beautiful women in the star-rated shelter. Our fellows shall certainly indulge. The star-rated shelter was underground, rumored to be stocked with countless supplies and weapons. Surely, we are on the brink of prosperity. Following Brother Feng and Commander Su was undoubtedly the right choice. Within the ranks, many were already becoming animated, engaging in discussions about their plans upon entering the star-rated shelter. Some even took out their phones to browse the forum of the star-rated shelter, where numerous young and beautiful girls posted selfies, flipping through them as if selecting a consort. Commenting on each one with enthusiasm. As I step inside, I shall surely be the first to claim that woman. Just look at her youthful visage. It is quite tantalizing. Ha ha ha. Once you're done, be sure to leave her for me. Of course, we are all brothers here. A few of them revealed wicked smiles. Brother Feng listened intently to the discussions below, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly masked his emotions, and the others remained oblivious. It seems everyone is already set on what they wish to accomplish upon entering the star-rated refuge. Excellent. A multitude of thoughts is not to be feared. But the absence of a goal is. Now, my brothers, let us act swiftly and pour the fire oil. With a commanding voice, Brother Feng issued the order. The rebellious faction immediately scattered to attend to their tasks. Mei Jie and the others watched in horror as the rebels poured fire oil all around the Lila refuge. Panic surged through them. They must stop them at once. Otherwise, the Lila refuge would truly face destruction. The eldest son was beside himself with anxiety. If the flames were ignited, no one would survive within the Lila refuge. Such malevolence from the rebels, concocting such a heinous plot. Just as the eldest son prepared to rush out to thwart them, Mei Jie, calm and collected, seized his arm. Hold on. The commander will arrive in 3 minutes. If we reveal ourselves now, we may encounter trouble. By this point, the turmoil in the Lila refuge had largely subsided. Those who could hide were remaining silent. The rebels did not have much time to search for them. Thus, for the moment, Mei Jie and her companions were relatively safe. To rush out now would be futile. They could not stop them even if they tried, and they might endanger themselves in the process. Who knows what peril might await them? They could not afford to wait for the commander in such a scenario. Hearing her words, the eldest son, with eyes wide and bloodshot, paused reluctantly. In the next minute, he was a bundle of nerves, pacing the room like a wound-up toy. The others in the room shared his torment, uncertain if Li Qin would arrive on time. If he were late, the rebels would set the Lila refuge ablaze, and they would perish alongside it. Time passed, each tick echoing in their minds like a wound-up clock. The synchronized heartbeats and breaths of the 6 individuals resonated clearly amidst the eerie silence. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the street. The rebels rejoiced. Commander Su has arrived. Ha. Commander Su has come in a fighter jet. Let us move swiftly. Once aboard, we shall ignite the Lila refuge. The eyes of each rebel sparkled with fervor, their faces alight with an excitement that sent shivers down their spines. Mei Jie discreetly pulled aside the curtain to peer outside, her gaze fixed upon the sky. Dozens of aircraft swooped down with a resounding roar, each adorned with the insignia of the interstellar sanctuary. Has the commander arrived? Aunt Mei hesitates. For the rebel factions have claimed that Su Ruashi is among them. Whence comes this information? Could it be that the sanctuary has indeed faced calamity and fallen? Was the earlier call from the commander merely a ruse orchestrated by Su Ruashi and her cohorts to placate them? As the jubilant cries from the rebel ranks grow louder, Aunt Mei and her companions become increasingly anxious, akin to viewers of a gripping drama, yearning to leap to the conclusion to unveil the truth. Let us not rush to judgment. We must place our trust in the commander. At this pivotal moment, Li Taiju steps forward to calm their fraying nerves. Regardless of the uproar outside, his faith in Li Qin remains unwavering. Chapter 170. A major blunder. There is no other reason. In Li Qin's heart, Li Taiju is akin to a divine being. How could he possibly lose? Yet, why are they shouting so? It's over. We are doomed. This time, we have miscalculated. Had I known, when they were pouring the incendiary oil, I would have rushed out to fight with them. The eldest son's eyes brimmed with tears as he glared furiously at the rebellious throngs outside, his trembling lips clenched tight. Silence enveloped the group before the plane landed. No one knew the outcome. The roar of the aircraft's engines reverberated a few times before it came to a steady halt on the tarmac. This was the site where Li Qin had previously expanded the landing area for logistical convenience, ample enough to accommodate dozens of fighter jets simultaneously. Brother Feng had already gathered the rebellious forces, lined up eagerly near the tarmac, their expressions charged with excitement. Finally, General Su had arrived. Brother Feng had once been merely a patrol team leader at the Lila Refuge, enduring each day with great frustration, lacking energy cores and women. What distressed him the most was the necessity to show deference to Aunt May, a woman well into her old age. Why should he? He was undoubtedly more capable and intelligent. Why should Li Taiju, that fool, and Aunt May, that hag, be allowed to govern the Lila Refuge? Li Qin was blind to it all. Countless times, Brother Feng had envisioned toppling Li Qin in the dead of night, yearning to seize control for himself. Soon, the opportunity presented itself. He received a phone call, and from the voice, he recognized it was Su Ruashi's. He had overheard her voice when she arrived at the refuge. Su Ruashi instructed him to create turmoil within Lila and uttered several veiled remarks, piecing together recent rumors. Brother Feng quickly grasped that Su Ruashi was plotting a rebellion. That day, even while patrolling, Brother Feng was lost in thought. At night, lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, he felt an uncontrollable restlessness, as if an army was clamoring in his mind. He knew this was his sole opportunity. Seizing it would elevate him above others. If he failed, Brother Feng dared not contemplate further. Thus, the following day, he promptly assured Su Ruoshi of his allegiance. He no longer wished to remain a mere patrol leader. Why should that fool Li Taiju and that old hag Aunt May stand over him? Watching the plane glide down the runway, he could hardly contain his racing heart. Today he had received Su Ruashi's call, stating she would arrive shortly to take them away and had assigned the task of burning down the Lila Refuge. Now, as the plane truly came into view, Brother Feng's mind was almost a blank slate. The taxiing aircraft came to a halt, and shortly thereafter, a cadre of artificial soldiers descended from the plane, all heavily armed and arranged in perfect formation. They immediately surrounded the tarmac, weapons drawn and vigilant. What is happening? The direct combat unit? Brother Feng gazed at these individuals, filled with hesitation. Although he was not employed within the star-level shelter, he was still aware of some fundamental matters. Su Ruashi was supposed to be in charge of the guard team. It was rumored that the direct combat unit was firmly under the control of Li Qin. Suddenly, Brother Feng felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, his lips quivering, as if smoke were rising from the top of his head. However, he quickly reassured himself that Su Ruashi must have obtained command from the star-level shelter. Perhaps she had also gained control over the direct combat unit, which is why they appeared with her. With this thought, Brother Feng felt somewhat steadied. As the artificial soldiers descended and lined up, the last aircraft finally opened its hatch. The ladder slowly descended, and faintly, several figures could be seen making their way down. Long live Commander Su! Long live Commander Su! Long live Commander Su! The rebels could no longer contain their excitement, shouting in unison. At that moment, Li Qin had just stepped off the plane. Hearing the voices, he halted abruptly, then raised his gaze, scoffing. It seems they have mistaken me for Su Ruashi? What a blunder. He was also quite curious as to why these people believed Su Ruashi had arrived. After all, Su Ruashi had never sent any message to the Lila shelter. With this thought in mind, Li Qin slowly lifted his foot and walked forward. The artificial soldiers immediately parted, creating a path for him, perhaps due to the distance. Brother Feng did not clearly see Li Qin's face and promptly approached with great respect, saying, "Commander Su, we have already taken control of the Lila shelter. We have fulfilled our mission, and the incendiaries are all set. At your command, we can reduce the entire Lila shelter to ruins." Out of nervousness, Brother Feng dared not look up at Su Ruashi even once, focusing solely on his heels. Internally, he puzzled. How could a woman like Su Ruashi have such large feet? Quite strange indeed. Before Brother Feng could contemplate this further, a scream erupted from the rebel ranks. This is not Commander Su. Although not everyone had seen Su Ruashi's face, they all knew she was a woman. Upon closer inspection, the figure revealed short hair, eyes that glimmered like cold stars, and brows as if painted. It was unmistakably a man. The rebels began to sense something was amiss. Brother Feng's heart trembled uncontrollably as he slowly raised his head. When he laid eyes on Li Qin's face, his previously composed expression turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror. He recognized that face. It belonged to Li Qin, the commander of the star-level shelter. Hadn't Su Ruashi claimed to have secured the star-level shelter? Why was the person who arrived not Su Ruashi? Questions echoed in Feng Ji's mind, yet Li Qin offered him no respite for contemplation. Without hesitation, he commanded the android soldiers to seize control of him. Seeing you here, I imagine you must be quite disappointed, Li Chun proclaimed, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. The rebel group present, each and every one, had no chance to flee. They were swiftly subdued by the android soldiers. Surprisingly, due to an unforeseen blunder, the operation proceeded with remarkable ease. Leaving the rebels with no time to react before they were captured, Li Chun regarded these individuals with a chilling smile. With a grand gesture, the android soldiers escorted them deeper into the Lila sanctuary. Along the way, there were several attempts by the captured rebels to escape, however. All their schemes paled in comparison to the absolute might of the android soldiers, who maintained an unyielding grip on them. As Li Chun and his entourage arrived at the central square, Mei Yi and others emerged, standing poised in the square awaiting their arrival. Chapter 171. Seeking justice for the victims in truth, Mei Yi and her companions were uncertain about who would arrive today. If it were Su Ruashi, their demise would be inevitable. Hiding away in the house would avail them nothing. However, if it were Li Chun, standing in the square, there might be a chance for assistance. Upon catching sight of Li Chun's figure, Mei Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, repeatedly murmuring, "Wonderful, wonderful." Unbeknownst to Li Chun, their internal turmoil was profound. He unceremoniously cast the rebel faction onto the square, each member bound tightly, resembling a collection of zongzi from afar. Li Taiju, what is the situation at the Lila refuge? Li Chun inquired. Why did this group of rebels presume Su Ruashi had arrived? They even rushed to the helipad, walking into their own demise. Li Chun was perplexed. Li Taiju scratched his head and stepped forward, reporting, "Commander, most individuals have already taken cover. Should I shout for them to come out?" Li Chun stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Who asked you that? I meant, how much information do you have on this group? He pointed at Feng Gu and others, seeking clarification. Realizing his misunderstanding, Li Taiju awkwardly cleared his throat and replied. It seems there is an individual claiming to be Commander Su who has been communicating with them. Beyond that, I am unaware. Seeing Li Tieju's bewildered expression, Li Chun shook his head in frustration, wishing to give him a good thrashing. This fellow usually appeared quite normal, yet after a day or two, he seemed utterly daft. Whenever questions arose, he knew nothing. All right, summon the others, Li Chun ordered. Mei Yi, take your team and interrogate the rebel faction. Mei Yi hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, Commander, they have placed incendiary oil around the Lila refuge, intending to set the entire place ablaze. Shouldn't we eliminate the oil first? After all, if someone is orchestrating this, leaving the oil behind could lead to disaster. We cannot ascertain if there are any stragglers who might ignite it. Li Chun nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Commander, there is a question that has been troubling me, and I would like to ask you. Li Taiju stammered, his face as red as a crab. What is it? Li Chun felt a waterfall of sweat cascading down his forehead in exasperation. Just ask, why the theatrics? Uninformed observers might assume that Li Chun was indiscriminately desperate, even pursuing men. Li Taiju promptly asked, has Commander Su truly betrayed us? I heard them shouting that Commander Su had arrived. Or is this something you and Commander Su had previously arranged? As soon as Li Tieju's question emerged, not only did Aunt Mei and others perk up their ears, but even Brother Feng and a few members of the rebellious faction were equally puzzled. They could not comprehend why it was Li Chun arriving instead of Su Ruashi, who had supposedly announced her coming. Li Chun cast a glance at the rebellious group, scoffing lightly as he remarked, can you guess why? Su Ruashi is now under control. You ought to refrain from prying into matters beyond your scope and focus on your own responsibilities. At the very least, ensure that your smart environmental system is functioning properly. Otherwise, who issued the command to shut down surveillance this morning? Had it not been for Aunt May's cleverness, the Lila sanctuary would likely have already fallen. With Li Chun unable to offer any assistance in time, Li Taiju felt somewhat embarrassed, lowering his head in acknowledgement, yet his heart was tumultuous. Su Ruashi was under control? This meant that the rumors were indeed true. Su Ruashi harbored rebellious intentions. For a moment, Li Taiju struggled to come to terms with this revelation, especially considering Su Ruashi had previously appeared so loyal to Li Chun. However, he understood that further inquiries would likely result in a few sharp rebukes from Li Chun, so he wisely chose to remain silent. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Taiju, holding a megaphone, repeatedly announced the same message throughout the streets of the Lila sanctuary. The commander has come to rescue us. The rebellious faction has been subdued. Everyone may emerge. The residents who had been hiding within the sanctuary began to reveal themselves. Of course, a small portion remained skeptical, unwilling to budge from their concealed spots. For these individuals, Li Taiju felt powerless, reasoning that once the Lila sanctuary resumed normal operations, they would eventually come out on their own. Thus, he chose to disregard them, all gathered in the central square. Upon witnessing the rebellious faction bound and thrown in the center, guarded by mechanized soldiers clad in powered exoskeletons and armed with weapons. The tension in their hearts finally eased. Some, however, who had lost family members to the hands of the rebels during the turmoil, could not contain their rage upon seeing their enemies. They charged forward, striking the rebels with fists and feet, their voices rising in anguish. "You bastards! Return my father to me. If I do not kill you today, I shall not bear the surname Mo. Return my son to me, return him. You beasts!" Their eyes resembled buckets overflowing with sorrow, tears cascading uncontrollably as the grief of their lost loved ones burst forth. Others chose not to engage in the violence, but their gazes pierced through the rebellious faction like arrows, each one striking deep into their hearts. Observing this, Li Qin did not intervene, tacitly allowing the actions to unfold. The rebels had committed heinous acts, and what was wrong with allowing the victims to seek justice? Li Qin was no saint. As it became evident that Li Qin had no intention of intervening, more individuals joined the fray against the rebels. Numerous rebels lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, crimson blood trickling down their arms. Drops fell to the earth, the sanguine stains rapidly expanding. The scene appeared utterly horrifying. At that moment, Aunt May, having led her team, had thoroughly cleared away all the flammable oil and returned to report. Accompanying her was a shifty-eyed man. "Commander, while we were cleaning up the oil, we spotted this man acting furtively, wielding a lighter. He could be a remnant of the rebel forces," Aunt May exclaimed through gritted teeth. This man was unfamiliar. Aunt May had never encountered him within the confines of the Lila shelter before. Earlier, as she was clearing the oil behind her house, she had caught a glimpse of his furtive figure, crouched low, accompanied by the ominous sound of a lighter flicking on and off. At that moment, Aunt May was nearly overwhelmed with terror. Chapter 172. A miraculous event in a flurry of urgency, they swiftly ascended to intervene. Fortunately, the artificial warriors, clad in powered exoskeletons, moved with remarkable speed, toppling the man to the ground. A green lighter tumbled out alongside him. Aunt May picked it up, chills running down her spine. In an instant, she discerned the truth. This man was sent by the forces behind the rebellion. She promptly escorted him to Li Qin's side. Li Qin examined the lighter closely, but found nothing of significance. It was an ordinary lighter, readily available in convenience stores before the apocalypse. Unremarkable. Turning his attention back to the man, he noted the shifty eyes, darting restlessly despite his restrained hands, as if concocting some nefarious scheme. His appearance alone suggested he was no honest individual. "Take him away for interrogation. I wish to uncover who dares to sow chaos in the Lila sanctuary," Li Qin said, his lips pressing into a thin, cold line. Fortunately, Aunt May had suggested clearing the oil first. Otherwise, this man's plans might have come to fruition. What troubled Li Qin most was the uncertainty surrounding the mastermind. Was this the only agent they had dispatched, or were there more lurking in the shadows? Li Taiju immediately took the man away for questioning. Aunt May continued, "Commander, during the riots, a couple was injured by the rebel forces. The husband was rendered unconscious. The doctor indicated he might have a cerebral hemorrhage. Could we take him back for a scan?" Aunt May had not forgotten about Du Lanlan and her husband. Currently, Du Lanlan's husband was not in immediate danger, but if the bleeding continued to pressure his cerebral vessels, even if treated later, he could very well end up in a vegetative state. This would be unbearable for Du Lanlan. Li Qin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the artificial warriors. One medical-type warrior stepped forward. "No need to transport him. We have the means here." "Proceed," Li Qin nodded to the medical warrior. Aunt May breathed a sigh of relief. Her second son had mentioned that given the man's condition, it was inadvisable to jostle him. A single bump could exacerbate his cerebral injury, leading to even greater fatalities. The presence of someone capable of treatment was indeed the best outcome. Thus, Aunt May, accompanied by the medical warrior, hurried to her residence. Upon opening the door, a pale and trembling Du Lanlan rushed out. "Aunt May, can my husband receive treatment now? Just now he coughed up blood." Du Lanlan was in a state of panic. The moment she witnessed her husband bleeding, her heart felt as if it were ablaze, and beads of sweat poured down her face like a torrential rain. Clutching Aunt May's hand, she resembled a drowning person grasping for their last lifeline. Aunt May gently patted her hand, offering a semblance of comfort. Turning to the side, I made way for the figure of the medical android. "Do not worry," I reassured. "This is the accompanying physician from the commander's team. I assure you, your husband will be saved." Du Lanlan's eyes were vacant. Upon hearing my words, she finally stepped aside, allowing the medical android to enter. At that moment, her second son stood vigil by the sofa. Scattered across the floor were blood-soaked wads of paper. Moments earlier, Du Lanlan's husband had suddenly coughed up blood. In a desperate attempt to prevent his father from choking on his own blood, the second son forcibly pried open his mouth, using cotton and tissue to absorb the blood. Upon seeing Aunt May return with assistance, the second son furrowed his brow. "Mother, given his current condition, he must undergo a scan with medical equipment to determine the location of the hematoma. He might even require a craniotomy." Merely visual observation is insufficient. He suggested that Du Lanlin's husband should be taken to the star-rated refuge for treatment, where the medical apparatus was most advanced. Aunt May appeared somewhat embarrassed and glanced at the medical android, about to say something. However, the medical android had already approached the sofa, clad in a power exoskeleton. It was evident that its design differed from those of other combat androids. Suddenly, the medical android extended its hand, and beams of light emanated forth, penetrating the man's body on the sofa. Immediately, the conditions within the man were displayed in the android's visor, including a clear view of the blood vessel distribution in his brain. It is noteworthy that conventional medical instruments could only provide a two-dimensional view. Yet this scanner was capable of constructing a three-dimensional representation. The medical android distinctly identified the location of the hematoma and observed that a small section of the man's lung had ruptured due to his weak breathing. This had gone unnoticed until now. However, a rupture is a rupture. Blood was continuously seeping into his nasal and oral cavities, which explained the earlier blood vomit. The combat android promptly explained the diagnosis to those present. Then, a cylindrical spotlight above illuminated the scene. After the metal arm was raised and sanitized with alcohol and other substances, the surgery commenced. The second son, observing nearby, was utterly astounded. Was this truly possible? To describe it merely as high-tech felt like an understatement. It was nothing short of miraculous. The equipment worn by the medical android resembled a miniature mobile operating table. What intrigued the second son the most was the scanner. So small, yet far more impressive than those MRI machines. Thus, he fell silent, fully engrossed in watching the medical android perform the surgery. After the sterilization process, he assisted the android. Approximately an hour later, the surgery concluded. The medical android's skills were exceptionally advanced, having not only cleared the hematoma from the man's brain. Moreover, the blood that flowed throughout the lungs was meticulously cleaned, and the wound was treated with care. Most astonishingly, the surgical scars left by the medical android were remarkably minimal. The incision was scarcely wider than 2 fingers. The second son stood in awe, his perception of the star-rated shelter forever altered. Following the operation, the medical android thoroughly disinfected the entire room and then advised, for the next few days, it is crucial to maintain regular disinfection to prevent any potential viral intrusion. Is there analgesic medication available in the Lila shelter? Once he awakens, please administer a dose. Following that, ensure he rests well. There should be no significant issues. After delivering this counsel, the medical android gathered its tools and departed to report back. The second son watched the android leave, murmuring to himself, "It is simply astounding." With that, he acknowledged the pressing matters within the shelter, instructing, "Please take good care of the patient. I must attend to other tasks." Aunt May, unable to remain idle, promptly made her way outside. Chapter 173. Inflicting greater harm. The interrogation of the rebel faction proceeded remarkably smoothly. After all, these rebels were driven solely by their own selfish desires, devoid of any true loyalty. Regrettably, the masterminds behind it all were shrouded in obscurity. Apart from Brother Feng, who possessed a modicum of information, no one else could elicit any significant details. Even Li Taiju, the one responsible for the interrogations, found himself astonished. These naive youths, utterly oblivious to the truth, were nonetheless willing to serve others. Was it possible that their insatiable greed had triumphed over all else? Regardless, Li Taiju held a profound respect for these individuals. The intelligence extracted by Brother Feng was scant, limited to the contact details of Su Ruashi. Li Qin attempted to call the number, but it was evident that the shadowy figures had already been informed of their failure. The call was abruptly terminated, and the number was blocked. During a subsequent pursuit, Noah discovered that the signal had originated from within the Lila refuge. After an exhaustive search, a discarded phone card was uncovered in the backyard of a residence, hidden within a pig pen. Alas, this lead had come to an end. Li Qin's visit yielded minimal results, if not none at all, aside from liberating the Lila refuge. He entrusted the ongoing matters of the refuge to Aunt May and Li Taiju for resolution. Before departing, Li Qin specifically summoned Li Taiju, his expression grave as he admonished, "The smart wristband is your sole means of identification. You must wear it at all times. Upon your return, conduct a thorough investigation for traitors. This incident undoubtedly involves someone you trust. Should a similar situation arise again, I expect you to pack your belongings and leave." Li Qin's demeanor was exceedingly serious, rendering Li Taiju unable to muster any objections. Once Li Qin had departed, Li Taiju promptly convened a meeting focused on the recent rebel faction. It was evident that there were still a few elusive individuals lurking within the Lila refuge, necessitating Li Tieju's iron-fisted approach to uncover them. Failure to do so could lead to even greater peril in the future. Moreover, Li Qin's words lingered in Li Tieju's mind. He realized that his smart wristband had always remained within his domain, either in his office or at home, accessible only to those closest to him. Thus, he began investigating who had entered his office that morning and issued the command to disable the surveillance. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Lila refuge, a group of men clad in combat attire gathered together. "Boss, the operation at the Lila refuge has failed," one man exclaimed, his round, dark face adorned with a simple smile. The leader, fixated on the interior of the Lila refuge, bore a gaze that could sear like fire, akin to the talons of an eagle that would draw blood. "What shall we do? They have cleared out all the fuel. Should we make a run for it?" The third man inquired anxiously. If Litaiju were to free his hands and discover them standing here, they would likely face dire consequences. Do not be deceived by Litaiju's seemingly simple demeanor. The methods he employed during the interrogation of the rebellious faction were chilling to the bone. The brothers watched from behind the wall, unable to suppress the goosebumps that prickled their skin. The thought of experiencing such treatment themselves was unbearable. "Leave? Our mission has failed." "How can we leave?" The leader shook his head in frustration, slamming his palm against the fence. "When we return, we will be punished by our superiors." He was seething with indignation, unable to comprehend how his meticulously crafted plan had unraveled. Initially, he had instructed the sixth brother to lie in wait within the Lila shelter for a month, earning Li Tieju's trust. When Li Taiju seized the smart wristband, the sixth brother stealthily appropriated it to send commands to disable the surveillance systems, thereby ensuring that the inhabitants of the star-level shelter remained oblivious to their machinations. Once the ordeal concluded, they would likely remain in the dark. Then, the plan involved impersonating Tsuruashi to incite the patrols at the Lila shelter into riotous chaos. On the surface, the scheme appeared flawless. Yet, where had it gone awry? Indeed, the leader had sent a message to Brother Phone, indicating that Tsuruashi was arriving, intending to assume control. However, who could have anticipated that Li Chun would arrive at that precise moment, capturing the entire rebellious faction in one fell swoop? It all seemed eerily sinister. Observing the leader's somber countenance, the others fell silent, hesitant to speak. The sixth brother was still inside attending a meeting, and it was entirely possible that Li Taiju had already discovered his presence. "We must be ready to rescue him at any moment," the leader declared through gritted teeth. These men were not truly blood brothers. They had merely banded together in the face of the apocalypse to enhance their chances of survival, forming a brotherhood of necessity. Their current allegiance lay with a certain laboratory. The leader, valuing loyalty above all, would never abandon his brothers, no matter the circumstances. With the sixth brother deep within a perilous situation, the leader could not bring himself to flee. The other brothers, witnessing the scene, were taken aback. Goodness. The star-level shelter has sent a considerable number of synthetic warriors for rescue. Just looking at their impressive powered exoskeletons, combined with their luminous swords, is enough to instill fear. To charge in and rescue someone would surely be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, leader, the sixth brother is fated to survive. Perhaps Li Taiju won't uncover his identity. One brother urged. "We should return promptly to relay the message, so the laboratory can send assistance." The second brother pleaded, not wishing to sacrifice himself for someone with no blood ties. In truth, the second brother felt a tinge of resentment towards the leader, believing that if the leader had not been so arrogant in dismissing his alternative plan, they might have succeeded. The leader, noticing the gazes of the others, felt a surge of anger. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at them, his face pale with rage, and his breathing grew heavy. "Do not forget. We have all sworn an oath not to seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year, but rather to perish together on that fateful day. Lao Lu is our brother." The others exchanged glances, each reflecting disdain in their eyes. "What brother? He is merely an interloper." With this thought, Lao Air steeled himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not sacrifice his life for Lao Lu's sake. He declared resolutely, "Let the elder brother remain. I shall take my comrades and depart." After all, he had no desire to forfeit his own life to uphold your so-called brotherhood. With that, Lao Air turned to leave. They had hidden a few motorcycles in a nearby stack of hay, light, convenient, and swift. Such vehicles were incredibly practical for them. Just as Lao Air mounted his motorcycle, ready to depart, Lao De grew anxious. "How can you act this way? Do not forget. It was Lao Lu who ventured into the zombie den to rescue you last time." Chapter 174. No merit, yet hardship. The second brother exhibited a hint of impatience. Save us, save us." They constantly invoked the debt of gratitude to pressure him. In this apocalyptic world, were they not aware of their own actions? Must they cling to their so-called morality? This time, the second brother left without uttering a single word. Revving the throttle of his motorcycle, he sped away. Observing this, the others hastily followed suit, mounting their motorcycles and departing. In an instant, only the eldest and the fifth brother remained, as all the others had vanished. The eldest's breath grew labored as he watched his brothers retreating, his eyes gradually reddening. It was unclear whether his emotions stemmed from anger or sorrow. The fifth brother approached. placing a comforting hand on the eldest shoulder. Brother, do you not yet understand? This is how they are. Just the two of us is fine. Let us infiltrate and find a place to lay low and assess the situation. If the sixth brother is indeed in danger, we shall go and rescue him. The eldest had not anticipated that the only one who would remain by his side would be the seemingly erratic fifth brother. Thus, he wiped away a tear and nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Lila Sanctuary, an artificial warrior had subdued a 19-year-old youth. Li Taiju gazed at the boy, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. This young man was the sixth brother, known by the alias Lin Fu. Previously, Lin Fu had found himself encircled by a horde of second-tier zombies, his face ashen and appearing on the brink of death. At that moment, Li Taiju, accompanied by his team, was out delivering supplies and fortuitously encountered Lin Fu, rescuing him in the process. Lin Fu was amiable and industrious, often aiding Li Taiju and Aunt Mei with various errands since arriving at the Lila Sanctuary. Both Li Taiju and Aunt Mei held great affection for the lad and had even contemplated entrusting him with some responsibilities, especially for Li Taiju, who had lost his wife and daughter at the hands of Cheng Fei. He had relinquished any thoughts of remarrying. In Lin Fu, he saw a reflection of his own son and took him under his wing. However, little did he know that the tale of the farmer and the snake would unfold in his own life. That very morning, Lin Fu had busily prepared coffee for Li Taiju and even expressed a desire to learn how to report to Li Chun. Naturally, Li Taiju acquiesced, allowing Lin Fu to observe from the office. Who could have foreseen that, during Li Tieju's brief absence to visit the restroom, Lin Fu would exploit Li Tieju's smart wristband to send a message to Noah, instructing the cessation of surveillance? It took Li Taiju considerable effort to apprehend Lin Fu. Initially, he struggled to comprehend the betrayal until he witnessed Lin Fu's pallid complexion and trembling form. Only then did he accept the harsh reality. He could not fathom how he had brought back a wolf in sheep's clothing. Did virtue truly go unrewarded? Lin Fu had previously observed how the star-rated sanctuary dealt with rebellious factions, and now he found himself ensnared. He was acutely aware that disaster loomed overhead. Confronted by Li Tieju's penetrating gaze, Lin Fu recoiled in terror, retreating incessantly. His face turned ashen, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Who sent you here? Li Taiju inquired, suppressing the fury and resentment bubbling within him. Lin Fu stammered, his fear reaching its zenith, yet he refrained from revealing the truth. Instead, he resorted to an emotional appeal. Brother Taiju, I truly did not mean to. You have witnessed my efforts over these past few days, while I may not have achieved any merit. I have certainly endured hardships. I was merely curious, and when I picked up your smart wristband to play with it, I inadvertently pressed the wrong button. Lin Fu attempted to obfuscate the situation, attributing all blame to mere coincidence. However, Li Taiju was not a fool, despite his simplicity. The blatant falsehood in Lin Fu's words was easily discernible. At that moment, Li Taiju felt as though his heart were submerged in briny ocean waters. A chill coursed through his veins, leaving him utterly disheartened by Lin Fu's actions. Yet Lin Fu remained oblivious, continuing his defense. Furthermore, Brother Taiju, you never mentioned how crucial this smart wristband was. I thought it was merely a novel toy. Li Taiju could no longer contain himself and bellowed, Enough. His gaze was piercing, like daggers aimed directly at Lin Fu. Terrified, Lin Fu shivered once more, silenced by fear. In his heart, Lin Fu fervently prayed for his elder brothers to sense the unusual tension and rush to his aid. Otherwise, given Li Tieju's temperament, he knew he would soon face dire consequences. The primary reason Lin Fu hesitated to speak was the brutal methods employed by the laboratory. Should he dare to divulge even the slightest piece of information, not only would he find himself cornered, but his brothers would also face inhumane retribution. The chilling fate of those who had previously betrayed the laboratory sent shivers down Lin Fu's spine. Take him away, Li Taiju declared, forcefully shutting his eyes. Overwhelmed by a wave of frustration, he lamented his unfortunate choice of companions. Aunt Mei, witnessing the scene, immediately interjected, Li Taiju, have you lost your senses? I know you have always cared for Lin Fu, treating him as if he were your own child. But you must remember what he has done. His actions have brought calamity upon countless residents of the Lila Sanctuary. Do you still wish to protect him? Aunt Mei's words were fervent, her discontent radiating unmistakably. Clearly, she disapproved of Li Tieju's approach. Li Taiju found himself momentarily speechless. Aunt Mei continued, if you cannot take action, I will have to consult the commander on how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Li Taiju finally spoke, albeit slowly, I merely wish to gather my thoughts. Since this child has infiltrated our ranks, he must possess knowledge we are unaware of. How can we simply execute him? However, Aunt Mei gazed into Li Tieju's eyes, filled with disbelief. Was she attempting to extract information from Lin Fu, or was it compassion that compelled her to spare this child's life? Only Li Taiju truly understood the turmoil within his heart. Under Aunt May's scrutinizing gaze, Li Taiju felt utterly at a loss for words. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it. Since you have your own intentions, you may handle Lin Fu as you see fit." Lin Fu glanced between Li Taiju and Aunt May, and a sudden calmness enveloped him. It was crucial to recognize that within the entire Lila sanctuary, Aunt May had always treated Lin Fu as her third son, caring for him with utmost affection. In Li Tieju's hands, there was a chance he might act ruthlessly and send Lin Fu to his demise, but Aunt May was unlikely to do so. Thus, Lin Fu feigned compliance, lowering his head obediently. At that moment, Aunt May felt a weight in her chest, and upon hearing Li Tieju's words, a profound headache washed over her. Chapter 175, not as simple as it appears. She cast a glance at Lin Fu, who appeared timid. Coldly, she stated, "I shall confine him for now," and turned to leave. Li Taiju sighed deeply, reflecting on the multitude of foolish actions he had committed recently. It was no wonder that Aunt May harbored doubts about him. Li Taiju had unwavering faith that Aunt May would not show leniency. Although she presented a gentle faade, she possessed an unwavering inner strength. While she appeared kind to everyone, she held steadfast principles within her heart. This time, Lin Fu had threatened the safety of the star-level refuge, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous innocent lives amidst the chaos. Aunt May would undoubtedly not let Lin Fu off lightly. As Lin Fu departed, he wore an expression of relief. Li Taiju felt a wave of sympathy for him, fearing that he was oblivious to the trials that awaited him. After Aunt May took Lin Fu away, he initially believed it to be merely a faade. According to her usual demeanor, once the coast was clear, she would surely offer him comfort. However, instead of solace, Lin Fu found himself unceremoniously cast into a small dark room, an interrogation chamber meticulously constructed by Li Taiju. Devoid of even a single window, the food for the inmate was slid through a small opening beneath the door and apart from meal times. He was denied any glimpse of daylight. Upon entering, Lin Fu began to panic, frantically banging on the iron door and shouting, "Aunt May, I realize my mistake. Please let me out. Aunt May, I truly did not intend to." Yet, all that greeted him was Aunt May's icy voice. "Lin Fu, I have always treated you as my own son. Had you not committed these acts, both Taiju and I would have personally nominated you as the next leader of the Lila Refuge." Alas, Aunt May sighed, leaving her words unspoken. Lin Fu, leaning against the iron door, was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that Aunt May harbored such thoughts. He had assumed that she and Li Taiju merely viewed him as a source of amusement. If only he had not followed his brother's orders to steal the smart bracelet. Would things have been different? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Fu's face, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by a surge of hatred. No, it was not his fault. It was Aunt May's fault. It was Li Tieju's fault. Had they disclosed this matter to him sooner, everything would have unfolded differently. He would not have heeded his brother's commands to engage in such actions. Now, Aunt May's revelation seemed merely a ploy to shatter his mental defenses and extract information from him. Lin Fu's eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, gleamed with a bloodthirsty ferocity. He continued to pound on the iron door while uttering pleas for mercy. He had to escape. Yet, what met Lin Fu was the sound of Aunt May's footsteps retreating into the distance. Clearly, she felt no compassion for his performance. Left alone in the small dark room, Lin Fu exhaled heavily through his nostrils. Filled with rage, she longed to burst forth and personally exact vengeance upon that vile woman, Aunt May. At this moment, the eldest and the fifth, hiding outside, sensed something amiss. They witnessed with their own eyes an elderly woman ushering Lin Fu into a chamber. After the woman departed, Lin Fu had yet to emerge. Could it be that the sixth has been discovered? The fifth exclaimed in horror, observing the confinement of the sixth. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath, anxiety overwhelming him. "Eldest, do you think they might kill the sixth?" he queried with concern. The sixth was still so young, having always trailed closely behind them, obedient and compliant. The thought of losing him like this was unbearable. Though the eldest shared this worry, he forced himself to remain composed. Analyzing the situation, it is unlikely. The circumstances surrounding the Lila shelter are shrouded in mystery. They would surely keep the sixth alive to extract information. Despite his confidence that the sixth would be safe for the time being, the eldest was nonetheless eager to rescue him promptly. Who could predict what methods the Lila shelter personnel might employ to pry secrets from the sixth? If they delayed too long, the sixth could end up maimed or worse. The fifth, contemplating the same dire possibility, let out a soft sigh. After confirming Aunt May's departure, the two dared to emerge stealthily, observing the house from a distance, deliberating on their approach. The building was secured by a single iron door, locked with 3 bolts. Clearly, a direct assault would be futile, creating too much noise and potentially drawing the Lila shelter's inhabitants out. Yet, there were no windows to exploit. They needed to devise a strategy to gain entry. After imprisoning Lin Fu, Aunt Mei returned to the conference hall, where the meeting had concluded and everyone had departed. Only Li Taiju remained in the office, attending to various matters. Have you resolved everything? He inquired upon hearing footsteps. Aunt Mei nodded gently, despite her icy demeanor in front of Lin Fu. She felt a pang of sorrow within. After caring for a child for so long, who could truly sever ties so ruthlessly? Yet, there was no choice. Lin Fu had crossed Aunt Mei's line, and leniency was out of the question. I have arranged the surrounding defenses. We are merely waiting for those individuals to arrive for the rescue. What do you think? Was Lin Fu coerced into this later on? Or did he harbor ulterior motives from the outset? Aunt Mei speculated, finding it hard to believe that Lin Fu had approached them with any nefarious intentions. Li Taiju shook his head. If he had ulterior motives, then his behavior over the past month would have been an elaborate trap, which is difficult to accept. It also implies that Lin Fu must possess significant information that we desire. Considering this, Li Taiju asked, what do you plan to do next in the interrogation? Aunt Mei replied, I intend to use that child as bait to draw out those behind the scenes. It was evident that she had not thought this through entirely. The commander had warned them before leaving. If a person is apprehended, do not rush to interrogate them immediately. Those who dare to come are undoubtedly prepared for capture, and they may have already been subjected to indoctrination. An immediate interrogation would yield no fruitful information. It is far more prudent to keep them as bait, waiting for the opportune moment when the adversary reveals their vulnerability, thus creating an opening for breakthroughs. Li Taiju nodded in agreement. For his smart wristband had been stolen by Lin Fu. At this juncture, Li Taiju felt he had little authority over the matter. Nevertheless, he cautioned, I believe this child approached us with ulterior motives from the very beginning. He is not as innocent as he appears. Exercise caution. Do not let him play the sympathy card to exploit you. Aunt Mei was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This matter was critical to the safety of the star-rated refuge and the well-being of its numerous inhabitants. Whether Lin Fu had been bribed or harbored malicious intent from the outset, she would not allow compassion to cloud her judgment in dealing with him. Chapter 176. Feigning torture. At this moment, the boss and the fifth had already discovered the presence of the artificial soldier stationed outside the small dark room. At quite a distance, the soles of the boss's shoes scuffed against the sandy soil, producing a faint sound. The artificial soldier's eyes turned towards them, startling the two into a state of heightened alertness. Let's go, the boss mouthed to the fifth. They quickly sought refuge in a nearby hole and made their way to the base of the wall surrounding the Lila refuge. Brother, how do we save him? The fifth expressed his discouragement. The thought of confronting that group of soldiers with real weapons terrified him. The boss clenched his teeth, troubled by the situation. There was but one course of action. Wait. They needed to bide their time until the individuals from the Lila refuge brought out the sixth for interrogation. Only then would the two brothers have a chance. Otherwise, they would merely be anxiously twiddling their thumbs. We should find a place nearby to settle for now. It seems we'll be here for quite some time, the boss declared resolutely. Although this meant the sixth would endure additional suffering, it was preferable to risking their own lives. After all, as long as they preserved their own lives, they could devise another plan. With this thought in mind, the boss and the fifth pilfered some clothing and bedding from others and took refuge beside the wall of the Lila refuge. The place was exceedingly inexpensive, fortified by a high-voltage electric fence, discouraging patrols from venturing there. Furthermore, the recent disturbances at the Lila refuge meant that the patrol members were likely preoccupied with the rebel forces. Having already been led back to the Star Refuge by Li Chun, they should remain undiscovered for the foreseeable future. Thus, the boss and the fifth settled in that dismal place for 2 days. Meanwhile, Aunt Mei grew increasingly anxious, her brows furrowed as she repeatedly voiced her concerns. Why Haven T. Lin Fu's accomplices emerged? Have they abandoned him and fled? Aunt Mei's mind was in turmoil, as if she awaited the fall of an unresolved boot. Li Taiju, observing her distress, felt equally disoriented. He hastily intervened, sighing, I have reported this matter to the commander. His directive is to keep Lin Fu detained and see who can maintain their composure. If Lin Fu truly knows something, those behind him will undoubtedly be even more anxious, fearing he might divulge information. Whether to rescue him is another matter. They may even send someone to silence Lin Fu. However, as long as he makes an appearance, it would be preferable to having them lurking in the shadows, ready to strike against the Star Refuge unexpectedly. Upon hearing that Li Qin had devised a strategy, Aunt Mei remained unconvinced. She proposed, why don't we torture Lin Fu? At this suggestion, Li Taiju was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Aunt Mei, who had always shown the utmost concern for Lin Fu, would suggest such a course of action. Aunt Mei, her face etched with worry, lamented, I fear that if they truly abandon Lin Fu, he may despair completely, leaving us in the dark with no answers. Nothing is more paramount than the Lila Sanctuary at present. She wishes for no further disruptions to this splendid existence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Taiju suggested, "What if we feign interrogation? Perhaps those lurking behind are still monitoring the Lila Sanctuary. If they witness us interrogating Lin Fu, they are likely to panic, fearing he might divulge something. At that juncture, matters could become significantly easier." Upon hearing this notion, Aunt May concurred. Currently, Lin Fu was their sole hostage, and they could not afford to jeopardize him. Thus, a mere pretense was in order. They would see if they could lure out the nearby overseers. Without delay, they commenced their ruse. To enhance the authenticity of this charade, Li Taiju even instructed Aunt May to disseminate the news throughout the Lila Sanctuary, ensuring all were aware that the traitor of the sanctuary was to be interrogated today. Everyone had previously gotten along reasonably well with Lin Fu, yet the horrific events that transpired at the sanctuary, all attributable to him, fueled their resentment. And they naturally supported the interrogation. Consequently, the news spread like wildfire, circulating throughout the entire Lila Sanctuary. Even the leaders stationed outside, Lao Da and Lao Wu, caught wind of the developments. Lao Wu hurried back, breathless, darting into the makeshift tent, shaking Lao Da's shoulder with urgency. "Brother, this is dire. Do you know what I've just heard?" Lao Da, caught in a deep slumber, had only recently lain down after their shift for scouting the artificial warriors' patrols. Groggy. He waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly, and replied impatiently, "What is it? Spit it out. I'm trying to sleep." They plan to interrogate Lao Lu today. Lao Wu's voice trembled, clearly betraying his fear, not solely for Lao Lu's safety, but also the dread of him cracking under pressure and revealing critical information. Even if they managed to rescue Lao Lu, the Huaju laboratory would not let them off easily. Lao Da, initially indifferent, suddenly sat upright, eyes wide in shock, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "I said, the people at the Lila Sanctuary intend to interrogate Lao Lu today." Lao Wu was in a frenzy, his heart racing, and sweat pouring down like rain. He yearned to rescue Lao Lu immediately and flee. Lao Da quickly donned his coat and made for the exit. This won't he do? Lao Lu is mentally immature and cannot withstand torture. What if he reveals something? His concerns mirrored those of Lao Wu. Lao Wu hastily followed in Lao Da's wake, nearly tripping several times due to his hurried strides. The two brothers arrived at the dog hole in the wall. With determination, Lao Da prepared himself for the task ahead and then squeezed through the opening. Proceeding westward from this dog hole, approximately 20 meters away, one will find a small path leading to the Lila Refuge. Following this path will lead directly to the heart of the square. The elder and the fifth, feigning the guise of residents of the Lila Refuge, discreetly gathered information along the way. Fortunately, the identification system for residents at the Lila Refuge is significantly inferior to that of the star-rated shelters. Otherwise, these two outsiders would have been recognized long ago. "Madam, I have heard that the traitor in our refuge has been apprehended," the elder inquired, capturing the attention of a woman. She rolled her eyes and replied with a scoff. "What news is that? They were caught long ago." "Oh dear, my apologies. My brother and I have been away for a few days and are unaware of what has transpired. Since they were caught long ago, what is the purpose of this commotion today?" The elder continued, maintaining a facade of cordiality. Chapter 177. Who was behind it all? The woman overheard the brothers discussing their venture to hunt zombies, oblivious to the unfolding events. Her expression softened slightly. Today was the day of punishment for that traitor. It was that young lad, who, due to his tender age, had previously been spared by Captain Li and merely confined in hopes that he might awaken his conscience and reveal something. Yet, who could have foreseen that the boy would remain silent, preferring to languish in the dark confines of his cell? After venting her frustrations, the woman rolled her eyes, clearly harboring a deep disdain for Lin Fu. Thus, Captain Li intended to publicly administer punishment today? To compel the traitor to confess? The leader, suppressing his inner fury, inquired. The woman nodded in agreement, stating matter-of-factly, "In my opinion, that young man should have faced this long ago. He has caused so much suffering for us all. Ugh. I heard he was saved by Captain Li back in the day. What a wretched ingrate." With that, she expressed her urgency to reach the central square, stating that if she delayed, she would miss the sight of the traitor's confession. Without further ado, she turned away, hastily making her way toward the central square of the Lila shelter. The leader exchanged a solemn glance with the fifth brother, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Let us go see as well, come," the leader urged, maintaining his composure. The fifth brother nodded and followed closely behind. Today, a considerable crowd had gathered at the central square of the Lila shelter, forming layers of spectators. Voices filled the air, laced with curses directed at Lin Fu. The leader and the fifth brother blended into the throng, observing the unfolding spectacle. Anticipation built among the onlookers as a squad of fully armed android warriors cleared the path. Soon after, Li Taiju appeared, gripping Lin Fu by the scruff of his neck, making his way to the center of the square. The residents of the Lila shelter erupted with excitement. Vegetables and rotten eggs were hurled at Lin Fu, and some, dissatisfied with mere refuse, resorted to throwing stones. Though the force was minimal, Lin Fu's face bore numerous abrasions from the onslaught. Traitor, get out of the Lila's shelter. Ungrateful wretch, you do not deserve to stand here. Kill him, kill him. The residents, still haunted by the dark memories of that day, unleashed their fury upon Lin Fu. Before any formal punishment commenced, Lin Fu's body was already marred with bruises, inflicted by the stones thrown by the shelter's residents. Throughout it all, he kept his head bowed, lacking the courage to meet the myriad of furious gazes. Seeing that the crowd had sufficiently vented their anger, Li Taiju called out, "All right, everyone, please quiet down." In the Lila's shelter, Li Taiju's voice commanded attention. At his command, the crowd ceased their actions and fell silent, creating an atmosphere of tense stillness. "This man," he began, "I trust everyone recognizes. During the recent upheaval within the rebel faction, it was this young man who was responsible for severing our surveillance equipment. Today, we intend to interrogate him and uncover the mastermind behind these schemes." Li Taiju, wielding a loudspeaker, deliberately amplified his voice so that all could hear. Unbeknownst to him, he was uncertain whether Lin Fu's accomplices had arrived or were lurking outside the Lila refuge. Thus, it was imperative for Li Taiju to ensure that his words reverberated throughout the entire refuge, allowing those waiting outside to overhear. "PSH. Who else could it be but Su Ruashi?" murmured a resident of the Lila refuge, prompting nods of agreement from others. "I see now, Su Ruashi has formidable backing. She is untouchable." Indeed, the members of the rebel faction once held Su Ruashi's name in high esteem. It was evident to all that Su Ruashi would not face consequences. Instead, it was invariably others who bore the brunt of the fallout. As they debated amongst themselves, their eyes, sharp as daggers, continuously scrutinized Lin Fu's countenance. While they engaged in their discussions, the stature of Su Ruashi had risen to such heights that it was no longer within their reach to challenge her. At times like this, casual chatter was permissible, but should such words escape and spread, one could fear for their very life. Observing the crowd, Li Taiju first nodded slightly before producing a long whip, its material unknown, glistening ominously in the light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the whip bore barbs. Should it strike someone, skin and flesh would be torn asunder. Good heavens! Lao Wu, trembling at the sight of the weapon, felt a chill run down his spine, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, the leader's quick reflexes steadied him. "Do not attract attention. Bear with it," the leader whispered urgently. The inhabitants of the Lila refuge cheered, their reactions casting suspicion upon them. Lao Wu, feigning composure, frantically concocted plans in his mind on how to rescue Lin Fu from beneath the whip. Such a weapon was unbearable for anyone. With a sharp crack, Li Taiju lashed the whip against the ground, casting up a cloud of dust. He then turned to old Lu. "Lin Fu, I shall grant you one last chance. Will you speak?" Lin Fu averted his gaze. Previously, he had harbored hopes that Mei Yi or Li Taiju might show him mercy. However, he had come to understand the harsh reality. No one would show him compassion. During his days in the dim confines, even the meals served were often spoiled. Were it not for the flicker of hope that his comrades would come to his rescue, he would have been unable to swallow a single bite. As Lin Fu turned away, he suddenly locked eyes with the leader amidst the crowd. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of elation surged within him. They had come. His brother had arrived to save him. The leader gestured to Lin Fu, signaling for him to speak. With a gentle nod, Lin Fu understood. The boss was prompting him to fabricate a story. Perhaps it was the presence of others that had significantly uplifted his spirits. As Li Taiju prepared to crack the whip, Lin Fu hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "All right, I will speak. I will reveal everything." Li Taiju halted in astonishment, struggling to believe that Lin Fu, who had remained obstinate for so many days, had suddenly decided to speak. Consequently, Li Taiju and Aunt Mei simultaneously arrived at the same intuitive conclusion. Li Taiju nodded toward Aunt Mei, who discreetly slipped away from the center of the square, merging into the crowd of onlookers. Meanwhile, Li Taiju, maintaining an air of nonchalance, inquired of Lin Fu, "Very well, do tell." Lin Fu swallowed hard, his mind racing. "Indeed. I was sent here, but it was by Director Su." Chapter 178. All lies. Lin Fu's words instantly stirred a tempest of speculation among the residents of the Lila shelter. Previously, Li Taiju had prohibited any discussions regarding Su Ruashi within the confines of the shelter, asserting that the recent insurrection was orchestrated by another mastermind. Consequently, any conjectures about Su Ruashi had been whispered in secrecy. However, with Lin Fu's utterance, the floodgates of conversation swung wide open. "I knew it. It must be Su Ruashi. How could those rebellious factions dare to oppose a star-level shelter without her guidance?" Someone remarked. "Do you recall the leader of that rebellious group, Brother Phone? He claimed it was Su Ruashi who contacted him directly. There is no mistake about it." Curiously, the commander seemed to protect Su Ruashi fiercely despite the chaos. refraining from imposing any penalties upon her. The residents of Lila's shelter brazenly brought this topic into the open, emboldened by the notion that the law does not punish the masses. No one hushed their voices, allowing Li Taiju to overhear everything. Upon hearing Lin Fu's nonsensical claims, Li Taiju felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down but managed to restrain himself. Although Li Qin had not spoken, Li Taiju had come to an understanding over the past few days. Su Ruoshi undoubtedly harbored no treachery. Had she been disloyal, her fate would have been sealed long ago under the commander's decisive hand. Thus, it was apparent that Lin Fu's assertions were nothing but fabrications. Suppressing his true thoughts, Li Taiju inquired, "How did Su Ruoshi contact you? What did she instruct you to do? Why do you follow her so obediently?" Lin Fu's eyes darted around as he fabricated further lies. "She contacted us by phone, urging us to stir up trouble in the Lila shelter. Then she would come with her people to take us to the star-level shelter. Su Ruoshi even promised that once everything was settled, I could become a leader here at Lila." In a remarkably brief span, Lin Fu had conjured an elaborate tale that, while implausible, bore striking resemblance to what Brother Feng and his associates had relayed. Had Li Taiju not possessed some insight into the situation, he might have been easily deceived. "It seems you remain unwilling to speak the truth," Li Taiju said, shaking his head in disappointment. Until now, Lin Fu had merely been confined without the application of torture or interrogation. Aside from appearing fatigued, he was otherwise unscathed. Had Lin Fu found the courage to reveal the individuals behind this plot, he might have continued his stay at the Lila shelter. But now, with a steely resolve, Li Taiju lashed out, striking Lin Fu sharply on the shoulder with his whip. The sound of the whip slicing through the air was chilling. The single blow left Lin Fu's skin torn and raw, and the injuries inflicted by the barbs of the whip inexplicably itched tormentingly. "Please don't strike me, Uncle Taiju. I speak only the truth," Lin Fu wailed, yet he gritted his teeth in defiance. "Hold on just a little longer. My brother has already infiltrated. Soon, you shall be saved. Li Taiju is waiting for you. Once I extricate myself from this predicament, I will undoubtedly expose the true nature of that hypocritical scoundrel, Li Taiju." Lin Fu relentlessly harbored these thoughts, as if such fervent contemplation could alleviate the agony coursing through his body. Li Taiju let out a cold chuckle, snapping the whip with several strikes. The whip's ferocity was self-evident. Each crack resulted in fresh crimson stains soaking Lin Fu's garments, resembling strings of pearls cascading to the ground. Time and again, Lin Fu felt the lash upon his visage, leaving his lips and cheeks marred with wounds. "Uncle Taiju, I implore you, spare me," Lin Fu cried, unable to endure the torment. Yet, instead of mercy, he was met with Li Taiju's intensified onslaught of the whip. Today, Li Taiju was determined to pry open Lin Fu's mouth, not only for his own satisfaction but also to showcase the spectacle to Lin Fu's accomplices concealed among the residents of the Lila shelter. Among the crowd, Lao Wu wore a pained expression, tightly shutting his eyes, unwilling to witness the brutality. Lao Da, in a state of acute anxiety, felt his heart race. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. If this continued, Lao Lu would surely be ruined. They needed to devise a plan to rescue him immediately. Thus, Lao Da and Lao Wu whispered to one another, preparing to charge forth to snatch Lin Fu away. At that moment, Mei Yi arrived with the artificial warriors. Appearing behind the two, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, the artificial warriors spread out, encircling them. By the time Lao Da and Lao Wu sensed the danger, it was already too late. Escape was nearly impossible. "What are you doing?" Lao Da exclaimed, his eyes wide, his tongue tripping over words. Lao Wu huddled closely behind him, watching the artificial warriors with trepidation. "What, do you intend to rescue Lin Fu?" Mei approached with a smile that belied her intentions. What are you saying?" Lao Da averted his gaze, a twinge of guilt washing over him. At this juncture, Li Taiju ceased his assault on Lin Fu, and the onlookers shifted their focus toward the unfolding scene. "Do not feign ignorance. You are not residents of the Lila shelter." Mei Yi's voice was icy as she demanded, "State your identities. Did you infiltrate here to rescue Lin Fu?" The surrounding residents began to murmur among themselves, noting the unfamiliarity of the two. "Indeed, these two are strangers. We have never seen them before. They must be in league with Lin Fu." The crowd expressed their astonishment and disdain. Mei Yi's keen eyes had indeed discerned their presence swiftly, and whispers of suspicion enveloped Lao Da and Lao Wu. In a moment of inspiration, Lao Wu feigned a sorrowful expression, saying, "Mei Yi, what are you talking about? I know nothing. My brother and I merely reside within the Lila shelter. We came out to witness the commotion and look at the trouble we've found ourselves in." Lao Wu's performance surpassed that of Lao Lu's by leaps and bounds. The residents of the Lila shelter were taken aback. Aunt Mei, with piercing clarity, inquired, "Since you claim to be a resident of the Lila shelter, I shall pose a question. On which day do we convene our meetings?" The leaders, known as Lao Da and Lao Wu, had been around for a while. Yet they were only familiar with the names of prominent figures within the shelter, such as Aunt May and Li Taiju. They had paid little attention to the schedule of the meetings. Lao Wu stammered, unable to provide an answer. Struggling to recall, are we? Our meetings occur every Monday without fail, a fact known to all within the shelter. Seize them. Observing their hesitation, Aunt May coldly commanded the android soldiers to take action. Lauda and Lao Wu attempted to resist and flee, but the android soldiers were formidable adversaries. Their strength paled in comparison to that of the androids, and soon enough, they found themselves bound tightly, joining Lin Fu in captivity. Chapter 179. Send someone to save us. The three brothers wore faces of despair. They had never anticipated such misfortune. Being discovered in their plight, Li Taiju observed them with a cold gaze and waved his hand dismissively. The objective for today was to unearth Lin Fu's accomplices. Now that the individuals were apprehended, further actions were deemed unnecessary. Escort them away and confine them in the small dark room, Li Taiju commanded. Thus, the eldest, the fifth, and the sixth were all imprisoned in the small dark room. Previously, the eldest and the fifth had only observed the building from the periphery, knowing it lacked windows and any semblance of light. Before entering the small dark room, the eldest had remained unconcerned. However, once inside, he found himself engulfed in utter darkness. Panic began to set in as all light vanished in an instant. Please, let me explain. I am not sent by anyone. I am merely an ordinary resident. Let me out. The eldest shouted frantically as the android soldier in charge of the escort prepared to leave. His pleas fell on deaf ears. The android soldier turned away and departed. Soon, only the three brothers remained in the small dark room. What is happening to you all? Lin Fu could no longer contain his frustration and complained. Upon seeing the eldest, he had initially harbored hopes of rescue, only to be met with disappointment. The eldest sighed, feeling along the walls before sitting down on the ground. We did not foresee this. How could the eyes of those from the refuge be so keen? Both the fifth brother and I have already disguised ourselves. By the way, how's your wound, sixth brother? The eldest inquired with concern. Lin Fu had been severely injured before, and the people from the refuge had neglected to tend to his wounds. If left untreated, the injury could become infected. Upon hearing the eldest's question, Lin Fu replied, "It's bearable. It only aches slightly now." Eldest brother, fifth brother, why are only the two of you here? What about the other brothers? When will they come to rescue us all? Lin Fu maintained a positive attitude, clinging to the hope that although the eldest and the fifth had also been captured, others must still be outside. Surely, once the other brothers devised a plan, they would rescue all three of them. The eldest sighed again, shaking his head in the darkness. They left long ago. Left. Lin Fu's voice rose in pitch. They said they did not wish to perish here and return to the laboratory, the eldest explained. Lin Fu's mind reeled, and he was suddenly covered in goosebumps. The implication was clear. No one was waiting for them outside. This time, they were truly doomed. Such thoughts relentlessly circled Lin Fu's mind. Although the eldest could not see Lin Fu's expression in the darkness, he sensed his distress through the silence that followed. He offered reassurance, "It's all right. We know quite a bit." When the second brother and his companions return to the laboratory, the personnel there will undoubtedly dispatch someone to rescue us. However, the words of comfort from the eldest brother proved to be of little solace. They were all acutely aware of the laboratory's character. They utilize individuals as long as they are of service and discard them when they are not. It is not merely a matter of being rescued. Should they indeed arrive, it would be at the cost of their lives. Brother, what if we confess to the Lila Sanctuary? Lin Fu pondered in the darkness for a long time before he spoke softly. Their only avenue for survival lay in surrendering the truth. The eldest brother and the fifth brother were taken aback, vehemently rejecting the notion. No, it's out of the question. If the laboratory discovers this, we'll be in deep trouble, and even in death, we won't find peace. The thought of the laboratory's methods for dealing with people sent shivers down the spines of the three brothers. Yet, nothing seemed feasible. Lin Fu fell silent. Must they simply pray that the second brother and his group would develop a conscience and come to their aid? At that moment, the second brother and his companions, the very individuals they were concerned about, had already returned to the Huaju Laboratories branch in Hebei City. Their situation was far from what the eldest brother had envisioned. Upon their arrival, they were immediately met with the cold barrels of guns aimed at their foreheads and were escorted to the office. "Now then, how did your assignment go?" inquired Lu Chihai, the head of the Huaju Laboratories Hebei branch, with a deceptive smile. The second brother and his companions exchanged glances, their heads drooping in shame. Lu Qinghai's expression darkened ominously. With a resounding bang, the office supplies on the desk trembled. "Are you implying that you returned without completing the task? How dare you show your faces here?" Lu Qinghai's demeanor shifted more rapidly than the weather. His piercing gaze bore into the second brother with a fierce intensity. The second brother hastily explained. The plan was progressing smoothly until, unexpectedly, Li Qin arrived. He brought with him a contingent of elite sanctuary warriors. They had seemingly turned off the surveillance, and we have no idea how the elite sanctuary discovered us. Lu Chihai glared at the second brother, his teeth grinding audibly. So it's just the four of you that returned? What are the other three? The second brother and his companions exchanged troubled glances before reluctantly admitting. They were captured by the Lila sanctuary. With a swift motion, Lu Chihai struck the second brother across the face. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Oh? And you still have the audacity to return? Director Lu, please listen. It's not that we didn't want to save them. But the warriors from the Lila sanctuary were simply too formidable. If we had stayed behind to rescue them, they would likely have perished." The second brother desperately defended himself. However, another slap met his face. Lu Qinghai, seething with rage, grabbed an ashtray from the table and hurled it at the second brother's head. With a sickening crack, the ashtray shattered against his forehead, leaving shards scattered across the floor. The second brother's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he dared not resist in the slightest. Lu Chihai merely hoped that after this bout, he could quell his anger. Indeed, his thoughts aligned with those of the second in command. Following the shattering of the ashtray, Lu Qinghai felt a significant degree of calm wash over him. He paced anxiously around the room, his expression fraught with concern. "You are truly more of a hindrance than a help. Why did you not rescue the other three? Even executing them on the spot would have been preferable. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? If any information leaks, it is not merely a matter of losing face. Lives are at stake." As Lu Chihai articulated the seriousness of the matter, he contemplated countermeasures. Considering the timeline, it had already been nearly 3 days since the sixth had been detained. Should the individuals at the elite shelter resort to torture on the sixth and his companions, it was likely that the elite shelter would be fully aware of everything. This situation could not persist. Lu Qinghai's eyes, dark and menacing, glimmered with a terrifying hunger for blood as his icy fingers pointed outward. Second in command. You are presented with a singular opportunity to atone for your failures. Chapter 180. Casting everything aside as Lu Chihai finished speaking. The others immediately understood the gravity of the situation. They shook their heads vigorously, declaring, "Absolutely not. The armed forces at the Lila Refuge are extraordinarily powerful. We stand no chance. If we rush into rescue, we might not even catch a glimpse of anyone before we meet our own demise." They had witnessed the soldiers at the Lila Refuge, each adorned in advanced combat armor, wielding weapons that were beyond their imagination. Lu Chihai suddenly swept his hand across the table, causing the teapot and cups to shatter upon impact. With fury radiating from him, he turned sharply. His eyes glaring at the others, his face contorted in a cold, stony expression. "Fine. The laboratory summoned you here, yet you act as if you're lords. This task must be undertaken, whether you wish it or not. Moreover, I did not instruct you to rescue anyone." Gasping in anger, Lu Qinghai's words left the others exchanging anxious glances before one of them dared to inquire, "If we are not to save anyone, then what are we meant to do?" "Killing," Lu Chihai spat through clenched teeth. Instantly, the faces of the others turned a shade of ashen gray, their eyes wide with terror. This was clearly a preemptive strike to silence Old Six, a move to take control of the situation. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Though they would not stand idly by while others perished, they could not bring themselves to harm their own brothers. Besides, with Old Six captured and the fates of Old One and Old Five uncertain, any thoughts of silencing him were futile without a viable opportunity. Old Six was undoubtedly under strict surveillance at the Lila Refuge. Any attempt to approach would be akin to walking into a trap. "I do not care what methods you employ. You must act immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me. The laboratory is in need of a few experimental subjects, and you can decide your own fate." With that, Lu Chihai stormed out of the office, leaving the others frozen in place, a chill running down their spines. "What do we do now?" Old Three stammered, fear evident in his trembling voice. He could not bring himself to kill his own brother. Yet failing to act would undoubtedly seal their own doom at the laboratory. It was a dire predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Old Two's eyes glinted with a predatory coldness. "We must proceed. What other choice is there but to follow Lu Qinghai's orders?" His declaration stunned the others into silence. Yet no one dared to voice dissent. They all recognized that this was their sole means of survival. To endure, someone must make an unspeakable sacrifice, and it could not be them. Thus, under the cloak of night, Old Two and the others hastily departed the laboratory, making their way toward the Lila Refuge. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lila Refuge, Li Taiju and Aunt Mei were engaged in a strategic discussion, frustrated by the obstinacy of the three individuals who refused to disclose the truth. It was evident that Mei Yi was thoroughly agitated, persistently sipping her tea in an attempt to regain her composure. Li Taiju, lifting his eyelids, coldly remarked, "Now we have 3 hostages in our possession. If they refuse to speak, we shall resort to the most severe tortures." A tremor of fear coursed through Mei Yi, nearly causing her to spill her tea. She gazed at Li Taiju, and after a prolonged silence, she nodded resolutely. It was high time for such measures, otherwise Lin Fu and his cohorts might presume that the Lila Refuge would not dare to act against them. Each one of them was full of deceitful claims. That very night, Mei Yi, accompanied by her team, brought the leader out from the dark confines of a small room. Having spent several days without seeing the light of day, the leader instinctively squinted as he emerged into the brightness. "What are you dawdling for? Move," urged one of the newly appointed patrolmen at the Lila Refuge, impatiently nudging the leader onward, dragging him away. The leader stumbled, forced to follow. He was taken to the council chamber, bound tightly to a chair. Gradually, Mei Yi and Li Tieju's figures materialized before him. "So, you are Lin Fu's elder brother?" Li Tieju scrutinized the leader with a disdainful smirk. The leader remained silent, turning his face away in a display of non-violent resistance. Li Tieju scoffed, his smile devoid of warmth. "If you choose not to speak, that is of no concern. You will soon find the urge to divulge information." With that, Li Tieju retrieved a glowing red iron piece from the flames, holding it for a few moments before pressing it against the leader's face. A piercing scream erupted from the leader, his body convulsing in agony. In mere moments, his visage bore the searing red and black scars of branding. Li Tieju offered him no respite, returning the iron to the fire to heat it anew before applying it once more to the leader's flesh. After several such applications, there was scarcely a portion of his face left unmarked by ghastly scars. "Indeed, a tough nut to crack," Li Tieju remarked with a bloodthirsty grin. "I wonder if your two younger brothers can endure such tortures." The leader trembled in sheer terror, feeling himself weaken. It was true. If it were his younger siblings, they would not withstand such torment. All along, the Lila Refuge had refrained from inflicting harm upon them, and the leader had foolishly believed that they adhered to some form of humanitarianism, unwilling to employ torture. But now, reflect on this. Are the individuals behind you worth sacrificing your lives for? If you abandon everything here, we shall permit your departure. Once you flee to distant lands, how will those behind you ever locate you? Observing a shift in the leader's expression, Li Tieju continued to coax him. The leader's face twitched violently. Indeed, if they managed to escape to Donghai City or elsewhere, the personnel from the Huaju laboratory might struggle to track them down. After all, this was the apocalypse. The streets are no longer teeming with surveillance. Finding an individual is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon this realization, the leader clenched his teeth, resolutely declaring, "Now that is more like it. If only you had said this sooner, we could have spared ourselves this ordeal." Li Tieju let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he was ill-suited for the role of a villain. The leader bowed his head, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "The organization we serve is a laboratory known as Huaju. This laboratory has a global presence, with branches in nearly every city of secondary status or higher." Huaju Laboratory? Li Tieju and Aunt Mei exchanged glances, unfamiliar with the name. Li Tieju promptly inquired, "What is the purpose of Huaju Laboratory? Why orchestrate this rebellion?" The leader glanced at Li Tieju and continued, "Before the apocalypse, they were a pharmaceutical company. After the demise, their focus shifted primarily to the study of the zombie virus." Chapter 181. Trustworthiness. Li Tieju remained silent this time. He found it perplexing that a laboratory dedicated to researching the zombie virus would engage in slander within the confines of a star-rated refuge, claiming that Su Ruashi intended to rebel and incite a revolt against the Lila Refuge. It was evident that the boss had been severely burned earlier. Now his speech resembled the wheezing of a bellows, each word punctuated by labored breaths. The personnel from the Huaju laboratory seemed to harbor a vendetta against the star-rated refuge, compelling us to engage in acts of sabotage. The boss finally managed to articulate his thoughts after considerable effort. Li Tieju posed several additional questions, compiling them together before sending them to Li Chen. Observing the extent of the boss's injuries, Li Tieju summoned Aunt Mei's second son to tend to the facial scars before ultimately casting him back into the darkroom. Whether they could be released depended on the satisfaction of the star-rated refuge with the responses provided. Rest assured, I, Li Tieju, am not one to act without integrity. The door to the darkroom closed once more. In the shadows, the fifth and sixth brothers struggled to discern the boss's expression, resorting to inquiries. "Brother, what troubles you?" The boss leaned against the wall, the cold surface jolting him back to clarity. "I have revealed everything," he stated with chilling calmness. "What?" The fifth and sixth brothers exclaimed in unison, their voices rising in alarm. In the darkness, their urgency was palpable. The fifth brother lowered his voice, asking, "Brother, have you lost your mind? Having divulged everything, how could Huaju let us go?" The sixth brother echoed his anxiety. "Indeed, if we find an opportunity to escape, we will face Huaju's relentless pursuit." In response to their concerns, the boss remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking in the dark. "We cannot escape. The strength of the Lila Refuge surpasses our comprehension. There is no way out for us. Moreover, I fear that the laboratory will soon dispatch individuals to eliminate us. Only by being forthright might we secure our lives. We are merely laboring for Huaju Laboratory, earning a meager wage. Loyalty is hardly a factor. Huaju Laboratory primarily conducts experiments on living subjects. We have all witnessed this, and thus hold no favorable impressions of them. Upon hearing the boss's words, the others fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, the sixth brother swallowed hard and ventured, "Brother, what exactly did you reveal?" "I disclosed everything." The boss replied softly. He was unafraid of suffering, having endured much since the apocalypse began. Yet, he could not bear to witness his two younger brothers suffer. Perhaps revealing everything was the only path forward. When tomorrow or the day after, should the Lila Refuge inquire about you, do not withhold anything, reveal all. We three must survive, the boss urged. Old 5 and Old 6 readily agreed. They had long been accustomed to following Old 1's lead. Meanwhile, Old 2 and the others, obedient to the directives from the Birch Giant Laboratory, were en route. Inside the off-road vehicle, their expressions were grave. Brother 2, are we truly going to eliminate Old 1 and the others? Old 3 questioned, still incredulous. The reason they had managed to survive in this apocalyptic world was their sheer numbers. If they were to eliminate the formidable Old 1 and the cunning Old 6, they would be left as scattered fragments. With a somber countenance, Old 2 gazed out of the window and retorted, "What do you suggest I do? Should we simply do nothing and allow ourselves to perish together?" None wished for death. Upon hearing Old 2's words, a heavy silence enveloped the vehicle. After a moment, Old 2 spoke with difficulty. "Some matters cannot be avoided by mere inaction. Without us, the Birch Giant Laboratory will undoubtedly send others to extinguish Old 1 and his companions. Rather than let others claim the credit, it is wiser for us to carve out a path for our own survival." Old 2's words struck a chord with everyone in the vehicle. With the air thick with silence, the off-road vehicle soon arrived at a small grove near the Lila shelter. Old 2 and the others promptly disembarked and stealthily approached the shelter. Old 3, you must sneak in and gather intelligence, commanded Old 2. Old 3 nodded vigorously. At this juncture, words were futile. Old 4, scout the area for any sign of Old 1. If you find nothing, then so be it. Old 2 squinted, sensing that Old 1 was likely captured. Otherwise, given the commotion, Old 1 would have emerged to reunite with them. If Old 1 remained outside observing, they could simply deal with Old 6. However, if he had been imprisoned, then they would be at a loss. Old 4 promptly set out to search the vicinity of the Lila shelter for any traces of Old 1 and Old 5. After a considerable time, Old 3 returned with unsettling news. "Brother 2, I overheard from the Lila shelter personnel that Old 6 was interrogated yesterday. They even resorted to torture." Old 3 panted heavily. A chill ran through Old 2, who immediately inquired, "And what of Old 1 and the others?" "I barely had time to ask before the patrol approached me. I had no choice but to flee, circling the Lila shelter until I managed to shake them off," Old 3 replied. Old 2 nodded, his heart sinking deeper. He understood that his younger brother, Old 6, could not withstand hardship. Given that he had been interrogated, it was likely that the Lila shelter had acquired some intelligence. Before long, Old 4, who had been searching, also returned. Upon their first meeting, the fourth brother remarked, "Second brother, I have located the temporary encampment of eldest brother and the others, a modest tent. However, it appears that no one has occupied it for at least 2 days. It is in disarray, and the food has grown moldy." Upon hearing this, the second brother immediately comprehended the situation. It seemed that both the eldest and the fifth brother had also fallen into peril, likely captured on the day the sixth brother was interrogated. The second brother was well aware of his eldest brother's character. With this thought, he sighed and spoke. "It seems that the Reela shelter has apprehended all 3 of us brothers. Time is of the essence. We have only 2 days to resolve this matter. Initially, I intended to wait for the Reela shelter personnel to interrogate the sixth brother before taking action, but it appears we must act immediately. Third brother, this evening, take the fourth brother with you and set fire to the Reela shelter. Ignite all those civilian houses." Chapter 182. Arson at the Lila Sanctuary. The third brother nodded immediately. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the second brother squinted his eyes, stating, "It would be best to set the fire near the area where the eldest brother and the others are imprisoned. I shall keep watch with my sniper rifle from this vantage point. Once you ignite the flames, make your swift escape. I will take action when they bring the eldest 3 out from a distance." The individuals present comprehended the implications of his words, and an unspoken discomfort enveloped them. Yet, none dared to utter a word further. Soon, the cloak of night descended. On the streets of the Lila Sanctuary, residents retreated to their abodes, and the flickering glow of candlelight illuminated the surroundings. The third brother, accompanied by the fourth, had already concealed themselves behind the wall of a nearby house. Lying still amidst the grass, They observed as one lantern after another extinguished. The third brother signaled, and together with the fourth, they stealthily infiltrated. They had previously scouted the area and confirmed that the eldest three were confined within a small, dark room. However, artificial soldiers patrolled the vicinity, proving to be formidable adversaries. Thus, they could only attempt to incite chaos from the nearby residences. The third brother, armed with flammable oil, began to encircle a house, pouring the liquid with caution. The pungent aroma quickly permeated their nostrils. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from within the house. "Darling, do you smell something acrid?" "No, you're mistaken. There's no scent at all," replied a man, peering out the window and scanning the surroundings. He stated this with unwavering certainty. The woman, undeterred, leaned out to sniff the air again, insisting, "I truly detect a smell. Enough of this fuss. Go to sleep." The man replied impatiently, shutting the window and urging her to rest. The lights extinguished once more. The third and fourth brothers pressed tightly against the wall, exhaling in relief as the lights went out. The fourth brother was drenched in sweat, the tension nearly overwhelming. Had they been discovered, their lives would have been forfeit. Even if the residents of the Lila Sanctuary spared them, the personnel from the Huaji laboratory would not show them mercy. Fortunately, the occupants of this house displayed a low level of vigilance. After dousing the first house, the third and fourth brothers continued their mission, saturating all nearby residences around the dark room with flammable oil, leaving behind ignitable fuses. A mere spark would engulf the small room in flames, ensuring that those inside would either be scorched or succumb to the heat. As the third brother surveyed their grim handiwork, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, leaving him with a sense of dread. Once all preparations were complete, he and the fourth brother nestled into a patch of grass, awaiting the signal from the second brother. In the stillness of the night, the streets of the Lila Sanctuary were patrolled solely by the watchmen, occasionally shining their flashlights around the perimeter. Report: no anomalies detected in Area A. The report indicated no anomalies in Area B. The voices of the patrol teams echoed through the walkie-talkie. "Well done, everyone. Recently, we have faced numerous disturbances. I appreciate your heightened vigilance," Li Taiju remarked over the radio. He then switched off the device, gazing contemplatively at the night outside, squinting slightly. "Taiju, how can you be so certain that the personnel from Huaji Laboratory will come?" Aunt May, standing behind him with a hint of worry, inquired. Li Taiju smirked slightly. "It's obvious. The folks from Huaji Laboratory are akin to the rats in a filthy gutter, always scurrying about, terrified of being discovered. With Lin Fu's knowledge, they will undoubtedly come to silence him." Aunt May appeared momentarily lost in thought. Soon after, she furrowed her brow. "With our defenses so stringent, do you truly believe they will still come?" "They might very well flee at the first opportunity. Rest assured, they will come," Li Taiju replied confidently. "Aunt May, you are getting on in years. You should return and rest, lest your health falter." Aunt May nodded in agreement. Staying there was futile, and as Li Taiju had suggested, he would take the night watch alone. Should any situation arise, he would promptly inform her. The wind bit at Aunt May's skin, sending a chill through her. As she traversed the streets of the Lila Refuge, she tightened her coat, casting wary glances at the buildings shrouded in darkness. An unsettling feeling crept over her, as if some ravenous beast lurked within. Suddenly, a whiff of smoke wafted through the air. Having experienced the recent rebellion, Aunt May instantly recognized the scent. It was the unmistakable odor of kerosene. Her heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without a moment to lose, she activated her smart wristband and dialed Li Taiju. He had evidently been monitoring the situation closely. After only a few rings, he answered. "Taiju, there's trouble. Someone is pouring kerosene in the Lila Refuge. It must be those from Huaji Laboratory." Aunt May's voice was laced with urgency, accompanied by the howling wind. She recognized this familiar tactic all too well. In such darkness, should a fire ignite, the potential losses would be catastrophic. Li Tieju's heart sank at her words. Yet he sought to reassure her. "Do not panic. I will notify the patrol immediately. Find somewhere safe to hide." Aunt May, in her flustered state, acknowledged him and hung up, quickly seeking refuge in a nearby building to avoid any ambush. Meanwhile, Erji was perched on a small hill, observing the Lila Refuge through binoculars. Upon witnessing Aunt May's phone call, a cold smile crept across his face. He then transmitted a message to Sanji and CG via radio. "Commence the operation." Sanji and CG, huddled in the underbrush, nearly frozen, sprang to their feet upon receiving the message. They hastily approached the nearest building, striking a match and casting it toward the area soaked in kerosene. The flames began to crackle as the oil ignited. Initially, a mere flicker of fire appeared, but it swiftly multiplied, growing exponentially. In no time, the flames soared higher than a man, voraciously consuming all combustible materials in its vicinity. A dense plume of black smoke billowed forth as the inferno rapidly expanded, invading the house and igniting the curtains and furniture within. The third and fourth brothers exchanged resolute nods before dashing towards the exterior of the Lila refuge. They vaulted over the fence and breached the surrounding wall. Upon receiving a report from Li Taiju, the patrol team promptly commenced a search for the source of the conflagration. By the time they arrived, the flames had engulfed the entire structure. The anguished cries from within echoed ominously, yet the sheer intensity of the blaze rendered approaching the scene perilous, let alone attempting a rescue. The new captain of the patrol team, surveying the inferno, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Bring me soil." Chapter 183. The sniper hidden in the shadows. Upon receiving the news from Li Taiju, they had already prepared the soil and fire trucks. Little did they know that by the time they arrived, the flames had escalated to an uncontrollable level. The only course of action left was to create a barrier of earth around the house to prevent the fire from spreading further. However, they were already a step too late. The inferno surged forth with astonishing speed, rapidly encroaching upon the roadway. In a mere 10 minutes, it consumed the surrounding houses. Fortunately, the patrol team, upon discovering the first house engulfed in flames, promptly issued a warning, rousing the nearby residents and thus averting a catastrophic loss of life. Yet, the houses were beyond salvation, and there was no time to establish a proper fire break. Countless residents of the makeshift shelters gathered on the streets, watching in horror as the flames continued to spread. What on earth was happening? Hadn't they been notified in advance? As the fire devoured the surroundings, Li Taiju roared in frustration. The patrol team members lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. With fury radiating from his eyes and his complexion pale with rage, Li Taiju's breath grew heavy. Enough of this. Saving lives was paramount. Gritting his teeth, he realized the imminent danger. The flames were forming a circle, poised to trap Lin Fu and the other two in their small, dark confinement. If they were to escape, it would be akin to a Herculean task. Thus, Li Taiju donned a fireproof suit and charged forward to unlock the door. The synthetic soldiers coordinated their efforts, swiftly extracting Lin Fu and the others from the dim chamber as if they were mere chickens. Lin Fu, upon witnessing the raging blaze outside, was struck with terror. This is hurry. The Huajiang people want to roast you alive. Li Taiju grasped Lin Fu's arm, pulling him outside. The leader, supported by the fifth member, staggered toward the perimeter of the encroaching flames. The fire was not burning fully, producing thick, rolling smoke that filled their lungs, causing tears and mucus to stream down their faces. Just as they were on the verge of escaping the fiery encirclement, the leader suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Hearing a faint whistling sound, he immediately tackled Lin Fu to the ground. Bang! A gunshot rang out, striking the leader in the shoulder. It was a sniper. Li Tieju's eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated such cunning from these adversaries. Merely setting the fire was not enough. They also resorted to sniping from a distance. Lin Fu, gripped by anxiety, clutched the leader's shoulder and asked, "Brother, are you all right?" The leader pressed his hand against the wound, beads of cold sweat emerging on his forehead, his fingers stained with dark crimson blood. The severity of the injury was evident. Lin Fu panicked, trembling like a leaf in autumn's breeze. "Steady now, we must get out first," Li Taiju commanded. He scanned the surroundings, his eyes filled with vigilance. Every muscle in his body taut like a coiled leopard ready to pounce. Meanwhile, the second in command, situated on the mountain, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The bullet, which was initially believed to be capable of taking Lao Lu's life, veered off course at a critical moment when Lauda intervened. As the group prepared to advance, Lao Er maintained his composure and aimed at Lao Da's head. Among the trio, Lauda was the most severely injured, moving sluggishly. The gunshot rang out once more, but Lauda was swiftly pulled aside by Li Taiju. The bullet missed its target, embedding itself deeply into the wall, startling everyone present. Li Taiju promptly hoisted Lauda onto his back and fled. The others quickened their pace in response. Lauda, lying on Li Tieju's back, cast a glance toward the direction from which the bullet had come. That fleeting glance met Lao Er's gaze, causing the latter to tremble, nearly pulling the trigger. Did Lao Da's eyes betray his awareness? It made sense. Of all the brothers, only Lao Er knew how to handle a sniper rifle. With a wry smile, Lao Er muttered to himself, "Forgive me, elder brother. We must ensure that the rest of us survive." Beyond the fiery chaos lay an open expanse with no refuge in sight. After leading Lin Fu and the others to safety, Li Taiju collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the harrowing ordeal. The hidden assailant exhibited remarkable marksmanship, with Lin Fu narrowly escaping several near misses. Lauda had already sustained 2 gunshot wounds, blood streaming profusely. If the bleeding was not staunched soon, he would succumb before even facing a fatal shot. In the midst of the panicking crowd, Li Taiju quickly located Mei Yi's second son, instructing him to fetch a medical kit to tend to Lauda's wounds. Meanwhile, he rallied the patrol team to extinguish the flames. The entire Lila refuge was in disarray, with residents, whether affected by the fire or not, pouring into the streets, buzzing with speculation. Hadn't they already captured the perpetrators? Why was there still arson? This situation was undeniably complex. The residents of Lila, roused from their slumber in the dead of night, were incensed by the unfolding events. Their anger peaked, especially since they had left behind valuable supplies within their homes, now reduced to ashes. As Li Taiju and his team hastily fought the fire, they established a perimeter. With collective strength, the isolation line was swiftly dug out. The house where the fire had first ignited was gradually reduced to charred remains, and the flames began to subside. However, other areas were engulfed. The fire too fierce and the water supply insufficient. With the residents having evacuated, they could only allow the fire to consume what remained until it extinguished itself. After a flurry of activity, Li Tieju's face resembled that of a coal miner, too preoccupied to wash away the soot. He immediately relayed the situation to Li Chun. In the middle of the night, upon receiving the news, Li Chun made a swift decision to dispatch a squad of artificial warriors to apprehend the culprits. Iron Pillar. Utilize Lin Fu and the others as bait. Ensure they do not escape. Li Taiju readily acquiesced. Based on Li Chin's assessment, since the adversary employed a sniper rifle, it indicated a limited number of assailants, insufficient to assault the entire Lila refuge. Moreover, the opponent's objective was unmistakably clear: the lives of Lin Fu and his companions. This made the situation more manageable. They could simply instruct Lin Fu and his group to remain in the square and wait. Those lurking in the shadows, having failed their mission, would undoubtedly hesitate to depart. At that moment, the artificial soldier warriors could strike under the cover of night. It was expected that they would swiftly capture the culprits. Consequently, Li Taiju communicated this strategy to Lin Fu and his companions. Having endured enough anxiety, Lin Fu and his allies were acutely aware of the nefarious nature of the Huaju laboratory. If they could not eliminate them in one attempt, the lab would continue to manufacture opportunities for further attempts until the day of their true demise. Thus, there was no resistance. They all readily cooperated with Li Tieju's plan. Chapter 184. Bind them and bring them back. At this moment, on the hillside, the two tasked with setting the fire, third brother and fourth brother, had returned, panting heavily. They inquired, "Second brother, was it successful?" Second brother, with a solemn expression, was observing the situation at the Lila shelter through binoculars. He gently shook his head, unable to comprehend how formidable first brother had become, managing to evade bullets multiple times with Lin Fu and the others. What baffled second brother even more was that, despite knowing there were snipers lurking in the shadows, Lin Fu and his companions made no attempt to seek refuge within the buildings. Instead, they boldly occupied the square, seemingly courting death. Second brother was utterly perplexed. Fourth brother glanced through the binoculars, his expression grave. "Second brother, we must leave quickly. They are clearly using themselves as bait. The people at Lila's shelter are likely already searching for us." It was evident to anyone with keen perception that Lin Fu and his companions' refusal to hide hinted at something amiss. Second brother, frustrated by his inability to hit his target, was reluctant to delve deeper into the thought. Suddenly, second brother's expression changed. Just as he prepared to gather his belongings and depart, he halted. No. He couldn't simply walk away. After this incident, the Lila shelter would undoubtedly be on high alert. They might not find another opportunity to eliminate Lin Fu and his companions. The time granted to them by the Huaju laboratory was merely 2 days. If they failed to complete their mission, they would face a fate worse than death. Rather than succumb to despair, it would be wiser to take risks. Using Lin Fu and his companions as bait exposed them to danger. As long as second brother could land a shot swiftly, he could then lead the others to safety, preserving his own life. With this thought in mind, second brother crawled back and spoke to third brother and fourth brother. "Your task is complete. If you wish to leave, you may do so. I do not want to miss this rare opportunity." Under the sparse moonlight, third brother and fourth brother exchanged glances. Both harbored a desire to leave. Yet they understood that their fates were intertwined. Should they depart now and second brother's mission fail, the consequences would be dire. Resolute, third brother and fourth brother clenched their teeth and declared in unison, "We will not leave." Although only second brother was proficient with the sniper rifle, third brother and fourth brother also possessed some skill, albeit lacking precision. Thus, they positioned themselves beside second brother, setting up their rifles. 3 sniper rifles aimed at Lin Fu and his companions within the Lila shelter. "Brother, I can't shake the feeling that my eyelids are twitching," Lin Fu said, his voice trembling. First brother remained silent, his thick brows slightly raised in defiance. Truth be told, he felt it too. Moments ago, the synthetic warriors had rushed out to capture targets. They were uncertain how much longer they would remain as bait. "I suspect that it was our second brother who just fired the gun," whispered the fifth brother. "Only he has a penchant for aiming at people's heads." The eldest brother was well aware of this. The thought that it was his own sibling who sought to extinguish his life caused him to let out a soft sigh. Couples are like birds of the same forest. When calamity strikes, they each take flight. Brothers, too, are no different. It was likely that the third and fourth brothers were complicit in this scheme. We must remain vigilant, for it is probable that the third and fourth brothers are aiming their sniper rifles at us as well. Upon hearing the eldest's words, both Lin Fu and his companion shuddered, particularly Lin Fu, who longed to return to the dim confines of the Black Room. Although it lacked light and sustenance, at least there was no imminent threat to his life. As moments ticked by, just when the eldest believed that the second brother and the others had fled, gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang bang. The shots tore through the air. The eldest brother managed to roll away, narrowly escaping with his injury. However, the fifth and sixth brothers were struck in the abdomen. Doctor, hurry. As the eldest rolled, his wound burst open, blood streaming profusely. Yet, he disregarded his own pain and shouted loudly. Aunt May's second son swiftly arrived, concealing Lin Fu and the others behind cover. He then opened a medical kit, beginning to extract bullets, staunch bleeding, and bandage wounds. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, the second brother had already stowed away his sniper rifle and urged the third and fourth brothers to flee quickly. To his surprise, they had indeed managed to evade capture. We must leave now. The people from the Lila shelter are likely on their way. The second brother grit his teeth, feeling a sense of reluctance. However, they had already delayed long enough. If they did not depart now, escape would become impossible. The third and fourth brothers hastily packed their sniper rifles and dashed into the small grove. With their weapons in tow, they stumbled as they leaped down the slope. Suddenly, a powerful spotlight illuminated their path, the blinding white light forcing the second brother and the others to shield their eyes with their hands. Do not move. The mechanized soldiers surrounded them. The second brother realized they had lost their chance to escape. Slowly, he lowered his hands, cradling his head and crouched down. Quickly, bind them and take them back. The mechanized soldiers acted with remarkable speed, binding the second brother and his companions before tossing them into a vehicle, heading straight for the Lila shelter. In the vehicle, without the harsh light, the second brother finally regained his vision. He glanced around, offering a bitter smile. I never imagined I would end up in the company of my elder brother. At this moment, a twinge of regret filled his heart. If only he had heeded the advice to leave sooner. It was all due to his own greed and hubris. Now it was too late. Escape was no longer an option. He could only silently hope that the knowledge he possessed would be sufficient to persuade those at the star-level shelter to release him. Indeed, the second brother was aware that the Lila shelter was merely an annex of the star-level refuge. These individuals will ultimately be sent to the star-rated sanctuary for final interrogation. The artificial warrior brought the second brother and a few others back to the Lila sanctuary, confining them in the small dark room where Lin Fu had previously been held. As for the eldest, the fifth, and the sixth, they are recuperating at Aunt May's residence, receiving treatment from her second son. Brother, you must admit that the second brother truly showed no mercy. He nearly took our lives. Lin Fu's wound is located in the abdominal area. According to Aunt May's second son, it was a close call. The injury nearly penetrated his stomach, but fortunately, it missed and only affected the intestines. With some care, he should recover fully. The fifth brother, however, bears a more grievous injury to his chest, having been directly pierced through the lung. Had it not been for Aunt May's second son acting swiftly to staunch the wound, the fifth brother would have already departed from this world. Alas, each person has their fate. We cannot blame the second brother and his companions. After all, everyone wishes to survive. The eldest brother shook his head. Chapter 185. The location of the laboratory division. Brother, May E just mentioned that tomorrow we will be sent to the star-rated refuge for treatment. You don't think they intend to eliminate us, do you? Lin Fu continued, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. He harbored a persistent feeling that his days were numbered. The elder brother rolled his eyes. If they truly wished to extinguish your life, would they go through such elaborate measures? Just hand us a stone, and with one blow, the three of us would be on the path to the underworld together. This reasoning eased Lin Fu's anxiety, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At least his life was spared for now. As for the possibility of being hunted down by the birch giant laboratory in the future, that was a concern for another day. The elder brother, observing Lin Fu's naive expression, spoke earnestly, don't harbor overly optimistic thoughts, sixth brother. Their intention in bringing us to the star-rated refuge is not solely for our treatment. It is likely they also wish to conduct a second round of interrogation. It appears that the star-rated refuge remains skeptical of their claims. Lin Fu nodded, somewhat comprehending the gravity of the situation. The fifth brother, whose injuries were quite severe, had been advised by Mei E's second son to remain silent. Thus, while the elder brother and Lin Fu conversed, the fifth brother could only feign muteness. The following day, the transport aircraft of the star-rated refuge landed punctually on the helipad of the Lila refuge. The soldiers of the guard unit unloaded supplies from the aircraft, transferring them to the warehouse of the Lila Refuge. Subsequently, Li Taiju escorted Lin Fu and the other two, along with the recently captured second brother and his companions, onto the transport plane. Our commander is not a bloodthirsty individual. All you need to do is tell the truth, Li Taiju urged, unable to contain his admonition. Lin Fu and the others nodded in understanding. They were now cast aside by the Birch Giant Laboratory. If they further offended the star-rated refuge, they would find themselves truly cornered. As for the second brother and his companions, they were bound and unceremoniously tossed into their seats, lacking the privileges afforded to Lin Fu and the others. Once all preparations were complete, the guard unit loaded the energy cores that had been accumulated through recent exchanges at the Lila Refuge onto the transport plane. The aircraft gradually powered up and began its ascent into the sky. Standing on the ground, Li Taiju felt the gust of wind lift the hem of his coat. Do you think Lin Fu will catch the commander, SI? He mused. Mei shot him a disapproving glance before turning away. Though Lin Fu is clever, he has committed misdeeds. I fear it would not be so easy for Li Chen to accept him. Granting Lin Fu and his companions a chance at survival is already the limit. Li Taiju could only shake his head in resignation as they departed together. Meanwhile, aboard the transport plane, the elder brother regarded the second brother and his companions with a complex expression. So it was indeed you who fired yesterday, he remarked. The second brother, with a bitter smile, did not attempt to deny it, and simply acknowledged the truth. Brother, do not blame me for being ruthless. We were merely trying to survive. Upon hearing this, Lin Fu felt a surge of anger and retorted vehemently. What oaths did you take when we became sworn brothers? Have you all forgotten? Not seeking to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year, but desiring to perish simultaneously. I never anticipated that you, second brother, would behave in such a manner. The second brother, aware of his wrongdoing, lowered his head, refraining from uttering a word. The eldest brother extended his hand, halting Lin Fu, and remarked, Sixth brother, let it be. From now on, do not consider them as brothers. Lin Fu snorted disdainfully through his nostrils, turning his head away. The fifth brother lay upon the stretcher, though he remained silent. The flush on his face revealed his profound anger towards the second brother's actions. The second brother recognized that his deeds were unworthy of forgiveness. Thus he chose to remain silent throughout the journey, fixating his gaze upon his own toes. The transport aircraft moved swiftly, and before long, they returned to the Star-class refuge. The guards first unloaded crates of energy cores, storing them in the warehouse, before escorting Lin Fu and the other patients to the medical room. As for the second brother and his companions, their treatment was far less favorable. They were unceremoniously cast into the water prison of the Star-class refuge. When the second brother inquired about when they would be released, the guards merely replied, just wait. The water prison was both damp and frigid, the filthy water already submerging the chins of the second brother and his companions. They could only stand rigidly in the water. Any moment of laxity would risk choking. Meanwhile, in the medical room, after a new round of treatment, the doctor proclaimed that the three of them could return to recuperate. Provided they abstained from vigorous activities for a few days, they would suffer no significant harm. Upon hearing that they were unharmed, the guards escorted them directly to the command center, where Li Chen awaited. Lin Fu had never witnessed the interior of the Star-class refuge. Throughout the journey, his eyes were open to its wonders. The dining hall, the factory, the cozy rooms, these were once mundane sights before the apocalypse. Yet now they seemed so tantalizingly out of reach. Lin Fu could not help but exclaim, Eldest brother, how I wish to become a resident of the Star-class refuge. This place is truly a paradise. The residents of the Star-class refuge bore an appearance distinct from anyone he had encountered. Each individual radiated happiness and warmth. Within the Star-class refuge, formidable warriors ensured safety was not a concern. Abundant food alleviated any worries of hunger. Even various products manufactured in factories sufficed to fulfill their entertainment needs. From birth, Lin Fu had been an orphan, mingling among beggars and raised by a con artist who preyed upon children to exploit them for deception. There was little warmth to speak of. When the apocalypse struck, the con artist vanished on the first day of the outbreak. Lin Fu then encountered the eldest brother, forming a bond of brotherhood as they struggled to survive in this new world. Lin Fu had never dared to dream that he could lead such a stable life, having food, drink, and work, truly living as a human being. The leader observed Lin Fu with a gaze filled with envy, a pang of sympathy stirring within him. However, he was merely a prisoner at this juncture, devoid of any voice. Thus, he opted for silence. The trio was brought before Li Chen. Slowly, Li Chen turned his swivel chair, his deep, dark eyes reflecting the silhouettes of the three before him. Are you serving the Huaju laboratory? He inquired with deliberation. Lin Fu and his companions nodded in affirmation. Li Chen continued, What do you know about the Huaju laboratory? Lin Fu exchanged glances with the leader before speaking. Our knowledge is quite limited. We are, at best, mere errand runners. Typically, commands are issued by Lu Chihai, the head of the Hebai branch. We are not privy to the internal affairs of the laboratory. Li Chen nodded slightly. You are aware of the location of the Hebai branch, correct? Lin Fu responded promptly. Yes. Allow me to provide the address. You may take your leave and rest, Li Chen replied with satisfaction. Chapter 186. On the brink of collapse, Lin Fu and his companions were taken aback. The anticipated interrogation had concluded unexpectedly swiftly. They exchanged bewildered glances, particularly the leader. Prior to their arrival, he had envisioned how Li Chen would react, looking down upon them, harboring disdain. However, upon meeting, he realized his assumptions were misplaced. Li Chen showed no intention of holding them accountable. As Li Taizhu had mentioned, provided they were willing to clarify their actions, all past grievances could be forgiven. Observing Li Chen's calm demeanor, the leader found himself rooted to the spot, a surge of courage welling within him, prompting him to speak. Commander, I acknowledge our numerous transgressions. We have been complicit in the misdeeds of the Huaju laboratory for far too long. However, my two younger brothers are still Na'vi, merely seeking a morsel to eat. Might you consider granting us shelter? Li Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise, as if to inquire whether they wished to become residents of the star-rated refuge. It was understandable. Given the current conditions of the star-rated refuge and the lives its residents led, few could remain unmoved. Nonetheless, while he comprehended their plight, Li Chen had no intention of offering leniency to those who had already transgressed against the refuge's principles. He spoke slowly. The Huaju laboratory is a notorious entity. I need not elaborate further. I can overlook your previous actions at the Lila refuge, but should you wish to join the star-rated refuge, two conditions must be met. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the eyes of the leader, Lin Fu, and the other two, regardless of the conditions Li Chen might stipulate. The willingness to negotiate indicated a flicker of possibility. Otherwise, with Li Chen's stature, he could have simply cast them aside without repercussions. Rest assured, Commander, not just two conditions, but even 100, we shall comply. As long as we are provided with sustenance, our lives are yours. The leader vowed earnestly. He could make concessions for himself, but his younger companions, still innocent, should not be led astray by his misdeeds. Li Chen nodded, raising a finger. First, you must meet the application criteria for the star-rated refuge. Second, due to your past actions, you must achieve merit through atonement to gain admission. Do you believe you can fulfill these conditions? Earlier, while on the road, the leader had envied the lives of the star-rated refuge's residents and had inquired with a nearby guard about the application criteria. Thus, he was well aware of the requirements. As for the second condition, achieving merit through atonement. After reflecting, it became clear that since Li Chun had inquired about the location of the Huaju Laboratories Division in Hebei City, he intended to dismantle it. Their sole opportunity for redemption lay in this endeavor. With this realization, the leader spoke up. Commander, should you wish to proceed to the Huaju Laboratory, we can guide you. Li Chen smiled but remained silent. With a wave of his hand, the leader instructed the three to leave first. I have my own arrangements. You should focus on healing. After saying this, Li Chen turned his attention back to the control panel. The leader and his companions, slightly hunched, exited the command center. They were not imprisoned, rather. They were fitted with electronic shackles, cleverly concealed by their pant legs, allowing them to appear as ordinary individuals. Naturally, the guards did not accompany them. Upon leaving the command center, Lin Fu's face illuminated with curiosity and eagerness. Brother, do you think we might have a chance to become residents of the star-rated shelter? Residents of such a haven seemed untouched by the apocalypse, a notion that filled him with envy. The leader lightly tapped Lin Fu's forehead. It's hard to say. The commander's thoughts are inscrutable. Come on, brother, you always say that. In my opinion, the commander is a good person and will surely let us join. Old Five protested. Lin Fu nodded in agreement. Despite the leader's warnings about Li Chen's treachery upon meeting him, both Old Five and Lin Fu felt that Li Chen was not that sort of person, or perhaps he simply did not regard them as significant. Now, do you understand the folly of challenging the leader? Let us return to our quarters and refrain from wandering about, lest we attract trouble, the leader sighed, shaking his head. These two younger brothers were indeed too Na'vi, which made it difficult for him to let go. Meanwhile, the second brother and his companions languished in the water dungeon, where time seemed to stretch indefinitely in such extreme conditions. What felt like merely half a day seemed to last a century. Several times, the second brother's legs trembled with fatigue, causing him to stumble in the water, nearly choking on the filthy liquid before snapping upright again. Second brother, when will they interrogate us? I can hardly endure any longer. Old Three said wearily. If not for his wrists being suspended from the dungeon's ceiling, he would have submerged himself to rest. The second brother, equally exhausted, croaked, this is merely a show of strength against us. Let's hold on a little longer. Soon we shall be free. When that time comes, we can share everything, and perhaps one of us might survive. He couldn't help but feel a mix of jealousy, admiration, and resentment towards the leader and the others, who were not only free but also able to roam within the star-rated shelter. Old 3 could no longer contain his frustration. It's all your fault. Who told you to delay? Even being pursued by the Baiju laboratory outside would be better than this. Old 4 echoed similar grievances. It was the second brother who had suggested they leave together instead of attempting a rescue when Old 6 was captured, and now he had led them into this predicament. The second brother has never made a correct decision. Had they not heeded his advice and instead followed the elder brother's lead, they would not find themselves in such dire straits now. The second brother listened to the grievances of the third and fourth brothers, his head bowed in silence. Did he not contemplate this? No, he had indeed reflected upon it. The second brother acknowledged that he was somewhat at fault, overly greedy. Yet, primarily, it was these two individuals who were utterly useless. They could not even manage to set a fire properly. The flames were swiftly controlled. Had the fire circle been sufficiently large, how could he have had only a single bullet's chance? Later, when Lin Fu and the others were used as bait, the marksmanship of these two inept individuals was equally disappointing. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of this reality. However, after enduring such a lengthy confinement in the water prison, he lacked the strength to argue with these two ineffectual beings. According to the second brother's estimation, they would likely be held for a day or two, after which the personnel from the star-rated shelter would be eager to extricate them for interrogation. Chapter 187. The subtleties of Hebe City. As the days slipped by, one after another, it seemed as though the entirety of the star-rated refuge had forgotten about them. Save for the daily delivery of a single meal, the second brother transitioned from initial agony to a state of numbness. The conditions of the water prison were not solely a physical torment. The true suffering lay in the mental anguish. Every necessity, eating, drinking, and relieving oneself occurred in the water, a testament to its repulsiveness. Initially, the second brother recoiled at the sight. Now, he could maintain a stoic expression while gazing at the refuse floating before him, all while consuming his bond. The third and fourth brothers had withered significantly, their forms reduced to mere skin and bones. They lacked the energy to reproach the second brother, nearly collapsing in the water's depths. In the early morning, after reviewing the data on Hebe City, Li Chun turned to Su Ruashi and inquired, "How fares the recent batch from the Huaju laboratory?" Su Ruashi hesitated before responding. They seemed to be well-fed and acclimating quite well. However, there was an instance when they pulled one of the guards aside to inquire about the conditions for joining the star-rated refuge. Li Chun nodded thoughtfully. "What of the second group from the Huaju laboratory?" he pressed. "Are you referring to the second brother and his companions? They have been confined in the water prison for 2 days now, and according to the guards overseeing their detention, their mental state is exceedingly strained," Su Ruashi continued. In Su Ruashi's eyes, though Lin Fu and his companions had erred, they exhibited loyalty and were driven by desperation. In stark contrast, the second brother and his ilk were far more despicable, having turned against their own kin and even burning a resident of the Lila refuge alive. Such individuals deserve to face retribution. Li Chen's fingers drummed upon the table. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "That will suffice. Bring them in for questioning." "Understood," Su Ruashi acknowledged, preparing to execute his orders. "Wait," Li Chun interjected. "Ensure they are cleaned up before sending them to the guards for interrogation." His disdain was palpable. The information he sought had largely been divulged by Lin Fu. He was merely interested in uncovering any additional insights the second brother might possess. After enduring such prolonged confinement in the water prison, the second brother and his companions must surely be in a wretched state. Li Chen had no intention of conducting the interrogation himself. "Yes," Su Ruashi stifled a laugh, nodding as she departed. Li Chen lowered his gaze, narrowing his eyes at the address provided by the first brother for the Huaju laboratory. If he wished to dismantle it, he could easily rally his artificial warrior soldiers to obliterate it. Yet, this was merely a branch located in Hebe City. Li Chen held the actions of the Huaju laboratory in deep contempt and pondered a more permanent solution to prevent their personnel from springing up like vermin, dispatching one only for another to emerge. "Noah, send me the map of Hebe City," Li Chen instructed coolly. In no time, a 3D map of Hebe City materialized in Li Chen's mind. Mountains, rivers, and houses are all within view. Each faction's location is meticulously marked. This information is entirely derived from biomimetic surveillance robots. It is no exaggeration to say that everything in Hebe City is now under Li Chen's control. "Noah, why has the Bugia laboratory established its Hebe division in the very center?" Li Chen inquired, perplexed. It is worth noting that the division in Dahai City is situated atop a mountain, concealed among small hills, allowing for discreet experimentation without detection. So why has it become so brazen in Hebe City? Noah did not respond immediately. After a pause of approximately 2 minutes, he finally spoke. "Commander, I believe that most of the shelters in Hebe City have already fallen under the control of the Bugia Laboratory. The reason for establishing the division in the heart of Hebe City is for ease of communication. After the apocalypse, communication has become problematic. The roads are littered with abandoned vehicles. If they were to remain deep in the mountains, the Bugia Laboratory would be unable to monitor information in Hebe City in real time. Upon hearing Noah's words, Li Chen pondered. Over the past few days, various shelters in Hebe City have engaged in numerous transactions through the Lila shelter. What perplexed Li Chen was that the people of Hebe City seemed particularly fond of food. It is known that in Donghai City, the most frequently exchanged items were firearms and ammunition. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, weapons are of paramount importance. However, in Hebe City, food ranked first in exchanges, which greatly surprised Li Chen. According to the map, the scale of Hebe City is many times that of Donghai City. The food stored prior to the apocalypse was also substantial. With firearms in hand, one could organize teams to search for food, making the exchange of precious energy cores unnecessary. Could it be that the current population of Hebe City is far greater than previously estimated? Of course, such thoughts require validation. Li Chen promptly messaged Li Taizhu, instructing him to lead a team to search for survivors in Hebe City under the guise of hunting zombies. Drones must be utilized for real-time observation, and then Noah would process this vast amount of data. Li Taizhu quickly responded, and after arranging these plans, Li Chen stood up from his chair and stretched his limbs. All right, that's about settled. I'm going to see how the interrogation is progressing with the guard team. In the star-level shelter's water prison, the second-in-command numbly consumed the steamed bun for the day. Before him lay filthy water, tainted with excrement, bacteria, and mold. Any normal person would find it difficult to swallow in such an environment, yet the second-in-command remained unfazed, devouring the food ravenously. He understood that there is only one meal per day. If he did not eat, he would go hungry. Just as he finished the last bite of his bun alongside the contaminated water, with a creak, the gate of the water prison was abruptly flung open. The second man lifted his gaze. A vague silhouette appeared at the entrance of the cell. Following this, a woman's voice echoed, instructing, "Bring them out. Take them for disinfection and cleaning." As her words fell, the bars above the trio were raised, and they were swiftly ensnared by a machine, transported into a pristine white room. There, they beheld the guards clad in protective suits, who turned a dial, causing the ceiling of the white chamber to unleash a torrent of disinfectant spray. The second man and his companions collapsed onto the floor, surrendering themselves to the cleansing deluge. The third man, with surprise in his swollen eyes, uttered in disbelief, We are out." The second man nodded slightly, lacking the strength to speak. The disinfectant continued to cascade for nearly 10 minutes, thoroughly washing away the grime from their bodies. Once the filth had been largely removed, the guards activated another switch. Chapter 188. Remaining in the star-class shelter with a swift sound, another liquid cascaded from the ceiling. This time, the scent was far more pungent and unpleasant than that of disinfectant. Although its nature remained unknown, the second brother speculated that it might serve a similar disinfecting purpose. For over half an hour, the white room was doused 3 times, eradicating the unpleasant odors clinging to their bodies. When the final switch was activated, warm air began to circulate within the chamber, effectively drying the 3 individuals. After a considerable interval, a member of the guard entered, discarding 3 sets of white garments and 3 electronic shackles. Once the second brother donned the attire, the guard finally spoke. "All right, follow us." The second brother promptly rose, clad in the white clothing, and trailed behind the guard, with the third and fourth brothers closely following suit. The white garments bore a striking resemblance to prison uniforms, making them conspicuously noticeable as they walked along. In the brief span of 2.5 days, the once robust second brother and his companions had become mere shadows of their former selves, their bodies now gaunt and hollow within the oversized white attire. As they proceeded, the second brother curiously surveyed his surroundings. The sight of the neatly dressed individuals around him shattered his preconceived notions. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had endured a relentless struggle for survival alongside the eldest brother. Truth be told, the majority of people they encountered were either emaciated or grimy, as survival often eclipsed concerns for personal appearance. However, within the star-class shelter, those they passed were clad in clean garments, their hair meticulously groomed, and their demeanor radiated comfort. Without needing further observation, the second brother inferred that the inhabitants of the star-class shelter were untroubled by basic needs. They certainly did not have to roam the outside world in search of sustenance, living in constant fear. A wave of envy and admiration washed over him. The second brother even entertained the notion that if he performed well, perhaps he too could join the ranks of the star-class shelter and become one of them. The journey was not lengthy, and soon the guards escorted them to the interrogation room. With a click, the iron door swung open. The guard gestured with a slight nod towards the iron chairs, indicating that they should take a seat, before standing armed outside the room, awaiting further instructions. The sound of booted footsteps echoed down the corridor, and Tsuruyashi's figure appeared at the doorway of the interrogation room. The second brother widened his eyes in disbelief. The person interrogating them was a woman. Meeting the second brother's gaze, Tsuruyashi let out a cold laugh and remarked nonchalantly, "What? Do you not even recognize me?" "No, we do not," the third brother replied with a sheepish grin. Tsuruyashi grimaced in disdain, as if a toad had crawled onto her foot, with her arms crossed. She stood at the threshold and stated coolly, "Since you do not recognize me, why are you invoking my name to incite rebellion within the shelter?" At this revelation, all three men were left in utter shock. It is utterly inconceivable to associate this petite, ethereal woman with the title of Chief Su. Previously, they had presumed that a woman wielding such significant authority, serving as Li Chun's right hand, would at the very least possess a formidable physique, if not beauty. However, the current situation suggests otherwise. Well, we have gleaned most of the pertinent information from Lin Fu's accounts. Now, you would do well to divulge all that you know. And perhaps it may spare your lives. Tsuruyashi stated directly. Although the three individuals had been thoroughly interrogated, an inexplicable sensation lingered in the air, leaving Tsuruyashi with a nagging feeling. A scent clung to her senses. She was eager to complete her mission and return home for a cleansing respite. "I will reveal everything." The second man interjected, eager to comply. "My brothers and I have been tirelessly serving the Huaju laboratory. Their primary research focus is on zombies. We have captured numerous specimens for their studies. However, I am privy to a secret," he added, glancing furtively at the guards stationed outside. His intentions unmistakably clear, he wished for the guards to leave. Tsuruyashi's brows furrowed slightly in response. "Speak plainly, do not entertain other thoughts," she admonished. "Yes, yes." The second man, startled, quickly responded, "The Huaju laboratory also conducts experiments on living subjects. I have witnessed firsthand as they injected a concoction synthesized from the zombie virus into a living person." Tsuruyashi felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Was this truly a secret? She had already been aware of this when Li Qin led the team to dismantle the Eastern Sea City branch. Noticing her displeasure, the second man fell silent, realizing his revelation was not as impactful as he had hoped. At that moment, the third man seized the opportunity to speak. "I also know that the Huaju laboratory routinely sends in the elderly, infirm, and disabled for experimentation. I have heard that their subjects are sourced from various shelters in Hibi City. This piece of information proved to be of considerable value." Tsuruyashi nodded in acknowledgement, taking note of it. Encouraged by her response, the third man continued to share more details, and soon all three men were eager to express everything they knew, each vying to ensure their contributions were recognized. Once they had finished, Tsuruyashi glanced at her notes and promptly scanned the information, transmitting it via her smart wristband to Li Qin. To be candid, the majority of their insights mirrored what Lin Fu had previously disclosed. Yet, the second man was particularly cunning, having discreetly uncovered numerous secrets while working for the Huaju laboratory. Checking the time, Tsuruyashi addressed the guards at the door, instructing them to confine the three men to a standard holding cell, to be released the following day. With that, she turned to leave. The second man, however, was in a state of agitation. Having divulged so many of Huaju laboratory's secrets, he felt compelled to protest. Upon exiting the stellar refuge, would the Huaju laboratory truly allow him to escape unscathed? He immediately interjected, "Wait, you cannot simply abandon us." Tsuruyashi halted her steps, slowly turning her head, her brows furrowed in contemplation. "Oh, what would you have me do?" she inquired. "We have shared so many secrets. You ought to permit us to remain within the stellar refuge," the second man asserted with conviction. Merely salvaging his life felt insufficient to him. Once they departed from the stellar refuge, the agents of Huaju laboratory would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. The most prudent course of action would be to integrate into the stellar refuge and become its denizens. This not only ensured their safety, but also afforded them a life akin to that of deities. Furthermore, Tsuruyashi was a woman, and women are often more compassionate. If he could plead for mercy and apply a touch of moral coercion, the second man calculated furiously in his mind. The third and fourth men also pressed Tsuruyashi, demanding, "We have divulged everything. I do not seek a managerial position, but at the very least, the stellar refuge should guarantee our sustenance and safety."